Being sentenced to serve as a hero was the most severe penalty one could be given. At least, that was what the Allied Administration Division had decided. Some even called it a punishment worse than death. Heroes served on the front line of a never-ending battle against the demon blight. Not even death would relieve them of their duty. Their sentence had no end. Even if they fought for 100 years, they would not be released. Only by killing every last demon lord spreading the blight would they earn amnesty. And the thought of accomplishing such a feat was mere fantasy and impossible dream. "This is bad," said Dr. Luzulas gravely. "It's over. I'm done for." Again, I fought. Dota had a habit of getting into trouble at least once every 3 days. It was all because of his damn sticky fingers. How sticky, you ask? Well, so sticky he was found guilty of treason and wound up here, sentenced to be a hero. He'd apparently been involved in more than 1,000 cases of burglary before he was arrested by the Holy Knights and thrown in prison. I suppose you could call him a world-class prodigy at petty theft. Dr. Luzulas would steal anything. I still remember bursting into laughter the day I heard the story of how he stole one of the royal family's dragons. But my smile vanished as soon as I heard it had eaten his left arm. He was a crazy guy, but so were most heroes. "Hey, Xylo," he said. "What do you think I should do?" About that. I decided to shut him up, pushing back his face as he approached. "Do you think we can talk about it tomorrow? Maybe you haven't noticed, but we're kinda busy right now. They're working us to death." That wasn't just a metaphor. This was a battlefield. We were in a forest at the northern end of the Federated Kingdom, the last nation left to mankind. The snow was deep and the wind was so cold that it seemed to pierce our skin. Humanity was on the verge of losing even this place, known as Kuvunj Forest, forever. Due to various circumstances, Dota and I had been hiding out here since morning. Night was slowly beginning to fall, and it was already obvious how goddamn cold it was going to be. A deadly mission was waiting for us too, the Demon Blight. It wouldn't be much longer until it arrived. And now Dota, back from scouting, kept mumbling, "This is bad." Hearing him was giving me a headache. I just wanted him to shut up. "Dota, do you know what our job is here?" "I mean, I've got a good idea." "Then tell me." "We're going to fight a demon lord," he muttered, face pale as he slipped a small bottle out of his pocket. It looked like a kind of alcohol from the Eastern Islands made from beans. Booze like that wasn't cheap. "Exactly." "By the way," I said, pointing at the bottle in his hand, "you stole that too, didn't you? From the Verkler Development Corporation's wine cellar, I assume?" "Heh, nice, right?" I swiped it from one of the high-ranking army guys' tents. Dota mirthfully took a swig of the high-end alcohol. He looked pretty happy for someone who had just committed theft. I snatched the most expensive-looking one. I mean, it's the owner's fault for just leaving it out in the open like that. Pretty sure it's the thief's fault regardless. Besides, I doubt a guy like you could even appreciate the good stuff. I grabbed the bottle out of his hand and took a sip. The alcohol burned as it went down. I was only trying to lighten the mood. I didn't care how it tasted, and I didn't want to get drunk. This is some strong stuff. Yeah, there's no way I'd be able to do this otherwise. We're about to fight a demon lord's army. There are going to be a ton of them, aren't there? It's a big one. Around 5,000 fairies were affected. Makes you want to cry, doesn't it? That was the number we were given anyway. There might be a few less, thanks to our nation's grand and noble Holy Knights. I didn't want to get my hopes up, though. Even if they took out 1,000 or 2,000, it'd hardly make a difference, because it's our job to keep those fairies at bay, I reminded him. Just the two of us. I thrust the bottle back at Dota. Yeah, he nodded stricken. I know, we're heroes. We don't have a choice. Exactly. We were criminals, serving time as heroes. We couldn't disobey our orders. The tattoos known as sacred seals on the back of our necks made sure of that. Heroes like us were denied even the release of death. If your heart stopped or your head was blown off, you would be resurrected to fight at the front lines all over again. Being brought back to life might sound like a good thing, but naturally, it had a few drawbacks. Each time you were revived, You would lose another piece of your memories or your humanity. Some had lost their sense of self completely and were now nothing more than walking corpses. We didn't have the privilege of choice. There was nothing we could do but fulfill our mission. This time, it was very straightforward. At least when you put it down in words, support the withdrawing troops. We had to cover the Holy Knight's retreat until they were out of the forest. This demon blight outbreak had spawned around 5,000 fairies and was drawing ever closer. There were no other forces covering or supporting us. The mission was to be carried out by Penal Hero Unit 934 alone, and the only people in that unit available to fight were me, Xylo, Dota, and a completely useless commander. Everyone else was either out for repairs after having their arms or heads or whatever blown off, or busy with another mission. They wouldn't be any help here. Our mission would be deemed successful only if we got the majority of the Holy Knights to safety. If we failed or tried to escape, the sacred seals on our necks would torture us to death. The entire thing was utter bullshit, to put it lightly. I wanted to beat to death whoever came up with the idea. It could have been worse though. At first, even crazier missions had been proposed, like defeating the Demon Lord at the heart of the Blight. We had our commander to thank for working out our current deal. While he may have been a coward with no leadership or fighting ability, his past as a con artist and political criminal meant he was extremely skilled at deception. We'll make it through somehow though, right? Dota glanced at me, then took another swig. After all, we have you, Xylo, our hardest hitter. Plus, we're heroes. Worst case scenario, we get turned into mincemeat and are resurrected later, so you don't get it, I said. Dota needed to face the truth. How well our resurrection goes depends on the condition of our body. If we're mincemeat or they can't recover our corpses, we'll pay the price when we're brought back to life. Plus, we couldn't expect the Holy Knights to come back and find our dead bodies under all the snow. Not when the forest was about to become contaminated by the demon blight. And if those in charge didn't have our bodies, even if they resurrected us, there would be serious side effects concerning our memories and sense of self. I'd only heard rumors, but supposedly, the way they revived heroes was by dragging our spirits out of hell and driving them back inside our flesh. The better your corpse's condition, the more precise the resurrection. But those tasked with reviving us weren't afraid to use someone else's body as long as they had all the necessary parts. However, resurrecting someone with bits and pieces taken from other people increased the chance of failure, or so I'd heard. That was how some heroes were reduced to mindless walking corpses. Wait, are you serious? Dota seemed genuinely taken aback. Why would I lie? I had no idea. You sure know your stuff, Xylo. I didn't reply. Maybe that information hadn't been made public, or maybe Dota had simply died so many times that his memories were fuzzy. That's why we have to do a good job, I said. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense, and even if I did, I don't want to. Listen, I might have really messed up. What do you think of this? He pointed at the ground to his side. Beside him was a large object that I had been making a point of not looking at. What is it? A coffin. That was the first thought that came to mind. It was a rectangular box with complicated designs inlaid on its surface that could fit someone of small build. If it was a coffin, it must have been for someone important. Once again, I found myself doubting Dota's mental state. Dota, why the heck did you steal a coffin? I don't know. One moment. I'm thinking how gorgeous this box is and how I could steal it. And the next, I didn't comment any further, and I wasn't going to complain about his kleptomania at this point. There was no cure for his impulses. He would steal anything, and the more useless, the more he wanted it. I was more concerned about something else. Hey Dota, about this coffin. I placed a hand on the lid. Could there be someone in here? Yep. He answered just like I thought he would. There was something seriously wrong with this guy. I was wondering why it was so heavy when I was tugging it along, so I checked. And would it have killed you to check before you snagged it? What are you doing stealing dead bodies anyway? Makes no damn sense. That's what I want to know. By the time I came to my senses, I was already stealing it. The hell are you getting mad at me for? Want me to kill you before the fairies have that chance? Now I understood why Dota had said this is bad. Judging by the fancy coffin, It seemed safe to assume that the person inside was royalty, or at least a noble. Someone really, really important must have gone to battle with the Holy Knights and died. The Knights would definitely panic once they realized the coffin was missing. I had only one thing to say to Dotter. "Take it back where you got it, numbskull," I said. Removing the lid to check the body, even I wasn't sure why I opened it. Maybe it was morbid curiosity. If the person inside was a royal or a noble, I might know them. I had a whole list of such people I wanted to kill. I felt a wave of dark, illogical anticipation. I didn't have any solid, specific reason for what I did though. It was simply in my nature to be reckless. Damn it. I immediately regretted removing the lid. There was someone inside, a young girl, and she was frighteningly beautiful. She was wearing the white military uniform of the Holy Knights. Her silky golden hair and snow-white skin made me think she was from the north. Her face was like a work of art, but what captivated me the most was the seal on her left cheek that stretched down to her neck. The marking likely continued all the way to her heart. I knew what it meant. It looked similar to the sacred seals on our necks, but it was something very, very different. "Daughter, this is bad." Figured. She's royalty, isn't she? No, she isn't even human. I felt a stinging sensation in my head. This kid's a goddess. Huh? A what? A goddess. Do I have to spell it out for you? She was one of mankind's last hopes, a life form created for war using the wisdom of the ancients. That was the exaggerated sales pitch anyway, but I knew the truth. And the truth was that the sales pitch was exactly right. Goddesses were the strongest weapon we had against the demon lords. The Holy Knights were an organization meant to protect and use these goddesses as weapons. There were only 12 goddesses in existence. Well, 11 now. The fact that Dotter had managed to steal one was frankly amazing. In any other situation, he'd probably have gone down in history as the greatest thief who ever lived. Take it back to where you found it. Now. You've really outdone yourself this time. Even you know what goddesses are, right? Huh? I mean, I've seen one from far away before, but is this girl really one of them? I could tell from his face that he was clueless. Right. I guess the general public has no idea what goddesses are supposed to look like. She's just a little girl. I mean, the goddesses I saw were like a humongous whale, or a big hunk of iron, or... It's hard to explain, but there are goddesses like that too. Goddesses were super weapons created in ancient times, now beyond our understanding. Some took bizarre forms incomprehensible to humans, while others did not. Furthermore, while they were called goddesses for the sake of convenience, not all of them had a female body, at least as far as I knew. Not that I knew all that much. Dotter, listen up. It was going to be a hassle, but I decided to give him a brief explanation. That is, until I heard a roaring in the dim twilight. It was the sound of horns and drums. The human army are allies. The demon Blight army didn't use instruments like those. What? Cried Dotter. They're already here? I reflexively clenched my fists, then opened them again. On my palms and wrists, from my elbows to my shoulders, my skin was completely covered in sacred seals meant for battle. They had a really long-ass name, Super Multi-Purpose Spella Morele, Thunderstroke Seal Compound, and they were the only possessions that weren't stripped from me when I was sentenced. Sounds like there's a throng of fairies over there. Can you see them, Dotter? Hold on. Dotter opened his eyes wide and peered into the depths of the twilight. His eyes were extra sharp thanks to years of training them as a thief, so he had excellent night vision. Yep, they're already on the move. Alright, let's do this. Biff, hold on. I need to mentally prepare. You really think there's time for that? Try asking the sacred seal on your neck. First, we've got to meet up with the others. I was referring to the guys with the horns and drums. They didn't sound far, and judging by the volume, it probably wasn't the Knight's main unit of more than 2,000 strong. These were most likely scouts or some other detachment. Hey, Che, wait for me, Dotter cried. Hurry. Don't forget the goddess either. You stole her, so you carry her. Huh. Seriously, it's really heavy. Plus, I don't think taking it with us right now is the best idea, since He started to argue, but I glared at him to shut him up. He loaded the coffin onto his back and followed me. We traveled silently and at a brisk pace. I could feel the countless enemies lurking in the forest. Sounds of shouting and metal scraping filled the air as the horns and drums slowly died off. I had a bad feeling about this. We had to hurry. They shouldn't be much farther. I was sure of it. It wasn't long until we reached an exposed slope. Then, right as I was about to slide down, wait. Xylo, this is kind of bad. Dotter suddenly grabbed me by the arm, almost sending me toppling over. I glared at him, about to yell, but stopped myself when I saw his serious expression. He was holding out a spyglass to me. We're already too late. Look. I crouched, spyglass in hand, peeking through the darkened trees. While I wasn't able to see clearly like Dotter, I could make out a little thanks to the lit torches scattered on the ground. That's when I realized what he meant. The fairies beat us to them, huh? The knights must have been a detachment. There were only about 200 soldiers, each one of them already dead or at death's door. There were signs they'd fought back, but the swords in the corpses' hands were broken, and giant frog-like monstrous fairies were devouring them as we watched. I arrived just in time to see one gobble up a sword, complete with the arm holding it, chomping the limb clean off the body. These types of fairies were known as Fuethin, and they were frogs transformed into monsters by the demon Blight. They stood as tall as an adult human and had exceptional maneuverability. Ribbit, croak, croak. Their eerie cries could be heard coming from the darkness as their fiercely glowing eyes bounced into the air. The knight's detachment was being trampled by them. One soldier screamed frantically as a monster bit his leg and swung him around. Another held up his shield, only for a fairy to jump onto it, crushing him as it chewed off his head. The soldiers had no chance. Blood, guts, and dirt scattered into the air. "There's nothing we can do, Xylo," cried Dotter, now white as a sheet. "Let's get out of here and hide somewhere until it's over. The fairies have already made it this far. They'll reach us any second now." "You're right. They're moving quickly." The detachment seemed to have been decimated mere moments after noticing the enemy, even though they were expecting an ambush. It was a testament to the fairies' superior mobility. "But there are still survivors. Time to rescue them, Dotter." "What?" His eyes went wide as he stared at me, as if he thought I was a total idiot. "There's no way. Some of them are still hanging on. Perhaps a little less than 20. They were forming a circle as they tried to fight off the attacking Fuethin. We'd be in a far better position if we helped them and had them join us." "Yeah, if by better, you mean dead. Listen, dum-dum. Our mission is to help at least half of the Holy Knights escape, and every person saved increases our chances of succeeding. Besides, I'm in the mood to fight already, damn it." I smirked. I had more than enough reasons lined up. "Let's do this. We're saving them." "Fight!" I jumped at the sound of a voice. It wasn't Dotter's. It was faltering and tinny. That was when I realized the lid to the coffin had been removed, and the goddess was sitting up, emerging from the box. Her eyes flickered the color of flames as she pierced me with her glare. "Fight. Save." "Yes," murmured the goddess as she calmly rose. "What wonderful words. It appears you are my knight." She paused here and there as she spoke, breaking up her words. Her golden hair danced in the wind, shooting out sparks, and she looked me over from head to toe with her fiery eyes. Eventually, she raised her eyebrows slightly, paused for a few seconds, and nodded. "Very well." Her speech gradually became more fluid. "I will give you a passing grade." "What?" "The battle is about to begin, yes. And not just any battle, a battle to save others. As a goddess, I shall grant you victory. Therefore," the goddess brushed back her golden hair, sending powerful sparks into the air. "When every last enemy has been defeated, you are to shower me with praise and pat my head." There were various types of goddesses, each with their own unique personality, but they all had one trait in common. They were proud warriors with a strong desire for approval. I knew this very well because I had once been responsible for operating one. "Dotter." I wrapped my arm around the neck of the small man standing to my side and began to squeeze. "You were right for once. You are done for. Gah." You think so? Really? Yeah, really. It was all Dota's fault. I squeezed my arm tighter around his neck. She's a goddess, no doubt about it. And she's probably the 13th goddess, the one who's never been activated until now. The fight between mankind and the demon blight had been going on sporadically throughout history. If you went back to the very first war in ancient times and counted up, this would be the fourth such conflict officially known as the Fourth War of Subjugation. The first demon blight outbreak of the current wave was discovered a little over 20 years ago, deep within the mountains of a newly developing region far to the west. It was known as the Serpent. This name stemmed from rumored sightings of a giant snake among the residents of a nearby settlement, and with the appearance of this snake, all hell broke loose. Attacks on humans weren't the only problem. The trees in the forest grew twisted and warped. Small animals and insects transformed into monsters, and the land began to rot. Those bitten by the snake died, only for their corpses to rise and attack the settlement at the foot of the mountain. But reports of these events were disregarded as tall tales and backwoods gossip. Even the Verkle Development Corporation's newspaper all but ignored them. When they heard that multiple villages had been destroyed, people dismissed it as merely an exaggeration. The Third War of Subjugation had ended more than 400 years ago, and many didn't even believe it was real. They thought the demon blight existed only in the tales of wandering minstrels and storytellers, and so they were late to react. Only after the mayhem really started to spread did the Holy Knights take action, forced to destroy an entire mountain with a scorched terrain seal. And even this was ultimately treated as mere rumor, or at best, something happening far away that no one needed to worry about. Some laughed it off as overblown hearsay. By the time they discovered it was all true, it was too late. The demon blight had already emerged in multiple locations and begun expanding with blinding speed. That was how humans lost half of their habitat and how we ended up here. I could see shadows jumping in the depths of the darkness. This was the distinctive movement of fairies known as Fuathin. They were extremely vicious creatures. Actually, that was something all fairies had in common. They would indiscriminately attack any other living thing in sight. I didn't know why, but according to temple scholars, they were like manifestations of each creature's nightmares. I couldn't make heads or tails of that, but their appearance and ecology was certainly the stuff of bad dreams. That's why I had to dispose of them as quickly as possible before they slaughtered the rest of the Holy Knights clinging to life in front of us. Yeah, forget about the goddess for now. Don't let her distract you. Right now I had to focus on one thing, fighting Dota. I pulled a knife from my belt and gripped it with my right hand. The sacred seal on my palm gradually warmed, streaming power into the blade. Follow my lead. Where are the fairies densest? We'll strike there to get the enemy's attention. Can't say I'm too excited about this. Dota seemed a little frightened, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I had already decided how we would do this. If we wanted to help the Holy Knights retreat, then we were going to have to pull off one hell of a diversion. 10 o'clock, one finger breadth toward 9. He groaned, gazing into his spyglass, and the densest spot seems to be around 37 steps from here. Dota may have had good night vision, but this feat required more than just his eyesight. He had what you might call a bizarre sixth sense. His fears seemed to have made him incredibly sensitive to the presence of other living creatures, and he was unbelievably accurate in measuring the distance between himself and any such target. Ah, I see. Just when I'd finally managed to forget about her, I heard the goddess's voice. The scrawny man has exceptional eyesight. What a rude thing to say about Dota, I thought as she took a step out ahead of me. Now, my knight, she continued, what is our strategy to win the battle? Xylo, said Dota. She's Huh? Oh. I wasn't sure how to answer as Dota turned a troubled gaze on me. This was bad, really bad. A goddess was talking to me. I had to be careful about what I said. You mean those puny fairies? I began. Well, we shouldn't use her powers carelessly. I was well aware of that. We couldn't possibly borrow your mighty power for such a small task. Just, stand over there and watch over us. Oh my. Modest, aren't we? She was clearly pleased. But there is no need to be shy. You may depend on me. Allow me to show you my might. No, I'm not being shy. I began searching for the right words to turn her down, but it wouldn't be so easy. Xylo, we're in trouble, Dotter said, voice trembling. One of the fairies noticed us. Damn it, I cursed. But what the hell? Bring it on. What are we gonna do, Xylo? We're fine. I thrust my knife into the air, then swung my arm, launching the weapon straight forward like an arrow. It ripped through the air and struck its target like a bullet. A brief flash of light illuminated the darkness. Then an explosive roar. A massive quantity of heat gushed forth, ripping apart each tree, rock, clump of soil, and Fuath in the blast. I could feel the air pressure even at a distance, but this was actually a low-level blast. If necessary, I could unleash enough power to reduce a small house to ash. This time, my attack had a blast radius only wide enough to take out something like a carriage. Incidentally, the blast didn't come from the knife, but the sacred seal on my palm. It was something I'd used in my previous occupation. All but 2 of my sacred seals were rendered useless when I was sentenced to be a hero, and this was one of the 2 I had left. This seal of heat and light's official product name was Zate Findi, which supposedly meant big candy in the ancient kingdom's language. It was a cutting-edge tool used to battle the demon blight, and it allowed you to transmit the seal's power into an object and transform it into a powerful destructive force. It was kind of like a flashy firecracker you could throw. We've got their attention now. All according to plan, I said, feigning calm. Panicking would only cause Dotter to run away. Is everything really working out? Damn right it is. It was obvious that the Fiathan were in chaos after the blast, in the wake of the sudden strike. They were having a hard time gauging how much of a threat we posed. They were now clearly more focused on us than the soldiers forming a circle. I glared back at them, already sliding down the slope. Dotter, spray him with bullets. Once you're done, run in. Don't fall behind, and don't forget to bring the goddess. Dotter took a short staff out of his belt and held it up at eye level. I feel like I'm gonna throw up, he said, tightening his grip on the staff. A sacred seal was carved into the weapon. This thunderstaff, an outmoded product named Hilke, was created by the Verkle Development Corporation long ago. According to the sales pitch, its sacred seal gave it the power to unleash bolts of lightning difficult to both dodge and defend against. It took quite a bit of skill to aim, making it only a little better than a crossbow. And Dotter was no expert. While he had excellent eyesight and was quick to sense an enemy's presence, he lacked the talent needed to control sacred seals. But even his limited skill could be of use depending on the situation. Like when a horde of fairies all rushed in to attack at once, a bolt of lightning flew out from the tip of the staff accompanied by the sound of cracking metal. At the same time, one of the Fuath's heads went flying, chunks of flesh going every which way and drawing even more of the enemy's attention. Ah, I hit one, said Dotter, sounding pleased. Xylo, did you see that? I hit it. With this many, I'd be more impressed if you missed. Now keep backing me up. And don't even think about hitting me, or you're dead. I flew through the trees, grazing them as I went, and plunged into the middle of a group of Fuathan. Out of my way, I spat, stepping into a marsh of blood, flesh, and filth. After activating my sacred seal, I threw another knife, and took out 2 Fuathan at once, drawing their attention much more effectively than any verbal introduction. Another blinding ray of light was followed by an explosion and the grating cries of our enemies, and complaints from Dotter, of course. Sorry. It takes a ton of effort not to hit you. Pretty cocky thing to say for someone with 0 skill. He couldn't hit me if he tried. Just keep shooting and don't stop, I yelled back. He probably heard me. A few more bolts of lightning soared through the air as I kept running, throwing my knives. Soon we made quick work of every last fairy. Kicking burnt hunks of monster flesh out of my way, I called out to the surviving soldiers. Hey, you guys still alive? There were even less of them now, around 10. Barely even enough to form a circle. You're one of them so young he still looks like a boy stared at me. Or rather, he stared at the sacred seal on my neck. You're one of the penal heroes? What are you doing here? Mixture of relief and shock left him in a state of confusion relief that he was safe and shock that the one who saved him was a penal hero. We didn't have time for any of that, though. I counted the number of knives I had left. We may have stopped the first wave, but there was probably another horde of fairies on their way, and handling them all would be impossible. We had to run, but... Just go away. Leave us alone, barked the young soldier. He fixed us with a resentful glare as he propped up an injured, unconscious ally against his shoulder. He was obviously exhausted himself, able to stand only by using his spear as a cane. What a disgrace to be saved by penal heroes. Huh? What the hell? Dota looked back at me, puzzled. I'm pretty sure this is where they're supposed to thank us. Am I wrong? While I didn't agree with him completely, it did bother me. We'd saved his punk's ass and he'd just told us to go away. Fine. Running away and leaving them behind would be much easier. We could use them as a decoy and break through the enemy lines. But I understand how you feel, my knight. Before I knew it, the goddess was standing by my side. She was a little out of breath, but it seemed she'd kept close behind us the whole time. She elegantly brushed away the hair clean to her forehead. We could never run away and leave them behind. Those were your thoughts just now, yes? Allow me to handle the rest. I can take care of these weak, filthy fairies in the blink of an eye. No, that's... I tried to come up with a reason to refuse, since using a goddess's powers would only make the situation worse for us. We could still fix this. We could still secretly return her to the Holy Knights before they noticed. But once she used her powers, there was no going back. I had to come up with something, even if that meant making it up on the spot. Wait. But while I was desperately racking my brain, one of the soldiers shouted, his eyes on the goddess. He sounded panicked. What is the meaning of this? That blonde hair, those eyes. Don't tell me. The cat was out of the bag now. Why is she with you? What have you done? You've given it a rest already. This is no time for us to be arguing. We're on the same side. More importantly, Xylo... Dota raised his voice, cutting off the soldier. He probably didn't want any of them to figure out he'd stolen the goddess. The next wave is coming. They've already seen us. We have to do something. Good point, I said. We couldn't hold them back with Dota's poor aim alone. And the soldiers we'd saved were all too injured or exhausted to move. We couldn't rely on their help. I was worried I didn't have enough knives left to handle the next wave. But I didn't have any other choice. Goddess, we have this under control, so you don't have to. Just then, we ran into yet another problem. I was holding the goddess at bay, unsheathing my next knife, when... Xylo! Dota! Someone screamed right into my ear. It was the kind of piercing shriek that could blow out your eardrums. Both Dota and I knew exactly whose voice it was, and we both covered our ears with our hands. There was no point to the gesture, but we couldn't help it. The sacred seal on our necks was relaying this voice to us directly, yet another of the mark's special features, long-distance communication. And there was no escape from this, either. We're in trouble. Listen carefully. Everything's a mess. A real mess. This was our so-called commander, the cowardly, useless con artist and political criminal, Vanitam Leopold. When he did bother to contact us, it was always to tell us something had gone wrong, just like Dota. At times, it would be some dumbass order from the people in charge. Other times, he was just letting us know how much worse the situation had gotten. It's just awful. I think we're done for. Xylo, do you have time to talk? No, I shouted, knife in hand, allowing the seal on my palm to infuse it with power before throwing it into the distance. Another explosion. Jiggly pieces of futon flesh flew into the air. I'd managed to take out the vanguard that saw us. That should buy us some time. You hear that? Does it sound like I have time to talk? No. But I'm afraid you'll be angry with me later if I don't tell you this now. I'll be pissed either way. Now what is it? The Holy Knights have started moving. Perfect. So they've already started to retreat, if that's all you have to report. They're heading straight for the Demon Blight. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I asked him to repeat it. Wait, what was that? The Holy Knights in the forest have regrouped and are lining up for battle against the Blight. They seem intent on stopping the enemy from advancing any farther. Why? You think I know? Venetim laughed carelessly. The two armies are about to clash. What should we do? Hell if I know, I wanted to say. Did nobody let these Holy Knights in on the plan? Or were they told and they just decided to ignore it? The Holy Knights I knew were military specialists to the bone. This kind of maneuver sacrificing heroes as the army withdraws should have been routine. Hey! I yelled at the soldiers to our side who were apparently so exhausted they could no longer stand. What's that captain of yours thinking? Was this the plan from the start? Yes, replied the young soldier from before. He could barely speak. We never believed the penal heroes would help us withdraw. Besides, Captain Kivia, no, we, the Holy Knights, value honor. We wanted to strike back at the enemy, and are you stupid or something? I wanted to kick the crap out of each and every one of them, but I didn't have that kind of time right now. My entire plan had just come crashing down. I couldn't leave them sitting here in the forest while I still had orders to support their withdrawal, and there was no way in hell I was going to let them fight the Demon Blight head on. At this rate, us heroes were going to die nasty deaths and the Holy Knights would be all but wiped out. After all, we had their trump card, the goddess, here with us. This is just great. There was only one thing we could do now. If the Holy Knights weren't going to withdraw, then… Xylo. Dotha looked like he was about to cry. What are we gonna do? I remained silent as I looked at Dotha and the 10 or so soldiers behind him. Each one of them was wounded and drained. Their faces were clouded with despair, and yet they looked at us as if clinging to their last sliver of hope. I don't like these guys. I hardly know them. I wish I'd never even come here, I thought. Goddess. Yes, she replied, smiling from ear to ear. You need my help after all. Don't you, my knight? It is finally time to fight back, yes? Yeah, it's time to fight back. She hadn't heard my conversation with Venetim. She was still misreading the situation. She didn't know who I was. In other words, I was deceiving her. But I had to do it. Goddess, please lend us your strength, I said, loud and clear. Change of plans, Dotha. We're going to defeat the Demon Lord. What? Are you serious? There are 5,000 monsters out there. Do you really think we can win? What insolence, said the goddess. Of course you can win. You will have my assistance, after all. The goddess elegantly bowed. Now, my knight, it is time for you to make me an offering for our pact. I know. I unsheathed a knife and ran it down my right arm. I felt a sharp pain as blood began to flow. This was how you made a pact with a goddess. The knight had to offer a part of himself as evidence of the agreement. Then you exchanged an oath. It was an arrangement between the goddess and a single knight, lasting until one of them died. Only after forming a pact could a goddess use her powers for mankind. Please help us, I said. Then do you vow to display your greatness as my knight? I do, I replied without a moment of hesitation. Wait. That was a lie. I did hesitate, but only once the words had left my mouth. What have I done, I thought. Very well. Nevertheless, the goddess cheerfully brought her lips to my wound. It'll be my pleasure. Judging by her doll-like features, I figured her lips would be hard as glass, but that was not the case. Her soft, smooth lips pressed against my arm, and I felt a fire ignite at the back of my mind. It was as if I'd regained a part of myself that I hadn't used for a long time, or that I'd forgotten. I could tell she was smiling. Her entire body shone even brighter than before. Now I've done it. For a brief moment, I closed my eyes and saw sparks on the back of my eyelids. It felt like a door had been opened in the depths of my heart. This was evidence that a connection had been made. I knew well that there was no turning back now. You might say I had taken the first step past the point of no return. This was how I threw my life away all over again. Goddesses were weapons, living weapons. According to the history books, they appeared during the Great Civilized Era at the time of the First War of Subjugation. For thousands of years since then, they would reawaken when the Demon Blight arose, Then, their duty fulfilled, they would return to sleep in their coffins. Apparently, though it was not understood why, they lost most of their memories during this long slumber. Whatever the case, they were the guardians of this world and its inhabitants. Each goddess had the ability to call forth something from some unknown place to fight against the demon. Blight, in other words, they had the power to summon. According to temple scholars, goddesses were a type of gateway. The nature of their summons was different for each goddess. Some brought forth humans, while others manifested natural phenomena such as lightning or storms. There was supposedly even a goddess who could summon visions of the future. They required no instructions or manuals to operate them. Once a holy knight made a pact with a goddess, they instinctively knew what their goddess could summon and what they were capable of. In that moment, I understood it all. Torita? That was the name of the young girl with golden hair who had sucked my blood. Yes, my knight. She brushed back her hair, causing sparks to fly. Xylo. She knew my name as well. What sort of blessing do you desire? I saw the glitter of steel behind the flames in her eyes. Swords. Countless blades of steel, famous swords, cursed swords, treasured swords, holy swords waiting far off in the void to be summoned. Go on. Pray for what you desire. The goddess of swords, Tarita, that was all I needed to know. I understood exactly what she could summon. A fence. Came my brief reply. Tarita and I shared a basic sensation outside of intent or volition. You might call it a kind of mental picture. It allowed us to share knowledge of such things as each other's abilities or our next move in battle. I knew this feeling well. This was what made goddesses humanity's trump card. Simply summoning something powerful wasn't enough. Sharing that ability with someone versed in war and military strategy and allowing them to operate it was what made their powers unparalleled. What have you done? 1. The young soldier with the holy knights was furious, or perhaps it would be better to say he was in a state of grief. His face was twisted in despair. If he had the energy, he probably would have lunged at me. What have you done? Forging a pact with the goddess. Shut up, I shot back. I didn't have a choice. I'd be revived if I died, but not them. None of the surviving soldiers were capable of fighting. They were completely drained. Either way, there was no time to scrutinize the morality of my actions. Xylo, the next wave is coming, shouted Dota, his staff held aloft. I know, the Fuathan were almost here. Their jiggling dark bodies ripped through the forest like a tidal wave of mud. Is it just me, or do they seem even more ferocious than the last batch? What are we gonna do? We're gonna die, like hell we are, dum-dum. I replied confidently and pointed at the incoming Fuathan. Tarita, it's time to push back. Give 'em everything you've got. It's time to push back, you say? I like the sound of that. She grinned happily and rubbed at the empty air with one hand. Words fitting of my knight. Allow me to grant you a blessing. A sound like air ripping rang out. Immediately, silver rain fell from the sky, a rain of hundreds of swords. Even in the darkness, the blades glittered brightly enough to block out everything else, searing there into the back of my eyeballs. With this much steel falling all at once, there would be no way to dodge. The swords mercilessly tore through the Futhan's bodies all at once. The sound of rending flesh and ear-piercing cries harmonized like a chorus of death before the blades pierced the ground, creating a barricade between the Fuathan and us. It was exactly what I had ordered. We now had a fence to protect us, and more than half of the Fuathan were dead. Whoa, incredible. Dota grimaced and grabbed his nose. The muddy fluid from the Fuathan's bodies now covered the ground, letting off a terrible stench. So this is what a goddess can do, huh? She's so strong. Yeah, but that doesn't mean we can slack off. Shoot, Dota, I shouted while sprinting toward the fence of swords. Don't let them get any closer. Annihilate every last one. I grabbed a sword stuck in the ground and raised it into the air with my right hand. My last job had beaten into me the correct techniques for throwing spears and swords. I used my sacred seal to infuse the object with power. Just speaking for myself, there was no way I could miss from only 20 or 30 steps away. I twisted my waist and used the movement of my upper and lower body to launch the sword. It released a flash of light at the center of the Futhan horde, then exploded. This blew up a few more, allowing us to shave off several groups of enemies in a single throw. Bits of Fuathan flesh, blood, and dirt mixed together to form a terrible scene. Gah, I feel like I'm gonna throw up again, but for a whole different reason, Dota said, unleashing more bolts of lightning from his staff. His aim was total garbage, and he was doing a terrible job of slowing down the enemy. But thanks to the fence of swords, we still managed to avoid their attacks. Whenever a fairy tried to leap over the barrier, I sliced them down myself with one hand. At that point, a few Thuathan started to flee the battle. Even they seemed to understand how much more firepower we now had on our side. Is it over? Can we relax? Yeah, but come on, Dota, you really have the worst aim. You didn't hit a single enemy during the second half. Yeah, to tell the truth, I don't really like hurting people. What are you talking about? You break into people's houses and steal from them. I know you killed people during burglaries. I don't like hurting people, but I put in the effort to do it anyway back then. I think I deserve some praise for my hard work. I didn't think hard work was the issue here, but it was probably a waste of time talking spirituality with Dota. The Fuathan were running away, and it seemed safe to say we'd survive the second wave. Dota dropped to the ground and desperately tried to catch his breath. He was a real chicken at heart. How was that, my knight? The goddess Tarita stood before me, puffed up with pride. Looking at her more closely, I noticed how short she was. Her head only reached my chest. Were you touched by my blessing? Awed by my grand power, which annihilated the fairies and protected you, I give you permission to praise me and worship me to your heart's content. She spoke with extreme arrogance, but she looked almost like a child. Her eyes, the color of fire, sparkled as she thrust her head in my direction expectantly. Xylo, I have given you permission. I knew what she was trying to say. I could see the in my mind. Rub my head and sing my praises, she continued. In other words, she wanted me to give her head pats and tell her what a good girl she was. But if I do that... I hesitated. The whole thing left a bad taste in my mouth. Goddesses valued human praise above all else, and humans knew and took advantage of that fact. But that didn't matter to the goddesses. They needed that praise. Without it, they couldn't survive. Was it really alright for me to go along with that? I felt like a hypocrite. Oh. Xylo, Dota, you two are still alive? An unpleasant voice stung my ears the instant I reached out to touch her. It was our commander, Venitim. Why do you sound surprised? I asked. Yeah, you don't even sound like you care. Why don't you spend some time on the front lines, Venitim? For once, I agreed with Dota. Yes, I understand you two are working extremely hard. I will consider it. Venitim sounded a little intimidated. Talking out of your arse again, huh? I said. Was that supposed to be a joke? Even I could tell that was a lie, Dota chimed in. Ha ha ha. We can continue this conversation another time. More importantly, he forced a laugh and changed the subject. What a worthless piece of garbage. Getting back to the previous topic, what are you two doing now? You still need to save the Holy Knights. If they're wiped out, we'll be in a lot of trouble, right? How could he be so flippant about this? He was just as involved as we were. Yeah, no way, Dota groaned. We're getting out of here. If the Holy Knights want to fight and die, that's their problem. I know. But aren't you forgetting something? If over half of them die, that means both of you die as well, and who knows what they'll do after they resurrect you. They might burn you alive all over again for all I know, and that would really hurt, I assume. Dota wrapped his hands around his head and looked at me. What should we do, Xylo? Wipe that pathetic expression off your face. What is there to think about? Tekaborita scolded. She must have understood what was going on from Dota's whining. She glared at him and stuck her finger right in his face. There is no need to run away. We must move straight on to our next battlefield. Isn't that right, my knight? All right, I heard both of your opinions, so could you be quiet for a second? I couldn't gather my thoughts with both of them babbling at me. I took a deep breath and decided to deal with Venetim first. Venetim, think you could negotiate some sort of deal for us? It's the only thing you're good at after all. Very well. Give me some time and I will see what I can do. Hey, don't you lie to me. You'd never agree that easily. I immediately called his bluff. This man breathed lies. I knew how he thought, and I knew the position he was in. As our commander, he directed us from outside the forest, all the while under the supervision of a royal correctional officer. That meant he was the only person who could assess the situation on the fly and control this penal hero unit full of hardened criminals. At least that was what he needed the royal correctional officer to believe. And he was doing a good job of that so far. Venetim was unreliable and useless for the most part, but he was also shrewd and clever, and somehow he'd managed to earn the affection of his fellow criminals anyway. That was the he had to project, and he was good at it thanks to his experience as a con man. Once, he'd fooled the royal family, and he'd been in the middle of selling off their castle to a circus when he was caught. That was how good he was. The real Venetim was indeed unreliable and useless, but none of us liked him, let alone trusted him. Even in emergencies, he was all talk. Whenever he said he would help or look into something, it was an act. He wasn't really going to do anything, and now that the exasperatingly noble holy knights were rushing recklessly into battle over some stupid sense of honor, Venetim had come to the conclusion that we were all going to die. Allow me to handle things, Silo. I am your commander after all. I need to show off from time to time. You're only saying that because you know the correctional officer can't hear us. Now, if you will excuse me, trust me, you're gonna pay for this later. Oh, hold on. I suddenly realized there was a way Venetim might prove halfway useful. Where are the Holy Knights right now? Have they made contact with the enemy? A long pause followed. He probably hadn't bothered to check until now. Or maybe he was checking something with the correctional officer. Stop wasting my time and have that info ready when you call, damn it. They seem to be encamped a little to the north at the, second crossing along the Purcell River. Sounds a little far, huh? That's not far at all. I rolled my eyes in renewed irritation. He didn't even know where we were. At least he'd done something for us. We were lucky the Holy Knights were so close. In that moment, did I really have a choice? We could have given up on saving the Holy Knights and hung ourselves. As heroes, that was always an option. We'd probably suffer an awful resurrection, but maybe we'd get lucky. No way, I can't do that. This was a bad habit of mine, a part of me I couldn't change. Sighing in resignation, I glanced back over my shoulder at the beaten-down soldiers, most too exhausted to speak. What are you guys gonna do? We've already decided to fight and die by Captain Kivier's side, said the youngest soldier, staggering to his feet. We have to meet up with the others. Don't even bother, you'll only get in the way. Your allies will die while we're protecting your wounded asses. I spoke harshly on purpose. I was used to being despised. Head south. We'd driven back the Furies attacking this detachment. All I had to do now was distract the enemy and meet up with the main force. The surveillance unit keeping an eye on us is stationed at the southern end of the forest. Once you reach them, make sure to punch a guy named Venetim for me. I'll be on my way to see your captain to air all our grievances. Unbelievable. The young soldier seemed to understand what I meant by airing our grievances. You're really going to help us withdraw? Not like I have much of a choice. I formed a pact with the goddess. The soldiers looked conflicted, like they weren't sure how to feel about any of this. It made sense. They'd been saved, but their saviors were penal heroes. Plus, one of them had formed an unauthorized pact with a goddess. Confusion was the logical response. To think I'd end up doing this again. With another deep sigh, I turned around and looked at Dotter. Nothing has changed. We're continuing the mission as planned. Xylo. Dotter looked extremely uneasy. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really planning on defeating the Demon Lord? Are you out of your mind? I know what I'm doing. First, we're going to meet up with the Holy Knights before they get routed. That's the only thing we can do." Oh my! It was Teorita who reacted first, clapping her hands together in pure bliss. "That's my knight. It appears luck is on my side. You are worthy of being my disciple. I vote nay." Dotta raised a hand, looking less than motivated. "We might have the goddess's power, but defeating a demon lord is another story. Xylo, you don't want to die for the Holy Knights, right? They did this to themselves. After all, you..." "That's exactly why I'm doing this." I knew what he wanted to say. I used to be a Holy Knight myself until I was expelled and wound up here. I despised them, but I hated the foolish nobles backing them even more. They were the ones who set me up and put me here, and eventually I planned on killing them. But for now, you're right, I don't like them. But you know what annoys me most? People talking shit about me, saying that's why I did what I did. Sounds like you're a little too self-conscious to me. If people are gonna talk, let them. I don't have the patience for that. Like hell I was gonna let those scumbags think I was some petty bastard. In the end, it came down to my old, bad habit. I knew how unhealthy it was. Put simply, I hated being underestimated. I wasn't going to let anyone look down on me, which was exactly how I wound up in this mess to begin with. Come on. Time to go. After giving Dotta a good kick, I grabbed a sword stuck in the ground and pulled it out. It was a sharp silver blade, clean and glittering, as expected of a sword summoned by a goddess. If we don't save the Holy Knights, we're done for. The fighting had already started by the time we arrived. The cold night wind carried countless shouts, battle cries, and the thunderous roars of lightning bolts. Oh no! There they go. We're too late, Dotta cried dismally. He seems to have no desire to rescue the Holy Knights. Smoke was rising into the evening sky from the fire at their base camp along the Purcell River. Their white armor, illuminated in the firelight, filled me with nostalgia. These were the Holy Knights, and they were using their lightning staffs and spears to attack the incoming fairies rushing across the river. Each time they received the order to fire, a flash of light emitted from their staffs, blowing the fairies' bodies to pieces. Now and then, we heard roars even louder and more powerful than the lightning staffs. These were most likely great staffs installed around the baser type of mortar enhanced with a sacred seal compound created by the Verkler Development Corporation. These weapons were more like battering rams than staffs and needed to be assembled before they could be used. They were engraved with sacred seals and launched physical shells. They didn't have rapid fire capability, and the seal itself had a limited supply of luminescence, meaning only so many shells could be fired before it ran out. But they were powerful enough to blow fairies apart, and they could shoot farther and were more effective than my big candy seal Zate Finder. In other words, the knights were still doing fine. The fairies couldn't get past their lines of defense, and morale was high. I could see a figure in the distance giving orders to fire, carried out in perfect unison. They were even covering for areas that seemed about to succumb. There's no one here I know. Guess that makes sense. I saw an unfamiliar emblem sewn into a blue flag fluttering in the wind. The emblem was a family crest of a perfectly balanced scale. Each order of Holy Knights had a different crest honoring their noble backer. There used to be 12, and I knew each of their crests, so this group had to be newly formed, with a new backer I hadn't heard of. Teorita, too, was the 13th goddess and new to the fight. I really messed up this time, I thought, though it was obviously all Dotta's fault. What do you think, Xylo? He asked casually. The Holy Knights seem to be doing just fine without us. It probably wouldn't even make a difference if we left. What's wrong with you? Have you no pride? Teorita said harshly. There is no greater honor than saving those in trouble, and as our squire, you should be thrilled to fight by our side. Let us share the joys of victory together. I'd prefer to share something else, like delicious food or money. Heavens, I am appalled. My knight, what have you been teaching your squire? He clearly lacks education. Dotta was breathing heavily from the trek here, but Teorita still wore a calm, elegant expression, as if to say, it's going to take a lot more than that to wear me down. I knew she was bluffing. She was far tougher than her delicate appearance implied, but goddesses still got tired. I wasn't stupid enough to point that out though. I believe you should select your squires more carefully, my knight. This one lacks both motivation and spirit. It appeared Torita thought Dota was my squire. This was common among goddesses, and there was nothing I could say at this point. My one task now was to focus on the battle at the river crossing. The Holy Knights were doing better than expected, just like Dota said, but that wasn't going to last forever. Even now, I saw a fairy charge forward, scoop up a few soldiers in its mouth and swallow them as they screamed. The competition was fierce, and the spilled blood had turned the river's surface a blackish red. It's time to take action. This fight's been going for a while now. I was already moving, carefully silencing my footsteps. The fairies will soon strike from a different direction. This was an obvious strategy. The fairies were dull and acted only on instinct, but the demon lord ruling over them was different. It acted with intelligence. And if I was on the demon lord's side, if I was being held back at the river crossing, trying to break through the front line would result in heavy casualties. In that case, I would send a detachment to take the next crossing, either up or downstream, and go around. That seemed like the natural course of action. The Holy Knights had already lost their own detachment and were ill-equipped to defend. The fairies we ran into earlier were probably on their way here. But the plan failed when we stepped in and destroyed them. Considering their forces still outnumbered ours, however, I figured the Demon Lord would send another detachment. In conclusion, we needed to hurry and meet up with the Knights and formulate a plan to get us out of this mess. Alright, Dota. Time to. Only after I called his name did I finally notice. Seriously? Now? I thought. Is he really doing this now? Is he out of his mind? Taurita, where's Dota? Huh. Oh. Fifa? She glanced around, just as surprised as I was. He was nowhere to be found. Unbelievable. How could he run away at a time like this? On second thought, I shouldn't have been surprised. In fact, I had to admire how quick he was. I noticed a piece of cloth on the ground with some words written on it in black ink. Let's split up. You do your thing while I go steal everything of value from the Holy Knights. I was beyond exasperated. I was going to find him later and kill him. We hadn't even started here, and he'd already gone and proven that penal heroes like us were unreliable scum. Where did your squire go? He must have remembered some urgent business. It doesn't matter though. He was useless to begin with. We have your powers anyway, Taurita. Yes, her fiery eyes glittered with mirth. It appears I am truly your most dependable comrade. You are in need of a miracle, yes? You may start thanking me now. I will. But can you really do it? There was a reason I was going out of my way to make sure. As I said, goddesses also got tired. The stamina wasn't unlimited, and using the miracle of summoning drains them. They couldn't keep going forever, and Taurita should be pretty spent after summoning all those swords earlier. I am insulted, Knight Xylo. She pouted, a child's expression. I am the goddess of swords, Taurita, a guardian who creates miracles for mankind. I shall grant what you seek. That is my purpose, my meaning, my all. Yeah, right, whatever. This was what I hated about goddesses. They would throw away their lives for us humans, just to earn our praise. It hurt to watch. Therefore you need not hold back, she said with pride. You can depend on me as much as you desire. I could tell she wanted me to praise her attitude as well. Like hell, I'm gonna do that, I thought. Never. I know that even goddesses have limitations. Don't even think about fighting until you die, I spat. I won't praise you for that. Excuse me, said Taurita with surprise. Then, all of a sudden, the fairies overcame the Holy Knight's defenses at the river. They rushed dauntlessly through the bolts of lightning and charged right at the guard fence, destroying it. Whatever we planned to do next, first we had to stop the fairies. Taurita, I need your swords. Follow me. Yes, my knight. I have much to say in response to your earlier remarks, but... She elegantly brushed back her hair as I sprinted forward. I suppose it can wait until after our victory. Sparks flew and empty space twisted as countless swords emerged from some faraway abyss. This time, however, They came not only from the sky, but from the ground, sprouting up like plants. I pressed the ball of my foot down onto the hilt of one of the swords and used it to push off, leaping up and soaring through the air. I could easily jump more than 3 times my own height, an ability granted to me by the other sacred seal I'd been allowed to keep, a product called Sakara. This flight seal supposedly got its name from a type of dragonfly in the language of the ancient kingdom. It strengthened a person's basic physical abilities, in this case, jumping power. By mitigating the laws of physics, it all but allowed someone to fly, if only for short periods of time. Aerial battles, that was the main idea behind the Bellica Thunderstroke seal compound installed in my body. It allowed me to fire explosive projectiles from the air in order to combat fairies with the ability to fly. What's more, it made mobile attacks against the demon Blight possible. The only drawback was that a good bit of training was necessary to master this kind of irregular hand-to-hand combat. You had to travel through the air while speedily and accurately striking your target. I was a specialist, one of only a handful in the entire Federated Kingdom. That was why I could grab one of Teorissa's swords as I leaped into the air. I swung it over my head, imbuing it with Zatai Findi's explosive powers before I threw it. I was aiming for the Futhan, slithering through the shallow part of the riverbank, and there was no way I was going to miss. The blast took out the center of the horde, tearing apart the fairy's flesh as fire and light illuminated the area. Water splashed wildly into the air, creating confusion among the enemy. I landed in the middle and grabbed another sword before swinging it. I never swung a sword to slash at my opponent. My aim was always to use Zatai Finda to blow them up. There are too many. I need to start thinning them out. I swung my blade diagonally, exploding everything the metal touched. Countless swords continued to rain mercilessly from the sky. The Futhan, charging me from the front, were all skewered into the ground. Those that tried to dodge bumped into their allies and lost their balance. Sometimes they even collapsed. I cut through the shallow water, charging into the horde while swinging my sword, exploding all enemies nearby. Tarita, I requested another blade. The next wave would be upon me any minute. They rushed forward mindlessly, aiming at Tarita behind me. I grabbed the summoned sword in mid-air and immediately threw it, blowing more enemies into pieces. Their cries filled the air as steam rose off the water. Next enemy. Spinning around, I found another target. I jumped and slashed at it. The spray of water mixed with its flesh and blood as it spewed into the air. Next, the trick here was to never stop moving. "Hey, is that all you've got?" I shouted at the Flithun, showing off my confidence. I took a moment to breathe. "You're making this too easy for me." As I cut another through the back, I realized all the Fuatham were gone. The surviving fairies had started to retreat once their attempt to break through the Holy Knight's line of defense failed. I guess I got a little flashy there, I thought. Once the enemy was gone, the Holy Knights began to notice me. Me and Terita, that is. They were bewildered, of course. It didn't help that my entire body was soaked in water, blood, and guts. I guess I should say something. I saw someone among the knights wearing freshly polished armor, glittering brighter than the rest. They sat on an intelligent-looking horse, holding a flag in their hand. This had to be the captain. "Who are you?" asked an awfully wary voice, a woman's voice. The knight lifted her helmet's visor, revealing black hair and a sharp gaze. Perhaps it would have been a big deal back in the old days, but female soldiers were common now, especially since sacred seals could make up for any physical disadvantages. When it came to military affairs, the gap between men and women was slowly being erased thanks to the development of such products. "Identify yourself," said the captain. "What order do you serve? What is your name?" She fixed me with a piercing gaze. Soon, however, her sharp eyes drifted to Torita behind me. More confusion seeped into her expression. Is that our goddess I see? What is she doing awake?" I understood why she was yelling. I'd be just as confused if I were in her position. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to explain, and it wouldn't change anything anyway. Right now, everyone's lives were on the line. "Don't worry about it," I replied, trying to end the conversation as I pulled another sword from the ground. "I get that you're confused, but this is all Dotter's fault. He's a filthy thief who's gonna go down in history and… Wait! Ahem. Hold on, the captain said, cutting me off. What's this? Dotter? I have no idea what you're talking about. Explain yourself. Who are you and what is going on? Why is the goddess? We don't have time for chit-chat. I pointed the tip of my sword across the riverbank. The dark of night seemed even deeper there, as if coiled, waiting to strike. The Demon Lord is almost here, I know that. But I'm a hero, and I'm on my way to kill the Demon Lord. This silenced the captain. Maybe her confusion had finally reached its maximum capacity. That's my job, I continued, and it's about time I got to work, so you better lend me a hand if you don't want to die. Phrasing mattered in society, or so I'd heard. I'd recently started working on it, but I never seemed to get any better. That was probably why I always ended up drawing the short straw. It seemed the captain's name was Kivia. She never told me herself, but that was what the others called her. It was probably her last name, but I'd never heard it before. It sounded like something from the old Northern Kingdom. It was possible she wasn't born a noble. Whatever the case, I had to hurry and improve our situation. When I'd seen the battle from afar, there seemed to be around 2,000 holy knights. Now I counted hardly 1,000. Fall back. Holding the line any longer is pointless. This was the biggest point I wanted to make. The detachment you sent was almost completely wiped out. I helped the survivors escape, but the next wave of enemies will be here soon. Your only chance is to flee to the east. This should have been valuable information, but Kivia scowled at me. It was the kind of look you'd give a filthy pest. I continued, undeterred. The larger fairies are coming. Trolls, Borgists, you know the type, I said. These were names of convenience to differentiate the creatures. Trolls were bipedal, while Borgists walked on all fours. Both spawned from mammals, and they were both massive with thick armor-like skin. The rivers here weren't deep enough to slow them down. The only reason they hadn't arrived yet was because they were slow walkers. There was no benefit to attacking them here at the river crossing. The knight would be better off pushing back their line of defense and focusing fire on the creatures the moment they emerged from the water. Then the fairies would have to cross the river, separating them from their allies and forcing them to stand with their backs to the water. As for why this would remove them from the pack, that was all up to me. I want you to lure the enemy over here. Then hold out for a little longer, I said. That will give me time to attack the source of the blight. It'll be at the front lines by now. I purposely made my voice assertive. I had gleaned all this from the speed of the fairies that had destroyed the Holy Knight's detachment. The only one that could have possibly ordered such a large group of fairies to circumnavigate the line of defense was the source itself. That meant it had to be close. I'll handle the Demon Lord. I would travel through the air and take out the leader. It was the only way to put a stop to the incoming fairies. But I needed the Holy Knights to hold their ground until I finished. They had to lure out and destroy as many of the fairies surrounding the Demon Lord as they could. Back me up while I go in for the kill. My request was earnest. However, just who do you think is in charge here? Kivia hadn't taken kindly to my advice. I didn't even need to see her face. Her tone was more than enough to convey her disgust. Our objective is unchanged, said Kivia with an aggravatingly serious expression. We will prevent the enemy from crossing the river. We will guard this area with our lives. The east bank of this river belongs to the Northern Noble Alliance. It remains human territory and mustn't be tarnished by the enemy. Are you stupid? I couldn't stop the words from escaping my mouth. Haven't you got orders to withdraw? We were told to back up your retreat. The messenger from Gultual told me that, as captain, I had the right to make the final call. Gultual was originally the name of the governing office overseeing military affairs for the Federated Kingdom. Now that office was known as Galtuil Fortress, and it served as the de facto military headquarters. We shall risk our lives for honor, she declared. We are already prepared to die. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That was my only thought. This was in direct conflict with our orders. It all came down to politics. Galtuil Fortress and the military it oversaw was funded by various nobles, such as those of the Northern Noble Alliance. Each group's motives differed, and it could lead to conflicting instructions like these. Or maybe they just pulled our orders out of their ass. No one cared what happened to us heroes after all. That was just as likely. Who gives a shit about your honor? Maybe if someone lived in those lands you're so desperate to protect, I would feel a little differently. But that area isn't even under development. Don't you care about your soldiers' lives, or us heroes forced to go along with you? Honor is of utmost importance. First, we were forced to withdraw from the north, and now we are given orders to retreat. I can take no more. Though this may be our final resting place, I will fight until the bitter end. Something felt off here. What was with this Kivia person's uncompromising attitude? It was as if she felt guilty about something and she was trying to atone by fighting this unwinnable battle. The other soldiers were the same, with irritatingly pathetic looks on their faces. But why? My soldiers all agreed with my decision, and I care not what happens to the likes of you heroes, Kivia spat. You criminals are not even worthy of death. Now explain what you're doing with the goddess. She pointed the tip of her spear at me and Toita behind me. Why has she awakened, and why did she form a pact with you? Nothing about this makes any sense. I do not understand. I truly do not. We were prepared for anything as long as the goddess was unharmed. We were going to deliver her safely from this battle, even if every last one of us was killed. Look, damn it. I don't have any excuses, okay? Someone stole her. They did what? Kivia blinked in astonishment. Someone stole the goddess. What happened to our guards? Wait. More importantly, why would anyone steal her? Are you mankind's foe? What are you scheming? Enough, all right? I'd like to know why he stole her myself. I was starting to genuinely lose my patience. Why did I have to answer for something I didn't even do? There was no time for this. I'll apologize if that's what you want. But right now, I couldn't deny that this thing with the goddess was all our, or rather Dotta's, fault. But we had bigger fish to fry at the moment. We don't have time to argue. If you have a better strategy than the one I gave you, then I'm all ears. Unless you still want to defend this spot to the death, that is. How dare you speak to me like that? Kivia exclaimed. Do you honestly believe we would follow a hero's orders? Hold your tongue, you dandy brat, Tarita interjected, her voice cold as steel. Kivia was so flustered that I almost felt sorry for her. Adet, you speaking to me? Yes, who else? Do not question my knight's orders. Kivia looked overwhelmed. Tarita may be small, but she had an outsized presence. Perhaps it was due to the sparks flying from her golden hair. Gather your troops and make preparations to fight the demon lord this instant, Tarita continued. I will not allow you to waste any more time. Please wait, goddess. This has to be some sort of mistake. That man became your knight by accident. You were supposed to. Goddesses do not make mistakes. This was no accident. I chose him as my knight. This is destiny. Tayuri's words were sharp and curt. It seemed she'd mastered the overbearing attitude of a goddess. Or perhaps this was simply her true nature. You are far too kind, Knight Xylo. She looked back at me proudly. Perhaps they would like to taste the greatness of my powers firsthand. Then maybe they will learn that it is my knight who gives the orders. She snorted arrogantly, making it clear that she expected something from me. I saw the space behind her distort. It looked like she intended to follow through on her word. Then you would shower me with praise, yes? Yes? Hold on, Kivia interrupted. That bizarre name, Xylo, you said. The captain seemed to recognize my name, and that was a problem. I was well known in the kingdom, especially among the holy knights. You're Xylo Forbarts, the most despicable hero of them all. What are you plotting, you goddess-murdering fiend? But a powerful roar drowned out Kivia's words before she could finish her sentence. It was like the ear-piercing sound of countless pieces of metal being torn apart, and it was coming from the darkness on the other side of the river. We're too late. I clicked my tongue. We'd wasted too much time playing question and answer, and now it was emerging from the depths of the rustling forest on the opposite bank. The larger fairies were in the front of the pack, bargests, wolves the size of elephants walking on all fours, and trolls, bipedal humanoid creatures with abnormally large, ape-like arms. These fur-covered beasts leaped into the river and charged at us. Behind them was a creature as large as a Hausa-giant cockroach with numerous legs clumsily lumbering across the ground. As it moved, it screeched like the scraping of metal against metal. The pitch of its call subtly raised and lowered, and a portion of the fiery throng split into two groups, left and right. Apparently, its screeches contained orders for its troops. It was just as the report said. That ridiculously large insect was the source of the demon blight. These centers of contagion were generally referred to as demon lords. This was number 47, Ardgogi. Each demon lord acted as a catalyst for an outbreak of demon blight, contaminating their surroundings as they moved. They distorted whole ecosystems, sometimes involving humans too. There was no way to oppose one without the protection of a sacred seal, and each demon lord possessed its own unique ability. In the case of Ardgogi, hold your fire, don't attack the demon lord. Kivia waved her flag, but she was too late. A few stars and mortars had already been fired, and for the most part, they hit their mark. That was going to be a problem. Ardgogi lifted a few of its legs and deflected each and every projectile, launching them toward the soldiers fending off the fairies at the river. The fence on the bank burned as bodies flew into the air. Ardgogi didn't sustain so much as a scratch. I didn't know the principle behind it. But this creature could deflect sacred seal attacks. At the very least, the Holy Knight's projectiles weren't working. The fact that it could strategically redirect the attacks back at us only made things worse. These counterattacks were so aggressive and accurate that some believed it was using a sort of force field to guard against and reflect the sacred seal's power. This meant we'd have to physically strike it with something big, but few weapons were effective against such a massive creature, and we'd still have to get close enough to attack it. You'd need something like a battering ram or a catapult. In fact, I'd heard that, at that very moment, they were preparing such relics for battle back at the first capital. In other words, the demon lord known as Ardgogi was like a moving fortress with sturdy outer walls advancing straight for us. It made perfect sense that the Holy Knights had been dealt a serious blow and forced to retreat to their current location. It's no use. Kivia's face twisted in despair. Soldiers, prepare to use your scorched terrain seals while they're still on the other bank. Stop right there. That's not something you take chances with. I interrupted. If it doesn't work, we'll all be dead. Scorched terrain seals were sacred seals that blew up everything in range. To use them, one had to be willing to sacrifice those bearing the seals and all the surrounding land. We couldn't afford to do that unless we knew exactly what would happen, and when you had a demon lord that could deflect sacred seals, it was anyone's guess. We had to at least take care of its reflective shell first. I understood what Kivia was trying to do, of course. Her goal was to stop the enemy from setting foot on this side of the river. It was a show of honor, and they would use any means necessary to achieve it. But I didn't give a shit about any of that, and I wasn't planning on dying with them either. It seemed to me there were far too many people in this world ready to throw away their lives for some goal. Kivia, use your troops to back me up. I need you to distract the demon lord by taking out the little guys, and I need it done now. Excuse me? Her voice cracked and her eyes went wide. Whatever she was feeling, it went beyond simple anger. Why are you giving me orders? You, a penal hero, to survive. That's why, I declared, placing a hand on Torita's shoulder. I don't plan on dying today, and I'm not interested in seeing any of you get slaughtered either. Don't throw your life away for some stupid cause. I wasn't speaking just to Kivia and her troops, but to Teorita as well. I'll take out the demon lord, and once that's over and we're all back home alive then, I decided to make a promise. Then I'll accept whatever punishment you want to give me, Captain. And, Torita, I'll praise you as much as you want. Kivia looked like she wanted to kill me, but Taurissa seemed surprised as if she was witnessing something highly unusual. I wish she'd stop that, I thought. Come on, let's get to it. Across the river, the darkness squirmed. I leaped and plunged right into the middle of it. Even I knew what I was doing was irrational, but I was pissed. Maybe my anger was selfish, but I couldn't stand this bullshit everyone kept spilling about dying for honor. Idiots. I cursed them in my head. I was going to show them just how pointless all that was. They would be struck dumb with astonishment, and what would surprise them most of all was that I, some random guy, would be the one to defeat the Demon Lord. Just you wait. I soared over the river. The air was cold and the wind buffeted my body. Directly below me was a horde of fairies and some holy knights. The ground was covered with enemies, and as for allies, I had only one, the goddess Tear Eater, riding in my arms. Humph. Bring it on. Hold on tight. I don't want you falling. What hubris. You have no need for worry. It is I who worries for you humans. She had the confidence of a goddess as she clung to my neck. Now, Xylo, it is time for me to fulfill my duty, yes? Not yet, I instantly replied. I couldn't rely on her too much. A goddess's talents could only be used so many times, and there was a limit to how much they could summon. Once a goddess surpassed that limit, they would collapse like a marionette with its strings cut, ceasing to function. In the worst-case scenario, they would die, never to return. You mustn't underestimate me, Xylo. I can still. Telrita claimed that she was fine, but I couldn't trust her. Goddesses had a habit of putting on a brave front. It was like they needed humans to rely on them in order to keep living. To that end, they hated showing weakness. It still pisses me off. I knew a way to tell how exhausted a goddess was. You had to look at the light in their eyes and the sparks flying from their hair. These grew brighter the more a goddess pushed themselves, and the sparks flickering off Torita's hair hadn't stopped even while I held her. Was it because she'd just awakened, or was this her natural limit? There was no way to tell. A goddess always lets their knight handle strategy, right? I said, my voice forceful. It came out that way on reflex. I want you to save your power for just the right moment. Let me handle the Lizzle guys, I added, purposefully casual. Yeah, this was nothing. There were fairies everywhere I looked. A number of them flying in the air noticed me too many. A regular person would be out of luck. Not me though. This was going to be a piece of cake. At least, that was what I told myself. One of the keys to mobile combat is securing a place to land. After unsheathing a knife from my belt, I stared hard at my landing point. A few fairies' barges showled into the sky, warning the others of my arrival. They were huge and unlike any wolf you'd find in nature. Their fur was thick and keratinized in places, forming quills. Alright, just the fairies I wanted to start with. Large fairies like these were one of the main enemies the developers of the Be'lakor Thunderstroke Seal compound had in mind. The seal allowed its user to one-sidedly annihilate the enemy without leaving room for a counterattack. But to be successful, it required both power and precision. I tightly gripped my knife, infusing it with the sacred seal's power, and then throwing it like a projectile. A brief moment passed before the explosion. There was no way I was going to mess up the timing. It was a perfect hit. The blade skewered a single bargist, then sent out a blinding light and roared into flame. Bits of flesh flew into the air as the blast swallowed the surrounding monsters. Impressive, Xylo. Now allow me to… not yet. Another key point was, I thought back to the lessons my training had ingrained in me. Don't stop moving. Maneuver yourself into the enemy's blind spot. The instant I landed, I jumped again, this time a little lower. I was so low that the tips of my toes were almost touching the ground, allowing me to cover more distance. Hovering at such a low altitude allowed me to slip between the legs of trolls and bargests while throwing knives into their bodies as I passed. The creatures exploded before they could even turn their heads. Xylo, surely it is now time for me to act? Not yet. I leaped high into the air once more, threw another knife, and destroyed a group of smaller fairies before kicking off a tree and passing over their heads. It's not over. Don't stop moving. Once you stop, you'll be surrounded. Give it all you've got. Explosions, flashes of light, more jumping. Soon I'd caught up with the Demon Lord. The way I'd come was now paved with shattered earth, mud, and piles of fairy corpses. But the closer I got to Ardgogi, the more colossal it appeared. Some mysterious power must be allowing it to maintain its absurdly massive form. It stared at me with its big, ridiculous eyes. "That's the Demon Lord," said Tawita. I could tell she was nervous, and I could feel her body tense. "I am not afraid," she said quickly, apparently angry that I'd noticed. "Destroying demon lords is every goddess's most cherished desire. Therefore, it is time for me to fulfill my— Not yet. Soon. Not yet. Haven't you made me wait long enough already? Just a little longer. Trust me." Ardgogi, noticing our approach, extended a few of its seemingly infinite number of legs and tried to swat us like it would a fly. This is exactly what I predicted, and I was already in the process of evading. I can at least hit it once. Hopefully. I kicked off a tree and leaped into the air. I dodged its scythe-like front leg, and then, as I cleared the Demon Lord's head, I threw one of my few remaining knives. I was aiming for the base of one of its legs, the joint connecting to its shell. It was a mid-air throw requiring great precision. This was quite the trick, like threading a needle. But it was precisely this kind of ability that had earned me a spot as a captain in the Holy Knights. "How do you like that?" I instinctively shouted when my knife slipped into the opening in the Demon Lord's shell, piercing its body. A flash of light was followed by an explosion. It appeared to have worked, and the joint connected to the shell exploded, inflicting decisive damage. Its leg spun in a circle before tearing off. Bodily fluids gushed out of the wound, followed shortly by Ardgogi streaks like iron being ripped apart. "Don't be so dramatic. It's just one leg." I'd proven that it could be destroyed if one aimed for the openings in its shell. This information came at a price though. The other fairies started to respond to Ardgogi's cries, and it was clear they would try to catch us the moment we landed. The Thuathan were already hopping on their frog-like legs. What a pain. I had only a few knives left, and the Demon Lord was now aware of what I was trying to do, so getting in another hit wouldn't be easy. Normally, this would be the time to fall back, but I knew I wasn't going to win if I did things the normal way. And after all, I had the goddess with me. Now it was time to try something out of the ordinary. "Xylo, they are surrounding us. Is it my turn to fight?" I feel as though I should start doing something. All right. As we landed, I threw a knife into one of the Thuathan trying to swallow us. The blade sunk into its skin, blowing it apart. "It's time, Teyorsa." I jumped into a tree and pointed with open animosity at the Demon Lord and the fairies charging our way. "I want you to clear a path to the Demon Lord, and make it big." "Very well." She snorted, fire in her eyes. Behold the power of a goddess. Countless swords emerged from the void, and this time their blades were bigger. They were impractical-looking claymores, probably meant for use in rituals. The blades were so thick they could stab a troll or a Bajest to death with one stroke. These glittering great swords rained down on the earth like a meteor shower, skewering each fairy into the ground while creating a path to the Demon Lord. "One more time," I said, and promptly leaped into the air, tightly holding on to Torita while conveying to her what I wanted. "I need a special sword. You can do that, right? Do not mock me." Sparks were flying off every part of her body. It was starting to hurt to hold on to her. "I am a goddess, my knight. All I need are your devout prayers." It wasn't long until we were closing in on the Demon Lord. It rapidly moved its legs, its many eyes fixed on me. A few of its legs swung into the air, trying to catch us mid-flight. This should work at least once too. It had already seen me attack with my knife earlier, and it knew what to watch out for. While I'd landed a powerful attack, the wound it left was far from critical. The creature probably believed it would be able to block me the second time around, and it would have been right if it was me alone. It is dumb. The instant Terror-Ta said those words, I saw another sword emerging from the void. It was longer than any other up until now, almost a spear. Maybe it wasn't even a sword. I grabbed it and the force almost pulled my shoulder right out of its socket. I infused the power of my sacred seal into the weapon and kicked it with everything I had. Sakara, my flight seal, gave me extraordinary athletic abilities, allowing me to send the gigantic sword soaring through the air with the mass and speed of a bolt from a siege crossbow. They're preparing battering rams and catapults back at the capital, after all. The military had clearly figured out that primitive weapons like these were effective against Old Gogi. The dirtbags back at Galtwile Fortress liked playing political games, but they weren't incompetent, especially not when their lives were on the line. That was why I was sure this attack would work. If it didn't, we'd be out of options. The results were immediate. The spear-like sword blew off a few of Arded Gogi's legs. Its blade dug in, smashing and severing them. Then its tips sailed into the creature's torso, piercing it with explosive energy. I could see its shell crack. At the same time, there was a flash of light. The shockwave ripped through the air as Zatifindi activated within the monster's body. The explosion came from inside its shell, shredding its flesh while its gooey bodily fluids spewed into the air. The results of our attack were more than satisfying. Perfect. The strike had left a massive wound on the Demon Lord's body, like a crater. Fluids continued to gush out from the gash. All right, Torita. That squish. That was when I heard "it's a moist" sound coming from Old Gogi. Its ravaged body started to wriggle and squirm. Something was growing out of it with unbelievable speed. Were those new arms? Or were they like the tentacles on a jellyfish? There were 2 or 3 of them. At that moment, I had only one thought. Now, that's cheating. I reacted almost unconsciously, grabbing Torita and promptly turning my back to the Demon Lord. This was ridiculous. I was doing what I'd just warned Torita against. I was about to throw away my life. After that, well, I felt a strong impact. The creature probably batted me away as if I were a fly. The world around me winked out, and all I saw was black. I could tell I'd hit something. Fortunately, it was a large tree and not a troll or a bargist. But with that pain came despair. Maybe this was hopeless. My attack hadn't finished off the Demon Lord, and I wouldn't be able to use the same move again. Fluids were still gushing from its wound, but it was gradually healing itself. "Xylo," shouted Torita. I was in a lot of pain as I looked up at the night sky. The Demon Lord shrieked in agony. "You like that?" I thought, as their leader temporarily ceased to give orders. The fairies were thrown into a panic like they were lost little chicks. Agitated, some even started attacking and killing one another. "Look at me, my knight." Torita's eyes shone brightly, almost blindingly, as she called for me. Were they really the color of flames? I saw something else too. What's this? I hoped it was an illusion. It was too bizarre and ridiculous to be real, and it was the last thing I wanted to see. Xylo? Pyfe? And now that thing was peering down at me with a troubled expression. It was history's most notorious petty thief, Dr. Luzulus. I wasn't expecting to see his dirty mug here, of all places. "What are you doing out here?" He was the last person I wanted to hear say those words. It didn't help that he was carrying a barrel big enough to fit a child. When I saw what was written on it, my eyes went wide. Ver Kelly CORP, Endley with CR, Edgerton's Rhythm the Epon 07, and Escorch Ted T. Erans ER. "Daughter," I said. Then I laughed. I sat up, still laughing. My entire body was in pain. But this wasn't the time to be worrying about something like that. I grabbed Dotter by the lapels of his jacket and held him down so he couldn't escape. "You stole this, didn't you?" "Not this time. I just happened to run into it when I was sneaking around, so good job. I'll hold off on killing you for now." What happened after that was nothing to write home about. Scorched terrain seals were really nothing more than a bunch of pieces of wood with sacred seals carved into them. The barrel itself was the weapon, constructed from this special wood. Dotter had to be the stupidest person in the world for carrying it out in the open like this. The wood of the barrel contained a few pieces that functioned as a safety mechanism. Once these were removed, it would activate. The number of pieces you pulled out determined the power and blast radius. Luckily, this one was a model I was familiar with. The Demon Lord's shell was already broken, so the minimum power level should be enough. There was no reason to destroy the whole forest. I kicked the barrel as hard as I could and leaped into the air. I grabbed Dotter as well. He'd helped a little after all. But helping wasn't all he'd done. As soon as we landed, I punched him so hard he fell on his ass. We could hear the blast nearby as the weapon created a portion of the forest in a flash of light. And that was how we managed to defeat the Demon Lord Ord Gogi and help the Holy Knights withdraw. Of course, the real problems came after all that. A brief moment of silence followed the massive explosion. Then a roar rose up all around us. The fairies were confused. The Demon Lord was dead, and they had no one left to lead them. Soon the horde would fall apart. This was the fate of fairies when their demon blight's core was lost. This isn't my first. I'd killed a few Demon Lords before, though this was the first time the ending had been so ridiculous. I made some mistakes too. I wasn't all that different from these over-serious numbskulls like the goddess and the knights. Look at Dotter. He'd shown me a much more surprising way to defeat the Demon Lord. I felt like laughing. Dotter, incidentally, was unconscious on the ground with his eyes rolled back. He'd been that way ever since I broke his nose with a good punch and sent him crashing into the dirt. I'm exhausted. I sat on the ground where I'd been standing and took in a few deep breaths. There was someone looking down at me, someone who shone even against the darkness of the night. Sparks flew off her body, and her eyes burned as she stood there proudly. "My knight," Talrita exclaimed, puffing out her chest and grinning from ear to ear, though I sensed worry in her voice. "We have defeated the Demon Lord. Surely you have no complaints with my divine grace, yes?" "No complaints here." I really had nothing else to say. Then, she lightly cleared her throat before sitting on her knees in front of me and adjusting her posture. It was as if she were getting ready for some sort of important ritual. "Whenever you are ready." She ran her fingers through her golden hair. "Isn't it about time you showered me with praise?" "Oh, right. Hurry. There is no need to hesitate. Come on, I am ready." Yeah, I hear you." I was dead tired, so my hand was slow as I reached out to rub her head. There was only one thing goddesses wanted in return for their services. It was extremely twisted and filled me with guilt. But if this was what they needed, then who was I to complain? I clenched my teeth and gave her what she wanted. "Good job." I rubbed Teorita's golden hair as the sparks prickled my fingers. This pain was nothing. I just had to put up with it. It was utterly inconsequential compared to what Torita had done for us, and especially compared to what we had done to Torita. She exhaled contentedly as I patted her head. "Use more force and do not forget the praise. Good job surviving." What a strange compliment. She looked up at me curiously. "You are praising me simply for being alive?" "Being alive is something worth praising, trust me. Though I know there are a bunch of idiots out there who say otherwise." She looked like she didn't believe me. She probably didn't. That was just how goddesses were. "Would it be acceptable for such a goddess to exist?" she asked. "Would it be acceptable? Listen here." She looked uneasy, or maybe puzzled. What is this? Why is she making this expression? I wondered. No, wait, don't ask me. Is that really something you should let others decide for you? I see. Tarita lowered her gaze. Then I thought I saw her face cloud over. Was she thinking about the past? What was she remembering? But I lost my chance to ask, because by the time she lifted her head again, the shadow was gone. Then, Xylo, if what you are saying is correct, defeating the Demon Lord and returning alive makes me even greater and more impressive, yes? Her smile was closer to a child's than a goddess's. In that case, I give you permission to praise me even more. I appreciate it. You are a great goddess, and I am humbled to even be allowed to rub your head. I began rubbing her even harder. What else was I going to do? You'll probably become mankind's savior one day. More. Tarita's mouth moved impatiently. She probably wouldn't stop unless I kept going. You're the greatest goddess there ever was. Your greatness is so dazzling it blinds me. More. Still not enough. You're amazing. It's hard to believe that such a grand being exists in this world. Xylo Forbarts. Tarita still didn't seem satisfied, but I was forced to stop there. Someone had called my name. In fact, I'd been hearing the clattering of horses' hooves for some time now. I'd just been ignoring them, since I didn't care. Was this your doing? I could see the white armor of the Holy Knights, along with a bunch of awfully serious faces. Kivia and a handful of her soldiers were looking down at me from atop their horses. Yeah, I said, admitting it. I killed the Demon Lord. So I should simply accept everything that happened? Is that what you mean to say? The unpleasantness in her voice was crystal clear. She might kill me, depending on how I answered. And that wouldn't even come as a surprise. Killing an archvillain like one of his heroes was no different from breaking a piece of equipment. Both heroes and equipment could be repaired after all, and the captain of the Holy Knights had that right. Besides, she has every reason to be angry. This woman, Kivia, was probably the one originally meant to form a pact with the goddess. Pacts were always forged one-on-one between goddesses and knights, and there were only two ways to break them. Either both parties had to declare they were rescinding the pact, or the goddess had to declare, "Yay." That was it. You stole the goddess from us. You even stole a scorched terrain seal, and then you made the unilateral decision to use it to kill the Demon Lord. I didn't, I promptly replied. There was nothing else I could say. Excuse me, Tarita chimed in sternly. I've been wondering this for some time. But what exactly do you mean, he stole me, Goddess Turita? You were originally supposed to be placed under our protection, Kivia said, sounding pained. Under the protection of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights. She looked like she might cry. It was as if this was extremely difficult for her to say. Or was she lying? But why? Come to think of it, why hadn't the Knights used Tarita, their most powerful weapon? Why had they not awakened her? Between that and their plan to fight to the death, I couldn't help thinking their behavior was bizarre. But this penal hero's Xylo Forbarts is a criminal, and he stole you and decided to forge a pact with you all by himself. I see. Tarita's voice was extremely calm, especially compared to Kivia's. The goddess might have been putting on a bold front, but I was still surprised by how relaxed she sounded. Then that must have been our destiny. She was smiling. Why? It didn't make any sense to me. Shouldn't she be a little confused? I was. Even Kivia seemed taken aback. Her mouth hung half open. I believe in Xylo Forbarts as my knight, said Tarita. He will be the one to defeat every last demon lord, and he is worthy of my blessing. I think that was when I started frowning. I didn't deserve this much trust, and that was beyond dispute because, Goddess, if I may, Kivia glared at me with those piercing eyes, even colder than before. Do you know this man's crime? What is he guilty of? She asked. Killing a goddess. Kivia spat out these words like a curse. He is a former holy knight who killed the goddess he forged a pact with. That was a fact. That was why I didn't say anything. I remembered it all too well. The feeling of piercing her heart with a knife, the flames in her eyes when she took her last breath, the powerful sparks burning my hand. I remembered it all. There was no way I could forget. That was everything that happened in Couvange Forest. After that, my penal hero unit was given our next orders almost immediately. It was a really crappy job intended to make up for Daughters and my foolish actions. We were ordered to continue supporting the 13th Order of the Holy Knights while they stormed a certain underground structure contaminated by the demon blight. In other words, we were going to serve as human sacrifices to help them clear a dungeon. Incidentally, I should probably mention that Dr. Luzelis was sent away for repairs after getting into a mysterious accident that broke every bone in his body. Xylo Forbarts, captain of the Federated Kingdom's 5th Order of the Holy Knights. Someone was reading off my title. Their voice was depressingly cold. As they droned out a long series of introductory remarks like, one might chant a curse, I stopped paying attention. I had to, or I was going to beat someone to death. Defendant Xylophobarts. Someone called my name again. It was the Confessor. The Confessor was the chairman and highest-ranking official at the trial, and only members of the royal family of the Federated Kingdom could hold this position. I didn't know which of the 5 royal families he was chosen from, but it seems safe to assume he came from a particularly important one. After all, this was the first trial in history for the crime of killing a goddess. Xylophobarts, you led your holy knights to Demon Blight number 11 the night before the crime took place. I couldn't see the Confessor's face, since a thin veil hung between me and the others, the Confessor and the Judiciary Committee. This was how trials were conducted in the Federated Kingdom. The kingdom was made up of around 5 nations that decided to unite. When that happened, a combination of each nation's systems was adopted, eventually settling into the current way of doing things. Then, before daybreak, you engaged in battle alongside the goddess Sinerva. Does this report reasonably and accurately depict what happened? He didn't sound like he had any doubts, but he phrased it as a question anyway. My entire body was racked in chains like I was a captive beast, but they'd removed my gag to let me respond. I figured this was the last chance I was going to get to testify. What an idiot I was. Yeah, it does. I answered truthfully. I fought Demon Blight number 11. It was tough, especially since the promised reinforcements never came. Defendant, all I need from you is a yes or no. The Confessor cut me off with a disagreeable tone. Allow me to continue verifying the report. You, the defendant, unilaterally made the decision to engage in battle alongside the Holy Knights and Goddess under your command, and you suffered catastrophic losses as a result. Does this report reasonably and accurately depict? No, it doesn't, I replied plainly. I wasn't acting on my own authority. I was given orders. Galtwal Fortress gave no such orders. There is no record of them. That's a lie. I knew that with absolute certainty. The messenger, who had arrived on the fastest horse available, had handed me an official document with our orders. The sacred seal engraved on it proved that it had come from Galtuil headquarters. We were told that an allied army was isolated and needed help, so I rushed to save them. The official orders stated that Infantry Division 71110 in the Uthhob region was, "No such unit exists," roared the Confessor. His tone was intimidating. You acted hastily and without orders in pursuit of glory, forcing your men and the goddess into a reckless battle. No, your unit's arbitrary decisions have stood out for a while now. I heard that you have committed numerous offenses in an attempt to make a name for yourself and improve your status. That was the moment I finally realized what the Confessor was so upset about. Did my very existence disgust him? This is war, I said. Sometimes you need to make split-second decisions in the field, and doing so was my right. A right granted to you by the ruling families and one you clearly misunderstand. And above all, in the end. He paused briefly, as if even putting it into words was nauseating. You killed Goddess Sinerva. Is that true? It is. My reply instantly caused a stir on the other side of the veil. I could hear numerous members of the Judiciary Committee exchanging words. But I had no other choice, I continued. The unit we were sent to save didn't exist, and the reinforcements that were supposed to come never showed up. We were isolated. Of course no reinforcements came. There were no such orders. The entire situation was the result of your own selfish actions. You're lying, I shouted, causing an even greater stir among the Judiciary Committee. Sinerva the goddess pushed herself to the limit and couldn't use her powers anymore. She fought and risked her life for the sake of our praise. She was your responsibility. You engaged in combat for your own benefit. Sinerva thought she was going to be thanked profusely by the unit we were saving. I started to ignore the Confessor. I didn't care anymore. I was more concerned with conveying what happened. For Sinerva's sake. I had to tell everyone what she sacrificed her life for. Does anyone here know what happens when a goddess loses all her power? She becomes weak and defenseless, allowing the demon blight to consume her. That has never been confirmed, and the temple has denied there is any such possibility. Are you stupid? Obviously, the guys back at the temple aren't going to admit that. I knew why too. The people at the temple had a certain doctrine. According to that doctrine, goddesses had to be perfect. There was no way they could admit anything that contradicted this belief. But the military, the soldiers who were actually fighting against the demon blight, had to deal with the truth of the matter. These people were with the military too. I was hoping they would take into consideration just how much of a threat that truth was. This had never happened before. We weren't allowed to even mention it, this condition that affected a goddess on their deathbed. That knowledge should have greatly affected how goddesses were used from then on. Just listen to me. There's no existence more dangerous than a goddess who's been consumed by the demon blight. There was even a possibility that a demon lord with the powers of a goddess might be born, and that was something we had to avoid at all costs. And Cynova knew that. She was slowly being consumed, so I, Confessor, a member of the Judiciary Committee, spoke up. The voice was calm but resonant. I would remember it well. I could never forget it. It was seared into my eardrums. The defendant continues to make blasphemous remarks about our sacred goddess. We have already verified the key facts in regard to what happened. Wouldn't you agree that he should be prohibited from commenting any further? I suppose you're right, agreed the confessor gravely. I realized something when I heard this exchange. Everything happening at this trial had been decided before it even started. These people were merely putting on a performance. Wait, you need to hear this. I strained my voice as the guards to my right and left seized me. This is serious. This trial, everything, it's all a sham. I don't know what they're plotting, but there are people in the temple and the military pulling the strings for their own self-interests. The guards grabbed my shoulders and slammed me onto the floor so hard I almost lost consciousness. We don't have time to worry about me. You need to find the people behind this. And another strong impact. I almost lost consciousness once again as the guards attempted to stuff the gag back into my mouth. I tried turning my head out of the way only to be punched some more. I'm gonna find you. Someone, a whole group of people set us up, me, my knights, and Cynova, and I'm gonna kill every last one of you. What was that? Huh? I suddenly heard a voice from above. Did it come from the sky? No. I was just lying down on a crude bed made for prisoners. I blinked, then looked around. A small room, bars, stone walls with no windows. It was obviously a cell, the room I'd been allotted. For the most part, penal heroes were only allowed rooms like these. Oh, were you having a dream? A golden-haired young lady who didn't seem like she belonged here was looking down at me, Goddess Teorita. She had her arms crossed as she proudly puffed out her chest. Some feeble-looking man named Venetim told me to wake you up. You may thank and praise me now. He did he? Good job. I appreciate it, I said, still lying down. Tell him I'll be there soon. I cannot do that. You'll most certainly fall back asleep the moment I take my eyes off of you. You got me there. Honesty is a virtue, but not all truths are virtuous, and you should praise me more for coming to wake you up. Yeah, I groaned. I was not in the mood for this. If Venetim was summoning me, that meant the next mission was about to start. And soon too. I probably went a little too far, breaking every bone in Dossa's body. Now I was going to have to team up with people I found even more aggravating. I could already feel their presence. Actually, I could hear them shouting somewhere down the hall. Teorita turned toward the voices and frowned. Xylo, who is screaming? It has been going on for a while now. That's His Majesty, I replied with a yawn. But Teorita only looked confused. What does that mean? She asked. It's not a riddle. That's just what he calls himself. He's a former terrorist convinced he's the king, and he's our unit's engineer. Oh. She still looked bewildered, but I ignored her and sat up. There was something I had to do. Damn it! I felt like I was going to throw up, but this goddess would pester me all day if I didn't do this. Let's go. Thanks for waking me up, Goddess Teorita. She brushed back her golden hair, preparing herself for head pats. Of course. I rubbed her head a little roughly, messing up her hair. But she grinned from ear to ear as if she couldn't be happier. Maybe it was because of the dream I just had, but it hurt to see that look on her face. Order / first sorter no. Oven 3619, addressed to Captain Petoshkevia of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights Orders. Continue escorting the goddess. You are to deliver Goddess 13 to Golturel by the scheduled date and time. Avoid fighting at all costs. Moreover, you are temporarily prohibited from using any penal heroes until your troops have healed. Authorizer, Governor General Evra Sahelk of the 4th Northern District. Prior orders revoked. Addressed to Captain Petoshkevia of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights Orders. The Goddess escort mission is suspended. You are to head to the Zevon Gon tunnels and remove the threat. Furthermore, Goddess the 3rd and the penal hero unit shall be placed under the control of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights to help neutralize said threat. Authorizer, Acting Governor General Simorid Comadino of the 4th Northern District. Reason for revoking previous orders. Policies are being reconsidered due to the prior authorizer's death and suspecta. D. Breach of trust. The Zevon Gon tunnels had only been opened within the past few years. A mineral vein had been discovered as the fight against the demon blight gained momentum, and those in power immediately began mining. They wanted to get their hands on minerals used in the production of catalysts for sacred seals. In the past, they built a town nearby with an iron mill and even a temple workshop for engraving seals. Sacred seals engraved on higher quality iron could store a greater amount of luminescence, and their effects were more powerful. According to the temple, sacred seals were a product of the wisdom bestowed onto mankind by the gods. At least, that was what they claimed. These seals, when engraved onto an object, used sunlight as their power source and were activated by the will and life force of a human. The effects varied. Some produced heat, some unleashed bolts of lightning, and some ravaged the land. Mankind had gone on to develop this technology in pursuit of such blessings. Progress had been especially impressive when it came to military use. Therefore, material for carving sacred seals was always in demand, and Zeuengan helped provide it. I had heard that the Verkal Development Corporation had invested a lot of money to expand the tunnel. Excavators using sacred seals had been installed so digging could continue both day and night. It was almost ironic that the tunnel had now transformed into a ferry. There had been reports from early on of land being tainted by outbreaks of demon blight. Inorganic materials were sometimes affected just like living creatures. Similarly to Zeuengan, the tunnels would transform. Lumps of dirt would begin to move on their own, and the land would become a living, breathing ferry. Naturally, anyone entering such a tunnel was taking a huge risk. The change in the Zeuengan tunnels was first observed about a month ago. Those who went inside never came back out. Later, they were found transformed into fairies, attacking people indiscriminately. Those killed were transformed into fairies too, creating an endless chain reaction. It became clear that the source of the demon blight, the demon lord itself, had settled within the tunnels. At this point, the neighboring towns were already abandoned and we were left with no special equipment for digging. That meant we had to dig the holes manually. We continuously pierced the ground with our shovels, scooping the dirt up and away. We might be digging our own graves for all we know. I decided to keep this joke to myself, however. The person I'd been teamed up with wasn't a big fan of humor. "Hurry," he demanded from behind. He was a serious guy, but he talked a lot. "We're not going to finish on schedule with you moving so slowly. You need to start taking this more seriously." The man shouting at me was named Norgale Senrich. He was a large man with a blonde mustache and a permanent, pompous expression, like he was a real big shot. We referred to him as His Majesty. He didn't really give anyone a choice in the matter. He fully believed he was the king of the Federated Kingdom, and he was serious about it. Obviously, someone like that wasn't going to fit in with society, especially when he started committing serious terrorist attacks to retaliate against the traitors who stole his castle. But what was most unfortunate for everyone involved was that this Norgale guy was unbelievably talented at tuning sacred seals. For ease of understanding, I'll use construction as a metaphor. Even a slightly crooked column can have a huge effect on the strength and stability of a house under construction. Seals were no different. One wrong curve when forming a sacred seal greatly affected its precision and output. Usually, when tuning a sacred seal to be used as a weapon, Several artisans would work off a blueprint. Norgala, however, could do all of that by himself. To be frank, he was really something else. Thanks to his ridiculous skill, his acts of terrorism had cost the military and the royal castle untold losses. They put him on trial after that, and now here we were. Norgala was yet another member of Penal Hero Unit 9004. He was currently sitting on a large wooden box like it was a throne, carving knife in hand, engraving a sacred seal onto a slender iron plate to be used for blast excavation. This was something only he could do, so there was no other way we could have split the work. That didn't make me any less pissed off though. "Xylo," he said sternly. "The Holy Knights are planning on storming the tunnels tomorrow morning. I'll have to order you to work through the night if necessary. I'm counting on you. I may even consider restoring your position as a knight if you do a good job." In his head, he was the true king. I had no idea how he could still believe it, but he seemed to think he was currently taking command on the front lines. A king personally leading a hero into battle against a demon lord was definitely an incredible feat. It sounded like the legends of the nation's founder. At any rate, His Majesty King Norgala was right. We had to hurry. The 13th Order of the Holy Knights meant to gain control of this tunnel. It was a short-sighted plan, but we had to make sure it succeeded, even if it cost us our lives. Right now, we were being forced to dig a direct path to our destination. Right now, the Zavangan tunnels were so twisted that old maps were completely useless. With the land's transformation into a fairy, it had become a dangerous labyrinth. That was why we needed a shortcut. Through digging and blasting, we were creating a passage into a much deeper part of the maze. Creating that passage was our first task, but things were a little different in King Norgala's head. He seemed to believe that he was commanding us heroes on the front lines, and that he'd given the orders for the Holy Knights to storm the tunnels. "Put your back into it. Even the blast from my sacred seal won't break through at this rate. We might be buried alive instead." Norgala kept trying to motivate me like this as I dug. "Damn it! Or would you rather sacrifice yourself to open up the passageway?" he continued. "I thought not. Hurry up and dig. We're already going as fast as we can, Your Majesty." I started talking back to him despite myself. "We've been digging almost non-stop since yesterday. Right, Tatsuya?" I looked to the side at my partner as I continued to shovel dirt, stone and gravel. He didn't reply, of course. Gah! A short groan was the only noise he made. His arms never stopped moving his shovel as he scooped out dirt like a machine. His back was hunched way over and his expression was vacant. Resting on his head was a rusty helmet keeping his insides from slipping out through the hole in his skull. He was a hero too. His actual name was unknown, but everyone called him Tatsuya. It was the longest-serving member of our unit. Nobody knew what crime he'd committed or anything else about him. He was exactly how he looked. He'd lost both his sense of self and his ability to think. He'd died too many times, or rather, he'd been brought back too many times. Heroes had a lot to lose each time they were revived, and Tatsuya had even lost the ability to speak. He simply groaned in reaction to external stimuli. This was also a part of our punishment. It was just the three of us on this mission, or to be more precise, we were the only three currently able to help. King Norgala, Tatsuya, and me. What a team. Dota was still out for repairs after I shattered all his bones, so at least I didn't have to worry about his sticky fingers getting us into trouble. Our fourth and final member wasn't a hero at all. "You appear to be having a difficult time, Xylo." A young woman sat idly on the crate next to Norgala. Even this far underground, Goddess Torita's golden hair still shone, but despite holding a shovel in one hand, she was doing absolutely nothing, and that was probably making her miserable. She had been offering to help dig for a while now. "Isn't it about time we traded places? I am feeling extremely energetic." "No," I replied immediately. I wasn't going to let her waste stamina on something like this. If I requested her help, it would be in battle. While we weren't very deep yet, this was still part of the tunnel, and there was no telling when we would be attacked by fairies from the demon blight. "Just lie down and rest. I need you to conserve energy." But you look exhausted, my knight, argued Tirita. I'd expected this. Those under a goddess's protection should rely on her in times of need. Besides, I have not done a single thing. How am I supposed to earn my praise? I'll shower you with all the praise you want if you keep sitting there. I do not think that sitting is deserving of praise. I have to make myself useful. It's fine. I could hear my tone growing harsher. The exhaustion probably wasn't helping. I just need you to sit still, please, if you say so, my knight. Your Majesty, keep an eye on the goddess so she doesn't try to help. But of course. Norgala nodded gravely. The goddess is the protector of our people, and she mustn't be troubled. Please forgive me, goddess. Norgala, who acted as if everyone else was below him, was very humble when it came to Tirita. This was a new discovery. Venetum had pointed out that we could probably use Tirita to keep the king in line in the future. Tirita bit her lip, clearly unhappy. Very well. I suppose I will simply watch over your human endeavors for now. Thanks, I replied. Struggling to overcome my accumulated fatigue, I decided to stretch my back. I let out a deep, heavy breath and turned around. That's when I caught sight of someone I wasn't expecting. Xylophorbots. It was Kivia, captain of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights, and the one originally meant to forge a pact with Goddess Tirita. This time, she looked different. She was wearing the armor of a foot soldier, though her expression was the same. A piercing gaze like she was picking a fight. With whom or what, I wasn't sure. She had come with numerous soldiers under her command. It appears you are taking this work seriously. Of course, I said. I mean, it's either that or die. I see. She shifted her gaze to Tirita with an unreadable expression. Goddess, how about resting at our camp? Surely it would be far nicer than staying here. Your persistence is starting to irritate me, Kivia. Tirita waved her hand pretentiously. I told you I am fine. I must watch over my knight's hard work. It is my duty as a goddess. Prapatosh Kivia! Norgala loudly interrupted. Your concern for and loyalty to the goddess is commendable. His booming voice was the thing that really made him seem like a big shot. More importantly, was that Kivia's first name. Norgala had an incredibly good memory, it seemed. However, the goddess wishes to watch the battle on the front lines with us. We shall have divine protection. Norgala continued, despite Kivia's bewilderment. What a guy! Therefore, as king, I must dismiss your appeal. You may go now and fulfill your duty. Ahem. Xylophorbots. Who is this? Just nod, I said. You'll regret it if you try to argue. Trust me, is this a side effect of his resurrection? Are his memories muddled? Or perhaps, he's always been like this. I see. Kivia seemed even more surprised, but it appeared she'd made up her mind not to concern herself over it. She then cleared her throat and glared at me. At any rate, it appears work is going according to schedule. I'm honestly surprised. I had heard this unit could be unpredictable without proper supervision. Well, daughter, who you met the other day sure knows how to be unpredictable. What a clown. About that, Kivia paused mid-sentence, as if she were having trouble finishing what she wanted to say. What? I asked. If you want to complain, I'm all ears. Can't do anything about it though. No, it isn't that. Her eyes wandered before returning to glare at me. I apologize. Huh? For what? I learned that you were not to blame. Not only was stealing the goddess daughter Lucula's doing, but I heard that you had no choice but to forge a pact with the goddess in order to save my detachment. Oh, right. Something felt strange about her apologizing to me. It wasn't like Kivia did anything wrong. She had made a clear mistake from a strategic perspective, but that wasn't a crime. Besides, it was the court's job to judge people, and I was fine with Dota and me being the villains. I felt I must apologize after the truth came to light. You exerted your fullest efforts to defeat the Demon Lord with minimal casualties. At the time, I did not understand. Because you were pissed. I get it though. Let's pretend that anger was directed toward Dota Lucilla's. More importantly, why didn't you try to explain yourself that day? Would you have believed me? We didn't have time for that anyway. and I figured having you a little mad would be perfect, since we were about to go into battle. Kivia pressed her lips together with clear dissatisfaction. I expect you to clearly explain yourself next time, since we will be fighting together as allies going forward. Calling a penal hero an ally now, huh? So there's a heart in that chest after all. Think you could do a little something about this grueling mission while you're at it. Don't push your luck. Get us some booze with our rations next time. Now you're making demands? You? Never mind. Get back to work. Would you not have time to chit-chat? I came here to explain your next task. After digging straight down, I want you to follow this map. Kivia unrolled a large sheet of paper before my eyes, and I unconsciously blinked at it for a few moments. The map was full of advanced, abstract designs, and its lines curved like a drunk snake dancing. Could you really call something like this a map? I want you to connect the path to the north. Once you reach the minecart tracks, you can use the military post here as a landmark. Wait, hold up. Is this supposed to be a room? Then that make this a door, which means… Yes, and… Kivia knitted her brow. Is there a problem? I could see the soldiers behind her shaking their heads and shrugging their shoulders, and I immediately understood what they meant. Their captain hadn't yet noticed the catastrophic flaw with her map. What's this dog in the corner here? That isn't a dog. It is a mining cart, obviously. Aha! I turned back toward Norgale, thinking maybe I was the weird one, but he had the same look on his face as I did. Your Majesty, what do you think of this map? I thought it was a classical abstract painting by an artist of the Venkmaya school of aesthetics. But it appears I was wrong. This is a person, right? I said, halfway buried in the wall and screaming in agony. It looks like a horse being eaten by a snake to me, he replied. The mystery is why there are so many. That's the planned frontline base. This is a tent. These are floor-mounted lanterns. This is a pot. This is the storage area. This is a door with a lock. And these are mice a little extra I added for fun. What is wrong with you imbeciles? This is no time to be joking around. Unfairly enraged by our honest opinions, Kivia turned to Yorita and held out the map. She was looking for an ally. Goddess Terita, would you reprimand these two for joking about my map? You understand what I've drawn, don't you? Terita paused, unsure what to say. Don't you think that this ancient mural… Ahem. No, this is a map, right? Don't you think it's a little too complicated? See? I said. Nobody knows what any of this is. Norgale cut in next. Wait, why are the mice an added bonus? The curiosity is killing me and I demand an explanation. Kivia's face twisted. It almost looked like she was smiling. She was really holding it together. Goddess Yorita may be unaware, but this is no work of art. Yes, this is a military document, so all you need to understand is the bare minimum. The details are not necessary. Oh, I see, said Terita. The bare minimum. I can't make out a single thing on that damn map. You knights over there, stop indulging her just because she's your captain. You're going to run into some serious problems one day if this keeps up. Excuse me? Kivia's gaze sharpened, and the knights at her side promptly came to her aid. Captain Kivia, please do not listen to the utter nonsense this penal hero is spewing. Exactly. We have finished what we came to do. Let's return to camp. But as your captain and representative, I must maintain my dignity. Kivia looked like she still wanted to say something, but her soldiers continued to pacify her until she eventually agreed to go back to camp. The daggers in her eyes concerned me, but I was hopeful she would reflect and reassess her drawing abilities. We still had a lot of work ahead of us, but for now, we'd have to pray she'd at least bring us a more legible map. Ready to get back to work? Yes, work. We do not have time for rest, replied Norgale. Resume digging. You must make up for lost time. Xylo, you could learn a thing or two from Tatsuya. Less moving your lips and more moving your arms. It was back to being the mine supervisor, it seemed. I heaved a deep sigh and got back to work. This is such a bizarre mission, I thought. Yes, I was unhappy about the heavy labor, but that wasn't all. There was something strange about how the authorities were handling this tunnel. If the mine had transformed into a ferry and had to be abandoned, then why didn't we just ignore it? Outbreaks of demon blight that transformed land into a dungeon had a tendency to stay put. If we were going on the offensive, we might have to deal with it as an enemy stronghold. But we just abandoned Kuvenge Forest and were about to hole up for the winter and focus on defense. So why do this now? I could think of only one possibility. This must have been the work of the people who set me up and made me kill Sinerva. I didn't know if it was the nobles, the military, or the temple, but there were forces plotting against me. There was no other way to explain that ridiculous trial or the fake infantry division. But what was their goal? If they weren't out merely to harass me, did that mean they were trying to kill Tarita? This whole thing smells fishy. In the end, we worked late into the night, somehow managing to finish on time. Tatsuya dashed forward with his rugged battle axe and swung ferociously. He was moving incredibly fast, and the force of his blows was especially impressive considering the massive size of his weapon and all the equipment he was carrying. Gah! Tatsuya groaned from the back of his throat. The next instant his axe spun, and the sound of flesh and bone being pulverized rang out in the darkness. A fairy was raging about. Kwa! Tatsuya leaped like a wild beast and swung his large battle axe with both hands as effortlessly as if it were a carving knife. The blade's grim glow illuminated the darkness as it eviscerated the beast. As for me, all I did was stand back and throw one of my knives. That was enough. I used a small explosion to take out a fairy about to attack Tatsuya from his blind spot. I had to be careful using Sacred Seal explosions like Zate Finde in confined spaces like this. If I made a mistake and the explosion was even a little too big, it would put every one of us at risk. Lurking in the darkness were a total of 6 fairies, well, 7 if you included the one I killed. These massive centipede monsters were a common sight. Fairies such as these, with lots of legs and that lived underground, were called boggarts. Creatures that resembled spiders and insects were all lumped together into the same category, and Tatsuya was currently smashing them without a shred of mercy. Once every last moving creature was gone, he stopped and stood in a daze. He clearly doesn't need me backing him up, I said, staring at his now still form. Did you see that, Your Majesty? He smashed the boggart shell wide open with only his elbow. As always, Tatsuya's skill in close-quarter combat was superhuman. I could probably do just as well with my sacred seals, but I'd need to get a little creative in a confined space with a low ceiling like this. Impressive as always. I'd expect no less from my elite forces. Norgala nodded with satisfaction. With one finger, he touched the lantern in his other hand and traced the sacred seal engraved there, increasing the light's power and illuminating our surroundings. The lantern was powered by a sacred seal, and Norgala's tuning had equipped it with several useful functions. It could serve as both a means of communication and a tool for cooking. Devices like this usually required multiple people working together to design and engrave them, but Norgala could do it all by himself. He was not your average guy. What an impressive performance. He must be rewarded. He's been working non-stop too, I said. Probably about time we let him rest. Don't you think? There was one thing I knew about Tatsuya. He could keep going as if exhaustion wasn't in his dictionary. But that was only because he lacked a sense of self and the ability to think. If you worked him too hard, he'd eventually reach his limit and collapse. Yes, you are correct. And this is a good spot for it as well. King Norgala looked up above our heads. We had reached a relatively open area, at least compared to the passage we had been traveling down so far. From what I could tell, this chamber was big enough for around 30 people to rest. I wondered what it was originally used for. There was still equipment here for excavating, but it was so twisted and warped that it was hard to tell what it was supposed to look like. Maybe the demon blight had expanded and distorted the space itself. This shall be our frontline base. Xylo, begin setting up camp. Yes, Your Majesty. I nodded and began unloading equipment from a sled I had been dragging along. It was a military-grade sled, so it was pretty heavy, but it had allowed us to bring various equipment engraved with Norgala's seals, set up the frontline base, That was the Penal Hero Unit's second task. The 13th Order of the Holy Knights was traveling deep into the labyrinth hunting fairies, and they would need a safe place to rest. That said, Tatsuya was not good at this kind of work, and Nogale was clearly not planning to do any physical labor. I had never seen a military engineer quite like him before, but there was nothing I could do about it. You couldn't scare him with threats, and he'd choose death before giving in. Ultimately, I had no choice but to do things myself. I started to pull out stakes to use as posts and positioned them at roughly equal distances. These were engraved with sacred seals as well, and once you tied the ropes around them, they formed a barrier to keep fairies from approaching. "Zillo!" came a lively shout from our band's final member. Taurita already had a post in hand. "It is finally time for me to work, yes? Yes? Leave it to me. Where do you want me to put this? I can shove as many of these into the ground as you want. Relax." I skewered the ground with another stake, holding Taurita back. I shouldn't ask her to help here. It would be ridiculous to waste a goddess's energy on something so trivial. But Taurita couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't sit still, line them up about this far apart. I took 3 long strides and stuck another stake into the ground. "Can you do it?" What a foolish thing to ask a goddess. She snorted happily and skipped 3 steps away from my stake, counting aloud. Then she skewered her stake into the ground with great force. "Like this, yes? You can leave the rest to me, my knight. Please get some rest, but do not forget to reward me handsomely once I finish. All right? All right?" I nodded as I installed one last post. This was only some light exercise. I'll let Taurita handle the posts while I take care of the other odd jobs, I thought, already lowering a tank of luminescence, filled with the power of the sun, to the ground. "I'm counting on you, goddess." "Of course." Her reply was incredibly cheerful and bright. She sounded just like a child. A lot of kids would do anything if it was under the guise of helping, and that was why it pissed me off so much to see her like this. I wasn't angry with her. I was angry at whoever made her, to be honest. Holding back my irritation, I thought things over. I should let Taurita help until she's satisfied. That's the correct way to operate a goddess. That was what they were made to do, after all. They were here to be praised by humans, or so they believed. And if that's how they felt, shouldn't I respect those feelings? That was one common argument, and I didn't necessarily disagree. I just got helplessly annoyed whenever I saw goddesses act that way. Taurita could probably sense this, but that didn't stop her. She kept working as if her existence would be meaningless otherwise. Whatever, knock yourself out. I knew I had to just let it be. This wasn't the time or place to make decisions out of anger. All I needed to do was move my hands and legs. If I did, we'd get through this eventually. I was sure of it. Plus, I had a lot to take care of. We needed to set up 2 frontline bases that day, not to mention prepare extra supplies. Battle would wear down weapons and armor alike, and consumables like food and medical supplies would run low, so units like ours were deployed ahead of time to leave supply chests along the main force, as route so they could stock back up. What soldiers wanted when it came to supply chests were 2 things and 2 things only. Do not make them too sturdy, and do not make the defense mechanisms a pain in the ass. But on the other hand, you didn't want them to be easily found and destroyed by fairies, so you needed to set up traps that would go off if something approached or touched them. Too many traps, however, would exhaust the soldiers and could even lead to casualties, thus defeating the whole purpose. For that reason, I had to keep an eye on Norgali, such as where he placed the first set of supplies. "Perfect," he said proudly, nodding to himself. He placed his chest down a dead-end tunnel. I even impress myself sometimes. The brave soldiers who reach this crate will be handsomely rewarded. Wow. Taurita expressed a deep interest in the supply chest. It consisted of a box with an iron-reinforced exterior that was painted with white light-reflective paint, allowing it to stand out even in the darkness. He'd added ornaments made from light-storing glass that were just as flashy. I had to wonder if all that was necessary. Incredible, Norgali. Can I see it up close? Please wait, goddess. Approaching it without the right equipment is far too dangerous. Observe. Norgalau rolled a rock toward the storage chest. Instantly, countless sharp spears shot up from the ground and pierced the intruder, while the chest's keyhole spewed out scorching blue flames. "Ha-ha! What was that?" shrieked Tarita, leaning away. My gut told me this wasn't going to end well. "Whoa there," I said. "Am I seeing things, or did fire just spew out of that chest?" "You saw correctly. That's the part I am most proud of. Anyone who approaches without the proper caution will be skewered, then melted by flames so powerful they could liquefy a rock. I call this execution device Zolan Volkov, which means the judge of fools. And how do you disarm the traps? I am glad you asked. It is extremely complicated. If you carefully test it by rolling over a stone, you will find that the ground triggers an attack in some locations but not others. However, that is merely a decoy. The moment someone touches the storage crate, the fool will be scorched by the flames of judgment. To avoid such a fate, you must first find this key, which will be hidden in a different location where… Alright, that's enough. Time to take it apart. Tatsuya, hold on to Norgale for me. I need to take the key away from him. What? Why? How dare you? What are you trying to do? Wipe out the entire 13th Order? Norgale was a prodigy when it came to tuning sacred seals, but at times like this, that became a problem. In the end, we had to disarm around 80% of the traps he'd made, leaving us with only the bare minimum. As we ran around placing the supplies, the day quickly came to an end. Once we'd installed the 2 frontline bases, we broke for a meal. Norgala engraved a sacred seal into the ground and promptly constructed the cooking equipment. "Here, my knight," Torita said proudly, a pot in her hand. "I have learned how to cook as well. Be grateful and enjoy." It was a very simple meal. This was a war zone, and we penal heroes were at the very bottom of the pecking order. We couldn't expect much from our rations, particularly when Dossa and Venitim were absent. We had to brace ourselves for some real slop. They usually managed to steal something a little better from the military. Today we had leftover vegetable and meat scraps. We fried them in a pan, salted them, and added some light liquid seasoning we had on hand before wrapping it all in glutinous rice. This was paired with a tiny piece of cheese. Tarita managed to cook the meal exactly how I taught her. This is nowhere near enough to fill our stomachs. How can they neglect the soldiers at the front lines like this? King Norgala seemed offended as he ate. Our military provisions must be improved. This is a serious issue. Where is the Minister of Finance? At the Royal Palace, I assume. This must be investigated. Is the budget being properly distributed? We cannot maintain morale on the front lines with rations like this. I agree. We'll start looking into it once the mission is over. If you took every one of Norgala's absurd fantasies seriously, there would be no end to it. The trick was bringing the conversation to an end quickly. You might even wind up believing him if you weren't careful. Tatsuya was perfect during situations like this, quietly chewing his rice without reacting to the conversation. "How is the mission, Xylo? Is everything going according to plan?" asked Torita cheerfully as she took a bite of the so-called meal she had cooked. How could she look so happy eating that crap underground like this? She was acting as if she were on vacation. The source of the demon blight must be close, yes? Yeah, most likely. I visualized a map as I traced our route in my head. Not the avant-garde art piece Kivia had supplied us, but an actual map. We should reach the deepest layer by tomorrow at our current rate. Easy, right? She snorted with pride. My divine grace must have really helped. Don't you think? Surely the holy knights will all praise us when this is over, yes? They might thank us a little if it goes well. They're the ones who are gonna kill the demon lord, though. About that, my knight. Tarita lowered her voice, her eyes burning. How about we defeat the demon lord ourselves? Surely we could do it with my blessing and the skills of you and your allies. Not only do I not want to do that, but it would be a violation of our orders. But, as a goddess, if I do not produce results and display my might, no, I didn't want to make my situation any worse by violating another order. If you wanted to fight the demon lord, you should have gone with her with Kivia. Huh, That's the main team. They're gonna be doing most of the fighting. While Torita wouldn't be able to use her powers to their full extent without me, she still could have chosen to go with the others. In fact, she would have been a valuable addition to the main force. Kivia had weighed the options and decided to respect the goddess's will. That had been the logical decision, especially with a priest on loan from the temple present. "So why'd you decide to stay with us?" I asked. "What do you mean?" She frowned, and the flames in her eyes grew stronger. "Am I not needed here?" I never said that. That was when I realized that she wasn't angry. She was worried. Her voice was trembling slightly. "I'm really thankful that you're here," I said. "Right? Of course you are." She promptly stood, not waiting for the rest of my explanation. "My knight Xylo, I have noticed you sometimes display arrogance toward me." "Really?" "Yes. You should depend on me and offer me words of gratitude and praise far more often." She pointed at me. "I will not be satisfied until you admit that I, Terita, am the greatest of all goddesses." I felt like I was being roundly criticized. Terita nodded, positive she was right. "I am honoring you with my company to allow you that chance." "Wait. Hold up." I tried to come up with something to say. It was not only difficult trying to explain, but depressing. What should I tell her? I hesitated for a few moments to find the right words. Just then, Norgali suddenly spoke up. "Xylo." His tone was sharp and scolding, so I thought he was angry at my treatment of Terita. But I was wrong. He raised the lantern in his hand. The engraved sacred seal let off a glowing red light. "The main unit is contacting us," he said. "This is not good." A distress signal? The sacred seal on the lantern had several functions, one of which allowed us to communicate with the main force. A red light signaled an emergency. "Hurry! Need backup." A crackling voice could be heard from the sacred seal, but there was too much noise to make out all the words. Metal clangs, roaring bolts of lightning. Were they in battle? Demon Blight. Norgali, Torita, and I pressed our ears to the lantern. "We're being attacked by..." We could only hear Krivia's voice faintly in between the louder noises, but we had already heard enough to piss us off. Fairy turned humans. Possible survivors. Norgal and I looked at each other and clicked our tongues. Our actions were almost simultaneous. "I'm already so exhausted," I said. "Ugh, go," grunted Tatsuya. He seemed to be agreeing. I thought things were going a little too smoothly, so of course something bad had to happen. The demon blight would occasionally affect humans too. This was inevitable. Plants and animals alike were targets. Not even rocks or soil were exempt. Humans were no different. The only exceptions were those protected by a sacred seal. Soldiers at the front lines like us were provided seals to stave off the transformation. Towns and villages had walls of protection similarly engraved with seals, and travelers tended to carry amulets of protection. Humans who transformed into fairies changed far more drastically than any other living creature, and the more time passed, the more they lost their human features. The worst case I ever saw was a guy who looks like a slug with countless faces and organs growing out of his body. Some of my soldiers had vomited at the sight. The fairies we encountered this time still retained a lot of their human features. Too many, in fact. That said, all of them had grown extremely tall. Their skin was covered in a dazzlingly bright silver carapace, and ragged strips of clothing clung to them here and there. There was a whole horde of them. For the sake of convenience, these types of humanoid fairies consumed by contaminated minerals were given a special name to differentiate them knockers. The scholars at the temple's academy had decided on it, for people fighting on the front lines like us at least. It was important to distinguish them from humans. I'd wager there were about 100 of them here. Despite their appearance, knockers were surprisingly agile and used that to their advantage. That put the Holy Knights on the defensive, and they'd formed a line of shields and barricades on the ground. "Xylo! Goddess Terita!" shouted Clivia as she thrust a spear into one of the humanoid creatures. The tip of the spear let out a powerful roar, shattering the carapace covering the knocker's body and sending it flying back. The spear must have featured a sacred seal with that effect. Looks like you're having a rough time, I said, stating the obvious. I counted about 20 holy knights fighting a defensive battle. When dealing with this kind of fairy, one tactic was to split your unit into smaller groups and use a communication device, such as a sacred seal, to coordinate your attacks. Throwing 100 or 1,000 men at the enemy wasn't going to help in a tight, confined space. If anything, you risked losing your entire team to a cave-in or some other kind of accident. My knight. Tarita was already grabbing my elbow. She looked like she might leap into the fight at any moment. It is my duty as a goddess to save them. You got it. The sacred seal on the nape of my neck began to sting. The death of our supervisor, Kivia, would mean our deaths as well. But in order to save her, if you want us to help, then give us the orders, Captain Kivia. That's the rule. I know. Help us sandwich the enemy. My sarcastic tone earned a scowl from Kivia, but she promptly gave us directions. We jumped into action and joined the Holy Knights in a pincer attack. Very well. Go forth, shouted Norgale. He showed no intention to join, but he certainly sounded dignified. Elite soldiers of my kingdom, break our fellow humans free from this curse so that they may finally rest in peace. It felt really odd hearing him say the words "my kingdom," but there was no point in letting it bother me. Both Tatsuya and I entered combat at almost the same time. I leaped forward, carrying Tiorita in my arms, while Tatsuya charged across the ground, body tilted forward like a wild animal. Boo! He swung his axe with a strange battle cry, attacking the knockers from behind. Jiria! The knocker's skin was made of some pretty tough mineral, but Tatsuya's power rendered it meaningless. His battle axe was engraved with one of Norgale's sacred seals, a seal of severance. As long as it functioned, his axe would be as sharp as a blade forged in the Eastern Islands. Charging forward, Tatsuya took out one furry after another as if he were smashing rotten trees. As for me, carrying Tarita allowed me to move even faster. I effortlessly hopped into the air and flew over the knockers' heads. I need you to hold back, Tarita. Just one sword'll be enough. Are you sure? I'd like to do more. She seemed dissatisfied, but she did as I asked. She rubbed the air with her hand, generating a single sharp steel blade. I grabbed the hilt, then immediately threw it at the knockers. This move may have looked careless, but I had a plan and a target. In a confined space like this, the power behind explosive attacks had to be limited, and I had the skill to do it. Tatsuya was rounding up the knockers and pushing them into a corner so they had nowhere to run. The white flash of light from my sword was instantly followed by an explosion, taking out more than a dozen fairies at once. Although a few survived, they had lost most of their limbs, so Kivia and her men could handle them. Attack! The Holy Knights rushed forward as my feet returned to the ground. A group of knights charging in formation like this was a force to be reckoned with. Even their armor, covered in sacred seals, was a weapon. Equipment created with multiple sacred seals had come to be referred to as a seal compound. Various individual seals, such as those for offense, defense, and agile movement, were fused together and engraved into equipment. Kivia's armor and spear in particular featured a compound geared toward close-quarter combat. She slammed knockers out of the way with her gauntlets as if they were nothing, and spun her spear like it was a twig, easily shattering the fairy's tough skin. A thunderous roar echoed each time the tip of her spear connected with an enemy. It was probably emitting some ballistic force. Her equipment was most likely developed by the military rather than sold as a commercial product. My best guess was that it was a surprise attack compound intended mainly for defense. It was the armor of a holy knight, meant to rush the enemy while protecting the goddess. And so the battle was soon over. Once every last foe had been taken care of, Kivia approached us with an imposing expression. "Thank you for coming to our aid. You arrived quickly." "Yeah, I guess," I replied. "Fortunately, we'd been nearby. It seemed we'd saved them before they suffered any casualties." And yet her soldiers' eyes were cold and distant. They looked at us with obvious revulsion. Makes sense, I thought. In their eyes, I was a criminal who had murdered a goddess for some unknown reason, and Norgale was an infamous terrorist. They probably didn't know what to make of Tatsuya. but he must have looked pretty scary to them, fighting like a wild animal. I figured Kivia was the same. Her face wasn't twisting in disgust like last time, but she was still suspicious of us. I could see it in her eyes. To her, we were no better than a bunch of unscrupulous mercenaries. We knew how to fight, but we couldn't be trusted. A band of criminals. I understand their dislike of us, but what was it about Terita that they didn't like? The Holy Knight stared at her with a strange darkness I couldn't comprehend. Then again, there was a lot I didn't know about Torita as well. Why were they carrying her in that coffin, that giant box? Why hadn't they woken her up? I tried to read their expressions for clues. But before I had the chance, Kivia interrupted. Xylo, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I would like to discuss the plan. Well, aren't you polite? I replied sarcastically. Why don't you just give us orders? Because the situation is a bit more difficult now. Those fairies used to be human. Ah, right. The same thing had been bothering me for a while too. Fairies that were once human grew more monstrous in appearance as time went by, and the enemies we'd just faced still looked very human. That meant they had turned recently, about 5 days ago, at most. But this tunnel had been sealed off a month ago, and that could mean only one thing. You think there are still people trapped down here somewhere? I asked. When those fairies attacked us, I thought that was very likely. And now we have evidence. Kivia signaled behind her toward a nook in the narrow passage. A figure in tattered clothing stood there, neither fairy nor knight. It was an extremely emaciated man, and I could see he was shivering. Kivia nodded at me solemnly. It has become apparent that there are still a few dozen survivors civilians who worked in the mines and didn't escape in time. I couldn't believe it. What was she saying? More than the subject matter, I couldn't get over how awkward it was to admit all that while the man was still here with us. Then we must save them, interjected King Norgale in a grave tone. Of course. His eyes were the epitome of seriousness, the stern gaze of a man who would not take no for an answer. My loyal subjects worked in this mine for the sake of our kingdom, he continued in his booming voice before the baffled captain, which means they must be saved at all costs. There's no way that's going to happen, I thought. I knew how the Holy Knight, Skoltuel Fortress and the temple worked. They would never allow such a decision. They were serious about getting things done, no distractions, and I knew how they handled this sort of situation too. They probably intended to slaughter the survivors. Wait, I cannot allow that, replied Kivia as expected. Her expression was grave, nauseatingly so. Gautwile will not approve a rescue mission. Gautwile? King Norgale scoffed. Preposterous. I, your king, am giving you a direct order. The only people I knew of who spoke like that were Norgale and the real king. Ignore those imbeciles, he continued. The military should serve the government and respect my orders. No matter what he said, King Norgale was the one who would be ignored in this situation. I have already contacted Gautwile, Kivia said with a soft sigh. They said that saving civilians is not our objective, and we are not to suffer casualties in service of such a mission. The survivors can wait until after we've dealt with the demon blight. Figured as much. I nodded. That was their usual answer. I didn't completely disagree either. I liked how clear-cut things were when I was in the military. What do you think, Xylo Forbats? Me? I was a little surprised to be asked. Yes, you. I merely want your opinion. If we were to attempt a rescue mission... Kivia seemed concerned about the soldiers behind her. The other knights had begun to look our way. That was when it hit me. Her expression was stiff. There was doubt in her eyes. What do you estimate would be the extent of our casualties? She wasn't sure if she was making the right decision, so she'd asked me what I thought. It had to be serious for her to consult an outsider like me, instead of her staff officer or adjutant. Could the Captain Kivia be isolated even within her own unit? I see. She must be in a pretty awkward position. It was safe to assume that her unit was extremely new, since I'd never heard its number when I was in the Knights. That meant Kivia was freshly appointed as well. Plus, she was still young and must lack experience as a leader. She was probably still earning her soldiers' trust. Add in her recent failure at Kuvanj Forest, and I could see why she might seek counsel from an outsider. But this was a terrible move on her part. Simply asking me for my opinion had her soldiers staring daggers at her. So this tells me. I felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Kivia wants to save as many survivors as possible, but her soldiers don't want to go along with something so risky. I'm inclined to side with them, to be honest. The Holy Knights consisted of hereditary nobles and specially promoted commoners. They didn't want to lose their status, especially not if it was hard-won. And that's exactly what would happen if they disobeyed direct military orders. Their reaction came as no surprise. There's definitely something wrong with Kivia, that was my conclusion. Zilo Forbarts, state your opinion, she ordered, leaving me with no choice but to comply. Be prepared to suffer a ton of losses if you decide to rescue the survivors, I told her honestly. There was nothing else I could do. You would have to retreat while defending the miners, surrounded by fairies, and in a narrow passageway like this. Imagining the situation for only a few seconds made clear how awful it would be. I can't predict the extent of your losses. It'd depend on the demon blight. I see, Krivia frowned. But Holy Knights fight for the people. We, Captain Kivia, my apologies. May I speak? A reproachful voice came from behind her. It was one of the men who'd looked displeased this whole time. He wasn't a soldier though. He wore a simple white robe, single piece of cloth with a hole for the head only. An iron pendant in the shape of the great sacred seal hung around his neck, proof he worked for the temple. He must be the priest on loan to Kivia's unit. Among the Holy Knights, such priests acted as both advisors and engineers for tuning sacred seals. I do not wish to be rude, he continued, but there is no need to ask this man his opinion. I believe we should continue the current mission as planned. His gaze seemed to plead, stop making me state the obvious. This priest was still young and definitely didn't want to die here, so I completely understood why he wasn't interested in listening to a penal hero and risking his life for some ridiculous plan. Gotail has given orders to place scorched terrain seals and use them to close off the tunnel, correct? He continued. Yes. Kivia nodded. I'm aware. I recognized their strategy. It was commonly used against fairies of this type. The only goal was to kill the Demon Lord. Essentially, they would set a few scorched terrain seals at designated spots and detonate them in unison, destroying the Demon Lord's entire structure. This was a surefire way to eradicate an outbreak of demon blight along with its attendant fairies. The issue was, that would mean abandoning my people, shouted King Norgala. Like most members of my unit, he was stubborn and full of spirit. I shall say it once again. You must change course and rescue the civilians. It is your king's order. Ignoring me is an act of treason. How terrible. The priest looked at Norgale and placed a hand on his head. I cannot bear to see him like this, Norgale Senridge. To think that the last disciple of Sage Hordos and an esteemed genius of the academy would end up like this. He spoke as if he knew Norgale. Come to think of it, research concerning the tuning of sacred seals was mainly conducted at the temple's academy. Tuning techniques could only be studied in the military or at the temple. Did that mean King Norgala was originally from the temple? I couldn't help wondering how he wound up here, but my curiosity was only mild. Right now, I had to find a way to calm him down, which I knew was impossible. Could anyone talk King Norgale into backing down? Maybe if Venetum were here. After thinking it over, I came to a single conclusion. This is unacceptable, shouted Norgale, red in the face. You traitors, you fiends are plotting to overthrow the government. I swear I shall have you all executed. This is unforgivable. Relax, your majesty. Silence, Xylo. Or do you plan on betraying me as well? Because if you do, I know just what I'll do. I know of something I'd like to do too. Kivia, allow me to put forward a proposal to the Holy Knights. I was well aware what I was about to say was stupid, and yet I was saying it anyway. I had no idea why and no good reason. Whatever ideals I once had were lost the moment I was found guilty of killing the goddess and removed from the Holy Knights. When I was a knight, I thought that if I fought, I could protect someone. I believed that through killing the demon lords, I could help create a future where we didn't have to live in fear. But the moment I learned of their existence, I realized how absurd all that was. The people who set me up to kill a goddess while I was fighting a war for the survival of mankind. I was determined to pay them back for what they did to me, but any pretty notions about why I fought were long gone. There was something wrong with me back then, when I risked my life for some nameless, faceless strangers. And yet, for a while now, I'd felt a gaze I couldn't ignore. It didn't come from the holy knights. This gaze belonged to a goddess. Talrita had been watching me without a word. She looked afraid or perhaps expectant. I wish she would stop, I thought. Was she staying silent because she knew it would be more effective on me? I doubted it. Talrita must have been genuinely afraid. Well, I guess that makes sense too. I knew how goddesses worked. On the one hand, they lived to be praised by humans, but on the other, they were just as afraid to be rejected and criticized. It was a deep-rooted fear, especially when that criticism came from their chosen knight. Rejection from the one they'd chosen would be soul-crushing. That was why Talrita couldn't say a word. She could sense that no one here besides Norgale would agree with her. Oh yeah, that idiot. Norgale was still kicking up a fuss, and what he was saying was right. If this really were his kingdom, then I would probably agree with him. He'd be a popular ruler, that much I knew. But if he kept yelling like this, he was going to die. The sacred seal on his neck wouldn't put up with him talking back to the holy knights, especially if he disobeyed orders. Why am I always surrounded by numbskulls? I felt my blood boil. Why was I always like this? Why did I always cave and ruin everything? Talrita and Norgale were idiots for risking their lives like this. Did they really want to die that badly? Couldn't they keep their damn mouths shut? Before I knew what I was doing, I had pushed King Norgale out of the way and was standing before Kivia. This is my proposal. Let us save the surviving workers. I'd gone and said it. To tell the truth, I didn't give a crap about any of them. I wasn't a good person like the goddess or Norgale. I was just annoyed. The penal unit alone will take care of the survivors. We already finished setting up camp for you at the deepest layer of the dungeon. You don't need us for anything else, right? So you guys can stick to your original mission. King Norgale nodded with satisfaction, and the flames in Talrita's eyes burned. I was beginning to feel a little too warm under her gaze. This is our decision and has nothing to do with you, so feel free to bury us alive if we don't make it in time. That sound fair? Kivia's frown deepened, but the priest smiled wryly, as if to say, knock yourselves out. That made sense. I'd laugh at someone too if they said what I just said. In fact, I'd be thinking, have fun dying. Even if we fail, only us heroes will die. Xylo, my knight. Talrita grabbed my arm. Actually, it was more like she latched onto my arm and was now dangling off it. She weighed about as much as a small dog. That's my knight, she continued. Your bravery is commendable. My judgment was true after all. She looked ready to jump for joy. In fact, she was already bobbing up and down. You will allow it, yes? Kivia, priest. You are to praise us for our honorable deed should our rescue prove successful. Obviously, I'll be leaving the goddess with you, I said to Kivia. What? Talrita's jaw dropped in shock. This was the obvious decision. There was no way they would allow me to take the goddess on such a foolish endeavor, especially when it'd probably end with us buried alive. I lifted my arm with Talrita attached and held it out toward Kivia. The goddess weighed so little. Stop right there, my knight. You tricked me. This is unforgivable. She thrashed about, but what could I do? I hadn't tricked her either. I want you to welcome us back with open arms once we succeed. Kivia silently turned her back, and the priest followed suit, smiling wryly and shaking his head. That was their answer. And just like that, I had dug my own grave once again, this time even deeper. The miner's hideout was nearly at its limit. Deep in the mine, at the end of the tunnel and down the tracks, was a shack-like fortress. Digging equipment had been laid out to create a kind of defensive barrier along with large minecarts originally meant to transport workers. The carts were each as big as a small hut, and they were lined up side by side to block the enemy from getting in. But this wall was already in shambles. It was obvious that if a large ferry attacked, it would fall. The sacred seals holding back the demon blight were dim, barely any luminescence left in them. Seals ran out of power quickly without access to the sunlight that fueled them. That was why the survivors were now under attack. Norgali, Tatsuya, and I managed to arrive right as plump centipede boggarts were running amok and on the verge of tearing down the wall. As their fangs bore holes into the minecarts, I suddenly heard a scream. "Attack!" ordered King Norgala. "Go forth and save my people." What he was saying sounded ridiculous, but it wasn't wrong. So Tatsuya and I followed his orders. What else could we do? The battle ended in a flash. "Beth!" cried Tatsuya as he lunged forward. He split a boggart's head wide open before swinging his axe again and slicing another's body in half. Then he jumped and pulverized the jaw of yet another. The area fell silent in under 30 seconds. That probably made it sound like Tatsuya was the only one who did anything, and, well, that was true. But I had another job to do, and I was the only one who could do it. Once I'd secured the miners, I explained to them that the others with me who looked like they turned into fairies any moment now were actually allies and here to save them. There were 24 survivors, but they were extremely exhausted. Fortunately, none of them were too weak to walk. I was afraid to ask what had happened to those who were. Did they already die, or were they disposed of? "I never expected to get help," admitted an elderly man who seemed to be in charge. Perhaps he'd been the overseer. He looked like he was still caught in a dream or a nightmare. "Are you with the Holy Knights?" he asked. "In a way," I said. "They gave me the orders to come get you." I didn't tell them the truth. If they found out we were penal heroes, they'd probably sink right back into despair. I need everyone to gear up before we head out. In my head, I went over what we needed to do next. To escape, we had to give the non-combatants a means to protect themselves. It would be impossible to protect this many people if all they were doing was holding us back. I looked over the resources in the area. Some men were already carrying shovels, and there were enough pickaxes and sticks to go around. That should be enough. Even a rock would have worked. Any one of these things could be transformed into a weapon for protection, and we had the technology to do it. King Norgar here is a specialist in tuning sacred seals, so he can help get you all equipped. I want every one of you holding a weapon. King Norgar? That's what they call him, I said. The workers looked confused, but there was no time for explanations. Fear not, my loyal followers. King Norgala's voice did sound a bit like a leader's. Sort of, if you didn't pay too much attention to him. Once we escape, you will all be rewarded for your hard work. Now grab a weapon and follow my elite warriors. What a grand speech. Even though I knew it was pointless. No, precisely because I knew it was pointless. I patted Tatsuya on the shoulder and he looked at me with his vacant eyes. He was simply reacting to outside stimulation. I had no idea what had happened to him, but I'd heard he was a human from another world summoned by a goddess. Some said he got on the goddess's bad side. Others that he was the most talented person in his world at killing, and still others that he specialized in beating and killing women as a hobby, and that was both the reason he was summoned and the reason for his downfall and sentencing. Those were the rumors, at least. The truth didn't matter anymore. Tatsuya had neither an ego nor the ability to think for himself. He was merely a hero. He would never feel despair, even during the bleakest of times. He didn't have that function. He had to keep fighting, just like Norgale and me. Tatsuya, you go on ahead and clear a path for us, ordered the king as he went about engraving simple seals into a pickaxe. He'd created a basic protection seal and a seal able to wreak a modest level of destruction, enough to destroy a boulder or two. But Norgala's skills made them even more powerful and long-lasting. This should be sufficient to inspire confidence in the miners when facing a fairy, even if it wasn't up to the job of actually fighting them. "Watch each other's back," Norgale shouted. "No man left behind. And Xylo, you—" "I know," I said, nodding as I counted my remaining knives. Given the situation, it would be best if I stood at the very back, what you'd call a rear guard. Tatsu wasn't fit for the role, and there was no way I could leave a task like that in Norgala's hands. I knew the extent of the king's combat skills. He was a rather large man, and that was it. "I'll take the rear. If anyone wants out, let me know right away." I looked over the workers, making a point of joking around. "I'll be sure to put you out of your misery before things take a turn for the worse." The workers looked even more miserable now. "Xylo, I believe in you," King Norgala assured me as he engraved another seal onto a flimsy stick. "Once we make it home safely, I will promote you to Commander-in-Chief, the greatest of honors." "Thank you, Your Majesty." How else was I supposed to reply? But there would be no glory or honor in this battle. Even if the mission went well, we'd only have saved 24 haggard men, and the chance of things going wrong was much higher. We weren't going to kill the Demon Lord either, since that wasn't our assignment, and the Holy Knights were probably going to blow up this entire tunnel along with it. All our mission had was risk. The risk it would all be a huge pain in the arse, and the risk it'd go south and we'd all suffer. Now this is starting to feel like punishment. I laughed at myself and pulled out a single knife. Norgala hadn't finished tuning the sacred seals. But we couldn't afford to wait any longer. "We should probably start moving, Your Majesty." I could feel the vibrations in the earth around us. Something was coming, and that something was almost certainly a fairy. I was proven right almost instantly as the mud wall behind me cracked open, revealing the jaw of a vicious centipede boggart. One of the miners shrieked and fell backward. "Get up! Now!" I shouted. I threw my knife, piercing the creature's head and using Zate Findi to blow it clean off. I was already down one knife. Next person who falls gets left behind. My declaration echoed down the narrow tunnel. You need to be able to protect yourself. That's what King Norgale was telling you. All at once, the miners let out battle cries, perhaps trying to drown out their own fear. Their shouts combined with Tatsuya's growl, producing a hellish din as he dashed ahead. I could sense boggarts approaching us from all directions. It was time to show off my moves. I was going to get us out of here with ease and brag to everyone about it later. I looked over at King Norgale. You'll be the first to die, Xylo. What words of encouragement from my king. I will follow, he continued, and Tetsuya will be last. But our lives are meaningless compared to those of my loyal followers. What a king. I could barely communicate with him, but I kind of liked the guy. The miners we'd come to rescue were left behind for one reason. The order to retreat had come too late. The Allied Administration Division had an order of priority when evacuating civilians. The first to be evacuated were children, the sick, women, and the elderly. After that were the engineers responsible for tuning sacred seals, merchants who possessed useful equipment, and military personnel. Working people like miners were put off until the very end. This had likely been decided after much back and forth between the temple and the military. The temple would have insisted the weak be saved first, according to their teachings, while the military would have emphasized practical benefit. Conflicts between the temple and the military had been a major issue ever since the establishment of the Federated Kingdom. It wasn't a problem of which was right or wrong. The domains they controlled were simply far too different. But when nobles began investing in one or the other, things got out of hand. The Chancellor had called for reform and begun taking action to fix the situation, but upon his sudden death 5 years ago, chaos broke out once again. There were 50 of us originally, said the miner in charge. He was running tottering, really on unsteady legs. The 50 of them had gradually started to go mad. One man started saying he could hear voices at night until one day he disappeared while we were all asleep. When he finally came back, he had transformed into a monster. Voices? I focused on this detail. It could be a clue revealing the nature of the demon blight affecting the mine. Some instances of the blight could interfere with the human mind. In this case, Xylo. The next wave is coming, King Norgala shouted. The miners' screams drowned him out. As they fled in a long line, an eerie noise came from the mud wall to their side. It was the sound of centipede boggarts moving underground, and it looked like I was the only one who could do anything about it. Tatsuya was busy crushing the boggarts, blocking our escape route, and King Norgale had neither the ability to fight nor the experience to command. Ready your shovels for battle. I gave orders to the miners, doing my best to put on a relaxed, authoritative front. About 5 people in the middle of the line had decent shovels on them. They were lighter than the pickaxes, and there was iron at the tips of their blades. They could do a good amount of damage. Once it shows its head, hit it. Here it comes. Take a half step back. A little farther. Perfect. Now, go. I barked out the final go, pumping them up. The miner's shovel slammed against the boggart, right into its face. The sacred seals seemed to be functioning as intended, creating a fissure in its hard jaw. It was the boggart that was screaming now. It tried to pull its head back into the hole, but I wasn't going to allow that. I immediately threw a knife into its head, keeping my seal's explosive power to a minimum. It was enough. Its head exploded, bodily fluids gushing into the air. That put an end to the enemy's attack. Perfect, I shouted. Catch your breath and patch up the injured. You can have some water, but only a sip. I picked up my knife from what was left of the boggart's head. The iron blade was so hot I could have bent it with one finger. This was a drawback of Zate Findi. The item used as a catalyst for the explosion could easily be scrapped as a result of the blast. When I was a holy knight, I used to receive special knives designed for this purpose with my supplies. Now I had to use whatever was available. Is this the correct path, Xylo? Asked King Norgali in a whisper. He sounded displeased. This isn't the way we came. We're taking the quickest route out of here. Tatsuya wouldn't go the wrong way. He doesn't make mistakes like that. Our destination had already been decided, and I had already given that information to Tatsuya. We were purposely taking a different route than the Holy Knights would be using to withdraw. This was not the path we dug a shortcut into and where we'd placed the frontline bases. The Holy Knights were going to set up scorched terrain seals in the deepest parts of the tunnel, and the Demon Lord would surely notice them moving and preparing their seals. As a result, it would likely focus its attacks on them. The plan had been to let the Knights attract most of the enemies, and it had ended up working. The fairies came in droves, but there weren't too many of them for us to handle. But we still had to hurry, and we were nearing our limits. The miners were fatigued, and the boggarts seemed set on finishing us off. We were slowly encountering more and more of them. I figured it was only a matter of time before they swarmed us, but if we could make it through that, we would be home free. I need you to listen up while you rest, I told the miners. They were panting with exhaustion. We're going to form a line here and temporarily take out our pursuers. I need anyone who can still fight to raise their hand. Alright, I want you 3 to go with Tatsuya. The others will form a detachment. Tatsuya, follow the plan. I saw Tatsuya's head flop in a nod and shifted my gaze back to the others. Sorry guys, this will be the last time you have to fight. Can you do it? Nobody wanted to die. As the miners exchanged glances, I could see they were still clinging to hope. Wait, hope? If you all say we can do it, then we can do it, replied the overseer. You people aren't with the Holy Knights, right? I've heard about you before. The sacred seals on the backs of your necks. Oh, you know what this is? Lying wouldn't help now. Sounds like we're famous. I guess I'm not surprised. I bet you heard we were a group of the nastiest villains around, huh? That may be so, but you still came back to save us. The overseer smirked a little at my joke. Just seeing he was confident enough to smile was a relief. So whatever happens to us, I figure at least our deaths won't be as bad as they could have been. Don't talk like that. I'm not gonna let you die. I waved my hand dismissively. Exactly, Norgala added with a grave nod. I need you all to live and continue contributing to society. I couldn't say it pleased me that we were on the same page for once, but what could you do? There was no time to complain. Our next guests were nearly here. I could hear them digging not only from ahead of us but from above and below as well. "Tatsuya, take those 3 and go," I shouted. "Use the path on your right." I gave the ground a rough kick. Sounds like we've got even more of them this time. I could tell by the echoes. I used to have something even better at locating enemies with sounder probe seal called LORAD. The sacred seal had already been suppressed, preventing me from using it, but I remembered the feel of it. The things you learn when your life is on the line really stick with you, and even now I could manage a rough estimate. They're here. The dirt crumbled around us as enemies emerged from both walls, the ground and the ceiling. We were completely surrounded with nowhere to run, just as I'd expected. Let's do this. Most of the boggarts that appeared went after me. It was a full-fledged attack. It looked like they were starting to figure out who was the biggest threat. They were a little clever, but that was it. Fall back 15 steps. Don't panic. I'll take care of the ones behind us. This was important. We had to avoid being surrounded, so we needed to take care of the enemies behind us and regroup. But falling back while maintaining order was no easy task, a fact I knew all too well. Even the smallest bit of confusion could lead to a panicked retreat. The best way to prevent that was to install a good rear guard. And the only person here who could fill that role was me. "Take this," I shouted, throwing a knife at the enemies behind us with just enough power to open up a path. The vicious explosion lit up the tunnel for a moment as the miners swung their pickaxes and shovels, running like madmen. I stood alone at the end of our line with my weapon at the ready. It was only a stick, but Norgala had engraved a simplified sacred seal on it, and I'd attached a knife to the tip, creating a makeshift spear. "Don't get cocky." I took a step back as the boggarts continued to charge and closely watch their movements. I thrust my spear, piercing one of the creatures in the head, then took another step back to dodge the next one, then another step back. One fairy's fangs brushed against my calf as another tried to coil around me until I kicked it away. I was running out of breath. I could pull off only 1 or 2 more strikes at this rate. But that was all I needed. Everything was going to be okay. Attack. It's time to fight back. Charge, my elite warriors. Ha! The instant I gave the signal and Norgala issued his pompous order, the miners charged forward with a powerful battle cry. The overseer had clearly been serious earlier. After falling back those 15 steps, the miners were able to avoid being surrounded and had enough space to launch a counterattack. They swung their shovels and pickaxes in unison, pulverizing the boggarts' heads. Shouts mixed with the sounds of metal clanging. But as the boggarts started to put up resistance, the inexperienced miners found themselves in a head-to-head battle, putting them at a disadvantage. There was too much of a gap in their abilities, but the strategy was still a success. We had spoiled the enemy's surprise attack and bought enough time. Gah! A roar echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Tatsuya and the other 3 miners were charging toward the boggarts from behind. We had merely pretended to retreat and lured them into our trap. Meanwhile, our other unit had gone around to ambush them. While it was an old trick common throughout history, it was still very effective. The boggarts were confused. A few even began to fight one another until Tatsuya swiftly leaped forward, swinging his axe and turning their heads into dust. His drawn-out war cry echoed through the tunnel. This was the critical moment. Sink or swim. I unsheathed one of the knives I'd been saving. See, I raised it into the air. Imbuing it with the power of my sacred seal? In hell and through it, the boggarts recoiling from the detachment's attacks were engulfed in the flames of the explosion and reduced to ash. How many more? This was where my strategy ended. From here on, it was going to be a brawl. I rushed straight into battle, pounding the ground with my feet and leaping into the air. After barely managing to dodge the fairy's attacks, I brought down my knife. Then I fought, killing one enemy after another, as if to prove to them that I was their biggest threat. Not yet. I need every last one of them focused on me. Tatsuya and I proceeded to kick up a rain of blood like we were in competition. He howled and I followed suit. Over here, I shouted. You're boring me to death. This way, we were taking the monster's focus off the miners. I moved in a frenzy, to the point that I thought my heart was going to explode. I needed the enemy to look only at us, but we didn't make it in time. It happened in the blink of an eye. A few boggarts slipped through our attacks. They opened their jaws, exposing their sharp fangs and bizarre organs. The miners' efforts alone couldn't completely stop them, and a single man who missed his timing was bitten. The boggart's jaw lashed onto his leg, and he screamed, causing every other boggart to rush in his direction. This was bad. Damn it. I forced myself to turn around. I knew it was a stupid decision, even for me. I now had my back to the enemy, ready to be stabbed from behind, when steel swords suddenly emerged from their heads. At first, I thought these were a new type of boggart that I had never seen before. But I was wrong, of course. The swords fell from a void, piercing the fairies' bodies. They shrieked in agony, and their fluids shot into the air. I strained my eyes, trying to figure out what was going on, and saw sparks in the darkness. Beyond Tatsuya, at the end of the tunnel, I could see glowing eyes of flame. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," announced Tiarita, her voice high with excitement. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was panting slightly. Not even her pride as a goddess could hide her fatigue, proof of how fast she must have rushed to get here. Or maybe she'd had to escape the knights and had a difficult time of it. "The goddess of swords, Tiarita, is here. All of you, feel free to praise me to your heart's content. My knight Silo, you may now squeal with joy, for I have arrived." What a ridiculous statement. She really knew just what to say. There were both pros and cons to Tiarita's arrival. One pro was that we weren't working against the clock anymore. The Holy Knights could no longer detonate the scorched terrain seals without burying the goddess alive too. Another pro was that we now had a large supply of high-quality iron swords. I shall engrave my sacred seals, pierce the ground with swords and construct a fence. King Norgala was acting like a military engineer for a change. "Allow me to thank you for gracing us with your presence, goddess. You can count on me, Norgala." Tiarita flashed a bold, brilliant smile. It bothered me a little how these two seemed to be on the same wavelength. With me and my knight together, there's no way we can lose. As long as we had Tiarita swords, we could engrave them with protective seals and construct an iron fence. Right now, we needed to improvise a defensive position for ourselves. More fairies would be coming, and we needed to block them and kick up a ruckus. That would allow us to meet back up with the Holy Knights, who would probably be looking for us. Now, on to the cons of Tiarita's arrival, basically everything else. "What are you doing?" I didn't bother to hide my irritation. "Tiarita, what happened to the Holy Knights? Why are you here?" "I am a goddess, Xylo," she stated proudly. "I ran away. Do you honestly think a few humans could stop me? Tiarita, now shower me with praise." She stuck out her head as glittering sparks illuminated her smooth golden hair. "You were in a pinch, and I saved you, didn't I?" "Did I make it here in time? Was I useful? You're getting no praise from me." I pushed her head away. That must have made it clear I was mad. She looked like she was going to cry. "What? Why are you angry, my knight? Was I too late?" But she bit her lip, determined to protest. "It is your fault for leaving me like that. I will not allow you to treat me that way. What you did was an act of betrayal, and if you ever do it again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not expecting you to make yourself useful." I needed to be clear with her. I stood right in front of her and glared. Flames flickered in her eyes. No, those weren't flames. They were tears. She was crying. Damn it. Now it looked like I was bullying her. "You don't need to do me favors. I don't want you to serve me." "Then what?" Tiarita attempted a glare of her own. "What do you want from me? Stop trying to die. You don't have to help anyone or be useful. Just shut up and live. Don't stupidly throw your life away for someone else." Yes, I understand. I'd thought I was giving her a stern talking to, but Tiarita just nodded, looking very pleased with herself. "It is precisely because you are this sort of person that you are worth risking my life for. I was not wrong when I chose you. That's not what I meant at all. I'm trying to tell you to stop that. Don't ignore me. I am a goddess. She didn't need to tell me that. Her tears were already dry. I was born to serve mankind. I am not embarrassed, nor do I pity myself. Everyone accepts me for what I am, so why don't you? Because I hate goddesses. I knew one once. She said she was fine with dying if it meant saving someone too. Whenever I see someone like that, it fills me with rage. I was out of excuses, and now I was lashing out. And yet Teorita nodded as if she understood. Was she the goddess you served before me? Yeah, the one I killed. And it was what she desired, yes, she was right. I was surprised by how sure she sounded, despite having no knowledge of the situation. I understand how she felt. Oh, you do? Don't make me laugh. Doesn't make a lick of sense to me. Throwing your life away for someone else like that. Even I realized what I was saying didn't hold water. I was the very one who'd accepted the goddess's way of thinking and killed her, and I knew Teorita could sense that. But I do understand. I am a goddess too, after all. And now I know that you claim to hate goddesses because you are worried for me. Then, you also know how much that crap pisses me off, right? Yes, but it does not matter how you feel about me, Teorita said with a smile. Her expression was both confident and somehow defiant. I want to be praised by everyone. I want applause and admiration. Maybe that is how goddesses were designed to be. Either way, I want to live believing that I am great. So I am sorry, Xylo, but there is no way you can stop me from doing what I desire, even as my knight. I see. I must have had the stupidest look on my face, feeling sorry for Teorita, thinking her existence was twisted. All these thoughts I harbored were the objective drivel of an outsider looking in. None of that mattered to Teorita, because this was who she wanted to be. Alright, I still didn't like how goddesses functioned. But I had to acknowledge one thing, at least Teorita really was something. She was trying to live by her own rules, no matter how much it might hurt her. I placed my palm on her head. I have a ton of things I want to say, but for now I need a hand from a powerful goddess. Things are gonna get ugly from here on out. It's gonna be hell. You up for it? I wouldn't have it any other way. She moved her head around under my hand, forcing me to pat her. Now, be mindful and act worthy of being my knight. That barbaric personality of yours needs some work. You can kiss my ass, I said with a laugh. But just then, Xylo. King Norgale stood up, a sword in his hand. Get into position, he called out. Something's here. Do not let it get even a single step closer. That doesn't sound very realistic, I shot back. This man acted as if it was only natural that he would give the orders and that his retainers would handle the rest, even if it cost them their lives. What a carefree guy. I lightly kicked the ground. From the echo, I could tell there were a lot more enemies than before. They're here, shouted a miner. But something had changed since last time. We now had a fence with protective seals carved into it. Even if fairies came from underground, they still couldn't break through that fence, unless they wanted the holy light to fry their bodies to a crisp. Shall we begin? Teorita proudly puffed out her chest and lifted her head. As she rubbed at the air, yet more swords emerged, piercing the ground. Is this enough, my knight? Yeah. I decided to stop complaining and lecturing her. After all, a simple human like myself couldn't possibly stop a goddess. Plus, I was her knight. Xylo, if my self-sacrificing devotion bothers you, self-sacrificing. Those were the words she used. Then all you need to do is protect me. Work hard to prevent what upsets you from ever happening. I guess you're right. Now she was starting to make me laugh. A self-proclaimed king and a goddess, I was surrounded by the most arrogant people, and I had no say in the matter. I pulled one of the swords Teorita had summoned out of the ground and swiftly threw it. There was a flash of light followed by an explosion. I was able to increase the power of the blast a bit more since the target was far away. It took out a whole group of boggarts in a single blow. Their hard shells turned to dust, becoming one with the dirt around them. After I threw 2 more swords, the enemies started to hesitate, Things always work out. I can do this. My Belincore Thunderstroke Seal compound was perfect for defensive battles like this. I could keep going forever. I could crush any enemy that came our way. The miners were fighting bravely and Tatsuya was as effective as ever. Even King Norgale's encouraging shouts almost seemed like they meant something. The wall of swords kept the boggarts back. Vaya! Tatsuya roared by my side as I threw another sword. Oh, what incredible momentum. He flew forward, swinging his axe as if the word tired wasn't even in his dictionary. He cut down the enemy to his side, then charged forward the next moment and swung his fist down into another boggart's head. He kept doing this over and over again. What were his fists even made of? He was somehow able to break through their shells and smash their heads in with his bare hands. For a moment, I felt as if our eyes met, and I smiled. We were both warmed up and ready to go, so I briefly glanced back at Taurita. Taurita, if this is really what you want. I reached out and plucked a new sword from the ground. Then you need to follow your knight's orders. First, I decide where you risk your life, and I threw it. There was no way I'd miss. Another blast followed. I decide where you die too. Very well. There was no concern in her voice. That is no problem at all, my knight. That is what I was born to do. Blind trust. It was too much, and yet it was what I needed right now. I needed the burden and responsibility to motivate me. Excellent. Then let us do this, men. Charge. We now had the advantage, and King Norgal had let it go to his head. I really wished he hadn't said that. Advance forward toward the exit, he continued. Wait, your majesty. I stopped him in a panic. It was true, the boggarts had thinned, and it looked like we could rush through toward the exit. But we have the advantage because we're fighting defensively. We need to keep. I started to make my case, then stopped. It suddenly dawned on me that King Norgala might have made the right call. What's that sound? A faint but unpleasant din had caught my attention. At first, I thought it was just the reverberation from Zatefendi's explosions, but it was sharper and more piercing-like, the scraping of metal, and it was rapidly growing louder to the point that my eardrums were starting to hurt. It almost sounded like a scream, or maybe a voice, but whose voice? No. Something's wrong. Don't listen to it. I knew this type of attack. I caught myself unconsciously trying to confirm what it was, but covered my ears and stopped myself. With a swift survey of my surroundings, I saw that the miners could hear the sound as well. They had to be in pain. The whole lot of them had fallen to the ground. King Norgali was curled up on the dirt as well, his face twisting in agony. He'd dropped his lantern, and its sacred seal was flickering. Only Tatsuya remained normal as he mechanically continued to crush the boggarts. The next threat was closing in on us. Taurita, I looked back at her, still covering my ears. She softly gripped my hand, alleviating my pain somewhat. The sound began to fade. She was using the protective and healing powers all goddesses possessed. It appears it has come to us. She was forcing a confident smile, perhaps trying to give me courage. She was so strong. Unfortunately, it wasn't very effective, since the rest of her face was as white as a sheet. The source of the demon blight is here. Something was slithering deep in the darkness. I could see countless tentacles, or perhaps they were the vines of a tree. The creature gave a high-pitched shriek. At last, I knew what the voices from a moment ago were saying. Their words were conveyed to me not by sound, but by feeling. I found you. That was what it said. I found you. It screamed over and over. Something in the darkness had found Taurita. The sound was grating. Even with Jarissa's protection, a testament to this demon lord's skill at manipulating the mind. It felt like something was screaming at the back of my head, like it was in pain, like it was crying. It was like the feeling of loneliness, and it was stabbing me right in the middle of my brain. No, don't think about it. I purposely shut out the voice. I had no other choice. I had encountered a demon lord with a similar attack once before, one that contaminates the human mind. The overseer had said that there used to be 50 miners until they started disappearing into the night one by one, claiming they heard a voice calling them. That was what this voice did to people. "Don't move!" I shouted to those around me. The miners were either writhing on the ground in agony or trying to stand up and fight through the pain. I grabbed one of those trying to stand. "Don't move. Stay down. Wait." He was moving his hands, pleading with me. "Don't you hear that voice coming from over there? It's trying to tell me something." He stared into the darkness, anxiously scratching at his head, so I grabbed him and held him down. "It's just your imagination. Ignore it. I can hear it, but it doesn't make any sense." What is it trying to tell me? "If you go over there, you're going to die." That much makes sense, right? Tentacles were extending out from the darkness. They looked like vines. In fact, they were vines. This demon lord must have originally been a plant, but it was like no plant I had ever seen before, and it was massive. Was this really the source of the demon blight? Its vines were as thick as logs. One hit would do terrible things to the human body. Tatsuya leaped around with extraordinary speed, severing each squirming tentacle vine that met his axe. Be but something. It was as if the panicking miner couldn't even see the scene unfolding in front of him. "It's saying something. But I can't, He began violently scratching at his ears until they bled. Then he tried to push me out of his way and take off, leaving me with no choice. I punched him back down onto the ground. We can't stay on the defensive. No sense pretending. Almost everyone was on the ground covering their ears, and the ones who could move were trying to stagger their way toward the demon lord, forcing me to knock them back down. Those mentally strong enough to fight through the pain would hear the voice of the demon lord calling them. The jarring screeches weren't its actual attack. Its true weapon was its voice. It was preventing anyone from moving, and it would likely kill and eat anyone who managed to approach it. It was only because of Teruta that I was managing to overcome its effects. There was a certain bond between a goddess and their chosen knight, and the power that protected Teruta's mind was just barely keeping me from losing my own. The rest was thanks to the fence of swords and Norgale's sacred seals. Tatsuya wasn't having any problems either, but he was a special case. Regardless, at this rate, everyone was going to die. And like hell, I was going to let that happen. Change of plans. It's time to strike back. Your Majesty. I pulled a sword out of the ground and kicked the crap out of Norgale while I was at it. He groaned, but his eyes were still rolled back in his head. Wake up. It's time to get to work. I picked up his lantern and thrust it up to his head. It should have had a powerful protective seal carved into it, but it wasn't doing the trick. Norgale groaned softly and grabbed the lantern, but he was still in no shape to move. My throne, he mumbled. I won't let you steal it from me, you thieves. You shall pay with your lives, you cursed usurpers. Great. His imagination was running even wilder than usual. He wasn't going to be any help like this. Maybe I could shatter his eardrums. If that could keep him from hearing the sound and free him from its influence, it might have been worth trying. But you use more than just your ears to hear, and we were up against a demon lord who knew what kind of unfair, illogical abilities it possessed. Besides, there was no time to test such hypotheses. Damn it. Teruta, I am here. Teruta grabbed my arm as sparks shot from her fingertips. State your wish, my knight, and I shall grant it. We need to snipe the enemy from here and back up Tatsuya. The ominous sound would probably only get worse if we left the fenced area. But would I be completely incapacitated? I couldn't check either, since there was no coming back once I stepped out. Tatsuya can handle this. I need more swords. That's what I like to hear, my knight. You can count on me. Teruta summoned more sharp, glittering swords. These ones had slender blades suited to throwing. Been a while since I fought a long-range battle like this. I used to have even better seals like Kajisa, which had greater range and power, or Yakalid, which could penetrate even a castle wall. Guess I can't waste my time crying over spilled milk. I tightened my grip on the sword in my right hand and held it over my head. I could see Tatsuya leaping into the darkness, further proof the grating sound wasn't affecting him. He was a human-shaped weapon focused solely on attacking the Demon Lord. This must be why they used heroes to fight the Blight. "Tatsuya!" I shouted, launching my sword. "Keep pushing forward! Kill the Demon Lord!" My blade missed the squirming tentacles, but it pierced the nearby mud wall. The bursting light of Zati Findi scorched the darkness, ripping the nearby tentacles apart and sending sap flying into the air like blood. The Demon Lord's screeching grew louder and I staggered, but Terita caught me before I fell. Her eyes sparkled as if to say, "Aren't you glad I came?" But I didn't have time for a comeback. I had to throw another sword, and another, and another. I had to back up Tatsuya, just like I thought. I can't leave this fence. I wanted to do more to help, but I knew Tatsuya could manage. I threw another sword, and another, and another. While my aim wasn't precise, I made up for it in numbers, blowing off numerous tentacles in rapid succession. I was quite literally carving a path for Tatsuya to strike, and I wasn't going to let any boggarts get in his way either. Light and explosions trailed one another down the dark tunnel. Tatsuya's shadow leaped along with him in stark relief. His eerily long arms and legs painted the wall like some sort of dancing monster. Gah. He reached his target in almost no time, grunting with his mouth half open. Ja! The frenzied swing of his axe tore through the creature's tentacles until it reached the root what appeared to be the bulb of the plant. That was when I realized my mistake. Seriously? Tatsuya buried his axe in the bulb, splitting it with ease. It exploded, but the tentacles didn't stop moving. Because that wasn't the Demon Lord's heart. Was it a lure? But that would mean Bath. Gah! A muffled voice grunted behind me. It was the Overseer being slammed against the wall. More tentacles and a bulb even bigger than the one Tatsuya had destroyed were peeking out from the ground below. It broke through our fence. We're out of time. More than a few of the swords making up our fence were bent and broken, and the light of their sacred seals had faded. They were out of energy, and once its luminescence was gone, a sacred seal was useless. Even the king's extraordinary work was no exception. We must have used up every last bit of natural light stored in the steel. I unsheathed a knife and turned around to see a bulging eye emerge from the massive bulb as it tore through the dirt. There it is. This was the heart, the Demon Lord's true form. Its tentacles reached out and grabbed another miner before it swung him around. The moment his body hit the ground, I could tell his neck was broken. Damn it. I tried to aim for the eye, but there were too many vines. The bastard was reinforcing its defenses. The only one who could get through something like this was Tatsuya. "Xylo, watch out!" shouted Terita as she latched onto my arm. Wriggling tentacles were heading our way. I swung my sword, tearing through the vines and exploding them. I sure am popular today. Can't catch a break. The area protected by the sacred seals was already on the verge of collapsing. We needed more hands. Tatsuya was battling the tentacles at the other end of the passageway, and over here we had only the unconscious miners, the goddess, King Norgala, and me. Ah! Ah! Even Norgala was slamming his head against the ground and screaming. "It is all mine. It all belongs to me. I will protect my nation. Over my dead body, you cursed usurpers." Norgala was useless to us right now. His mental state was only getting worse, and communication would be futile. Things were falling apart like a chain reaction. "There she is," I heard a sharp voice, followed by countless footsteps. It was Kivia and her knights following our path. "There's Goddess Teorita," she said. "We'll ask questions later. For now, we're here to help, Xylo. Don't. Stay back, you idiot," I yelled. Kivia was so earnest. But right now, that wasn't what I needed. I couldn't let her step into the range of the Demon Lord's voice. But was there anything I could do to stop her? We're all gonna die. The likelihood was only increasing. Teorita gripped my arm tighter. "Xylo." She was fired up and sparks were flying off her. "You can rely on me. It is time. You need my help, do you not?" She was going to summon more swords, maybe a whole bunch of them. Would she be able to slice off all its tentacles and pierce its eye heart? Was it possible? Did we even have any other options? Torita's hair was sparking ceaselessly. I could tell she was reaching her limit. I had to make a decision, but I hesitated. That was when Norgallay shouted, "Cursed usurpers!" King Norgallay was also at his limit mentally. He raised his lantern shining by the power of its sacred seal and twisted the lid slightly open. I could see flickering blue flames spilling out of the crack. This must be another of those dangerous-sounding contraptions he tried to explain when we were setting up the supply chests, the trap that spewed fire. The instant it saw the fire, the Demon Lord's eye opened wide. It twitched and started backing up. That was when it hit me. Fire! This was a Demon Lord that had formed from a plant. So it was very likely weak to fire. We didn't need to hit it with some powerful attack. We only had to burn it. "Your Majesty, pass me the lantern." But before I could finish my sentence, the Demon Lord's vine slithered across the ground and grabbed Norgallay's leg with fang-like thorns. I couldn't reach him in time. Snap! Before he could finish twisting the lid, the vine ripped his right leg clean off. He screamed and dropped the lantern. I dove to catch it. The Demon Lord twisted its body, trying to get as far back from the lantern as it could. It was fast. Would I make it in time? It didn't matter. I had to do it or die trying. I sprinted as quickly as I could, slipping under a thorny vine as it wriggled before me. "I won't let you escape. A normal 2 is nothing." Midway through my thought, a rumble passed through the ground below me. It sounded like something was being carved away and broken into pieces. That was when I noticed the vine being pulled up from the ground. The parts of the Demon Lord were apparently connected like sweet potato roots, and as a result, it couldn't retreat any farther. Its scream echoed in the back of my head as it thrashed about, trying to sever its own vine. I swiftly glanced behind me and caught sight of the cause. Grr! It was Tatsuya. Unbelievable. Just how strong was this guy? He had grabbed one of the tentacles and was dragging it back as if it was nothing. His shoulder muscles swelled and rippled. He wasn't going to let the Demon Lord get away, no matter what. Gwa! Another one of his nonsense screams. Actually, I was starting to feel like they weren't so meaningless after all. It was just a feeling, but it seemed like he was telling me to hurry up and kill the Demon Lord. I was more than happy to oblige. I fixed my sights on its vines as they whipped around in agony. "Terita, I am here." Our conversation was brief, but that was all a goddess and their knight needed to communicate. "Put an end to this, my knight." Terita spoke, and a sword emerged from the void. This time, its blade was curved like a natter hatchet. I instantly grabbed it and swung, slicing the vine as it flew toward me. The next one was coming, but there was nothing it could do to me now. I'd already picked up Norgallay's lantern. See you in hell. The instant I removed the lantern's lid, pale blue flames shot out and mercilessly scorched the Demon Lord. The roaring inferno illuminated the darkness for around 10 seconds as the enemy's ear-piercing screeches slowly faded. That was more than enough time to reduce the Demon Lord to ash. Everyone fell silent. Kivia and the knight stood in mute amazement, unable to process what had happened. Norgallay, meanwhile, had bigger issues to worry about. Tatsuya was the only exception. Gah! He let out a grunt like a yawn as he dropped to his knees. It seemed even he was exhausted. I swept my eyes over the extinguished lantern, the scorched Demon Lord, and the walls and ground nearby. Small rocks were glowing red and melting. Only Norgallay was dumb enough to make a trap for a supply chest this dangerous. Nothing worth mentioning happened after that well, except finding out that the king's torn-off leg was shredded so badly by the thorns that it was beyond salvaging. That was funny. He was sent away for repairs immediately due to massive blood loss. But honestly, it was hard not to feel depressed when I thought about what would happen next. Terita and the rest of us had violated the rules, and there would be no excuses. The concept of vacations did not exist for penal heroes. After all, we were meant to be bound and locked up in a cell. But B was sometimes put on standby in between punishments, or in the lead up to being handed an even heavier sentence. Although we were still prohibited from leaving our designated areas, we could get a little rest or something like it. We could drink tea in the cafeteria or use the training facilities. Tatsuya, for example, was almost always out catching rays. I, however, didn't feel like going out. That was because Mareed Fortress, where we were stationed, was way too crowded. What a pain. On days like this, nothing beat reading a book. Although we were penal heroes, as part of the military, we could easily get our hands on books for entertainment. And so I decided to lie down on the floor and lose myself in the pages. Today was the day of the Great Exchange. Held once every 10 days, the Great Exchange was essentially a small market where you could buy things from visiting merchants dispatched from the Virgil Development Corporation instead of the permanent, and fortress shops usually available. It was held in the courtyard, and you could buy anything from daily supplies to non-essential luxury items. The most popular products were alcohol, cigarettes, mail delivery services, and sweets. Soldiers would purchase these goods using a pseudo-currency known simply as military notes, issued by Goldswile for use in place of actual money. This currency could then be taken by the recipients to a designated government building in any city and exchanged for real money. Tons of soldiers gathered at the Great Exchange. Naturally, members of the 13th Order would be among them, yet another reason I wanted to avoid the whole thing. Besides, I had a job. I had to watch over King Norgala. After losing his right leg, he'd come back from repairs along with his daughter and seemed to be having trouble with everyday tasks. Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief Xylo. Where are you? Hollered King Norgala, awkwardly slamming against the floor of the corridor as he walked. The merchants are here, and I want a drink. Red wine. On the double. Ever since he'd returned from repairs, his delusions were even more severe, and he was now calling me Commander-in-Chief and Tatsuya General. He seemed to have lost quite a few of his memories and could hardly recall anything that happened in the tunnels. He had also decided we heroes were his royal guards. To make matters worse, his right leg hadn't regenerated successfully, so he was now sporting a wooden prosthetic. The temple was currently in the process of selecting a corpse from which to harvest a replacement limb. It was only taking so long because the guy was so damn massive. Commander-in-Chief Xylo, there you are. King Norgala threw open the door to my allocated room. His entire body was still wrapped in bandages, and I briefly wondered if they were needed just to hold him together. The merchants are here. Go fetch me my wine. Got any money, Your Majesty? I reluctantly sat up and crossed my legs. You know our kingdom's treasury is empty, right? Can't even afford booze. What? Is poverty really that bad? Where is the Minister of Finance? What is he doing? Technically, it was King Norgala's fault, since his military notes would disappear as quickly as they came. He always wasted them on alcohol and luxury foods. But of course he didn't remember that, not with his memory. If you want wine that badly, you're gonna have to take out a loan. I provided him with a compromise. I don't have time to help though, since I've got to run my eyes over this important literature. Get Venitim or someone to help you out. The Chancellor is currently busy keeping an eye on Dota. Oh, that's right. Dota was back, and today was the Great Exchange. That meant someone had to monitor him. Wrapping him up in chains wasn't enough. He needed someone constantly keeping an eye on him. Venitem was the commander, if only in name, so the task naturally fell to him. It wasn't like Tatsuya could do it. Looks like Sav's your best bet then. I suggested our other recently returned team member. He'd been on a separate mission until now. You can borrow money from him. Sav is completely unreliable. He spends his money like water and he is a terrible gambler. I highly doubt he has any funds left. Nah, I heard he was finally barred from the gambling house here. He shouldn't have anywhere to spend other than the market. If you go now, you should be able to catch him before it's all gone. I suppose I have no choice, said the king, nodding gravely and turning on his heel. My problem was now Sav's problem. Sav was our sniper. He was an amazing shot, but he'd been sentenced to the penal hero unit. So you could easily guess what kind of guy he was, a former assassin and a real piece of shit. He'd been sent to the Western battlefront alone. But I had no idea how well he'd done. He probably fulfilled his mission, at least, seeing as he came back with all his limbs intact. I guess he must have hit his target. Whatever the case, I'd finally scored some peace and quiet. I lay back down, time to read a book and relax until the great exchange is over, I thought. But I was a fool. It was precisely at times like this that people would come bother you one after another. My knight. Tyrita flew into my room, her steps light and airy. There you are, Xylo. I was looking all over for you. What do you want? Will you not attend the great exchange? I assumed you would be out shopping. I don't want to see any holy knights. If all they did was scowl at me, I wouldn't care. But I didn't want anyone picking a fight. I wasn't in the mood for sarcasm or criticism either. I wish they'd just give me a break. I didn't trust my temper in a situation like that. Then get up and play with me. Tyrita gazed arrogantly down at my face, casting a shadow over where I lay on the floor. What about you, Tyrita? Aren't you going? I am a goddess. I have no interest in such things. Yeah, she's definitely lying, I thought. But I couldn't blame her. It was true that goddesses weren't free to use the Great Exchange. People expected them to maintain an air of authority, and they'd need permission from a holy knight or a priest on top of being supervised. I assumed Kivia and the priest loaned to her unit were a little busy at the moment. They still had to decide how to deal with me and Tyrita going forward. If you are free, then allow me to bestow upon you the honor of entertaining me. You must be brimming with joy, yes? There was a small box in her hand. It seemed to contain a game board and pieces. Such games varied by region, but were generally called SIG. Gameplay consisted of moving marked pieces on a board to try to take over your opponent's territory. The rules were simple, so anyone from kids to adults could play. It was a good time killer. Quite a few soldiers enjoyed it, and some even used it to gamble. I was somewhat fond of the game myself, and when I saw Tyrita with nothing to do while we were on standby, I taught her how to play. That was 3 days ago, and ever since then, she had been bringing the board to my room whenever she had time on her hands. What have I done, I thought, but it was too late. I have been practicing. You shall not win so easily this time. We just played last night. That was before Venetim taught me a very useful strategy earlier today. It is an ancient technique called Hidden Spear, used often in the royal palace of Meto, and I figured Venetim was lying to her, but I decided to keep my mouth shut. And besides, ancient technique was just a nice way to say out of date. As Tyrita hurriedly began setting up the board, I put out a hand to stop her. I'm busy right now. I'm reading. What? A book? You can do that later, she said. She seemed interested in what I was reading, however, and tried to sneak a peek. I never expected you to be a fan of books. What are you reading? Is it interesting? Poems. A poetry anthology. A poetry anthology. Xylo, you? Reading poems? Tyrita was taken aback, her eyes wide. She seemed genuinely caught off guard. Was it really that surprising? What kind of poems? I must know. I shall allow you to read them to me. No. My blunt reply earned a pout from the goddess. Very well then, I can read them myself. Surely you will allow me to read by your side, right? I don't think these would be very interesting to a goddess. I closed the book. It was an anthology from the old days entitled Dragon Drunk. These are the poems of Altoyard Comet. He was a raging alcoholic, and after being fired from his duties at the palace, he holed up alone in the mountains. In his later years, he became delusional and started wanting to become a dragon. Night after night, he would practice flying, until he eventually fell off a cliff and died. What an eccentric individual he must have been. Almost every poet back then was like that. And those were the kinds of poems I enjoyed. I might have tried to become a poet myself if I hadn't joined the military. It seemed like a comfortable, easygoing way to live. Anyway, we can play some Zig if you're really that bored. I wouldn't be able to relax with someone reading over my shoulder, so I gave in and sat across the game board from Tyrita. My original aim was simply to kill time until the Great Exchange was over anyway. Really? Her lips were curling into a beaming smile when all of a sudden, Xylophobards. Xylophobards! Yet another visitor appeared at my door. It was a tall woman with long black hair who I had never seen before. I wondered for a split second who it could be, then realized my mistake. I didn't recognize her in her military uniform because she was usually wearing a full suit of armor. Her hair, too, was now tied back in a braid, further confusing me. It was Kivia, and she'd come alone. That meant she probably wasn't here to arrest me. But then why? There you are. I thought you'd be at the Great Exchange. I wasn't expecting Goddess Taurita to be with you either. What an honor having the one and only captain of the 13th Order come all the way here to see me. I couldn't keep the sarcasm from my voice. Did you already decide what to do with us? Or are you here to give us our latest orders? Both. But I came in person for a different reason. Kivia knitted her brow. She probably wasn't a fan of my tone. Follow me, Xylo. Where to? The underground torture chamber? No, she replied seriously. It was like she didn't know I was joking. What she said next, however, caught me by surprise. I would like to speak with you. That is all. Anywhere is fine. Then she fixed me with a sharp glare, as if she was challenging me to a duel. At least that was how I interpreted it. So, will you speak with me or not? I need an answer now. The hell, I thought. It wasn't like I had the right to refuse. Sure, I'll talk. But could I pick the place? Tell me where. I will try to be as accommodating as possible. The Great Exchange in the courtyard. I want to do some shopping, and I want to take Taurita with me as well. What? Kivia was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Taurita sprang to attention, raising her head. The flames in her eyes brimmed with hope as she looked back and forth between Kivia and me. Xylo, Kivia, I would love to talk. Shall we head out immediately? I think we should go now. After about 10 seconds of silence, Kivia agreed. Fine. I can meet your demands. To the courtyard, she declared. It was as if she was ordering us to march into battle. Heroes lived, or rather, were imprisoned in a place called Mareed Fortress. It was originally built to block passage to the royal capital from the Northern Territory. Protected by a river on one side and cliffs on the other, it was a natural place for a fortress. For this reason, it was also referred to as the Nest. And no matter what else you said about it, the view was incredible. Nothing beat the sight of the Kutai River from the steeple at dusk. This river was the fortress's lifeline. It was how we got supplies from the port city of Ayoth, and it was an important preemptive line of defense against the Demon Blight coming down from the north. The expansion of the Demon Blight and the accelerating loss of territory in recent years had only increased its importance. And that was precisely why the greedy Verkle Development Corporation had to get in on it. They were sending crowds of merchants to the Great Exchange with plenty of goods aimed at maintaining soldier morale. Now all I need is a woman, Dota and Sav would say. But even if such a shop existed, there was no way they would let penal heroes use it. The most you could do with the few military notes we had was gamble or buy some booze. Xylo, look at that. Taurita was skipping among the merchant stalls. They were decorated with brightly colored signs, flags, and strips of cloth, lending the bland courtyard a festive look. It was certainly working for Taurita, judging by her utter excitement. Is that food? Or is it some kind of decoration? Taurita was pointing at a crimson piece of sculpted sugar candy. It looked to be in the shape of a strawberry, and when the sun hit it just right, it could easily be mistaken for a piece of jewelry. It's candy, I said. You've never seen candy like that before? Candy like that did not exist when I was created. It looks almost like a gem, doesn't it? She gazed intently at the candy, her eyes filled with curiosity. Interesting. They say that goddesses like her were created long ago, at least 300 years in the past. The temple claimed they were the last children of a race of gods who lived 1,000 years in the past. But that was, without a doubt, a lie. I felt sure goddesses were man-made. Otherwise, why would they be so ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of humanity? It was all too convenient. I didn't know what happened after they were created, but somehow the technology used to make them was either lost or concealed. Maybe it happened in a large-scale attack by a demon lord, or in a war between different groups of humans. I wasn't too familiar with that era of history, and I hadn't been interested in learning more, until now that is. What about that, Xylo? It smells wonderful. That long, stringy food? Those are noodles. Cuisine from the West. They cut wheat into thin strips, then fry them in butter and some kind of paste. Oh wow. Then, what's that? There are tons of people lined up over there. Do you see it? The sign with the bear. It appears to be very popular, whatever it is. The line was made up of mostly female soldiers. This led me to believe the store was selling some kind of sweet, but there were so many people that I couldn't see what it was. The sign outside the stall featured a mascot animal that did indeed look like a bear. I've never seen a sign like that before. No clue what it could be. You don't know? Said a voice. That's Muley's Creams. To my surprise, the voice was Kivia's. They sell frozen desserts, she continued. The shop is really famous in the first capital. They freeze whipped cream, then drizzle honey and sprinkle nuts on it. It's simply delectable. That cute bear is their mascot, and they're currently inviting suggestions to name it. Incredible. The development of civilization is such a wonderful thing. Taruto's eyes were sparkling. Doesn't it look delicious, Xylo? I think so. You've never had it before? This is the first I'm even hearing about it. Is the place new? I wasn't expecting you to be so well informed, Kaivia. Is it so surprising? She sounded a little offended. Yes, I eat frozen desserts from time to time. Is that a problem? No, I never said it was. You better be ready for a fight if you're criticizing me for eating sweet. What? Is it a problem that I like cold desserts and that I own goods with that bear embroidered on them? Are you saying there's something wrong with me submitting names for the contest? I didn't say any of that. It seemed like my comment had dredged up some trauma for Kivia. She must have been teased in the past. It was surprising that she'd submitted a name for the mascot. She just didn't seem the type to, ahem. What are you daydreaming about? Are you gonna police my thoughts now? Peeper? I decided not to say another word about it. I didn't want to accidentally offend her again. You never knew what was going to trigger someone like her. I shifted my gaze toward Tarita for help, but she was staring hard at the stall with a serious expression. No wonder she was so quiet. Xylo. Tarita's small hand wrapped around my arm. Her gaze never left the frozen dessert stall. Are you not curious how it tastes? This was a bizarre way of telling me that she wanted to try some, but it was very in character for a goddess, or for Teorita at least. Due to some misplaced pride or shame, she wanted to make it sound like I was the one interested, not her. I guess I could go for one. How about you? Of course. I could never refuse an offering from my knight. Then pick out 2 flavors you like. Wait. As I got out some military notes to hand her, I looked back at Kivia. Make that 3. Right, Kivia? I'm fine, she replied. I'm trying to save. I have a long-term budget planned out. I'd been joking, of course. But once again, after what looked like a brief, agonizing internal struggle, she responded with total seriousness. I gave up and passed Tirita the notes. Knowing her, I figured she'd want to do the shopping herself. Taurita, do you think you could use these and grab 2 frozen desserts? Of course. What would you do without me? I will be right back. She dashed off with a spring in her step, her golden hair fluttering in the wind, and lined up in front of the stall with the others. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the goddess, but she paid them no mind, as if it were only natural for them to stare. Xylo, there is something I need to tell you, Kaivia said, staring at Taurita's back from afar. It sounded like she was finally going to get to the point. My opinion of you all has changed somewhat. You're not simply a pack of villains. You're… how to put this? We're also stupid pieces of shit, right? Yeah, I know. That isn't true. At least, not in your case, she replied with a straight face. This woman really didn't understand the concept of joking. I still haven't forgotten how you saved my men back at Kuvonj Forest. Nor have I forgotten what you did for us at the Zoangan mines. You saved the miners we were going to abandon. We ended up losing more than we saved though. But you still did it, and I believe you deserve respect for that. The wounded soldiers who managed to retreat back at Kuvonj Forest were very grateful, you know. I'm glad. I smiled slightly. This felt like the first good news I'd gotten in a while. They made it out alive, huh? I guess it wasn't all for nothing then. Was that all you wanted to talk about? Kivia didn't reply. She glared sharply at me as though I'd offended her. What did I say this time? What's with the look? I asked. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not looking at you, said Kivia. She frowned and cleared her throat. I was simply surprised to see you smile, since you always seemed so angry. The world can be an aggravating place. If you could only fix that attitude of yours, then… No, forget it. At any rate, I simply wanted to commend you on your skills. You continue producing great results. Perhaps Goddess Teorita, too. There was a hint of pain in her voice when she said Teorita's name was saved by forging a pact with you. What's that supposed to mean? Goddess Teorita was discovered by a group of adventurers in some ruins to the north. I knew about adventurers. They were basically professional grave robbers operating in groups who claimed what they were doing was work. Adventurer used to be synonymous with thief, but people's view of them had gradually changed as the war progressed. Now it was hard not to support them since they were willing to brave dangerous locations to find ancient artifacts. Sometimes they even found something incredible like a goddess. We, the 13th Order, were given the task of excavating those ruins. But there were administrative and operational issues due to friction between the military and the temple. Sounds rough. Not my problem though. I laughed through my nose and Kivia shot me an irritated stare. What are you talking about? Of course it's your problem. Have you forgotten you were the one who killed Goddess Sinerva? What are you trying to say? Because of that, the military started wondering. If a goddess could be killed, then could more be created? What a terrible idea. That was how I felt, at least, and it looked like Kivia agreed. The military requested to analyze Goddess Teorita's body. The temple, however, is opposed. Analyze her body? I figured no, I was almost certain. Since the military was involved, that would mean dissecting her in order to unlock the secret of how goddesses were made. They'd work carefully so as not to kill her, but that meant she'd be alive during the dissection. Sounds just like the monsters back at Galchuele. It was aggravating how well I knew them. They were so maddeningly practical. The military's opinion was winning out. But the situation is gradually changing now that you've proven the goddess's value. You've already defeated 2 demon lords in a very short period of time. And what were they thinking up until now? I couldn't help asking. I was starting to get irritated, and I couldn't stop myself from pressing her. We had to prove she was valuable, so they thought Teorita was useless before? Why was she chosen to be dissected? She was just discovered the other day. They couldn't possibly know what she could do. We knew she could summon swords because of writings in the ruins where she was discovered. Kivia seemed to be trying her best to remain calm. She is noticeably inferior when compared to the other 12 goddesses. There is even a more powerful goddess with the same abilities. I understood what she was trying to say. That was how the military thought. Even the temple was likely to agree. Visions of the future, lighting in storms, warriors from other worlds, war machines compared to that. Teorita's swords were far too limited. Scumbags. It dawned on me, as I said this, that the real scumbags were us heroes, though as far as I was concerned, the military and the temple had no right to say so. It was then that I finally realized why Kivia and the 13th Order had been acting so strangely. At last, I knew the reason behind their suicidal behavior back at Kuvonj Forest. It must have been their way of atoning for what they were doing. Or maybe they were just filled with despair. The 13th Order's task had been to deliver the goddess, whom they were supposed to protect, to be dissected. That was also why they hadn't awoken her. As soldiers, they couldn't disobey orders, but they must have thought they could win over the temple or the northern nobles if they sacrificed themselves to defend that territory. But the scumbags back at Galtoile, what does it matter if she's not useful? I said, looking at Tirita. She had just bought 2 frozen desserts and was rushing back toward us, smiling proudly. Who do they think they are? Damn it. What else do I need to do to prove to those Galtoile Fortress lowlifes that she's worth more in one piece? There was no point in getting mad at Kivia. I knew that, but I couldn't stop myself. Okay, tell me about our next mission, I said. If we succeed again, they won't need to dissect Tirita, right? What do you want me to do? Defend, spat Kivia. Maybe she was angry too. You heroes are to defend this fortress to the death, alone. The room was small and dark, not much different from a cell. What a gloomy place. That was the first thought that came to Venetim Leopold's mind. Aren't they going to make me stand before that hammy veil of truth for my trial? He'd intended to talk his way out of this mess before the jury and the confessor. I'll tell the biggest lie there ever was. Something for the history books. That was what he'd planned anyway. But it seemed that wasn't in the cards anymore. There were only 2 people in the room with him now. Sitting across from him at a desk was a young man with an overly cheerful smile, and standing behind him was a woman in a simple white robe, common garb for priests, with her arms crossed. She was staring at him with sleepy, emotionless eyes. Something isn't right. It was no surprise Venetim felt that way. After all, this was nothing like the trials he had heard about. There were no jurors, and he didn't even have to swear to tell the truth. This feels more like an interrogation than a trial. Is there still some information they want to get out of me? He'd already told them everything. Lies, truth, lies he'd convinced even himself were true. You have my apologies, Venetim Leopold, said the young man, placing his elbows on the crude desk and lacing his fingers together as if he was about to pray. His voice sounded somehow insincere. I really wish we could have spoken somewhere nicer, but it is what it is. I've always wanted to meet you. I have a lot of respect for you. Oh? You do, huh? Venetim replied, nodding vaguely. There wasn't anything else he could do. He wasn't the kind of person who could carefully select his words before he spoke. When people heard he was a con man, they tended to get the wrong impression. Venetim wasn't a level-headed thinker or a witty wordsmith. He didn't have those talents. Even when he was deceiving people, he simply said whatever came to mind. This time was no different. What exactly do you mean? You have a lot of respect for me. He had some serious doubts about that. Do you plan on making a living by swindling people too? Because if you do, you shouldn't be looking up to people like me. After all, I got caught. Yes, you are right about that, said the man, laughing low in his throat. His expression was cheerful, but there was something eerie about his laugh. It was almost like the hissing of a snake. I suppose I went a little too far this time, said Venetim. I guess trying to sell the royal castle to a circus was a bit. Actually, that has almost nothing to do with this. It was pretty funny though. The man waved his hand, and the woman dressed like a priest silently started moving. She lined up stacks of paper on the desk, one after the other. They were all records of Venetim's crimes. The nature of your crimes is unprecedented. I'm honestly surprised someone could be so reckless. The man laughed again, snake-like, as he ran his eyes across the papers. First, you made an agreement to sell land to a circus wishing to perform in the royal capital. To that end, you counterfeited an entire palace relocation plan. It's impressive, to say the least. Venetim could still remember it as if it had occurred only the day before. The scam had gotten out of hand before he knew what was happening. Originally, he'd only planned to set up the land sale, collect the advance payment, and pull his usual disappearing act. However, the more he told, the more complicated things became. Before long, they were discussing palace relocation plans, demolition work, and potential buyers for the leftover stone and iron. He had to start lying to all kinds of tradesmen just to keep up the act. I felt like I was walking a tightrope. Things were so busy, it issued quotes, raised seed money, and prepared a letter of attorney from the Chancellor's representative as things snowballed beyond anything he'd imagined. By the time the circus troupe finally arrived, there were carpenters, construction-related vendors, and even protesters all jumbled together. They had created quite the scene. Venetum was too afraid to witness the chaos he had created, so he stayed away and tried to bide his time until it was safe to leave the capital. But he was easily captured before he could make it out. You've done a lot more than just that. Investment fraud, counterfeiting antiques, lottery fraud, financing violations. You have over 100 lawsuits filed against you by the Verkle Development Corporation alone. I'm sorry. I truly regret my actions. Don't be. It doesn't matter anymore. What I want to know is why. What's your motive? To Venetum, it doesn't matter anymore sounded extremely ominous. I hate seeing people disappointed. I've hated it ever since I was a child. This was a story he told countless times, but the details always changed. When he really thought about it, all these stories seemed true, and at the same time, they all felt like lies. I would make up whatever lie I could on the spot to avoid disappointing people, and I tried to make the lies consistent. That must have taken a great deal of effort. Keeping everything consistent with this circus plan must have been awfully difficult. But you managed it. Well, Venetum gave only a vague answer. He couldn't think of anything else to do. He was far more interested in who this man was and if he was going to be put on trial. Will I get the death penalty then? He asked. Oh, no, unfortunately not. The man leaned forward. You aren't actually being tried for fraud. I'm not. Then this was what got you into trouble. Another sheaf of papers was tossed onto the table. This one Venetum recognized. It was a newspaper, the Livio Chronicle, not the most prestigious of publications. In fact, it was at the bottom of the barrel even among third-rate newspapers. It regularly published dubious scoops on the occult, conspiracies, scandals, and self-produced gossip about the demon blight. Venetum had been working for them as a journalist for the past year, since he was very good at coming up with fake stories. Venetum tilted his head in confusion. Why are you showing me this? This is an article you wrote, The Demon Lord's Secret Invasion. Spies under the influence of the demon blight are already among us and pretending to be human, and the temple, Galtuil, and even the royal family have already been compromised. I think that about sums it up. Venetum recalled writing the article. The paper was out of ideas for scandals between knights and goddesses, and they couldn't come up with any more dirt on the royal family, so they'd asked him to write something that would scare people, and that's just what he'd done. I guess I deserve the look he's giving me. Perhaps there was some truth to Venetum's stories about hating to see people disappointed. And you included names too. High Priest Marlon Kivia, General Delph, and even Governor General Samurid. Impressive. That's quite the imagination you've got. To be straight with you, fraud, scandals, conspiracy theories, I don't care about those. But this... He laughed, rattling his throat. We can't have the truth getting out. Huh? Especially from someone like you, who's so good at making people believe their lies. You've done enough to convince us after all. But Venetum felt this was all very unfair. Wait, I never... He tried to get up, but he couldn't. The woman in priest garb was suddenly standing right next to him, tightly gripping his shoulders. Immense pain shot through his body, and Venetum wailed, "You were going to ruin all our hard work. And so I have a gift for you. It's a special restraint that will ensure you can never talk about any of this again." The man snapped his fingers theatrically. That was when Venetum noticed the sadistic glint in the man's merry smile. It was the expression of someone who enjoyed seeing the fear in his victim's eyes. Unfortunately, you'll be suffering a fate far worse than death. The grin on his face widened. He clearly didn't think any of this was unfortunate. Venetum Leopold, you are being sentenced to serve as a hero. Defend this fortress to the death. That was what the messenger told us, a man from Galtuil who had an impressive beard. Honestly, I didn't like the look of the guy from the moment I saw him. I didn't trust well-dressed, dignified men. Maybe I was cursed so that I couldn't, even if I wanted to. The demon blight is approaching, and the penal hero unit is to defend this fortress to the death alone. Venetum and I were standing side by side like idiots, listening to this man bluntly order us to die. "Xylo, relax," whispered Venetum. "I implore you to remain calm. Please don't punch me in the face or beat me to death, okay? What kind of person do you think I am? I said. Did I really look like someone who would suddenly get violent for no reason? Maybe I did. I'd killed a goddess, and that sure counted as meaningless violence. Maybe he thought I was the type of guy who let his moods dictate his actions. Ahem. I apologize, good messenger, said Venetim. I understand you wish for us to protect the fortress at all costs, but… Venetim cleared his throat and continued like he was on the verge of death. At the very least, he sounded like he had a hole or two in his stomach and was bleeding out. What exactly is our objective? Your mission is to remain here. That is all, replied the messenger solemnly. Keep fighting until the very last man and then fight some more. Ah, you wish for us to hold the enemy off and draw the battle out, hmm? How long should we keep them busy? Venetim was persistent and friendly too. He was even smiling. He was probably just afraid to face reality. Until you're dead, stated the messenger. The 13th and 9th Orders will be conserving their strength at the rear. They will execute a special attack the moment every one of you is dead and the fortress falls. Well, that's a very mean-spirited plan, I thought. But if the sacred seal hanging from the man's neck was real, then there was no doubt he was a legitimate messenger from Galtwile. And what kind of special attack are we talking about, if I may ask? The messenger nodded gravely back at Venetim. Poison. The 9th Order's goddess will perform her miracle. I had heard rumors about this. The 9th Order's goddess was able to summon any kind of poison from the tips of her fingers, but it was apparently very difficult for her to cover a range broad enough to take out a demon lord. That was why they needed to set up a trap. So they're planning on doing that here? At this fortress? They would probably combine it with a bomb featuring a sacred seal. Calling it a special attack was a bit overdramatic. They'd simply be detonating the bombs. This fortress shall become the grave of Demon Blights number 15, Iblis, and you heroes are being granted the honor of becoming the foundation. Neither Venetim nor I said a word. Our jaws were already too busy dropping. The plan this time was to lure the Demon Lord and its associated fairies to this fortress, contaminate the place with poison, and go down with the enemy. So we're basically just buying time with our deaths. That's ridiculous. This plan is unbelievably inefficient. The words were out of my mouth before I even realized it. You're going to use this whole fortress just to trap and kill a single demon lord? If you use a poison strong enough to do that, the fortress will become uninhabitable. Demon Blight number 15. Iblis is extremely powerful. The messenger was clearly disgusted with my argument. Venetim anxiously elbowed me in the side. This was his fault, however, for bringing me along just because he didn't understand military affairs. During the previous battle, it survived an attack from the 9th Order, the messenger continued. Are you aware of its astonishing regenerative abilities? I knew, but only through rumor. Iblis's existence was confirmed early on during the war against the Demon Blight. It roamed slowly across the land, consuming or destroying everything in its path, and was famous for its ability to survive any attack. The Knights had tried to wipe it out in the past, but were never able to finish it off. Iblis had especially long dormant periods, so the matter had been shelved for some time afterward. It only moved around a few times each year in remote areas, heaping damage to a minimum and making it a low priority. But for some reason, it was suddenly heading straight toward this fortress, as if it had a clear purpose in mind. Last time, we sniped to the Demon Blight from afar while the goddess's miracle hit it with a lethal dose of poison. The sniper in this case was probably Sav from our unit. He had been lent to the 9th Order and helped out with their activities. It seemed he had done what was asked of him. The mission was a success, but that didn't matter in the end. Although Iblis temporarily entered a state of suspended animation, it came back to life before its death could be confirmed. I was starting to understand where he was going with this, and I had a feeling the conclusion was going to piss me off. The result of that mission and a vision from the third goddess, Sedia, led Galtwile to amend their strategy. They concluded that the only way to defeat Iblis was to use a substantial amount of poison to kill it continuously. The goddess will be using a special poison, similar to a living creature. I knew it. There is no other possible way to kill it. he concluded. Are you out of your mind? I said. What's going to happen to us when? Please wait, good messenger. Venetim cut me off. If we manage to lure the enemy into position as promised, wouldn't it be all right if we evacuated the area? I cannot allow that, he insisted. Why? It shouldn't be a problem as long as we complete our mission. I cannot allow it. This is what Galtwile has decided. If even a single penal hero leaves Maride Fortress, the sacred seals on your necks will automatically activate, killing every last one of you. Are they out of their minds? I thought once again, what was the point of that? There was something odd about all this. Why were they so dead set on all of us dying? It seemed completely pointless. Would our survival somehow inconvenience them? Perhaps this was their doing. The people who set me up. They must have really hated me, hated all of us. It was like they were doing everything they could to kill us. Part of me understood how they felt, but like hell was I playing along. What could I do, though? I didn't have the time to die here. That's right, Hellritter. She was in danger of being dissected alive unless we could prove her value. Taking down the Demon Lord along with the fortress wouldn't be enough. The Ninth Order's goddess and her poison would probably get all the credit anyway. Or was that what they were after? Did they come up with this plan to make Tarita seem less useful? Very well, we will carry out our mission as planned, replied Venetim casually while I was thinking. Is he for real? I thought, unconsciously glancing at his face. He was smiling as he talked, really buttering the guy up. However, I would like to request a few changes to improve the plan, he continued. First, that rule about everyone dying if a single person leaves the fortress. That could be a little problematic. The messenger knitted his brow, but Venetim didn't give him the chance to reply. Venetim's biggest advantage as a conman was how loud he could be. He was able to project his voice in such a way that it drowned out everyone else. As you know, we are a group of criminal sick individuals with various personality disorders. It's quite easy to imagine at least one of us folding under the pressure and deciding to take the easy way out by leaving the fortress early on. If that happens, we won't be able to lure the enemy here. He's got a point, I thought. If their publicly stated aim wasn't killing all of us, but defeating the Demon Lord, then this was a fact they couldn't ignore. You're free to appoint a supervisor, but one of us could still escape. That's why I think the whole group should only be put to death if everyone tries to leave the fortress. It was impressive how Venetim could pull arguments like this out of his arse. He spoke so quickly, I didn't even have time to consider if what he was saying made sense. In addition, there is the issue of Goddess Tarita. She has forged a pact with Xylo here and will likely insist on remaining in the fortress no matter what anyone says. I will do my utmost to convince her, replied the messenger. She won't listen to you. Our goddess's mighty compassion is far too powerful for her to leave us behind. Although his phrasing sounded a little off, Venetim maintained an absolutely straight face as he formed the great sacred seal with his hands. He traced a circle in the air, then ran his finger straight down the middle as if he were cutting it in half. Forming this seal, the first sacred seal, was a common sign of worship at the temple. Our continuous success as of late is all thanks to the protection of the great goddess Tarita, and I would like to request permission for her to stay with us. I am in no position to grant that permission. Then who is? The goddess falls under the 13th Order's command and… Xylo, get in touch with Captain Kivia. I will handle things here. Venetim patted me on the shoulder and whispered, I think I can get us the okay to let Tarita withdraw once we complete our mission. What else do you need? More soldiers, I replied. We don't have enough people. There's no way we can do this alone. I wasn't expecting much from him when I said it, but he easily agreed to give it a shot. Alright, what else? He asked. Weapons and food. Alright, what else? A pardon. Alright, what else? He's just randomly nodding in agreement with whatever I say. He looked incredibly serious too. I snorted. I'm kidding about the pardon. But I do want cavalry and artillery. What about Jace and Rhino? Do you think you could get them? They still haven't returned from the Western Front, so I highly doubt they'll make it back in time. Jace was our unit's cavalryman and Rhino our artilleryman. They had been sent together to the Western Front to fight. Jace was especially valuable since he was a Dragon Knight. His personality was less than ideal, but you could really count on his dragon partner. If he were here, we could afford to take a few more risks. But no use thinking about the impossible. Alright, just leave it to me. Venezim proudly bumped a fist against his chest. I'll take care of things. All you need to do is believe in me. Those words mean almost nothing coming from you. Do you really think you can do it? How should I say this? No one would ever believe me, but... He suddenly lowered his voice even more. I know a secret, a really big secret. I was one step away from saving the world once, and this is nothing compared to that. Yeah, I bet. I knew you would, of course. Indeed, Venezim went on to successfully negotiate all of my demands, save Leoparden, and Kivia informed me later that he was ordered to grab the goddess and leave Murade Fortress the second it became necessary to evacuate. This guy was going to get himself stabbed in the back on the battlefield one day, no doubt about it. Come on, you know me. I'm basically a nice guy, right? I could hear Sav's voice from behind me. He'd been talking constantly for a while now, like he'd stop breathing if he wasn't flapping his lips. I was at my wit's end. I'm too nice, in fact. It really gets me down. I always felt like something wasn't right ever since I started training. It's a real problem. I mean, I'm a super light killer, raised from childhood by an order of assassins. It was a terrible day to have ears. I tried to walk a little faster, but Sav didn't seem to catch on that I meant for him to shut up. The more I looked into my targets and who they were, the more I was like, man, I can't kill this guy. He has a wife and kids and a sick grandpa to boot. It was times like that when my pure nature would come out. Dota, who was walking ahead of us, looked back at me, fed up. His eyes were saying, maybe we should have left this guy back at the fortress. We'd heard Sav tell the story a few dozen times, and I would have already knocked him out cold if he wasn't such a good sniper. Luckily for him, his skills were supernatural. That's why I've never killed my target. My success rate is 0%. But the Order would be mad if I went home without proof I'd done my job, you know? So I'd find some random person, turn them into mincemeat, and bring that back instead. Then I'd have my target secretly run away. I'm such a good guy, right? Sav was an assassin who couldn't kill his targets. And yet, you can kill some innocent bystander? This question had occurred to me before, but it truly seemed not to bother him. I'd asked him once, and he replied, well, of course. The guy was a real piece of work, to be sure. Sav probably didn't differentiate between humans and livestock like cows or pigs. If he grew attached to someone, he couldn't kill them. But if it was someone he didn't know anything about, there was nothing stopping him. He was the kind of person you'd never want to get involved with, but unfortunately, that was a luxury I couldn't afford. It was times like this when I remembered I was a criminal, and this was my punishment. But get this, the Order of Assassins kicked me out of the group. Just what kind of scumbags? Sav. That was when I finally looked back at him. We had reached our destination, and he was annoying me, so I figured it was about time he shut up. Shut up. Sorry, bro. He scratched his straw-colored hair and offered me a slight smile, revealing a few missing teeth. He was a cheerful guy, but kind of a goofball, and he kept calling me bro for some reason. Sav was just that kind of guy. Was I talking too much again? Silo. I think it's about time we gag him. Dota frowned and pointed at Sav. He never shuts up. I had to share a room with him before, and it was awful. He talked all night. He didn't even sleep. I can stay awake for 3 days straight, said Sav. I underwent training for that. See? It's literal torture. Dota said, stricken. With Dota and Sav together, the noise level was as high as it could get, but I didn't have any other choice. Our mission was to scout the area outside the fortress, and I couldn't do that with Norgala, the one-legged king. Venezim was out of the question as well. He had absolutely no stamina, and Tatio was useless during missions like this. That was how I ended up with these two. Dota, said Sav, we should be friends and get to know each other better. We're on the same team. I'd love to if you promise to be a little quieter from now on. I'm not really a fan of silence. You see, my training under the Order was basically like torture. My past is super sad. Back then, they'd throw me in a dungeon underground. Hey, I had to interrupt. I already told you to shut up once, didn't I? Don't make me repeat myself. Look what you did, said Dota. You made Silo mad. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, bro. Dota, you too. Hurry up and apologize. Why do I have to apologize? Tav swiftly lowered his head into a bow, and yet they continued to argue. All I could do was sigh. Messing with these two was a waste of time. I crouched down a little, straining my eyes at the scenery before us. We had been walking for about half a day after leaving Murid Fortress, and although it was cloudy out, I could see Kuvenge Forest and the Zoangan mines. Slightly to the west were the mountains of Retamai. Blackish smoke currently hovered near their base. It technically wasn't smoke, of course, but countless fairies gathering together. When they moved in droves like that, they flung black dirt into the air like smoke. Now they formed a great army, tearing into the ground with their steps and knocking over the trees in their path like a mudslide. Their movement appeared sluggish, but that only made me feel more keenly the promise of destruction they brought. They cut into the foot of the mountains, turning the area into a valley. They flattened nearby settlements, buildings and all. Demon Blight number 15. Iblis had to be somewhere in the center of this throng. They're getting close. While I was crouching, observing the enemy, I suddenly heard a voice from above. It was Krivia. Dota needed someone to keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't run off, so she had ended up coming along. They're going to reach the fortress faster than I thought. As she traced the map in her hands with a finger, I stood up and joined her. Judging by its route, the Demon Blight seemed to be heading straight for Murid Fortress, almost as if it was chasing something. At this rate, it should be here in about 3 or 4 days, I said. Yeah. Kivia blinked a few times and cleared her throat. I'd say that sounds about right when you consider Iblis's speed. It's coming straight here as if something or someone is guiding it. It's fishy, especially when you consider how it's behaved up until now. Yes, I agree. I wouldn't be surprised if Galtwheel knows something. Perhaps there's a Demon Blight that can function as a commander guiding it. Great. Just what we need. By the way, each time I spoke, Kivia would lean away from me. She was practically falling over, her eyes staring in the opposite direction. Why are you moving away from me? Your face is way too close. Stand back a little. But before I could reply, Dota shrieked, Eek! He pointed toward the forest. I just saw something. I think it was a fairy. Oh, yep. That's what it looks like, alright. Sav, standing by Dota's side, was leaning forward and gazing in the direction Dota had indicated. These two had crazy good eyesight. I guess they were just built different or something. It was hard to believe they were human. It looks kind of like a dog to me, said Sav. What do you see, Dota? Same here. Looks like a Seer Sith. Seer Sith was the name people used for all small dog-like fairies. While they weren't exceptional fighters, they were very perceptive and agile. Therefore, they would usually go ahead and scout an area before the Demon Lord arrived. Their senses seemed to be linked up to the Demon Lord somehow. A Seer Sith? Asked Kivia. How many are we talking about? Are you sure they're there? The captain strained her eyes as well, but I didn't think she'd see anything. I couldn't either. If I still had my old sacred seal meant for scouting and capturing enemies, then maybe. But I didn't have the abnormal natural eyesight of Dota or Sav, and if they said they could see something, then I had no doubt it was there. You couldn't trust them as far as you could throw them, but they didn't lie for no reason like Venetim. Well, it looks like we've got some killing to do, I said. Things would get messy if the fairies spotted us and came flooding in. Sav, can you hit it from here? I don't know. I think I can do it, but I'm not gonna make any promises. So don't kill me if I miss, okay? What kind of person do you think I am? I think you're a great guy, really. His answer was a little less than convincing, but he proceeded to unsheathe the long staff strapped to his back. It was a type of lightning staff with a sacred seal engraved into it, but its range and power were in another league compared to Dota's. Its product name was Daisy, and it had been developed by the Verkal Development Corporation as a sniper weapon. But King Norgala had tuned this one to such an extent that all of its sacred seals were unrecognizable. Can I shoot it already? If I keep looking at it like this, I'll stop wanting to kill it. You know what they say, that Sav's a really empathetic guy. Nicest assassin there ever was. Just shoot it already, I said. Or can you not shoot unless you're running your mouth? All right, here goes nothing. It was almost instantaneous. A bolt of lightning soared from the staff toward the forest far in the distance, threading through the trees in a flash. Pop. There was a dry, deflated sound. Got it, he said before glancing at Dota out of the corner of his eye. I hit it dead on, huh? How'd I do? It went straight through its head. Wow, you make it look easy. Dota sighed in relief, spyglass in hand. He was a very simple person. Sav might have made it look easy, but he just hit something around 2,200 standard rates away. The Federated Kingdom had adopted rates as the unit of measurement for distance, and one standard rate was equivalent to 1 step forward for an adult of average height. The skill you would need to shoot a target through the head from 1,200 steps away while avoiding obstacles was beyond human understanding. Looks like there are more though, Sav said to Dota, keeping his lightning staff in position. Dota, how many do you see? Oh, you're right. I see them 4 more, and they've spotted us. Dota began shaking Sav's shoulders in a panic. They're coming this way, Sav. Hurry, do that thing again. Don't rush me. I can't fire multiple shots in succession with this thing. It's made specifically for distance and power, but don't worry. I'll take care of them before they get here. Dota and Sav were a pain in the ass when you paired them together like this, but they got the job done. Dota would do whatever he could to save himself, and Sav was probably the best lightning staff wielder I'd ever seen. It was actually pretty aggravating how useful they were. In other words, everything was going to be alright with them on the job. So while Chatterbox Sav's attention was on his sniping, I decided to use the time to talk to Kivia. I'm gonna go set some traps His Majesty gave me once we're finished scouting. I want to take out as many of the fairies as we can before they reach the fortress. I peered into the distance at Iblis. Its fairy forces would only increase as it approached. I know it's probably pointless with numbers like that, but it's better than doing nothing. Anyway, I hate to bother you, but I need your help. It's fine, Kivia replied. That's my job, however. What? I find myself more confused about you by the day. Kivia was looking at me like she was having a hard time accepting what she was seeing. You are still trying to fulfill your role even under the circumstances. You haven't given up. And your attitude toward Goddess Teorita, you're nothing like the goddess killer I heard about. What'd you hear? That you were an upstart who acted hastily in pursuit of glory, and that you put your unit at risk before eventually going mad and taking the goddess's life. But I can't imagine you doing such a thing. You never know. I smiled bitterly. But a certain word in Kivia's explanation had caught me off guard. Upstart. That was something hereditary nobles said. Kivia. Was that the name of some prominent family I'd simply never heard about? Hey Kivia, which noble family are you from? I don't mean to be rude, but I've never heard the name. That's because I'm not from a noble family. Don't give me that. Do you really think Goltwill would let just anyone become a captain of the Holy Knights? My uncle's a high priest. A high priest, huh? Now it all made sense. That was pretty much the highest rank within the temple. A few dozen people held it, and they alone were privy to exclusive sacred council meetings. So Kivia wasn't born into a family of nobles, but a family of priests. No wonder I'd never heard of her. Her attitude toward Tortana Vita finally made sense too. What had happened in her life that led her to join the military, and not as a military priest either, but as a captain in the Holy Knights? That's why I was wary of you at first. I was worried you might harm Goddess Torita, but it appears my concern was unnecessary. I see. So does that mean you can stop watching me like a hawk? Watching you? I've noticed you staring at me this whole time. I haven't been able to relax since we left the fortress. I've been doing no such thing. Perhaps your ego is deluding you because nothing like that ever happened. Ridiculous. You're so self-centered. You should reflect on that, you think? Krivia rattled off her words without pausing to breathe. I felt she was being a little unfair and I wanted to object. What did I need to reflect on exactly? But before I could form my thoughts, Sav had finished the job. Bam. I did it, bro. Pretty incredible, right? I landed every shot. The tip of his lightning staff was still red hot. Despite activating a sacred seal and accurately sniping from such a distance, however, Save didn't seem exhausted in the least. That was all of them, right? Dotter was still glancing around anxiously. If he didn't see anything, then I sure as hell wouldn't. At any rate, it seems safe to assume the threat was gone for now. Alright, we go on horseback from here, I said. Kivia was still staring daggers at me, but we had a job to do, and I needed to focus my attention on that. Let's finish laying these traps and head back, I continued. Kivia, you know how to ride a horse, right? Follow me. Dotter, have you two wait here. Don't you dare even think about running away. You got it, said Sav. I'll make sure to keep an eye on Dotter. I couldn't run away even if I wanted to, Dotter added. The area is crawling with enemy scouts now. Without you here, Xylo, I'll be too scared to even move. Good. Kivia, let's go. I need your help. I won't be able to set up these traps by myself and… wait. Kivia looked confused. I know how to ride a horse, but where are the horses? We weren't supplied with horses for this mission. Someone acquired them and stashed them over here. I looked at Dotter, who immediately averted his gaze awkwardly. Kivia breathed a heavy sigh. In the end, 50 holy knights remained at Maride Fortress. All 50 were from the 13th Order. They had stayed behind at Kivia's request, and every one of them was trustworthy, at least according to her. I didn't know how true that was, but they could at least help with odd jobs. We had a lot to do in very little time. Plus, you could never do too much when it came to inspections and maintenance of the fortress's equipment. Meanwhile, the Ninth Order seemed to have zero interest in helping out. When we returned from scouting, we happened to run into their goddess and captain leaving the fortress. Excuse us. Horde Clivios, the captain, nodded to Kivia on his way out. I was familiar with his family name. The Clivioses were nobles with a vast stretch of land in the south, and their wine was delicious. Dotter and Sav would grovel and beg with tears in their eyes for a single glass. You're quite the eccentric, Captain Kivia, he said, as if truly baffled by her. There was probably a hint of disgust in there as well. I find your desire to watch the penal heroes die in poor taste though. But well, if that is what you wish, then I will pray for your safety. The captain of the Ninth Order seemed to think we were nothing more than gamecocks, and us fighting was merely a show for his enjoyment. At the very least, he didn't acknowledge us as part of the military's forces. I felt basically the same whenever I looked at Dotter or Sav. Including them in the military seemed to be causing more problems than it was solving. I will pray for your safety, Kivia. The goddess of the Ninth Order bowed as well. She was a woman with flowing black hair and eyes of fire, but she was nothing like Sonova or Terita. She had a very gloomy, cheerless personality. Stand back, Pelmari. That's the goddess killer. The captain of the Ninth Order slipped in between the goddess and me. I understood where he was coming from. He thought I was some sort of hardened criminal who could kill goddesses. And I could. I had. Our work here is done, so we're leaving, he said. Stay close to me. Got it? Yes, Horde. I will not leave your side. Did I successfully fulfill my role? You were perfect. Absolutely perfect. Perfect? Then, will you not say, that's my Pelmari? Good job. Of course. That's my Pelmari. Good job. He rubbed the goddess's head, and their exchange continued like this until they had left the fortress along with 74 large casks filled with poison. The plan was like this: lure Iblis to Maride Fortress, then simultaneously detonate all the casks. The poison should stop the demon lord in its tracks and continue to kill it, neutralizing it. And the best part? We penal heroes were the ones who had to do it. Hilarious. Sounds like we're in for a rough time, said Sav as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. We were walking side by side. I'm guessing we're all gonna die. This sucks. I'm getting pissed off just thinking about it. Want to kill one of the holy knights? Why would we kill a holy knight? To feel better. I see you kicking rocks when you're stressed, bro. It's the same thing. Rocks and humans aren't the same. Hey, that's discrimination. You should be more open-minded. I had to remain calm, no matter how annoying he got. You know, humans are just another part of nature, he continued. Humans and rocks are practically siblings, so I don't think you should treat one group like they're special. I couldn't listen to his drivel any longer. Humans and rocks were not equal. Humans were special. Humans were different from rocks and plants, even livestock. Why? Because I was human. Of course, an idiot like Sav wouldn't be able to understand that. Plus, he seemed to have forgotten that the sacred seals on our necks would activate and kill us if we ever harmed someone without specific orders to do so. Silo. By the time we reached the now evacuated control room, Vanitim had already made himself at home. Tyrita came rushing over like she was a little dog, and we were her family just returned home. Oh, hey goddess. Salve waved and put on a goofy smile. It looks like you were a really good girl while we were gone. How were things here? You didn't eat too many snacks, right? I'm not in the mood for your endless prattle, Sav. I'm angry. Xylo, you sneaked out and left me behind. How far did you scout? She'd barely met him, and yet Teorita seemed to have already figured out how annoying Salve was. She ran over and grabbed my elbow. How could a knight leave his goddess behind for 2 whole days? That is unacceptable. Do not let it happen again. Listen, you, goddess Teorita. Kivia peered into Torita's eyes. The goddess was still hanging from my arm. Please have mercy. We were simply fulfilling our duty to ensure your victory. Although I understand they are sinners, please grant the penal heroes permission to rest. Xylo, why don't you drink some water? You need to take a break. You've been working non-stop. Torita furrowed her brow and began looking back and forth between Kivia and me. Xylo, it seems you managed to have a lot of fun scouting with Kivia. There's no such thing as having fun scouting, I shot back. Precisely, added Kivia. Goddess Teorita, we only did what was necessary. We weren't there to have fun. We only rode so far away in order to set traps. It was all for the mission. Teorita looked at Kivia like she wasn't convinced, probably because the captain was saying everything in a single breath the same way Venetum did. Is that so? Yes, Goddess Teorita. Here, I brought you back some fruit I picked in the forest. They're very sweet. You picked fruit in a forest together. Interesting. That sounds like a lot of fun. No, I was merely fulfilling my duty by Xylo. My knight. Teorita tightened her grip on my arm, hanging off it as if she was dangling from a branch. I could tell from this contact alone that she was under a great deal of emotional strain. Small sparks were beginning to fly off her. I saw the 9th Order, she said. Okay, not okay. I saw it happen 7 times in a single day. Are you listening? 7 times. I saw their goddess get her head rubbed 7 times. Teorita began shaking my arm. I really wish she hadn't seen those 2, I thought. Now she was going to demand to be spoiled. I'm not asking for that many, but at least half should be possible, yes? Alright, you did a good job waiting for us these past 2 days. What else could I have done in this situation? I rubbed Teorita's head as I shifted my gaze to Venetim, who was sitting at the commander's desk. How are things going? I asked him. A lot better than I thought they would. He was leaning back in the chair listlessly, as if he were dead tired, but I knew it was an act. The con man was excellent at faking gestures and mannerisms. We have knights from the 13th Order on our side now, he continued. But what really surprised me was all the miners from Zowengan who came to our aid along with their friends. 100 of them in total. A little earlier, the miners from Zowengan had shown up, along with their acquaintances and people from their union, giving us a total of 100 more men. They said they wanted to help the penal heroes with their work. They were currently underground helping King Norgal and his workshop. What is with these people? There had to be something wrong with them. They seemed to think we were some sort of honorable band of knights who saved their lives. I told them I was no such thing and they should get lost. but they wouldn't listen. All I could hope for now was that Dota wouldn't cause too much trouble. He was outside the fortress on another mission at the moment, but I was already worried about when he got back. Man, I'm getting lonely, said Sav. I wish there were more people here. Even an extra 100 miners feels like nothing. We're gonna lose for sure. I know it. What are you talking about? How could you lose with me here? Sav's thoughtless comment had annoyed Terra too, of course. You may rest assured that I will be watching over you and granting you my blessing. I will lead you all to victory, no matter what. Well, you sure have grit, goddess. Hey bro, are all goddesses like this? Is the world gonna be okay? I think Teorita's a special case, I said. And no, this world isn't gonna be okay. How rude! Even you, my knight, you should be defending my honor. Teorita's fists rained down on my back as Sav continued. So, Venetum, what should we do now? Should we start running away? Running away? Venetum looked a little panicked as he briefly glanced at Kivia. We will do no such thing. Sav, whatever happened to fighting for justice? We must stop Demon Lord Iblis and become a shield to protect our people and our territory. Oh, is that how it's gonna be? Tav laughed dryly, then turned back to look at me. I don't think I can do it. This guy's too funny. Funny people are my weakness. I don't think I can shoot him even if he runs away. Can you do it for me, bro? Who cares? I said. It's not like he's any use to us in battle. If he wants to run, let him. Excuse me? Venetum said, frowning. Yeah, good point. Sav nodded without hesitation. Venetum, you won't mind if I come up with our strategy, right? I asked. I will defer to you, Xylo, he said, nodding gravely. This was all a bluff. He didn't know the first thing about strategy. No matter what happens, we must defeat Iblis. That is our duty. For the future of the kingdom. For humanity's tomorrow. Kivia's eyes narrowed in exasperation, growing colder the more Venetum spoke. It seemed she was starting to pick up on the fact that he was all talk. He had yet to present a single plan of action addressing any military issues. So what would you like for us to do, Xylo? He asked. I want you and the king to stay put. All you need to do is relay the orders I give you. The king will continue doing what he's good at. I visualized a map of the fortress and its surrounding area. I need Tatsia to seal off the underground passage. Have him take around 20 holy knights. That should be enough. Sav, I want you on top of the castle walls. Shoot anything that approaches. You got it. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Tav gripped his lightning staff as if he was enjoying himself. By the way, what happened to Dota? I thought he'd be teamed up with me. He's busy with another task. We'll have the miners and holy knights hold off the enemy at the front gate for half a day if possible. I don't think it'll be a problem with the king's traps and weapons. Very well. I will have it done, agreed Venetum like he was a real commander. I will have it done, my ass. What about you, Xylo? I'll handle the Demon Lord. I looked back at Kivia and Teorita. I'm gonna kill Iblis before it even reaches the fortress. That's the only way everyone will make it out of this alive. A loud voice could be heard from the courtyard. It belonged to King Norgale. You are my best and bravest. The warriors, the soldiers, the champions of my kingdom. He shouted with unnecessary force. He walked with a cane, dragging his fate leg behind him and offering words of encouragement to the clearly bewildered soldiers. The miners, however, knew what was up. They exchanged glances, whispering to one another and nodding eagerly in response to what King Norgale was saying. I could hardly believe my eyes. We must protect our land and our people, he continued. The future of mankind rests on your shoulders. The miners roared wild battle cries as King Norgale clenched his fist and raised it into the air. Go forth. I shall bless this battle. We here today, yes. All of you are true warriors. Things got even busier after that. We were lacking in almost every area, but our biggest problem was manpower. We had miners and knights at the front gate and underground, but that was the extent of it. Reed Fortress had a back gate as well, and we needed people for its defense and for tasks other than combat delivering supplies. relaying messages, maintaining and fixing equipment, and collecting wounded. You could never have too many people in the rear. But we weren't military, not officially, and we were all expected to die here. We were criminals with no rights, so there was no way we could get any more people. Not through legitimate methods anyway. That meant we had no choice but to use more unscrupulous means to get what we needed. I tried a few different things. First, I rounded up some prisoners from a nearby jail, around 30 of them. Obviously, this wasn't normally allowed, but Milner Jail was quick to agree to bribery. They handed over the prisoners for us to use however we pleased, under the pretext of placing them under the 13th Order's surveillance. They were all criminals on death row bandits who had profited from the chaos of war. They openly stole, killed, raped, and engaged in human trafficking, and their whole group had been imprisoned as a result. They'd been sentenced to death, but had sacred seals engraved on their bodies and were put to work due to a labor shortage. They were thus of higher social rank than us heroes, and they made sure we knew it. It was obvious the moment I met them in the courtyard. They were not pleased to be receiving orders from us. Just bringing them here was an unforgivable offense. They looked extremely unhappy. "Come on, you got to be kidding," one of them said, glaring at me. He seemed to be the bandits' boss. "Yeah, we may have done some bad things," he said. "I mean, we weren't put on death row for being nice guys. Even butchered the soldiers who came to arrest us." He looked at me threateningly. "But we ain't gonna take orders from some filthy heroes. We're criminals, but you're even lower than that." "Damn goddess killer! Why do we gotta?" "Whoa, not so fast." There was a crackling noise. Something went flying, then landed on the ground with a wet, heavy sound. "Please stop talking. You're gonna piss off my bro here." Sav was holding his staff at the ready. The man who'd been threatening me. No, the man next to him was missing his right shoulder and everything below it. His right side had been turned into a pile of meat scattered across the ground. A second later, screams broke out. I don't want my bro getting angry because then he's gonna take it out on me. "So do you think you could do something about the attitude?" What? The boss was at a loss for words as he looked to his side, his mouth agape. His face was red, covered in splattered blood. "Why him? Why not me? Huh? Oh, because you're bigger and louder." Sav looked like he needed a few seconds to think of a reason, but his face lit up almost instantly with a cheerful, goofy smile. "I figured you'd work harder since you're so aggressive and you have so much energy. Right, bro?" "Alright," I said. "That was partially my fault for not explaining things to you beforehand. And it seemed pretty effective, so there's that. But..." I mercilessly kicked Sav in the shin. "Do not do that again." "Ouch." "Oh right, the arm wasn't enough, huh? I should have just killed the guy." "That's what you're saying, right?" "Wrong. We need all the help we can get, and here you are blowing people's arms off. Take the guy to the infirmary and use a sacred seal to stop the bleeding." I gave Sav a stern warning and left the courtyard. To be honest, we'd been given carte blanche to do as we pleased with these criminals. We could treat them as harshly as we wanted. They were already on death row after all. We could even directly harm them and it wouldn't be an issue, and if they managed to survive the mission, we could waive their death penalties. We told them all of this. What it really meant, however, was that the powers that be were absolutely sure we would all die when the poison was unleashed on the fortress. At any rate, it seemed best to let Sav take command of them. The sacred seals on their necks would prevent them from getting too violent. I decided to head to the control room next. The fortress was essentially empty now, but it was especially quiet on the uppermost level. Seated in the commander's chair was Norgale, with Venetim standing behind him. "I arranged for some prisoners to help, Silo. Have you met them yet?" asked Venetim. He was the one who had bribed the jail. "Good work," answered King Norgale on my behalf with a solemn nod. "While they may be criminals, the nation is in danger. If you can control them, use them." "What is His Majesty doing here?" I asked. "He should be back in his workshop tuning sacred seals." "I tried to stop him, but he won't listen," answered Venetim. I can believe that, I thought. Not even Venetim could change the man's mind once he'd made it up. I doubted anyone could stop him. We still lack soldiers. King Norgala groaned, his expression grave. What happened to my plan to increase the military? Chancellor Venetum, I need answers now. I believe we should discuss it with Xylo first, Your Majesty, he replied, holding up some sort of cylinder. It was a letter sealed with a familiar family crest, an elk leaping among waves. Xylo, this letter is addressed to you. No. Oh, but, well, this noble has singled you out and offered to lend you some soldiers. The letter's from a Frenzy Mastibald. Personally, I think we should accept her offer, but... His speech was beginning to falter because of the glare I was shooting him. I must have looked royally pissed off. We can't ask her for help, I said with a firm shake of my head. But Venetum didn't seem like he was going to back down just yet. Did I mention how many soldiers she is offering? Up to 2,000. Forget about it, and burn that letter. Why? Xylo, what is your relationship to this lady and the Mastibalds? That's the Knight Gaunt family of the south, right? Why would? We were engaged a long time ago. In response to my tone, Venetum finally stopped pressing me. Plus, I continued, they wouldn't make it here in time even if we asked. Got it? This conversation is over. I agree with the Chancellor, King Norgali cut in. There are likely some farmers among such a large group of soldiers, and it is about time we start preparing for the winter. I decided to set aside King Norgala's words for now. He had a point, but I needed to end this conversation about soldiers and get him back to his workshop as quickly as possible. So you cannot secure Jace or Rhino? Asked the king. I sent a carrier pigeon just in case, said Venetum, and it wasn't free, just so you know. Bring me the best in the nation. That is your job, Chancellor. Jace is extremely busy and, well, he said he doesn't want to overwork the young lady. He even threatens to kill me. Rhino, on the other hand, completely ignored my message. Yeah, sounds like them, I said. What? Rhino, that insolent fool. Tell him I want him here this instant, the king demanded. I had no idea what Rhino was thinking. He was, in a way, even harder to read than Tatsuya. Out of all of us penal heroes, he was the most. How should I put it? As Tav would say, he was bad news. I couldn't deny that he was different from the rest of us heroes. He had applied of his own volition a volunteer hero. What about mercenaries? Did you contact any? The king continued. I did, said Venetum, but none of them will work without a hefty reward. Then open the treasury, and if that isn't enough, go tax the nobles and the temple. What do you want to do, Xylo? Dotter's working on getting us some money, I said. Hurry, demanded Norgala. Circulate some reliable currency and increase its value. That's the only way we're going to get rid of the bad money running rampant in this nation. I really hope Dotter makes it back in time, I said, glancing out the window of the control room. The sun was already setting, and I could clearly see the sea of fairies slowly approaching, their backs to a crimson sky. The miners were currently at the front gate, digging holes and installing logs, engraved with sacred seals as a kind of simple anti-cavalry barricade. It's about time they moved to safety, I murmured. The miners' lives were much more valuable than those of us heroes or the criminals on death row. I planned on keeping them near the front gate, but I didn't want them to participate directly in the battle until they absolutely had to. They weren't soldiers. They should focus on providing backup for the Holy Knights. Honestly, I didn't want them fighting at all. In a way, they were being deceived by Norgale, but I understood their motive. They were doing this to survive. The men who worked in the mines of Zavengan had likely come from local settlements. If they lost Murade Fortress, they would have to abandon their homes and evacuate. In that case, they wouldn't be guaranteed a minimum standard of living. They might not even be able to find work where they ended up. That was why I was so suspicious of the military's motives. Contaminating the fortress with poison to stop Iblis meant forcing all those living nearby to give up their livelihoods. What are the guys back at Gultoil thinking? I said. This plan's gonna ruin lives. Mankind will be wiped out at this rate. Perhaps there are those who wish for just that. Venetum whispered eerily from beside me. Are you a fan of conspiracy theories, Xylo? Hell no. I sighed in exasperation. I knew Venetum used to write weird articles for some paper, and to put it bluntly, he was absolutely useless as a source of information. Demon Lord worshippers? Coexisters? It's all nonsense, I said. Both of these groups supposedly worshipped demon lords and believed we could coexist with them. Nobody supported such things openly, of course. But there were always rumors of secret societies and the like. Was you trying to say, I continued, that there are idiots like that high up in the military? Quite a scary thought, isn't it? There's no way something like that could be possible, though. Venetum's lips curled into an even more unsettling smirk. But imagine if such forces were hard at work to ensure humanity's loss. Wouldn't that explain these chaotic, incomprehensible orders? I didn't answer him. It was true, the current situation was hard to explain otherwise. Suppose there were some wicked people among the military's top brass. If that was true, then the unfair nature and fuzzy details of our orders in Kuvunj Forest and the Zhuanggan tunnels would make sense. The people who set me up were surely pulling the strings. Those dirty bastards. I didn't know anything about demon lord worshippers or coexisters, or if such groups even existed. But I knew they were real. For now, though, I needed to focus on what was happening right in front of me. Call for Tuirita. The time for preparations was over. I felt gloom seep into my heart. In the end, we hadn't secured much help. We were slightly better off than we had been, but we were still essentially fending for ourselves. Maybe that was fitting for a unit of penal heroes. Tuirita and I will go after the Demon Lord, I said. Open the rear gate when the time comes. Please don't run away, Xylo, said Venetum. Can't make any promises. I was lying. Truth be told, I probably could have lived a half-decent life. If I could have only run away. There was one particularly effective strategy for protecting a fortress from the demon blight. That was to build a moat and raise the drawbridge, making it difficult to physically approach. This would leave the Demon Lord's army at a loss for how to continue. They would have no choice but to rely on amphibian fairies such as Futhan or Kelpies, or flying fairies like Oberons. If that wasn't an option, the Demon Lord itself could use some kind of special attack, or the Horde could ignore the moat, surround the fortress and try to trap everyone inside. Iblis, our current foe, had an army of around 10,000. The Ninth Order had taken out a great deal of them, but we were still vastly outnumbered. Plus, the Demon Lord at the center was estimated to be the equivalent of a little more than 30,000 fairies on its own. Normally, a single fortress like this wouldn't stand a chance. However, the Horde didn't have many fairies that could travel through water, and it quickly became evident they had almost none that could fly either. This was a common trait among outbreaks of demon blight, which started in dry locations or in tundra. That should have made our defensive strategy simple. Draw water from the Kartai River into the moat, then raise the drawbridge and hold out until reinforcements arrived. If possible, I'd prefer to receive help from the relatively open-minded Sixth Order, but that plan was dead in the water from the get-go. There were two reasons. First, we couldn't expect any reinforcements. Second, the whole plan was to neutralize Iblis with poison after luring it into the fortress. That meant we had to let the enemy inside. We'd filled the moat with water, but we couldn't do anything else. We weren't allowed to seal off the front or rear gates. We had to fight the demon blight head-on with the drawbridge still down. From atop a hill under an overly bright moon, Tuirita and I watched as the throng of fairies approached. The moon was a dull green that night, as if to signal the arrival of even drier, colder weather. The Demon Lord's army slithered under its light. The first in line was a herd of horses tarnished by the demon blight-coist Bodhars. They had great mobility and were capable of breaking through barriers. Their hooves could even shatter iron shields, and their mouths were typically filled with fangs. These coursed Bodhars were now getting ready to break through the front gate. "Ready your weapons." King Norgale's fierce shout echoed directly in my ears, thanks to the sacred seal on my neck. It was like a communication device for our penal hero unit that you couldn't turn off, no matter how much you wanted to. "Aim, but hold your fire," he continued. I could see around 50 miners on top of the walls of the front gate, seal-engraved lightning staffs in their hands. "Has Venetum lost his damn mind?" I muttered despite myself. There was a man up with the miners, commanding them, a large man with a mustache and a cane to help drag his wooden leg. It was King Norgala himself. Guess he wasn't able to keep the king off the battlefield. I still couldn't decide if that was for better or worse, but the high morale among the miners was obvious. They were nervous but more than willing to defend the front gate. Not yet. Keep luring them in. And Norgala's orders were spot on. The Khoisan Botars were approaching the drawbridge. Seeing the terrifying beasts they had become made it hard to believe the creatures used to be herbivores. And yet, the miners didn't randomly start firing in a panic. They were doing an excellent job following instructions. Alright. Norgala's timing was good. The enemies were at exactly the right distance. Fire. They unleashed bursts of lightning with their staffs. The attack was powerful, despite the miners' lack of fighting experience. Norgala himself had tuned the seals after all. That man could take someone else's seal and change every detail with ease, increasing its power exponentially. Lightning soared through the air, shooting down a few Khoisan Botars. Around 70% of the shots missed, but even then, they did a good job. The goal was to destabilize and slow them down. Fences up. It wasn't King Norgala who gave this order, but Kivia. Her voice was tense and it carried. Activate the sacred seals. The holy knights standing by in front of the gate began to move, and fences made out of pointed logs were raised, blocking the Khoisan Botar's path. Whatever collided with these seal-engraved logs or tried to pass by them would be shot with a powerful jolt of lightning. This, of course, was yet another one of Norgala's traps. His ability to tune sacred seals on his own was extraordinary, but it seemed his true talent lay in leading others. Norgala could make blueprints anyone could understand, even for something as complicated as engraving sacred seals. He could take any bum off the street and make them into a master craftsman in the blink of an eye. If a group of people gathered under him and followed his orders without fault, they would operate like a giant, well-organized factory. The miners were flawless. They were following his orders to a T perfect. "Good work, men," shouted Norgala. It sounded like even the king was satisfied with how things were turning out. It also tinkered with some of the fortress's equipment to link together several weapons engraved with seals. Once activated, they could kill dozens, hundreds, or if we were really lucky, thousands of enemies. That was more or less what we had prepared to defend Murid Fortress. We would slow the enemy down with Norgala's sacred seals. I was the one who had come up with this method of defense. I felt that, with only around 200 people, we had to rely on the power of the seal-engraved war machines if we wanted the fortress to hold out for any time at all, and Norgala's anti-cavalry barricades were doing just that, keeping even the large fairies back. I could see the charred remains of the Khoisan Botars it had stopped. The fact that the sacred seals engraved in the logs could be activated over and over without a second of delay was once again down to Norgala's incredible talents. By using the limited seal-engraved weapons in tandem, he had managed to increase our attack power dramatically, and the effect on the enemy went beyond physical damage. I could see the Boggarts and Bargists hesitating after witnessing the power of the sacred seals. Even these fairies, which would charge to their death if the Demon Lord ordered it, seemed unwilling to commit suicide by pointlessly running into our traps. That meant the Demon Lord wasn't giving effective directions. "It's not over yet. Prepare to fire." Norgala's voice resonated brightly. "Wonderful shots, men. Your bravery has struck fear into the enemy's heart." "Is the king gonna be okay?" asked Sav. He sounded a little troubled. Sav was handling the rear gate with the 30 criminals under his command. They were on top of the fortress walls with their lightning staffs ready to snipe. "Don't you think he's standing a little too close to the gate? Please keep a close eye on him, Venetum." Despite his endless chatter, Sav was continuously sniping the enemies trying to go around the fortress and enter through the rear. His accuracy was unparalleled. He would strike each circumnavigating Khoisan Botar and Fuath swimming across the moat in either the head or the heart, like he had no intention of trying for anything less. The prisoners took shots under his guidance too, which at least served as deterrence. I hated to admit it, but Sav actually had what it took to command as well. He'd managed to make those unruly prisoners listen to his orders in only one day. Their attacks were more or less synchronized too, and surprisingly, they rarely took pointless shots at enemies out of range. "Hey, I tried to stop him, I really did," complained Venetim, sounding like he was holding back tears. Here come the excuses, I thought, but the king wouldn't listen to a word I said. "Enough, Chancellor, I am the king. By standing with my men at the front lines, I will spur them to action," exclaimed Norgala. The fact that what he was saying was true was what made it so scary. The morale among the miners protecting the front gate was at an all-time high. "Well, it sounds like you did a bad job, Venetim," said Sav. "He's not budging. I mean, if you can't smooth talk someone into doing what you want, what good are you?" "Excuse me, Sav, that was very rude," Venetim shot back. "I'm just saying, it makes me wonder." Taff kept sniping, even as he ran his mouth. I was genuinely impressed by his ability to focus on shooting, all the while continuing to give orders to his men. His skills were downright abnormal. Each shot took out 2 enemies and sometimes even 3. He'd shoot clean through the legs of large fairies, knocking them over and causing them to crush the smaller ones to death. Frog-like fairies were shot mid-jump, before they could even dive into the moat. And he pulled it off effortlessly, chattering away all the while. To be honest, the king is far more valuable than us. If something happens to him, this fortress is history. What do you think, bro? I came up with a little plan so that doesn't happen. Oh, nice. What's the plan? Now, shouted Kivia, as if in answer to Sav. A piercing voice rang out, and the Holy Knights immediately reacted in a very knightly fashion. Basically, they got on their horses and took off. Their armor was covered in sacred seal compounds, lending them increased defense as they sowed chaos among the Demon Lord's army. Every swing of a spear was followed by flashes of light and fire. I had no complaints about Kivia's leadership. Her knights rode deep into the demon blight, surrounding themselves with enemies, but it was a feint. They quickly pulled back or broke through. They continued like that, gradually luring the enemy out before turning around and striking back. Kivia's team consisted of only around 20 knights, but their armor was special. It could emit flames that illuminated the darkness and prevented counterattacks. The Demon Lord's army was soon thrown into disarray, preventing them from getting any closer to the fortress. "Kivia has honestly impressed me," said Toyota from her place by my side. There was a note of discontent in her voice. "It'd be great if they could take out the entire army for us," I said, half joking. It was said that a single knight fully equipped with these defensive seal compounds could do roughly the same work as 30 normal soldiers in close combat. At times, that number might be even higher. "Kivia's leadership is like having an extra 1,000 soldiers on our side," I continued. "If this battle ends without me having to move a muscle, you'll hear no complaints from me." "Xylo," Tareta slid in front of me and glared daggers into my eyes. "Have you no backbone? I have granted you my blessing, and I shall not allow you to spew such cowardice." She put me in the chest with a finger so hard it kind of hurt. "If you lose to Kivia, your reputation will suffer." "To hell with my reputation," I cracked a wry smile. The battle was going far more smoothly than I'd imagined. The miners were boldly firing bolts of lightning under Norgala's passionate guidance, and the anti-cavalry barricades were holding the enemies back. Furthermore, Sav's precise shooting was keeping the rear gate protected, ensuring the fairies would have to suffer high casualties if they wanted to break through our defenses. It didn't seem like it would be hard to keep them busy until the Demon Lord itself showed up. The moment I thought this, our luck ran out. "Huh? What's that?" Sav murmured curiously. I caught sight of a squad of a few hundred enemies rushing through the center of the Demon Lord's army. They were on horseback. Humanoid figures were straddling coist bodhars with saddles, stirrups, and bows in hand, and knocked on those bows were fire arrows. "Are those people?" Venetim said, clearly surprised. He was right. There were humans riding those coist bodhars, not fairies, actual human beings. That much was obvious even from my vantage point. But I had never heard of anything like this before. Humans, untransformed by the demon blight, fighting in the demon lord's army. What are they doing? They released their burning arrows, piercing the seal-engraved fences and setting them aflame. Our defensive barriers were being reduced to ash. The battle had only just started, and we were already about to lose our outer shell of protection. The hell is going on? I couldn't contain the irritation in my voice. Humans were using weapons and working together with the demon blight. This was extremely unusual. Humans transformed into fairies were one thing, but this was something else entirely. This meant there were forces in society aligning themselves with the enemy. Though it was extremely rare, I knew there were a few creatures associated with the demon blight that understood our language and possessed a similar mentality. Therefore, it was certainly possible for such creatures to strike a deal with humans for their mutual benefit. Of course, if you asked me, only crazy people would try something like that. But it could theoretically happen. Or maybe the demon blight was messing with their heads. I really hoped it was the latter, but I hadn't heard anything about Iblis having powers like that. Xylo, Torita said. Her face was pale. She clearly considered this a serious issue, and I knew why. We have a big problem. I cannot attack humans. My mechanisms do not allow it. I know. I'll figure something out. I tried to reassure her, but I knew this was a big problem. Kivia! Can you hear me? What's going on out there? Who are they? The Ninth Order didn't say anything about this. I had to call out to her a few times before she finally replied. Communicating via Sacred Seal was far less reliable if you were talking to someone other than another penal hero. I'd heard it had something to do with the wavelength used. I don't know what's going on either, she replied. Just what I wanted to hear. Chivia and her men were moving away from the front gate as quickly as possible. A dozen or so knights who had been waiting in ambush joined them in pushing back the incoming fairies. However, I'm sure they're some nobles' private army. That much is obvious from their riding and horseback archery skills. What's more, there were 200 of them. They were wearing only light armor, but they were still fully equipped and sported helmets, making it impossible to see their faces. And to top it all off, they were riding koispotars and shooting fire arrows. It wasn't long before King Norgali's anti-cavalry barricades were in flames. The scene was nightmarish. What the hell is some noble's private army doing teaming up with a demon lord? I don't know, Kivia replied. So nobody knows anything. Got it. That means I can attack them, right? I'm gonna catch one and make them talk. I suppose that's one option. But it appears we're too late. They're withdrawing. We won't be able to catch up with them now, damn it. The group of enemy cavalry immediately pulled back after lighting the fence on fire, and Kivia and her knights were too heavily armored to catch up with them. It was now clear that attacking the fortress from the front gate was not their role. They appeared to be heading toward an underground passage, the gate of which I'd purposely left open. They were probably planning to use it to sneak into the fortress, a stroke of luck at last. This was the best outcome we could have hoped for, since it meant we didn't have to fight the humans anymore. Xylo, we're in trouble, said Venitum. They've infiltrated the underground passage. I can see that. They seem pretty familiar with the fortress. Yes, and that's the problem. What are we going to do if they find me? You're so obsessed with self-preservation. But, well, you don't need to worry about that. Yeah. Venitum? Sav chimed in. Did you even listen to the plan? Tatsuya will protect you. He'll slaughter them all. Precisely, said King Norgale. And in addition to General Tatsuya's defenses, you have my explosive sacred seals as well. Your position is impregnable. Benatum didn't say another word. As always, he was completely unfit to command. At any rate, the underground passage was safe. Those defending it should be able to hold out even if the enemy brought fairies with them. And if things looked like they were going south, we could blow it up and seal it off. But first, we needed to lure them in. The enemy's behavior made it clear that they didn't have much experience storming fortresses. They may very well be some noble's private army, but I doubted it was anyone allied with the military. Maybe they were connected with the temple. So what's Team Above Ground supposed to do exactly? Asked Sav, sounding annoyed. I've got my hands full here and can't guard the front gate. He had a point. A horde of large fairies was rapidly approaching the front of the fortress. These were what we referred to as Kirax. They were massive beasts shaped like bulls, covered in thick armor and equipped with sharp horns. They acted like battering rams, so the last thing we wanted was to allow them to get close to the fortress. Unfortunately, lightning staffs have little effect on them. Venetum, you're the commander, right? How about some help? Sav said without a hint of worry in his voice. He continued to snipe each fairy that approached the rear gate one by one. Can we at least have the king get down from the wall? There are Kirax approaching. The front gate's not gonna make it. Yes, you must come inside, your majesty, urged Venetum. I will do no such thing. King Norgale shot back. Send reinforcements. This fortress, under my direct command, is the front line of national defense. We will lose not only our land, but our spirits if they break through and I am forced to retreat. There aren't any reinforcements. And you aren't even a king, was what Venetum almost said before swallowing back his words. It was a wise decision. All that would have done was anger his majesty. Prepare to fire, shouted Norgal in a booming voice. Do not let those fairies come any closer. Men started hustling around the fortress walls, accompanied by the unnatural sound of something scraping along the ground. Murid Fortress contained several seal-engraved cannons known as Runtels that were produced by the Verkla Development Corporation. They were the newest model, which featured improvements stabilizing the cannonball's average flight distance. They were powerful, but with a number of people left, we could station only 4 facing the front gate. Fire! Norgala himself had tuned the cannons, so both their power and blast radius were impressive. But that didn't mean much when the people firing were amateurs. In fact, they deserved praise simply for not blowing themselves up. At any rate, while no one hit their targets, the cannons proved moderately effective. The sporadic shots caught a few Kirax in their blast, blowing them apart. The surviving fairies didn't make it out unscathed either. For now it seemed we'd made it, but that was merely the first wave. Unfortunately, the cannons were not able to fire in rapid succession, meaning a second wave would likely reach the front gate before the next round of shots was ready. Blast it! Shouted Norgala. It appears our aim needs work, and our power is lacking. Where is my artilleryman Rhino? Chancellor Venetum, tell that fool to get over here this instant. Have you not heard a word I've said, your majesty? He isn't here, said Venetum. Then get me Jace. Call for the Air Force. We shall take out the enemy where they stand. He isn't here, either. Then, I already knew what he would say next. I patted Teorita on the shoulder, she looks back at me, and I winked. It was time. Commander-in-Chief Xylo, kill the enemy general and make them withdraw their forces. Guess I have to, I said. This was quicker than I'd expected. Iblis was still crawling at the back of the horde, and I'd have preferred to wait until it reached the front line before launching my attack with the men on the castle walls backing me up. But I didn't have a choice. The enemy was closing in, and I had to defeat the Demon Lord before its army broke into the fortress. Teorita. I had to say it. I didn't want you to have to fight yet. Personally, I was getting tired of waiting. There were already flames in her eyes as she stared ahead. This is how a goddess and her knights' battles ought to be. We shall fight for humanity. For people far away whose faces we've never seen. She brushed back her glittering golden hair, causing small sparks. There she goes, I thought. Spoken like a true goddess, I said. Maybe you should take the stage one day. I could say the same to you. Her eyes narrowed teasingly. Think about what you are trying to do right now. She pointed a finger toward the tip of my nose. You are risking your life. Because I can. I'm immortal. That's a lie, she said immediately. You would do this even if you weren't coming back. And yet you claim to be disgusted by a goddess's way of life. Can it with this stuff? I will not. It is obvious why you feel the way you do. I decided to shut up and listen to her. I felt Teorita deserved at least one chance to get back at me, since I had picked on her countless times in the past. You despise our nature simply because it reminds you of yourself. Tell me something I don't know, damn it. Teruta and I fought for very similar reasons. She was fighting because she wanted people to praise her, and I was fighting because I didn't want anyone looking down on me. I hated to admit it, but it was basically the same thing. We were risking our lives because we cared how others saw us, and so pathetic. I was fighting because I cared what people thought of me. Just how badly did I want to show off? Did I want to become some sort of legendary savior? I still hadn't learned my lesson, even after what happened with Sinerva. No matter what, in the end, I couldn't escape from myself. Yeah, I nodded. You're 100% right. You win. Of course I do. She huffed proudly, as if she couldn't be happier. And that is why I chose you as my knight. This doesn't feel so bad. I felt good, in fact. What I needed to do was clear, win this battle and protect Maride Fortress. That was how I was going to save Teruta. I was going to show the guys back at Gul Tawil just how useful she could be. If that was what they needed, that was what I'd do. Plus, we'd also be helping the Holy Knights and miners who ended up stuck here with us. And then, I guess we'd also be saving people whose faces we'd never seen and who might not even exist. Abandoning this fortress would mean forcing mankind to retreat. It would mean giving up on every settlement in the area. We could stop that from happening. I lined up all the reasons in my head. With so many, I thought I might be able to fight with real valor for once. I wanted to win a battle that had meaning. I wanted to save others so I could feel important. I wanted to believe that I wasn't a lost cause. Objectively speaking, my motives were unimpressive, but people could think whatever they wanted. This was my fight, not theirs. You are a hero, and I am a goddess. I must bless our fight. After all, this is our job, yes? We have no choice. That was the first time I ever heard Teruta joke around. She had a mischievous, childlike grin. Now you're getting it, I said. I lifted her up and kicked off the ground, soaring high into the air with Sakara at maximum output. That's the kind of spunk I want to see. I'm starting to feel like we're gonna crush this demon lord. Right? As Teruta happily clung to me, I unsheathed the knife and threw it at a group of fairies gathering below us. Twisting my body, I threw two more, creating powerful flashes and loud explosions and disturbing the enemy's formation. Our destination was Demon Lord Iblis. I could see its massive body in the distance behind its army of 10,000 fairies, and I was going to kill every one of them to get to it. The leader of the 13th Order's infantry, Rajit Hithro, saw a demon in the underground passage that day. That demon was a penal hero known as Tatsuya. 20 infantrymen had been sent underground to seal off the passage under Rajit Hithro's command. The moment they saw the intruders rushing in after them, they knew they were going to die, that this would be their gravesite. The sight of soldiers riding Kois Bodhas filled them with astonishment and fear. Humans riding fairies? Muttered one man, his lightning staff at the ready. Impossible. Rajit felt the same way. He didn't want to believe his eyes. Everyone was in shock. At this rate, they would all be trampled and crushed. They were outnumbered and too shaken to properly fight back. There was no way for them to win under normal circumstances. But that day, a man called Tatsuya was with them. Gah. A growl echoed in his throat as Tatsuya leaped forward, his battle axe raised. He moved so quickly that he was already on the enemy before the Holy Knights had even raised their weapons. They couldn't keep up with him. He was just too fast. Grua. A strange battle cry rang out. Tatsuya swung his long-handled battle axe with one hand, crushing the first of the enemy's knights. He then grabbed another spear with his left hand, dragging the man off his fairy and swinging the axe up into him, severing his spine and destroying his body. Tatsuya followed with another downstroke, finishing off the man's Koist Bodha as well. After that, he started hopping around on all fours like some sort of insect. What is that thing? Moaned one of Rajit's men. They were all in shock. Can a human even move like that? Rajit was having the same thoughts. One moment, Tatsuya was leaping onto a wall and hanging there, and the next, his battle axe was tearing into the enemy. Rajit had never seen a human being's shoulders move the way this man's did. At times, Tatsuya would even use the ceiling to kick off before slicing through a knight and his horse in one fell swoop. He deflected each of their spears, breaking them. "Monster," shrieked one of the enemy cavalrymen. Is he a fairy too? He's too fast. Come together and defend." A few men were overcome with fear and made bad decisions. Cavalrymen did not specialize in defense, so gathering together only made it easier to mow them down. Tatsuya dodged the enemy's line of spears and lowered himself so he was almost crawling. Then he sprinted forward, swinging his axe upward and painting the ceiling with blood. "All of you moved to support." That was when Rajit Heathrow finally came back to his senses. "Don't let them surround that penal hero. Fire your lightning staffs." By the time they started firing, the battle was thoroughly decided. Confined spaces like this were where Tatsuya shined most in battle. He kicked off walls, the ceiling, and anything else he landed on. His steel axe soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, cutting off the intruders. Rajit and his soldiers didn't have to use their backup plan, blowing up the underground passage with sacred seals to render it unpassable. All they had to do was pick off the few enemies Tatsuya didn't finish, and support him from behind. The battle eventually ended with the blood and meat of their enemies piled on the ground at their feet. A few soldiers threw up at the sight. He was able to decimate an entire enemy unit without a moment's hesitation. When every last enemy was dead, Tatsuya simply stood among the gruesome remains and gazed up at the ceiling, no longer moving. It was hard to believe he was human. A strange feeling twisted in Rajit's gut as he watched the hero stand in silence like a doll. What escaped Tatsuya's lungs sounded like a diver's first deep breath after returning from the depths of the ocean. "What is this guy?" Demon was the first word to pop into Rajit's head. There was no way this man was human. The moonlight grew dim. Wind began to blow, pushing the clouds across the sky. Tarita and I weaved through these gusts as we soared through the air. We couldn't simply cut our way across the middle of the fairy horde. We had to fight as we went, making use of Sakara's limited aerial jumps wherever possible. This was what Thunderstroke soldiers like me were best at. Thunderstroke soldiers were a recent addition to the military. Their original purpose was to provide aerial fire support while leaping over the enemy's head using short-range jumps. Their focus was on mobility. They were expected to supplement the abilities of Dragon Knights, who were extremely powerful, but suffered from limited maneuverability. Thunderstroke soldiers were a decisive force meant to drive wedges into the fairy troops and attack demon lords head-on. However, you needed a great deal of training in order to maneuver through the air with the flight seal and effectively attack at the same time. It wasn't something an average infantryman could easily get used to, and thus numbers were still limited. The concept itself was well thought out, however. Such soldiers were quicker than cavalrymen and could move around the battlefield three-dimensionally, allowing them to target the source of a demon blight at the rear. That was what Tarita and I were trying right now. We had avoided the vast majority of the fairies, since fighting them would be a waste of time, and made our way directly to Demon Lord Iblis. Still, almost every fairy that caught sight of us attacked on instinct. The area around Merid Fortress consisted of nothing but flat plains and gentle hills with almost no cover. Thus, it didn't matter how hard you tried to remain hidden. There were some fights you simply couldn't avoid. "They're here, Xylo," shouted Tarita. She was currently latched onto my neck. Large, dog-like monsters. And frogs. I could feel the wind brush against my ears as I looked straight down. There were a few Bargists and Fuarthen, and they had seen us. In addition, another group from the horde was rapidly approaching. We had been killing every fairy that came near up until now, and it looked like they were finally sick of us. Iblis, now close by, was staring at us as well. It looked like a giant black slug, but it felt smaller than I'd imagined. No bigger than an elephant. The red eyeballs covering its body were focused onto Rita and me. "Things are about to get serious," I said. "I hope you're ready." But of course, Rita stretched out her arm. "Go ahead, my knight." Sparks flickered from the tips of her fingers. I immediately grabbed a beautiful one-handed sword as it emerged from the void and threw it toward the ground, skewering a barchist and exploding it. But the instant I landed in the mess of blood and dirt it left behind, I was surrounded by Futhin. Looks like I only have 5 knives left. I unsheathed one and threw it in a single motion. There was a flash of light, followed by an explosion. I ran through the chaos, then leaped back into the air. The wind was howling. The roaring blast and radiant light seemed to have gotten the attention of a good number of fairies, and dozens were now rushing toward my next landing spot. Telrita watched everything. Her burning eyes opened wide. Goddesses were like having another pair of eyes for a night. They kept watch on the night's blind spots and could share their vision through a type of synesthesia. It was a method of processing information far quicker than having a conversation. This was nothing strange for a holy night, but Telrita still often put her thoughts into words. Maybe it was to relieve some of the tension, mine or hers. I didn't know. I wish she wouldn't bother. Ball monsters are coming this way, Xylo. And they're big. Those are Kyrax. These massive fairies could bring down even a castle wall with their shining lead-colored horns. They looked like small mountains moving under the moonlight. We're almost there. I looked ahead, and Iblis's red eyes were staring right back at me. Hold on tight. Who knows what'll happen? I was never planning on letting go. Telrita smiled as she summoned another sword. You would be furious with me if I died, yes? Now you get it, I thought as I grabbed the new sword. The blade began to glow as I infused just the right amount of my Sacred Seal's power before launching it. The explosion went off almost immediately, blowing off over half of the Kyrax head. It squealed and twisted its body, swinging its horns and stomping the ground. I had to land much farther away than I'd intended to avoid getting caught in its rampage, and that was a mistake. Enemies closed in around Metano weight. Something was coiling its way around my legs. It's a damn boggart. The fairy's centipede-like head emerged from the dirt and tried to bite my leg. You couldn't see these things from the air, so this was a case of simple bad luck. They hid underground like mines. I immediately activated Sakara and kicked the boggart before it could bite me. I felt its head crack under my kick, but that wasn't the end. More boggarts emerged from the soil, another, then another, and I had no choice but to deal with them. I began kicking them in between low-altitude jumps as I tried to make my escape. I didn't get far though. They'll surround me at this rate. I could feel my legs burning from overusing the Sacred Seal. You were supposed to take a little time to cool off between jumps around, 3 deep breaths. Today must be my lucky day. Perhaps you have failed to praise and worship your goddess adequately? The worse the situation, the more I wanted to crack jokes, and Teresa was quick to play along. Maybe it was because we shared a part of our consciousness. You're probably right. I'll have to do better next time. I visualized what I had to do. There were still tons of fairies to deal with, but Iblis was close. I'd have to take a gamble, and the odds weren't good. I needed to take out the fairies nearby, and to do that, I had to put some distance between us. But jumping again would leave me defenseless. I had to find a way to keep the fairies from attacking me while I made my jump. Will I even have enough strength left to deal with Iblis? Doubt surfaced in my mind, but I immediately suppressed it. A Thunderstroke soldier was weakest on the ground. You were always wide open the moment you made your next jump. I was essentially an isolated infantryman for the next 30 seconds or so, and I couldn't rely on Telrita's powers. I had to save her strength for more important tasks. Even if I run out of strength, even if it's physically impossible, I'll figure out something. I glared at the approaching fairies. Whatever I did, I had to deal with them first. Pull yourself together. You decided to do this, right? So do it. As soon as I thought this, I noticed a disturbance among the fairies. It was coming from the east, where the green moon shone in the sky. The fairy horde seemed to waver. Even a few of Iblis's eyes shifted toward the commotion. I don't believe it. I'd caught sight of something dreadful under the green light of the moon. A fluttering flag with the crest of an elk leaping among waves. I knew that flag, and I didn't want to see it. It was the flag of a certain well-known family from the south. the Masterbolts, the family of the woman I was once engaged to. Venetum. Even I could hear the rage in my voice. Why are they here? You lied to me, didn't you? Well, let me ask you this, Xylo, said Venetum nervously. Why did you think I would tell you the truth? I knew you'd get mad at me. Venetum's makeshift lies were the worst. The fact that they sometimes improved the situation only made them all the more aggravating. And speaking of aggravating, Xylo, help, came Dotta's piercing voice. At the same time, clouds of dirt rose up behind the fairy horde to the north. Iblis's eyes were busy. The enemy's attention was more divided than ever. Dotta, what did you do? I'm being chased by mercenaries. Help! Help with what? I told you to get some money together and hire some soldiers. What do you need help with? I told him to sneak into some noble's mansion, steal some valuables, and use them to hire mercenaries. Of course, I was well aware that Dotta was likely to run away, but I also knew he'd be no help back at the fortress. If anything, he'd probably just get in the way. But now he was coming from the north with a group of mercenaries, heading straight for the enemy. Judging by the amount of dirt in the air, the group was predominantly cavalry. Xylo, no. Listen to me. I had an epiphany. Why steal from some random noble to hire mercenaries, when I could steal from the very mercenaries I was hiring? That would be much quicker, I thought. I've heard enough. You're rotting my brain as you speak. I had already started running. Taurita snickered under her breath, despite the situation. I snorted a laugh too. The fairies were in a state of confusion, charging at me in a frenzy. I lightly kicked off the ground and threw a knife right in the middle of them, blowing them up. The chaos lasted for about 30 more seconds. The fairies weren't able to react in time to the reinforcements in the east or the band of angry mercenaries in the north. And yet they couldn't ignore them either. Both were a far bigger threat than I was. At last, the path to Demon Lord Iblis was wide open. Swords rained down on the earth. As they fell, their blades glittered white under the green moon. I ran, weaving my way between their sharp points. Meanwhile, the fairies struggled to defend themselves. Their attention split between the two groups of reinforcements. These attacks from outside had come suddenly, like a sucker punch to the face, and the cavalry at the rear had distracted Iblis itself, drawing the attention of a number of fairies as well. Their reactions were instinctual. Animal, this demon lord's army was not very organized, and it appeared Iblis possessed little intelligence. But then why? There had to be someone else who gave the orders to attack this fortress. That was the only way to explain it. But now was not the time to worry about that. It wasn't difficult to break through the fairies now that they were skewered with swords. I stepped on a Fuath that lunged at me, smashing it into the ground and kicking off into the air. Just a little farther, Iblis was straight ahead. A large Bargus darted into my path, and I threw a knife at it, blowing it into pieces. Then I jumped once more. The Demon Lord was right in front of my eyes. Damn, it's big. I was wrong for ever thinking it was the size of an elephant. Up close, I could tell just how huge it was. It was like a moving citadel. I'd be surprised if it could fit through Mareed Fortress's front gate. But I knew how to handle it. From this distance, I could reach it with Zata Findi. However, that also meant Iblis was close enough to strike back. The big slug's attacks were very simple. It used its weight to crush its opponents. The Demon Lord extended its soft, flexible body in an attempt to smash me. It was a simple charge, just a body slam, but it was effective. Taurita. I twisted around in midair. Can you do it? Of course. She nodded. She could sense what she needed to do. I felt her arms tighten around me. Sparks shot into the air, and a colossal, tower-like sword emerged from the void. It fell onto Iblis's body, impaling it. The impact made a disgusting, wet sound as the creature let loose an otherworldly howl. Its charge slowed. The more it flailed about, the more the blade tore into its flesh. I leaped, landed on the sword's hilt, and kicked off again, jumping into the air once more. Immediately, the sword rusted and collapsed into dust. Objects summoned by goddesses didn't last forever, though the length of time varied from object to object. This time, Terita had focused on size and strength and disregarded durability. Swords like this were perfect for my style of combat, and it was clear that Terita was quickly learning how to fight by my side. This was yet another reason why holy knights and goddesses made powerful pairs. How was that, my knight? She looked at me, her flaming eyes ready for a challenge. My blessings are not to be underestimated, wouldn't you agree? When I'd wished for Terita to summon that sword, I'd begun to remember. Minerva, the goddess of fortresses. Her blessings had summoned structures from other worlds. We'd fought numerous battles together. I'd leap around the battlefield literally, and she would summon large towers just like this for me to use as footholds. Together, we'd engage in aerial battles against the demon Blight. It didn't hurt to remember anymore, and so I gave Terita my answer. Damn right. Now let's go win this thing. I expect nothing less. You have my blessings. Onward to victory. I glanced back. Iblis was rushing at us, roaring as mysterious fluid spewed from its body. It was still moving, despite the fact that a giant sword had impaled it only moments ago. In fact, its wound was already closing up. It was mindlessly charging straight for me. Its colossal body wriggled across the ground, leaving its army of fairies behind. Up close, it was like a mountain was coming to crush me, and while its movement appeared sluggish, it was so large that each stride it took was massive. In effect, we'd already achieved our objective. As my feet touched the ground, I turned to look up at Iblis. It gazed back down at me with its countless cloudy eyes. It was probably furious. I get it. I threw a knife into the ground and nodded. Then I jumped back into the air, slowly enough so Iblis could catch up with me. I know how you feel. I hate battles like this. Everything was chaotic, unclear, illogical. That was how all our fights as penal heroes went, and it was all because of them. Those assholes did this. Iblis tried to crush me with its massive body and fell right into my trap. The knife I'd skewered into the ground exploded, swallowing the area in blinding light and roaring sound. In the blink of an eye, it changed the very landscape. This was a trap I had set while out scouting earlier. With Kavia's help, I'd buried sacred seals tuned by King Norgala throughout the area. Weathering seals. These seals essentially turned dry land into mud. Put simply, they created exaggerated pitfalls, making the ground unusable. It took time to restore the affected area, so they weren't used much on the battlefield. Destroying something was easy, but putting it back was hard. That was life. But I wasn't going to let that bother me now. I got the feeling Kivia wouldn't have helped if she knew what kind of sacred seals were inside the boxes. I turned the surrounding land to mud on a massive scale, and Iblis was right in the middle, if it, Tarida, I know. Sparks flickered furiously off her golden hair as 3 swords emerged from the sky. They were colossal weapons with hooked tips, and the moment the demon lord saw them, it roared. But it was already too late. Iblis could writhe in agony and struggle to escape, but the mud kept it from getting anywhere. It ends. Tarita held out a finger, and the swords rained down upon Iblis. Now, the demon lord's body was impaled as the weight of the swords dragged it farther into the sinking abyss. This time the swords had more than enough durability. The size and power were sufficient as well. There was no way Iblis could escape, no matter how much it struggled. The gaping wounds in its body were tearing it apart. It began to heal itself, but the muddy swamp absorbing its body and the weight of the sword skewering it into the ground prevented it from doing much else. It struggled for purchase to move forward, finding none. In the end, this was the way to deal with a demon lord whose only advantage was immortality, prevent it from moving. And to do that, why not simply make a big pitfall it couldn't crawl out of? It was painfully primitive, but this was all we'd needed to prepare. Once our traps were set, we just had to get things moving. Deal with the horde of fairies, lure the demon lord to the right place, distract it. Summon large quantities of swords, and well, the list int on. But now that we had it in the muddy swamp and it couldn't move, we just needed to poison it. We didn't need to sacrifice the fortress. We did it. Terita looked up at me. She was breathing heavily, sweat dripping from her forehead. Right? She stuck out her head as if telling me to rub it. Maybe this was where we went wrong. Maybe it was too soon to claim victory. Snap! An eerie noise could be heard coming from the hall. Iblis was thrashing around in the mud. There was a laceration on its back. The soft flesh there tore open as wings emerged. No, those weren't wings. Part of its body was separating. Something resembling a small bat popped out and took off. That was when I finally realized the Demon Lord's true nature. It transformed. It wasn't immortal, it simply adapted to change. Though I suppose that effectively made it immortal. Was poison really going to stop it? Did this mean the third goddess's vision of the future had finally missed the mark? I can't believe this little punk is gonna try to fly off. Iblis had stripped itself of its large body, turned into a bat, and was flying away. And that wasn't all. It grew larger in the air as we watched, until eyes emerged all over its body and glared at us. Here it comes, I thought. Damn it. I unconsciously threw myself at Torita, pushing her away. That was when I realized our foe had claws as sharp as knives. Did I make it in time? I felt a sharp pain from the front of my shoulder through to my back. It didn't bother me too much, perhaps due to the adrenaline in my system, but there was a bigger problem. Bro? You still haven't finished up over there. Sav's voice crackled, fading in and out. Things are getting serious back here. I'm doing everything I can, but I heard eerie cracking sounds and explosions in the background. Destruction. Norgali's and Vinetim's voices were mixed in as well. Men, fall back. To the castle keep. The front gate won't hold any longer. Huh? Your Majesty, please wait. Don't come here. Keep holding the enemy off as long as you can. Oh, is it already that bad? Sav's voice again. Then I guess it'd be okay if I ran away, right? Wait. Somebody, save me. Now it was Dota. The mercenaries are gonna kill me when they catch up. What a bunch of morons. I almost wanted to laugh. The situation had really taken a turn for the worse. But this was my strategy, so I supposed it was my responsibility to fix it. Iblis was circling in the air, probably evaluating our forces. Damn it. I sighed. Tarida, run for it. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'll try to buy you as much time as I can. It doesn't matter if a hero dies, but you're different. No, my knight. She shook her head. You will not suffer defeat as long as I am by your side. I am a goddess, Xylo. She was still watching the enemy, her eyes aflame. Iblis turned over in the air, still growing. Fairies were closing in on Torita from behind. And yet, there was no despair on her face. She's really something else. It wasn't the most eloquent way of putting it, but it was how I felt. Teorita still hadn't lost her will to fight. She was one hell of a goddess. Now she was pointing at the enemy, looking for all the world, like a divine being descended from the heavens to guide the human race. We shall fight and win, she declared. You really are a great goddess. You are the same, my knight. You still remember the vow you made when you forged a pact with me, yes? She asked with a hint of worry. I still remember, I said, grinning wryly. That was the truth, unfortunately. I remembered it well. I'd vowed to display my greatness as her knight. Just as I am a great goddess, you are a great knight. You must believe in yourself. We will not fall. We will not lose. We will not yield. We will win no matter what. Don't you agree? Yeah. That was when I decided to let Torita guide me. I'd made a vow, so I had no choice in the matter. I decided to have faith in myself, to believe again that I was a great knight as I once had been. At the very least, I wasn't going to sit around and let that punk Iblis look down on me. This was just my nature, it seemed, and not even dying was going to fix it. The demon lord Iblis turned over in the air, flapping its wings soundlessly as its body expanded. It looked like a mix between a bull and a wolf with colossal wings. We'll only have one more chance to attack, if that, I whispered to Torita. It was the knight's role to make strategic decisions. If my goddess was still prepared to fight, then my job wasn't over. Besides, giving up now meant dying, and that'd make me look totally incompetent. I'd be the target of all kinds of ridicule, and I was not going to have that. I didn't want to admit failure, especially not after acting like a real tough guy and leaving the fortress to go after the Demon Lord myself. I would die of embarrassment. The thing's still wary, I said. Its countless eyes were closely observing its surroundings as it glided through the air above us. But it's gonna have to attack sometime. It can't wait for its army. The surrounding area had turned into a quagmire, and the fairies would suffer too many casualties if they followed us here. It's to attack before that happens, I concluded. This Demon Lord had low intelligence, but it could figure out that much. It was still smarter than your average wild beast. It'll probably surpass us, giving us a split-second window to attack. If we fail, it might create an even more effective weapon. The Demon Lord's claws, which had ripped into me a few moments ago, were only getting bigger. If its true nature was adapting to change, as I suspected, it must have sensed how effective they were against me. Its claws were now as long and sharp as swords. That's the situation. Still think we have a chance? I asked. In that case, Turrita lifted her head, her lips faintly trembling. I could see she was failing to hide her fear, but she put on a smile to show me the strength of her will. She was trying to give me the courage to fight. The nerve. It will be a cinch. Who do you think I am? She was expecting a lot from me, and I couldn't let her down. I shot her back a wry grin. You're the goddess of swords, Turrita, I said. Yes, I am the great goddess of swords. And you are my great knight, she declared, taking off her white mantle and throwing it to the ground. Her entire body was red with heat. I had never seen her hair spark so brilliantly. I shall prepare you a special sword. This time it shall be truly amazing. One that can kill an immortal opponent. How? I asked. There is no how. Nothing in existence can survive a strike from the holy sword. Another goddess foretold that nothing other than poison could kill it. Nothing of this world, perhaps. She had a point, but her smile was stiff. Therefore, I will summon something from outside this world. There is nothing to fear, for it is merely a single creature. She had said there was nothing to fear, but Turrita was more afraid than anyone. I will grant you the space of one breath, she said. That is your chance. I will not fail. In other words, I better hit it in one swing. That meant it came down to technique, and that was all up to me. Is there anything else you need? She asked. No, all I needed was courage to conquer the fear. That was it. But what I had probably wasn't courage, only unbearable anger. I'd lived my whole life tossed around by my own lack of patience. And so I answered simply, leave it to me. I was too embarrassed to tell the truth. To be honest, I wasn't confident, and I wasn't a knight. I was a soldier. I'd learned swordsmanship as a holy knight, as was tradition, but I wasn't great at it. I was only average at best. Could I really make this swing? I wanted more time to gather my focus, to get my breathing under control and prepare my attack. But there was no way my opponent would give me enough time. Iblis flapped its wings forcefully. Its shadow was right on top of us. Against the backdrop of the green moon, the Demon Lord closed its wings, descending rapidly. Its massive, terrible claws glittered in the night. It moved quickly, but its attack was simple. This is it. This was our only chance for victory. My knight. Turrita reached into the empty air and moved her hands as if drawing a sword from an invisible scabbard. Radiant sparks shot into the air. A bolt of lightning ran over the palms of her hands, and in its wake appeared a sword. It was a one-handed, double-edged blade of unclouded silver. It seemed to emit a glow of its own, but it was plain, like the weapon of a regular soldier fighting on the front lines. I was grateful for this touch. I hadn't forgotten all of my training. Turrita tossed me the sword, and I glared at Iblis as it descended. I called the mysterious weapon, gripping it. The enemy's movement was simple, straightforward. Direct. I can counter this. I can do it. No problem. I went on pumping myself up until Iblis was right above my head, heading straight for me from the front as expected. And then it did something that took me by surprise. You've got to be kidding me. It was like watching a flower bloom. Iblis's body was transforming. Cheating scumbag. The Demon Lord's body tore open at the chest, and 2 more arms sprouted out of it, giving it a total of 6 sets of claws. I blocked one arm with a knife in my left hand and twisted my body to dodge a second as it tore into my shoulder. A third arm dug into my stomach, but I wasn't going to let the pain bother me right now. It still had 3 more sets of claws. Damn it, arm number 4 and 5 were going for my neck, while the 6th was reaching out toward Tyrdelita. I had to protect her, even if it meant giving up my only chance to attack. To me, she was more important. It was a major tactical error, to put it lightly. Once I was killed, she would be next. There was no way I could justify such a foolish mistake. The only reason I didn't wind up ruining everything was because of a misunderstanding on my part. I'd forgotten that I was no longer a holy knight. There were more people than just Tyrdelita and I fighting this battle. Xylo! The first voice I heard was Dotter's. It didn't come from the sacred seal on my neck this time. It was his real voice, piercing and frantic, shaking my eardrums. I could see a man on horseback, his face twisted in desperation, riding this way. His lightning staff was already held out, and he was firing 4 bolts in a row. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "Are you out of your mind? Let's get out of here." Dotter couldn't tell the difference between Iblis and the other fairies. His staggering ignorance was the very reason he could do what he was doing. The idea of me engaged in one-on-one combat with the Demon Lord must have seemed so incredibly stupid to him that he couldn't even consider it. I kind of agreed with him there. At any rate, while Dotter was a terrible shot, he still managed to hit Iblis's spread wings. With his skill, it was probably the only thing he could have hoped to hit. Even then, 2 of his 4 shots missed. Nevertheless, Dotter managed to knock Iblis off balance, causing its 6th arm to shake and miss Tyrdelita. Iblis might be able to quickly repair its wounds, but there was no way it could instantaneously attack and defend with holes in its wings. And apparently, Dotter's attacks were even visible from the fortress. "I see it. This is my last shot, okay?" Tav's listless voice was immediately followed by a dry pop. A bolt of lightning sped across the sky, far more powerful, piercing, and accurate than Dotter's, and that shot alone opened 6 holes in Iblis's wings, knocking it firmly sideways. "Did I really hit it?" said Sav. "Wow, that's His Majesty's work for you." He'd sniped the Demon Lord all the way from Murid Fortress's keep, in the middle of the night, with only the moon above. He'd utilized the flashes from Dotter's lightning staff to take aim and shoot Iblis's wings from a truly impressive distance. Sav's skills were godlike. When I asked him about it later, he told me he had attached a scope to a sniper staff tuned by King Norgale. Whatever the case, Iblis's attack failed and its extra arms got it nowhere. I charged toward the Demon Lord as it fell. The part that most resembled a head was once again transforming. It opened a mouth, revealing rows of fangs. But it was acting out of desperation now, nothing more. I couldn't completely dodge its attacks from this distance, but I didn't care. I held out my left arm and raised my sword. Iblis immediately clamped down on my left arm, and the intense pain from its fangs piercing my flesh only made me angrier. That was my driving force. Anger was my fuel. There was no way I could miss now. I thrust the holy sword forward, piercing Iblis's body with its glittering silver blade. It sent out vivid sparks that lit up the area as if it were day. I already knew what was going to happen. Tyrdelita had said that nothing in existence could survive a strike from this sword, and Iblis was a demon lord that could adapt to counter any attack and regenerate no matter how badly it was wounded. Only one thing could happen when the 2 of them collided. It was simple, really. There is nothing in existence that can survive a strike from the holy sword, murmured Tyrdelita, her voice weak with exhaustion. Nothing in existence. Yeah. I poured the sword in deeper until I felt the tip break something. A sharp flash of light surged out from within Iblis's body as wind violently swirled around it. Sparks flew, so bright that I could feel the back of my eyes burning and my head starting to ache. And the very next moment, the enemy had disappeared without a trace. It was no more. All that was left was a swirling gust of wind. The instant I pierced it with Tyrdelita's sword, Demon Lord, Iblis ceased to exist, Incredible. I looked down at the sword in my hand. Rust covered the blade in the blink of an eye, and before I knew it, the sword had crumbled into dust. There was nothing in existence that could survive its strike. In other words, the sword forbade the existence of any enemy it couldn't destroy. Teorita could even summon swords like that. To be honest, it was absurd. She called it the Holy Sword. I didn't know of any currently active goddesses who could do something like this. While there were goddesses who could summon weapons, those weapons were mere physical objects, but Teorita was different, and I was starting to get the feeling that might be pretty dangerous. My knight. Teorita could no longer stand. She was struggling just to hold herself up. I accomplished something great, didn't I? Yeah, you did. I was at my limit as well. My shoulder, my back, the side of my stomach, my left arm. I was covered in wounds and had already lost too much blood. I couldn't remain conscious much longer. My vision was blurry, but I could faintly make out the stupid look on Dotter's face as he approached us on his horse. You did a great job, I said and rubbed Teorita's head. Right? Which means you accomplished something great as well, my knight. She grinned from ear to ear as if to say it had all been worth it. Maybe, just maybe we really could rid the world of the demon blight, as long as we had Teorita on our side. We could find the conspirators in the army and the royal castle, put an end to whatever scheme they were planning, and crush every last demon lord. How nice that would feel. Hilarious. The delusions of a desperate man. I laughed at myself. But before, I couldn't even imagine such a thing. I guess you can't blame me. I won. The undefeated goddess and her knight killed Demon Lord Iblis. But I couldn't allow myself to show weakness, regardless of how exhausted I was. I used every last bit of strength and stamina I had to lift my head, face Dossa, and say, "You're late, dum-dum." But that was all I managed before I passed out. I woke up to find a man I didn't know standing before me. He wore a shady smirk as he looked down at me. "Who the hell are you?" I desperately tried to gather my thoughts despite the fog in my brain. An unfamiliar man, an unfamiliar location, a white ceiling, sheets, a blanket. I could tell I was lying down, but where? A hospital? That made the most sense. This must be a hospital. I'd been severely injured while fighting. I could still remember the agony I'd felt as my left arm was almost severed. I'd been on the battlefield. Yes, that's right. I'd fought the demon blight, and it seemed I'd been sent in for repairs. "How do you feel, Xylo?" asked the unfamiliar man. He had a smile on his face, but his tone was insincere and affected. It didn't seem like he was trying to hide it either. I even detected a note of sarcasm, but no matter how long I thought, I couldn't remember who he was. "Who the hell are you?" I asked. "All right then. Everything seems to be working properly," he said, nodding slightly and turning around to face a woman behind him. I didn't know her either. What was it about her? She seemed sleepy. She was a tall woman and she wore a simple white robe with only one hole in it for her head. She must have been from the temple. It's just as you said. He can talk and he doesn't seem to have any issues with language. The woman in white didn't say a word in response. She simply nodded slightly and stared into space like she wasn't interested. Who are these people? I considered my situation. I'd sustained grave injuries on the battlefield. I was probably sent straight out for repairs. It made sense considering what I'd been through. So then had I been transferred to this hospital after that? The repair shop was a lot more depressing than this. Plus, this appeared to be a private room. Look at me. Got my own room now. I must be famous, I thought. "There's no need to worry," said the man suddenly. His fake attitude seemed to me like a great reason to start worrying right away. "Fortunately for you, you didn't die. You were on the verge of death, but you made it. Of course, that isn't to say you'll suffer no after effects." "Got it," I said blandly. I felt exhausted. Several parts of my body were numb. According to the doctor, you've lost a lot of your ability to feel pain, at least judging by your reactions during the operation. You'll have to be careful. I figured something like that was possible. Tatsuya was a prime example. Soldiers like that die more easily, and we prefer you survive whenever possible. He'd said we. Something about that bugged me, but the more important question was, who was this guy? He wasn't a hero, I was almost certain of that. I thought back to every member of my unit, Vanitim, Dota, Norgole, Tetsuya, Sav, Jace, Rhino. I could remember everyone. There didn't seem to be any problem with my memories. That means nothing from a guy I don't even know. I glared at him. I already asked you once. Who are you? Consider me an ally. His laugh was more of a throaty grunt. On second thought, you don't have to if you'd rather not. Either way, be careful. I'm just glad you're okay. The hero unit is our trump card after all. He was talking out of his ass. I didn't trust a word he said. The fact that he wouldn't tell me who he was annoyed me. I hated people who tried to act mysterious. There was only one way to treat guys like him. Get lost. I waved a hand in his direction. I'm gonna be sick if I have to look at those shifty eyes of yours for one more second. Ouch. You know, I went through a lot of trouble to sneak over here to see you. It wasn't easy bringing you these presents either. The mysterious man held one hand out to the table by his side. I hadn't seen it there. On it were small packages, flowers, and even a big loaf of bread. The hell is all this? He must have read my thoughts from the look on my face. A token of gratitude to the penal hero unit. I don't remember doing anything deserving thanks. Oh, from what I've heard, the nearby settlements of Waigala, Tafkaduha, and Kausant, the miners of Kuvenge Forest and Zabangam, and the travelling merchants of Western Riso are all very grateful for what you've done. Of course, you wouldn't know any of their names or faces, but you protected their livelihood when you defended Murid Fortress. The military's not sure what to do with all this stuff. Oh right, the man burst into laughter, as if he couldn't hold it in any longer. A few little girls even brought you some flowers just yesterday. Whatever. I don't care. I was lying. I did care. This meant that what I'd done had meaning. In the face of the demon blight, these presents were nothing more than well-meaning trifles. But that was precisely why they had value. Of course I was happy about it, but I wasn't going to let this man tease me. The thought alone twisted up my insides. People are calling you the lightning bolt, and you're being treated like some mysterious warrior. Maybe because you aren't officially part of the military. But with mystique comes popularity. Is this all you wanted to talk about? Get out of here. Very well. My apologies. I will respect your wishes, said the man, still smirking. He raised his hands like he was trying to calm me. Or maybe it was a gesture of surrender. But there is something I want you to know, he continued. It isn't just the general public who has their eye on you. There are people in the temple and the military watching you heroes with Scramble ready. I would have thrown something at him if I had anything nearby. It was probably a good thing I didn't have my knives. The shady man finally gave up, shook his head theatrically, and made his way to the door. The woman dressed like a priest followed him. One more thing before I go. Be careful not to violate your orders too often. There are forces out there who consider you heroes and eyesore, especially you, Xylo. To hell with them. Tell me something I don't know, I thought. Kolvunge Forest, the Zawangan mines. Murid Fortress even before all that. Since the time I became known as the Goddess Killer, there were people at the highest levels of the military and the Allied Administration Division who wanted me gone. I already know they exist. But who are they, coexisters? Was the man's brief reply. That is what people call them. I knew about coexisters. They wanted to promote harmony between humans and the demon blight. They had been around ever since the demon lords started appearing, but supposedly faded away as the war became more serious. They believed that if you could talk with its creatures, you could negotiate peace with them, even if that meant the enslavement of mankind. In their minds, that was a fair price to pay to secure a tiny sliver of land where they, the coexisters, would rule, managing the slaves and acting as negotiators with the creatures of the demon blight. They were scumbags, the worst of the worst, to put it lightly. But I had never expected such a group to gain enough traction and power to set me up and turn me into a criminal. Until we meet again. The smiling man opened the door while I was still lost in thought. Then he turned to speak with someone outside the room. "We're finished, goddess. You are free to go in now." Xylo, a small shadow, rushed into the room. It was Sinerva, a young girl with golden hair and fiery eyes. Wait, a young girl? No, Sinerva wasn't this small. Which meant, why are you looking at me like that, my knight? The young girl stared at me critically. Or perhaps her gaze was pleading. Rejoice, for I came here myself to greet you. My head hurts. I knew this girl. I traced my memories. She seemed so familiar. You're about to make me angry, Xylo. She looked like she wanted to cry. I will not allow you to forget me, my greatness, my generosity, my compassion. I could tell tears were forming in her eyes. I felt like a bully. Damn it. Xylo, I shall not allow you to forget me, your goddess. I didn't forget. How could I say anything else? But my voice was panicked. Teorita. I said her name. I didn't forget you. Good. So stop crying. I'm not crying. Really? I'm far too dignified to cry. I smiled as sparks flew from her hair. At any rate, I am impressed, Xylo. You deserve praise. She reached out and awkwardly rubbed my head. Sparks jumped off her body. Fine, I decided to allow it. I was so tired that I didn't have the energy to knock her hand away. A woman with a sharp gaze was glaring at me from behind Teorita, but I ignored her. Xylo Forbarts. The woman, Kivia, put on a grave expression. Allow me to tell you what happened after you defeated Demon Lord Iblis. I'm not in the mood. I frowned. No, you need to hear this, Kivia insisted. She really couldn't tell when people were joking. First, you and Goddess Teorita are being temporarily lent to the 13th Order of the Holy Knights. We were being lent like pieces of equipment, so nothing had changed. We were still in the same position we started in. I didn't even have the strength to joke about it. Goddess Teorita's situation is still concerning. The military and the temple are currently debating the respect she is owed. There has been a large shift in opinion due to your overwhelming success at the fortress. The fact that she was still using such respectful language said a lot about her personality. They were debating the respect she was owed. In other words, they were discussing how to deal with her. Now that we'd proven how strategically valuable she was, the military was probably split down the middle between those who wanted to dissect her and those who wanted to continue actively using her. What about the temple, though? That was a world I wasn't familiar with, so I could only guess. But if they were playing politics, they might let the military decide as a bargaining chip to pass some other measure, or they might have Teorita placed in their custody at the temple using some excu, SA. Whatever the case, neither organization was a monolith, and the debate would probably drag on for some time. And so, Xylo, you are to continue protecting the goddess, said Kivia. If you want me to protect her, I looked over at Teorita, who had finally stopped rubbing my head, then take us off the front line. I haven't gotten a single day of rest since I became a hero. Very well, you will not be stationed on the front line for the time being. Wait, what? I was genuinely surprised. I'd said it as a joke, but as usual, Kivia took me seriously. Your job will be to protect Goddess Teorita while stationed at the port city of Eoth, she said. You make it sound like the city's more dangerous than the battlefield. It would be wise to assume so, Clivia said. Her face was so serious it was annoying. There are forces within the temple who are after the goddess. I couldn't believe my ears. I thought people at the temple worshipped the ground the goddesses walked on. There are various factions within the temple, added Kivia. She'd probably picked up on my skepticism. The most dangerous are those who wish to uphold the goddess's purity over all else. They call themselves the Orthodox faction, and they refuse to even acknowledge the new goddess Teorita. That doesn't make sense. They're purists who believe the goddesses are absolute. The addition or subtraction of goddesses challenges their beliefs. Their numbers are small, but they have been increasing their sphere of influence further and more quickly than expected. Ridiculous, I thought. Goddesses could die. I knew that all too well. There were even records of a few goddesses dying during the Third War of Subjugation. Had they simply ignored all that, these extremists wish to harm Goddess Tirida. We have uncovered their connection to an order of assassins as well. Alright, I've had enough. My head's starting to hurt. Fill me in on the rest later, because... I looked back at Tirida. Was this really a conversation Kivia wanted her to hear? But it appeared my concerns were misplaced. I expect you to protect me, Xylo. You and the other heroes. Tirida grinned from ear to ear as if she couldn't have been happier. Why was she so pleased? Thankfully, I had to wait only a few seconds for an answer. We are finally getting some time off, Xylo, she said. You are to take me out into the city the moment you feel better. Got it? Guess I don't have a choice. I looked out the window. Winter was almost here. Lead-colored clouds covered the sky, the sign of a coming storm. It would probably snow that night. My next mission is to protect the goddess. Venitum would somehow talk his way into some comfy role. As for Dota, we'd need to tie both his arms if they were going to let him loose in the city. Norgala would take a leisurely stroll around the market, grabbing whatever he wanted to eat or drink without paying, just like a king. We'd have to prohibit Sav from going into any casinos or shopping districts. And... what am I doing? I couldn't help but laugh. I was enjoying my situation far more than I ever had before, more even than when I was a holy knight. Ever since I'd met Tirida, I'd begun to feel differently. I was genuinely having fun, and that terrified me. Things weren't so bad. I was surrounded by a bunch of numbskulls, and yet I wasn't angry, Xylo. Tirida tugged at my sleeve. You are my knight, and I order you to hold my hand when we're in town so that I do not get lost. Sure thing. This had happened before. I remembered a time like this. I tried to think back to the look on Sinerva's face and the conversation we'd had, and I couldn't. What an honor. I forced myself to smile. Hello everyone, Rocket Shokai here. I like Chaerists. This is a made-up name given to those weak, tropey villains who hide in the attic with a poison-coated knife and leap down to attack the unsuspecting protagonist while yelling Kaya before promptly getting their butts kicked. Personally, these are my favorite kind of villains, so I spend my days thinking about various iterations of them. Allow me to present you with some representative examples as reference, just in case you ever need to act like a disposable mook. Type A, the Cave Cricket. These villains are cunning and quick. The moment their opponent lets their guard down, they rush out screaming, "Prepare to die!" and attack with poison claws or a poison knife. But they never use lethal poison. Instead, it's always a kind of poison that temporarily paralyzes their enemy. Why? Because there is nothing they like more than beating on the weak. This always ends with their opponent counterattacking and easily defeating them. Whenever you want to play the Cave Cricket, keep in mind that letting down your guard is key. You want to move like a snake. Make sure you look creepy and move way more than is necessary. Type B, the Doctor. These guys have a superior insight and excel in gathering data and analyzing their opponent, but they lack objectivity, and that is always their downfall. They calculate their chances of winning, and it's always something like 100% or 99.999%, which is highly unlikely. Then when things start going south, they inject themselves with some sort of nerd drug and transform into the ultimate monster, their words. Of course, their chances of winning after that are extremely low. Type C, the rich Mandy's goons are always unrealistically rich, and since they've got an endless supply of money, they can hire countless bodyguards, assassins, ferocious pets, and the like. Unfortunately for them, the more skilled the person they've hired, the more likely they are to betray their employer once they realize how much the move will benefit them. If it's a pet, they'll bare their fangs as if the rich man was their next meal. Where this archetype really begins to shine is when they're about to die and they're begging for their lives. They'll say something like, "If it's money you want, I'll pay. Just name your price." This concludes my list of 3 common Chaerists. I really hope it will improve your lives as low-level grunts. Such henchmen still haven't made an appearance in this series. I get the itch to create mooks like this from time to time, but I was able to stop myself thanks to everyone's love and support. And in the end, I safely saw this story to print. I would like to thank you all for reading until the very last word and end the afterword here. A faint stir rippled through the crowd the moment Dr. Lucullus appeared in court. The confessor and the judiciary committee on the other side of the thin veil were clearly taken aback. Whatever, thought Dottor. This was just a place to shame him publicly while proving to the world that he was an idiot. It does kind of bother me though. He unconsciously rubbed at the stub where his left arm used to be. The only thing that remained from the elbow down was the phantom pain that came with its loss. Right now, there was a dragon by his side which only made it hurt worse. The dragon was a massive lizard-like creature with beautifully vivid green scales, wings and 4 legs equipped with powerful claws. It looked no bigger than a horse while crouching, but if it were to stand up on its hind legs, it would be at least 3 times as tall as Dottor. His mistake had been to believe the rumor that green dragons were more kind-hearted than red ones. He'd learned his lesson. There was no such thing as a gentle dragon. I messed up. He was filled with regret. Not because he'd committed a crime. No, it was the poor execution and motive that bothered him. I wasn't stealing for myself. That's why I failed. Why am I like this? All these thoughts swam through his mind, and they all led to one conclusion. He had a fatal lack of patience. That was the core trait that had determined his whole life. The problem was that his skills as a thief were extraordinary. Nobody could catch Dottor. Technically, he had been caught 3 times in the past, but he always managed to escape. Until now, that is. His luck had finally run out when he was captured a 4th time and locked away in a cell in the castle. Defendant Dr. Lucullus, the confessor announced solemnly, "You have been accused of over 1,000 crimes." "That's all?" thought Dottor. He'd stolen a lot more things than that. "But you're only being charged with one of those today. After being arrested for multiple counts of theft, you escaped from your cell." The confessor paused for a moment before continuing. "And you stole that dragon from the stables." Dottor was caught completely off guard by the accusation. What? This was bizarre. Something didn't add up. Something important was missing. Dottor sat, chained to his chair, and cocked his head in confusion. The dragon was here. That was one piece of evidence, but the other key figure was nowhere to be found. The real evidence, what he really wanted to steal, was missing. The dragon was just a means of escape. So where was he? Defendant. Dr. Lucullus explained to me in the committee how you broke out of your cell. Oh, It was simple, really. Dottor had already been in possession of the key to his cell long before he was thrown into the castle prison. At the time, he hadn't had a real reason for stealing it. He figured he could, so he did. That was all there was to it. Dottor, however, was far more concerned with something else right now. Wait, before that, even he could tell that his voice was cracking. Where's the child? What are you talking about? Isn't he the reason I'm here? Dottor spoke as loudly as he could. That was supposed to be the crime he'd been arrested for. His one and only failure. As far as Dottor was concerned, failure wasn't determined by method or result. The problem was his motive. Stealing should be done without much thought for much stupider reasons. That was why he had failed. The Crown Prince. A stir swept the Judiciary Committee, giving Dottor a small sense of satisfaction, though it didn't mean anything. He asked me to save him. I'm telling the truth. The Crown Prince has been locked up in the castle and… Defendant Dr. Lucullus, that is enough. All you need to do is answer the question. The confessor's dignified voice drowned out Dottor's, and refrain from talking nonsense. The Crown Prince never said such a thing to you, and he never tried to run away. What? There was no way the confessor was telling the truth. Dottor most certainly ran into the Crown Prince while trying to escape from the castle. From what Dottor had seen, the first prince of the Federated Kingdom had appeared to be around 10 years old, and his eyes had been trembling with fear. It was probably the first time Dottor had ever seen someone more afraid than he was. The prince told him he had run away and that he wanted Dottor to save him. He was desperate. He was truly afraid of something, and he was going to do whatever it took to get away. He was even willing to ask an escaped prisoner for help. That was how desperate he was. Deciding to help the kid, however, was where Dota had messed up. I'm such a softie. Although he was often misunderstood, Dota believed that even he had a conscience. There just weren't a lot of people who could draw it out of him. Specifically, he had a soft spot for anyone weaker than he was. Those were the kind of people he would consider helping. He had no desire to do anything for the strong and powerful. The problem was that there were few people in the world weaker than Dota. The prince had met that key requirement, if only barely. My motive was impure, he thought. It was a result of my own weakness, but being told it didn't happen really pisses me off. The prince needed help. It didn't have to be me who saved him, but someone had to do it. He was being ridiculous. How would saying any of this help? His rational side was telling him to keep quiet, that it was pointless to argue. But Dota had never once let his rational side win, and this time would be no different. I'm telling the truth, he claimed, his voice hoarse. It really happened. The prince said that there was something wrong with the royal family, and that he was living as a prisoner. Dota tried to stand up from his chair, but was immediately reminded of the chains holding him down. He said the king started acting weird a long time ago, and that surely the chancellor— Silence, Dota Luzulas. No! There's something really wrong going on. The royal family— Silence, Bibi Butt. The prince was even willing to ask a guy like me for help. Can you believe that? Normally, someone like him would never come to a petty thief like Minmes for help, especially when I just escaped from P prison. All of a sudden, a guard covered Dota's mouth from behind. A gag was pressed to his face. It doesn't have to be me. Send anyone. Just save the prince. This is insane. But his words were muffled as the gag was stuffed into his mouth. The Judiciary Committee seemed taken aback, but once the confessor rang the bell in his hand, the room fell silent. It appears the trial cannot go on, he said. Not a soul objected. That meant all of this had already been decided. The prosecutors are demanding the death penalty. However, the confessor seemed to hesitate. It was hard to see his face on the other side of the veil, but he appeared puzzled. He kept looking back at a scrap of paper in his hand. Confessor. One of the members of the Judiciary Committee suddenly spoke. His voice was calm but carried strangely well. I believe the death penalty is reasonable. We cannot reduce his sentence, no matter what the circumstances may be. Yes, but in the case of this defendant, I must impose an even harsher sentence. By whose orders? This proposal was sent by the Central Noble Alliance and signed with the King's seal. Dota had no idea what was going on. All he could figure out was that he was to meet with a fate worse than death. All he could think about was how badly he had failed. It was almost physically painful. If only he could be given a second chance, he would surely manage to steal the prince as well. He'd have to be more casual, more detached. He couldn't let his excitement or his nerves get the better of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the patience. Damn it. That's right, I'm upset because I failed. He needed to do this for himself, not for the prince, no matter what happened. Even if the prince refused to go, even if he died and Dota had to take his corpse, he was going to steal the prince and get him out of that castle. It was all Dota could think about. Dota Luzules, for the crime of trying to steal a dragon belonging to the royal family, in addition to the other 1,000 counts of theft and your fallacious slander directed at the royal family, i.e., Rebbe sentence you to a fate far worse than death, declared the confessor. I hereby sentence you to be a hero. I needed 2 full days to recover from the injuries I sustained during the battle at Merid Fortress. But it gave me a lot of time to read. It was the first time I had gotten to relax in what felt like forever. Altoid Comet's poems were truly something. Despite him being hopelessly inebriated, the way he chose his words was always so graceful and at times stirring. He was a master in the expressions and wordplay of the ancient kingdom. Of course, things weren't always quiet while I was healing. Tal Ritter, for starters, brought a zigboard over twice. I could tell she really wanted to play, but she gave up once she realized I didn't even have the strength to sit. I suppose we will have to play some other time, my knight, she said, shaking her head with clear disappointment. It's quite a shame though. I figured you would be bored out of your mind, so I brought the game and pieces all the way here. Yeah, sorry about that. Hurry up and heal your body. With that single merciful order, she settled down and spent most of the day reading by my side. She had a book of poems she must have borrowed from the military's recreation room. Perhaps she was simply copying me. Did she even understand the contents? I caught her frequently dozing off. Tarita seemed to be staying at the same hospital as me for protection, which meant that at least a few other members of my unit were likely here as well. Dotter, Sav, and Jace, the last of whom had been ordered back from the Western Front, each paid me a visit while I was awake. Jace Parzarakt was a Dragon Knight, and his job was exactly how it sounded. There were only about 300 Dragon Knights in the Federated Kingdom, each operating as an independent unit. Their dragons were massive, winged, lizard-like creatures that could breathe fire. They fought bravely against the enemy, and were said to be just as intelligent as a horse, if not even smarter. For those reasons, dragons were raised by the military from a young age to be ridden in battle. As far back as you could imagine, people had been using animals other than horses in battle. From elephants to camels and cockatrices, man had tried them all before settling on the ultimate beast, the dragon. Heard you did some damage to the Blight? Xylo, said Jace with a cold blare the instant he walked into the room. He stood out with his heavy winter clothing and bright blue scarf. Tarita, book in hand, stared at him in surprise. Oh, you haven't met him yet, have you? That's Jace, I explained to Tarita. I told you about him, remember? Our unit's Dragon Knight. He was a man of small stature with a similar build to Dotter's, but he was oddly intimidating. It was probably the fact he had a dragon and his unique scent of fodder and herbs. Anyone nearby could smell him. Don't let it get to your head though, continued Jace, completely ignoring me and my introductions. You may have taken out 3 demon lords, but what happened at Kuvenge Forest was 80% thanks to Dotter, and you had Norgale and Tatsuya to help you in the tunnels. I had a lot to say about the incident with Dotter, but I decided to swallow my pride since arguing would just be a waste of time. I kept my mouth shut instead. Iblis well. I guess I can give you that one. That's it though. Jace then pointed at himself with his thumb. I killed 2, he said with a little smirk. That was quite an accomplishment, to be honest. An extremely impressive achievement. Seriously, I found myself skeptical of his claim though. Pointlessly showing off, bragging, and bluffing was common behavior between the two of us. Did Rhino not do any work? He ignored orders again, so he'll be locked up for a while. A penal hero in solitary confinement, huh? Wow. It wasn't very common to throw a hero into a cell, since their punishment was supposed to be suffering on the battlefield, only to die and be resurrected to repeat the process. Being locked away in a private cell would give you a safe environment where you could enjoy some alone time. Plus, it was difficult for heroes to ignore orders in the first place, since we had sacred seals on our necks that limited what we could do. The guy's a weirdo though, so I guess it's not surprising. That was the only reason I could come up with. Anyway, so you're saying you took out those 2 demon lords then? I better not find out you're lying later. Go check for yourself, Jace said, snorting. I win again, Xylo. Looks like you're not as hot as you thought you were. Stop right there, said an anxious voice. Tarita promptly got up and stood between Jace and me, straightening her back proudly and meeting Jace's sharp gaze. Xylo is my knight, and I will not allow you to look down on him. Oh, so you're the goddess, huh? He briefly glanced at Tarita as if he wasn't interested, and shifted his gaze back to me. I heard Dotter found her. Seems like she's really helping you out. It must be nice having a child protect you from all the big, scary monsters out there. What insolence! Tarita cried. I have never felt such disrespect. Xylo, are you going to let him speak to us like this? Just drop it, Tarita. Getting mad won't change anything. I patted her on the shoulder and sat her back down before she exploded with rage. Getting angry was pointless when you were up against Jace. Dotter didn't find her. He stole her from the Holy Knights. Hardly makes a difference. It makes a huge difference. It's a serious crime. Piffed, like I care about human laws. This statement encapsulated everything you needed to know about Jace. He was assigned to the Penal Hero Unit for drug trafficking and mutiny. His first crime, drug trafficking, was simple. From what I'd heard, he used to cultivate plants meant to promote health in dragons. It just so happened they could also be used as narcotics for humans. The second crime he committed was pretty simple too. Apparently, he'd revolted against the military in an attempt to free its dragons. If any ordinary person had done this, it would have only amounted to a reckless stunt and would have ended in a matter of hours. Once the troops got there, the revolt would be immediately crushed. However, there were two problems in Jace's case. The first was that Jace was a powerful noble. That made the incident an unbelievably huge deal. The second was how much dragons loved him. Every time he walked into the military's dragon stables, the creatures would start making a fuss. Jace would get seriously pissed off if you said this to his face, but for whatever reason, he was especially popular among the female dragons. As a result, the revolts escalated further than anyone could have imagined. There were even records of him leading the dragons in a direct attack against the second capital. It was a rebellion for the history books. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up calling it Jace's Rebellion. Anyway, I won the bet. Jace held out his hand. I destroyed you by sheer number of kills alone. Now hand it over. I don't have all day. Neely's gonna be upset if I keep her waiting. Neely was the name of Jace's dragon. She was an azure dragon with sparkling scales like sapphires. There's something dark and mysterious about the look in her eyes. She's definitely my type, Jace once told me, adding, I like her strong will too. Having a type of dragon didn't make any sense to me, but whatever. A deal's a deal, as they say, and I'd lost. I handed him a stack of military notes. Say hi to Neely for me, I said, knowing this would put Jace in a better mood. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he left the room. Taureter, on the other hand, didn't seem happy at all, but that didn't matter. For whatever reason, Jace's behavior didn't upset me. He may not give a crap about humans, but he was pretty honest, all things considered. The guy I had issues with wasn't him. It was Venetum, who showed up about the time I'd recovered. The P-Brain apparently thought I was still injured and couldn't move. So when he found me out of bed and stretching, he froze. Xylo, wait. Please. Those were the first words out of his mouth. Before you resort to violence, I want you to hear me out, okay? Nope. I stopped stretching and grabbed Venetum by the lapel. I was going to give him an earful. He'd lied to me. I specifically told him not to ask the Masterbolt family for reinforcements when we were defending Mereed Fortress. I hope what you did was worth having your face rearranged, I began. Then I paused. Well, I hated to admit it, but Venetum had made the right call. The front gate wouldn't have lasted as long as it did if the Masterbolt family hadn't sent 2,000 soldiers to our aid. Countless miners would have surely perished. And that wasn't all Venetum had done either. If he hadn't negotiated that deal for us, we wouldn't have had the leeway to implement a good plan. I would have been stuck inside the fortress. Venetum might be irritatingly useless once the battle was underway, but beforehand he was a valuable asset, and that was why. 2 punches, and we'll call it even. Sound good? I swiftly stood and introduced my fist to his stomach and then to his chin. He theatrically fell to the floor, pretending to be in intense pain, really hamming it up. You could see the absolute dread on Taurita's face. She looked genuinely worried for him. Xylo, you mustn't resort to violence, she said. He is not only a fellow hero, but our friend. It's fine, trust me. He's still hiding something from us. I grabbed Venetum by the lapel again and stood him up. You thought I was bedridden, right? That's why you came. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Even I could tell he was lying. I'm not hiding anything, he continued. Before you got back, I was approached and asked if I could arrange a meeting with you. I have been doing everything I can to evade and delay, but I don't know how much longer I can make them wait. I seriously doubted he was doing anything to help. I tightened my grip on his lapel, surprised by how much I'd recovered. Let me guess. The person who wants to see me is Frenchie Masterbolt. Yes, sir. That is correct. She has been begging to see you. She told me she wouldn't leave until she did, and that if she had to wait another day, she was going to kill me. Really? Well, aren't you in luck? You can't die. Wait, who's Frenchie? Tarita tugged at my sleeve, looking up at me curiously. How does she know you? She was my fiancée. Tarita made a face that I could only describe as disturbed. Her right eye opened wide while her left narrowed. Suspicion and surprise swirled together in her expression. What did you say? You your fiancé. My knight's fiancé. More. That was a long time ago. We're not engaged anymore. It was depressing to remember even now. The Forbots family had been decimated by the demon blight. I was the only surviving member, and the Masterbolt family had taken me in and raised me. For the survival of my family line, I'd had no choice but to agree to an engagement with Frenchie Masterbolt. Her cold, empty glare flashed through my mind. I had a good idea of what she was going to say when she saw me. You're a mess, Xylo. Those were the first words to come out of Frenchie Masterbolt's mouth. I'd known she would say that, word for word, and I couldn't help but laugh. Laughing, however, only served to infuriate her further. Do you think this is a joke? She turned a cold, piercing gaze on me, her face stony. Her dark, bottomless black eyes were the trademark of her clan, the Southern Night Gaunts. I see you haven't changed, she went on. If anything, you're getting worse. I would have equated you to a fly last time, but now you're a caterpillar, at best. What a disaster. Frenzy looked exactly how you would imagine a woman from the Southern Night Gaunts would look. She was tall with long limbs and smooth brown skin. Her long, well-kept hair was a dull grey, what people usually described as iron-coloured. Legend held that the Night Gaunts hid their horns under their iron-coloured hair, but that was an utter lie. They didn't have horns. The Night Gaunts ruled over the Southern Ravine. Due to the nature of the terrain, their people were split into several smaller clans, which had led to a high degree of technological advancement in warfare. Supposedly, Sacred Seal technology owed much to their contributions. But at the same time, their society had grown increasingly insular. Anyone who set foot in their ravine would either be erased from existence or, if they were lucky, be sent back without a limb as a warning to others. Apparently, that was how they came to be known as the Night Gaunts. What are you doing? Frenzy pointed at the couch on the other side of the room. Hurry up and have a seat. You're making it look like I'm reprimanding you. Are you slow in the head, or just in the body? Whichever it is, I suppose I'll have to draw up some strategies for improvement. We were in a room in the barracks set up for receiving visitors, so the furnishings were of rather high quality, especially the couch. I'm not making it look like anything. I decided to speak up since she could keep rambling on like this forever. You're reprimanding me, so shouldn't I stay standing until you finish? I'm doing no such thing, replied Frenchie with her usual blank expression, making it impossible to tell whether she was joking or not. All I am saying is that as long as you are marrying into my family, then you must act presentable. If you cannot do that, then at the very least, I would like you to show me that you are working to improve yourself. So stop saying that I'm scolding you like some sort of overbearing wife. What would you call what you're doing right now then? I would call it giving you advice because I am expecting my husband to improve. I guess we have different definitions of the word then. I see. A few seconds of silence passed as Frenchie seemed to think about this. Then I will accommodate my husband's culture. She easily changed her opinion as if it were nothing. I shall completely acknowledge your definition in addition to apologizing for my behavior. She traced a sacred seal in the air with her right hand. It was an apologetic gesture, and she did it with a completely straight face. This was exactly why she was so hard to deal with. I made a mistake, and I'm extremely sorry for upsetting you. That was not my intention. Then could you stop comparing me to flies and caterpillars while you're at it? Oh. Do the people of the plains consider such expressions to be insults? I was simply trying to make things easier for you to understand. but it appears as though I have upset you. I will make sure to improve so that it does not happen again. In fact, all your advice sounds like you're insulting me. Do you think you could? That was when it hit me. Did my own suggestions for improvement sound like insults too? The thought alone was exhausting, so I just gave up. Never mind. Are you sure? Well, if you say so. Frenchie nodded without blinking. Her expressions were very stiff, a trait common to the night gaunts. It seemed altering one's facial expression was considered rude, and the higher your social rank, the more strictly you were taught to control them. In addition, it was common for night gaunts to criticize others, or at least that was how it sounded to me. Yet another cultural difference. They seemed to share the baffling opinion that good advice should make you uncomfortable, lest you forget it. As a result, even everyday exchanges could sting. I knew this from the years I'd spent growing up with them, but to an outsider, it only contributed to their terrifying reputation. Now, Xylo. Sit. Frenchie urged me to take a seat once more. It's hard to talk while we're both standing. I patted a dumbfounded Tawarita on the shoulder, then sat on the couch. I hadn't expected the goddess to ask to join us. I knew it wasn't going to be pleasant, and I'd said as much and tried to persuade her not to come, but she kept demanding to tag along and wouldn't take no for an answer. Thanks to that, I'd wound up in a room with a terrible mix of company. Nevertheless, it was probably better than meeting Frenzy alone. Interesting. Frenzy nodded, observing Tawarita. So this is the goddess I've been hearing about. Yeah. Now stop glaring at her. You're scaring her. H, how rude of you, my knight, protested Tawarita, raising her eyebrows. I am not afraid. I'm a goddess. She's right. And I wasn't glaring at her either. Despite what she'd said, Frenzy kept her eyes fixed on Tawarita. Frenzy Masterbolt, was it? Tawarita said, as if to prove she wasn't afraid. Yes, goddess. That is correct. Frenzy's expression didn't change, even when facing a goddess. It was as if she were wearing an expressionless mask while her gaze remained locked on Tawarita. It was hard to tell if she held any respect for the goddess at all. Tawarita hesitated for a moment before straightening up and asking, "What is your relationship with my knight, Xylo?" I told you already, I cut in, exhausted. She's my ex-fiancée. I am not your ex-anything, replied Frenzy immediately. Our oath has not been retracted. It remains even now, which means our engagement is still valid, Xylo. Stop being ridiculous, I said with a strained smile. I'm a hero now. There's no way I can get married. Obviously, heroes didn't have rights like that. Ending one's family line was part of the punishment. Legally, I wasn't even recognized as human anymore, much less a potential marriage partner. Exactly. Frenchie, was it? This man is both a hero and my knight, boasted Tawarita, puffing out her chest. It is his duty to treat me with utmost care and shower me with praise for the rest of his life. This was the first I was hearing of such a duty, but Tawarita sounded very sure of it. Therefore, she continued, while I am sorry to disappoint you, he cannot get married to you any longer. Xylo, you sure attract the strangest creatures. I was just reminded of how much my father's long-eared armadillo used to love you. Oh yeah. Long-eared armadillos were bizarre creatures that dwelled in the southern ravine. Frenchie's father once brought one of the animals home, and it took a strange liking to me, often sneaking into my bed. I remember you always kept your distance, though, I said. That's because it was an extremely dangerous beast. It scratched me when I tried to pick it up. That's because you weren't doing it right. You reached over her head when you tried to pick her up and scared her, and you're always glaring. Preposterous. If you want to see a real Blair, you ought to look in the mirror. Don't tell me you have already forgotten about that merchant from the west. Who? Not so fast, cried Tawarita, extending her arms and blocking my vision. Reminiscing about old times is cheating. Stop being a coward and let me join the conversation. And how dare you blaspheme against a goddess by comparing me to some weird creature? You are being unreasonable. What is so wrong about reminiscing with my fiancé, especially after not having seen him for so long? He is not your fiancé. Holy knights are not allowed to get married. there are holy knights who married even after forging a pact with a goddess, observed Frenchie. While it was extremely rare, such things did happen from time to time. And as Xylo and I have pledged an oath to each other, she continued, it is our destiny to wed. This is the law of the Nightgaunts, and my clan recognizes and accepts our marriage. Seriously? I said. Of course. I persuaded them all. Are you sure all you did was persuade them? Yes. What kind of husband doubts his wife? You must reflect on this shortcoming. You are more thick-skulled than the turtle in our backyard. I shall make a plan to help you improve your personality. First of all, you're not even my wife. I will be soon enough, Frenzy insisted. Pay attention. I am working on your pardon, so do not do anything to jeopardize my work. It will take time for the Nightgaunts to reach a unanimous agreement, so I need you to be on your best behavior until then. Sounds like she's up to something crazy. I didn't know she was like this until after my sentencing. Though I grew up in the Masterbold household, I didn't see Frenchie all that often, since it was customary for the men and women in the clan to live in separate dwellings. Back then, I only knew her as a little girl with a sharp tongue. I didn't really enjoy our meetings, either, since it took me a while to understand she was only giving advice. Regardless, I didn't have a choice. I had to break off our engagement. That was what had been decided at my trial. And more importantly, I didn't want to cause any trouble for Frenchie's father. He had already done enough for me. He'd taken me in after I lost my family and my family's territory to the Demon Blight. Good people like him were rare. I could see why he served as the clan's peacemaker. That was why I didn't want to cause any trouble and jeopardize his position in the clan. That went for Frenzy as well. She shouldn't have sent those 2,000 reinforcements to Murate Fortress. Sending so many had been a dangerous move politically, but perhaps Frenchie's stubborn attitude regarding our engagement was yet another Nightgaunt custom. Whatever the case, I didn't want her to put herself or her family at risk. Frenchie, listen, I forgot to tell you. I will be stationed in this city for the time being. I will send back most of our forces, but I shall retain my own troops. Do not worry though. I will come visit you from time to time so that you do not get lonely. At any rate, Frenchie continued speaking over me as if she had no interest whatsoever in what I had to say, but then she lowered her voice and uttered a phrase I couldn't ignore. We must continue pursuing the Demon Blight. What? I replied on reflex. Her words had taken me by surprise. What do you mean? I am not speaking in riddles, so stop asking me pointless questions. You're wasting our time. I am taking measures against the Demon Blight as a lord of the Nightgaunt clan. The Nightgaunt clan was considered an ethnic minority within the Federated Kingdom, but they owned territory under the legal protection of the government and had been granted positions as nobles. In other words, they were expected to defend their territory themselves. We have been facing off against an outbreak of the Demon Blight for the past month, but then the Demon Lord suddenly disappeared along with its fairies. What do you mean they disappeared? Yet another meaningless question. Do I have to keep repeating myself? After ruthlessly reprimanding me, Frenzy shifted her gaze toward Terita, who immediately tensed up. Again, this is not a riddle. They suddenly vanished while we were facing off near town. Demon Blight number 59 Spriggan. I could see what appeared to be disgust on her face. It was a rare sight. It appears it can take the form of a human. There were monsters with such abilities, but they were rare even among demon lords. Normally, such powerful creatures wouldn't have a reason to disguise themselves as humans, since taking on the guise of a weaker life form would mean sacrificing their physical advantages in battle. There were exceptions though. If a demon lord was highly intelligent, they would understand that hiding among humans could be advantageous at times. Whenever that happened, there were bound to be a lot of civilian casualties. It is highly possible the enemy is already among us, so be careful, Frenzy continued. This demon lord has already destroyed a town in our territory. An entire town? I asked. How many casualties? Not a single survivor. Everyone either died or turned into a fairy. Spriggan most likely killed one of the townspeople and took their place. By the time anybody noticed, it was too late. We tried to stop it before things got out of hand, but that only led to more casualties. To make matters worse, Spriggan escaped. We must find it and kill it before it's too late. Just what I needed, yet another depressing event to add to the list of garbage I had to worry about. Would it kill the people around me to bring some good news every once in a while? Xylo, muttered Teerita, trying her best to swallow her fear. Yeah, sounds like a tough one. I tried to sound as casual about it as possible. But this town will be fine. We're here after all. Even I wanted to laugh at the words coming out of my mouth. I didn't know how a bunch of sociopathic, morally bankrupt heroes were going to help, but I decided to say it anyway. I would have to solve our issues one at a time. I'd start with Saf. There was something I needed to ask him. I suppose that brings our little meeting to an end. Frenchie shifted her eyes toward the door. By the way, who has been eavesdropping on our conversation over there? Am I being investigated for something? No, it's nothing like that. The sound of Kivia's voice drifted over from the room's entrance. Be by law, it is my duty as supervisor to make sure there isn't any suspicious activity when a penal hero under my command meets with a visitor, she continued. So it was Kivia who had been hiding over there this whole time. She really took work seriously. She could have just had one of her men keep an eye on us. Very well. Frenzy nodded blankly and stood. Her cold, piercing eyes were locked on Kivia. Now, if you will excuse me. By the way, I suggest you think of a better excuse for next time. The port city of Iorf was built on the east side of the massive Corio Bay and developed as a strategic domain for commerce due to its residents' trade with the communities on the west side. The town was vibrant and bustled with life. It was one of the most developed cities in the kingdom after the first and second capital. In the port was a structure known as Tuija, meaning Coral Tower, which resembled a red spear and was a keystone of sea defense. Countless colossal ships equipped with sacred seals were docked there, and merchant carts went in and out of the area throughout the day. The city was so important that it was not included in any noble's domain and was instead under the direct control of the Allied Administration Division. As for tourist spots, its most famous was no doubt its main street, which split the west and east sides of the city right down the middle. Known as the Road of Steel and Salt, it served as a major thoroughfare for countless people and goods, from the era of the Old Kingdom right up into the present. That was where Teerita wanted to go first. We have to see it. She was very adamant. Venetum and Dotta told me about it. They said there were street stores in the west and north selling rare goods, and every day was like the Great Exchange, and you could eat whatever and as much as you wanted. It's only an all-you-can-eat buffet if you're Dotta, and what he does is illegal. I rolled my eyes. I'd better not see you grabbing anything you didn't pay for. I couldn't lock Teerita away in the barracks like a sheltered princess. Not this time. I had to uncover who was after her life and capture every last one of them. Those were our orders from Goltwile. Although Kivia hadn't said it in so many words, Teerita was being used as bait to lure the enemy out. There were two reasons why Galtwile would take such a risk. The first was that when planning an attack, the side acting first could decide when and where they would strike, giving them a massive advantage. But if we used a decoy to lure them out, it would narrow down that window significantly. The second reason was it wasn't possible to stay on constant maximum alert. Humans didn't have the mental capacity, and we didn't have the numbers to make up for that deficiency. Ideally, we needed to take the initiative, uncover every last detail of their plan, and strike first. At least, that was what Goltwile had stated as their reasoning. I had a feeling about half of it was crap. This was another place where Teerita's awkward position came into play. Unrelieved though. This meant that the higher-ups still had no idea how we'd killed that demon lord. Venetum's painful excuse to cover up for the holy sword Teerita had summoned seemed to have worked, including his explanation of how we'd defeated Iblis. There was actually a small core inside that demon lord, he'd said, and we were able to destroy it with the sheer number of swords Goddess Teerita summoned. It was the kind of story a child might come up with, but to an outsider, it would have seemed the most logical explanation. Gaultioule's envoy had been ordered to take back whatever information he could to explain what had happened. With no knowledge of the Holy Sword, this was the only explanation he had. Benetim was good at this kind of thing, rattling off impromptu nonsense that nevertheless satisfied his target's goals and obligations. As a result, the military now saw Teorita as a useful resource in battle, though nothing more. Probably, I had a thing or two I wanted to say to the people back at Gaultioules, but well, the situation wasn't as bad as it could be. We had another advantage going for us too. We had gained the cooperation of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights. They didn't seem that thrilled to be working with a bunch of penal heroes, but Kivia took her job seriously, and she seemed to have put a lot of thought into how to position the guards and a lot there. Time. And when Teorita and I headed out, she insisted on coming with us. "I will join you on your excursion," she declared. "See? Talk about dedication. And should the time come, I will serve as the goddess's shield and sword. You can count on me." Ugh! I have Xylo, so I think I will be fine. Teorita seemed bothered by her offer, however, and tried to turn it down. My knight and the other heroes should be more than enough to guard me. Wouldn't you agree? Goddess Teorita, we need to take every precaution we can to keep you safe. Therefore, I will join you. Then would you at least limit your activity to watching from afar? I cannot, Goddess Teorita. Xylo and I must walk on either side of you so you will not fall victim to an ambush. You may leave everything to us. I could tell this back and forth would keep going unless I cut in, but I didn't have the right to refuse or oppose Kivia's wishes. The only thing I could do was offer her some tactical advice. If you're coming with us to town, then you're gonna have to do something about those clothes, Kivia. I looked over her outfit from top to bottom. She was wearing her usual military uniform, modified for easier movement. What are you staring at? She asked. She was covering her chest, but that wasn't the issue here. At least wear something that shows you understand the mission. If you're in gauntlet, a breastplate, it's going to be obvious you're with the military. Don't wear your uniform either, okay? Oh. Surprisingly, Kivia groaned as if she'd just now realized what the problem was. Oh, my ass. Get your act together, I thought. I knew that, she said after a moment. It's obvious. Your advice was unnecessary. At any rate, Kivia and her holy knights were coming with us. That much was fine. The problem was on our side, which penal heroes to choose for the mission. There was no way Venetim could guard anyone. He'd just get in the way, and if he had to, he'd use the person we were supposed to protect as a shield. Meanwhile, Dota couldn't be allowed to roam the streets without being handcuffed. And Norgala? He wasn't cut out for battle at all. If anything, he'd probably think we were guarding him. Tatsuya, of course, was not someone we wanted walking freely around town. If a fight broke out, the thought of protecting civilians wouldn't even cross his mind. That left Jace, so I decided to stop by the dragon stables where he was staying. To say I was taken aback by what I saw would be an understatement. Jace had dragged Venetim all the way there and was making him help take care of the dragons. Most dragon knights were in the first or second capital, but there were apparently 6 stationed here in Ioth along with their dragons 7 if you included Jace and Neely. It was a magnificent sight to say the least. What a terrible environment. An absolute dump, said Jace. He was busily hammering away and measuring the dragon's heights, while Venetim held up a giant wooden board for him. Like hell, I'm gonna leave my darling Neely in a place like this. Assholes! Frankly, I'd like to rebuild these stables from the ground up. But since I can't, the least I can do is give the dragons enough space for their tails and to spread their wings. Hey, Jace? Said Venetim. He was holding onto the board, panting and looking like he was about to die. I can't hold this much longer. Plus, there's not a lot I can do here, and I need to resume my work as commander. So can I go back to my room now? Shut up, conman, said Jace. Commander? Do you even do anything? Of course I do. I update Gaultioules on our situation, join unproductive meetings to discuss strategy. You can do all that later. Hey, who's the strongest in this unit? You and Neely. Then you'd better make sure we're in tip-top condition. Jace turned and started to rub Neely's chin. Just a little longer, Neely. I'll have a nice bed ready for you in no time. Neely, the beautiful azure dragon, softly cooed, and her vivid sky-blued scales rippled like water. Jace's lips curled in a faint smirk, as if he could tell what she was saying. No, I was just measuring the other dragons, he said to her. I wasn't peeking under any of their wings. I wasn't. I promise. This is going to take way longer than I have patience for, I thought. Jace was off in a world I couldn't comprehend, and there was nothing I could do to move him while he was taking care of the dragons, so I gave up immediately. All of that happened the day before, and so Kivia and I wound up accompanying Tiorita without Jace. In his place, however, someone else came along. They're seriously the worst. It was Tsav, who had been rambling on and on ever since we left the barracks. They were always doing crazy stuff too. They'd hold at least one human sacrifice a month. I mean, wow. A secret society of pure evil, that's what they are. Even I feel that way, and they raised me. They had this ritual where they would kidnap children and offer them to the goddesses. How much more diabolical can you get? I mean, come on, right? Have you ever heard of the Holy Communion? Well, that one, excuse me, growled Clivia when Tiorita started to pale. Do you never tire of talking? Huh. Oh, don't worry, just leave it to me. I can talk non-stop from dawn till dusk. I went through special training for it. In the short time it took to move from the barracks to the main street, Sav's non-stop tiresome rambling had already begun to drive Tiorita and Kivia up the wall. I was actually impressed by how little time it had taken him. We'd had no choice but to bring him along, however, and Sav was one of the best candidates for this particular job. At any rate, that was how Sav, Tiorita, Kivia, and I ended up walking down the road of steel and salt in broad daylight together. Oh hey, he said, starting up again. Bro, you asked about the organization I was in, right? Not about their sinister crew rituals, but about their military power. After a maddeningly long-winded introduction, Sav was finally going to tell us something useful. The wicked band of assassins I was part of, oh, they're called Gwen Mosa. Do you know the origin of the name? In the language of the Old Kingdom, it means the light which purges sin. It was a name I recognized. The group called Gwen Mosa had gradually gained power as the demon blight spread. They were originally part of the Orthodox faction in the temple, but after their beliefs were officially declared heresy, they went underground. There they became even more militant and re-emerged as an independent, radicalized religious organization. Their doctrine was simple at first. They believed that the purity of the goddesses, the protectors of world order, needed to be maintained. However, that eventually gave rise to an insistence that goddesses shouldn't be used for war. And according to Kivia, they'd recently begun pushing the nonsensical idea that the number of goddesses could not increase or decrease, and vocally opposing Tiorita's existence. The group had already assassinated key figures in the military and in the temple for trying to use the goddesses for war, or in their words, for sinning and leading people astray. That was how Gwen Mosa operated, and I was one of their elite members, continued Sav, a real top dog. I excelled in every skill, and they called me a child prodigy. I was the future of their organization, the youngest yet strongest assassin there ever was. Sav repeatedly elbowed me lightly on the arm as he went on and on. Pretty amazing, huh? That is pretty amazing. I thought back to Sav's past. This was a story I'd heard countless times. But don't you have a 0% success rate? I asked. You never killed your marks. Just some random, unrelated people. Yeah, being nice is my only fault. Man, this reminds me of back when I was in training. Those days were hell. Like when I was abandoned in the wilderness with only a knife. That was insane. I was attacked by wild animals and colleagues I'd never met before. You know how it is. They didn't let us talk or hang out so we wouldn't get attached to each other. Sav proudly patted his chest for some reason. And that's why I talk so much now. Isn't my past beyond tragic? I'm thinking about adapting it into a picture play or something. Are you interested in getting in on the act with me, bro? I didn't have the energy to answer and instead looked back at Kivia. I didn't want to bring him, I told her, but we didn't have any other choice, so we'll just have to deal with it. It's a real piece of work for sure. It appeared that even Kivia had never met anyone like Sav before. How can one person talk so much? What kind of training did he undergo to become like this? I don't know the details, but his lung capacity is supposedly superhuman. That might be why. What an aggravating talent to have. Kivia placed a hand on her forehead as if she had a headache. The enemy isn't going to attack us if we keep standing out this much, she continued. And then all the work we did to blend in and look like tourists will go to waste. Don't you agree? Yeah. I glanced at Kivia's outfit once more, a rustic shirt under a grey cloak, slacks, and a belt with a short sword. I see what she means. You look good, by the way, I said. Kivia's eyes went wide, and she quickly cleared her throat. What a cliché way to compliment someone. Did you honestly think a cheap remark like that would make me happy? Next time, you should choose your words more. I wasn't expecting you to disguise yourself as a man. You look like a tough bodyguard, exactly the type I'd expect to be protecting Taurita. Very natural. Kivia's chest should have been a little too prominent for such a disguise, but her cloak was doing a good job of hiding it so you wouldn't really notice unless you were staring at her body from the front. We didn't want the assassins to be too wary of us. But we didn't want it to be obvious that we were waiting for them to strike, either. The goddess was out shopping with 3 elite bodyguards selected for the occasion. That was what we needed them to think. Not bad, I said. Not bad at all. If this doesn't lure them out, I don't know what will. Just so we're clear, I am not disguised as a man. Kivia seemed very upset. And Xylo, she continued, make Sav shut up this instant. We need to do everything, no matter how small, to increase our chances of success. The way she followed up with a ruthless order only made her mood more obvious. All right, I complied, but I couldn't help feeling this mission would go well, regardless of Kivia's outfit or how obnoxious Sav was being. That was because I could feel a presence. For the past few minutes, I'd felt someone's eyes on me. We were being watched and followed. Sav seemed to feel it too. He looked back at me with a shameless grin and winked. Many rare and unusual goods were brought across the Coriol Bay from the west. The land route to that region was completely blocked off by mountains, and as a result, it had developed its own unique culture. When the Federated Kingdom formed and the 5 royal families unified, the West was the 5th and last to join. It was not originally a monarchy and chose its chief ruler by election. The country had no name either and was called by the name of its region, Wan Dalan, of which one referred to the representative who unified and governed its various tribes. The area was known for producing special kinds of fragrant wood, handicrafts, fabric, and pottery, all of which were striking and especially popular among women and children. It appeared goddesses were no exception. Look, Xylo. Goddess Taurita eagerly tugged on my sleeve. I have never seen fabric like that in my life. It does not appear to shine, and yet look at how red it is. I have never seen anything like it. Have you, Xylo? She looked up at me, hardly able to contain her excitement. It seemed she wanted to show me all of the rare goods. Wouldn't it look wonderful on me? She continued. Oh, and that bracelet there too. What vibrant colors. Hey, what's that? It's shaped like a bird. That's jade, I said, and jadeite at bed. Some pretty high quality stuff. That fabric is a well-known product from the West too. Nobles wore stuff like this to evening parties. I could still vividly remember the time I went to a royal banquet with Sinerva and learned how much jewelry like this cost. My jaw had dropped through the floor. You could buy a house for the price of that piece of fabric alone. And if it was tailored into a dress, it'd be worth the same as an entire fortress. We'd be asking for trouble if we brought Dota here. I am not asking you the price, nor am I worried about Dota right now. Taurita seemed upset by my commentary. I simply enjoy looking and using my imagination, and I expect you to understand that as my knight. With all due respect, Goddess Taurita, Kivia cut in. I believe understanding would be difficult for a man like this. It seemed Kivia was still pissed off, and she was doing everything she could to avoid eye contact with me. In fact, Now that I thought about it, I couldn't remember her ever being in a good mood. He lacks imagination, she continued, so it's only natural that he isn't able to comprehend the beauty of goods such as these. Yes, I suppose you are right. Tarita glared at me as if I was some sort of ill-bred child. Now Kivia, if you could show me to a shop where I could find fabrics and jewelry like the ones here, as you wish. I am quite familiar with the trendiest shops in this area. Hold up, Xylo. What are you looking at me like that for, huh? I shook my head as Kivia glared at me. I'm just standing here. This city is near my orders post, so I stop by from time to time. I didn't say anything. Therefore, I know enough about the city to show Goddess Tarita around, which is more than you can offer. In addition, I chose this outfit after considering the nature of our mission. That is why I purposely dressed plainly. I'm telling you, I didn't say anything. But that still does not mean that I disguised myself as a man. She shot a hostile glare my way before picking up her pace and catching up with Tarita. As she moved away, she whispered, Xylo, watch your back. You've noticed, right? Apparently, she'd realized we were being followed as well. All I could do was trail behind the two of them. Hey bro, rough day? Sav asked. He sounded utterly carefree. He'd been talking to the merchant at the next stall over this entire time. From what I'd overheard, Sav had caught a mouse the other day, and it had a birthmark on its back that looked like a person's face. I believed I even heard him say something like, "You've never seen anything like it, but I can show you if you pay up. Oh, and you're gonna need to treat me to a meal too. What an idiot." But at least everything's going according to plan, he said. They're getting really close now. Yeah, Kivia and I had only one job, to fight on the battlefield. Guarding goddesses from assassins was outside our realm of expertise. Even though we could sense the enemy's presence, we couldn't be sure when or how they would attack, so I decided to ask a professional. Sav, if you were going to kill a goddess here, how would you do it? Would you ambush her in an empty alleyway, or could you snipe her? Those are my two options. Not a fan of either, to be honest, mumbled Sav while munching on a chicken skewer he bought from who knows where. It's not like the Order has hundreds of assassins at their disposal. They can send maybe 5 or 6 at a time, tops, I think. So an empty alleyway wouldn't work, huh? Yeah, the target's a goddess, and she probably has 10 or more guards around, so an empty alleyway would be suicide. You'd be outnumbered, no advantage whatsoever. Just as he'd said, knights from the 13th Order were positioned all down this road and in the surrounding area. And knowing Kivia, there were probably at least 20. So if you can't get near her, doesn't that just leave sniping? Bro, you can't keep using me, the amazing prodigy Sav, as your point of reference. Of course, I could pull it off, but I still wouldn't risk it. He looked up. It was a sunny day, but hardly any sunlight reached the ground. The light was blocked by the street stalls' colourful banners and roofs. If I couldn't afford to fail, I'd go with a more reliable method, he said. Use the crowd to your advantage, huh? Exactly. Blend in and then casually stab her like some random slasher. There were a lot of people here. Although Kivia was making sure that nobody got near to Yorota, there was a limit to how much a single person could do. But just when I was thinking of moving closer to the goddess for her protection, she suddenly turned around. Xylo, she was waving me over to what appeared to be a shop selling metalware like pots, knives, and iron plates. I found something that even you could appreciate. Tarita was pointing at a row of knives displayed on a table. I want you to select a souvenir for me in remembrance of today. In remembrance of what exactly? I chuckled, but Tarita appeared to be serious. The day that Goddess Tarita blessed this town, that's fine and all, but… I glanced at the shop's knives. They were all finely crafted blades, but they were intended only for cutting small fruit and the like. Knives are dangerous. That is why you are going to teach me. Knives are your specialty, correct? Now choose one. There was no use arguing with her now, so I began looking them over. Blades from the West were of high quality. Their unique manufacturing process, known as Western tempering, created ripples on the steel and was popular among wealthy collectors. After selecting a knife and exchanging what little military notes I had left for it, I began looking for some straps Tarita could use in place of a sword belt. Buckskin with a glossy dye would probably be a good match for her. But right as I was about to pick up a strap, I stopped myself. Kivia. I unsheathed the brand new knife and lifted it up to eye level. You see that? Yes. Reflected in the blade's mirror finish were two people slowly approaching us from behind, pushing their way through the crowd. They looked like average citizens doing some shopping, but their hands were hidden under their long sleeves. So, who's gonna guard Teodita? I asked. You, Xylo, said Kivia. Don't leave her side. Kivia nodded and Teodita tilted her head, baffled. A little ways away, Sav was happily snatching up the last bits of chicken off his skewer with his teeth. Teodita, I said, placing the rope-wrapped handle of the knife in her palm. Use this to protect yourself if you need to. Then I started to move as naturally as possible, placing my hands on the puzzled goddess's shoulders to hold her still. Kivia had already unsheathed her weapon. It was a short sword used for thrusting, with a fine blade about as long as her forearm. Drop your weapons. After delivering this single warning, her sword vanished in a flash of light, piercing one of the two men's shoulders. A knife fell from his hand and hit the floor, followed by trickling blood. Despite this, he managed to lunge for Teodita. Immediately, Kivia's blade pierced his thigh, skewering both his legs almost simultaneously. He fell to the ground, shrieking like a bird. I warned you, she said. There was no doubt Kivia was a distinguished swordsman. At the very least, she was far better than someone who half-assed their training like me. She already had the tip of her sword at the man's throat by the time he hit the ground. Oops. Sorry, bro, Saf said awkwardly. He'd already disposed of the other one. The skewer from Sav's chicken was now barely sticking out of the man's throat. His left eye was missing as well. So, I know I said they'd probably send 5 or 6 guys tops, but Sav was studying my reaction. He had the face of a man who'd just realized he'd made a huge mistake. You lied, didn't you? I said. Yeah, you know, I didn't expect the order to get this big. Please don't punish me. I'm not going to do anything to you. And besides, this really isn't the time. I watched as more suspicious characters emerged from the crowd. There had to be at least 10 of them forcing their way through. How many were the Holy Knights managing to hold back? Their numbers were just too big. There must be around 50 assassins. To make matters worse, a little scuffle had caused a stir that was now rippling through the crowd. Someone even began to scream when they saw the dead men on the ground. A few fainted, some ran. Goods were knocked off their displays as chaos ensued. This isn't good. Xylo, shouted Kivia as she stabbed another assassin and pulled her sword back out of the corpse. This way, change of plans. We're using the alternative route. Roger, I replied, activating my flight seal and kicking another assassin. I hit him so hard in the stomach that he was briefly airborne before hitting the pavement again. I must have obliterated his organs. Nice, bro, said Sav. It was meant to be a compliment, but he sounded a little horrified. You're relentless. I see you like turning your opponents into mincemeat before killing them. Pretty scary stuff. I didn't kill him, and I didn't turn him into mincemeat either. I'm not like you, I replied, grabbing a perplexed Teodita's hand. Her skin felt a little cold, but she glanced up at me with a bold expression, like she was trying to overcome her fear. Has it already begun, my night? Is my vacation? Fossery. But there's been a change of plans. Wanna go for a little walk down another street? I silently wished that this would be the last change of plans we'd have to deal with. But I knew too that such wishes were never granted. The location wasn't ideal, to say the least. There were too many civilians, and to make matters worse, everyone was panicking, so it was hard to move. I had to keep hold of Teodita's hand. Kivia, I kicked a barrel forward, bowling over an approaching assassin, or at least someone who looked like one. Do something. I can hardly move like this. But I wasn't sure she could even hear me. We are the Holy Knights, she called out. I order all civilians to leave immediately. We are temporarily closing this road. Kivia raised a short staff into the air. It roared and emitted a flash of light from its tip. This too was a lightning staff, but it was the kind that used most of its power to create a loud sound. You'd have to be right next to your opponent if you wanted to do any damage with it. For the most part, it was employed by city guards as a warning, but it was also used to give commands to soldiers, so all commanders carried one with them. "Anyone approaching us shall be deemed our enemy," she declared, demonstrating her intent by thrusting her sword into a man's right arm when he staggered out from the crowd. Ugh! Pain twisted the man's face, and his knife dropped to the ground, bouncing off the pavement with a clink. And yet he still didn't stop. "I'm telling you to stay back. Did you not hear me?" Krivia didn't stop either. Her blade swept at his feet, knocking down the knifeless man before he could lunge at Teorita. Her technique was beautiful. It resembled a skill normally used with short spears. Was that a northern sword style? It seemed to focus on thrusting and countering, with a very low stance, the polar opposite of the style I had learned in the south, where you just swung as hard as you could and chopped at your enemy. Miss Kivia," Sarv ventured, "maybe we should, have the townspeople help us." I wish he'd just keep quiet, I thought. He was slicing the throat of one of the assassins with a blade no bigger than the palm of his hand. He'd probably swiped it from one of the stalls. "We can use them as shields," he continued. "Oh, especially small children. What? Prefa, what are you?" Kivia was outraged. "We can have Teorita carry a child on her back to use as a shield until we can get her to safety. I really doubt there's going to be a sniper, but you never know." Sarv was likely serious, but his tone was far too cheerful and flippant. The suggestion alone was enough to anger Krivia, and his attitude only made things worse. There was fire in her piercing eyes. "Do you have any idea what you're saying, you villain?" she shouted. "There is no way we would ever do such a thing." "What? Why? Don't you want to protect the goddess? You two seem to be getting along so well." Sarv shot me a quizzical stare. "Bro, say something to her. How cold can a person be? Just focus on getting us out of this mess with as little damage to the town as possible, okay?" I led Teorita by her trembling hand away from the crowded main street, and no civilian shields. "Got it, idiot. Seriously?" groaned Sarv, the color draining from his face. "I mean, for real? There's something really wrong with this. It's not normal." He took care of yet another incoming enemy before crushing their head, complaining all the while. His style of hand-to-hand combat was unlike anything I'd ever seen. He would grab some part of his opponent's body, throw them to the ground, and dispose of them in essentially one movement. What Sarv is saying does make sense. If you're only thinking about you and yours, that is. I thought about this for a moment as I shielded Teorita's eyes from the fighting. Come to think of it, Norgale, Rhino, and I were the only ones in our unit who refused to fight dirty like Sarv was suggesting. "Xylo, look," warned Teorita as another man emerged from an alleyway ahead of us. Although I might have given it a little more thought in another situation, the sword in his hand made it clear he wasn't some stranger who just happened to be in our way. Wait a minute. What the hell were Kivia's knights doing? There was chaos all up and down the main street that needed to be dealt with. Were they busy dealing with enemies elsewhere? Damn it. "Xylo, if our enemies are human, There was ill-concealed anxiety escaping Teorita's voice, but it wasn't fear for herself. I understood that all too well as I held her hand. "It seems I will not be able to help you since I cannot attack them. Don't worry about it. Let me handle our human enemies." I lifted Teorita up in my arms. I could feel sparks lightly prickling the tips of my fingers where they brushed against her hair, and there was no doubt in my mind she could tell how pissed off I was. These damn assassins really knew how to ruin a guy's day. "Hold on tight, Teorita. Don't let go of my hand." "I won't." She nodded gravely. "I will leave everything to you." That was all I needed to hear. "Sav!" I shouted. "Take out the underlings approaching us." "Oh, so I have to take care of the weaklings. Damn right." I kicked off the ground and activated my flight seal. After leaping over the head of the man in our way, I used the seal again and kicked off a wall. Even after landing, I didn't look back. The assassin probably had no idea what to do. Would he chase me? That would mean turning his back to Kivia and Sarv. One of them had probably taken care of him before he could even make a choice. I didn't look back to check who it was though. We discussed how we would split up beforehand. I had the best mobility and could communicate with Torita the quickest, so I was to take her and run. Meanwhile, Sav and Kivia had agreed to handle most of the violence. I was pleased to have the easy job for once. At any rate, I managed to safely slip into a back alley. This was one of the escape routes Kivia had designated in case something unexpected happened on the main street. I'd even memorized a map of the city, just in case. We were heading toward a corner of the city known as Sodric's Sheller nest of complicated, winding streets. To put it bluntly, this was the sketchy part of town, and most people made sure to avoid it even during the day. If the map I'd used was correct, this alley should lead to an open area already under the control of Kivia's Holy Knights. We should far outnumber the enemy there, and for the most part, assassins were no match for an army lined up and ready to fight. There were exceptions, of course, but it wasn't the norm. However, after the second turn in the road, I paused. This isn't good. I hadn't seen any sign of the Holy Knights. I began to sense restlessness in the air, like an itch on my back. Though it wasn't a hard rule, I usually tried to listen to my gut. Xylo, do you sense it too? Something doesn't feel right. Kivia had finally caught up to me, along with Sav. Both of them were still light on their feet and showed no signs of exhaustion. It appears this route has been compromised too. Kivia had an impressive grasp on the situation. She frowned, wiping the blood off her blade with her cloak. My Holy Knights are nowhere in sight, and I specifically deployed infantry to this district. Something must have happened. Probably all dead then, huh? Sav began patting the dust off his clothing, as if it had just now started to bother him. Now that I've killed a few, I can tell not all of these guys are assassins from the Order. They don't seem to have undergone any training. You mean they're too weak? I asked. Sav cheerfully nodded back at me. I mean, nobody's as strong as me, but these guys are pretty pathetic. Their weapons are definitely from the Order though. Sav held up a knife he'd picked up along the way. Engraved on the blade was a triangular wedge-shaped seal. This is Gwen Mosa's seal. They call it the True Great Sacred Seal, but is different than the one the temple uses. You know, that circle with a line through it. Then that would mean I didn't even need to think about it and immediately put my hypothesis into words. They're trying to frame the Order? There are way too many of them for an underground organization. It doesn't make any sense. But who would do something like that? It could be the one siding with the demon Blight. Kivia chose her words carefully. Her stiff profile hadn't changed, but I noticed a somber note in her voice. The coexisters? I asked. They've been a real pain in my ass lately. Yes, them. They would certainly benefit from killing the goddess. I didn't think they'd infiltrated the military or the Holy Knights, but once she finished wiping clean her blade's sacred seal, Kivia glared into the depths of the alleyway. For now, we need to focus on getting out of here alive. I'd been expecting our enemies to come from that direction too. I could hear a few sets of footsteps in the distance when… Whoa! What are those? Shouted Sav, his voice cracking. The assassins, or men who appeared to be assassins, emerged in helmets and full suits of armor. There were 3 of them, each with a 2-handed lightning staff. You see what I'm seeing? Are they allowed to have those? They most certainly are not, declared Kivia, astonished, as she began to move forward. How did you get those, you scum? What is going on with the military? Kivia hurled insults and complaints at the enemy. Sav was right. Those staffs were exclusively distributed within the military and not available to the public. Not many were made, and ownership was highly regulated. The hell is going on? I yelled, taking a step in front of Torita to shield her. The assassins fired their staffs almost immediately, but their aim was amateurish. 2 of them weren't even close to hitting us, and Kivia was already dealing with the 3rd. She muttered the word Niskef as she lightly thrust the tip of her sword into the ground. This activated her sacred seal, and the air vibrated as a cloudy blue curtain took shape, blocking the lightning staff shot and scattering it into faint sparks. Niskef was a common protection seal, and while it could only be used continuously for a short period of time, it created an extremely strong defensive wall resistant to heat and physical attacks. Meanwhile, I was just finishing a strike of my own. I brought only 2 knives with me this time, so I had to use something else. Shoving my hand in my pocket, I promptly grabbed the first thing I touched, a coin. It was New Kingdom currency issued by the Allied Administration Division, but it had far less value than the money of the Old Kingdom, which incorporated real gold and silver. I infused the coin with Zate Finde's power before flicking it at the enemy. It was lightweight, allowing me to send it right into the group of assassins up ahead before it exploded with a flash of light. Of course, unlike with a knife, I couldn't lodge it in their flesh, so it wasn't able to blow them up from the inside. But it was more than enough to send a person flying and knock them out cold 3 at once, in fact. This is a lot easier when there's no one else around to worry about, I said. Sure, but... Kivia looked back at me, perhaps to crack a joke, but her relaxed gaze suddenly sharpened. Shav, above you, Ak. Sav grunted, mildly surprised. I was shocked too. The enemy really was right above him. It was a lanky figure in all black, swinging their right arm with... Was that a blade in their palm? No. They weren't holding anything. They were simply swinging their fist, and Sav reacted with beast-like instincts. He moved out of habit, the result of constant practice. After evading the punch effortlessly, he swung his knife into the air at the enemy's throat. It was precise and immediate, but his opponent dodged as well. Sav was unfazed. He spun his blade around in his hand to aim it once again at his target while reaching out to grab his enemy's lapel and sweeping their legs out from under them. The move was very smooth and precise. But just when I thought it was over, Sav suddenly hopped back like a grasshopper. I could hear a series of hard, metallic sounds, and before I knew it, the slender, shadowy figure was standing on the ground, blocking Sav's knife with their left hand and burying part of their right. Palm into his side, Sav appeared to have blocked most of the attack in time, but what the... Sav's lips tightened into a forced smile. He still looked somehow flippant, but I could tell he was in pain, and I could see cold sweat on his skin. He protected his side with his left arm, and blood was gushing out from it, painting the pavement red. Something's not right with this guy, he said. Sav's left arm was badly injured. The area from his forearm to his bicep had been gouged out. This guy's doing something bad, bro. It hurts, real bad. There were countless holes in his arm, as if he had been bitten by a wild, fanged beast. What the hell did that guy do to him? The knife in Sav's right hand was broken as well. And just like that, the sniper fell to his knees. The slender, shadowy figure in black shifted their gaze in my direction, but a piece of fabric completely concealed their face. I could just barely make out their eyes, and I saw they were locked on Torita and me. They were the eyes of a wild animal. We were too close right in the enemy's striking range. The slender assassin in black didn't waste their breath pointlessly chattering. They simply extended their right arm forward as if they wanted to shake hands. That must be their battle stance. It was an unusual style. They didn't lower their center of gravity or form fists. Their left hand was pulled back around waist height, and they were standing about 4 steps away. Torita was right behind me. This isn't good. They'd cut off most of my means of escape, and if I wanted to grab Torita and use my flight seal to put some distance between us, it would mean briefly turning my back to the enemy. Xylo, Torita began. Stay behind me, I warned, cutting her off. I'll make this quick. As expected of my knight, Torita briefly but tightly squeezed the hem of my shirt from behind. It wasn't going to be easy, but we weren't in any danger. This was nothing compared to the shit we penal heroes had been put through time and time again. That gave me confidence, and I called out to Sav, who was still crouched on the ground. Don't try anything stupid, Sav. I can't even move, bro. This is bad. Sav was trying to tighten something around his left arm at the shoulder to stop it from bleeding. It looked like some beast had bitten deep into his flesh, but while he seemed to have lost a lot of blood, he shot me a carefree smile as sweat dripped down his forehead. "This arm's useless now," he said. "That's rough. More importantly, bro, did you see their arms?" But the slender assassin made a move before Saf had finished speaking. Technically, all they did was shift their weight a little, but that was enough to let me know they were about to strike. They kept up their guard all the while. I really don't want to end up on the defensive, especially against an assassin. That was why I chose to attack, unsheathing a knife from my belt and throwing it all in one motion. I'd practiced this technique over and over until I was sick of it. What's more, I always hit my target even in midair, so there was no way I was going to miss while standing on the ground. I aimed right for the middle of their forehead. I thought they were going to sway in an attempt to evade, but they chose to intercept the knife instead, blocking it with one of their gauntlets, the one covering their right hand. And that was when I activated Zata Finder. I had to emit the blast since we were relatively close, but it was powerful enough to blow someone's arm clean off. And yet the slender assassins somehow charged through the blast, their right arm unscathed. They were totally unharmed. How? Their fingers cleaved through the air until they were right before my eyes, forcing me to lean back as far as I could. Just then, a tall figure with long black hair blocked my view. Someone exhaled. Kivia's sword thrust into the assassin's right arm from the side. I heard the sound of sharp metal colliding as Kivia briefly held her breath, and the assassin narrowed their eyes. Were they laughing? They swung their left arm, aiming for Kivia's stomach. Just then, I sensed it. Kivia was stepping in to strike, and even I could tell. Stop. I grabbed Kivia's shoulder and jerked her back as hard as I could, causing both of us to fall to the ground on our asses like idiots. She shot me a reproachful glare, but I didn't care. We'd avoided the fatal blow. Then I heard something crack. It was the assassin's arm, or rather the lead-colored gauntlet, protecting it. When they'd thrust out their right hand, I'd seen it. The bizarre gauntlet had appeared to be coming apart. It seemed it was actually a bundle of cord, or perhaps steel rope. Once it came apart, it changed shape, weaving and winding around and around, eventually taking the form of a beast's jaw, complete with a row of sharp fangs. That jaw snapped shut in front of Kivia's eyes, right where she'd been standing seconds earlier. A grunt escaped her pale throat. If she'd been any farther forward, her windpipe would have been torn wide open. This must have been what shredded Saab's left arm, and I bet it was a small shield, formed from these steel ropes that blocked my explosion. Not only was the gauntlet quick, it seemed like it could reshape itself into just about anything. It has to be some sort of seal compound. It was probably specially manufactured and not yet in use within the military. From what I could tell, it was a kind of strike seal that raised one's physical abilities. It wasn't that complicated, but it was hard to deal with in close-range combat. I'd need a pretty powerful explosion to defeat it. Was that even possible though? Exactly how big and powerful of an explosion would I need? One wrong move in this back alley could bring down the surrounding buildings on us. As long as Teodita was here, I needed to keep the blast as weak as possible. The slender assassin rushed forward to strike while we were still down, but I wasn't going to let that happen. While I was falling, I'd thrown a coin with my left hand. Eat shit! I'd aimed it over their head. The blast and impact were even more powerful than my previous shot. The assassins swiftly blocked it with their gauntlets, but they were forced to leap back, landing on all fours. They didn't make it out unscathed, however. The enemy's black mask had been partially burned in the explosion, revealing the face of a thin woman. I'd expected as much, based on their size and movements. Her savage eyes, the eyes of a creature assessing its prey, darted from me to Kivia and then to Teodita. "You saved me," groaned Kivia, her eyes still locked on the enemy. She wore a sour expression, but I realized this was her way of thanking me. That meant she could keep fighting. "You still good, Kivia? Feel free to lie down if you need to. Who do you think you're talking to?" She frowned and slowly got back on her feet. Enough chit-chat. Bending her knees, she assumed her battle stance and took a step forward, while I took a step back. We positioned ourselves on either side of Teodita. We had to, the situation was only getting worse. I could hear more footsteps approaching from behind us, and soon 6 assassins emerged from the other end of the alleyway. 5 were holding lightning staffs. Seriously, what the hell is going on? I was sick of these guys. The organization behind this must be 100 times bigger than I'd imagined. That's enough, Shijibo, instructed one of the newcomers with a deep, hoarse voice. I lowered my center of gravity and swiftly shifted my gaze in their direction. Your chance of defeating the penal heroes and their goddess is only 1 in 1,000. They continued listlessly. It's time for you to withdraw. There is no benefit in continuing a meaningless battle. This person, dressed in a filthy black robe, was clearly a man, the only one among the new arrivals without a lightning staff. His back was rounded almost into a hump, but he would probably be around the same height as me if he stood up straight. His face was pale and sickly. Even his words sounded gloomy, as if he was muttering to himself. Did you hear me, Shijibao? You claim to be a professional assassin, yes? If so, you should know when it's time to withdraw. You're clearly still an amateur, said the woman called Shijibao, her face twisted into a blatant frown. Stop blabbing people's names like that. Never give out information. That's just common sense for a professional, Bujum. Shijibao called out the slouched man's name like she was trying to get back at him. Bujum. Was that his name? Or was it just an alias? Whatever the case, Bujum bowed to her politely. I see. I had no idea. I'm not familiar with what's considered common sense in this business, so I am counting on you two. Pavhe, is now really the time for this? Interrupted one of the assassins with a staff, cutting off what was beginning to sound like a very long-winded dialogue. We need to get out of here. If we don't hurry, the Holy Knights... I'm sorry, but I need you to be quiet. Bujum turned around and lightly waved his left hand. I am having a conversation with Shijibao, and it is rude to interrupt. From where I was standing, it almost looked like he was slapping the man. And just like that, the assassin's jaw disappeared. No, it was not Keenoth. I had no idea what had just happened, but the man shrieked and dropped to his knees. Blood poured out as he curled into a ball in agony. Tarata's eyes opened wide, and she gasped. I held out my hand to block her view. Shijibao glanced at the jawless man and snorted. Now you've gone and done it. Did you forget we were told not to kill any more than necessary? Kill? I didn't kill anyone. I have a heart. You broke his jaw. There's something really wrong with you. In fact, Shijibao continued to chit-chat as she casually walked toward us. Both Kivia and I could feel it in our guts. She was about to attack. We knew what she was capable of, and we wanted to avoid engaging her in close combat, if at all possible. Kivia, let's split up, I suggested. The other assassins seemed dangerous too. Very well, I'll take care of the woman with the gauntlets. Light began to illuminate the ground as Kivia pierced it with the tip of her sword. Nisketh. Tskeh. Shijibao clicked her tongue as a pale, misty wall appeared in her path. She swung her fist, turning her gauntlet into the jaws of a beast, but the barrier deflected her attack. The sound of the impact echoed down the alleyway. It wasn't going to be easy for the enemy to break past something like Kivia's barrier, especially when she was using her sacred seal solely for defense. Meanwhile, I planned to use this time to dispose of the other assassins. I unsheathed a knife one I'd picked up from a defeated Gwen Mosa assassin. Since Shijibo is so serious about this, I'm going to help her. Don't fire your lightning staffs. I don't want you accidentally hitting me. It stings. Bujum moved forward, dragging his feet across the ground. Now if you'll excuse me. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly accelerated. He was far faster than I'd imagined. He jumped to his left, kicked off the wall, and flew into the air. It seemed he, too, intended to use the narrow alley to move and attack in 3 dimensions. He's coming from above. I threw my knife, figuring he wouldn't be able to dodge easily in mid-air, but that was a mistake. Bujum twisted his body, accelerating even as he came down. I had no idea what he was doing, but for a brief moment, it looked almost as if his right arm bent like a whip. At the same time, I heard a pop like a bubble bursting. Just who was this guy? The knife I threw missed, exploding in midair with a flash of light and a roar. Maybe it surprised him. Otherwise, I don't think I could have leaped back in time to dodge. I landed somewhat clumsily, but managed to survive. Another pop, and a crater formed where I'd just been standing. I got lucky and managed to evade it by a hair. Slashes, as if from a sword, appeared all over the ground and walls. What was he doing? What kind of weapon was he using? It didn't look like he was holding anything, but maybe it was a hidden weapon, like Shiji Bao's? A few things were still unclear, but there was no time to think about it now. An explosion. The work of a sacred seal, I presume. You must be the penal hero, Xylo Fabarts, I've been hearing so much about. Bujum closed the distance between us in the blink of an eye. His speed was unbelievable, his movement beast-like. His back was so arched, he had to look up at me, and his eyes were filled with a surprisingly genuine admiration. I never expected to run into you here. When I thought through all the things that could go wrong today, this was one of the worst-case scenarios. What are you trying to say? I asked, carefully getting back on my feet. This guy was too unpredictable. How was he able to move like that in the air? What were these claw-like scars digging into the walls and ground? He wasn't wearing gauntlets engraved with sacred seals like Shiji Bao's. He just looked like some hunchback in poor health, and yet his presence made me strangely uneasy. Bujum, was it? What was that crazy dodge just now? Were you an acrobat in the circus or something? No. He refused to play along with my joke, and there was an uncanny, chilling luster in his serious eyes. You too are skilled in your craft. The precision with which you threw that knife was remarkable. Perhaps you are the one fit to join the circus. Actually, I was in the circus for around 3 years as a professional knife thrower. I was really good on the trapeze too. Bujum nodded at my stupid joke. Interesting. No wonder you are so talented. Was he being serious? Did he just take what I said at face value? You're the best in the world as far as I know, he continued. I respect that. Bujum, shut up. Shiji Bao scolded in a low voice. You're talking way too much, idiot. Stop giving him so much information. You're really starting to look like an amateur. I see. Professionals don't offer explanations, yes? Very well. Haha. There's something really wrong with these guys, huh? At some point, Sav had crawled all the way to where I was standing. The one with the slouch is dangerous too, but Shiji Bao, I've heard of her before. She's a famous adventurer, not an assassin from the Order. I bet she has a high success rate when it comes to killing her target. Unlike you, probably. She seems like a really terrible person, nowhere near as lovable and kind as me. You wouldn't guess from his joking. But South was still bleeding profusely, and his voice was weak. You probably shouldn't be moving around, Terita, he said. Here, come sit with me. My bro Xylo and that tomboy lady are strong. I'm sure it'll be fine. Who are you calling a tomboy? Said Kivia with a frown. Clearly, she could still afford to joke around. That came as a relief. When you tensed up, your brain and body slowed down as well. I could see why Kivia had become a captain at such a young age. Taurida, on the other hand, wasn't feeling so confident right now. Xylo. She grabbed onto the hem of my shirt from behind once again. Are you in need of salvation, my knight? Surely I could. Her face was wan but serious, and it was clear to me that she was trying to make a decision. I could save you. I could make it rain swords. Don't. I placed a firm hand on her shoulder. She was pushing herself too hard. She was terrified, fighting against her fear and going against her instincts, if you wanted to call them that, through willpower alone. I knew just how unbearably painful it was for goddesses when they try to harm humans. There's no way I could forget. I knew that pain. I could still remember it. I forced my thoughts back to what happened that day. Stop, Tutor. You don't need to do that. This isn't your job, but I can save you. I can do it. She was trying to justify her actions by framing it as a way to save us. Stop. I grabbed her shoulder again and squeezed tightly. It's fine, but she grabbed my hand. It's strange. There's something odd about that man. Wait, bro, Toyorita. They're here. Toyota was about to say something, and I wanted to hear her out. But Sav cut in, interrupting us. About damn time, I thought, nodding back at him. They made it, Toyota. You don't have to force yourself to do anything, huh? We're not alone out here anymore. I looked up as a large shadow soared across the sky. Get down. I grabbed Toyota's head and pulled her to the ground. Kivia joined us and Shiji Bao leaped back as if blown by the wind. The others, however, didn't make it in time. A surging stream of fire rained from the sky so powerful it could cook you to the bone. The back alley glowed a bright red, and then, in the blink of an eye, it was overflowing with flame. The assassins shrieked in agony, almost dancing as they were cooked alive before dropping to the ground. Bujum was right there with them, engulfed in flames. He staggered before crashing into a wall. In an instant, the alleyway had become a scene from hell. Kivio was in a daze, and I covered Toyota's eyes with my hand. The horror wasn't over yet. Covered in flames, an assassin tried to escape, only to have his skull shattered by a spear thrown from the sky. "Hey there," came an indifferent voice from above. The azure dragon Neely then spread her wings, rapidly descending to the ground with Jace. Sav had called for them. Without Dragon Knight back on the roster, we would no longer run the risk of being isolated on the battlefield. "The hell is wrong with you, asking us to come to a narrow alley like this?" complained Jace with his usual scowl. "I didn't want to, so you better thank Neely. You owe her." "I know." I didn't bother arguing. I would have to treat them to dinner or something later. "Sorry, Neely. You're a lifesaver, Neely," Chow said, smirking awkwardly. Neely snorted. I didn't know if that was her reply or if she was laughing at us, but whatever the case, she raised her head as Jace rubbed her throat. "You sure?" "You're so sweet, Neely." "Of course. We'll take another day off to make up for this. We can take a trip to the sea tomorrow and fly as far as you want." This might sound crazy, but there was something very picturesque about seeing Jace talk to Neely like this amid a sea of flames. "Call the fire brigade," shouted Kivia in a panic as she got to her feet. "Xylo, get in contact with the local government. We need to put out this fire immediately." This was the problem with using Jace. He didn't think twice about civilian casualties. In fact, he didn't think he should have to. You had to keep him on a short leash with his sacred seal, or you were asking for disaster. And since there was a dragon involved, you could expect far more damage than with Sav. We're going to get more than a slap on the wrist for this, that's for sure. I looked back over my shoulder as gloom filled my heart. Of course, Shibi Bo was nowhere to be seen. She'd probably run away already. The problem was the other guy, Bujum. The rest of the assassins cried out in agony as they perished in the flames. But I hadn't heard so much as a groan from him. He simply stared at me, almost indifferently, as he was engulfed in the fire. "You called a dragon for backup, I see." "Very impressive, Pinot hero," he said as his skin bubbled. It almost looked as if his flesh were regenerating as it burned. "Interesting. The flames of a dragon are overwhelmingly hot. I'm a bit short on blood right now, but this has been a learning experience. Now, if you'll excuse me." I hesitated briefly, wondering if I should ask him something. "Until we meet again," he said. Then he leaped into the air, leaving a shower of sparks behind as he kicked off the walls and made his way to the top of a building. He had the physical ability of an animal of a goddamn monster. Jace watched the man escape, looking fed up. He just ran away? Who was that man? Neely lit him on fire for crying out loud. I don't know. But I paused, unsure of what to say. The man called Bujum didn't make any sense. He had survived being lit on fire. It was like he wasn't human. Tairolita. I turned to the goddess. She was still tightly holding on to my hand. "What were you about to say a minute ago? About that man with the slouch? What was odd about him?" "I am not sure exactly. It's just... when I thought of attacking those people, he was the only one. I felt like I could strike." Her momentum gradually weakened the more she talked. It was as if she was beginning to doubt herself. "Don't worry about being wrong. Just say what's on your mind. What's your gut telling you?" "It's possible that man isn't human." I felt more certain than ever. Was that Spriggan then? Spriggan was a demon lord that could disguise itself as a human, and the very creature that Frenzy and her men were after. He'd called himself Boojum, but that was obviously a fake name. Nobody would be stupid enough to give their real one. Maybe the marks he'd left behind contained a clue, but when I lifted my head, I saw a group of holy knights rushing toward us. A little late, I thought. Some of them looked exhausted, and a few were injured. Looks like they had a rough time too. But why? Shiji Bao, Boojum, and the assassins. Did they really want to kill Tarita that badly? Why had they come with such a large group? Not to mention how easily the Holy Knight's security had been breached. Their positions must have been leaked before the fact. That was the only way to explain this. Just great. I watched the flames as they continued to spread. I'll think about that later. Vanitum would have a better idea of the extent of the fire damage. Fortunately, thanks to the rapid evacuation, no civilians had died. To make a long story short, there was a traitor among us. That was the only thing that made sense. The guards Kivia deployed around town had been separated from one another and isolated. Looking at a map instantly made the situation clear. The enemy had sent concentrated groups of assassins to specific points, cutting off communication. Over 100 Holy Knights had been deployed, and over half of them were dead or severely injured. The attack had come as a surprise, and it had been brutal. This wasn't something just anyone could pull off. We'd taken a decent number of survivors prisoner, but most of them were either low-level grunts or adventurers who weren't much better, and the rest took their own lives with poison they'd hidden some, or on their body. If only Jace had held back a little, I thought. Back at the barracks, we were busy discussing the situation. We being Kivia, those in charge of the deployed units, and me. I was the only one from Penal Hero Unit 9004, since I didn't want Terita to hear. Normally, our so-called commander would serve as our representative in meetings like this, but you couldn't expect anything from Vanitim when it came to military affairs, and he was busy writing a letter of apology detailing our mistakes. So through process of elimination, the duty fell to me. Then, Captain Kivia, grumbled a young man as he looked up from a map. What you're trying to say is that we have a traitor among us? This was the officer in charge of the infantry. I believe his name was Rajit. He wore a humorless, overly serious expression, exactly the kind of guy you'd expect to find in a military uniform. We don't know for sure yet, replied Kivia calmly. It sounded like she was actively keeping the emotion from her voice. They might very well be in another unit. I contacted Galtwile about our security measures and touched base with Iof's defense force, who we have been working with, as well. These were both natural reactions for someone in the military. She could have set up a trap herself, but she wasn't a risk taker. I understood and respected that decision. It doesn't make much of a difference anyway. The officer in charge of the cavalry shook his head, his arms crossed. This man was named Zaflek, if memory served. He sat up straight, but spoke roughly from time to time and seemed to always have a cynical smirk on his face. It could be one of us, one of those in power, or even one of our allied forces, he continued. And we can't put up a decent fight if we can't trust one another. We're in an extremely bad position right now. He heaved an overly dramatic sigh and shifted his gaze toward the corner of the table. Wouldn't you agree, Officer Sienna? Yes, I agree, said a petite woman. Her voice sounded somewhat restrained. Sienna, who had been quiet up until now, was in charge of their sniper unit. I wished she could give our sniper a little bit of her reserved attitude. Our unit suffered the most casualties, she continued. Almost every sniper deployed was killed. That means we need to figure this out, and fast, said Rajit, nodding cautiously. Captain Kivia, I believe we should rethink how we're guarding Goddess Tarita. First, we should gather only those we can trust, starting with those of us here, and consider. I don't know about that. Sounds pretty pointless, if you ask me. I should probably keep my mouth shut, I thought as I spoke up, unable to resist. This was about protecting Tarita after all. The moment that thought crossed my mind, I sighed inwardly. Could it be that was I trying to make sure the same thing didn't happen to Tarita? Did I think this would help me take back something I'd lost? Damn it. Taurita wasn't going to replace Zenava, no matter what, and yet I continued. Only those we can trust. First off, we should be skeptical of everyone in this room. The audacity. Rajit glared at me just like I knew he would. That includes you, penal hero. In fact, the goddess killer should be at the top of our list of suspects. He had a point. Can't argue with that. I smiled wryly, and Zoflik started to laugh. Good point, Rajit. I completely agree. Captain Kivia, are you sure we should allow this hero to join our meetings? Although he was laughing, there was a sharpness to his words. I'm suspicious of him too. After all, he's the one who stole the goddess from us in the first place. Nothing he does makes any sense. With Rajit and Zoflik criticizing me, I was growing more uncomfortable by the minute. The remaining officer, Sienna, observed me in silence, her expression giving away nothing. How like a sniper. I couldn't afford to back down though. At the very least, we need to do some undercover work, I said. We should get in touch with the 12th Order of the Holy Knights Fir Galtuila. I knew that unit, and they specialized in intelligence. They occupied a special role, and were the only order that didn't show themselves in public. Only a limited number of people knew what they looked like. Even when I was a captain, I never once met them. There were rumors they didn't exist at all, but I knew there was a group specializing in such matters, the National Intelligence Corps. We can't fight if we don't trust each other. You're right about that, I said. And yeah, of course, I must look the most suspicious of all, but in this situation, you can't trust anybody. I understand what you all wish to say. Kivia slowly got to her feet, then turned to someone else, a man, not at our table, but seated at the desk at the back of the room. What do you think, Uncle Marlon? I believe we should reconsider our strategy, report our findings to World Wheel, and conduct an internal investigation. Yes, said a man with a heavy, somewhat husky voice. This was High Priest Marlon Kivia, Kivia's uncle. He occupied a seat at the temple's Sacred Council meetings and was basically at the top of the temple's hierarchy. He was a skinny man at the end of middle age, and his hair was peppered with white each strand evidence of worry and stress. His overly serious expression was much like Kivia's, but in his case, I got the impression he was more high-strung. Maybe it was because his eyes were sterner than his niece's. I was just assigned to this investigation, but Marlon Kivia wasn't exaggerating about that. He had arrived from the first capital not long ago, commissioned by Iof's city government to serve as a consultant for the defense force. For the past 10 days, he had been working to get a grasp on the situation and secure the authority to preside over the case. The division of roles between the military and the temple was complicated in cases like this. Especially when goddesses were involved, there tended to be exceptions and special cases. The current balance of power and political state of the kingdom usually decided who was in charge. The fact that we don't know who we can trust, including me, is a matter of concern, he admitted, busily drumming his fingers on the table. That said, we don't know if the 12th Order can or even will help us. Therefore, our priority should be to revise our current security plan. I believe our only choice right now is to increase the number of guards protecting the goddess as much as possible. He heaved a long, soft sigh conveying what sounded like days' worth of exhaustion. It is extremely unfortunate that we weren't able to capture anyone with useful information. How did the questioning go, Patashi? I'd almost forgotten that Petaush was Kivia's first name, since I never had any opportunity to use it. Less than ideal, she replied, straightening her posture. I could tell she was nervous. Most of those caught were adventurers, and it seems they don't know who hired them. I see. The High Priest nodded coldly. There was something very unnatural about his relationship with his niece. They were way too formal with each other. Maybe it only seemed that way because of Kivia's personality. Yeah, that had to be it. You have my deepest apologies. If only we'd been able to capture the ones who seemed to know what was going on then. As Kivia bowed politely, the High Priest's lips curled into a faint smirk. Don't let it bother you, he said. You're far too harsh on yourself. Too much regret and anxiety will only hamper your work. I will keep that in mind. You're so serious. I suppose it can't be helped. If you were any different, you wouldn't be Pataushi Clivia. High Priest Marlin let out a whispery sigh. I wondered if that was his way of laughing. He must be unable to laugh cheerfully, just like his niece. At any rate, he continued, all we can do now is prepare for the next attack. One moment, High Priest Marlin, I interrupted, raising my hand, despite once again thinking that I should probably keep my mouth shut. There's still something we can do. The moment I spoke, he turned to look at me. But he wasn't blaring. He seemed more intrigued than anything. Oh my. How troubling. I don't remember asking you for your opinion, penal hero Xylo. Although you may have forged a pact with the goddess, we can't have you ignoring rules and regulations in a place like this. Otherwise, our organization will cease to function. Yes, I understand that, but I think my opinion will come in handy. Xylo, stop. Kivia grabbed my elbow in a fluster, but there was no way I could back down now. We can probably get some information out of the middlemen who hired the adventurers, I continued. High Priest Marlin didn't tell me to shut up, but his sharp gaze narrowed further. Are you claiming to know who these people might be? Yes, I replied. At the very least, I know of someone we should investigate right away. I met Kivia's anxious gaze with a tiny smile and a nod. I let her know not to worry by lightly patting the hand she placed on my elbow, though she didn't seem to understand what I meant. Her eyes opened wide, and she immediately looked away from me, causing the High Priest to breathe another whispery sigh. Very well. I will allow you to speak. I am sure you must have a wonderful idea you are just dying to grace us with. You could say that. If I didn't, I wouldn't raise my hand in front of someone as important as you. The way you speak is provocative and yet eases the tension in the room. Take note, Pataushi. You needn't be as laid back as him, but you could learn a thing or two. Kivia swallowed her reply, but she was clearly annoyed. Now, penal hero Xylo. Who is it we should look into? The mediator who arranges jobs for adventurers in the city. It seems you're quite familiar with such underground enterprises. And who is this mediator? It isn't one person. I paused before giving a name. It's the Adventurers Guild itself. There's one more thing I need to add to this report. Venetum was waiting for me when I got back from the meeting. Is everything okay? He asked. Incidentally, Dotto was lying on the ground, drunk off his ass and snoring, with a bottle of brews still in his hand. What do you mean? I asked. Oh, Venetum smirked uncomfortably at my confusion. I was just worried that maybe we were being punished or something. No, we're good. That High Priest is a real serious guy, just like his niece. He didn't do anything to hurt us out of spite. I see. Venetum covered his mouth as if to suppress a yawn. I had no idea what he was trying to say. So, how were the others in the meeting acting? What? Is there someone you're concerned about? Don't tell me you're trying to get with that female sniper. Don't even bother. She seems like a lot of work and I'm sure not gonna help. No, it's not that. He hesitated for a few seconds, then shook his head. Never mind. The hell's gotten into you? Now I was even more confused. I grabbed Dotter's bottle of booze without remorse. I was probably going to need this to prepare for the next day's task. Time to get to work, Venetum, I said. But first, I need your help selecting the right people. In the end, Venetum was the only one I could count on when it came to discussions like this. His useless remarks and clueless responses helped me process my thoughts. Are we going to discuss strategy over drinks? He asked. I suppose I could help with that. Not like you've got anything else to do. In return, I'll listen to whatever it is you want to talk about, since it sounds like something's bothering you. Nothing's bothering me. His smile didn't inspire confidence. That's not it. That's not it at all. Venetum was a total mystery to me. But maybe all con artists were like this. Lidio Sodric was in his room when he received a shocking report. He was speechless, of course. He was. And he was restless too. The attack against the Holy Knights had been a success. The lightning staffs obtained were put to good use. The knights were carefully surrounded and separated from one another. And most importantly, Lidal had sent in his two most skilled adventurers. Though they were expensive, they were well worth their price. I can't believe both of them failed. He directed his gaze to the two people in question, now back the slender female dressed in all black and the man with the slouch. Shi Jibao and Bujum. Neither, he suspected, used their real names. Shi Jibao meant spike in the language of the ancient kingdom, and it was a reference to the spikes people used on the soles of their shoes in the north. Bujum's name was a mystery. Unlike Shi Jibao, who was moodily crossing her arms and gazing down at Ledeo, he had taken a seat in the corner of the room and appeared to be reading a book. It was a dragon knight, Shi Jibao said in a whisper. She seldom made a sound and preferred to move, speak, and work in near silence, and he didn't seem to care how much of the city he destroyed in the process. It was completely unexpected. I can't work under such conditions, Guildmaster. Guildmaster. That was Ledeo Sodric's title. He was in charge of the Adventurers Guild, a kind of mutual aid society. The port city of Oth was a commercial center with an endless number of guilds, and his was one of the most influential. Only the Merchant Guild and the Adventurers Guild had a private army at their disposal and thus the ability to resort to more forceful means. And it was the Adventurers Guild, naturally, that specialized in violence. Great, Ledeo fell into a black mood. This kind of failure is not going to look good to our clients. Violence was one of the Adventurers Guild's tools of the trade. More specifically, it was the resulting fear and intimidation that created and ensured profit. In fact, promoting their reputation of violence was more important than the violence itself. That was how these adventurers made a living. Considering the risk, I'll be expecting a greater reward. Shi Jibao stared at Ledeo, her eyes devoid of emotion. Perhaps it was more of a glare than a stare. I understand where you're coming from, but Ledeo stared right back at her. He was the guild master. Although he was technically her boss, she was far more powerful than he was. Nevertheless, he couldn't allow himself to show any fear. You two failed, and from what I heard, you had plenty of time to get the job done before that Dragon Knight appeared. The penal hero guarding her was far stronger than your intel made him sound. And that man back there, Shi Jibao pointed at Bujum with her thumb. He's a complete amateur. He might be good at killing, but he gave the enemy far too much information. You should remove him from this mission or kill him right away. Are you talking about me? Bujum didn't look up from his book. Why? What is the problem? I followed orders and withdrawing when I did was the right call. That's not the problem. You said I wouldn't be able to defeat that hero. Why? Because it's true. You wouldn't. You had only a 1,000 to 1 chance of winning, at most. Excuse me? Shi Jibao looked back at him and glared, but he simply turned the page of his book without a care in the world. Oh, my apologies. I was simply trying to be kind. In reality, you had only a 10,000 to 1 chance at most. See what I'm dealing with, she said, exasperated. What's wrong with this man? Did you hire him to lower morale or something? Lower morale? I see. So that's how you perceive my remark, Bujum said seriously, his eyes still focused on his book. Ledeo Sodric, you have my apologies. It appears I have upset her, when that wasn't my aim. I was simply telling her the truth. Ledeo didn't say a word. Unlike Shi Jibao, Bujum was an unknown adventurer who had appeared on the scene only recently. Ledeo first learned of him when Bujum got into a fight at a gambling house run by the Adventurers Guild. Ledeo didn't know the details. What he did know was that 10 adventurers had ganged up on Bujum and lost. Not a single one survived. Each of them had fatal gashes from what appeared to be the claws or fangs of a beast. None of the witnesses could say how Bujum had done it, but that was of little interest to Ledeo. All he wanted was a bodyguard who could be controlled. And so he secretly took in Bujum at the Adventurers Guild, allowing him to stay for free. At first, I thought he was some ex-adventurer who had fallen on hard times, but there was something strange about him. He was an excellent bodyguard with beast-like reflexes and the preternatural ability to sense danger. But although he would loyally follow orders, he didn't understand how the world worked at all. At first, he didn't even understand how money worked. So while he was merciless and excelled at violence, Shi Jibao wasn't wrong. He was an amateur when it came to anything else. Bujum stays for now, said the guildmaster. I've made my decision. He was strong. While you couldn't predict what he was thinking, he was loyal, and that made him a valuable pawn. Chichibo, I want you to look after him, Lizio continues. If you feel that he's an amateur, give him guidance. What am I, his trainer? She gave a haughty snort before shooting a glance at Bujum, who was still reading his book and shrugging. He's going to hold me back. Plus, those guards are strong. I'm going to need a little more money. Excuses. Excuses. You're adding fees just because the enemy is a bit strong? Oh, you're taunting me now? Her gaze sharpened at his provocative grin, but in the blink of an eye, another individual had stepped in between them. Brother, came the low voice of a small, shadowy figure. Please stand back. It was a girl with dull blonde hair. She was young enough to be considered a child, but her eyes were eerily dark. Though perhaps that was only Lidio's guilt talking. This woman is a stray dog. She doesn't have an owner, which makes her dangerous. This girl was called Irie and was one of the children Lidio personally kept. Irie was the most violent of the bunch. But while she was decently skilled, it was her loyalty that made her so much more valuable than a hired mercenary or adventurer. Lidio was raising 20 children altogether. This was something he'd been taught by his predecessor. He invested in the city's orphanage via donations from the Adventurers Guild, and in return, he would take in the most promising children and have them undergo special education and training. This would provide him with a private army not reliant on any third party. Other guilds were doing the same thing. Organizations for merchants and craftsmen would find children with potential and train them from a young age. The only difference was the type of products they handled. Lidio referred to these children as his younger brothers and sisters and had them call him brother in return. This, combined with special treatment, promoted a strong sense of loyalty. Brother, you're always letting your guard down, Irie insisted, almost reprimanding him. I can't believe you allowed these people into your room. I can mediate if you need me to. I'm just doing things as my predecessor taught me, Lidio replied. It was the excuse he always gave if he wanted to end a conversation quickly and save himself a headache. Whenever you have important business to discuss, you should meet face to face. That way, you know you can trust the other party. You have to listen to your gut. Of course, not all of that was true. The reason he'd summoned Shijibao and Bujum to meet him in person was because this room was the safest place for him to be. One of his little brothers was waiting in the room next door with a special weapon already aimed at the adventurers, and he had Irie by his side as well. The desk between Lidio and his two guests was even engraved with some sacred seal traps. Lidio was something of a coward, you see. Even he acknowledged it. This is how I've survived so long in such a precarious post. Shijibao was aware of the traps in the desk, of course, but Lidio wasn't sure whether Bujum had noticed. He carefully chose his next words. At any rate, Shijibo, I trust in your skills and in your loyalty to the contract you signed. About this, he was being serious. Honoring agreements was important for an adventurer, and you especially didn't want Lidio, the guildmaster, to speak ill of you. If that happened, you'd have problems finding work even in other towns. Let's discuss how to proceed. Something unexpected happened, and security around the target will most likely increase. In light of the heightened risk, I'm fine with raising your pay. However, Lidio tapped the small cloth bag of coins on the desk's silver coins from the Old Kingdom. You'll have to accept another job as well. He took out another cloth bag of the same size and placed it on the desk. You haven't finished the assigned job. In fact, if you ask me, expecting the unexpected is just part of our line of work. If you back out now, I will not be paying you your completion bonus. His lip curled slightly. All he needed was for her to think he had the upper hand. We aren't the army, after all. He was trying to hint that he knew about her past. Shijibao's peculiar sacred seal weapons and combat style were uncommon. This had caught Lidio's eye, and he'd looked into her background, eventually digging up her real name. To make a long story short, she was an army deserter and her name was on a list of soldiers assigned to an experimental unit. After escaping the military, she fell on hard times, fighting and doing whatever she could to make money. Although the details weren't clear, if he were to let her former employer know she still had her Sacred Seal engraved weapon, it would most certainly make her life difficult in the future. I believe we can establish a profitable relationship, he finished. All right. Shijibao's movements were quick. Eri reacted as the adventurer shifted her right hand, but her gauntlet had already changed shape in the blink of an eye. The steel wires formed a sickle, swiping the 2 coin bags off the desk. "How dare you!" shouted Eri, unsheathing her knife. She was enraged. "That won't be necessary, Eri." "Stand back," ordered Lidio calmly. He understood what Shijibao was doing. She could easily kill Lidio, even in a situation like this. The traps in his desk didn't matter. It would be nothing to take him out with her. That was what she wanted to say. "I know how she feels. You couldn't let people disrespect you in this line of work." Lidio understood that better than anyone. "I'll come back for the rest once the job is over," she said. "Have 3 bags ready. You're being unreasonable. Can't we negotiate a little?" "No. I have necessary expenses," Shibibo spat, before turning on her heel. "Those guards were tougher than I imagined. I'll have to hire more people. I can introduce you to some adventurers if you'd like," offered Lidio. Shijibao snorted. "Useless thugs are a waste of money, no matter how many you get. As long as our enemy has a dragon, we'll need people who can use sacred seals. Professionals, unlike this idiot." "Wise words," Bujum replied. "I will not be very useful to you in battles within the city. By the way, Lidio Sodric." Only then did Bujum finally look up from his book. Every time Lidio saw his eyes, he felt as if he were staring into 2 bottomless black holes. "I would like to request additional pay for my services as well," the man continued. "I wish to purchase another book." "Another one?" Lidio asked. Bujum was an avid reader and asked for a new book every time he completed a job. Although a cheap and easy request, it did make Lidio a little curious. "Are you sure that's all you want?" he asked. "Positive. I've taken a special liking to this author, Altoyard Comet. What a brilliant poet." "If you say so." Lidio couldn't comprehend the value of poetry, but it seemed an interesting hobby for a man who knew only violence. "Very well then. In return, I expect you to follow Shibibao's commands at all times." "All right. Shibibao, I'm ready for orders." "Then let's get a few things straight." She shot Bujum a brief but piercing glare. "First, no small talk. And when you speak with someone, look them in the eye. Got it. Now follow me." "As you wish." Eri waited a full 30 seconds after Bujum followed Shijibao out of the room, before turning to Lidio with a worried gaze. "Do you really think they can do it, brother?" "There's nothing for you to worry about." Feeling stifled, Lidio shifted his gaze toward the world outside his window. For a second, he was struck by the feeling that someone was watching them from the building across the street. The presence was soon gone, but he couldn't simply dismiss it as his imagination. They were everywhere. The first one he'd met was a man with a sacred seal hanging over his chest, proof of his position as a priest. He'd approached Lidio with a deal that Lidio couldn't refuse. Obey, coexist, or die. Those were his choices, and if he didn't want to die, he was going to have to prove that he could be useful. Coexisters. He recalled the name of their group, humans coexisting with the demon blight. By reaching an understanding with intelligent demon lords, they would ensure the survival of the human race. Lidio was familiar with such deals, and he understood them. In other words, they want a system of slaves, people who control the slaves, and rulers, or at least that was how it looked to him. The coexisters would allow the demon lords to rule and in return would be made into overseers with control over the slaves. Whatever the case, they had far more influence than the Leo had ever imagined. At this rate, humanity is going to lose. He was almost certain of it. And if that was inevitable, he needed to at least secure his place as an overseer. Only then could he guarantee a good life for himself and his family, his brothers and sisters. Eri and the others were no longer just tools of the trade to Lidial. He had become emotionally attached. Perhaps he wasn't cut out to be guild master. That's what his predecessor would have said anyway. But there was nothing he could do about it now. I'm probably already a traitor to humanity. He felt Irie's stare as the guilt slowly him up. To Lidial's way of thinking, guilt was a privilege reserved for those in positions of power like himself. I don't have a choice. I have to do this for my family. We penal heroes hardly had any freedom when it came to our meals. We couldn't complain about the food, nor could we choose where to eat it, though there were exceptions when on the move during missions. Some people brought back booze and snacks to enjoy in their rooms, but you couldn't get your hands on stuff like that without special skills. There were only 2 designated eating areas for heroes in the barracks in Ioth, a corner of the soldiers' cafeteria, and a spot beside the dragon stables. The latter was a special dispensation only afforded us because Jace had to tend to the dragons. For that reason, Jace hardly ever ate in the cafeteria, but that day was one of the rare occasions when he did. Arriving at our designated corner, I found Jace and Dota sitting side by side eating breakfast. You don't see this every day, I commented, speaking my mind as I took a seat by Dota. What's wrong, Jace? Nearly kick you out of the stables? Yep, admitted Jace grumpily, though I'd only meant it as a joke. Nearly got jealous. Our dragon knight stuffed his mouth with rye bread, as if to say he didn't want to talk about it. This happened from time to time. Dragons had a peculiar love for Jace, and he liked to take care of them, so naturally, they were always around him. When a female dragon approached him, however, Neely tended to get upset. Things could get especially messy during mealtime. Occasionally a dragon would try to eat by Jace's side, or Jace would share his food with one of them. This was the kind of thing that put Neely in a bad mood. I couldn't tell you what it was that set her off, but I knew it happened. I'd even witnessed it once. Random dragons were laying their heads in Jace's lap and on his shoulders. Some were even offering him the meat or vegetables clamped between their fangs. It reminded me of how young noblewomen might approach the sons of royalty or high-ranking nobles at an evening banquet. Hey, Xylo. Pih. Just let him be, whispered Dota, poking me with his elbow. I'd rather you guys not start another one of your stupid fights. We don't fight. You do too. You guys are basically the embodiment of anger and violence. It's so bad, I wish they'd have you eat at different times. Dota glanced behind me, then scanned our surroundings. Hey, where's Tiorita? Is she not with you? She's still asleep, so I didn't bring her. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you, Dota, and I didn't want her to hear. Seriously. He couldn't have looked less thrilled. Actually, I'm good. You're just gonna make me do something I don't want to do. Yep. And it's gonna be dangerous. Yep. Something so dangerous you can't even bring Tiorita. Wow, you're good. Saving me a lot of explanation here. I shifted closer to Dota and began biting into my rye bread. That day we had bread, cheese, and pickled cabbage. I could kill for some meat right now. Rejoice, I said. You'll get to see the town shackle-free. Yeah. I heard what happened to Sav. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, Sav didn't have to go in for repairs after losing a good chunk of his left arm and only wound up in the hospital. So what's the mission? Asked Dota. Well, we have several objectives this time around, but our first priority is to infiltrate the Adventurers Guild. Just great. Dota looked like he was struggling not to vomit. We needed to look into the relationship between the Adventurers Guild and the people who attacked us the other day. That was our best way of finding out their identities. We couldn't bring Tiorita along, however, since it was clear that would only cause more trouble. If you're going to the Adventurers Guild, said Dota, wouldn't it be better if you brought Rhino? He's still in the hole. Besides, you never know what that guy's gonna do, and I don't want to take any risks. Rhino was our unit's artilleryman, but he was currently in solitary confinement for violating orders. He was originally an adventurer, so he probably had a lot of contacts in the guild. But he wasn't someone you could count on during missions like this. You still don't need me though. What about Vanitum? He has to pick up King Norgal today. Those in charge had finally repaired Norgali's leg. That is to say, they'd finally found a body part they could attach to him. Plus, I need your skills, I said. Dota groaned, but he couldn't refuse. Even if he did, Kivia would eventually hand down the same orders. "Sounds like you need help, Xylo," said Jace suddenly, breaking his silence. "I can go in Dota's place if you want. Not like I've got anything else to do today." "Wait, really? Then?" Dota leaped to his feet, grinning from ear to ear in pure bliss. But before he could stand up completely, he froze. I was grabbing his shoulder. "Sit down, idiot. You really want Jace working in the city?" There was a fundamental problem with getting Jace's help, especially when it came to working undercover. You were basically betting on a dragon who couldn't understand the rules to not mess things up. We can't take that kind of risk. Plus, he doesn't even know what we're doing. I know, I was listening. "The Adventurers Guild. You need to sneak into some building, right? Piece of cake. How many guards are there? A few puny humans can't stop me. See what I mean, Dota? That's why you're coming. Fine." Dota closed his eyes and flopped down on the table. "I'm sick of being locked up inside all day, and if it means I can walk around town for a bit, then sure, I'll do it." "Well, okay then," said Jace easily before throwing a piece of cheese into his mouth. "Xylo, you better not cause any trouble for Dota. Got it?" Jace respected Dota and tended to be lenient toward him. He once told me not only did Dota try to help that dragon escape, but he even let her eat his arm. He's just that kind of guy. Almost choked with emotion, he added. He fed himself to a hungry dragon. I don't know if even I could do that. I decided not to comment on the matter. "So, give me the details." Dota looks up at me, an anxious cast to his eyes. "How do you plan on sneaking inside? Will it just be you and me? No Teorita, right?" "That's right. Allow me to explain. We needed to wait until sundown before starting the mission, since that was when the Adventurers Guild conducted most of its business. "It's time," declared Krivia. She looked so serious, it was almost painful to watch. "Dota, Xylo, the three of us are about to infiltrate enemy territory. Our goal is to make contact with Ladeo Sodric, an extremely dangerous individual. Be careful." I glanced at Kivia's outfit. "Is that what you're wearing?" I asked. "Is there a problem?" She touched her collar. Under a dark wine-red cloak, she was wearing a rather frilly shirt with lacy cuffs and a heavy skirt. She could easily be mistaken for a wealthy noblewoman if it weren't for the sword strapped to her waist and the overly grim look in her eyes. In fact, that was exactly what she was. "Or are you once again claiming that I look like a man? Is that what you want to say?" She was being really aggressive and I could tell it was scaring Dota. He kept elbowing me in the side as if begging me to do something. "Okay, Dota, I didn't say that." After a moment's thought, I decided to give my honest impression. "You look really good. I would have assumed you were some sought-after noblewoman if I didn't know any better." "Oh." Her mouth opened wide for a second, then she quickly pressed her lips together. "Flattery is not necessary. It's no use trying to curry favor with me, it will have no effect whatsoever." "Well, that's great and all," I said, "but we're about to sneak into the Adventurers Guild, so there was a time and a place for everything, and the clothes Dota and I were wearing were anything but luxurious. We looked more like struggling merchants or craftsmen, or at best, servants working at some richer person's mansion." "What's our story?" I asked. "We need to come up with a fake job offer. The most obvious choice would be a request to eliminate some fairies," said Kivia. "Let's ask them to kill some fairies that built a nest in our territory." "I don't think that'll work," muttered Dota quietly. "That's usually a job for the military. I know the guild has their own personal army, but they'd never take a job like that unless it meant making some serious money." "Then let's offer them just that," she countered. "And no, that still won't work. It'll just make us look really suspicious." "I see." Kivia glanced at me as if asking for help, and though I wasn't too familiar with the business, I did know a thing or two about the kinds of jobs adventurers did. "There are some bandits we need dealt with," I suggested. "How does that sound?" It felt cliché, but we did hire an adventurer to help rid us of some bandits back when I lived with the Masterbolt family. Bandits have been sighted in our territory and we need help getting rid of them. Aren't both of those jobs a little Violent, said Dotter. I'm sure you could find bandits in some more remote regions, but… He seemed to be choosing each of his words carefully so as not to anger us, but it kind of pissed me off to be treated like a useless child. We're in a oath, you know, he continued. There aren't any wandering bandits, and the ones they do have are already paying the guild their share, if you know what I mean. Then, Kivia knitted her brow and crossed her arms. What do you think we should do? What kind of job would this city's adventurers guild accept? Well, Dotter looked back and forth between Kivia and me, until at last he seemed to come up with something. Judging from your appearances, I think we can assume you're the wife of a nobleman, and you're her secret lover. Excuse me, huh? You're plotting together to kill the husband, Dotter concluded. So, any nobles you're itching to kill? The history of the district known as Sodric's Shell was that of the Adventurers Guild itself. You could even call it the city's own history of violence, and I knew a little about it. Back when maritime piracy was rampant off the coast of Iolf in the Corio Bay, the leader of a certain group of fishermen built a personal army to eliminate the threat. That was Sodric's ancestor. After that, Dire Sodric, but dauntless champion and sword of the sea, announced he was founding his own group to promote the city's independence, or something like that. The story had most likely been altered and romanticized over the years. In reality, it was probably nothing more than a fight between two opposing pirate crews over territory. Regardless, the Sodric family cared enough about appearances to push their version of the story, and they had the power and influence to do so. That much was true. The current head of the family was a man named Lideo Sodric. He represented the Adventurers Guild, and on the surface, he was one of the most notable individuals in the city. The district known as Sodric's Shell was the part of town over which Lideo Sodric held the most sway. The streets wound around in circles like the walls of a shell, all converging in the center, where the Adventurers Guild was located. There was no sign, but once you got up close, you couldn't miss it. After walking through the burnt and partially destroyed back alley, we finally made it to the heart of the district. The place was pretty lawless, and each step we took toward the guild only made that clearer. The way was littered with street stalls with a plethora of illegal offerings, tools engraved with sacred seals, fairy carcasses, stolen goods, moonshine, humans, and even the forbidden plants that jar. Ye had cultivated and released into the world. Kivia narrowed her eyes sharply at everything she saw. Disgusting. What is the temple doing? She said. This entire district should be eradicated. It'd probably be a waste of time, I said. Get rid of this one, and another will just pop up in its place. How is this in any way acceptable, Xylo? Kivia bit back. This is all a consequence of poverty, right? Better management and economic assistance would put an end to places like this. I wonder, it wasn't so simple when the desires of man were involved. While they could probably do something about human trafficking, solving poverty might not fix people's cravings for things like Jace's illegal plants. Xylo, you're being evasive, said Kivia. Don't tell me that you've purchased goods at places like this before. Of course not. To be honest, that was more an issue of not wanting to cause any trouble for Frenchie's father than anything else. Plus, Frenchie herself absolutely abhorred these kinds of places. She would have killed me for even getting near one, but explaining all that to Kivia would be a hassle, so I kept it to myself. Ha! The temple should be pouring their resources into projects like this. How frustrating, she said. Yeah. Now do you think you could stop blaring at people, and stand closer to me too? We're probably already being watched by the guild. Miniman. Kivia grunted, almost as if she'd choked. Yes, you're right. We're supposed to be lovers after all, I admit. It does make sense to walk more closely by your side in order to increase our chances of success. But do not get the wrong idea. I am only doing this for the mission. For the mission. Got it? After this rapid-fire monologue, Kivia took my arm, albeit somewhat reluctantly. It was more of a firm grasp than a loving hold, however. I hadn't asked her to go so far, but it really did make us look like a wealthy noblewoman and her servant turned lover. I felt like she was squeezing my arm a bit too hard. But maybe she didn't know how to control her grip. Either way, I'd just have to bear with it. Min. I would die if my uncle saw me like this, said Kivia. Oh hey, that reminds me. I decided to ask Kivia something that had been on my mind. Why did you end up joining the military? What do you mean? Your uncle's a priest, right? High Priest Kivia. This is getting confusing. High Priest Marlin Kivia is your call me Pataushe. That should make things easier. I'm only allowing you to call me by my first name for the sake of convenience, though. Got it? Convenience. She was rambling again. Even people not close to me, who know both me and my uncle, call me by my first name. It's only logical, and sometimes it's necessary for clarity, and that's the only reason. All right, I agreed, overwhelmed. So, Patasush, this had better be important. I just wanted to know why you joined the military. I'd been wondering about this for some time now. I assume your family are priests with a large domain. So why would you go out of your way to join the military? Pataush paused for a moment, then nodded. When you get right down to it, I suppose I wanted to rebel against my parents. Can you be a little more specific? My mother and father are priests with their share of duties at the temple, and with that comes various benefits. One of those benefits is land. Priests were only granted land after the establishment of the Federated Kingdom. Such individuals were also known as noble priests, and they received court ranks from the royal family. Priests were different from soldiers in the military, however. They had authority and faith, but no skills that would benefit them in the real world. As a result, unlike soldiers or civil servants, they didn't have a salary. That meant many of them exchanged their authority and faith for money, and not always through modest means such as donations. Often, they got creative, such as buying and selling positions within the temple via bribes, or securing territory under the guise of planned religious construction sites. All of it was to enrich themselves and secure their family's future. I hated that about my parents, said Kivia. That was why I chose a different path and joined the military. Whatever I get in life, I want to earn it through my own hard work. A tale as old as time. That was the first thought that popped into my head. It really was a common story among nobles, but it was more than a trite phrase for the one living it. My uncle was there for me and supported me after I more or less ran away from home. I know what you want to say. Having relatives in the military can be beneficial for a high priest, but he still helped me, and I owe him for that. Kivia nodded, her expression steely. My uncle is a man with a vision, and he is taking strong action to reform the mistakes of the past. He even plans on confiscating territory from corrupt priests and resettling the land with those who are forced to leave the developing regions. A lot of people had been displaced by the demon blight, and that was especially true of settlements in developing regions. Such people were given no choice but to abandon their homes, and helping them would definitely be beneficial to society as a whole. I wish to be the shield that protects his vision, she finished. This must have been yet another reason Kivia was willing to fight to the bitter end back at Kuvenge Forest. It wasn't only for Teorita's sake. Kivia had an of what she believed a true warrior should look like, and she was risking her life to realize it. Damn it. I didn't want to criticize Pataush, but I was so tired of all these idiots racing to throw away their lives. At this point, though, I was in no position to criticize. By the way, Xylo. Pataush shot me a piercing stare, as if she was about to challenge me to a duel. I want to ask you something as well. You said you had a fiancée, yeah. Then, that woman Frenchie, is she Xylo? A voice suddenly called out to me from the side, and I felt a light tug at my shoulder. It was Dotta. We'd split up earlier, and Dotta had gone ahead to scout. I knew he'd wind up stealing something that much I was prepared for. But he excelled at sneaking into places, and we needed those skills. In fact, it looked like he'd already come through. I checked out the guild, he said. That was quick. A little too quick, I think, Pataush chimed in. I was impressed with Dotta's work, but she didn't seem quite so happy about it. She must have really wanted to ask me about Frenchie. I bet she was just looking for something new to tease me with, but I wasn't going to let her get the upper hand so easily. Security's tight, but I guess that's the Adventurers Guild for you, said Dotter. He'd sneaked inside the building and gotten the lay of the land. We wanted some idea of what we were up against, at least. It's a 3-story building with sacred seal traps all over the place. I already memorized the layout, so we're good there. But I saw around 20 guards inside. Ex-military, I'd guess. That's surprisingly few. There were a bunch of weird kids too, added Dotter, biting into something that looked like a snake on a skewer. In his other hand was a small bottle of booze. It seemed like for Dotter, there wasn't much difference between the infamous black market of Sodric's Shell and the touristy main street. It was all just a buffet to him. They were doing a better job guarding the place than the soldiers. I think they're assassins of some kind, and I bet there are even more of them hiding on the 3rd floor. I don't have an exact number though. They're using kids. Bataush's voice filled with disgust. That's unforgivable. I had heard about people raising orphans into loyal, powerful soldiers. With enough training, they'd throw their lives away without hesitation. This wasn't going to be easy. Dotter, what about an escape route if things go south? I asked. I could probably make it out, alone that is. Good. We'll be working separately from here on out. I started to walk toward the guild. Gee, thanks. What about you two? Asked Dotter. Are you really gonna be okay? You're not gonna mess up and put me in danger too, right? Actually, you still haven't told me any of the details of our plan, said Pataushe, as if she just now realized this. What will we do after sneaking into the guild? Plan A, I began. We bring them a lucrative job so we can meet Lideo Sodric without anyone getting suspicious. If that works, then Dotter doesn't have to do a thing, and we simply capture our target. Interesting. Is there a plan B? Yep. Things might get messy if Lideo has a body double. In that case, Dotter will have to find and kidnap him. I'll spare you the finer details. I just need you to trust me. At any rate, I elbowed Dotter's side. I need you to find Lideo Sodric and steal him. That's all you need to focus on. Stealing people has never worked out for me, said Dotter, and yet I knew he'd do it anyway. He'd never learn his lesson, and that was exactly what we needed right now. All right, let's get started, I said. Pataush, you're a wealthy, noble woman, and I'm your lover. Got it? I know. You can count on me. As we exchanged glances, she tightened her grip on my arm. It really hurt. Just how strong is this woman? Lideo Sodric was in his room again when he received yet another shocking report. The tension had started to give him a light headache. I made sure, brother, I reassured him. He was a penal hero. He was covering his neck, but he fit the description perfectly. And the woman with him was most certainly a holy knight. I see. Lideo wanted to sigh, but he stopped himself. He couldn't worry his sister. I wasn't expecting them to really come. Bold move. Reckless, but bold. This kind of ploy wasn't typical of the Holy Knights, which made Lideo curious as to what these intruders were thinking. Would they try to cause a scene to collect some sort of evidence or information? What do you want to do, brother? Shall we capture them? It depends on what happens next, but it's probably worth a shot. We might be able to use them as bait to lure out the goddess. If that doesn't work, we could simply keep them locked up. Though he'd rather not do something so drastic, he was more than capable of it. He was in contact with the coexisters, and that connection gave him an advantage over even the military. The only issue right now was that both Shiji Baul and Bujum were out, so he'd have to try to make up for them with numbers. Yeah, as long as we're here. Lideo's turf extended beyond the Adventurers Guild. The whole area of Sodric's Shell was his kingdom. Here, he could set large-scale traps and make it impossible for them to escape. Very well, said Irie. Sim and I will keep an eye out for the enemy and wait for our chance. All right, then. Wait. Lideo shook his head. His greatest strength was his cowardice. Let's use our secret weapon. Wake up, Dershami. You can never be too careful. This was one of the guild's Nola Lidio's treasures and secret weapons. It was something he'd inherited from his predecessor, perhaps passed down for generations. Thershami was a former human who had been turned into a fairy. Not even Ledeo knew any more than that. And get in touch with Shiji Bao. Have her and Brujim return immediately. This would put him on the coexister's good side and prove his worth. He had to protect himself and his family, no matter what the cost. "There's someone I want you to kill," Pataush declared boldly. "And while I do not mean to be rude, I would like to request an expert in the craft." The woman at reception was taken aback. Her mouth hung partially open, and it was clear that she had no idea how to respond. I knew exactly how she felt. "Ahem, listen. No, I'm sorry, but..." The receptionist shook her head, pulling herself together. "First of all, who are you?" A reasonable question. The woman looked up at Patasquis, a sickly gaze. "Madeleine is the name," Pataush replied, without a second of hesitation. "Forgive me for not giving my family name as well." This was a fake identity she had come up with before we arrived. While it was laudable that she'd managed to say it without stuttering, she had already made a fatal mistake. What kind of noble would walk into the Adventurers Guild and directly ask for an assassin? I felt her showmanship had some real room for improvement. I reflexively looked away from the awkward scene. Might as well get a good handle on the guild's interior. The building felt even more cramped than I'd expected. Maybe due to the dim lighting, the first floor seemed to double as a pub for the adventurers while they waited for work. Some were drinking or smoking. A few here and there had illegal substances, the stuff called dragon's breath. The second floor was probably where they conducted business. I could see a few rooms and some men who looked like security, all with their eyes on us. It seemed we stood out, and our cover was probably already blown. Dotta was right, there were a decent number of children here as well, and the sinister look in their eyes made it clear that they weren't around to sell candy. Looks like they're keeping an eye on us. That didn't matter though. Everything was going smoothly so far. I glanced out the window. Dotta must have crawled up the building's wall like a lizard and made it to the roof by now. He was probably waiting to see how things panned out. Walls were no different from hallways to Dotta. He could climb up them without making a sound, almost as if he were simply walking. Apparently, he had some sort of claws in his gloves and shoes. I heard he could even crawl across the ceiling if he had to. "Madeleine, pardon me, but..." The receptionist spoke to Pataush as if she were talking to a child. "We don't take just any job someone brings us, especially when it comes to assassinations. As you're a first-time customer, I doubt it will be possible. But let's talk money. How much can you pay?" "I can pay however much it costs." "I'm afraid that's not the issue." The receptionist was clearly fed up. I felt I had no choice but to join in on the negotiation. "Sorry, miss. Milady has lived a very sheltered life and isn't used to places like this." Pataush knit her brows in protest as I placed an elbow on the counter. She had insisted on taking the lead with the negotiation and had stepped out in front as if to say, "Let me handle this." It was probably my fault though. I really shouldn't have told her she couldn't do it. That said, while I was no old hand at such things, I felt confident I could do a better job than Pataush. "It's true there's someone we need to get rid of. I know we don't have a letter of introduction, but we're desperate. If nothing else, we need you to help us disappear." I casually pulled a leather pouch out of my pocket to give her a little peek. I was really hoping that this gesture would make us look like naive, easy prey. "We have money," I said. "I wouldn't even be talking to you if you didn't." The receptionist seemed to be evaluating us. "Ahem. Okay, I'll hear you out. Who do you want to kill? And why do you want to disappear? I'd rather not get involved in some mess you made and wind up taking care of your dirty laundry." "I want you to kill a nobleman," I said, lowering my voice. "Have you heard of the Highstead family, the bridge keepers of Genai?" "No," she promptly replied, though she could have been lying. "Regardless," I continued, "well, we're having a little trouble with the third son of one of the branch families, and Milady here." "Yes," chimed Pataush, "though I wished she hadn't. I married into the Highstead family. It was a bold performance, but more or less what I expected from her. Yet ever since I was a child, I vowed to spend the rest of my life with this man here. We made a promise to each other under a sacred Hargrey tree. I can't believe she went out of her way to make up such a bizarre background story. All the weird details she was adding would only make it harder for me to keep up. Therefore, I want to kill my husband and use the inheritance to marry this man. Could she have been any more straightforward? You had to ease into this stuff, you know. Start out trying to hide the details, then finally give up and spill the beans. Otherwise you sounded crazy. She must have gotten distracted telling the story she'd made up. And if that is impossible, she continued, then I'm fine with simply running off with this man and getting married. But I need the Adventurers Guild to introduce me to someone who can help. She couldn't have sounded more suspicious if she tried. Hold on. The receptionist said, groaning. That wasn't a good sign. The woman turned around and started talking to someone out of sight in the back security, I assumed. They were probably going to kick us out. Xylo, whispered Patashesh. She sounded extremely uncomfortable. Maybe it's my imagination, but I don't think they believe us. It's not your imagination. This isn't good. What should we do? Do you have a backup plan? Yeah, let's kick some ass. Wait, excuse me? Kick some ass. You know, create a disturbance. What we need right now is mass confusion. Imagine we're looters, but the loot is Ladeo Sodric. Passos opened and closed her mouth a few times, her face pale. What kind of reckless plan is that? Not like we've got any other choice. They're already suspicious. You don't look panicked at all. Don't tell me this was always part of the plan. You're sharp. I figured this would happen, and I'm really glad I brought along someone strong like you. It's really hard to be angry with you when you're complimenting me. I knew I could count on her swordsmanship, and she was way better at close-range combat than I was. I would have liked to have been led to the second floor before causing a scene, of course, but it was a little late for that now. With Zati Findi and Sakara, I was confident I could escape any building. Our opponents probably knew that too. It was going to come down to a show and tell with our secret weapons. It would be a bit of a gamble, but there was a good chance we'd win. If things went sideways, it didn't matter what happened to us. As long as Dota managed to kidnap the guildmaster, the win was ours. All right, let's do this. I glanced at my surroundings and noticed 2 armed men walking our way. Looks like these 2 will be our first victims, but just then, I saw someone behind them, and I couldn't believe my eyes. She had smooth brown skin and dull grey hair the colour of iron. To top it all off, her eyes were practically glowing with a cold light that would send a chill down anyone's spine. I knew this woman. Even the cheap leather suit of armour she was wearing couldn't fool me. Sorry, Ms. Madeline, but sounds like a fun job. The iron-haired maiden Frenchie called out to us before the receptionist could finish her sentence. I heard Pataush gasp. It sounds like you need someone killed, said Frenchie, her voice devoid of emotion and weirdly intimidating. I would love to hear more about this job. I do not care how sloppy or foolish your plan is. As long as I get paid, I will consider it. She shifted her chilly gaze toward the receptionist. Could we borrow a room upstairs? Huh? Oh yes, Madame Renzari. So that was the name she was going by. It looked like it was working. But who was she pretending to be around here? The receptionist had sounded very respectful. Room 7 and onward are free to use. Please take your pick, said the receptionist. Thanks. Let's hear more about this little job of yours up there. Frenchie looked at us as if compelling us to follow along. You are the lady of a noble family, yes? And you, her lover? Though I usually found Frenchie hard to read, I was painfully aware of how she felt now. She was clearly in a bad mood. In fact, I'd never seen her so furious. You're a mess, Xylo. I knew she was going to say that. Once again, it was so predictable that I laughed. You lack awareness of your situation. This is no time for laughter. Maybe I should sew that careless mouth of yours shut. After giving me a good tongue lashing, Frenchie settled into a chair in one corner of the room and crossed her legs. 2 men I assumed were her bodyguards stood silently on either side of her. Although they were using their clothes and hats to hide it, they were members of the Nightgaunt clan as well. That would explain their silence. Nightgaunts usually didn't speak much before the people of the plains in order to avoid unnecessary conflict. Are you listening, Xylo? Do you realize how reckless you're being right now? I clearly remember telling you not to do anything foolish. Frenchie's complaints were endless. How stupid can you be? They were going to tie you up and throw you into a cell if I didn't step in to save you. A man who is to marry into the Masterbolt family, captured by a couple of low-life adventurers. Such a scandal would be unbearable. Hey, I had a plan and it was going fine, I said. We were about to kick some ass and cause a scene. Exactly, Pataush chimed in. An ally of ours was going to sneak into the building to get a hold of some evidence. This plan was chosen by Off's defense force itself. We didn't need your help at all. I see. Frenchie's cold gaze swept over Pataush from head to toe. You're a holy knight, yes? I am the captain of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights Pataush Kivia. Whatever you say. When Frenzy made it clear that she didn't care about this title, Pataush reached for the sword at her waist almost instinctively. Do you think you could stop spoiling my soon-to-be husband like this? Frenzy continued, speeding through her words. He is still an awful mess. He is undereducated, inexperienced, and a fool, so I would appreciate it if an outsider like you would leave him alone. An outsider? Pataush's fingers turned white from squeezing her sword's handle so hard. You are the outsider. You have nothing to do with our mission, and that is where you are wrong. I am that foolish man's fiancé, so I should be by his side, even during the hardest of times. That's how things have always been between us. Isn't that right, Xylo? Whenever you caused trouble, I was there to save you. That happened like once or twice at most, I replied. Even so, Pataush stepped forward, her taller frame looming intimidatingly over Frenchie. That was the past, she said. Yes, that's all in the past. I'm here now. We don't need any help from an ex-fiancé, Yuzi or Mai. Are you claiming you can take care of him? Of course I can. Creating a commotion and escaping a small building like this would be child's play for Xylo and me. Escaping the building is only the beginning. Are you planning on making an enemy of every person in this city? Of course, my fiancé could no doubt manage such a feat, but what if he was severely injured? What if it affected his memories of me? How would you take responsibility and make it right? At minimum, I would need to kill you. I'd like to see you try. Besides, don't you think you're underestimating this man's skills? He has defeated 3 demon lords in a row, and with me by his side, no adventurer would stand a chance, even if they all came at us at once. Isn't that right, Xylo? Well, I didn't come here to lose, but more importantly, I took a step in between Frenchie and Pataush, since even Frenchie now had a hand on the hilt of her blade. I didn't want a fight to break out. I need you two to get along. I knew you wouldn't be compatible personality-wise, but this is way worse than I expected. Excuse me? Personality-wise, Frenzy and Pataush turned on me at the same time, and I felt like I was being stared down by 2 ferocious beasts, baring their fangs and growling. They were both ready to kill. That is your only conclusion, said Frenchie. I sometimes wonder if your head is actually full of rocks. It's even worse than that, Pataush said. His ability to judge people is the lowest I've ever seen. I could not agree more. He has the eyes of a Susubana mole. That tree over there is more intelligent than he is. Hey! I know I said I needed you two to get along, I said, interrupting them before they could hurl more abuse at me. But could you please bond over something else? Listen, we can't fool around. We don't have much time, so let's use what little we have and get down to business. Dotter was probably outside in the cold waiting for our signal. And while I doubted the temperature would affect his ability to steal, I knew what kind of person he was. His kleptomania always led to trouble, and there was a high chance he would start getting sticky fingers beyond the scope of the plan if left alone for too long. For starters, I continued, you could tell me what you're doing here, Frenzy. Playing adventurer? I am in the middle of an investigation, of course. The same as you two, I assume, though I am operating far more gracefully. Her sharp tongue clearly enunciated each word. I hardly eventually who was messengers for an undercover mission, and I was getting very close to finally meeting Lideo Sodric. Until we interrupted. Sorry about that, but I think our way is going to be faster. We're about to create a disturbance. Can you help us? Yet another aggressive strategy I see. Do you understand how dangerous that will be? I will not allow it. Stop this nonsense and go home. Now, she demanded, her tone unusually forceful. But just then, excuse me. It was the voice of a child, most likely a young boy, coming from the other side of the door, followed by the sound of a knock. Do you have a moment? The boy continued. The guildmaster would like to see you to discuss your request. Frenchie silently stood up as her guards unsheathed their swords. Patosh briefly glanced at me, then signaled with her chin, pointing to the wall that separated our room from the one next door. For the past few moments, there had been some strange rattling coming from the other side. What are you going to do, Frenchie? I asked. You can leave now if you don't want to help. I unsheathed the knife from my belt. I had 4 left. There might be enough, but I was doubtful. I am so appalled that I am at a loss for words. Frenchie took out her weapon as well. It was a curved short sword with a sacred seal clearly engraved onto the blade. I gave a small smirk. See? This was way easier, I said. Immediately, the door flew open as 2 short, shadowy figures, obviously children, rushed into the room. At the same time, the wall to our side burst open with a flash of light. We were barely able to dodge the bolt of lightning, and we only managed because we were expecting it. Standing in the room next to ours was a man wielding an absurdly large ring-shaped bundle of lightning staffs. It appeared to be the new rapid-fire weapon I had been hearing about. At any rate, the man was shocked that we'd managed to dodge his attack, and his surprise had left him wide open. Patosh dodged with a grunt, showcasing incredible speed. With a fierce rush, she leaped into the neighboring room and sliced the man's arm right off, causing the weapon to drop to the floor. I didn't spare a glance at Frenchie and her 2 guards. I knew they would be fine. After effortlessly deflecting the knives thrown at them, they kicked the 2 kids to the floor. Meanwhile, I threw a knife at the window and detonated it on impact, creating a hole in the wall. The cold, dry air from outside brushed against my cheeks. I looked down through the gap at the ruffians below. I even saw one idiot pointing up at us and shouting, "We're surrounded." Perfect. This should serve as a good distraction, I muttered. How awful. Frenchie looked back, one hand pushing up her lead-colored hair. You're really going to do this? You must be quite brave as well, Holy Knight. This actually wasn't the plan I had in mind. Patosh frowned uncomfortably, her eyes on me. Hey, you said it yourself, I shot back. This town is full of scumbags, right? What are you trying to say? We'll clean up the city by disposing of all its trash while we smoke out Lideo Sodric. We'll be contributing to society. Neither Patosh nor Frenchie said anything. Frenchie's guards were similarly silent, but when I peeked out the hole I'd made, I could see bad guys all around below and in the neighboring building. There was no going back now. My ungraceful, poorly thought out and foolish plan was already in motion. It was difficult for Lideo Sodric to believe the report. He had never imagined his opponents would take such aggressive measures. Brother, said Ari anxiously, we should probably start heading toward the underground escape route. I looked into those people. The man is the goddess killer, Penal hero Xylophobats, and the woman is the captain of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights, Patosh Kivia. The other 3 could not be identified, but I believe they are from the Night Gaunts. The instant Lideo heard this, a heavy feeling of uneasiness began to weigh down on his heart. He knew those names, and he was especially familiar with that of the penal hero, the goddess killer, Xylophobats. Lideo's men had done some research on the penal heroes, and this one was the worst of the worst, the enemy of mankind. Normally, someone like him ought to be locked in the lowest floor of Taga Jaffa prison, where they kept captured demon lords. Killing a goddess was out of the question, regardless of motive. Lideo knew people who committed murder for fun or just to feel something, but Xylophobats' sin was beyond his understanding. He's the last person I want to run into. Xylo himself chose to come here, and he'd even started a brawl in Sodric's shell. His actions surpassed the words daring and fearless. This was reckless violence, and for Lidio it was both the most dangerous scenario and the opportunity of a lifetime. If I can kill the man who forged a pact with that goddess, that might just earn him some major perks from the coexisters. And in that case, he was going to use every secret weapon he could to dispose of the intruders. Irie, you mobilized our whole force, right? Yes, brother. I have already arranged for everyone to be here. I was told that Shiji Bol recruited the Iron Whale as well. That was a name Lidio had heard before. The Iron Whale? Seems doubtful he'll make it here in time, though. The Iron Whale was an artilleryman, something like a mix between a mercenary and an adventurer. The concept of an artilleryman was only a few years old, and they constituted a new branch in the military. Just like the Thunderstroke soldiers, artillerymen went through special training, and it was said they could even take on Dragon Knights one-on-one. Alright. Then, Lidio paused, hesitating. There was one thing still bothering him. Why would Xylo Forbarts do something this reckless? The entire city was like a weapon in Lidio's arsenal. The adventurers and his adopted family could wipe out any intruder in their way. Did Xylo believe he had a chance at winning? Surely, his goal wasn't simply to kick up a fuss. He would probably try to escape the city very soon. Did he think that Lidio would chase after him, blinded by a desire to capture the man who'd forged a pact with the goddess? Is that what he's after? What kind of trap have you set for me, Xylo Forbarts? Perhaps he planned to use the disturbance as a distraction to capture Lidio as he pursued them. The Guildmaster stopped and took a few deep breaths until he was calm enough to stand. The most important thing right now is to keep my location a secret. Being a coward was his best chance for survival. That was what he'd learned from years working as head of the Adventurers Guild. He could feel it in his gut, and his gut was telling him that he was in danger. Xylo Forbarts wasn't someone he should wait for and attack head-on. He was correct to summon every warrior he could, but he was going to use them to flee the scene. Have the adventurers handle them while we escape. That was the best move they could make, in Lidio's opinion. Yes, the only thing they can do is cause a scene and leave town, and if I chase after them, I'll be falling right into their trap. I'm not going to play their games. Lidio began collecting the most important documents from his drawers and shelves. These were things he couldn't leave behind, including any evidence that he was involved with the coexisters. Irie, don't leave my side. Yes, brother. It was clear she was nervous. Her already white cheeks were becoming even paler. I will protect you, even if it costs me my life. Good. Family members risked their lives for one another. That was how Lidio believed families should be. Keep the orders simple. Kill the penal hero and Holy Knight. In fact, kill anyone who gets in our way. We have no need for prisoners. That much was non-negotiable. The Adventurers Guild couldn't afford to look soft, especially since violence was a big part of their business. Plus, they could neutralize the penal hero for a while if they killed him, which was itself a great achievement. Even if we're up against the military, he had to make it a point, especially in the city, that if someone came at them with such lawless violence, the Adventurers Guild would crush them with twice the force. It wasn't long before Sodric's shell was lit up like a festival, and just as loud. People started rushing out of buildings around the guild, while merchants at their outdoor stalls grabbed whatever they could and ran. No time to close up shop. I landed on a canopy of wooden planks and filthy cloth that hung over the street. Eek! A merchant shrieked and rushed off in fright. I felt guilty, but this was an emergency. I immediately activated my flight seal to increase my speed. Blowing away the canopy and running up the neighboring building's wall. It seemed to house a brothel, and for a second I spotted a scene inside a woman in the middle of work and a panicked man trying to put his clothes back on. Of course, I didn't have time to watch. My concern right now was the ground below. As my body twisted in the air, the first thing I noticed was Pataush jumping directly out of the guild building and onto the ground below. Her swordsmanship and athleticism were outstanding. Hey, get back! Stay away from that woman! That's the one the guildmaster's after. Surround her, but do not engage. The instant Patiosh landed, adventurers and common delinquents pushed and kicked merchants and their customers out of the way and began to encircle her. They lunged at her with hatchets and short swords, but none of them could get near. Xylo! Was this really all part of his plan? Patosh's shoe scraped against the ground. What a reckless fool. She deflected a pursuer's blade, then pierced the ground to activate her shield, before blocking another strike and thrusting her blade into the attacker's shoulder. Any arrow shot at her from a crossbow would only be deflected by her sacred seal barrier. Patosh's defense was the true heart of her swordsmanship. Or maybe it was her footwork. At any rate, she took on the group alone. As she fought the enemy in close combat, she had to attack and defend while limiting the other side's opportunities to snipe at her. I, on the other hand, had a relatively easy job. I had plenty of time to aim at my target while infusing my weapon with the power of my sacred seal. After unsheathing my knife in midair, I threw it straight down toward the ground. The blast sent flying numerous reinforcements and snipers targeting Patosh from the shadows and took the surrounding street stalls, pavement, and buildings along with them. Stores exploded into pieces, stone blocks shot into the sky, and walls came crumbling down. It may have looked like I was merely destroying the city, but I was actually closing off the area to reinforcements. It was the easiest way to create panic while reducing our enemies' numbers. The job was easy with a skilled swordsman like Patosh on my side. When I landed, I had my back to a wall and around 10 enemies lying on the ground around me. The only issue now is, "Xylo!" shouted Patosh. "There's a child assassin. What should I do?" A child with a small blade was charging right for her. Fighting adult adventurers was far less troublesome. With children's youthful decisiveness came great speed. And the small assassin's footwork made it clear that she was willing to sacrifice herself to take out her opponent. To make matters worse, Patosh seemed uncomfortable fighting children. I knew where she was coming from. The military didn't train you for this sort of enemy. But things were different for Frenchie and me. There is no need to fear the energy and agility of a child. They do not have the muscle mass of an adult. Frenchie swung her curved sword, hitting the child's arm. All you need to do is focus on blocking their attacks from a lower angle. She had delivered a blunt strike, not a cut. In fact, the blade of her sword was no blade but a meaty slab of steel fine when using a weapon with a sacred seal. A flash of light set the knife-wielding child's body into convulsions, causing her to hop a few times before dropping to the ground. Francie's seal was called Gwemel, a seal of violet lightning. Her weapon was structurally similar to a lightning staff, allowing her to immobilize her opponent with an electric shock from the so-called blade. The design was meant for fighting warriors with heavy armor and fairies with armor-like skin, and it was one of many sacred seal technologies developed by the Southern Knight Gomps. Do you see what I mean, Holy Knight? Frenchie kicked the child on the ground without a second thought, then looked back at Patosh. As expected, Patosh was frowning. Frenchie, however, expressed no concern. She was busy reprimanding me now that the threat was neutralized. "Xylo, what's next? Surely you have a plan. I hope there's something in that tiny head of yours besides rocks. How are we going to get out of here?" "Who said we were running away?" I countered. "We're gonna fight. We need to create even more chaos." "Then what? Do you plan on eliminating every single person living in the slums?" "Yep. We're going to continue fighting until Lideo Sodric can't afford to keep ignoring us. I was giving you far too much credit when I said your head was full of rocks. I have never heard a more poorly thought out plan." Frenchie may not have agreed, but we had a good chance of winning this battle. For now, I needed to focus on creating as much chaos as possible while sealing off any street I could to prevent reinforcements from arriving. Merchants and customers were already pushing one another in a mad dash to run away, kicking up dense clouds of dust. Just then, an angry shout came from somewhere in the crowd. "That's as far as you go, penal hero." The speaker was a bearded man pointing the tip of his short sword at me. He was probably an adventurer. He coughed as he stumbled over a small pile of wreckage. "We, the Giant Hunter Brigade, will make you pay for disturbing the peace of the city." "Come on, men, get 'em," he shouted, signaling behind him. A group of men came crawling out of one of the buildings I'd partially destroyed. They were covered in wounds, but they still hadn't lost the will to fight. Each of them held a lightning staff in hand. "Who are they?" Patao Shori sounded disgusted. "These are the people they're trusting to protect the peace of the district. Looks like it, and that one seems to be their boss." "Hey boss man, don't do this. I don't want to fight you. I tried to warn them. I didn't want to kill them unless I had to. Do you really want to get hurt that badly?" "Heh, I should be asking you the same question." The bearded man shot me a smug grin. "Looks like you criminals don't know who you're dealing with. We're the seasoned adventurers who cleared out the Western Shenru Crystal Cemetery, the Giant Hunter Brigade, and guess what? My reputation even earned me an invite to join the famous Molket's Northern Expedition Corps. No clue who that is." My comment was enough to make the bearded man's expression twist with rage. "Don't you dare underestimate us. Fire." "Did you see my skills, men?" I stopped him in his tracks with the art of conversation, and now he's wide open, a fat bonus to whoever hits him. The men behind him fired their lightning staffs, but their aim was poor and their timing sporadic. Both Patash and Frenchie simply moved to the side and easily dodged their shots. This was going to be a piece of cake. "Don't stop. Fire, fire, fire," shouted the bearded leader. "Hit him with whatever you've got. Use fireworks for all I care." One of his men did just that, in fact. Red, green, blue, a bouquet of beautiful colors dispersed as it exploded. Lightning staffs used to make flashy lights like that had minimal attack power. They were brought out during summer festivals or for New Year celebrations, so most of the technology went into making the colors and sounds pretty. In other words, they were just trying to distract us. The real attack was going to come from elsewhere. "You guys handle this joke as lackeys," I said. "I'll take the one up top." Hey, wait," Pato shouted. "Don't leave these nut jobs to us." "I agree," said Frenchie. "You explained nothing, and now you are going off to do something reckless again." But in spite of Patosha's and Frenchie's complaints, I kicked off the ground and began running up the nearest building's wall. I'd seen someone on the roof with something quite unsettling, a ring-shaped weapon composed of multiple elongated lightning staffs. It was the same weapon I'd seen earlier inside the Adventurers Guild, capable of firing multiple shots simultaneously. From what I could remember, the military called this weapon the Halgut Blaster Seal Compound, and it was still in testing. I didn't want to think about what would happen if that thing started taking pot shots at the ground below, so I activated my flight seal continuously until I made it all the way to the rooftop, then appeared into the sky and launched a knife. What the hell? The rooftop adventurer reflexively fired the lightning staff seal compound the moment he saw me, but his aim was poor. Trying to be accurate with a rapid-fire weapon like this was an impossible task to begin with, and it was definitely not meant to shoot down an airborne target. The multiple bolts of lightning didn't even come close to me. Conversely, there was no way my knife would miss. It struck the Halgut blaster head-on, blowing it to pieces and silencing the man holding it. The top of the building was partially destroyed in the process, causing rubble to come crashing down perfect for creating even more chaos. I landed not on the ground, but on the wall of another building. Thunderstroke soldiers with flight seals like mine achieved our highest mobility in labyrinthian districts like this, and we had the advantage over Dragon Knights thanks to our ability to turn in con. Find spaces. They were welcome to come at me with arrows or bolts of lightning, but they aren't gonna hit me. That much I was sure of. Leaping over an alleyway, I threw another knife, blowing a hole right into the wall of a house and creating yet another avalanche of rubble. I heard the bearded man scream below as his men were cut down by Patoshe and Frenchie before they could even fire their lightning staffs. Threatening me or Xylo is tantamount to a declaration of war upon the Masterbolt family, declared Frenchie as she swung her curved sword like a vortex. You will regret this. Both Patoshe and Frenchie were covering each other's blind spots as they moved. It was pretty good teamwork. In fact, they seemed surprisingly compatible. All that was left was for me to finish the job as I descended from the sky. I need precision, men. Now fire, shouted the bearded man, pointing his sword up at me. But he was asking the impossible. Leaping off the walls to either side, I dodged their attacks while closing in on them, all in a single breath. Now I just had to continue toward the bearded man and kick the stuffing out of him. Qua! He released a short scream as I kicked his body into a wall. With their leader gone, the team's will to fight evaporated. Some of the men threw down their weapons and ran away, while others rushed forward, only to have my fists introduce their faces to the ground. "How stupid are you guys?" I muttered. The skirmish was over in 5 seconds. I searched the unconscious leader's overcoat and found a short sword and a massive knife, both of which I kept. I ran my finger down their blades and found them sharp enough. Passable, I thought. "Pardon me," said a deep voice. When I turned around, one of Frenzy's bodyguards was holding up a round shield in front of us. The two of them seemed to have been handling some of the adventurers on their own. But before I could thank him, I heard a dry pop. An arrow, fired by the last standing member of the giant hunter brigade, skewered his shield. Frenzy promptly cold-cocked that adventurer as well. "Please take better care of yourself." "Ez," said the bodyguard. "I'm the one who gets scolded when you act recklessly." "Well, we wouldn't want that." "My bad. I really appreciate the help though. I'm just glad you're safe." I'd carelessly let my guard down. While that arrow wouldn't have fatally wounded me, it could well have done some damage. I would have expected a Night Gaunt to tell me I was a mess or something. "You're not gonna insult me, huh?" I asked. "Of course not. Why would I? I mean, you know how Night Gaunts are. Insults are as common as breathing." "Oh?" "Faisal believed that. I feel your pain, but Lady Frenchie simply colors." Frenchie called out, her tone stern. "Enough chit-chat. Do not bother Xylo with such useless information. We are in the midst of battle. My apologies." Kalos smiled wryly. His expression gave me the impression of a boulder grinning. Then, out of nowhere, Kalos's brawny body was blown straight to the side, followed by a painfully loud thud as he hit the alleyway wall. At least, that was what I assumed happened. I didn't have time to check. I had to move. I caught sight of a large black shadow lunging toward me from the back of the alley. The figure must have thrown some rubble and hit Kalos. It was humanoid, but colored a bluish black with a sort of slimy luster to it. Its body was 50% bigger than mine. Its head was covered with eyes and fangs were protruding from its mouth. But what stood out most of all were its thick, long arms hanging down to its feet. Occasionally, its knuckles would hit the ground and the pavement would split open, shooting gravel into the air and reducing the pathway to dust. I had to get out of there. The creature, now roaring at us, was obviously a fairy. What the hell? Patash put everyone's curiosity into words. "Isn't that a fairy? It looks like a troll. Was Sodra keeping this monster as a pet?" "It seems he failed to properly discipline it," said Frenzy. "Targ, go make sure Kalos is okay." The two of them might have been joking around, but they were getting the job done. Patao shifted her gaze toward this new target, then stepped forward and thrust her blade, aiming for the groin. She stabbed twice, no, 3 times in the blink of an eye, all the while dodging the troll's counterattacks with unbelievable speed and grace. However, the enemy's legs were so massive that she only managed to take off a little bit of flesh from its knee and calf. "Foul creature," she cursed as she activated her sacred seal barrier to block one of the troll's attacks. Its arm bounced off her shield of light with a heavy thud, causing the beast to stagger before leaping back. "I need a more powerful weapon." I knew I should have brought my lance and armor. "If you did that," I said, "they would have captured you before you even walked into the building." Frenchie. "Yes, I know. Good work drawing its attention." Pataush's attacks were only a distraction. Frenchie promptly threw her curved blade as I, too, infused one of my precious knives with the power of my sacred seal and threw it. However, neither of our attacks struck home. The troll was far more agile than it appeared and quickly guarded its head with its arms. Although some damage was done, the lightning from Frenchie's carved sword burned its arms, and my knife managed to take out a chunk of its shoulder. In the explosion, neither attack was close to fatal. It's too damn big. This troll appeared to be particularly large and tough, and defeating it was going to take a while. We needed to make a definitive strike to its head. That meant our only option was Xylo. Someone called out to warn me, though I couldn't tell if it was Batalsha or Frenchie. The troll screamed in agony, then reached out and grabbed a street stall's pillar before throwing it with all its might, destroying countless shops in the way. Damn it! I wouldn't be able to dodge in time, not with the collapsing stalls to worry about. I ended up using my flight seal to kick chunks of wood out of the way. Had Patuche and Frenzy made it? It appeared Patus had dodged in time, but her leg was bleeding as she tried to get back up. She'd been hit with a piece of wreckage. Frenchie managed to jump on top of a still-standing street stall as she put some distance between herself and the troll. I could tell she was yelling something, probably hurling insults at me, but I didn't have time to check. Chunks of wood and grey dust soared into the air, and on the other side was the Howling Fairy. I'd thought we were finished with the adventurers, but now more began to emerge. It seemed their supply was endless. Here and there, I could see them crawling out of buildings, armed with bows and crossbows. It looked like they intended to let the troll fight us head-on while they showered us with arrows from the periphery. Damn it, I said. This was absolute chaos. But if that was how they wanted it, bring it on. Don't get too cocky, you assholes. If they wanted chaos, then I was going to give it to them. I looked up. This should be far enough. I'd arrived at a street intersecting an alleyway connected to the main road. I had already led them right where I wanted them, all the while blocking off smaller side routes. I could feel her. Taurida, I'm over here. Holy knights and goddesses could detect one another's presence to an extent, and Taurida had probably already sensed me, just like she had in the tunnels of Zuwon-Gon. Save me with your divine blessing, I called out. I'm sorry for leaving you behind. Torita was here. Of course she was. The reason wasn't all that complicated. When I'd met with Dota that morning, Jace had been there as well. He hadn't shown much interest in our plan, so when Torita asked him where we went, he would surely have told her. That was why she'd come. And of course, she'd brought along some guards to watch over her. It appears you needed my protection after all. Her proud voice was even closer than I'd expected. This situation is obviously your punishment for leaving me behind, my knight. However, I am a generous goddess, so I shall help you. Follow my lead, men. Beyond the cloud of dust and the troll stood Taurita, her arms crossed. And standing behind her were King Norgale, Tatsuya, and Jace. Norgale looked confident, while Tatsuya's eyes were vacant and expressionless. Jace, of course, looked bored out of his mind. I had no idea what any of them were thinking, but I knew exactly what was going to happen. People of Sodric's Shell, run away now or surrender. If you choose to fight, you'll die. I shouted loud enough that everyone in the district could hear. Offering a warning was the least I could do, since this wasn't going to be pretty for those who still wished to fight. Bow before me. King Norgala's voice carried through the streets, in spite of the chaos. I am Norgala Senridge I, King of the United Kingdom of Zeph Zayal Metz-Kuyor. He sounded impressively dignified and absolutely confident, and that was why every single person there turned to look at him. I was told that this district has become a nest of criminals and sinners threatening my rule, and the moment I arrived tonight, it became clear that was true. The king raised his hand, and it was a small metal tube, and I could see plenty more sticking out of the rucksack on his back. I couldn't be sure, but my gut was telling me those metal tubes were some sort of powerful, highly destructive weapon. I am giving you a choice. Submit to lawful punishment as my loyal subjects. Or can it? What are you babbling about, you old kook? Move. Die. Out of the way, geezer. The bearded leader of the Giant Hunter Brigade, along with a few adventurers, began sharing their extremely reasonable opinions as they rushed to leave the slums, pushing Norgale and the others out of their way. King Norgala's face was overcome with pain and grief. It pains me to make this decision. Nothing is more regrettable for a country ruled by law than to be forced to carry out extra-legal punishment, but as it must be done, I shall take on the unenviable role. King Norgala threw one of the metal cylinders. For the crime of treason, I sentence you all to death by explosion. The instant the cylinder hit the ground, it exploded with a flash of light. A deafening shockwave sliced through the air, swallowing two street stalls that had managed to survive the earlier fighting. They were blown to bits, leaving nothing behind. Screams followed as the adventurers trying to make their escape were sent flying. Weak building walls in the area crumbled. Cracks spread, and destruction gave birth to yet more destruction. The chaos and panic grew, catching even the trolls' attention. This was our chance. I traded glances with Pataush and held out a hand to help her up. "Hey, can you move?" I asked. "Yes. I'm fine. It's merely a scratch." A troubled expression flashed across her face, but she managed to stand undeterred by the fresh wound on her leg. "Ahem. That troll. It's extremely tough. We should probably aim for its head." "I agree. A half-assed attack would only tickle a troll of that size." I started racking my brain for ideas, but time was running out, and we had to stop this monster before things got any worse. "Tatsuya, Jace, move out!" shouted Norgala as he threw another explosive tube. "Fight and protect our goddess." "Goo." "Fine." Tatsuya grunted as he moved forward while Jace spoke through a yawn, assuming a battle stance with his spear. Both of them moved swiftly and mercilessly after their own style. Hearing that, I promptly shouted to the goddess, "Tayurita, I need your help. Our enemy is a fairy." "Do you regret leaving me behind, my knight? I am sure you are now painfully aware of just how important and dependable I am." "Yes, extremely aware." "Of course you are." Tayurita joyfully ran straight over to me without so much as a glance at her surroundings. And that was a good thing. She didn't have to see any of the chaos, destruction, or tragedy. Tatsuya and Jace stood to either side of Tayurita, disposing of whatever obstacle came their way. "Gubba, buh. Tatsuya continued grunting intermittently, using only his right hand to swing his battle axe into a pack of adventurers. They instinctively countered, but his weapon didn't care if you were a strong warrior or a delicate child. Tetsuya was like an autonomous killing machine. Challenging him was tantamount to sticking your hand into moving saw blades. It was essentially your own fault. Guh. Tetsuya released a nonsensical battle cry from the back of his throat. Boji Arua. He then swung his axe, cutting down a series of incoming arrows. One adventurer appeared to have lost it and came running at him screaming something awful, only for Tatsuya to split his head wide open. Meanwhile, a young assassin tried to pierce Tatsuya's stomach with a knife, but was met with the axe before he even got in range. Tatsuya didn't spare the corpse a second glance. Instead, he reached out with his left hand, grabbed the nearest adventurer by the leg, and began spinning him around to use as a shield. Who the hell is this guy? Someone tried to hit him with a lightning staff, but Tatsuya deflected the shot with his weapon. His reflexes were superhuman. "Eek. Stay back. This is bad. That guy's a monster, too." Tatsuya rushed across the ground, seeming almost to hover. This charge was a weapon of its own, and each step he took tore into the pavement. Getting hit by him now would feel like being run over by a chariot. Grunted Tatsuya ominously. Nobody could stop him now, not even Tatsuya himself. Those who tried to run away were caught up in his attack and slammed into the alley walls, reducing them to rubble. Impressive as always. I'd heard that Tatsuya had been a hero ever since the days of Penal Hero Unit 9001. So long ago, no records of it remained. Unit 9001 was created during the First War of Subjugation, when mankind's war against the demon Blide first started. But that rumor came from Venetim, so it was most likely false. Forget about the guy with the helmet. Just aim for the guy with the mustache and that brassy goddess. You got it. Out of the way, shorty. That insult was hurled at Jace, causing him to raise one eyebrow. "Damn it," he said. "I should have never told the goddess where Xylo was." Although in battle stance, Jace seemed to lack motivation. This was how he was when Neely wasn't around. That said, his skills with the spear were useful, even when he wasn't in the sky. Jace used to frequently participate in and win martial arts tournaments all across the continent, though he did it only for prize money, which he used to take care of dragons. I had heard of him long before we ever met. They called him Jace the Rumbling Wind, since he went from tournament to tournament, sweeping everyone. He was so strong that a certain princess from an extremely wealthy noble family had once asked for his hand in marriage, but I never heard what happened after that. Then again, I didn't really need to. Tsk, tsk. All right, assholes. Shut up and get in line, or get out of my face, he hissed, making his annoyance clear as day. Stop wasting my time. To Jace, people were no different from wild animals. He claimed that humans were important symbionts to dragons, but that didn't stop him from killing them without much hesitation. I didn't know much about his past, but Jace's code of morals did not seem to afford a special, superior place for his own kind. Personally, it made no sense to me. Stop while you can, he said. I'm serious. I'm warning you. But the adventurers didn't listen to Jace's advice. After all, they were low-life goons in the middle of an adrenaline rush. Shut your mouth. Cavalry attack. A neigh rang out, and a bunch of men suited in armor immediately charged toward Jace on horseback. I had no idea what they were thinking, but it looked like there were some ex-cavalrymen among the adventurers. While this surprised me, Jace simply sighed as if he found it all very tedious. Cavalry? You know what? His short spear bounced off the ground in an arch-like motion as he scooped up one of King Norgale's sacred seal-infused cylinders. I'm in a really bad mood today. The cylinder flew into the air and exploded in a blinding burst of light over the ex-cavalrymen's heads. The horses reared, stopping the men in their tracks, while Jace lunged forward, swinging his spear. You asked for it. The tip of his spear cut a single stroke through the first row of enemies, and that was all it took. Jace's small frame flew through the air, piercing a man's head. I witnessed the weapon pass right through the enemy's steel helmet before shattering his skull. This wasn't a show of Jace's own strength. His short spear had a sacred seal engraved in it for when he was fighting from the back of a dragon. Normally, his weapon was for throwing, and the sacred seal was meant for sniping flying fairies while he sailed through the sky. Even if Jace was still holding the spear, a strike from it was like being hit by a lump of iron with enough force to drill a hole through your body. Yaya! Another cavalryman charged forward in a frenzy while spinning his long spear, but there was no way an attack like that would hit Jace. He effortlessly dodged it before swinging his own spear once more, gouging a hole into the man's breastplate. I warned you all. Stop this. Are you really going to force your horses to join you on this suicide mission? Go? You're free now. Get out of here, urged Jace, patting the man's horse on the rear to get it to leave, which it obediently did. He seemed to sympathize with the horses and skillfully made sure to kill only the riders. The cavalry weren't going to last much longer at this rate. Surely, you have realized you are no match for us. Surrender, shouted Norgale. If you yield to the laws of my kingdom and pay for your crimes, then you shall be forgiven. The dreadful scene was rapidly growing grimmer. The slums would soon be reduced to ruins. One man surrendered to King Norgale, throwing his weapon to the ground and clasping both hands above his head. It was a depressing sight. Just who are you people? Even the bearded man from the giant hunter brigade had dropped to his knees with tears in his eyes. This is insanity. Pure insanity. Norgale's presence alone seemed to be bringing the conflict to a close on that end of the battlefield, and things over here were almost taken care of as well. After all, Tyrita's arrival had basically solved our troll problem. Xylo, it's coming, warned Pataush, and it's angry too. Do not let it get near Goddess Tyrita. I won't. Blood was dripping from the troll's half-open mouth and from the wounds we'd inflicted. It screamed, pulverizing the ground and the walls as if it were in a great deal of pain. Stones flew through the air, hitting a few adventurers. The hell is wrong with Leo Sodric, keeping a fairy like this as a pet? I sprinted to the right while Pataush went left so we didn't get caught up in the troll's frenzy. It was simple, but it worked. I reached out to Tyrita as she raced toward me, grabbed her, and held her in my arms. Sorry for leaving you behind, I said. I only did it in case of an emergency like this. I do not need your excuses, my knight, she replied. Yeah, I figured. I kicked off the ground, leaping over the fairy's head while Pataush remained on foot and kept the enemy distracted. As the tip of her blade touched the ground littered with broken pieces of pavement, she muttered, Niskef Rada, activating her sacred seal. A blue barrier appeared, sending a few stones from the rubble flying as it flickered. The barrier then bashed into the troll's head beautifully. While this was hardly an attack and inflicted no pain on the troll, it did a good job of distracting the beast. The troll's gaze instantly turns on Patoshi. It didn't last long, but it was more than enough time. With Torita by my side, a single fairy, not even a demon lord, was hardly a challenge. Against a non-human enemy, she could strike with her full power. Finish this quickly, my knight. She stroked the air before her, and over a dozen swords instantly emerged from the void, raining down upon the troll below. I grabbed one, twisting my body before launching the weapon with plenty of energy from my sacred seal. The shower of swords skewered the troll's massive body to the ground, and it screamed for only a moment before the sword I'd thrown exploded. The entire district shook with the blast. The light was so blinding it could burn your eyes just looking at it. I wasn't expecting it to be that powerful or that loud, and that was apparently King Norgala's fault. Some of his tubes must have been caught up in the explosion. Whatever the case, the blast quickly engulfed the district, and by the time the air had finally cleared, the troll's upper body and most of its lower body were gone. Its remaining flesh dropped to the ground, oozing a black, sticky, bubbling fluid into the city's drainage channels. I owe you one, Teorita. You saved us, I said. Is that all you wish to say? She replied. Are you sure you are not forgetting something much more important? Such as praising me? Do I really have to? Yes. Teorita snorted proudly. I require praise from my knight and my knight alone, Silo, and that is you. I want you to tell me how incredible I am. Tell me that I am one hell of a goddess, especially since I am still angry that you left me behind. Now speak. Shower me with praise. Yes, milady. You're one hell of a goddess. I couldn't deny her a compliment after she'd said all that. This felt different from the innate desires that these living weapons were saddled with by the disgusting humans that created them. What Teorita wanted was honor as a soldier. She wanted to be complimented by someone she thought was strong. That was the kind of praise she was after, and even I could understand that. At least, I really hope that's all this is, I thought. And with that simple wish in my heart, I placed a hand on her head. Sparks shot into the air with each rub. You're amazing, Teorita. I can't lose with you on my side. You really are one hell of a goddess. Of course I am. Her lips curled into an ear-to-ear grin. I am the goddess of swords, and I promise to eliminate every last demon lord and bring peace and freedom to you all. What's happening? Lideo Sodric looked on in utter amazement. He had hidden himself among the other adventurers and was in the middle of trying to flee when he suddenly realized that all of his escape routes had been sealed off and he was now stuck in the mid. Live a storm of violence and destruction. Explosion after explosion, it was barbaric. The entirety of Sodric's shell had been reduced to a vortex of screams. Any building might come crumbling down at any moment. This district was like a castle for the Sodric family and had been passed down to Lideo from his predecessor. How did things end up like this? He had placed sacred seal-engraved traps and mechanisms all throughout the district, just in case there were ever any intruders or double-crossers. He once thought he would always be safe here, but now he felt the best plan was to mix into the crowd and flee, and he still didn't understand what the intruders were thinking. Once they'd made an enemy of everyone in Sodric's shell and were surrounded, they should have immediately prioritized escape. Never in his wildest imagination did Lideo expect them to start aggressively destroying the city, fighting off all challengers. Perhaps he'd underestimated the penal heroes. He couldn't believe all his safety nets had been destroyed by a bunch of irredeemable, foolish savages' random acts of violence. Brother. It was Iri's voice that brought Lideo back to the present and made him realize that he'd become separated from her in the midst of the fleeing crowd. He glanced around in search of her, but someone else found him first. Hey, sorry, came a voice from behind. It sounded truly remorseful. Someone was standing behind him, and soon an arm wrapped around Lideo's neck, and a small piece of metal like a blade pressed against his throat. "I'm sorry about this, but a really bad man asked me to steal you away, and he even treated me. I honestly don't want to do this anymore, but I had no choice." He sounded more embarrassed than frightened. It's true they were in a crowd of panicking adventurers, but Lideo was still stunned that he hadn't realized someone was sneaking up on him. He scowled. "I need you to come with me," begged the man. "Please, I don't want to have to kill you." He had a small, childlike frame. It was Dr. Luzula's. "You'll be fine, trust me." Ridiculous. Lideo had said the same things Dota was saying countless times, and he knew they were meaningless. Lideo saw Irie's despairing face out of the corner of his vision. "I'm sorry." He gently closed his eyes. It was all he could do. Just bear with it a little longer. He would simply have to wait and see if the last ace up his sleeve was going to make it in time. Under the blanket of night, the city was eerily chaotic, and in the center of all that activity was Sodric's shell. Fires spread and rose toward the sky, and explosions could be heard in the background as adventurers ran down alleys trying to escape. Shiji Bao stood in a backstreet beneath the pale crimson moon and watched. It appeared the situation had gotten a little out of hand. She wanted to get a handle on what was going on, but she also knew that the first thing you had to do in times like this was move before it was too late. "Quite the commotion," muttered Bujum apathetically. He was seated on a stack of wooden boxes, reading again. Shiji Bell found his behavior especially aggravating. "You know," he continued, "in my personal opinion, this is far too dangerous. You should keep your distance. I never asked for your opinion, but you're right. Lideo's probably already dead, and if that's the case, we won't get paid." "Damn, this is bad." "The hell is going on here?" complained another strangely muffled voice from behind them. "I came all the way here, and the client's already dead?" This man was called the Iron Whale, and he sounded fed up. He worked as a mercenary and was known as an artilleryman, a rarity in their line of work. Getting in touch with him hadn't been easy, and now it looked like it had all been for nothing. "I'm not going to work for free," he said. "I'm out." "That okay with you?" "I suppose it's inevitable. We should probably withdraw." Shiji Bao began racking her brain. Lideo was a very cautious person, but you couldn't predict what the penal heroes would do. They were out of their minds. Nobody had expected them to start destroying the city so quickly. The guild seems to be in a state of confusion as well, so I think we should go in, collect our reward, and get out of town. "What about you, Bujum?" "I'm going to save Lideo Sodric." "That would be the polite thing to do, I think." "Seriously? What are you so loyal to him for? He's probably already dead, and I'm not going to help you." "I can't save a corpse. I owe him, and I would feel bad for him if nobody went to his aid, regardless of whether he's alive or not." "You would feel bad for him? You?" Shiji Bao didn't know how to respond. There was something wrong with this man. It was as if he wasn't human. "I wasn't planning on asking you to come with me. It's just, wait." Bujum suddenly waved his hand and stopped Shiji Bao. He lifted his head from his book to reveal an even gloomier expression than usual. He even sighed. "I see. How unfortunate. It appears this is as far as I go." "What?" This was the first time Shiji Bao had ever seen him express something akin to emotion. "What's wrong? Did you notice something?" "No, I was contacted, that's all. I feel sorry for Lideo Sodric, but I was given an order." He waved his hand around his ear again. There seemed to be a small butterfly-like creature buzzing in between and around his fingers. Bujum stood, then looked to Shiji Bao. "I can offer you two a new job, Shiji Bao and Iron Whale. What do you say?" "What? You two are after money, yes?" continued Bujum. "That can be provided, or so I was told." Shiji Bao studied his expression. At first, she thought this must be some kind of joke. But Bujum never told jokes, so that couldn't be it. "Unfortunately, we are cutting ties with Lideo Sodric," he said. "What a shame. I feel truly sorry for him. Wait, where's the client? Who's hiring us? We are..." A number of shadows emerged from the darkness of the back streets as Bujum audibly shut his book. Shi Bao immediately realized they weren't human or any other normal creatures. They were fairies, and relatively small ones, at that, a seer Sith, a fool, a Thunder Kelpie. Are they? She began. The Seer Sith bared its fangs and growled, perhaps perceiving repulsion in her gaze, and Bujum began to softly caress its neck. Stop, you're being rude, he said to it. To Shiji Bao, it looked like something was growing out of the tips of Bujum's finger. Crimson blades, or some sort of claws. Rare-ripe. She could hear the muffled sound of the Seer Sith's throat being torn open before the creature collapsed to the ground and began to convulse. It was silent, but it was obvious this was no quick and painless death. The other fairies took a step back in fear. Bujum looked at them and nodded. Good. We are asking them for help, so be polite. Now then, what was I supposed to say again? Oh, right. We can pay you more than Lidio Sodric would have. Bujum stared at Shiji Bao with his bottomless black eyes. It was at this moment that her suspicions grew into certainty. This man was a demon lord, the center of an outbreak of the demon blight. Unlike Lidio, he wasn't simply a traitor to the human race. You will be rewarded, he said. Humans will do anything for money. I learned that. Shiji Bao briefly closed her eyes, though not because the black abyss of Bujum's stare had overwhelmed her. I probably don't have much of a choice, she thought. This man was far stranger than she had imagined, and he was most likely a demon lord. I was naive, she thought. Where did I mess up? It's too late now, though. I'm surrounded by fairies. The threat was clear, and she had no choice but to accept the mission she'd been offered to obey orders. Works for me, Iron Whale chimed in with a hint of cynicism before Shiji Bao could answer. I don't care if you're an adventurer or a fairy, as long as I get paid. You're just a client to me. Iron Whale moved slowly, accompanied by the sound of creaking steel. Shiji Bao looked at him in his black suit of armor. It made him look like a cavalryman with no horse. But he was shorter and stockier than a cavalryman, slower, and his body was covered in sacred seals. The suit of armor he wore was the sign of an artilleryman, and the armor itself formed a single cannon. It covered even his face, concealing his expression. So as our new client, what would you like us to do? Technically, I'm not your client, but I have been given orders to destroy evidence. Bujum pointed ahead, nodding. We need to completely erase any connection between us and Lidio Sodric. The Adventurers Guild, I believe it was called. I want that building destroyed without a trace. Alright, that's my specialty, said Iron Whale. In truth, that was the only thing he could do the job of an artilleryman. I appreciate your cooperation, Bujum replied. What about you, Shiji Bao? I owe you for all you have taught me, so I'd rather not kill you. You know you're asking me to turn against the human race. Is that a problem? Bujum tilted his head to the side as if this was a completely reasonable question. I learned something important from Lidio Sodric. Nothing is more important to humans than their own safety and that of their family. That is far more pressing than the fate of your race as a whole. Am I wrong? Can't argue there. In my case, all I care about is myself. On that point, maybe Lidio had been a better person than she'd thought. The man Dota captured didn't seem frightened at all. He was the one and only Lidio Sodric, and he was glaring at us like we were a nuisance. Maybe this was just the way he acted after all his years as a guildmaster. Or maybe he simply didn't like us. I had no idea. What I did know was that he'd hardly fought back as his arms were being tied. Perhaps he knew that resisting wouldn't get him anywhere. We decided to use the large hall of the Adventurers Guild to question him, since there was too much going on outside. The guild building was falling apart thanks to us, but at least it was essentially empty. Every person in the district who wanted to run away had already made it out. I was sure Lidio Sodric had some kind of right-hand man, but I hadn't seen anyone like that around since things began to settle down. That said, I wasn't sure if whoever it was had run for it, or if they were simply biding their time. I want a man on watch on all sides of the building. ordered King Norgala before taking a seat in one of the few chairs that had miraculously survived the chaos. Looking around at the remaining adventurers, he said, "I am offering you a chance to atone for your crimes. Obey my commands and dedicate yourself to our nation." Though clearly bewildered, those he was speaking to had no choice but to start moving. These were the men who had surrendered after witnessing the violence Tatsuya and Jace were capable of, along with the destruction Norgala had visited upon the district. There were 9 of them. They exchanged timid glances, then approached the crumbling walls and windows and began keeping watch. Patosh and I would be doing the questioning. Tatsuya and Jace couldn't handle such a task, and Dota was busy throwing back shots of booze as if he'd just finished a hard day's work. After verbally abusing me, Frenzy got her 2 guards who had already recovered and began to search the inside of the guild. If they managed to find physical evidence, that would probably be more useful than any confession we might manage to extract. Meanwhile, as for Teorita, repent. The goddess crossed her arms haughtily before Lideo Sodric, who had been forced to sit on the floor. You kept a fairy as a pet, turned to wrongdoing, and attacked us. You have committed a grave sin, and if you understand that, then you need to repent this instant. She looked back at me. What do you think, Xylo? Look at his solemn expression. He must be in awe of my presence. You think so? I know so. Impressive, huh? Now for you. Tell us everything. I had offered to do the questioning, but Teorita wasn't having any of it. Her mood seemed to have improved immensely, and she was now trying to prove her usefulness. To be completely honest, she wasn't doing a very good job. I don't know much, replied Lideo gloomily. Yes, I hired those adventurers and tried to have you all killed as the master of the Adventurers Guild. But my client communicated via a messenger in a black mask. I don't know any more than that. Teorita looked back at me with a frown. This is not good, Xylo. This man does not seem to know anything. Don't trust people so easily. He's lying. Oh, how dare you lie to me, a goddess? Such insolent behavior shall not be tolerated. Indeed, said Xylo. Let me see if I can get anything out of him. Teorita wouldn't be able to pull this off. Goddesses lacked both the experience and the know-how required to negotiate with people, and their innate nature probably didn't make it any easier. And so I crouched in front of Lideo and looked him directly in the eye. You realize you're in a bad position, right? Normally, I'd hand you straight over to the Holy Knights, but I don't have to. Excuse me, Xylo? Patosh furrowed her brow. You don't have the authority to make any deals with him. And should I threaten him with a little violence? Of course, I'm sure someone like him is used to that kind of thing. If I made a deal with you... That was when Lideo finally spoke up, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Would you be willing to accept my conditions? His lips curled into something resembling a smile. Looks like it worked. I guess we could hear you out, I said. I'm curious what kind of shameless requests you'll make. All I ask for is my family's safety, that you not harm my brothers and sisters. Oh, he was probably talking about those assassins, though the look in their eyes was unlike that of any child I had seen before. We couldn't hold back during the battle, so some of them are already dead. I will consider a deal with you as long as you promise not to search for them. In other words, don't lay a finger on them. Exactly. All right, I agreed. Patosh grimaced distastefully. Xylo, I said you didn't have the authority to make deals with him. They may be children, but they are criminals. Those in power already have their eye on you. Do you really want to make things worse? You're telling me to find this guy's siblings and kill them? I guess we could bring them here and kill them in front of him as a form of torture. I mean, we'll do it if you want. Just give the orders. I never said I wanted you to do that. Then we have an agreement, I said. Patosh fell silent. I decided to take that as assent and shifted my gaze back to Lideo. Just tell us everything you can. He must have been weighing his options. He was probably hedging his bets to make sure he'd be okay no matter what happened. But for now, he seemed to understand he was in far more danger with us than with whoever hired him. Plus, I guessed he was just as worried about his siblings as he was for himself, and that seemed to be his weakness. He would probably betray his client if it meant saving their lives. Hey Lideo, This is a pretty simple deal we have here, but you gotta give us something first. You already know what they were after, he said, groaning. They want to kill the goddess. My client called his people coexisters. Coexisters. It was a name I'd heard not so long ago. The group had been around ever since the demon blight began, and they were adamant about coexisting with the fairies. That might not sound so bad on the face of it, but in reality, they wanted to welcome the demon lords as our rulers. Humans would become slaves, and the coexisters would be in charge of those slaves. I feel like I've been hearing about them way too much lately. Some people claimed that they were nothing more than the delusions of conspiracy theorists, and I'd thought so as well, until pretty recently. But even if people like that did exist, I'd always thought they were few and far between. Never did I imagine there were enough to put together a force this large. But they existed. I couldn't deny that any longer. They were a threat, and they were my enemy. I don't know much about the coexisters either, but… Ledeo lowered his voice somewhat, then shot me a cynical smirk. I met the man in the black mask for the first time 10 days ago, and we only met 3 times after that. He did tell me his name though. It was probably a fake name, but let's hear it. Mihail Zalkov. Humph. Ridiculous. Pataush was the first to react, and she fixed Ledeo with a stern glare. Mihail is the name of a saint at the time of the First War of Subjugation. In addition, her expression shifted somewhat. Zalkov. Zalkov is… But before she could finish her sentence, a blinding light poured in through the window. Ah! We heard the scream of an adventurer keeping watch. Use your majesty. I felt bad for a second that Norgal had made them all use his royal title, but stopped caring the instant I looked out the window. Shit. I grabbed Toyorita, then swept Pataush's legs out from under her, dropping her onto the ground. What the… Frischart? She shouted. Get down. There was no time to listen to her complaints, as a light and noise reached a crescendo. It was a bizarre sound, like an explosion. The pillars holding up the building crumbled as the wall was blown in. Chunks of wood swirled through the air as dust rose to the ceiling. Fire crossed the floor, spreading throughout the building, and the previously sporadic creaking of its frame increased considerably, signaling the final moments of the Adventurers Guild. Run. Get out of the building. I knew what this was. Dota and Norgale probably did as well. Jay scowled and clicked his tongue. As a damn artilleryman, he muttered in aggravation before swiftly rolling outside through the destroyed wall. The building was about to come crashing down. Xylo, we have to get out of here. Toyorita took my hand in a panic. I completely agreed with her, but were Frenzy and the others okay? Just then, I saw Frenzy and her 2 guards drop down from a window. They'd been quick to react, and we needed to do the same. There was one idiot who didn't seem to understand that though. Patosha! What are you doing? Let's go, I shouted. Wait, that man just… Ledeo. It appeared that he'd taken off running the instant the blast hit us, heading toward the back of the crumbling guild. Was there some sort of secret passage there? I was sure we tied his legs as well, so he must have been hiding some sort of blade on him. Wait. There was no time to worry about that. I could regret my careless mistakes as much as I wanted later. Run. I knew another blast was coming soon, so I decided to give up on chasing him and focus on evacuating instead. I promptly grabbed Pataush and dragged her outside with me. We soon had another impact followed by a roar and radiant light, the finishing blow. Why did I have to get caught up in this mess? After fleeing like a skittish rat, Dota slipped behind Tatsuya to hide. What's going on? He yelled. What kind of person does something like this in the middle of a city? This isn't normal. Yeah, and there's nothing we can do about it, I said. The only way to deal with a long-range attack like this was to have a sniper like Sav or another artilleryman. If we had Neely, we might stand a chance. But without any of those, we were like sitting ducks. Let's get out of here, I suggested. We now know the enemy has an artilleryman, and while I can't say I'm excited about it, we're gonna have to get Rhino released from solitary. I'll have Venetum pull some strings. Seriously? Dota was clearly disgusted. I mean, do we really have to? I don't like that guy at all. Me neither. But do you know anyone who can do his job better than him? Is our only choice. I cast a final glance at the crumbling Adventurers Guild as the sound of shots continued sporadically. Then we began our retreat. "Come on, pull yourself together. This is no time to space out," I demanded, patting Patush on the shoulder as she stood in a daze. Oh, right. It's a shame we don't have a Lade anymore. But Ledeo Sodric is still alive. We can go after him again later, yes." Patush's complexion looked unusually pale as she spoke. "Let's do that. We can find out if he was lying or not once we catch him." The underground passage beneath the Adventurers Guild was created as an escape route for use during crises just like this. Ledeo stepped into the darkness. The smell was awful, but that was inevitable since this passage was made by modifying an existing sewer system. It would get him out of town, but it would take some time. All he had to aid him was a small sacred seal-powered lantern which cast a pale light on the path ahead. "Brother," Eerie rushed straight over to him. She'd come here ahead of time to secure the route. "You're okay?" "Somehow." Ledeo wrapped her in his arms and rubbed her head. "We lost the guild, but we're alive. I made sure you guys would be safe too. I had to make a little deal with them though." "A deal?" Irie's eyes narrowed with uncertainty. "Are you doing something dangerous? As long as we get out of here, we should be fine. It's nothing you guys need to worry about." "But I am worried." She looked up at him with her deep blue eyes. "Did you tell them anything?" "I didn't have a choice. Nothing important. But..." That was when Lelio noticed something was wrong. Eerie's eyes. The words she chose. Why did she ask if I told them anything? He wondered. "I see." Irie nodded, and Ledeo felt something warm at his chest. Pain followed shortly. "Then I have to do this, just in case. I'm really sorry, brother." Her voice was mechanical. Before Ledeo realized what was happening, he had dropped to his knees, looking up at Eerie. Intense pain meshed with confusion. "Who?" Fidellato struggled to speak. "Are you... Where is Irie?" "She's dead. I'm using her body and brain right now." A bashful smile covered Irie's face. That alone was the same as always. "Farewell, dear brother." Those were the last words she left him with. Then she turned around and faced three others in the darkness, Shibibo, Bujum, and a man clad in armor, who must have been the artilleryman he'd heard about, Iron Whale. "It's over. Come on, let's go," said Irie. "Very well." "I'm sorry, Ledeo Sodric," that was Bujum's voice. His shoulders were slumped in his usual gloomy manner as he leaned that sickly-looking face of his down toward Leodowai. "Personally wanted to save you." "And disobey orders, Bujum." Eerie's voice again. "I would never. I will obey, but I have to wonder. Did you expect for all of this to happen?" "No. I still could have used him. I never thought the entire district would be burned to the ground. What a despicable act of barbarism." So those were the penal heroes? I knew they weren't to be taken lightly after they defeated Iblis, but I never expected them to go this far. I'll have to rethink how I approach them going forward. I agree. We'll need to speed up the plan. We have to dispose of that holy knight and kill the goddess at all costs. A roughness entered Eerie's mechanical voice. Whether due to anger or fear, Ledeo wasn't sure. "Could I have a little time off before our next mission?" asked Bujum. "I wish to bury Ledeo Sodric. There will be no need for that, but I must pay my respects to him. That is the proper etiquette when it comes to the dead." "I said there will be no need for that. You were given orders to follow my commands. Did you forget?" "All right," Bujum replied after a brief moment of silence. "As you wish." "I'm sorry, Ledeo Sodric. Thank you for buying me those books." He held his head low in what looks like a bow of apology. But that didn't matter to Ledeo any longer. The air felt bitterly cold. Everything began to blur. "I need all of your help for our next mission," said the one with Eerie's voice. "Not only Bujum's. Of course, you will be paid as promised." "All right, but I have a question." Shiji Bao's voice was cold. "What should I call you?" "Do you want me to call you by the name of the girl whose body you took?" "Spriggan." The little girl's smile lit up in the darkness. The smile of someone who used to be Ledeo's sister. How long had she been gone? When did this monster steal her body? Lidio hadn't even noticed. Call me Spriggan. All right, so what do we do first? Get ready to destroy the city. We must eliminate all its inhabitants, including the penal heroes and their goddess, and reduce this place to dust. They are in our way, and I need your help to get rid of them. Lidio had finally realized his mistake, his failure. But it was too late to regret any of that now. The man's methods were not what Theodny would call impressive. Horrific was a far better descriptor. Once he'd checked the records on hand, Royal Inspector Theodny Nantaya was certain. This man, the young man sitting before him, was a ruthless killer, and the rumors about him devouring his victims were sounding more and more plausible. We inspectors are told to throw away our preconceived notions when conducting interviews, but Theodny Nantaya stared fixedly at the man in front of him. Sometimes that's easier said than done. At a glance, the man in front of him was a little scruffy with a cheerful smile. He seemed so carefree that it was hard not to let your guard down. But when you really thought about it, being so laid back in an interrogation room wasn't normal. The man's name was Tav, but on the streets, he was known as the Man-Eating Gore. He didn't have a family name or a family for that matter. He had been raised as an assassin by the group known as Gwen Mohas, and he was almost certainly behind the disappearances of 8 people. And those people didn't simply disappear, either. This man had killed them. 8 people, huh? Theodny read out the number written in the report, the number of this man's victims. That's about 1 per month. You've had a pretty busy year, huh? Wait! I'm sorry, Inspector, but that's not true. Chav corrected Theodny with a smile. I'm an honest guy, so I'm going to tell you the truth. I actually killed 12 people. That's a 50% increase. I mean, I'm a real earnest person when you get down to it, you know? And unkind. I have empathy. Sav sighed as if to say that being a kind person had been a real burden for him over the years. Whenever I mess up or am having trouble at work, he continued, it hurts my boss's reputation and I feel really bad about it. That's the kind of person I am, and because of that, I always get the short end of the stick. Being serious just hurts me in the end too. I mean, look at me now. They abandoned me. Theodny started to get a headache as he listened to Sav ramble. The assassin didn't seem to think killing people was a big deal at all. He was a monster. A terrifying monster was sitting right across the table from him. Don't you feel any remorse? He asked. The words escaped his lips almost unconsciously. You killed people. Don't you feel bad at all? Theodny knew of a man who had been raised by dragons. When he looked into it, he'd learned the man felt no remorse when it came to humans. Maybe Tav was like that too, Theodny thought. Oh, sorry. Are we talking about good and bad right now? Like morality? I honestly don't know too much about religious stuff like that. That's why I was considered a problem child even in the Order. Sav gave a light-hearted chuckle. The thought of killing someone I like makes me feel sick. That much I get, but the rest doesn't make a lick of sense to me. Theodny felt as if he were conversing with a creature from another world. Without any clear reason, he began pouring himself a glass of water from the pitcher to his side. But when he drank it, the liquid left only a vague, lukewarm aftertaste. This man called Sav made him indescribably uncomfortable. The reason why the Order couldn't, how should I put it? But Sav continued to talk. It felt like he might never stop. I'm too stupid to understand that stuff, you know, and that's probably why the Order couldn't brainwash me. Know what I mean? Oh hey. Wait, what if I'm the chosen one? Oh man, that'd be too much for me to handle. I have a strong sense of responsibility, and that would really weigh me down. What if destiny has something even greater planned for me, though? What should I do? In a sense, Sath might be right. Theodny knew how the Order of Assassins did things. They used countless techniques to instill a sense of right and wrong in children's minds. They would use anything, from drugs to pain to pleasure. And yet Zab still hadn't understood the Order's morality. He must possess a very unique mental disposition. Are you not scared? Theodny asked. He was hoping to draw out some hint of Sav's humanity. He wanted to believe that Sav was human, just as he was human. If you're lucky, they'll lock you up for the rest of your life. And if you're unlucky, you'll get the death penalty. Does that not terrify you? It does. Sav replied immediately. It's really scary, but being scared isn't going to change anything, so... He smiled foolishly. Why not have fun while I still can? I'd be wasting what little time I have left otherwise. I mean, it's not like heaven and hell are real, and once people die, it's over, right? So why waste that time trembling in fear? Theogony was certain now. Sav truly was a monster. Most people might understand that in their head, but their emotions and instincts overpower them. Maybe a situation simply doesn't feel real to you? Do you suffer from a poor imagination? Ouch, I have a great imagination. I often think about what other people's lives are like, but even then, some things just don't make sense to me. Sav's smile faded as he looked at Theogony with a serious expression. Why should I care about anyone other than myself and the people I like? It's all about the positives and the negatives, and you'd do anything if it benefited you or people you like, right? And when you really think about it, being afraid of the death penalty is a huge negative. Man, do you think I'm too serious about this stuff? Theogony was at a loss for words. He felt like he was witnessing something deeply repulsive, and he almost wanted to throw up. Sav, you are one interesting guy. Cut in a voice from the side. The speaker was sitting at the same desk as the other two men, and while he seemed like a cheerful fellow, there was something sinister about the way he smiled. Theogony didn't know his name. All he'd been told was that the other man was an inspector as well, and of a much higher rank. Sav, my friend, you killed 12 people, but I was wondering. The man leaned over the desk to get a closer look at Sav. How did you choose them? What were your standards? I don't know, Sav replied. I guess they seemed easy to kill. So they were easy to kill. Interesting. Then what about this man here, Tuldi? The mystery man picked up a document consisting of a single sheet of paper. It disappeared not from his home, but from the government office where he worked, and in broad daylight. The window of time in which he disappeared was a mere 70 seconds. You killed him and took the body home with you, correct? Are you saying he was easy to kill? Wait. I'm not talking about my methods, Sav said, laughing again. I'm talking about feelings. Like, I'm a prodigy, right? It doesn't matter what these random defenseless people in the city do or where they do it. It doesn't change anything. In terms of difficulty, they're all exactly the same. So, like, Sav lowered his voice as if he were letting the man in on a secret. I just pick people who wouldn't make me sad if I killed them. And how do you decide that? The man asked. I don't know, a gut feeling, I guess? Sav seemed to ponder the question for a moment, but soon gave up. Once I become emotionally invested, I can't kill them anymore. Sorry, but I'm just too nice of a guy. I was born kind. Know what I mean? Yes, you've said that already. Now about these 12 people you killed. The nameless man tossed a stack of documents onto the desk. Are you saying you empathized with none of them? Exactly, Sav said, nodding, looking totally relaxed. That's why they were easy to kill. I see. The nameless man's smirk curled into something more sadistic. Perfect, he muttered. Theogony had no idea what he meant by that. But the nameless man proceeded to nod a few times, flipping through stacks of documents before turning his gaze back to Sav. It almost looked like he was enjoying himself. Sav, he said, I believe the death penalty would be too light of a sentence for you. What? Are you saying I'm getting a punishment worse than death? Yes. The nameless man paused as if to build up suspense. I am sentencing you to be a hero. Wait. This was the first time Sav had shown any sign of panic. No. Wait, hold on. This is completely different. Being afraid of the death penalty or whatever else would be a waste of time, but being a hero, that's... Yes, it's exactly how you're imagining it. The nameless man's grin deepened. Not even dying is permitted. Permission denied. The officer in charge declared, as if he were the law itself. Although he was young, he was imposing. It looked like he'd been through a lot, and now he managed the prisoners in solitary confinement. the officer Rajat Heathrow was also in charge of the infantry within the 13th Order of the Holy Knights, and he looked like he'd been born to serve in the military, exactly the kind of person who Venetim didn't get along with. "I cannot allow penal hero Rhino to leave his cell before he finishes serving his time," Rajit insisted. "Yes, I understand that very well," Venetim replied. He was lying. He had no clue how long Rhino had left to serve. But he had to play along and adapt. People like Rajit hated when you were irresponsible. However, the situation has changed. "This is a special case, and you must release him immediately." That was what Xylo had told Venetim before ordering him to get Rhino out of solitary, and Venetim had sensed violence behind his words. He had the distinct feeling he would get pulverized if he failed. But it didn't look like this Rajit fellow was going to give him the time of day. "I cannot make any exceptions," he said. "The only way I will release him is if High Priest Marlin Kivia or Captain Pataush Kivia order me to do so. I have already received permission," Venetim replied quickly, holding out a slip of paper. "Is this?" Rajit's eyes opened wide in astonishment, for on the paper was the official seal of the city government. "Is this real? You are free to check and see for yourself." Venetim wasn't bluffing this time. The paper was genuine, an official request for release issued by the Iva city government. This was the same government that had entrusted the city's defense to the High Priest, making a note of permission from them even more effective. Of course, there was a trick to all this. For the most part, governments were compartmentalized, and most of those in charge were dead set on avoiding responsibility, so personnel administration was extremely complex. Venetim had used this to his advantage. If he had gone directly to High Priest Kivia or Patausha, then he would have never gotten Rhino out of his cell. They would never have agreed to releasing a penal hero who had disobeyed orders. But what about the local government? All Venetim had to do was bend the truth a bit when he met with the Defense Forces director, a man who would have little understanding of their situation. Venetim had met with him as Patausha's representative too, not as a penal hero. This lie was the foundation of Venetim's con. What's more, it just so happened that the director wouldn't be able to contact either Pataush or the High Priest that day, even if he wanted to, since they had both left that morning on private Bushi, Ness. Requesting to release a penal hero from solitary confinement wasn't anything unusual either. To begin with, locking a hero away wasn't a real punishment. Solitary confinement was a safe place away from the threat of death, where you could loaf around all day, snoozing. At least, that was what anyone who didn't know Rhino would believe. No matter what order he disobeyed, Rhino needed to be punished. Allowing him to stay in a safe cell all day was outrageous. It was the opposite of punishment. The Defense Forces director had barely even questioned Venetim's claim. In fact, Rhino was always in and out of solitary confinement, and this was a common method of busting him out for emergencies. "Pataush Kibia will take full responsibility for whatever happens," said Venetim. Those were the magic words. Once someone heard that, they'd stop caring if Venetim was lying. Whether or not Pataush Kivia would actually take responsibility wasn't an issue. If something happened, they could simply place all the blame on Venetim. That quickly eliminated all foreseeable problems. The clincher was Venetim's bold confidence and the menacing, powerful aura of his partner, Tatsuya, who he'd brought along. In the end, releasing a single penal hero wasn't going to cause any trouble, especially since the sacred seals on their necks prevented them from getting out of hand. So who cared? "Alright, let me get in touch with Ayov's government office to confirm." Rajat looked skeptical, but he accepted the documents Venetim handed him. Sure, knock yourself out, thought Venetim. All he cared about was that his job was finally over. I really hope Xylo doesn't give me any more unreasonable tasks. The only thing still bringing Venetim down was the thought of taking Rhino back with him. The morning started with an unreasonable request from Torita. They were sitting in the penal hero's corner of the barracks cafeteria, and the goddess was having breakfast. "I want to go out today," she declared, while spreading Zeph butter on some fried bread. Zeph butter was a type of cream made from stirring heated sheep's milk, and Teorita seemed to have fallen in love with it. She ate it almost every day. "I want to go out today, my knight. Let's go into town." She'd gotten the attention of Norgala, which made the situation 10 times worse. King Norgale was always in the cafeteria for breakfast, but that day Jace was there as well. That was a surprise, since I was sure he'd already made up with Neely. He had a huge blueprint unfurled in front of him, which he'd been working on all morning. He would sometimes turn to Norgal for advice, so I assumed he was working on improvements for his dragon's equipment. "Why not take the goddess to town, Xylo? Show her around." Norgale elegantly used his knife to cut into the grilled fish Dota had supplied. "The people of my nation will surely feel blessed simply to be in her presence, right?" "You know what you're talking about, Norgale," she replied. "But of course, I am the king after all. So, where do you wish to go?" Tarateka groaned. It seemed she hadn't thought that far yet. But that was only natural, as she still knew almost nothing about the city. "Do you have any recommendations? I wish to go somewhere fit for a walk with my knight." Then I recommend you stop by the Dujin Art Museum." Norgale gracefully stroked his moustache. The museum in question was pretty famous, even I had heard of it. Iof was a strategic center for maritime trade, and lots of things, like works of art, gathered here. The Dujin Art Museum, run by the local merchant association, had used that to their advantage. "They have numerous mid-classical masterpieces," he explained, "and the building's architecture itself utilizes modern Nishida techniques. There is much to see if you have the time." "I don't get it." "What's so fun about art museums?" said Jace. He continued to work on his blueprints, not even glancing in our direction. However, it seemed he'd been paying attention to what we said. That was the kind of person he was. "If you want to go for a walk, go to the beach. The view is wonderful when you fly toward the sea, and if you head slightly south, there's a forest perfect for hunting as well. Flying through the ravine isn't so bad either. Listen to this asshole, acting like we can all fly," I muttered. None of his advice was helpful, at all. The man looked at everything through the eyes of a dragon. "What do you even hunt? Bears? No, that'd be boring. I'm talking about hunting fairies, of course." Jace briefly looked up and flashed me a competitive smirk. He was usually in a foul mood, but he seemed to find special joy in taunting me. "It's hundreds of times more exciting than some museum. How about we make a bet, Xylo? Let's see who can kill the most fairies." "Hell no. What's wrong with you? Who in their right mind would waste their day off doing something like that?" "Yeah, guess you're right," Jace said, shrugging. But I knew his game. "This was all an act. I get it," he continued. "I'm already beating you 7-6, and this would just be adding another loss to your record." "Wait, what was that, Jace? 7-6? Are you still counting what happened half a year ago? That's not fair." "Sav's the one who. That is enough, you imbeciles." King Norgale's thunderous shout instantaneously ended our argument. "I will not have my nation's 2 greatest generals bickering like children. Use that energy against the demon blight. Now go cool off." Jace and I had no choice but to shut up. I couldn't believe Norgala had told us to cool off. In fact, it was so unfair I didn't even feel like arguing. I'm not really sure what is going on, my knight." But Chorita grabbed my arm. Maybe she sensed that this conversation had been one huge waste of time. "I am fine with wherever you wish to take me, be it the art museum, the beach, or even the forest. Norgala's given us permission, so let us be off." "What are you talking about? How does getting Norgala's permission change anything?" "Of course I wasn't going to take her anywhere. That would be madness." "Did you already forget that people were trying to kill you?" "I have not. I had a really good time seeing the market before that happened. I even wrote about it in my diary, so let's go back and—" "Oh, so you're trying to lure the enemy out again, huh?" I said, cutting her off. "Heh! Don't. It's a waste of time. I could see her swallow her words. Tarita wanted to help us, even if it meant putting her life on the line. I had to admit it. The reason why this kind of attitude pissed me off so much was because there was a part of me that would do the same thing. I was willing to acknowledge that, but this was different. Using Tarita as bait wouldn't help us. We'd learned a few things from our failure. We could prepare the best defense possible, but it was meaningless if the enemy went right for our weak points. Someone was leaking information, so what we had to do now was find the mole. Everything else would have to wait. Just give up, I said. We won't get permission to go out again. You know who's in charge of making those decisions, right, Patasush? Tarita lowered her head and stuffed her last piece of deep-fried bread into her mouth. She wasn't happy, but there was nothing I could do about it. It was too dangerous to use Tarita as bait when someone was leaking information to the enemy. But just then, someone very unexpected reached out a helping hand. Actually, I think taking Goddess Tarita out for some fresh air might not be such a bad idea. My shoulders jolted. I wasn't expecting to hear Patush's voice coming from right behind us. She had a tray loaded with breakfast. Apparently, she'd been passing by and happened to overhear our discussion. I can grant you permission to visit the nearby temple. It's just around the corner, and it's well secured. Really? Patausha? Tarita's eyes instantly lit up. They were practically sparkling. You make the most wonderful suggestions sometimes. Is everything okay? Yeah, this seems unusual, I said. I examined Patausha's expression. Something felt off. I had the impression she'd been lost in thought ever since the events at Sodrek's Shell the other day. Everything is fine. She stubbornly shook her head, exactly what I'd expected her to do. Patashu wasn't the kind of person to easily admit that something was bothering her. Yo, Xylo, I've been wondering for a while now, but who is this woman anyway? Jace pointed his quill pen at Patashe. It appeared she'd finally registered with him as a new human in his periphery. I don't know what's going on, but I've noticed she's always hanging around you. Are you being kept under surveillance? Heech, how dare you even suggest such a thing? Exclaimed Patashi. I have never once hung around Xylo. Retract that accusation immediately. Oh, well, I don't really care, but could you keep it down? Jay said, turning back to his blueprint. The exchange had taken some of the gloom out of Patausha's expression, at least. Jace could be useful like this from time to time. After briefly clearing her throat, Pataush lowered her voice and continued, Xylo, you need to start thinking about Goddess Tarita's circumstances. She has been more or less forbidden from leaving ever since what happened at Sodrek's Shell. I know going for a walk isn't much, but you need to consider her mental health. You heard the lady, Xylo, said Tarita. Help me cheer up. Yeah, I supposed it wasn't worth arguing if Pataush herself had approved the outing. The temple was just around the corner, like she'd said. Going there would be about the same as moving from the cafeteria to our sleeping quarters or the training grounds. Fine? I nodded and took a bite of my bread. It was hard, like tree bark. This was the kind of stuff we penal heroes got for breakfast. Ready to go? I asked. I haven't been to a service in ages. Yes, let's go, exclaimed Tarita. Thank you so much, Patashi. I will do what I can for you, within reason, goddess. Ahem, Xylo. Patashi addressed me but turned away for some reason, refusing to make eye contact. Go tell my uncle High Priest Marlinkivya that you will be going to the temple. I'm sure he'd be thrilled to get a few followers together for Goddess Tarita's sake. I'll call for some soldiers I can trust as well. Head to the inner courtyard in half an hour. Oh, so this is gonna be that kind of trip, I said. Great. What a pain in the ass. It is not a pain at all, cried Tarita. Hurry up and finish your breakfast so we can go. Yeah. Pataush, you're coming too, right? You are her guard, after all. No, I'm busy today. Patausha shook her head, still refusing to make eye contact. It was obvious she was hiding something. She was awful at lying. Whatever was bothering her must have been serious. I didn't press her for answers though. If she was this troubled, it probably involved someone close to her. Did she have an idea who the mole was? When it came to problems like this, Some people simply weren't able to talk about their worries. To them, doubting someone close was like insulting that person, and the closer they were, the more difficult the issue. Pataush probably wouldn't say a word until she found concrete evidence. I understood that. After all, I was the same. For that reason, I simply nodded in response. "All right," I said. "I'll make sure Teorita's safe then." "Good." She looked at me, her gaze tense and serious. "Do not leave her side, no matter what." She then turned to the other two heroes who were acting like the matter had nothing to do with them. "Norgali, Jace, I want you two to guard Goddess. Unfortunately, I have other matters I must attend to," said Norgali. "Same here," said Jace. "I don't have time to fool around." They both answered immediately. Jace seemed to have finished with his blueprint, and he began loudly folding the large piece of paper, his quill held in his mouth. "I need to make a new saddle to snap Neely out of her bad mood," Jace continued. "Come on, Norgali, King Norgali. We need to pay a visit to the leatherworker and the metalworker after that. Only the highest grade materials will do." "A tour of the city shops, eh?" said the king. "Then you shall be my guard, Jace. You never know when a terrorist will strike." "I know." "Out of the way, giant human female. We're in a hurry." "Xylo, is it just me, or is something wrong here?" asked Petausha. "I'm your superior. I should be the one giving orders, and yet—" "Don't bother with those two," I shot back. Norgali and Jace were the two worst listeners in our unit, and not even killing them would fix their insubordinate behavior. "Come on, Teorita, let's go." And that was how we ended up here. To make a long story short, Teorita's visit to the temple turned into quite the event. All eyes were on her the moment she took a step inside the chapel. She was so instantly popular that a crowd began to form around her. Children and elderly followers were especially excited. "It's the goddess! The goddess of swords, Teorita. Can I have your autograph?" A swarm of kids were the first to approach her, starting an impromptu signing event. Signings were a unique custom held at temples worshipping the goddesses. Followers believed the handwritten signature of a goddess had sacred seal-like powers that warded off disaster, or at least that was how it was in the past. The temple's current stance was that this belief was mere superstition. The custom, however, remained. A goddess's signature was still recognized as a token of good luck to the faithful. "Goddess, please sign my clothes. Please sign my book. And this book for my little sister too, please." Teorita surged with excitement as children pressed in around her. "Kehe, gather round. I, Goddess Teorita, shall bless each and every one of you." As people received their signatures, we guards would have to pull them away before they got too close to the goddess. Incidentally, there were 30 of us in total. Pataush had personally selected each one, and the sheer number struck me as a little overprotective. Nevertheless, it ended up coming in handy, since Teorita was very popular. We managed to get everyone lined up so they could each have a turn to speak with her, get her autograph and shake her hand, but it was a long, difficult task. I had no idea why she was so popular with the children, but I could see why the elderly liked her. She was like a grandchild to them. "I'm so proud of you, Goddess Teorita. You're just a little girl, and yet you defeated all those demon lords for us. My son lives in one of the northern settlements, and well, thank you. What you did means a lot to me." They showered her with praise and offered her candy. Teorita accepted all of it with a huge, satisfied grin. I suspected she was trying to smile benevolently and with grace. But she looked like a kid being praised by her grandparents. I made a note to check all the candy for poison later. "What do you think, Xylo?" Teorita puffed out her chest. "Look how popular I am, and as you know, being worshipped is a goddess's greatest desire." She must have been in an extremely good mood. Her hair had begun to spark. "As my knight, you must be very proud. I suppose I could share some of this praise with you. I will split my candy with you later as well. Here, hold on to it for me for now." "Great. Thanks." I nodded humbly. The picture of a goddess's holy night, then accepted a surprisingly full bag of candy. I would have to ration it so she didn't try to eat it all in one sitting. That was when I realized that a few of the children who had received Tuata's autograph were now staring at me. "Need something?" I asked them. But the children immediately looked away, flustered. Perhaps they had never seen a penal hero before. Or maybe they were simply afraid of me. They began to whisper among themselves. "Psst. That's the guy, right? Goddess Taurita's Holy Knight. The Lightning Bolt. The Demon Lord Hunter. Thunder Falcon. Yeah, that has to be him. My dad said he'd seen him. I knew it. That's Xylo Forbarts. Do you think he'll give me his autograph? The hell?" I thought. They knew who I was. All of a sudden, somebody patted me on the shoulder from behind. "You seem to be quite popular yourself." "Huh," I responded absent-mindedly and turned around, only to find High Priest Marlin Kivia behind me. His sharp stare was similar to his niece's, but his seemed a little gentler. How the hell? Ahem. How do these kids know my name? I tried to speak as politely as I could, since he was the highest-ranking individual on the city's defense force at the moment. Pataush was in charge of military affairs here, and he was clearly her superior. "You're the one and only Holy Knight who forged a pact with Goddess Taurita, and you appear to have quite the following among this city's children after your stunning victory at Marid Fortress and Botta. Impressive performance you put on at Sodric's Shell. This is ridiculous," I thought, shaking my head. "I'm a penal hero." The children do not yet understand what that means. I was surprised as well. I never imagined that the Xylo Forbarts would be so service-minded and caring. That's 'cause they'll activate the sacred seal on my neck and blow my head off if I violate orders. I am still amazed. I have heard a lot from Pataush about you, but you have far exceeded my expectations. She told you about me? What did she say? She praises you often. Those were the last words I expected to hear. I've been sure she was bad-mouthing me whenever she got the chance. She says she could learn a lot from you as a knight and as a person, he continued. Did she really say that? She phrased it differently, of course. She often says things like, "He's always so reckless, and I can barely stand to watch him. His actions go against everything I've learned in the military." Figured as much. I know her very well, you know. The high priest looked me right in the eye. His face was serious. I had no idea what he was getting at. My niece has a habit of valuing honor over her own life. Perhaps you could say she wants to be a true champion of the people. A very troublesome wish. Wouldn't you agree? I guess, I replied ambiguously. I couldn't blame her. Taiyu, returned I, with the same after all. Though it's common to find aspiring generals in the military with hopes like that, especially among those who fight the demon blight rather than other humans. You must be worried, being her uncle and all, I said. More than you know. Pataush is like a daughter to me. I treasure her, and I will not forgive anyone who betrays her or makes her sad. Where was he going with this? I met his gaze and tried to read his expression, but I couldn't figure out what he was thinking. I wasn't good at things like this. In fact, I was a little wary of making assumptions based on the way people looked and acted. This guy could be two-faced like Venitum for all I knew. My darkest fear is that someone with bad intentions will try to seduce her. Listen, Xylo Forbarts, I hear you have a fiancé, so let this be a warning. If you what in the world did he mean by that? But as I cautiously waited for him to finish his sentence, a deafening clamor suddenly drowned him out. The air around us shook with the raucous ringing of a bell. Clang! 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 The sound went on, echoing harshly through the temple, causing a stir among the believers. A few flustered priests took off running. I knew the sound well. Xylo? Taurita looked back at me uneasily. What's going on? Sorry, but it looks like your meet and greet's gonna have to wrap up early. This is an emergency. We're under attack, cut in High Priest Kivia. His tone was urgent. That bell means the city of Ioth is being raided by the enemy. Pater Kivia was in one of the rooms in the barracks when she heard the bell. Parts of the city were already on fire, smoke rising into the air, signaling danger. Captain, there you are, a familiar voice called from the door. It was Officer Zoflik, in charge of the cavalry. Standing behind him was Sienna, the woman in charge of the sniper division. "I apologize for disturbing you like this," he continued, "but this is a serious matter. I have sent for Rajit, but if possible, we need you to assume command right away." "All right," said Pasawich with a nod. She stood, placed the stacks of documents in her hand neatly back into the desk's drawer, and tried to remain calm. "Deploy the troops. Protect the city. You've already sent scouts, yes?" "Of course. We were only waiting for you, Captain. But..." Zoflek faintly creased his brow. "What were you doing in the High Priest's room?" "I came here to discuss the town's defense, but it appears I was too late." Petaush was well aware that she was a terrible liar. She thought back to the documents she had been reading a few moments ago. They were daily reports on the town's defense, and they provided an indirect account of her uncle's recent actions, detailing when he had gone out or been absent during his 10-day stay in Iof. After examining his preparations taken, meetings attended, interviews conducted, and everything in between, Petaush found herself drifting toward a single, undeniable conclusion. We were in a hastily constructed temporary command center. Then again, spaces allocated to us penal heroes always included words like temporary or special. The proper facilities were for regular soldiers, not us. Even this temporary command center was nothing more than a small storage shack next to the dragon stables. When Turita and I stepped into the room, he was already there, standing next to Venetum, his arms behind his back, a faint smirk on his lips. As always, he was aggravatingly calm. "Well, if it isn't my good friend, Comrade Xylo," said Rhino, "you seem to be doing well. I'm glad. It sounds like you've had a rough time of it while I was gone. My heart ached for you all every day I was in solitary confinement. His behavior was not what you would expect from a man who had been locked up alone for so long, but he was always like this. He spoke like a priest or a teacher who loved to lecture everyone around him." "Is that the goddess I've heard so much about?" He narrowed his gaze at Turita. She visibly recoiled. "You're right there, Turita. Rhino is a very shady guy." Unbothered by her silence, he continued his greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Goddess Teorita. I am Rhino, the artilleryman for Penal Hero Unit 1930. Comrade Xylo here is my partner, after a fashion. Together, we fight for the happiness of all mankind." Still talking out of your ass, I see. The second half of his claim was a lie. "Venetim, I'm starting to think maybe we released him a little too soon. What? But you were the one that ordered me to break him out, no matter what." Venetum made it sound like he'd gone through a ton of trouble, but I was having a hard time believing him. He was always busting Rhino out. Solitary confinement was like a favorite inn for Rhino. He violated orders all the time, and he never showed any sign that he regretted his actions or was working toward improvement. He was a real habitual offender, and he was usually locked up for half the year. I recalled the last time he'd fought alongside Jace. All of a sudden, Rhino had left his post and taken off for a nearby settlement. There, he started attacking a horde of fairies on his own, forcing the military to defend the settlement. Apparently, the military strategy at the time would have seen them abandoning all settlements west of the line of defense. But when Rhino heard that, he'd abandoned the mission and taken matters into his own hands. It sounded like a heartwarming story, and he'd bought the people living in those settlements time to escape, saving their lives. But for whoever was in command, it must have been an extremely aggravating experience. Regardless of whether a decision was right or wrong, a military couldn't function if everyone went off and did whatever they wanted. It made perfect sense that he'd been locked up. In fact, I could hardly believe he got off time and again with such a light sentence. "I just can't sit back and do nothing when someone's in trouble," Rhino said with a thin smile. "And I believe it is our mission to protect the vulnerable, abandoned by their nation, their lives destroyed by the fairies. Wouldn't you agree, Comrade Xylo?" Only Rhino could say something like that with a straight face. He was the only member of the Penal Hero Unit who got here without committing a crime. Probably. I'd heard he volunteered. Who the hell would do that? What kind of person chooses to fight an endless battle where not even death can set you free? I had asked him about it before, but he'd simply replied, "I'm doing it for the world, Comrade Xylo. My only wish is to serve mankind. It didn't make any sense to me. In fact, it made me sick. Did he really want to toil as a penal hero for all eternity for some stupid, naive ideals? And he might say stuff like that, but this whack job would smile as he blew up a house or two, or even 3, as long as he believed it was the best way to save lives. It made no sense. Honestly, working with him was the last thing I wanted to do, but I had to admit we needed him now. He was good at what he did. Artillery was still a new branch of the military, and you needed specialized knowledge and an understanding of the sacred seals involved, where he learned all that was a mystery, but he had a set of skills none of us could replicate. At any rate, this is no time to fight among ourselves, said Rhino, his voice disgustingly calm. We must work together and overcome the obstacle before us. I'm counting on you as well, Goddess Tarita. Tarita stuttered a little, but managed a firm nod. Of course. You can depend on me. What should we do first, my knight? Tarita was pumped up and ready to go, so I held in my complaints. I cast a quick glance at Rhino's vacant smile, then shifted my gaze back to Venetim. First, I need to confirm the situation, I said. Is the city under attack? Yes. Venetim pointed at a map on the desk. It featured a few handwritten notes and showed the city of Aof, which took up an elongated strip of land from north to south. The tip of Venetim's finger was on a northern section of the harbour, Aof Cheg. The name meant north side and referred to Aof's port district. Right here. Witnesses saw ferries coming in from the ocean or possibly the coastal waterway. The horde headed here first. His finger wandered the map for a few moments until he eventually pointed to its corner, at a building by the ocean, a man-made island with a red tower poking out toward the sea with fortress walls surrounding it in the shape of 6 flower petals. The tower was used for Aof's coastal defense, in addition to functioning as a lighthouse. Tui J, the coral tower, suffered a surprise attack and fell. The enemy now has control of it. I looked out the window and saw smoke rising faintly from the red tower. Tui Jati's words were derived from the language of the former island kingdom of Kior in the east. They had built the tower and its man-made island as a token of goodwill when the Federated Kingdom was formed. The purpose of the island was to defend against any demon blight coming from the sea, and it was equipped with numerous weapons. So how was it so quickly occupied? Maybe the tower simply wasn't prepared to handle lightning-fast attacks from land. Venetim heaved a deep sigh and continued his explanation. There is a demon lord within the horde that attacked the tower, and the effects of the demon blight are rapidly spreading. It's only a matter of time before Tui Jai itself is tainted by the blight and transforms into a fairy. That's a trap. Definitely a trap. Rhino and I spoke almost simultaneously. I glared at him, but he simply smiled back, then returned his attention to the map. It appears my partner and I share the same opinion. I'm glad, he said. Considering the wind's current direction and speed, I believe nearly all of Aof Cheg can be hit by artillery from Tui Jia, making it nigh impregnable. Sounds about right. Our best bet would be to call for a goddess who can attack from outside the enemy's range, but that would take a long time, and we would have to abandon Aof Cheg. In other words, they're holding every single person in the area hostage. Damn it, this is obviously a trap. But it was a trap we couldn't ignore. We had to consider the pros and cons. Aof was an extremely important center of commerce within the Federated Kingdom, and this port was a key hub. The damage would be catastrophic if the ships, warehouses, or shipbuilding yard were destroyed. There were a lot of people here as well. I don't want to agree with Rhino, but I glared at the artilleryman as I continued making up excuses in my head. Yes, this was nothing more than an issue of pros and cons. We had to weigh our options. How could the military continue this war if they couldn't even protect their own citizens? They were on the defensive and nobody knew how much longer it would continue. That said, I had a feeling I knew what the higher-ups would say. Venetim, what do we need to do? What are the orders from Goltuil? I asked. It seems they agree with you and Rhino. This is a trap. Therefore, Venetum tried hard to put on a serious face as he spoke. The 13th Order will be deployed to near Iof's government office building. The city guards are to immediately withdraw while the Penal Hero unit defends the port of Iof Chegg in their place. We are to hold out until the 9th Order arrives, with reinforcements to regain control of Tuija. Is this some kind of joke? Was I hearing things? Galtoil's orders were always reckless, but telling us to hold out for reinforcements in this situation? A large percentage of the population is concentrated in Inauf Chegg, not to mention assets. This could start a riot. The assets of the noble class will be fine. They're all stored farther inland where we are, safe from ocean-based attacks. Benitim hesitated another moment, then pointed at the government office building. We could see a group of warehouses separated from Iof Chegg by a few streets and internal city walls. Knowing how much influence the nobles have over Galtoil, he continued, I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled some strings to get us to prioritize their assets. They're out of their damn minds. Please don't get mad at me, said Venetum. I'm just the messenger. What were those nobles going to do after mankind was wiped out? Offer their accumulated wealth to the demon lords in exchange for their lives. It was like they were telling us to gradually lose the war in a way that benefited them. Hey, I have a suggestion. Venetum first tried to gauge my mood, then took a chance and said what was on his mind. I believe putting ourselves at risk would be pointless. Instead, how about we lie low for a while? We can get as close as we can to the outside of the designated combat area and start yelling. It'll look like we're trying to lure the enemy out. Excuse me? You should be ashamed of yourself, Venetum. Out of nowhere, Torita, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly spoke up, her voice firm and furious. How can you call yourselves brave knights of Goddess Torita with a straight face? The situation may seem bleak, but the people's lives are in danger. Xylo. Her tone sounded demanding, but it was clear she was pleading and hoping I would agree with her. The people need to be saved, and right now, we're the only ones that can do it, right? Her eyes lit up like flames. This is a battle worth risking our lives for. Ugh. You're always so damn eager to sacrifice yourself for other people. Hehehehe. You should see yourself, Xylo. You are only angry because you know I am right. She straightened her back and stuck her head out toward me. What do you say, my knight? My words are admirable, are they not? But right when I was about to answer her, Rhino suddenly opened his stupid mouth and ruined everything. What incredible determination, goddess. Beautiful even. I humbly agree. We must protect the lives, livelihoods, and happiness of the people who live at the port. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. How obnoxious. Comrade Xylo, now is the time for us to fight. Am I wrong? Let's join hands and work together for the happiness of all mankind. Shut up already. This is just work. I waved my hand to get Rhino to stop looking at me. But Venetum still seemed uneasy. We're soldiers, I said. If we're given orders, we follow them. I understand that, Xylo. But do you have a plan? Venetum asked. To be blunt, I don't have a single good idea right now. That's nothing new. Should I try to convince them to ease up on our orders? Don't even think about it. I know how you negotiate. You'll just try to save your own ass. Relying on Venetum, our so-called commander, to solve things with the military would be a mistake. Looks like it's up to me. Think. I racked my brain for some way to save the people of Iof Chegg. There was no way we could go around the district to help evacuate every single person. So what could we do? What was our best option? Did we even have an option? Could I really pull something off? Xylo, Teorita quietly called my name and I noticed she was smiling. You will find a way. I believe in you. She's right. I knew she was right, or at the very least, I convinced myself she was. I work well under pressure. I'll figure something out just like I always do. There was something malicious about our orders, as usual. Sometimes it would feel like we were being set up to fail, while other times it felt like the higher-ups were trying to mentally break us. There was someone in the shadows pulling the strings and saddling us with impossible tasks. I'm not going to play your game, I thought. Like hell, I was going to let them push me around. If there really was someone who took delight in seeing us panic and fail, then I was going to smack that smirk right off their face. I needed to focus on the problem in front of me. This was both a defensive battle and a tactical retreat. I needed to remember the fundamentals, the basics of war. Attack the enemy's weakness, avoid playing to their strengths, and only fight battles you can win. Perhaps these were nothing more than ideals. After all, if they could, every military would be doing just that. But they're ideals I should always pursue. I thought of the fairies' weaknesses, or rather, the weakness of the demon blight itself, and the answer came naturally. "Alright, let's do this," I said. "We fight to win. Wonderful." "That's Comrade Xylo for you," said Rhino. "Could you enlighten us with your plan?" "First, we need to prepare for battle. Go put on your armor. I'll explain while we're moving." I placed a hand on Tyorita's head and rubbed her golden locks. It wasn't like I wanted to, but I didn't have any other choice. We're finally doing work fit for a goddess's band of knights. Yes! Yes, my knight. This is an honorable battle with a worthy cause. Sparks tickled the palm of my hand as Tyorita smiled. This would be another desperate, hopeless mission, and yet she was still so fired up. She really was one hell of a goddess. "Venitim, you've got a role to play as well," I said. Mimi? I need Jace and Neely in the sky, and I need you to get permission, since they prohibited us from using the dragon after the two of them lit the town on fire the other day. Now go. Yet another one of your reckless plans, I see. Why me? Venitum looked like he wanted to cry. Good, I thought. No matter how reckless the plan, we still needed a base, and I wasn't talking about the barracks. We needed something on the front line. If our aim was to evacuate the populace, then we had to have some place relatively safe. Norgale, of course, was the perfect man for the job. The instant he arrived at the city wall separating Arfcheg's port from the inland district, he emphatically declared, "We shall build my fortress here." It didn't take long after that. The guards, unfortunate enough to be stationed nearby, received the king's orders. Confused and being yelled at, they had no choice but to move to protect themselves. The military had ordered the gates of the inland district to be sealed off, and the low-level guards unable to evacuate in time had been left behind. Now they had no choice but to become Norgala's lackeys. After all, he did have the arrogance and distinguished appearance of a king. Those traits, in addition to the fear and confusion of the situation, compelled the guards to obey him. What truly surprised me were the adventurers who came crawling out of the woodwork to follow Norgala's commands. Even more shocking, I recognized them from the fight at Sodric's Shell. Even the man with the beard from the Giant Hunter Brigade or whatever showed up. "Hurry, my people," shouted Norgale. "We must build this sacred seal-engraved wall exactly as I designed." Aye, and we must start a fire. Guards, do you have any cooking equipment with sacred seals at your station? I need water boiling now. Collect every pot and ration you can from the nearby shops. The Minister of Finance will compensate everyone when this is over. Aye. No dilly-dallying, men. Get it done. The high-spirited adventurers diligently got to work right before my eyes. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. "They're actually following Norgale's orders?" "I'm just as confused as you are," said Dotter. He looked like he'd just seen a ghost. The adventurers were running all over, following every one of Norgala's deafening commands. King Norgala promised to hook them all up with new jobs. Sounds like they all lost their livelihoods after what happened to the guild and all. Scary stuff, right? Pie? What? Do you think this counts as a job? Beats me. His Majesty offered them all official titles and salaries, but seriously? Do those adventurers think he's some kind of eccentric nobleman? No clue. The military might hire them if they work hard. Better than life as a bandit, I guess. Whatever the case, the adventurers were dutifully following Norgale's orders, using sacred seal-infused tools Dotter had stolen from the barracks and whatever scraps they could find to hastily make a line of defense. Meanwhile, Tyorita and I were warming our hands over the swiftly prepared bonfire while we waited until it was time to attack. As the sun sank into the ocean, the temperature rapidly fell. Keeping your body warm was essential during times like this, and eating was just as important. You didn't want to collapse from hunger in the middle of the mission. For that reason, I was using one of the pots that the king had collected to cook us a simple meal of porridge of fish and vegetable scraps. Once it was ready, I poured it into small bowls before taking a big sip. This is delicious. Hot though, my simple meal seemed popular with Teorita. I want to cook this for us next time, my knight. Hopefully, we'll have something better than leftover scraps. Hey Tatsuya, eat up before it gets cold. Grr. Seriously? Don't eat with your hands, damn it. I gave you that spoon for a reason. You're getting food everywhere, Tatsuya. You shouldn't rush your meal, said Teorita. Look who's talking. You've got food all over your face. Stay still until I'm done wiping you off, both of you. There was something about a hot meal that really motivated you, no matter how paltry the ingredients, and right now, I was feeling just that. One extraordinary thing about King Norgale was that when building a base, he would always start with an area for cooking. He understood that hot meals both promoted morale among soldiers and helped civilians feel safe. Comrade Norgale never ceases to impress me, said Rhino, clearly in awe. Thanks to him, we were able to prepare for the mission and warm up our bodies as well. Just as he'd implied, Rhino appeared fully put together and ready for battle. He was wearing his familiar armor made from a mysterious kind of steel with a dusky red sparkle to it. He had an insect-like short, stocky appearance, and his arms were absurdly massive. His right hand served as the barrel of his armor's cannon. It was a hollow cylinder with a sacred seal engraved into its surface. It looked almost like he had a chimney attached to his arm from the elbow down. This bizarre metal suit, known as the Navan Artillery Seal Compound, was Rhino's weapon. But it was still in testing within the military, so how he got his hands on it was a mystery to me. In fact, I doubted anyone knew for sure. I thought we'd finally be working together as a unit, he complained, sounding a little depressed. But it appears Comrade Sav and Comrade Jace can't be with us. What a shame. He always put too much emotion into his voice to the point that it sounded fake. In a way, he was probably more of a liar than Venetim. Sav's arm is still being treated, I said, but I'm sure he'll be dragged out of bed and brought straight here with minimal care. What about Comrade Jace? Did he not get permission to fight with us? He did not, but I've got it covered. Bringing a dragon into urban warfare was dangerous, and that went double for Jace and Neely. So of course, the military was reluctant to allow it, but I had Venetum negotiating with them, and there weren't many people he couldn't persuade. I would have a great time kicking his ass if he didn't pull it off, though. Anyway, we need King Norgale to stay at the base, and Dota should stay here too, to analyze the battle and keep an eye out for us. That leaves the two of us, along with Comrade Tatsuya and... Rhino shot Telerita a grin. Goddess Telerita, yes? It looks like the four of us will be fighting side by side tonight. Let's do our best. Yes. Telerita was clearly wary of Rhino, keeping her distance and hiding behind me. We must hurry. Those people are waiting for us, to rescue them. Oh, Goddess Telerita. Yes, I humbly agree. What joy this brings me. With your approval, I feel we cannot go wrong. I don't know why you're so happy, I said, but we've got more important things to worry about right now. I had to face the reality of the situation. The city's guards have started to withdraw, so we're vastly outnumbered. I have an idea, but we're gonna need more men. Allow me to handle that. We need more soldiers, yes? Replied Rhino with his usual calm. May I suggest a strategy as well? I mean, I already have a plan, but I guess I'll hear you out. The city wall. He pointed at the barrier behind us, a colossal structure separating the port area of Ifcheg from the rest of the city. Let's use my artillery to destroy it and allow the ferries inland. What? Hit. Telerita was scowling something fierce. Why would we ever do that? Goddess, I believe suffering and pain should be shared among everyone. That is how humans create bonds. It's beautiful, really. Once the ferries make their way into the inland district, the Holy Knights and city guards will have no choice but to help us fight. Rhino spread out his stubby, armor-covered arms as if he believed this plan was pure genius. It isn't fair that only some have to suffer, so when disaster strikes, we must divide the misfortune among everyone. Anyway, what do you think, Comrade Xylo? My knight, exclaimed Teorita. This man is… I know. That's just who he is. I wanted to sigh a big, exaggerated, theatrical sigh. Anyway, thanks for wasting everyone's time, Rhino. Maybe you'd have a point if we were just talking about the knights and guards, but putting civilians' lives in danger? What's wrong with you? Are you suggesting you have an even better plan, Comrade Xylo? Listen up, Rhino. You may not know this, but it isn't friendship or rainbows that motivates the average person. I pointed toward the port. Ever since I'd heard our orders, I had been thinking. I knew asking for 1,000 or 2,000 reinforcements wasn't feasible, but I wanted 500, and I had a slightly better plan for getting them than what Rhino was suggesting. It's profit it's getting something in return, I said. Rhino, shoot that ship. You should be able to hit it if you get a little closer, right? Interesting. Rhino was a quick thinker and eerily sharp. That makes a lot of sense, Comrade Xylo. It seems like our best bet, in fact. I was sure he was smiling underneath all that armor. I could just tell. And this is why I respect you, he said. I always learn so much. Anyway, what's the next step in this plan of yours? He sounded as if he were testing me, or trying to get something out of me. Do you propose we rescue each lost civilian one by one? You seem to have thought of something a moment ago. We're going to do just the opposite and drive the fairies into a corner. I wasn't going to play by the Demon Blight's rules and allow its horde to push us back. We were the penal hero unit. Like hell, we were going to fight fair. We aren't going to protect the city. We're going to attack the enemy and retake what they've stolen. I pointed at the red edifice by the sea, Tuija, the coral tower. If we attack their nest, they won't have time to attack the civilians, I thought. And there was no way we were going to wait for the Holy Knights and city guards to arrive. We're going to take back Tuija and kill the Demon Lord. Even as I spelled it out, I realized how reckless my plan was, but that didn't stop me. Tuija was highly fortified. Not only was it fully equipped with lightning staffs specialized for sniping, along with an array of other seal-engraved weapons, it would likely be Shiji Bao and other adventurers using them. That much I was sure of. After all, the reason the fairies were able to occupy the tower was because those manning it had been surprised by an attack from land. Still, we had a decent chance of victory, and while I hated to admit it, it was because we had Jace and Rhino on our side. This is absurd. That was Patosh Kivia's first thought when she looked over their orders. But the document had, without a doubt, come from Galtwile. It was inevitable, Captain, said Rajit. It could have been admonishing or consoling her. We need the support of the nobles, just as we need support from every citizen. And besides, there are numerous buildings in this district that belong to the temple. Brigitte looked at the map with a serious expression. And faith is essential. It is the foundation of our hearts, especially in desperate times. Patosh understood where those at Galtwile were coming from. I should understand. Patosh tried to convince herself. A soldier must never question their orders. Doubts would only hinder her on the battlefield. I need to hurry and deploy the infantry. Zoflek's cavalry and Sienna's snipers were already in position and ready for battle, and the situation would only worsen the longer Patosh hesitated. But she stole a glance at the documents in her hand. That rude, unpleasant woman Frenchie Masterbolt of the Nightgaunts had grabbed them for some unfathomable reason right before the Adventurers Guild came crashing down. The papers were a record of Ladeo Sodric's daily movements, and they showed that in between his tasks as Guildmaster, he was making strange visits to someone a man, calling himself Mihai Zelzelkov. It was the same name Lidio had given them. The Coexister's messenger, his face concealed behind a black mask. The fact that Lidio had kept this record might well be proof he was trying to play both sides. He made deals with the Coexisters, but still did favors for their enemies, refusing to commit until it was clear who was going to win. If only I could capture him. But I doubt we'll ever find him, Patosh thought. He's probably already long gone. Something still bothered her though. She was almost certain now, and if she was right. Captain Kivia! Came a sudden voice from the doorway. Patosh looked up to see an overly pale man with a suspicious smirk, Venitim Leopold, the Penal Hero Unit's designated commander. You again? What are you doing here? Rajit asked sternly. The Penal Hero Unit has already been given orders to attack, yes, and it is my job as commander to fire them up and send them into battle. However, Venitum spoke fluidly, turning to Patuwash. I have received a report from the front line that the ferries are already marching up Iofchek's 9th water route toward the inland commercial district. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, they are now attacking the temple's seal ships. What? Rajit's eyebrow twitched, and he promptly looked down at the map. We will handle rescuing the civilians and eliminating the ferries, said Venitum, but we would like permission to use a dragon within the city. In addition, while we will do our best to succeed on our own, I would like to request the help of the Holy Knights to protect the temple's property and prevent any casualties among the affluent Mercia, Intis living in the area. Venitum spoke quickly and fluently and topped it all off with a bow. I beg of you, he said, please provide us with backup as we risk our very lives to defeat the enemy. Captain, this sounds extremely suspicious. Rajit groaned, staring at the map. Would you like me to send some soldiers to the front lines to confirm his claims? Is what he's saying even possible? Why would fairies prioritize attacking the temple ships over humans? Perhaps they instinctively sense a threat, Venitum suggested, without a moment's hesitation. Or maybe they are simply trying to hurt the temple financially. I suspect they are being led by a creature with some kind of intelligence. But, Rajit began, only to be interrupted by a messenger rushing into the room, Captain Kivia. The messenger was holding a sheaf of papers neatly rolled into a cylinder, closed with a sacred seal proof. It was an official order. The man continued, we have received witness reports that multiple ships owned by the temple are under attack. 2 are currently ablaze. The temple has requested these ships be saved at all costs. This sealed the deal. Patausha stood up. Though these weren't orders from the military, it was still an official request from the temple, and more than enough reason to act. Understood. I will have my soldiers on it immediately. What would Xylo Forbarts have done? Surely, he would have come to a decision more quickly, without waiting around for some justification. But such speculation is pointless, she thought. What do I need to worry about that for? She promptly chased away these thoughts. Relay the temple's orders to Zoflek and Sienna. I will allow the Penal Hero Unit to use a dragon. Prioritize rescuing civilians. Understood. And, Then Netsim hesitated for a few moments, a timid, ambiguous smile forming on his lips. What? She asked. No, it's nothing. It was a cynical, almost self-deprecating smile that left a strange, lasting impression on her. Please give my regards to High Priest Marlin, he said. His support would allow us more flexibility, so I believe we should ask for his help. Patausha's face stiffened. High Priest Marlin Clivia. She would have to meet with him eventually. They needed to have a talk about a certain messenger for the coexisters who went by the name of Mahizel Zelkov. Our artilleryman was back in action, and that had opened up a powerful new battle strategy: armored warfare. Infantry could follow behind an artilleryman, using the latter's massive suit of armor as a shield. The artilleryman would boost the infantry's defense, while the infantry would in turn compensate for the artilleryman's lack of maneuverability. With a skilled infantryman and careful scouting, this kind of strategy could work even in an urban environment. Under these conditions, Tetsuya would be the ideal infantryman, and a thunderstroke soldier like me would be better able to turn in tight spaces than a dragon knight. The battleground would be relatively small. Dossel would stay in the rear and use his abnormally good eyesight for scouting. In short, our team was set up to quickly remove any threat that targeted Rhino, our artilleryman. Oh, they're coming from the right, Dotter said nervously through his sacred seal. Bogies, 7 of them. Bogies were especially small bar chests. Usually, Bargests were around the size of a horse or an elephant, but not always. These smaller bogies made up for what they lacked in size with large horns on their heads and with speed, and they were a significant threat. When they charged, their horns could easily pierce thick armor. The fact that we were fighting in narrow streets made them even more dangerous, since the bogies could drop down from above or charge right at us in a group, allowing little space to dodge. They were an artilleryman's natural enemy. Or at least, they should have been. "Comrade Xylo, I'm counting on you," said Rhino, his voice muffled inside his armor. "I know." As I replied, Tatsuya was already moving. He didn't have to be told. Vaga. He swung his battle axe with lightning speed, chopping down a few bogies the moment they came rushing from a gap between some buildings. He let out an eerie battle cry, smashing the beasts with his axe, giving them no chance to counter. "Keep your eyes forward, Teruta," I called out. "Let's do this." "Very well." Teruta summoned a sword in midair. She instantly knew what I wanted. "You shall be blessed." I launched a knife as I grabbed the sword she'd summoned. A bogie exploded, taking out another bogie with it. When the third made its way over, I slashed it with the sword, blowing it up as well. All done here. Taking it easy like this is rather nice, and nothing beats fighting alongside my hero comrades. "I am blessed to have you all," said Rhino. Every word out of his mouth sounded insincere and shallow. I wanted to ask him if he meant any of it, but this wasn't the time or place. "Let's keep pushing forward," I said. "Once we're in Tuijaya..." What? Dotter cut me off and ruined my speech right as I was trying to fire everyone up. He was panicking. "There's some kind of warehouse up ahead, and it has a Verkal Development Corporation seal on it. There's a bonfire too. It looks like some people have barricaded themselves inside, and fairies are gathering around the building. What should we do? Some people must be using the place as a shelter. Damn it, what a pain in the ass." "Right? So, maybe you should ignore it and go around," chimed in Venetum via our Sacred Seal's communication function. Just what I expected him to say, I thought. It would be best if we ignored them, don't you think? We can let those civilians keep the enemy busy while we... "I don't know about that," Rhino said, tilting his head to one side. "I don't like it. I think we should save them before retaking the tower. What do you think, Comrade Xylo?" Rhino looked at me as if trying to confirm something, and while I hated to admit it, he was right. Regardless of my morals, our orders were to save the civilians, so we needed to protect them. And Teruta looking up at me anxiously had nothing to do with it. "Xylo, this is an honorable battle. I know. We're going to make that warehouse our base. The fact that it belongs to Verkal Development Corporation makes it all the more convenient. Seriously." Venetum sounded worried. "Verkal Development Corporation might file a complaint against us. You'll manage to smooth things over if that happens." "What?" "No, we really shouldn't. Once we secure the warehouse, we'll split into 2 teams. I'm going to work you to death today, Rhino, so I hope you're ready. But of course, this is starting to get fun." Whether he was joking or not was of little importance. Rhino got the job done, and that was all that mattered. "Shall I open a path for us?" He aimed his cannon at the Fuathan clustering up ahead, blocking our way. Here goes nothing. We were only 30 steps away from them, so there was no way Rhino was going to miss. He got down on one knee, and the sacred seal engraved into the barrel on his right arm began to glow. It was all over in a single breath. Boom! A loud pop. The silvery white artillery shell made a beautiful arc in the air before landing right in the center of the Fuathan. Flames swallowed the entire street in the blink of an eye. The impact created a powerful gust, but by the time it reached the Fuathan, there were nothing more than dust in the wind. All that was left was a crater. Target hit. Path cleared. Let's go. The seal Rhino was using was called Teres Newts, which meant impatient firefly in the language of the ancient kingdom. Or so I'd heard. It consumed an obscene amount of luminescence. But poor fuel efficiency was simply the price we had to pay for its wide range and powerful blast enough to destroy a steel-framed castle wall. In addition to requiring physical artillery shells, the weapon was extremely difficult to aim, and yet Rhino was somehow eerily good at it. He could adjust the amount of luminescence and fire each shell in the space of a single breath and still somehow easily hit his target. It doesn't make any sense, though I guess nothing about him does. Rhino was supposedly a former adventurer. He'd never worked for the military, so how had he learned to use this technology? Now that I thought about it, I didn't even know his family name. Whatever the case, almost everything about the guy was fishy. We make a pretty good team, don't we? Rhino lightly swung his right arm, allowing it to cool off, and I'm especially impressed with you, Goddess Toyota. What incredible power you possess. You and Comrade Xylo make a good pair. Yes, we do, though it does not sound so convincing when you say it. Taurita retreated a few steps away from Rhino and grabbed onto the hem of my shirt from behind. Haha. You don't have to be scared, he said. We have a lot in common, don't you think? After all, we're both fighting for the sake of mankind. I think we can learn a lot from each other. You're nothing alike. Just stop talking, I cut in. Taurita head starts tugging on my shirt even harder than before. Let's keep moving. Rhino, how many shells do you have left? For large-scale strikes like the one just now. I have around 5 more shots. Alright, use them wisely. The Holy Knights should be here soon. Right, Venetum? Huh? Oh, right. Venetum's voice crackled and hummed as I touched the sacred seal at my neck. I just heard that they're sending around 500 soldiers, and I worked hard to get permission for Jace to join us, so he should be there soon. I had the guards seal off the water channels as well. The enemy was invading the city through the waterways. I'm impressed you tracked them down. I kind of made that part up, whispered Venetum uncomfortably. I figured a sense of urgency might impair our superior's judgment enough to meet our demands. I mean, imagining fairies right under your feet is pretty awful, right? Don't lie about important stuff like that. I shot back. You're tying up soldiers who could... I don't think it was a bad idea at all, Rhino said gently. It's certainly not impossible. After all, where did the fairies come from? I think we should be wary of the water channels. They might well have used them. If they suddenly popped up in the city, I guess it's possible. The source of this demon blight was lurking somewhere inside Ioth, the one behind it all, the demon lord Spriggan. I had a hunch I knew who it was too. That guy we'd run into while guarding Teorita, Bujum, had raised my suspicions. Not even the flames of a dragon had been able to kill him. Plus, the athleticism he displayed as he fled was superhuman. It had to be him. I guessed he would be waiting for us at 3G, yeah, but I had a backup plan in case I was wrong. Frenzy and her men. She was still leading the Night Gaunts as they searched and patrolled the city. She had only around 200 soldiers with her, but they were all people you could rely on in battle. I will say it one last time. Do not do anything unsightly trying to save someone. That was her final warning. Your mind and body exist solely for the prosperity of the Masterbolt family, and I will not allow you to damage either. Understood? She'd said what she wanted to and left. I really needed to have a talk with her father. It seemed she was still treading on thin ice. I wondered how the Southern Night Gaunts back home were treating her. Hey, Xylo! Maybe because I'd been distracted, the sudden sound of Dotta's voice irritated me. Check out the rooftop up ahead. This is bad. What? What is it this? Wondering what kind of vicious fairies we were up against, I shifted my gaze to the rooftop and got a shock. I could see humanoid fairies standing upright, and they were very small. These were bipedal fairies known as goblins, unable to fully transform into trolls. 1 or 2 dozen stood on the rooftop, each holding something in their hand. Were those sticks? No, they were staffs. And not just any staffs. Oh my, are those lightning staffs? Rhino took the words right out of my mouth. There was no doubt about it. The goblins were holding lightning staffs, though they were of an outdated, single-shot variety. Wow, incredible. I wasn't expecting to see something like this. Fairies using sacred seals? What a surprise. Bugu. Tatsuya looked up at the goblins with vacant eyes. He probably had no idea what he was seeing. Save the commentary for later, I said, grabbing Teorita and Tatsuya by the arms and ducking behind Rhino. Here it comes. Don't let it hit us. The rooftop goblins fired simultaneously, sending bolts of lightning straight for Rhino, only for the shots to bounce right off his armor. This was one of the Navan artillery seal compound's functions. It could produce a sacred seal barrier for defense. That said, it wasn't impregnable, nor was it unlimited. No damage taken, but I had to use some stored luminescence for fuel, said Rhino. That might have wiped out our 5th shot. Seriously? Damn it. Ideally, I'd like to run into an alleyway or something to get out of their line of sight, but we don't have time for detours, right? Because there are people waiting for us to rescue them. So, hey, wait, but I was too late. Rhino probably wouldn't have stopped anyway. In the span of a single breath, he'd stuck out his right arm and activated the sacred seal, causing it to glow bright white. Breaking through the front should get us there faster. The air vibrated as a flash of light was followed by a roaring explosion. The house right before our eyes was blown away, easily wiping out the goblins on the rooftop. People's lives are more important than property, right? He said. That's not the issue here. That is not the issue here. Venetum and I snapped back at him in unison, though I kind of hated that we were in agreement for once. Venetum seemed especially upset. How am I supposed to explain this? He cried. You realize I don't have an infinite number of excuses up my sleeve, right? I'm not so sure about that. I believe in you, Comrade Venetum. I just know you will persuade everyone beautifully and smooth everything over. Rhino was probably smiling behind his helmet as he continued his charge, climbing over the rubble that had once been someone's house. Now come on, Comrade Xylo. There are people waiting for us to save them. We must succeed. Strategically, he'd done the right thing, especially if we were prioritizing people's lives. However, there was something genuinely odd about how quickly he made such decisions without a moment of hesitation. It would be really nice if the rest of the mission was this smooth and easy, he said. Don't get your hopes up. Unlike Rhino, I was more pessimistic about the situation, especially after what I had just seen. Fairies using lightning staffs. The goblins were all dead, either from the blast or from falling off the rooftop, but the sight of them had made me very anxious. The coexisters, they must have somehow gotten those weapons into the hands of the fairies. Damn it, it was possible their reach had already spread to every corner of Ioth. Voices could be heard coming from the darkness. They were followed by footsteps, the sound of metal scraping, collisions, roars, screaming the sounds of battle. The demon lord, Brujum, heard it all. It seems they sealed off the channels. Oth's underground waterways, Spriggan's plan was to send ferries through those channels into the city. But the enemy had seen right through it and sealed the channels off. The scouts had likely been disposed of already. The humans' intuition must have been excellent for them to have put up a line of defense in such a short amount of time. Perhaps the goddess with the power to see into the future had lent them a hand, or was one of their commanders simply an excellent strategist. Whatever the case, their skills are impressive and deserve respect. Respect was necessary in battle. It was proper etiquette. At least, that was what Brujum believed. If underestimating an opponent caused a warrior to let their guard down, then respecting them should have the opposite effect, and so Brujum came to a respectful conclusion about what had to be done. It is truly unfortunate, but I suppose I must kill them, every last one. When Brujum pulled himself up out of the darkness, he saw a blinding light. Something was illuminating the space around him. Humans with sacred seal-powered lanterns were staring at him, and one of them was readying a spear to attack. Something's there. Is that a person? My apologies, fellows. Brujum stared straight into the light. But please, do not struggle. It will only make your deaths more painful, and that would be truly unfortunate. Huh. The human's response was slow, fatally slow. I can make your deaths quick and painless if you hold still, said Brujum. Allow me to explain. As Brujum extended his right hand, it began to bubble. It was as if something was swelling from inside his body before breaking through his skin and overflowing. The liquid was like bright crimson blood, and it wrapped around his right hand, forming claws. It's the Demon Lord! Tell the captain, shouted one of the humans. Fire! Fire your lightning staffs. One of the staffs flashed, and Bujum heard a dry pop as a ray of light pierced his body. His shoulders, chest, and side were filled with holes, causing even more blood to ooze out of him. But the substance merely continued wrapping itself around his body as if it were alive. How rude. I was still in the middle of speaking. By the time Bujum had said this, his entire body was covered in blood armor. Now, as I was saying, I have already replenished my supply of blood. You have absolutely no chance of defeating me. Now I am finished. 3 of the humans were still attacking with their spears and lightning staffs, ignoring his warning. Bujum had transformed into a beast, and his shadow danced in the light of the lanterns. It was over in the blink of an eye. He closed the distance between himself and his enemies in a single bound and swung his blood claws, digging into the exposed parts of their bodies between pieces of armor and easily severing their limb. Bees. The humans desperately swung their weapons, but their blades and bolts of lightning merely bounced off Bujum's blood armor. It's called blood transmutation. While it isn't quite as tough as steel, with enough compression and layering, I can easily deflect attacks of this caliber. What is this thing? None of our attacks are working. Blow him up with an explosion seal. Get back. Fire in the hole, someone yelled as a cylindrical object flew through the air. Whoever threw this explosive seemed fully prepared to sacrifice a few of his allies in the process. There was no time to escape. It blew up right above Bujum's head, releasing a storm of fire and light. And yet Bujum didn't stop. It's still alive. Don't let it get any closer. Raise your shields. No matter how much of his blood armor they chipped away, the humans' attacks couldn't reach Bujum's body. And it wasn't long before he was standing among them. I call this one spiraling blood. Bujum effortlessly swung his arm, creating a whirlwind of blood with his claws. Not even armor can protect you from it. His claws lost their rigid shape, whipping around the room and scarring the walls and floor of the underground path. The soldiers were relentlessly and indiscriminately torn apart. Their armor and shields proved useless as the spirals of blood seeped in through the gaps, destroying them from the inside out. One of them kept screaming, and it upset Bujum. I will only say this one last time. As Bujum's arm rested at his side, the blood coming from his fingertips slowly began to form an even larger blade. You cannot defeat me, and I do not plan on letting any of you escape, so I recommend choosing a quick and painless death. The humans didn't answer him. They simply whispered to each other and braced themselves. One even took off running, perhaps to relay a message. Even now, you still resist? I suppose I have no other choice. Bujum lowered his posture until he was crouching like a wild beast in a crimson suit of armor. I truly pity you all. Countless blades of blood soared through the darkness. The warehouse was already surrounded by fairies. A quick glance was enough to see that the group included Fuathan, Bogies, Kelpies, and even large Barjasurs. The bonfire outside was drawing them right in, glowing bright in the darkness and signaling right where all the people were. Thankfully, this warehouse belonged to the Verkal Development Corporation, so the walls were protected with sacred seals. Nevertheless, the fairies continued to ram the building with their horns and bodies, even if it meant burning to death in the process. There were already a few massive cracks in the walls. The building wasn't going to last much longer. We needed to make a move, and fast. Tatsuya, let's do this. I kicked off the ground, holding Teorita in my arms and activating my flight seal. I unsheathed my first knife in midair. An explosion, then a flash of light. While the fairies were busy looking up in the air, Tatsuya charged into the horde with his battle axe. Guh! He grunted with each swing, pulverizing every fairy in sight. He was literally smashing them. He charged like a beast and attacked with the force of a raging storm. It wasn't long before we broke through the besieging enemy forces and sent the rest of the fairies into retreat. But there was still one thing we had to worry about at times like this. How would the civilians, who had no idea what was happening, perceive the situation? Eek! We heard a shriek from inside the building. Someone had looked out one of the steel-barred windows and seen us. There are even more fairies now, and they're humanoid. But why are they fighting each other? Ag, that one's the scariest yet. They must have been referring to Tatsuya. He just buried his axe into the spasming body of a near-dead fairy, finishing it off. He'd smashed its head just in case and was double-checking to make sure it wasn't moving anymore. We're not fairies, we're humans. There's no need to worry, I yelled, addressing the people on the other side of the window. We're here to rescue you. We already killed all the fairies. I need you to open the front door for us. The fairies that escaped would surely return with reinforcements. So we needed to finish preparing before they got back. We had to turn this warehouse into our base and make sure the civilians inside had a way to protect themselves. Hurry, I shouted. Do you want to die? This building won't last much longer if you keep standing there doing nothing. Eep, we don't have time for this. Hurry up and open the damn door. Xylo, stop. They are terrified. Leave this to me, your goddess. Tarita puffed out her chest and widened her stance. Her legs were surprisingly long and slender for someone so short. You'd better praise me if I get them to open the door. She took in a deep breath, then shouted in a clear, steely voice that could be heard all around. People of Eoth, I am Goddess Teorita, and I've come to rescue you all. However, I need everyone's cooperation in order to guide you to your salvation. Yes, people of Eoth, you are in danger here, Rhino shouted, finishing Teorita's plea. His voice, too, was clear and booming. However, there is no need to worry. We have the great goddess and her holy knight on our side. The shining goddess of swords, Tarita, and the thunder falcon, Xylo Forbarts. What the? Stop right there, I said, protesting. A stir rippled through the warehouse, and I kicked Rhino in the shin. Of course, I didn't even leave a scuff on his dark red armor. The hell you calling me the Thunder Falcon for? Oh, I just happened to overhear some people calling you and Tarita by those nicknames. It seems you're both very popular with the children around here. Listen, you relax, Xylo. What is the issue? The shining goddess of swords and the Thunder Falcon. What fitting names for two great champions. Though I hated to admit it, it looked like Rhino had managed to convince the civilians, and the door to the warehouse creaked open before Teorita could finish her sentence. Is what he says true? Someone asked. A few skeptical faces peeked out from the open door. You couldn't blame them for being cautious. Seeing Tatsuya fight would scare anybody. At any rate, their reluctance certainly wasn't because I did a bad job of persuading them or anything. Did you really come to rescue us? Asked another civilian. Are Goddess Teorita and the Thunder Falcon really here? Yes, the two champions who protected Murid Fortress are here, and I swear that they will protect each and every one of you from harm as well. Who the hell is he to decide that? I thought, but I was in no position to complain, and this was no time to have it out with him. Now please. Rhino entreated. We must hurry and strengthen our defense before the fairies return. The door swung open, revealing a large number of people inside. I estimated around 100, and each of them was armed with either a lightning staff or some sort of spear. They were all genuine military-grade weapons. It seemed this really was a Verkal warehouse. Perfect, I said with a firm nod. Let's get everyone in position for battle. Rhino, you teach them how to use the lightning stars. The bare minimum should be enough, as you wish. I won't disappoint you, Comrade Xylo, he muttered. His voice held no trace of tension. Then, in a whisper, so only I could hear, he added, I would like to discuss one thing with you first though, comrade. We need to decide the order in which the civilians will die. You can't be, sir. I believe we should start with the elderly. They have already gotten a chance to enjoy life far more than the children, so I believe it would only be fair if they died first. Does that sound reasonable to you? I probably would have kicked the shit out of him if he weren't wearing armor. He was always trying to work out what was logical or what was fair. What's the use of getting pissed off at him? I told myself. What am I supposed to say to that? Yes, that sounds great. What kind of person do you think I am? Oh, do you take issue with the morality of the question? That makes things difficult. Someone once told me. Who was it? I knew. I had to know. Yes, it was Sinerva. I hadn't forgotten. There was no way I could forget. Damn it. You should always work toward the best outcome until the very end, and then you should work a little more. Only after all options are exhausted should you consider sacrificing civilians. The people trying to evacuate right now aren't soldiers. They aren't lives we can put a value on. I see. We can't put a value on their lives, huh? Reiner repeated the phrase, though I couldn't tell from his tone if he'd understood it. In other words, their lives aren't worth considering this early on. That's not what I meant at all. But if it's easier for you to think about it that way, then be my guest. Just keep in mind the situation can change at any moment. For example, I looked up at the cloudy night sky and caught sight of a sparkling, vivid blue. It was a glowing, sacred seal meant to alert your allies to your location. I could hear the flapping of wings, then a roar. Some of the people in the warehouse looked up as well. You still haven't finished cleaning things up yet, came Jace's voice. The roaring was Neely. Her azure wings descended rapidly toward us. You're so slow. How many did you kill? Wow, that's it? Looks like we beat you again. A gust of wind blasted right over our heads as Jace spoke. At the same time, I noticed a small ball of fire heading right for an alley to our north. A group of bogies rapidly approaching us with reinforcements was quickly swallowed in the flames. Neely seemed to have held back quite a bit, and none of the surrounding buildings caught fire. You see that? Perfect, huh? Said Jace. They circled around above our heads, showing off. Neely gave a fierce cry. Thank you, Comrade Jace and Comrade Neely, Rhino said cheerfully and waved at them. Once again, it sounded fake. You are as skilled as ever, I see. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens in need of evacuation. Shut up, idiot, said Jace. Daughter, where's my next target? About that, Daughter said in a fluster. I see something, and it's bad. And doesn't help at all, I said, frowning. Tell us exactly what you see, damn it. Why does your vocabulary always suffer whenever you're talking about something that you can't steal? Actually, he often has a poor vocabulary even when he is talking about things he can steal. Comrade Dotter is always like this when he's flustered. Stop disrespecting Dotter like that, said Jace. If nothing else, he has really good eyesight. Guys, we don't have time for this. Listen, that red tower, I don't really know what's going on, but there's a guy wearing black armor like rhinos, and a beam of light shot across the sky before exploding in a blinding flash. It was clearly aimed for Jason Neely, an anti-aerial attack. This was something we predicted as soon as we learned the enemy had an artilleryman on their side. Tuija had petal-like fortress walls at its base. If they were going to strike with someone like Rhino, it would come from there. Tuzkah must be their artilleryman. Jace clicked his tongue, and Neely began flapping her wings to gain altitude. This is going to be a real pain in the ass. Attacks like these were extremely dangerous for dragons and dragon knights. As long as they were being targeted, they wouldn't be able to descend low enough to provide backup, and Jace was going to have to constantly move around and dodge to avoid getting hit, which left us with only one option. Rhino, we're sticking to the plan, I said. You're in charge of giving Tatsuya orders. Protect the warehouse even if it kills you. The Furies will soon have bigger fish to fry, since we're going to attack Tuija directly. But of course, let us combine our strengths and overcome this difficult situation together. You can count on me. Nothing you say ever sounds sincere. How can that be? My only wish is to win the favor of my comrades. Should you reject me, I would lose my place in this world. I'm simply desperate. That's all. The things he said never made sense. All they did was give me the creeps. He looked back at me as I remained silent, and I was sure he was smiling. No positive. Now is the time to show them our bravery and the strength of our bonds, he said. Let us fight, for victory and peace for mankind. I missed, muttered Iron Whale. He was clad in jet black armor, and Boojum was watching him fire at the Azure Dragon. White steam rose from the barrel on his right arm and from his shoulder. I'm impressed. That Dragon Knight must be pretty good to dodge my shot. Indeed, even Bujum had never encountered such a skilled dragon rider pair. They moved unlike anything he'd seen before, easily dodging a swarm of guided bullets. Not only that, but they appeared to be getting ready to descend to the surface to support their allies. We cannot have that dragon moving freely. Iron Whale, maintain your fire and keep it busy. You better do something about the people on foot then. Artillerymen are worthless in close-range combat. And that one guy? That's the goddess killer, right? Yes, I know. A formidable foe. Bujum had already encountered Xylo 4 Barts once, and now he had that goddess of swords by his side. I will handle him, said Bujum. Is that good enough for you? Yeah, that's great, but you're pretty weird, aren't you? I thought demon lords were supposed to be more ferocious and that they all despised humans. There are many like that, but I'm different. I don't hate humans. Bujum slowly shook his head, caressing the book in his hand like a cherished possession. Specifically, I like mankind's culture and civilization. I especially enjoy poems. They're wonderful. A demon lord that loves poetry? Now I've heard everything, said Iron Whale with a sneer as he fired his cannon into the sky, then quickly loaded up the next round. He needed to keep that dragon at bay with a continuous volley of guided artillery shells. There must not be many like you. It is truly frustrating not being understood. I genuinely believe it is necessary to pay our respects to the enemy before we eliminate them, and yet, should you really be saying that in front of one of those you're gonna eliminate? I'm still human, you know. It isn't good to lie. That's something I don't like about Spriggan. She lacks respect. My king is the only one who understands me. Bujum wearily closed his eyes. And that is the very reason why I fight for the sake of the only one who understands me. I am fighting for my king. Hold up. King? Do even demon lords have lords? Perhaps I have said too much. Now that I think about it, I was told to keep my mouth shut. So I'm afraid we will have to end this conversation here. All right. I'd rather not know anyway, said Iron Whale, nodding disinterestedly. Stuff like that's common in this business. If you know too much, you get erased, and it isn't pretty. A wise decision. Bujum stood. His eyes were usually pointed down, his head in a book, but now he looked up, gazing into the night sky and listening to the wind as it gathered strength. The goddess killer is coming. I rather like humans of his type, but I must kill him for the sake of my king, he whispered coldly. How truly unfortunate. I feel sorry for him. Rhino climbed on top of the warehouse and anchored his armored legs, using the spikes in his heels and in the balls of his feet to dig into the roof. After reloading his artillery with a shell and another luminescent cylinder, he neatly lined up boxes full of reserves. As one might expect, the Verkal Development Corporation's warehouse had more than enough supplies for one person. I'm in position. Comrade Xylo, he muttered. He crouched as low as he possibly could, extended his right arm and looked up. The Tower of Tuya stood tall under a thick blanket of clouds so dark that it looked like it might rain at any moment. Rhino watched as Xylo leaped through the air toward the tower, holding Goddess Telrita in his arms and disposing of any fairy that got in his way. Meanwhile, Jace and Neely danced across the sky, tirelessly dodging the rays of light shooting out from the tower and dipping toward the ground to torch some fairies whenever they got the chance. What a majestic sight, thought Rhino. Impressive, he said. He meant it from the bottom of his heart. You two look like real champions. It makes me so happy to be part of such a grand battle. Will you shut up already? Asshole, replied Xylo through the sacred seal on his neck. Jace simply ignored him. But that was fine. While the others might not understand him, Rhino was being genuine. That was how he really felt, and he truly looked forward to battles like this. The Demon Blight was their enemy, and the Horde's leader, the Demon Lord, waited inside the looming Crimson Tower. How wonderful, he continued. Our enemies must be terrified of you. How I would love to join you. Then start working. The people in the warehouse are still okay, right? Don't let your guard down. Yes, they're absolutely fine. No need to worry about them. Rhino could see Tatsuya below, throwing himself like a wild beast at incoming fairies before they could reach the warehouse. I have Comrade Tatsuya here to help me after all. Their objective was to protect the people of Ioth, and Tatsuya loyally followed those orders. He wasn't even giving the incoming bogies a chance to counter. He was literally pulverizing the enemy, and that wasn't all he was doing. He is truly incredible, said Rhino. Yeah, I know. No, I don't think you do, Comrade Xylo. Shall I tell you? Pifa, what is it already? Comrade Tatsuya is using a lightning staff. Seriously? Seriously? Rhino watched from above as Tatsuya flew through the air. A group of goblins had climbed on top of a roof, formed a line, and were getting ready to fire their lightning staffs. But the instant Tatsuya saw them, he kicked off the wall and joined them on the R. Oof! Charging them. That was already an astonishing display. But what happened after was even more shocking. After sweeping through the line of trolls, he grabbed one of their lightning staffs and began firing bolts from it. I was shocked. Maybe we should consider issuing Comrade Tatsuya a lightning staff of his own. Rhino had known Tatsuya for a long time, but he'd never seen the man use a sacred seal, let alone a lightning staff. This was probably the first time anyone had seen such a thing. He often stole an enemy's weapon or used their bodies as shields, and perhaps you could claim this was merely an extension of that behavior. But Rhino found it a refreshing surprise. Of course, he doesn't have the precision of Comrade Staff, but still, he'd hardly missed a single goblin or bogey on the street. Not only that, but when the lightning staff ran out of charge, he removed its luminescent cylinder and replaced it with one from another staff. One simply had to conclude that Tatsuya knew how to use the weapon. But how? It was a mystery to Rhino. There is never a dull moment around Comrade Tatsuya, he said. He is using the newest model with ease. What do you think is up with him anyway? I wish I knew, but there is one thing I can say with confidence. He looked down at Tatsuya as the man let out a strange battle cry. We should be glad that he's fighting for mankind. We ought to show him more gratitude. Those were genuine words from the bottom of Rhino's heart. Though people hardly ever believed him, we headed toward the Red Tower of Tuija in a direct line from the warehouse. Holding Teodita in my arms, I leaped forward, shutting out the world behind from my mind. Rhino and Tatsuya would be able to protect the warehouse. Rhino aside, I saw Tatsuya as the ideal infantryman. He felt no fear, didn't talk, and couldn't die. I was amazed to hear he was now using a lightning staff too. At any rate, there was no reason to worry about them. Someone above us sure was making a lot of noise though. Hurry up and do something, Xylo, complained Jace, clearly not in a good mood. I could see Neely and him circling the sky, balls of light grazing right by them. The shells seemed to be following Neely's wings. Tak, that artilleryman's using guided shells. We won't be able to get close to the tower at this rate. Neely squawked as if in agreement. Yeah, I'm fine, Neely, Jace said in reply. You don't need to worry about me. You're much faster than those shells, so there's no way he'll hit us. Jace's attitude toward Neely was clearly different from the one he showed us. Sometimes I wondered if he really could understand what the dragons were saying. So, what you are trying to tell me, Jace, is that you can't do it. Neely's fire breath can't reach them from this far out, especially with those walls in the way. We could try diving toward the tower to fight at close range. But are you really gonna make us do something that reckless? I knew what he meant. A diving attack would make them an easy target for an artilleryman. It was a gamble, and the odds wouldn't be in our favor. Dragon Knights had low defense just like cavalry soldiers. Although dragons had tough scales capable of blocking things like stones, they weren't strong enough to repel sacred seal-based attacks like a shot from a lightning staff. Come on. Hurry up, Xylo. You're supposed to be handling things on the ground, right? Yeah. Damn it, I said. Where the hell is Tsar Vanitim? We need to do something about their artilleryman to shut Jace up. I'm trying my best, but it's going to take some time. It's chaos outside on the streets at the moment. I've had a report that Furies are invading the inland district now as well. There too? Yes, and King Norgale is furious. The citizens' safety is, What is the meaning of this? Guards! Holy knights! Norgala's crackling, enraged screaming cut Venetum off. I have repeatedly called for backup and have gotten nothing. The people are the heart of my kingdom, and we must protect those trying to evacuate. Commander-in-Chief Xylo, this is your fault for slacking off. Hey, what did I do? Isn't it obvious? You're not exercising proper control over the military, and look where that has gotten us. This is the result of your vicious temper, inability to work as a team, and lack of dignity. Once this battle is over, I shall have you learn proper etiquette. Sorry, Xylo, said Venetum. The king has been working tirelessly for a while now. He's probably just exhausted. Yeah, I know how you and Dota are allergic to hard work, so I get it. I thought about the base we'd set up at the city wall. It must have been unbelievably busy since they had to protect all the people evacuating. But I was sure things would be even more chaotic if it weren't for Norgala's strange charisma. Forget it. I'll do something about the tower and the artilleryman myself. Jace, Neely, just hold out for a little bit longer, I shouted, shutting Norgala's and Venetum's voices out of my head. Then I looked down at Tuatha in my arms. Tuatha, I'm about to take us to the tower. We'll be surrounded by fairies and they'll probably be shooting at us. Are you ready? I like your attitude, Xylo. You are being very prudent. She smiled, though I couldn't tell if she was more happy or relieved. I would have been furious if you had left me behind again. I'm not sure this is the right decision. I might have to kill you for the sake of mankind, for someone we don't know and won't ever meet. Something terrible might happen to you. Both of us might die today. Is it not a little late for that? Tairita kept smiling, just as I thought she would. The chances of any of that happening are very low. You have my blessing, after all, and that is exactly why you brought me with you, is it not? You need to recognize me as your goddess, the one who fights by your side. You're out of your mind. Unlike me, you won't come back to life, but you might lose memories that will never return. Tuatha grabbed onto my arm, clinging to me. That woman who calls herself your fiancée, he probably fears that the most. Yeah, right. Nothing scares her. Yes, I'm sure you truly believe that. What's that supposed to mean? You will have to figure that out on your own. At any rate, I will protect your memories. That is worth risking my life for. She looked up at me, fire burning in her eyes. It made me extremely uncomfortable. What the hell is she talking about? I thought. Why would someone like her, basically a child not even a year old, risk her life? It was absurd. She idealized being recognized as one of us and being praised, and because of that, she was driven to reckless behavior. Nevertheless, I kind of understood how she felt. There were times when foolish actions seemed so glorious. I'm ending this tonight. Right then, I made a decision. We're finishing this by dawn, and after that we're getting breakfast. Freshly baked bread with Zeph butter. Onion soup too. Oh, and with a side of crispy bacon. Heh, you're making me hungry. Moving words fit for a goddess. I held Tuatha tightly in my arms and kicked off the ground. The air was numbingly cold. The world passed us by in a flash as we rapidly approached the tower and its surrounding walls. Ugh. Asshole. I looked up and saw the enemy artilleryman fixed in place on the petal-like fortress walls, his sacred seal glowing. He was covered in jet-black armor. It looked even sturdier and larger than what Rhino wore. The cannon on his right arm was pointing right at us. He fired 8 balls of light. Those are guided shells, Xylo, said Jace. He was challenging me. Neely had no trouble dodging them, but what about you? In other words, avoiding these without the help of a highly trained dragon was going to be difficult. I still had Tairita on my side though. I could manage. Tairita, the usual. There was no reason to change our route. We didn't have time for detours. Knock those down. I could do it with my eyes shut, she replied. I now had a good understanding of how her summoning powers worked. She had surprisingly good precision against airborne targets and could hit flying fairies even as I leaped through the sky, carrying her in my arms. Her powers couldn't cover large areas like the storm-summoning 4th goddess or like the 6th goddess, who could summon power itself. But Yorita made up for this with her precision. Her spatial awareness must have been extraordinary. In other words, shooting down those incoming balls of light would be easy for her. "I shall protect you," said Torita. The sword she summoned collided with the homing shells and detonated every single one of them. The explosions lit up the sky as I sailed past. But, Xylo, it is your job to win. You got it. I was probably smiling as I held Yorita tightly in my arms. We were rapidly approaching the tower. The artilleryman in black slowly stretched out his arm cannon as its sacred seal glowed. He wouldn't be using homing shells anymore. Now that we were this close, he would aim carefully and try to hit us with normal shells. But just then, I noticed something. The iron gate at the front of the tower was wide open, as if they were inviting us inside. Numerous Kelpies were waiting there, and at their center stood a woman and a man with a hunched back. I thought I could make out the woman saying, "They're here." Or perhaps she was laughing. I'd seen her before. She was slender with 2 black gauntlets covering her arms, and eyes that could only be described as emotionless. The man with the slouch, however, watched us with a sorrowful gaze. The adventurers who Norgala had captured, or should I say made his followers, had told us all about these two. The woman's name was Shiji Bao, and the man with the slouch was Bujum. The artilleryman up above was called Iron Whale. They were each powerful adventurers, skilled mercenaries, and at times, assassins. This job wasn't going to be easy. I was probably going to work myself to the bone, literally. But even then, what I had to do was clear. I would fulfill my duty as a holy knight accompanying a goddess. In other words, I had to win. Meanwhile, Norgala's line of defense was under attack. They would wind up fighting until dawn, holding back the enemy. Bargists incoming. Do not fire until I give the order. This battle was only possible because of Norgala's leadership. He placed himself at the front line, all the while giving orders to adventurers and civilians alike. He gathered up those capable of fighting and positioned them behind a fence engraved with sacred seals. This was the only strategy possible with such a group. Those who could use lightning staffs got them, and those who couldn't received bows. It was a very primitive way of fighting, but it was an effective defense. At any rate, they needed to land as many attacks as they could. In this situation, that was their only hope. Norgala, however, didn't even flinch. As a commander, he was a professional. It was almost eerie how skilled he was at this, and it was particularly effective with exhausted civilians looking for someone to turn to. Good. Norgala lowered his hand, giving the order to attack. Now fire. Bolts of lightning and arrows shot forward, piercing the elephant-sized bar chests, tearing into their flesh and breaking their legs. It wasn't easy for such large creatures to get back up, and that made them an excellent target for everyone to focus their attacks on. Norgala's forces did just that, finishing them off one by one. Your Majesty, the next wave is coming. It's a horde of Frutan. They're charging up the river, shouted Dotta from the tower above. He sounded like he wanted to cry. There's too many. Maybe we should consider running away. I will not allow it. You take one step down from that tower, and I will execute you myself. Dotta, how about putting that great eyesight of yours to good use? You have a staff. Snipe them. I can't. This thing's too hard to use. A weapon engraved with a sacred seal Norgala had tuned was installed in the tower with Dotta. It was a lightning staff, even bigger than Dotta himself, with a lens for sniping. I tried shooting it, but I completely missed what I was aiming at. How can you miss with a weapon I modified to perfection? How inept can one man be? Yeah, say whatever you want. I still can't snipe. Then protect your post with your life. It's the least you can do. Sav should be here any moment now. He'll be able to use that staff. I don't know. Is he really coming? I mean, if it were me, I'd probably pretend like I was coming and run away instead. He'll be here, assured Norgala with absolute certainty. He may be a scoundrel, but he isn't the kind of scoundrel to run away. Is it just me, or are you implying that I'm the no-good kind of scoundrel who would? That isn't what I'm saying. In the past, I may have felt that way, and I may have discussed putting you to death with Venetum and Xylo, but could you, not talk about stuff like that when I'm not around? The Commander-in-Chief said that these foolish tendencies of yours sometimes bring about miracles. Xylo should be getting close to the tower. All Norgal had to do was fend off the enemy, and victory would surely be theirs. He had near absolute trust in his army's Commander-in-Chief, and he knew that Jace would be able to fulfill his duty as well. After all, these were the guardians of his kingdom that he himself had appointed. All that was left was to wait. Norgala believed that once a king entrusted his subjects with full authority, it was his chief responsibility simply to stand by and trust that they would fulfill their duty. Ayof's government office was located more or less right in the middle of the road of steel and salt. The block had a large open plaza for festivals and gatherings, and by the time Pataush arrived on horse, lines of soldiers had already filled it. In addition to the city guards stood armed priests from the temple. These were members of the temple's private army, carefully selected from its followers. What they lacked in skill, they made up for with morale. Moreover, the man leading them was someone Pataush knew very well, her uncle, Marlen Kibia. He appeared to be wearing chainmail underneath the simple, black-lined robe signifying his status as a high priest. He was currently acting as the city's defense advisor, so if he was taking command, that must mean Uncle. Pashiace got down from her horse and bowed reverently. "Thank you for coming all this way, Patausha." "That was quick," said her uncle cheerfully, nodding and prompting her to lift her head. "I apologize for how sudden this is, but I need the support of the Holy Knights. The citizens of Aif are already under attack. As you wish." She looked at her uncle. His sharp, stony, dignified gaze was pointed not at her but off toward the city. "Uncle, is it true that fairies have appeared inside the commercial district? According to the report I received from the guards, the fairies broke in through the remains of an underground structure beneath the outer walls. There are quite a lot of them. This is most likely their main force. Ayof had existed long before the founding of the Federated Kingdom. Beneath the town were ruins from the era of the Old Kingdom, but they were nothing more than tourist attractions now." "So that's how they got in," thought Pataushe. "In that case, will we still be able to send reinforcements to the port? Wow, your uncle is a real strategist, huh?" The jocular voice came from someone approaching Patas from the side. It was Zoflek, commander of the cavalry. He had already entrusted his men to the high priest and was now on defense duty. He predicted the enemy's movements and did a beautiful job gathering all the soldiers here. "It looks like we aren't needed. I simply had luck on my side," said the high priest. "I'd like to believe it's because of my faith." As the two of them spoke, Pataush quietly thought to herself. The situation was urgent and getting worse by the second, but perhaps they could get things under control now that they'd located the enemy's main force. The only problem was, "Uncle Marlen, I would like a little more detail, if you don't mind. Who first discovered the enemy and where are they now?" "IF City Defense Force Unit 70107U. The sole survivor was severely wounded in battle and cannot speak right now. Check with my aide if you want more information." "Understood." Pataush bowed once more. "We're counting on you and your people, Pataush." Her uncle's dignified expression betrayed a faint grin. "I'm especially thankful for you," he continued. "This is no time for the military and the temple to be feuding, so perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I hope that we can overcome this together and strengthen our bond." Marlen Kivia formed a sacred seal with his hands. "Maybe the blessings of Saint Mahaisel be with you." There was nothing strange about the gesture. Saint Mahaisel was a legendary figure and a leader during the First War of Subjugation. Almost everyone at the temple used his name when praying for another's good fortune. Pataushe had heard that her uncle admired the man as well, and yet something about that name bothered her. Mahazel's family name, Zelkov, was a pronunciation unique to her people in the north. People from the inner lands or anywhere else would pronounce his name Zelkuf. This was what planted the seed of doubt in her mind. Tuija was right before our eyes. I gripped Torita tightly and launched forward. but I didn't pass through the front gate, which the enemy had opened like some kind of invitation. I knew the range of the lightning staff in Shi Jibao's hands, so I got as close as I could to make it look like I was going to rush the gate. Then I jumped to the side, dodging her attack and using feats. Wall surrounding the tower as a shield. I need stairs, I called out. On it, Tarita replied. I kicked off the ground, then began running up the outside of the tower. It was a piece of cake because Tarita had rubbed the air, causing swords to emerge like steps from the wall. Our point of entry had deviated significantly from the plan, but I had anticipated that. After leaping over the wall, I got a full view of the enemy forces within. There were fairies as far as the eye could see, and they immediately rushed over to where I was going to land. Look at us, waltzing into the Demon Lord's fortress alone, I joked. I had to keep things light, or I wouldn't be able to do this. We must be crazy. We'd be done for, without the divine blessing of a goddess. Then you're in luck, she replied, forcing herself to smile back, since you have mine. When you're right, you're right. I dropped to the ground and looked over at the approaching fairies. The first horde was a group of Kelpie's beasts covered in algae. They were about the size of humans, with sharp claws on each limb, and they would lunge at their prey, digging into their bodies while secreting a flesh-melting mucus. They were a real pain to fight at close range, so dispatching them with a single shot would be ideal, but it was almost impossible to figure out where their vital organs were in their bodies, which made everything much more complicated. They'd probably been put here just to slow me down. It wasn't only Iron Whale and the tower's fortress walls I had to worry about. There were goblins with lightning staffs as well. Their ear-splitting cries were accompanied by a rain of lightning bolts. If I'd stopped moving, they would have taken us out for sure, so I swiftly threw a knife at a Kelpie up ahead, blowing it to pieces and rushing through the resulting flames. My destination was the fortress itself, now a little over 100 paces away. I could make out Iron Whale straight ahead. Shi Jibao and Bujum were nowhere to be seen, but I suspected they would mix in with an incoming horde of fairies and try to take me by surprise. There's too many of them for me to handle alone, but I'm not alone. I had Tarita with me, and they had no idea how precise her summoning was. Tarita, it's time for the first batch, just like we planned. Very well, she replied, smiling. I had already told her what we needed to do. The strategy wasn't anything complicated. She would use her summoning ability 3 times, and then we'd simply pray that everything went well. I need not hold back. If we are up against fairies, her sparking golden locks danced in the air. Countless swords emerged from the void, pinpointing only the Kelpies and skewering them to the ground. They had no way to dodge, and our strikes didn't need to be fatal. All we had to do was stop them in their tracks so that I could run freely without anything getting in my way. As a result, Iron Whale's artillery shell completely missed us. It exploded in a massive firestorm to our rear, lightly warming my back and nothing more. TSK. The click of a ton Shi Jibao. I was heading in a straight line for Iron Whale's position on the fortress, forcing Shi Jibao to try to cut me off. The enemy couldn't let me get into close combat with their artilleryman, where he'd be a sitting duck. The Kelpies had all been immobilized, and I vaulted through the air, passing over a desolate sea of corpses. Goblins equipped with lightning staffs were showering rays of light down on us from the fortress, but their aim was pathetic. I hardly even had to dodge. A bolt or two may have grazed my cheek or burned the tips of my boots, but they were incapable of landing a direct hit. Tarita, you're in range for the second batch, right? There is no need for doubt. Simply have faith in my miracles. Sparks flickered against the void as Tarita's entire body grew hot. Countless swords appeared over the fortress, above the heads of the goblins. The distance hindered her aim slightly, but it was good enough. The legion of summoned blades terrified the goblins. Sometimes, all you needed to neutralize an enemy was fear, not some ultimate attack. How do you like that? Thought outnumbering us was enough to win. This was the power of a goddess and her holy knight. Together, we could crush thousands of enemies without breaking a sweat. Once we made the decision to fight, it was over for them. They simply hadn't understood that. Perfect, right? I even impress myself sometimes, said Toyorita proudly. The tables had turned and the enemy was pressed. Iron Whale swiftly aimed the cannon in his right arm at me. As it began to glow, I hid myself behind a Kelpie's corpse, using it as a shield and lowering my posture so the artilleryman wouldn't spot me. But no sooner had I done so than the corpse shredded into pieces, dark black blood spewing into the air as I caught sight of steel rope stretching out from a little ways ahead. Someone had been trying to shred me into pieces along with the Kelpie. She's here. Shibi Bao moved to stand between Iron Whale and us, then promptly closed the distance. We were now one-on-one. I'd been waiting for this moment. Shiji Bao assumed her unique fighting stance, her right hand held out. The outer layer of her gauntlets broke apart into steel ropes and spread out as if to wrap around Toyorita and me. She doesn't hold back with the violence, huh? I smiled dryly and faced the female assassin head-on. Don't shoot, Iron Whale, she shouted. You're too close. I'll take care of them. The steel ropes on her right gauntlet began twisting into the shape of a fang. This was our only chance. I gave Toyorita the signal to attack. Toyorita, let's finish this. All right, here comes the third batch. Her hair glowed with golden light as countless swords appeared in the air, but these weren't for attacking. They were meant to tangle Shiji Bao's steel ropes while they were in the middle of changing form. Ski. I could tell she was scowling. Metal clinked and cracked as the steel ropes coming from her right hand dropped to the ground, tangled and unable to function. She tried covering with her left hand, which she'd kept in reserve, but we were too close now. There were no other enemies around us that could move. The Kelpies were skewered to the ground, and it would be a few moments until the other fairies could make their way to us. And besides, Toyorita could easily defend herself against non-humans. I was close enough now, so I patted Toyorita on the shoulder. This'll do, watch my back. Understood. Toyorita let go of me and jumped out of my arms. Allow me to handle this. Behold the power of the great goddess Toyorita. She rubbed the air, summoning a sword that pierced a desperate goblin recklessly charging for her. It was my turn now, and all I needed were the guts to pull this off. I stepped forward as Shibi Bao charged toward me. Right before we clashed, I grabbed her by the lapel and jerked her forward, pulling her off balance. I envy you guys, I said. I prepared for what was about to happen. I could tell her eyes were opened wide. She must have caught a glimpse of the sky as well. Seems like you have teammates that stop when you tell them to. We were different. Flames rained down from above. A roar, azure wings, Neely's eyes, and Jace. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Shibi Bao tried to activate her left gauntlet to protect herself from the incoming flames, but she was too late. Ah! She screamed, trying to lean back out of the way, but I tightened my grip around her lapel and lowered myself into a crouch, using her body as a shield as her screams turned more desperate. I wanted to scream too, but I somehow managed to hold it in. How'd you like that, Silo? Asked Jace as his dragon scorched me along with the enemy. We saved your ass, so you better thank Neely and me. I decided to save my complaints for later and kicked Shiji Bao's body as far as I could to the side, making sure to use my flight seal to its full potential. I could see Iron Whale in his jet black armor, but he was still too far away to attack. Around 80 or so paces away, I would need to push my way through the horde of Kelpies, dodge the goblins' lightning staffs, and stay out of the way of Iron Whale's artillery to get there, and that would be difficult even with my flight seal under normal circumstances at least. There's no way I can close the distance with all these obstacles in my path. I bet that's exactly what you're thinking, that I'm too far away to do anything. Iron Whale already had his arm cannon aimed at me, its sacred seal glowing. He was going to fire any moment now. But it was already too late. Rhino, I said through the sacred seal at my neck. You're ready to go, right? Surely you've had enough time to aim. But of course. A ray of light appeared over my head, nearly blinding me as it exploded. Iron Whale must have looked up at it. I have finished calculating all the necessary factors and the target has been distracted, Rhino said, his tone aggravatingly pleasant. It's time to destroy. The next blasts came back to back, 2, 3, 4 on and on. Over 10 artillery shells went soaring through the sky. Iron Whale easily shot down the first with his cannon. It was clear he was an unbelievably skilled artilleryman, but that's as far as he got. What the… Who the hell is firing? What kind of person can manage so many shots and with such accuracy? Those words from Iron Whale signaled the end. Each and every one of Rhino's remaining artillery shells struck Tuija. Explosion after explosion rocked the tower. I could tell that the foundation had started to crumble as the structure leaned to one side. The tower was going to fall. The fortress where Iron Whale was standing came crumbling down in a thick cloud of dust. Just before it swallowed him, I saw his jet-black armor bend and crack as he was crushed. The rain of debris pelted the fairies below. We watched them from a safe distance, far enough not to get caught up in the collapsing foundation and with plenty of room to dodge any falling rubble. "It appears I hit the target," noted Rhino calmly. It was amazing how he could act so composed after what he'd just done. His long-range attack had defied sense, but Rhino had the skills to pull it off. I'd had no doubt he could make the shot from the warehouse rooftop. If you asked Rhino, he would say it all came down to math. As long as you could calculate the appropriate variables, you could tell if a shot was possible. And he'd told me this was possible, so I'd asked him to do it. What did you do, Xylo?" I could hear Venetum's voice through a layer of noise and static. "The tower's collapsing. Yeah, I had Rhino destroy it." "What would you do that for? How am I going to explain this to our superiors?" "Just blame it on the demon blight." "You'll figure something out." "I'll figure something out? Xylo, help me think of an excuse, so I'm busy right now. Talk to you later." Venetum sounded upset, but I didn't have time for it, so I blocked out his voice. My strategy for this mission was mind-numbingly simple. Create a distraction on the ground that the enemy couldn't ignore, then have others attack from the sky, locking up all their forces. Rhino's ability to shoot at long range with incredible accuracy was the key to winning. The building itself was at risk of becoming a fairy, so whatever use it might have was moot. Destroying it was our best option. But the fight wasn't over yet. There was still one enemy left, the source. I saw something wavering in the dust. Something wriggled. And then, a flash of light. Teorita! A crimson sickle, or maybe a claw slice through the dust cloud, headed right for us. I unsheathed the dagger with each hand and blocked the incoming attack with my left at the very last second. The steel cried in agony on impact, and it didn't end there. A second, then a third attack followed, all of which I swiftly blocked with my knives. Maybe that was a bit of an exaggeration. To be honest, the attacks were faster and far more powerful than I had expected. I was barely managing to deflect them, and my arms and shoulder were being shredded. But the wounds were shallow and the pain still dull. Damn it! I held my knives with a reverse grip and launched a counterattack, but it failed to connect. The reason was soon apparent. "Your reflexes are quick, very impressive," said a familiar voice. Its gloomy tone belonged to none other than Bujum. "You have exceeded my expectations and are worthy of respect." I could see a colossal crimson shadow inside the cloud of dust, a giant suited in ominous red armor. At first, I thought it was the remains of the tower, somehow still standing, but I was wrong. Rhino would never leave so much intact. It was a giant suit of armor towering over me, perhaps twice the size of Nelia, heavily armored infantryman the size of a fortress. The surface of his armor was a blackish red, and it bubbled, expanding before my eyes. The reason was right under my nose. It appeared the armor was absorbing the blood from the dead fairies' carcasses. Interesting. So that massive body of his is made out of blood? Xylo Forbots, if possible. "I do not wish to fight you," said Bujum, his voice muffled behind the armor. "I recognize that you are an incredibly strong opponent. Would it be possible for you to leave the goddess and withdraw from battle?" Now that's a new way to negotiate. I could tell Tuirta's body had tensed behind me. Her hair was sparking intermittently. She was reaching her limit. "Do you guys really want to kill Tuirta that badly?" I asked. Yes, very much so, Bujum replied. She and she alone must be killed at all costs, and I feel no pity for her. Interesting. At all costs? Why were they so obsessed with killing her? Thinking back, Torita was at the center of everything that happened in Ioth. At any rate, there were forces that wanted her dead, and they were desperate. It seemed every demon lord and their followers were out to get her. That must mean there's something special about her. Could it be the Holy Sword? The special ability only the Goddess of Swords possessed? Looks like I don't have much of a choice. When I glanced back, Taradek was already gazing up at me. She seemed confident. Flames flickered in her eyes, and her golden locks were sparking. This close, it was obvious to me that she had only one desire. I have no doubt, she began. We shall win. We shall not be hurt. And we shall end this before dawn, yes? Exactly. I'll kill the Demon Lord. That's my job as a penal hero, after all. In other words, I gave the knife in my hand a half spin, adjusting my grip as I pointed the tip of the blade at Bujum. Piss off, asshole. How unfortunate. It won't be easy, but I'm afraid I must kill you. He lifted his colossal arm into the air and sighed heavily. If there is even a chance I can kill the goddess, then I must try. Blood shot out of his fingertip, almost casually, creating an arch like a scythe as it soared toward us. Dodging was the only option. Activating my flight seal, I grabbed Teorita and lunged into the air. Blade shot out from Bujum's fingertips in quick succession, giving me no choice but to keep jumping. I couldn't block this many hits. I'd reached my limit a moment ago at 2 or 3. I was lucky this Bujum guy was a complete amateur and stopped to politely ask me to surrender. What an idiot. But if I had to keep dodging like this, I'd never get anywhere near him. He knows about Tyrita's Holy Sword. The Holy Sword was a unique weapon that could destroy anything it touched. Allowing me to get close would mean certain death. Even the immortal demon lord Iblis had been erased from existence, so it was only natural that Bujum would try to keep me as far away as possible. Jace, I shouted, touching the sacred seal on the nape of my neck. I need backup. You can hit him from the sky. How'd you expect me to do that, idiot? Those attacks are flying all the way up here. And that dust cloud is making it really hard to see too. Or would it be okay if I reduced the entire area to ash and took out all of you? Obviously not, but the situation was urgent. It seems the incoming blades of blood were targeting Jace and Neely as well. This demon lord had some extremely powerful moves. Rhino, what are you doing? Shoot! Unfortunately, I can't see very well either. I calculated the variables multiple times, but I'm not confident I can hit the target. Who cares? Just fire. You might get lucky. I believe the chance of that is almost 0. I told you to shoot. Just do it. My yelling seemed to have worked, and I heard the sound of his cannon firing. But in all honesty, I didn't expect any of the shots to hit Bujum either. My goal was to create a distraction, even if only for a second. I fixed my eyes on Bujum's colossal body, visible in patches through the dust. He was at least 50 paces away, aggravatingly far. But I was going to do this. Bring it on. 3-4 bloody blades were headed our way. Glaring at them, I threw a knife and activated Zat Finder, blowing them apart. I then used the opening to rush toward the Demon Lord as quickly as I could. But Teorita stopped me. Xylo! Behind you! She rubbed the air. Sparks. A sword emerged from the void and pierced the ground, followed by a hard, metallic clink echoing through the air. It was the sound of something bouncing off the blade. Tarita shared her senses with me, letting me know what was happening. An arrow made from blood had been shot at us from the ground. Asshole. That was when I realized that the ground was practically submerged in a pool of blood. Each time Bujum fired a blood bladis and I dodged, it left more blood on the ground that would bubble and wriggle, gathering together like some kind of slime mold with a will of its own. From there, it would transform into yet another of Bujum's weapons and attack me. At times, the blood would take the form of an arrow, and at other times, the shape of a spear. Once it even took the form of a large fanged serpent that moved with incredible speed. The serpent chased me relentlessly, I couldn't completely evade it, and eventually it chomped down on my leg. I could feel a dull pain in my thigh. Ah, you little! The blood serpent attacked the sword Tayarita had just summoned and almost immediately snapped it in two. It was quick, too quick. I barely managed to stop myself from toppling over. For some reason, my feet seemed to stick to the ground. I can't jump. Seriously? The gathering blood had turned the entire area into a swamp, and now it had latched onto my feet. You've stopped moving, noted Bujum, stating the obvious. I suppose it's time for me to kill you, Torita. Something rippled through the blood swamp. It bubbled and shook. The tip of a crimson spear began to emerge from the liquid as Bujum raised both of his arms into the air. It looked like he was about to unleash his ultimate attack. I must finish you off, even if it is the last thing I do. I could feel his unmitigated bloodlust. It overwhelmed everything else. Ugh! Terita grunted in breathless suspense. Xylo, stop making that face. Don't be stupid. I smiled in an unconscious attempt to encourage her. You're a goddess, so all you need to do is believe in your knight and look important. No one can defeat me. Just make sure you believe that. Besides, this Bujum guy is a total amateur. The reason I'd almost lost my balance a moment ago wasn't just because of the pool of blood. The ground had begun to slant as well. I'd been hoping for this. All the pieces were now in place. Time's up, Bujum. I could hear the sound of seawater, to be precise. It began flooding the area. This made perfect sense. Not only had Tweegia already fallen, but Rhino was still firing randomly in our direction. The pillars supporting the land under the tower were slanting, and once those supports were gone, there would be no way to prevent the place from flooding. It wasn't long before my feet were submerged in water, washing away the blood. The pool of it, holding my feet to the ground too, was helplessly swept away. I see, muttered Bujum. I couldn't detect a hint of concern in his voice. Time is up, you say, but I am not finished yet. He swung his arms, using more blood to create even larger blades than before. These splashed rapidly through the water, with enough force to slice anything that got in their way. I swiftly dodged the giant crimson sides, but there was one I knew I wouldn't be able to avoid. I quickly infused a knife with Zatefinder's power and threw it at the remaining blade. Hurling myself through the light and roar of the explosion, I formed an arc through the air and bore down on Bujum. Piercing blood. Bujum pointed at me and shot a bolt of red lightning from the tip of his finger, or at least that was what it looked like. In reality, it was probably closer to an arrow. Either way, it was fast. I was far too focused for something like that to hit me though. It grazed me, but I paid it no mind and barreled on. I knew I could win if I just got close enough. I had Teorita with me after all. Xylo, you're wounded. Don't worry about it. Through Terita, I could tell that blood was gathering from within the seawater to create some sort of weapon right where I intended to land. So I threw a knife and blew it to bits before it could finish. I just gotta keep this up. I had fought a battle like this once before, and I felt like something I'd lost was returning to me. In the past, I'd taken on the demon blight like a true knight, and I'd never lost. All I had to do now was replicate that. I could do this. I am truly impressed. Xylo Forbarts. Bujum opened his arms wide, as if to welcome me. You will be written about in poems one day as a great warrior, and I'd rather like to read them. He swung his crimson arm high in the air, creating a whirlpool of blood and pulling in some seawater as well. He muttered the words, spiraling blood, as a cyclone of red ooze swept through the area like a tornado. I didn't have to get near it to know that touching it would be fatal. I'd have a hard time fighting him one-on-one, but he was no threat to me now, because I had the goddess of swords, Tayarita, by my side. Go forth, she whispered as sparks violently scattered in the void. Let us end this. I just have to land the final blow, I said. Can you manage? Of course, I shall succeed, just as you will. No matter the cost. Heh. I smirked and took another leap, diving into the cyclone Bujum had created. There is nothing my holy sword cannot destroy, cried Tayarita. A one-handed, double-edged sword emerged from the void, Its silver blade shone with its own light. The rest of the sword was plain, looked like the sort you might find anywhere. I grabbed the hilt and slashed straight down in front of me, slicing the cyclone of blood in half. I saw what looked like particles of light burst before my eyes. The timing was perfect. That had been my only concern, since Toruta couldn't summon this sword for any longer than a few seconds. It was enough in the end. The holy blade erased Bujum's cyclone of blood from existence. This sword really could destroy anything, even things without form. After all, the holy sword wouldn't allow something it could not destroy to exist. That's... Bujum cried out as I rapidly closed in on him. That's the holy sword that will end this world. He transformed his left hand into a colossal blade, but all I needed to do was counter. It only took a single swipe. I swung the sword into the air, touching his weapon with the tip of my blade. That was all it took. A glittering light burned my eyes light so powerful that I started to feel dizzy. It scorched the night air, erasing my enemy in the blink of an eye. Bujum didn't even scream. The wind howled as bolts of light shot into the sky, briefly forming a whirl of dust. That was it. I blinked a few times, and my legs began to wobble as if I was intoxicated. Then the sword in my palm faded into nothingness, leaving only pale white sparks in my hand. The giant suit of blood armor had left no trace, and the only noise was the sound of water flooding in from the sea. Tarada. I somehow managed to keep myself standing. I couldn't drop to my knees just yet. It was time to share this victory with the great goddess at my side and shower her with praise. We did it. Of course we did, she replied, a cheeky grin on her wan face. Somehow, we'd managed to finish the job before dawn. The fairies occupying the tower began to withdraw after Bujum's fall. My only concern now was Teorita. She could hardly move after summoning the holy sword. I lent her my shoulder and helped walk her to Tuijia's gate as the tower slowly sank into the sea. Her face was pale, her body sparking uncontrollably. The electric discharge was so bad that her hair looked like it was glowing. I am impressed, Xylo, said Toruta. She maintained her arrogant attitude despite barely being able to stand. She even tried to smile. Surely I must have impressed you as well. It was obvious what she wanted. It was the whole reason she fought. I give you permission to rub my head and shower me with praise. Worship me to your heart's content. You may tell me what a great goddess I am. How I met all your expectations. She seemed to grow uneasy as she spoke and looked up to gauge my reaction. Right? Yeah. I rubbed her head. Maybe a little too hard. I could feel the sparks burning my palm. You did great, Toruta. That must have taken a lot of courage. Did I help? You helped a lot. You're an amazing goddess. Her reaction might be on the extreme side, but I bet just about anyone would enjoy being complimented after a hard day's work. Who wouldn't be happy if their teammates told them they were a huge help? Some might even believe stuff like that was worth risking your life for. Oh! Toruta suddenly raised her voice and pointed over my shoulder at something. Xylo, look. When I followed her gaze, I saw the cloud of dust kicked up when Tuijia fell, and hidden inside a person, a very small person. A child? It must have been a little girl. She looked even younger than Teorita did. She staggered toward us, dragging something large behind her. Help! She shouted. She looked about to cry. In fact, she was probably crying already. Her clothes were stained with blood. Was she hurt? No, that wasn't it. I could finally see what she was dragging. It was a person, an adult male, bleeding from a hole in his chest. Her clothes were probably stained with his blood. She continued toward us, unsteady, but the man didn't even twitch. It looked like she was using every bit of strength she had to drag his body. Just great, I thought. Teorita was almost drained, and now I had even more people to protect. I counted how many knives I had left. 3. I was going to have to use them wisely. Help! My father! Cried the girl. She sounded almost nauseated. My father stopped moving. A monster came out of nowhere and... Do not fear. It was Torita who replied first, recklessly breaking free from my support. You have nothing to worry about. Her voice no longer sounded weak. I, Goddess Torita, and my knight, Xylophobots, are at your service. I promise you will be safe. Torita took a step toward the blood-covered girl. We must hurry and get your father some help. Did you lose your way during the evacuation? What is your name? My name. The girl staggered, or rather, appeared to stagger. That was when I noticed it. All emotion had disappeared from her face. Shit. But it was already too late. I was an idiot for letting Torita get too close. The little girl hadn't staggered at all. She'd sped up. I'd let my guard down. Was it because I was tired? But exhaustion was no excuse. What is wrong with you, Xylophobots? I prayed that I would make it in time. It was only later that I realized who I was praying to. Sinerva, a goddess who was nothing but a faraway memory now. Nevertheless, reality was cruel. There was no way I could get to Torita in time. I was too slow to act. The girl raised her arm swiftly into the air. She was holding a knife, its blade sharp and thick. Torita's eyes opened wide. She didn't even scream. Pop! I heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Oops, said someone, sounding almost embarrassed. It was Dev. Oh crap. Did I just shoot a kid? What is wrong with you, Tserv? Shouted beneath him. Did you just shoot a civilian? Are you out of your mind? A white bolt of lightning soared through the air, hitting the blood-covered girl. Her expression twisted in astonishment. And that was no wonder. A bolt of lightning shot from an unbelievable distance had just blown off the left side of her body from her shoulder to her chest. I heard later that this was Sav's first shot after getting into position. Bro, it looked like she was going to attack you and Torita, he later claimed. I had no idea how he came to that conclusion, but he was right. This, groaned the little girl, this can't. She could barely stand, and yet she was still trying to attack Torita. There was no way a human could move after losing so much of their upper body. The girl staggered forward, growling as she thrust her knife as far as she could with her remaining strength. But the tip of her blade was met with a heavy clink just before reaching Torita's body. Immediately, I charged forward, kicking the little girl as hard as I could. What was left of her upper body tore off at the waist and flew through the air. It was over. Torita's legs gave out, but I somehow managed to catch her right before she hit the ground. Torita, look at me, are you hurt? Xylo, her lips were twitching, but she managed to smile. She was holding a small knife that looked very familiar. It was the one we bought at that street stall, with a blade barely sharp enough to cut fruit. It appears. I will need to learn how to use this properly, she said. You blocked the attack with that knife? It was basically a toy. After a deep sigh, I took a good look at the blade. We need to get you something a little better than this, and I'll teach you how to use it. The enemy had approached alone in order to take Teodita by surprise, ready to sacrifice their life. It seems they'd do anything to kill her. Torita must be a real threat to the Demon Blight. But why? Because she could summon the Holy Sword? Or was there another reason? At any rate, I felt that we, the Penal Hero unit, was being forced into a key position in all this. I have to protect Torita. I could feel how important that was, now more than ever. Goddesses can be so demanding, but I'm sure you know that, Sinerva. Now I was complaining to someone who was no longer here. I crouched, lending Torita an arm, and pulled her up. Come on, let's get out of here. The others are probably waiting for us. Yes, let us return to the place where we belong. Still trembling, Torita stuck out her head. Though I believe you are forgetting something. Yeah, I know. Then go on. Praise me with every fiber of your being. And so, our mission at Tuija came to an end. All that was left was a little cleanup work. Once he finished firing his artillery at the warehouse, Rhino, along with Tatsuya, took the evacuating citizens back to the base. Rhino, however, disappeared for a few hours after that, leaving his armor behind. This was later reported as a violation of orders, and he was sent back to solitary confinement. Around 130 civilians arrived at the base. No lives were lost. Despite being attacked by frenzied fairies, there were few injuries. 9 people lost limbs or some other part of their body. They were all men, and ranged from fit and brawny to slightly chubby. Some claimed they were intentionally used as decoys, but there was no way to prove it. Incidentally, the volume of these men's bodies, no longer whole, was about that of a woman of the same age, or perhaps that of a slender man. The 13th Order fought bravely in the commercial district alongside the city guards and armed priests. Pataush's unit quickly responded to the crisis and eliminated the fairies. She had the snipers hold the enemy back while the cavalry scattered them. Then the infantry had overwhelmed the enemy's scattered troops and defeated them. Though the strategy was simple, Pataushi's ability to deploy her troops and lead them to victory was evidence of her skill. The city guards and armed priests, too, had capably protected the people of Ayov. If the 13th Order could be said to have led the offensive, then the guards and priests had done the same for defense. High Priest Marlen Kivia had led these men, and not only had he accompanied them on the front line, but he hadn't acted as one would expect from a priest. Up until now, the temple had always been somewhat timid and passive when it came to battling the demon blight. Priests loaned to the military for battle would usually end up tuning sacred seals rather than fighting. And yet, despite being a high priest, Marlen Kivia had fought on the front line, instantly gaining popularity among the people of the city. He was apparently quite the leader from a strategic standpoint as well. His excellent troop placements had allowed his people to block all the fairies' schemes before they got started, thus limiting the extent of the damage. There could be no doubt that their work had kept the city of Ayov safe. The underground water channels of Ayov were as intricate as a maze. These were modified relics of the old kingdom that had seen constant use and many repairs over the years. Although humans had military control over the key points leading out of the city, anyone would be basically invisible if they made it deep enough inside the labyrinth, especially if that someone was Demon Lord Spriggan. Her body was covered in wounds. She was gravely injured, and all because of that sniper. Deceiving the goddess had been a good idea. Tarita had come close enough for Spriggan to kill her, and she'd almost managed to destroy her vessel, but that bolt of lightning had ruined everything. It seemed her chosen host's body had been too fragile. Spriggan had continued to use the body of Lideo Sodric's attendant Irie. Demon Lord Spriggan was able to steal the bodies of other living creatures. She was a parasite by nature, and her true body was no bigger than that of a rat. It wasn't uncommon for a demon lord to have the ability to parasitize, take over, or simulate another living creature, but Spriggan's vitality was particularly exceptional. Even if the host's body was destroyed and all vital activity ceased, Spriggan could separate from the host and survive. Plus, her body was quick to regenerate. That said, there was nothing she could do to make up for her low combatability. She had made the right choice in pretending to be dead and running away instead of trying to fight that holy knight. I need to focus on repairing my injuries for now. That was the conclusion that Spriggan had reached. The lightning bolt from the sniper and the knight's powerful kick had damaged not only the host's body, but Spriggan herself, and she would need to repair her flesh while gathering her remaining fairy forces. Even if the humans had somehow surpassed her expectations and killed every last fairy in the city, there was still a way she could create an army. The demon blight could corrupt nearby living beings and inorganic substances as well. While it would take time, she could simply rebuild her army, and the best way to do that was… Oh, Spriggan's train of thought was unexpectedly broken by the sound of a human voice. Someone was approaching her. "There you are, Spriggan, you're hurt. How sad." Spriggan looked up at the individual. It was a large man who appeared to be human, but there was something strange about his expression. He seemed to be smiling, though she had no idea why. Impossible. If this person is human, then how did they recognize me? How could they have sensed my presence in this host? You seem confused. Didn't you know? When the demon blight starts devouring and corrupting its surroundings, its demon lord gives off a unique… how should I put it? A unique wave, explained the man, guessing the source of Spriggan's confusion. Other demon lords can detect this, and that is why I left my post and came to find you. The man slowly approached Spriggan. She couldn't move. She had taken too much damage. The most she could do was crawl, and she could hardly manage that. My crime is the simplest, least offensive crime of those in the hero unit, as far as I can tell. Guilt is a concept that's still hard for me to understand, but I'm sure I'm right. Spriggan had no idea what the man was saying, but she was overwhelmed with a strange anxiety as he slowly approached her, step by step. I discovered the thrill of killing my own kind, you see. Humans truly are amazing, aren't they? This trait is quite common among them, and they would even consider my motive boring. No big deal. Isn't that incredible? The man chuckled, making a rumbling noise in his throat. I felt I must surrender unconditionally. I'll do whatever you say, and all that. Every day that I am with my fellow heroes, I am reminded of how shallow I am. Stay back, said Spriggan. Or at least, that's what she wanted to say. She currently lacked the vocal cords needed to speak, and she had no idea if the man could understand her. What she did know, however, was that he wasn't going to stop. That's why I'm trying to suck up to the humans. I'm desperate. I would do anything to make them happy. I would undergo any hardship if it meant they would accept me. The only place I belong is with them. I have nowhere else to go. Stay back, repeated Spriggan. There wasn't anything else she could do. I'm currently learning about ethics, and I now realize that from the Demon Blight's point of view, I am nothing more than a bloodthirsty killer, murdering my own kind for fun. What a cliché. Boring sin. Stay back. But I can become a champion in the eyes of the humans. Nobody will judge me for my crimes. It's baffling, isn't it? I am still working out the reasoning behind this myself, so I can't explain it very well. Stay back. I decline. You're screaming, though. The man smiled as the sacred seal at his neck glowed ominously. I'm quite enamored with it. Nothing would make me happier or excite me more right now than to hear you scream in even greater agony. I'm in the mood to take my time today. He reached out and tightened his hands around Spriggan's ankles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Demon Lord Puck-Puka, but the humans call me by the name of this body's original owner, Rhino. The mission had failed. The goddess of swords wasn't killed, and conquering the city was most likely no longer possible. Therefore, he had no choice but to run away as quickly as he could. He didn't even have the strength, let alone time, to worry about Spriggan. Surely, she would be able to take care of herself. The penal hero unit. The goddess of swords and her holy knight, the goddess killer. Humph. He thought over it all as he walked, his steps unsteady. He didn't have enough blood. He'd used too much of it. I won't be able to carry out my orders. Brujum was making his way out of the city. Iof is in turmoil. Now is my only chance to escape. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off and he'd survived. The blade hadn't erased him. Borjum knew that the Holy Sword Terrator had summoned denied the existence of anything it touched. That was why he'd created a giant blood puppet to battle them in his place. As a result, the only one erased was the puppet. In return, however, he had exhausted a copious amount of blood. But what pains me the most is that I let my king down once again. Brujum would need a large supply of blood before he could be of any more use. Those two are a threat. They are worthy of respect. Someone will have to do something about them. The goddess of swords and her lightning-fast holy knight. The two of them could put an end to the demon blight. I need more blood in order to kill them. It would take some time before he was in any condition to fight. He'd had an ample supply of blood, but the quality had been far from ideal. If he could realize his full potential, the speed with which he manipulated his blood, its hardness, its flexibility, and even his own basic physical abilities would far exceed what he had displayed that day. In order to achieve this, however, he had to do something that he was very reluctant to do. It appears fairy blood isn't good enough. Brujum was staggering down a dark alleyway like a sickly man on the verge of death. I need the blood of humans. He closed his eyes and heaved a hoarse sigh. He had no other choice. He could not betray his king. The battle to defend Iof had come to an end, but the worst was yet to come. That day would serve as a turning point. for while it may have seemed like a victory, the enemy was now closing in on humanity faster than ever before. By the time we withdrew to Norgala's base, everything was already under control. The holy knights and city guards had done their job. They had rescued as many evacuees as possible and had begun exterminating the remaining fairies that had escaped into the waterways. This marked the end of our job as penal heroes, as evidenced by Tatsuya, who was now sitting on the ground, hunched over and holding his knees. Tatsuya never completely stopped moving when ordered to stand by. He would usually pace or trace his finger in the air for some mysterious reason, so the fact that he was completely inactive right now meant he'd heard the mission was over. "Oh, Xylo, Rhino's not with you?" asked Jace. He had already removed Neely's harness and was cleaning her. It was pretty clear that he wasn't going to send her back into the sky again, even if ordered. "No, I thought he was here with you." I shifted my gaze to a suit of armor at Neely's side. It was seemingly empty at the moment. Tarita was peering at it curiously as well. "You didn't see him either, right, Tarita?" I asked. "I did not. Does that mean he's roaming around somewhere without his armor? Is that not dangerous?" "Heh, sounds like he's off on his own and violating orders again," Jace said, smirking before turning to Venetum. "You should get a leash for that guy. I mean, did you really want someone like that off doing whatever he pleases?" "Jace, you of all people shouldn't be talking." Ventim seemed unwell as he responded. I could see the exhaustion on his face. The situation appeared to have put a lot of stress on his nerves. "I don't know, guys," said Sav. "I think Rhino will be fine. He was just coming down from the watchtower, a flippant grin on his face. His right arm was still wrapped in bandages, but he seemed to be in high spirits. That made sense, though he'd barely done any work compared to the rest of us. He's probably out looting or torturing a fairy for fun. I once saw him carry a live fairy back from the battlefield. Remember that, Dotter? Didn't he say he was going to mount it on his wall or something?" Dotter replied, sounding creeped out. Incidentally, it seemed Dotter had decided to end work early that day, made clear by the tilted bottle of booze in his hand and the cheese and thick-cut bacon making their way to his mouth. Where had he grabbed such a luxurious dinner? When did he find the time? This ability of Dotter's was borderline supernatural. "Anyway," he continued, "I think we're wasting our time worrying about Rhino. I'd much rather go back to the barracks and sleep." "Same," said Tav. "Tarita and my bro here are just too nice worrying about that guy. Like, does he have some dirt on you too or something? No, I am simply concerned that—" Well, Tarita seemed to hesitate for a moment, but she eventually continued. "To be honest, I am curious what he is doing. Something about his behavior seems strange. Yeah, strange." "That describes him perfectly," I said. "I'm not worried about him one bit though." I swiped the bottle of booze out of Dotter's hand, along with a piece of cheese. It was wine from the south, and it didn't look cheap. He'd really outdone himself. "Ah." Sab swiftly slipped behind me, as if he were joining a line. "Bro, let me have the next sip. I haven't had wine from the south in forever. You fool! Do you really believe you deserve such a treat? You hardly lifted a finger." Norgala made his way over, a large wooden stake on his shoulder. It had a sacred seal engraved in it and looked like some kind of detonator. It was definitely dangerous, and Norgala was the only one I would trust carrying it around. "Sav, you arrived late," he said. "Reward shall be presented in the following order: Dotter, Xylo, Tatsuya, Jace, Venetum, and then you. You are last." "What? I'm even after Venetum? Of course." "You and Rhino have issues that need to be addressed. Rhino in particular shall be lectured once he returns. This constitutes a threat to our national defense." Norgala glared fiercely at the empty suit of armor, as if he were having trouble swallowing his anger. Then, mumbling complaints under his breath, he set to work fixing it up. "Damn that Rhino, the fool! Just when I thought all my elites were going to be here together for a change, he goes off on his own. This is unforgivable." I even prepared a speech of encouragement and everything. "Oh phew," cried Sav. "Man, this might be the first time I feel grateful to Rhino. We're saved." "I don't know if I would have been able to handle it," said Dotter. Those speeches are literally torture in every sense of the word. Whenever the king gives a speech, he starts going into his vision for the nation, said Venetum. I honestly cannot think of a more unproductive use of my time. Anyway, can we go now? Jace let out a big yawn, completely ignoring Norgale. Neely wants to take a bath and go to bed, and if Norgala's going to start rambling nonsense again, we're leaving. But right as Jace patted Neely on the neck, Silo, a familiar voice called my name. It belonged to a woman on horseback galloping toward us. Her hair was the color of iron, and she had brown skin. It was Frenzy, and she had around 50 knights with her. But there was something odd about her expression. She seemed upset. She looked like she was about to stage a retreat. But how could that be? The battle was essentially over. The moment she saw me, her eyes softened with relief. You're a mess, Xylo, but I am glad to see you in good health. Now, care to explain what you are doing, still loafing about here? Sorry, but this shop's closed for the day. I waved a hand at her, then took another swig of booze, followed by a bite of cheese. The Holy Knights should be able to handle the commercial district without us. I had no intention of working any more that day. Jace suddenly swiped the bottle out of my hand, as if to say it was now his turn. Asshole. Sav stole what was left of the cheese and gave it to Tatsuya, who sluggishly began sinking his teeth into it. In what felt like the blink of an eye, my hands were empty. They remained raised in the air, however, as if I was surrendering. I'm tired, I said, and I'm not in the mood to listen to more of your verbal abuse today. Pathetic. And you call yourself a man of the Mastibolt family? A hibernating lemur has more energy than you. The hell is a lemur? Whatever. I already finished my work, so just let me rest. Yes, the town is quiet again, and things are safe for now. However, a hint of irritation seeped into her voice. I have just received words that the second capital has fallen. Wait, what did you just say? The second capital has fallen. The attack on Etov was nothing more than a diversion. Everyone fell silent at that. Dotter, Venetum, Jav, Jace, everyone. Tatsuya, of course, was already silent. The first to speak up was Norgale. Fairies attacked my capital. According to the report, said Frenzy, Demon Lord Abaddon defeated the Ninth Order of the Holy Knights, slipped past the line of defense, and seized the second capital. It seemed she'd chosen to ignore the fact that Norgala had called it his capital. Galtwile Fortress essentially has a knife to its throat. All that's left is for the enemy to take the first capital. Frenzy glanced at me. Ayoth is all on its own now. By the time Pataush returned to the control room, High Priest Marlon had already removed his heavy chainmail and ceremonial sword. He was sitting in his chair in his usual attire, smiling faintly at Pataush and the leader of the infantry behind her. Welcome back. There was an unusual ring of satisfaction in his voice. I heard about your hard work and contributions in battle. Thank you for your praise. Pataush bowed, followed by Rajit, who had been told to remain silent in such situations. I heard your leadership was extraordinary, Uncle Marlon, she continued. I was lucky. I must have been blessed by the saints of old who fought against the demon blight before me. However, we lost far too many civilians today, and there is no time for rest. We must start preparing for the next battle. Marlon's smile vanished, and he assumed his usual serious expression. Pataush watched with a cold gaze as he formed the sign of the great sacred seal with his right hand. Yes, you're right, she said. I'm sure the temple will put you at the head of all the high priests after your accomplishments today. The temple as an organization is rigid calcified, but in the face of this unprecedented trial, we must band together if we wish to survive. Marlon nodded to himself. If I were to receive such an honor, I would bring in some new blood. That would also mean improving your situation, Pataush. He exhaled heavily, almost sighing. Bring in new blood? Does that mean, Pataush took a step toward her uncle, that you plan on switching out the current temple leaders with coexisters? Marlon didn't respond. His solemn expression never faltered. Pataush felt like she spent minutes waiting for an answer, but in reality, only seconds had passed. Did you interrogate Lidio Sodric, he asked. He was the start of it. He told me the name of a messenger for the coexisters, Mayezel Zorkov, using the Northern Lands pronunciation for the family name. Then I remembered how you, Uncle Marlon, would often use that alias in the past. Patosha thought back to how her uncle would occasionally sneak her out of the house when she was a child. Back then, she had still been under the control of her strict parents and had known nothing of the outside world. She had seen so many new things in the city, but what left the biggest impression on her were horseback riding, swords, and sacred seals. The more obsessed she became, the more her parents frowned and reprimanded her. Sometimes the scolding got out of hand and became violent, and when that happened, her uncle was her only ally. When he learned of her wishes, he immediately persuaded her parents to find a tutor and took her to learn how to wield a sword and ride a horse. He brought her to the city to buy a practice sword, and they toured the street stalls together. The time she spent with her uncle were some of the only good memories she had of her childhood, and each one was precious to her. That was why she remembered it so clearly. There was no way she could forget. Whenever her uncle would bring her into the city, he would always go by the alias Zelkov. "So you still remembered that," said Marlon, a wry smile on his lips. "What an incredible talent. I could never forget. And that's why I knew it had to be you." The culprit had to be someone with enough financial power to control the Adventurers Guild. Someone born and raised in the north, and someone from the temple visiting Iof during the right time frame. Once Pathaus had narrowed it down that far, few candidates remained. And that's not all. The records of your absences matched the times and dates when Lidio Sodric met with the messenger. That would also explain why information was leaking to the enemy, and how they knew our strategy and our positions. And then, in this most recent battle, Patiusha's hand was already on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Regit did the same by her side. I looked into the unit that first reported seeing the fairies in the city and its surviving soldier. According to your records, it was Iof City Defense Force Unit 72192. But no such unit exists. I am impressed. How did you do it though? I can't imagine you had enough time to investigate all that during the battle. I am not at liberty to answer. It was Francie and her men who helped, but Patash made sure to withhold any information on the Southern Nightgauns from her uncle. That was what they wanted as well. For some reason, Patash found the Ironhead woman extremely irritating, but she respected how quickly she and her men worked. This wouldn't have been possible without them. Uncle Marlon, why have you joined the coexisters? If mankind is defeated, then all will be lost. Am I wrong? Very wrong. Marlon slowly stood, causing Patausha to tighten her grip around her sword. Rajit nervously circled around to the High Priest's side. Do not move, Uncle Marlon. I am doing this for the sake of those important to me, Pataush. This is for me, my family, and the devout, loyal people of the temple. The High Priest did not heed her warning, instead walking slowly over until he stopped right in front of her. I want to save you all. Mankind will surely lose, but I want to protect those with righteous hearts, and my family, whom I love. That is why I joined the coexisters. Then, what happens to those whose hearts are not righteous, and those you do not love? That I do not know. I am in no position to worry about anyone else. Under the current circumstances, that is. His serious expression never faltered, making it clear to her he was telling the truth. Surely everyone feels this way. Or are you telling me you wish to become a champion of mankind that saves strangers over the lives of your own family? Uncle Marlon, There is still a part of you that hasn't grown up yet, but it is time for you to change. Love your family and cherish those close to you. Marlon's smile was calm and gentle. If possible, I want you to be a part of the new world as a coexister yourself. Mankind will lose to the demon blight, but many will be spared, and we must act as shepherds to watch over and guide those who are left behind. That is enough. Pataush had already unsheathed her sword. The tip of her blade was at Marlon's neck. I am disappointed. I deeply respected you, Uncle Marlon, from the bottom of my heart. Are you crying, Pataush? don't believe we should abandon anyone, including strangers. I cannot allow myself to believe that the happiness of my family and those I love is all that matters. That isn't normal, Patasush. Your bloated ego is driving you to become some sort of savior and clouding your judgment. But, well, perhaps it was I who raised you that way. What a pity. Silence, demanded Pataush sharply. She then signaled to the infantry leader at her side. Rajit, arrest my uncle. Yes, Captain. Rajit stepped forward to arrest the high priest, but all of a sudden, Marlin moved. From somewhere on his person, he pulled out a lightning staff and pointed the tip toward Pataush's chest. The sacred seal glowed, and sparks began to fly. Captain Rajit must have moved on instinct. He pushed rammed Pataush out of the way. He probably didn't have time to consider the consequences. The bolt of lightning bore a hole through his chest. Flesh and bone exploded, spraying blood into the air. Pataush saw both their faces at once, Rajit's shock and her uncle's sorrow. Rajit made the wrong call. Instead of protecting me, he should have attacked. Then he would have lived. Which means I cannot make the same mistake. Biting her lip, Pataush swung her sword, slicing off the arm Marlin was using to hold the staff. Still, he didn't stop. What a shame, Pataush, he said, now holding a knife. The weapon had appeared from nowhere, and she could tell it was engraved with a sacred seal of some kinda powerful one, meant for offense. She couldn't allow him to activate it. You were like a daughter to me. Before Pataush realized this, she was shouting. She wanted to tell him to shut his mouth, but she couldn't get out the words. The sound that came out was likely closer to a scream as her body swiftly reacted, swinging her sword exactly as she had practiced so many times before. In a flash, it was over. She'd run the tip of her sword right through Marlin Kivia's throat. It was the 7th day of the 1st month of winter. The second capital had fallen to Demon Lord Abaddon, and Pataush Skivia of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights was imprisoned for the murder of her uncle, High Priest Marlin Kivia, and her sabor, Dinate Rajit Heathrow. A few days had passed since Pataush was thrown into prison. She had no way of knowing exactly how many. She was locked up underground, and the windowless, dark cage had dulled her sense of time almost immediately. She didn't know what had happened to her knights either. There was no way to find out. She tried to speculate on what was going on outside to keep her mind sharp and her spirits up, but her imagination almost always led her down a dark path. No one had come to her aid, which probably meant that her family had abandoned her. That was no surprise. She had essentially run away from home. Her whole uncle was the only one who understood her, and she'd killed him. Her knights probably had no way to help her either. She couldn't think of any other prospects. The faces of the penal heroes briefly crossed her mind before immediately vanishing once again. Why would I think of them now? And yet she couldn't help but wonder what Xylo was doing, the goddess killer, one of the most notorious criminals in history. I wonder how he views my crimes. She'd killed a high priest, her own uncle. Was he surprised by what she'd done? Did he think she'd lost her mind? That much she could handle. But if he now looked down on her because of it, there would be no feeling worse than that. Everyone probably thought she was a coexister now, a traitor to mankind. It was hard to explain why, but she got the feeling that would be the most difficult part to bear. At the very least, she wanted the chance to talk. If those around her had misunderstood, she wanted to tell them the truth. To her knights, her friends, the penal heroes, and Xylo Forbats. I've been backed into a corner, Pataush thought, trying her best to persuade herself. That's why I'm thinking like this. It was the only explanation. Pataush had originally pinned her hopes on the trial, but she realized that was pointless after the investigator stopped by her cell a few times. It was always the same person, and he always asked the same thing. Why did you kill Marlin Kivia? That was it. Pataush was able to accurately explain what had happened, but each time she did so, the investigator would conclude that she was lying and demand she fix her story. You feared High Priest Marlin's personal magnetism and his ability to unite the temple's forces, the investigator would say over and over. That's why you killed him, and your subordinate and betrayed mankind. The investigator seemed young, but he had an uncanny luster in his eyes. I can release you once you accurately testify to that fact. He was trying to create a new story, and he was waiting for Pataushu to start speaking that story with her own lips. If he kept wearing her down mentally and repeating the answer he wanted, it could easily become fact in her head. He's almost like a teacher. Pataushu recalled her years at school as a child. Back then, her teachers would often wait for their students to tell them the truth in the form of an apology, even if, for the child, it was only a means of escaping the situation. How long would she be able to fight this? She hadn't been sleeping much, and the brain fog was starting to cloud her judgment. The investigator probably meant to keep up his questions as long as he needed to. Pataushu was afraid of dying as a despised member of the Coexisters, and the fact that she was slowly growing numb to that fear scared her as well. Then one night, two people appeared before her cell in place of the investigator who had visited her so many times. One of them, a man, seemed cheerful, but with a sadistic glint to his smile. The other was a tall woman dressed in a simple white priest's robe. She looked ready to doze off at any moment. Pataushu, former captain of the 13th Order of the Holy Knights, "You have my apologies," said the man. "It took us a little longer than expected." Pataushu thought he was being sarcastic at first, that he was a new investigator simply trying to come at her from a different angle. She glared at him coldly, bracing herself. "We finished your investigation almost immediately," he continued, "but we needed time to discuss how to handle your case." The man barely seemed to notice her gaze. "After all, we only have room for one more hero at most, so it took a lot of consideration and debate. It was a difficult decision for us all, and honestly, I was against making you a hero." Pataushu showed a faint reaction to the word hero, then instantly regretted it. The man's smile deepened. She found his way of smiling truly off-putting. "Yes, I suppose you're close to the heroes, aren't you? We mainly look for two qualities when choosing new candidates." Still grinning, the man held up one finger and then another as he spoke. "First, we look at skills. Next, we look at mentality. Skill-wise, you are an exceptional leader and soldier. We have some need for your leadership abilities right now. On the other hand, that's really all you're good at." However, he was being very rude. Pataushu really didn't like this man, and the way he smiled irritated her. "Your mental state surprised me a little. I never expected that you'd be capable of killing a relative to whom you owed such a debt. Your actions had nothing to do with personal gain. You did what you did for the sake of total strangers, or perhaps for a delusion one might call conviction." The man flipped through what appeared to be a booklet in his hand and nodded. "How should I put this? There's a certain someone who pays a lot of attention to things like that, to abnormal workings of the heart and mind. The question is, how many people would be able to do what you did? The answer to that will guide your choice. How?" "Paisi." Only then did Pataushu finally speak. It felt like it had been forever since she last uttered a word. Her voice was hoarse and didn't sound like she remembered. "How do you know all that?" No human could have known what happened then, let alone understand how she was feeling and what she was thinking. "Oh, you're curious? Unfortunately, I can't go into detail, but let's just say that I have been blessed." The man closed his booklet, then passed it to the woman behind him. "I guess you could say that my goddess can summon books information." After taking the booklet, the woman in priest's garb silently sat down where she was, looking up at the man with half-closed eyes. "Yes, I know. Thank you, Enfi," said the man. "I don't know what I would do without you." The woman called Enfi quietly took the man's hand and placed it on her head, almost forcing him to rub it. "Your goddess? Are you a holy knight?" asked Pataushu. "Yes, I am the 12, which would make me your former colleague, I suppose." "My name? Well, I could give you a fake one, but that would be pointless, wouldn't it?" The man rubbed Enfi's head, all the while watching Pataushu's expression. "Now it is time for me to present you with your options. You have two paths to choose from." He once again raised two fingers into the air, putting them down one by one as he cheerfully listed off each option. "Your first choice, receive the death penalty as a former holy knight who joined the Coexisters. If you choose this path, you should hurry up and admit to that investigator's version of the facts. I don't know what happens after death, but at least your current suffering would come to an end." Patel stayed silent and tried to keep her face blank. She didn't know why, but her gut was telling her not to show this unpleasant knight any emotion. "Your second choice is to become a penal hero and continue fighting the demon blight." His tone was cruelly soft as he said this. "You will be resurrected whenever you die, and each time, your personality and memories will be worn down until there is nothing left. You will have neither freedom nor honor, and you will give everything you have for strangers you have never met and whose names you do not know." The man's expression clouded over for the first time, though his smile remained. "If it were me, I would probably choose death, and I will not recommend the path of a hero to you, because I do not believe you have the aptitude for it." "What does it mean to become a hero?" Patos tried to speak up, though her voice was weak and hoarse. "What do you mean you only have room for a certain number? I don't really understand the concept of being resurrected after death either, though I have heard about heroes losing their memories in the process. You ask a lot of questions. There are some things you're better off not knowing, but I suppose I will answer to the extent I can. Not a word of this to anyone else though, okay?" The man nodded to himself. "I suppose you're much like us, with relatively normal sensibilities, so I get why you're curious. It's probably hard to make a decision as you are now." Partouche felt like she was being mocked. Every little thing this man did aggravated her. "I'm sure you've heard rumors about the first goddess's ability to summon brave warriors, correct? Long ago, at the beginning of the First War, she summoned champions from other worlds. But it was very inefficient." Patosha got the feeling this was big. A very important key secret. Knowledge about the goddesses was classified information of the highest level, even within the military. Some weren't able to communicate with us, and still others possessed a mental makeup we couldn't even comprehend. In the worst cases, those we summoned turned on us and became enemies to mankind. Even Patelsha had heard of the first goddess's ability to summon champions from other worlds, and indeed, if that were true, there must be some reason she didn't simply summon infinite numbers of them. Otherwise, you would think the military would have formed an entire army of otherworldly champions. That's why people back then decided to alter the policy. They would summon humans from our own world instead. That way, there would be no communication issues. And that was when they learned that the goddess's powers allowed her to summon even the dead. So Petoskey had finally realized what was going on. That's what heroes are? Yes, they are champions resurrected from the dead. At least, that was who they were in the beginning. Now we use the penal hero system due to, well, various reasons. Were heroes in the past honored? Patels imagined the group of heroes she knew, but none of them seemed worthy of honor. What am I thinking? Of course they don't. Patels cleared the thought from her mind. But the goddess's summoning isn't perfect. Humans apparently have something akin to a soul, and that something is gradually worn away each time they are brought back to life. Reproducing the person gets harder with each resurrection, and that's why— the man pointed at his head. The first goddess needs memories of the heroes and the ability to accurately recall, or how should I put this? She has to compensate with something like her imagination. It's surprisingly primitive, right? But it's all we have. The man's expression took on a note of pity. It was as if he was looking at someone with a fatal injury having arrived too late to save them. And yet there was still something mocking in it. Perhaps that was simply how his face naturally rested. Of course, Enfi here can prepare records to supplement the first goddess's ability, but the quality of the summons itself depends solely on the first goddess's memory and imagination. The goddess by his side, whose eyes were almost completely closed, lifted her head up slightly. Maybe it was because the man had said her name. Either way, her reactions were dulled. She seemed like a very different sort of goddess from Chiorita, and she only has enough space in her memory, if you will, for one more person at most. The first goddess uses most of her time repeating information about the heroes and remembering them. Why do you think that is? Because. Petaush groaned. The heroes are a kind of trump card for humanity. That's what I'm hoping for, at least, because it seems most people of sound mind are naturally drawn toward the coexisters. The man lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. A hero must be someone who can relentlessly kill their family, friends, and those they respect for the sake of justice and for a world made up of strangers they will never know. Patosh couldn't argue. He was right. He was explaining exactly what she'd done. These are all the secrets I can share with you today. Perhaps some other time I can tell you about the Sacred Seal collar and the place heroes go for repairs. So what will you do, Patalshi Kaivia? If I tell you I'll become a hero, will you get me out of here? I wish I could, but breaking out is impossible. I need you to die once, first. He said this as if it were nothing. Patosh had a vague feeling that was where this was leading. I need to kill you, take you apart, and carry you out of here. There's really no other way. The man began to rub his goddess's head once more. Emphy will be able to summon all your information in the form of a book. As for reproducing your personality and memories, however well, you'll just have to believe in the first goddess. Patosh could sense a cynicism in his voice. She was born into a family of priests and had run away from home only to become a holy knight. And in the end, what she needed was faith to believe in a goddess. I can believe in her and die, or not believe in her and die. Those were the only two choices left to Patosh. The man, still grinning, had finished talking and was waiting with his arms spread out as if to say there was nothing more to discuss. So what will it be? I was right, wasn't I? You aren't, I accept. If nothing else, she wanted to surprise this man with the unpleasant smirk. Patosh made her decision immediately, then declared in a clear voice, I will become a hero, and if I am allowed to fight again, one last time, then I vow to fight for mankind, for all the people I will never meet or know. All right. The man's smile disappeared and a look of gloom covered his face. There is no going back, and I don't think you should do this. I am still very much against you becoming a hero. But I must show respect for the oath you've made. The man unsheathed a thick-bladed sword, similar to a machete. Light reflected off its surface as Patosh welcomed it into the flesh of her throat. Patoshikivia, I sentence you to be a hero. Hello there, Rocket Shokai here. I love antagonists whose sole purpose is to have their asses handed to them by the protagonist in under 3 seconds. I call them Kierists for how they yell in battle before attacking. Keiya. Today, I would like to discuss speed-type Kierists and power-type Kierists. Speed-type Kierists usually overestimate their speed. They like to approach their opponents from behind at a blinding pace to show off how fast they are. Their weapon of choice is usually a sharp knife or a whip of some sort. In fact, you almost never see any with blunt weapons or massive axes. That would put the character into the territory of a power type and might devalue his position as a speed type. The antagonists of this type, one love them most, are the ones that rush around their opponent at top speed. If they add a few comments like, too slow, or try to keep up with this, I'm just in awe, I might even start clapping. To these villains, speed is a symbol of power. Even if they end up tripping, they'll be shining brighter than the stars as they soar into the dirt. Power-type Kierists, on the other hand, overestimate their strength and tend to enjoy showing off by destroying nearby objects or making reckless remarks and disregarding strategy. Their weapon of choice is usually something like a giant hammer or a big stick covered with sharp points. There are hardly any power types who use sharp knives or wires in battle, since they wouldn't be able to show off the power they are so proud of. Now, this is just my personal opinion, but it's hard not to be a fan of a character once they say something like, do you really think you can beat me with puny muscles like that? What really makes power-type antagonists shine for me is their ability to underestimate their opponent based on appearance alone, and then, when they start wildly swinging their weapons, destroying random objects around them, well, nothing beats that. If even one swing were to land, surely the puny-looking protagonist would be reduced to dust. Yes, if their attack were to land, and if the protagonist was actually weak. Anyway, that sums up my feelings about these two types of Kierists. I hope this knowledge comes in handy if you ever decide to become a third-rate villain. And it was all thanks to your support, dear readers, that I was able to introduce my favorite types of Kehirists again. Your thoughts and opinions really help me when I write. I don't know how to begin thanking you all. But for now, I send my gratitude to everyone who read this far. Until we meet again, snow danced through the air. A thin layer had begun to build up at our feet. It's too damn cold. My breath came out in white clouds as I stared into the distance, past the falling snow. This area was known as the Tujin Chuka Hills. A grand road extended from the port city of Ayof and weaved its way through this hilly terrain all the way to the northeast. Continuing through a valley between two mountains would put you on the path to Zealand, the second capital, which is currently under the rule of Abaddon Demon Blight number 21. Xylo, look. Snow. Terita scooped up some of the white stuff from the ground. She wasn't wearing gloves, and the warmth of her bare hands would quickly melt it. I didn't see any point in the exercise, but Torita watched curiously as it disappeared in her fingers. It's really coming down. Do you think it will stick? Not enough to cause any problems for us in battle. I was sure of it, since the goddess with power over the weather was already controlling this area. Even if the snow did stick, it would barely reach our ankles. I wished she would do a little more to help us out, but apparently her true power was simply summoning clouds and wind. From what I'd heard, she couldn't do things like make lightning strike the enemy, or cause rain to fall only on their camp. It wasn't exactly the most useful power on the battlefield. At the very least, the snow won't bury us, I continued. We should be able to use horses and artillerymen too. Really? Taritas seemed to be having fun, rubbing her hands together and exhaling so she could see each breath. Part of me understood how she felt. Xylo, have you ever seen snow really pile up? Yeah. I don't have any good memories of the stuff though. But I heard you were from the south. How did you see so much snow? The war took me all through the west and north, and put bluntly, snow is the enemy. There are a lot of things you got to watch out for. For example, I took off a glove and grabbed Torita's hand. It was just as I expected. Her fingers were cold. She widened her eyes in surprise, but I needed to warn her sooner rather than later. Put on your gloves. She had also been provided with gloves of even higher quality than ours, of course. Frostbite usually starts with your fingers, so keep yourself as warm as you can. Don't forget to put some of those wrapped sleewakes in the toes of your boots either. Sleewakes were a type of small but extremely spicy fruit. Usually you dehydrate and crush them to use as seasoning, but when stuffed into a person's shoes, they were said to improve blood flow and protect against frostbite. At least, that was what someone from the north had once told me. Their name was... I started to think back, but then decided against it. But I despise those, Xylo. It feels so disgusting to walk with them in your shoes. Do it anyway, unless you want to lose your toes to frostbite. I stuffed Teorita's hands into her mantle pockets. Very well. She pursed her lips and nodded, still holding on tightly to my fingers. Perhaps she'd finally realized just how cold her hands were. Just as I decided to head back to our tent and had turned around, I noticed a thin, dreary-looking man approaching us. It was Venetim. Xylo, he said. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, if that's okay. Not really in the mood. I slid a bottle out of my pocket and took a swig. It was whiskey made in the north under the Eard family's brand name, Sparkling Violet. Normally, we penal heroes would never be able to get our hands on something like this, regardless of how many military notes we paid. But stuff like that didn't matter when we had Dota on our team. Please. It won't take long, he continued. We were given our next order. We are to advance. Our final destination is the second capital. No surprise there. We'd known this would happen. The Ayof city government had scraped together whatever forces they could from neighboring regions, and with such a large army, there could be only one goal, the second capital, Zealand. Everyone knew that recapturing the capital was, by all accounts, the top priority. We penal heroes had been included in the plan, and had been put in a shabby tent in a far corner of the military camp. Venetim continued, and Our first objective is to defeat the army of fairies sent out from the capital and set up a base on Mount Tujin. Mount Tujin was one of the two small mountains beyond the hilly terrain in which we were camped. The eastern peak was known as Mount Tujin, while the western was known as Mount Tuga. Is that the gist of it? I asked. Oh yes, you're exactly right. Impressive, not really. It was obvious when you thought about it for more than 2 seconds. An army of fairies had most likely already left the capital to attack nearby settlements and increase their forces before attacking Galtuale Fortress. It didn't take a genius to realize that the best city for them to strike was Eof. In other words, they were heading right for us, and so, for our own safety, we needed to take out the fairy army first. And if we were going to retake the second capital after that, then we were going to need a base like Mount Tujin. If we could secure the mountain, we could receive supplies from the east, since a tributary of the Kinja Shiba River ran alongside the foot of the mountain. That would also extend our supply chain to the first capital and to the industrial city of Raka, where the Verkla Development Corporation headquarters were located. And if we were able to push the front line up that far, we could coordinate more efficiently with Galtuale. The military must be desperate to retake the second capital. The city wasn't just a city, it was a symbol. 30 years ago, when the Demon Blight's invasion started to gain momentum, 5 nations unified to become what we now know as the Federated Kingdom. The royal capitals as the 2 most powerful kingdoms then became known as the First Capital and the Second Capital. Which capital became the first and which the second was apparently decided after some boring political maneuvering, but I couldn't have cared less and didn't know the details. At any rate, this background was key to the second capital's importance. It was a symbol of the people's will to join forces as one. Strategically, it was also a very dangerous position, as it was near enough to launch an attack on both Galtuale and the first capital. So, what are our orders? I asked Venetim. Which unit are we going to lead, or are we the reserves? The latter was a definite possibility, since nobody trusted the penal heroes, and consequently, those in power hesitated to use them during critical battles like this one. Well, you see, Ed, said Venetim, I tried really hard to negotiate, but his reticence was starting to give me an awfully bad feeling. Just spit it out already. What are they going to make us do? We won't be joining any unit this time. What's that supposed to mean? We Penal Hero Unit 904 must single-handedly reclaim the 4th hill of the northeastern Tujin Tuga range and build a fortification. We leave tonight. The man giving orders was yelling the whole time, so you know they mean business. Venetim unfolded a large paper map. One of several small hills northeast of our current position had a circle drawn around it. Was that supposed to be the 4th hill? I could figure that much out at least. Who the hell gave those orders? I shouted despite myself. Are they stupid or something? Yeek! Xylo, relax. You are frightening, Venetim. Tirita began patting me on the back to console me. What did she think I was? A wild animal? I wasn't about to be calmed by a few pats. What kind of ridiculous strategy is that? I glared at the map. They wanted the Penal Hero unit to proceed alone and secure a base. What a joke! Didn't they know how many fairies were out there? It was as if. Exactly. We're merely decoys, a voice interrupted, taking the words right out of my mouth. A woman approached from behind Venetim, the metal fittings of her suit of armor rubbing against one another. She had her black hair neatly tied back, and a piercing gaze shot out from her serious, irritated face. Headquarters is ordering us to run onto the battlefield as decoys. It was Pataush Kivia. There doesn't seem to be much of a point to this strategy from a tactical standpoint. Preparations have been made to attack the enemy once they've come after us, but we probably shouldn't expect too much. She was different now. On her neck, she had a sacred seal. It was the same one we wore, the mark of a penal hero. Thanks for the input, rookie, I replied in a casual tone, because the gloomy look she'd been wearing ever since she joined us was starting to wear on me. Stop calling me that. She shot me a stern glare. Even Jace is saying it now. Don't let him bother you. He's just not good at remembering people's names. That's all. More importantly, do you think we have a chance taking the hill alone? Patosh had been joining Venitum at the strategy meetings in order to gather information on military decisions and to make sure her senior didn't say anything stupid. Up until now, Venitum had brought back only rough summaries of our orders, forcing me to take time I didn't have to accompany him or to find the information somewhere else. This was one of the major improvements we'd seen since Patosh joined our unit. With just us, seizing the hill is impossible. Patosh answered exactly how I thought she would. If we want to continue occupying the area, we will need to build a fortification, and I highly doubt the enemy will just sit back and watch. They'll continue to send fresh troops until they've defeated us. But that's what our military wants, right? That's when they'll strike. And I'm sure they'd make a sizable dent in the fairies' forces, she said angrily, the crease in her brow deepening. But our unit would be destroyed and the object of the mission occupying the hill would remain unaccomplished. There are not enough soldiers, she continued. At the very least, our unit needs backup, concealed and ready to ambush the enemy if possible. She raised a hand and lowered one finger at a time, listing the conditions. What about supplies? How are we going to transport the necessary supplies to our destination? Are we supposed to carry them ourselves on foot? We need horses, at least 10, including mine. Xylo, considering the terrain, I imagine you'd want to ride into battle as well. And there is no way we can depart tonight. We need time to prepare. Rhino, was it? That creepy artilleryman needs to charge his cannon as well. After saying all this in a single breath, Patosh shook her head. The penal hero unit is something else. I cannot believe they send you on missions in these conditions. When she was done, I tapped Venitum on the shoulder. Hear that, Commander? Those are the things we need to succeed. Get on it. Sure, Venitum said, nodding vaguely. As usual, he didn't seem to fully comprehend what was going on. You want me to return with more soldiers, arrange for horses, and buy us some time. Is that it? That's it? We're counting on you. Wait, Patosh seemed absolutely bewildered. Is there even any leeway for negotiation? These orders came directly from headquarters. Haven't supplies already been allocated? Surely it's too late to change the time of deployment or the soldiers' positions. I can manage the supplies, said Venitum. And as for delaying the mission? Well, I'll come up with something. What something could you possibly come up with? The people back at headquarters aren't children. Well, I could tell them that if we wait until it's light out, we'll be a better distraction and survive longer, I suppose. This would work better if I had a written document of our orders. I can handle that. I decided to suggest something we'd done a few times in the past. We can use our old trick. We need an official stamp though, so let's start there. King Norgol probably still has the one we stole last time, said Venitum. He does? I bet he genuinely believes it's his. All that's left is a bribe, right? Yep, that'll be on Dota. How are you going to get them to send backup though? I'll have them send back the messenger from Gultuil at the same time as we deploy and tell them we need bodyguards for the messenger. Actually, that might be a hard sell. Give me some time to think. The crease in Patosh's brow grew deeper and deeper as she listened to our exchange. How can you be so careless? Are you all always this sloppy? Heh, impressive, yes. Terija proudly puffed out her chest and put on an even grander expression than usual. She was clearly treating Patosh like her junior. These are my heroes after all? She snorted proudly. Perhaps I should tell her that this wasn't something to brag about. Patosh looked bewildered. Come to think of it, she still didn't know how we did things. I thought back to the moment she became a part of our unit. That day she was Patosh Kivia, she announced sourly. We penal heroes had been called to a special meeting in one of the tents. Surely there's no need for such introductions, she continued. And I know who all of you are as well. Almost everyone in our unit had seen her before and knew her name. She was still the rule-obsessed, overly serious, overachieving knight we all knew. The only difference was that she now had a sacred seal engraved on her neck. In other words, She wore the brand of a penal hero. Everyone was dumbstruck. It didn't make any sense. Why would this captain, who always took her work seriously, be sentenced to serve as a hero? I, however, had a guess. She was charged with murder and with plotting an insurrection. I had heard that she'd killed her uncle, High Priest Marlon Crivia, and a man named Radjit, who was her subordinate. Had she really committed the crimes she was being accused of? Did she really go berserk and murder those men? Was she truly in secret communication with a heretic allied with the demon blight? Most likely, the answer was no. She wasn't clever or skilled enough to pull off something that big. It was most likely the other way around. Either the High Priest or Radjit had done something. If not, then Patosh was one incredible actor. That was why I decided I'd crack some stupid joke. I was sick of seeing her grave expression. Besides, I doubted she was interested in hashing out the truth right here, right now. I was no different. It was far too late to claim innocence. That was why. Cool, yeses. That's my sis. But before I could get a word out, Sov started praising her. He even clapped. I always knew you were a heartless, evil killing machine. Like, remember when I suggested we use people in the crowd as meat shields when we were guarding Toita in Ioth? The moment you turned down my proposal, I knew you were one scary lady. He spoke so quickly that no one else, even Tiorita, could get a word in edgewise. Anyway, welcome, he said, spreading his arms wide. We're so glad to have you. Oh, but please don't try to kill us, okay? 'Cause I'm not sure I could beat you in a fair match. Sao's comments were both ridiculous and borderline incoherent. Everything he said was based on his rather unique set of values, and Patosh clearly had no idea how to react. Guys, this is great, isn't it? He said. Everyone's excited to have her aboard, right? As Sav turned back to the rest of the group, Venetim and Dotta averted their eyes at almost the same time. Well, I mean... Sure, said Venetim, obviously terrified. As our unit's commander, I'm always happy to have more soldiers at our disposal. If I say I'm not excited, will you snap my neck or something? Pyther. Dotta stepped away and hunched his back, ready to run at any moment. Patosh frowned. I'm not going to snap your neck. Will you break my leg then? No. Do you think I'm some sort of savage beast? Not at all. He definitely does, I thought. There was fear in Dotta's eyes. Patosh hesitated for a few moments, unsure of whether to argue with him. In the end, she simply shook her head. Whatever I say now would be nothing but an excuse, so I'm not going to tell you to trust me. But an order is an order, she said. I am a penal hero now, just like all of you, and I will fight by your side. Very well. Norgala nodded gravely. He was sitting as majestically as a king, with Tatsuya at his side, waiting on him. You have my permission. I expect you to work hard as one of my elite. If General Tatsuya gives you an order, you follow it. Got it? Tatsuya grunted from the back of his throat. It sounded like agreement, probably. It was also possible he was just breathing a little roughly. Regardless, Nogales and Tatsuya's opinions were essentially useless at times like this, so I simply ignored them. I was more curious about a new recruit, huh? Whatever. Fine by me. Jace was in a corner of the tent, fidgeting with what appeared to be Saddle's stirrups. He didn't even look up as he hit and twisted the metal fittings. Just don't get in our way. Have you introduced yourself to Neither yet? Yes. What'd she say? I didn't understand. It sounded like she was purring. Then she's not against you joining us. If some dumbass approaches her, she just ignores them. Anyway, the rookie here will be fighting ground battles with the rest of you landlubbers. So Xylo, Rhino, you two, keep an eye on her. This was about what I expected from Jace. Being ordered around irritated me, so I didn't answer. But the other person he'd named was unfazed. This is wonderful news, Rhino declared gleefully. Yet another reliable compatriot has joined our cause. That was when I realized he was meeting Patosh for the first time. We welcome you with open arms, he continued. What an honor it will be to fight by your side. Comrade Xylo has told me all about you. He had nothing but praise. Ichi did, Patosh stared at me sheepishly for a moment, then cleared her throat. What exactly did he say about me? Perhaps it would be beneficial for me to hear. He said you were an extremely talented knight, a brave soldier with the strength of a wild bear. Rhino, stop. I didn't compliment her that much. Wait, who are you calling a bear? I might have praised her a little too much, and I got the feeling it'd be bad if she heard what I'd said. But before I could shut up Rhino, Patosh fixed me with a piercing glare. This is ridiculous. What part of that was a compliment? The whole thing, I shot back. Kobiki bears living along the western boundary are clever enough to lay traps and ambush their prey. And Sasagane bears in the southern territories have skulls so strong that not even a shot from a Lee Gitning's staff can pierce them. How dare you? That is all. The welcome ceremony for the new recruit is over. A small shadow leaped in between Patosh and me. It was Teorita, swinging both hands over her head in an attempt to block our view. Even Patosh seemed taken aback. My apologies, Goddess Turte, she said, but I am in the middle of questioning this man. We are allies now. We are fighting for the same cause. Therefore, there is no reason for you to interrogate him, right? I suppose. I will not ask what happened to you or what crimes you committed. Teorita took in a deep breath, closed her eyes, then opened them again. I figured she was trying to fire herself up and put on the most goddess-like expression she could muster, because no matter why you are here, we welcome you to our unit, Patosh Kevia. To my mind, her words were indeed divine and fitting of a goddess. She then smiled and continued, Welcome to Panel Hero Unit 904. Let us work together to defeat the demon blight and create a glorious future for mankind. At those powerful words, the tension vanished from the room. After that, we were officially made to join the effort to recapture the second capital and further ordered to create a diversion in the Tujin Chuga Hills. And now, as always, we had to struggle with a lack of time and resources. Huh? Horses? You need 10? No way. That's not happening, Dota announced cheerlessly the moment I returned to our tent. He was lying in bed, reading what was essentially a newspaper that the military passed out to its soldiers. I had read it earlier, so I knew it was a load of garbage. The second capital falls was written out in large, bold letters, and the article below made it sound as though they had some grand, heroic strategy that was sure to take it back. But if you just read the factual statements, the newspaper was actually pretty depressing. The third princess and third prince who resided in the second capital were missing, and the city was currently occupied by multiple demon lords with Abaddon at their head. So far, the presence of demon blights Rhynek and Furia had been confirmed, and the number of fairies was only rising. The truth was soul-crushing. Perhaps Dota's attitude was a reflection of that. And just so you guys know, he said, I'm not some goddess who can summon any item you want just by snapping my fingers. We already knew that, of course. Teorita, who was standing by my side, frowned and grumbled under her breath. I don't have the power to turn into fog or smoke either, so I can't just steal whatever you ask me to. Some things are simply impossible. You always seem to manage when it's valuables. I mean, if that was all you were asking, then sure. But horses are super difficult, and 10? There's not even anywhere around here to hide them. It sounds as if you need my help, Comrade Dota, said Rhino. These two were the only ones hanging out in our assigned tent. Jace was most likely with Neely and Norgale, and Sav and Tatsuya were on maintenance duty. In addition to Rhino's armor, we needed lightning staffs and the supplies for building a fortification. If you would like, I could create a distraction, Rhino continued. For example, I could light the stables on fire. That would surely cause some confusion. Then we can kill the horses and bury them for later. Wait? What? Nobody wants a dead horse. No fires, I added. Something like that could wipe out our entire camp. Rhino put on a cartoonishly depressed face when we instantly shot him down. Oh, you need the horses alive. Well, that does make things more difficult. Watching the troubled Rhino, Patosh elbowed me in the side. What is going on with that man? There is clearly something wrong with him. Not just something. Everything's wrong with him. Don't expect any common sense out of Rhino. That's quite harsh of you, said Rhino, but I trust your judgment, so I suppose you're right. That's why, Comrade Pataush. He smiled theatrically at her and her shoulders jerked. She'd probably been hit with a wave of intense, inexplicable dislike for the man. I felt the same. If you ever notice something off, please do not hold back and let me know. It appears I lack common sense and I wish to improve. Oh? Now it was Pataush's turn to be troubled. Are you sure it's just a lack of common sense? Fyfik, Pataush, there is no need to worry about him, said Teorita, stepping in with a word of advice for her junior. He confuses me all the time as well. You simply need to point out whenever he says something bizarre. You will get used to it eventually. I had a hard time believing anyone could ever get used to Rhino, but we had to do our best to work together as a team. Anyway, I can't get you guys your horses, said Dota, rolling over onto his side. I only steal when I know I can succeed. How about we purchase the horses? Rhino suggested calmly. That would settle things peacefully, yes? Then we could leave them with the merchants until we need them. Fortunately, Comrade Dota said he wouldn't have any trouble stealing valuables. Ah, I exclaimed, probably sounding like an idiot. Rhino had a point. As usual, the Verkler Development Corporation was traveling with the military, selling them luxury goods and supplies. They also had carriages and horses to carry those goods. All we had to do was buy horses from them. Of course, I said. I didn't even think of that. 10 horses would cost a fortune though. Dota, if you have any valuables or money you've been hiding, now's the time to pull it out. Got it? Yeah, sure. Man, I would have never thought of purchasing the horses. Perhaps that's because you lot always try to solve your problems illegally, suggested Patasha. Technically, the stealing aspect of the plan is still illegal, said Rhino. I decided to overlook this remark for now since the idea was solid. I'm fine with stealing valuables, said Dota, rolling over in bed to face us. The question is what and where. He seemed to be gradually warming up to the plan. This was essentially his hobby after all. There are nobles out here too, right? The Ninth Order of the Holy Knights are taking command, I said. The nobles from around Ioth are here too. Then, there are the knights who escaped the Second Capital, mercenaries, and warrior priests. The 13th Order is also present, or rather, the former 13th Order, added Patalish, suppressing her emotions. Once the knights had finished defending Ioth, the remaining troops, almost 2,000 of them, were incorporated into the strategy to retake the Second Capital. Frenzy and her men returned to their settlements in the southern valleys to gather as many warriors as they could as quickly as possible before meeting back up with the military here. I wasn't about to try to convince them otherwise either, since reclaiming the Second Capital was a matter that concerned every one of us. I'd also lost the chance to ask her father to stop his daughter's activities. All right, said Daughter. We just need enough money to buy 10 horses, right? We're counting on you, I said. Venetum will handle the negotiations with Thurkel. Then I have one condition, Xylo. Go on. I want you on cooking duty tonight instead of Chav. For the first time in forever, we've got actual Porhorgans and all. I immediately understood what he was getting at. Sav seemed to believe the nutrients were the only thing that mattered in cooking. He seasoned food as an afterthought. Yep, the food isn't poisoned. It isn't spoiled either. Those were his only criteria. His cooking was so bad, even Teorita claimed it tasted like nothing. If we had pork and organ meat, a stew would probably be best. Then even Jace wouldn't complain. I could probably use some sort of fruit paste. Jace was from the southern plains, so he was against the idea of cooking meat in a pan. According to him, you lost all the juice that way, so a stew was much more delicious. This was yet another thing we didn't see eye to eye on. Alright, I'll cook tonight, I agreed, then turned to Patash. By the way, now that you're one of us, I have to ask, how good are you at cooking? It was as if my question had blindsided her with a lethal blow. I can cook just about anything without issue, of course. My gut told me she was lying through her teeth. The snow outside showed no signs of slowing down as the sun began to set behind the hills. Soon night would fall. The large, violet moon could be seen peeking out from a slit in the clouds. Reikwell looked up for a moment, captivated by its glow. It had been too long since he had seen it so beautiful and clear. The last time must have been when he'd accompanied his older brother hunting, but the moon quickly hid back behind the clouds and a cold, wet snow began to fall once again, sticking to his skin. Reikwell! Reikwell! His elder sister shouted his name. Her voice was weak. She was exhausted, and he could tell the cold would soon be too much for her. I have to pull myself together, he thought. Reikwell, stay close to me. I don't want us to get separated, his sister instructed, taking his hand. Even through thick gloves, he could tell that she was growing weaker. He squeezed her hand. Yes, my sister. I am right here, he replied, his voice firm so as not to worry her. Reikwell thought about the responsibility he carried. He couldn't complain or show weakness. The royal guards had protected them as they escaped the second capital. That was the only reason they'd survived. And then the guards had peeled off one by one to keep the enemy at bay, leaving only him to protect his elder sister. It is my duty to protect you, sister. I am prepared to make any sacrifice. You are so brave, Reikwell. But there's something I want you to remember. Reikwell's sister looked at him with her cold blue eyes. Some feared those eyes, but to Reikwell, their sparkle was the proudest light in all the world. The life of a member of the royal family. No, the life of someone who serves the public does not belong solely to them, but to the whole kingdom. She spoke as if reflecting on each word. Your duty is not to serve your family, but to serve the people. If abandoning me allows you to help a stranger whom you may never meet, then that is what you should do. This sounded unreasonable to Reikwell. A king's disposition, Reikwell had always felt such things had nothing to do with him as the third prince. He had 2 elder brothers and 3 elder sisters ahead of him, so he figured his turn would never come. Someone I truly respect used to tell me that. His sister's blue eyes narrowed, and she smiled, making Reikwell curious. May I ask who? He was a classmate of our brother's back when Lortzio was studying at the temple. He had profound opinions regarding the Federated Kingdom's future. He sounds like a really smart person. Yes, he was. Very much so. He was the smartest man at the temple. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a high priest now. She smiled once more. That's why you mustn't throw your life away for just anything. Such risks must be taken only for the sake of the people. Focus on protecting the weight on your shoulders, not me. The weight on his shoulders. What his sister was referring to was not the lives of the people. Reikwell thought back to everything they had been through. He could feel the weight of the bundle slung over his back. It was long and slim like a dagger, and he had just barely managed to grab it as they escaped. She's right. I have to protect this at all costs. We must hurry. His sister began to walk once more, pulling Reikwell along by the hand. You mustn't give up hope before we get there. To the south, to the port city of Iwath. That is our only chance of survival. The third princess and third prince picked up their pace. There were still no signs of fairies at their backs, but that didn't mean that the never-ending snow and darkness couldn't be just as cruel. It was decided our mission would begin the following night. In other words, Vanitim had somehow bought us an entire extra day. Of course, we were being worked to death doing chores for the military in exchange. But aside from the cold stares everyone was shooting us, it wasn't that bad. Besides, I understood why they despised us. It would leave a bad taste in anyone's mouth to see a group of hardened criminals freely waltzing around camp, even if they did have sacred seals engraved on their necks. It was only natural. This was especially true of the captain of the Ninth Order of the Holy Knights. If memory served, his name was Hord Clivios, a gifted son of the Clivios family who were famous for their wine. The way he glared at Patosha and me was especially harsh. Then again, I'd never really left a positive impression on anyone, even when I was a captain in the Holy Knights. Back then, I'd been a real stickler about military discipline and leaders' comportment and the like. It seems you have some issues with the plan. Xylo Forbarts, Hord Clivios said, addressing me directly. I heard from your commander that you were so frustrated you were about to explode. I believe he said he wouldn't be surprised if you set fire to the whole camp. Thanks, Vanitim. Always talking out of your ass and causing me trouble. Knowing he'd probably use the claim to negotiate, I kept quiet, but I was definitely going to ask him some questions later. Let's get a few things straight, said Clevios. I do not trust any of you, and I believe having you all here will do more harm than good. What wonderfully kind words from our supreme commander. Regardless, I had no choice but to hear him out. Your orders are a form of punishment straight from Galtwell. However, so what am I to do? If I had it my way, I would personally have you all executed before the battle even started. In a way, he made a fair point. I maintained my silence, then decided to walk away before I got angry. Listening to his trivial insults any longer was only going to put me in a bad mood. Horde wasn't the only problem though. The low-level soldiers were trash-talking us as well. I could hear their endless complaints constantly as I did chores around the camp. What are the penal heroes doing here? Don't tell me they're going to be fighting alongside us. The thought of doing battle next to the goddess killer makes me sick. Even the man-eating ghoul Salva's here. Don't let those criminals near our lord. Who knows what they'll do? Just words were fine. What really got on my nerves was the way they threw our rations and clothes on the floor when they brought them to us. I got the feeling they were scraping some off the top too. Obviously, no holy knight would do something so dishonorable, but the soldiers the Noble Alliance had brought with them didn't seem to mind stealing one bit. A lot of nobles would be joining us in battle this time around, and I recognized a good number of the family crests on their flags. The skylark flying through a tempest signified the Curdell family, the flute-playing titan was the sign of the Genoese, and the lion, holding a battle axe in its mouth, belonged to the Dasmators. The positions and backgrounds varied, but they all had one thing in common, a sharp tongue. And the wealthier the noble, the more abusive their language. All I had to do was walk by, and they'd try to pick a fight with me. Hey, walk closer to the edge of the road, filthy criminal, they would say, cursing me. Whatever, bring it on. Everyone thought we were either going to die or come crying to them for help. It pissed me off so badly, I didn't even want to see their faces. That was why I slipped into Jace's dragon stable as soon as I could for a strategic break. Although Jace was pretty aggravating himself, at least he didn't gossip. Plus, the stable was extremely spacious, since they needed enough room to house the dragons that had managed to escape the second capital. There were around 40 altogether, and somehow Jace had already won over almost all of them. When I walked into the stable, I found him resting, gracefully propped up against Neely's stomach, as if she were a pillow. There were numerous dragons holding meat between their teeth and trying to approach him, but Neely would bare her fangs every time and scare them off. Must be nice, I thought. This'll probably end up being a large-scale aerial battle, Jace said, glaring at me as he used a wooden spoon to slurp up what appeared to be porridge. They have airborne forces as well. We need to be ready. That made sense. The second capital had far more dragons than what we had here, and the enemy had still managed to take the city. We had to assume they possessed a considerable aerial assault force. That said, they probably wouldn't hit us with everything they had. The enemy still had to watch out for Galtwale Fortress and the first capital, so they couldn't spread themselves too thin. Wow, Jace, you don't sound that confident. That's not it. Unusually, he ignored my attempt to provoke him. There's this demon lord known as Furia that can fly, and it can shoot these, how do I explain it? These projectiles like glowing spears, and its range is way farther than a normal flying fairy's. You make it sound like you've seen it before. I heard about it from Moira. Who's Moira? Over there. She's the sweet-looking girl with the horns curling to the side who's looking this way. Neely, stop growling at her. You mean she's a dragon? Yeah, what about it? There was no way Jace could communicate with dragons. He must have heard about this demon blight from another dragon knight. There weren't many knights who would talk to a penal hero, but maybe dragon knights had some kind of special camaraderie. Anyway, said Jace, it's not going to be easy, but if Furia attacks, I'll be the one to kill it. He sounded displeased, but his voice was clear. Countless dragons have been killed by that thing. It's going to pay for what it's done to my family. There was no doubt in my mind that Jace would attack me if I pointed out he wasn't a dragon, and I wasn't stupid enough to pick a fight with Jace here in the stable. I'll take command of the air, he continued. You all just focus on breaking through enemy lines down on land, even if it kills you. I'm serious. Feel free to die. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. I wanted to take him down a peg. He was being too serious, and that kind of attitude never helped anyone. All of a sudden, I heard a loud thud from the back of the stable. It sounded like something wooden flipping over. Whoa! What? The wild yelp was a dead giveaway. The source of the noise was Sav, and he was currently underneath an upside-down wooden crate. I'd just been wondering where he was too. Apparently, he'd been helping out in the stable. Idiot, muttered Jace, sounding fed up. What's wrong with you? Focus. Jace, wait! Let me explain, cried Sav. She tried to smack me with her tail, so I was like, uh-oh. Better think fast, and dodged it. In fact, I think I deserve a medal for making sure nothing spilled out of the box. What? Are you blind? Look at her back. Why would you try to approach her from the tail? What? Can you not see the scar on her scales? Did somebody draw those useless eyes on you? She was clearly attacked from behind. In other words, she doesn't like being approached from the tail. How was I supposed to guess all that, just from looking at her? Sav was practically screaming. I knew where he was coming from, too. When it came to taking care of the dragons, Jace's instructions could be downright absurd. Wouldn't it be better to have Dota or Norgala help you around the stable? I asked. I mean, I get that Sav's good with his hands, but he doesn't strike me as emotionally capable enough to handle living creatures. They were busy. Besides, Jace shook his head. I had an idea. I thought I'd use Sea of Tompe. Wait. Hold on. He frowned, stopping mid-sentence, then held out the bowl of porridge he'd been working on. Who made today's lunch? Pataush Kivia. The new recruit. You know, I was wondering why it was so tasteless, and then I found the salt and wheat clumped together at the bottom of the bowl. How do you even do that? Jace groaned. Somebody needs to teach the rookie how to cook. That might actually be our unit's most pressing issue. Where is she anyway? Working. But it's anyone's guess how that will go. Pataushi had been less than enthusiastic about her assignment. Nevertheless, it needed to be done because there was no way our unit would be able to take on thousands of fairies all alone. We needed more soldiers to create a distraction. Even having a group to circle the enemy and put them on guard would be enough. In fact, they didn't even need to move. Depending on the conditions, I could think of some people who might help us. And right now, the ones with the highest chance of doing so were the former members of the disbanded 13th Order of the Holy Knights. Zoflek Ospish, of the former 13th Order, was an exceptional cavalryman. He was quick-witted and tenacious. As far as Pataush knew, he was originally in the military in the north, moving from one battlefield to another. He'd made a name for himself saving frontier settlements until the Holy Knights eventually recruited him. When it came to creating a new order of the Holy Knights, there was no such thing as having too much talent. Or so Patosh's uncle had said back when he was making extravagant preparations for his niece's unit. High Priest Kivia was no longer of this world, however. Patosh had killed him, and by doing so, she had destroyed not only her own future, but that of every Holy Knight in her order. That was why she was reluctant to take on this task, especially since she had a good idea of what Zoflek was going to say, and she was right. What a wonderfully self-serving offer, former captain. He replied sarcastically, shaking his head and forcing a smile. Do you honestly believe there are any knights left who would still listen to you? Just as I thought. Patosh wasn't surprised. There was no way this was going to work. It was impossible to justify what she'd done to them. Nevertheless, she continued to look Zoflek square in the eye. He wasn't the only one fixing her with a piercing stare, however. She was painfully aware of the looks she was getting from everyone around her. Her former subordinates were almost hostile, or perhaps simply astonished. They had probably never expected her to come. Gathered there, In the crowded tent were the former leading officers of the disbanded 13th Order. Why would we ever follow your orders? You want us to help the penal heroes on a mission equivalent to a death sentence? As it happens, we're not even supposed to be talking to you. Patosh had figured as much, which was why she had visited them in secret. Though it wasn't something she enjoyed, she had waited for Dotter's signal and sneaked into the tent during a gap in the patrol. She'd done all this for one reason: to win. That's why, she declared, causing those around her to sharpen their glares. Some of them looked flabbergasted. We will drive a wedge into the enemy lines up in the hills and draw them toward us. If this plan succeeds, then the main force will be able to start the battle under extremely advantageous conditions. There's no way that will succeed, Zoflik said, astonished. He pointed at a map hung on a board at the back of the tent. Do you understand how many enemies we're up against? Thousands. And how many penal heroes are there? 9. Even with the goddess and a dragon, you'll be crushed in no time. All we have to do is make sure that doesn't happen. Patosh approached the map and pointed at the hill where the penal heroes would be taking up their position. We can coordinate with the 9th Order's main force here and form a pincer formation, forcing them right into our camp. What kind of pincer formation only has 9 people on one side? I understand you have a dragon and a dragon knight. And I know that knight is the Paterak family's Jace, who almost took down the capital. But it's simply not enough. Zoflik shook his head. What he was saying was completely logical, and had their positions been reversed, Patosh was sure she would have said the same. However, that had all changed when she was locked in that cell, when she'd heard the penal hero's true purpose. And more importantly, she knew well how many times Ilo and the others, the penal hero unit, had succeeded in pulling off a miracle with the most ridiculous plans. That was why she could now reply with utmost confidence. We can do it! Patosh glanced at those around her. Some of the knights were clearly taken aback. Surely you've realized how valuable the penal hero unit is in battle. They protected Murid Fortress and defeated the Demon Blight in Ioth. If we have adequate support, we can pull it off. Do you really expect us to believe you? After you? The second half of Zoflik's reply was subsumed in a sigh. We can't form a captain. He's absolutely right. This is ridiculous. His voice came from the corner of the tent. Its owner wore a simple white robe, and an iron replica of the great sacred seal hung from his neck, proof of his priesthood. The military priest looked up at Patish with darkness in his eyes. The moment he betrayed mankind, everyone in this tent lost their bright futures. How are we supposed to believe someone who murdered their own uncle and subordinate? Patosh didn't say a word. Instead, she focused on maintaining a calm expression, hardening her heart like ice and suppressing her emotions. She knew she had made the right choice, but if there was one thing she regretted, it was the fate of the knights under her command. Maybe there was a better way she could have handled the situation. But it had been beyond her abilities, and this was the result. This military priest must have been blamed for her actions as well, since he was still accompanying the 13th Order, even after it was disbanded and placed under surveillance. You should be ashamed of yourself, Patashkivya, he said, reproaching her. There was hatred in his voice. Please leave. Now. I never said I needed you to fight. Even then, Patoshi refused to back down. Simply intimidating the enemy would be enough. In fact, all you need to do is get into position as if you were going to back us up. Or even... Did you not hear me ask you to leave? The priest's voice cracked with emotion. His irritation was obvious. There is not a single person here who would be foolish enough to listen to you. We are no longer obligated to follow your orders. In that case, there is no need to save us penal heroes. I do not expect to survive this battle. However, Goddess Theorita is different. Even if we die, she must be saved. That was the bare minimum they must accomplish. But the priest shook his head. We do not recognize her as a true goddess. Patawish knew there was a faction like that within the temple. When it came to the goddess who traveled from battlefield to battlefield alongside the penal heroes, there were two distinct camps. those who praised her and acknowledged her status as a true goddess, and those who were still undecided. However, a third group claiming she was a false goddess allied with criminals was gaining ground. There was no need to ask which faction the priests belonged to. Still, Patosh lowered her head. Unlike the rest of us, Goddess Theorita has committed no sin, so I beg of you, please. She was met with silence. No one answered, well, except for one. I'll say this one last time. Please leave, said the priest, stifling his rage. You make me sick. When Patosh left the tent, Daughter and Venitim were waiting for her. The two men looked equally uneasy, and after a glance from Patosh, the unease turned to panic. One of them, however, still couldn't keep his mouth shut. So, not to bother you, but how did it go? Asked Venitim. I mean, it clearly didn't go well, but I have to ask just to make sure. Will they help us? No, Patosh replied honestly. The former 13th Order will not help us. In other words, we're on our own, but we'll be slaughtered within minutes, and I'd rather not be killed. Maybe I. Gloomily. Venitim placed a finger to his lips as if he was deep in thought. Very well, I'll persuade them. Patosh, could you please tell me about each officer's family? I want to know where they live, who's married, if they have small children. What are you plotting? Whatever it is, don't. Patosh grabbed Venitim by the collar and he let out a tiny scream. It was a mistake trying to get them involved in the first place. If they'd agreed, they'd only be treated even worse. We've got to handle this ourselves. But, what exactly do you have in mind? Hiring mercenaries? We don't have any money for that though. Guys, I don't really care what we do, Dotter chimed in as he softly patted Patosh's arm. But we need to get out of here before the next patrol officer sees us. We don't have time to mess around. Patosh frowned. She didn't like that he'd called what she was doing messing around. But he was right that they needed to leave. They had failed to persuade the former 13th Order, so there was no point in staying any longer. All right, let's go, she said. But right as she began dragging Venitim back to their tent, former Captain Patayush Kivia, Zorflik peeked out with a troubled smirk. Patayush was all too familiar with the expression. It was the face he made when Rajit, the chief infantry officer, or Sienna, the leader of the snipers, asked too much of him, or when he was asked to fight under unreasonable conditions. I'm against helping you, but the others, especially Sienna. Zorflik's eyes narrowed cynically. She begged us to help you again, just this once. And besides, if it works out, we might make a comeback. We can't let the priest know though. You're really going to do this, Zorflik. Don't get the wrong idea. Not every knight will be joining us. It'll only be around 200-300 at most. Personally though, Zorflik hesitated for a moment, then winked. I don't think I'm going to get along with that Xylo guy at all. No surprise there, Patosh said, nodding firmly. Xylo's personality was the worst. The second capital's new administration had finally settled in. Lentobi Kisko looked at the stacks of papers on his desk and heaved a deep sigh. Within these documents was a report detailing the punishment for a family of 4, 2 of them only children, who had tried to run away the previous night. People like that had to be punished in the cruelest way possible and then executed. At least this was what his boss had ordered him to do. It was supposed to serve as a warning to any other humans considering escape. Lentobi agreed it was ultimately necessary to protect those living in the capital. The method had proved effective, and the number of people trying to escape had decreased dramatically compared to the first 10 days under the new administration. They'd also managed to deploy new personnel. There weren't many humans holding office in management positions like this. Most public officials in the second capital had been demoted from manager to managed. Lentobi then was quite fortunate to have kept his position. His solid grasp of the city's guards and their positions, along with his willingness to betray his people and support the enemy's occupation, had made it all possible. Nevertheless, he couldn't let his guard down. He had been recognized as a coexister only recently, and he was well aware of how fragile his position was. He needed to continue producing good results, to prove himself to the Demon Blight. Is that all you have to report, Lento Bikisco? Asked the shadow the demon lord Abaddon. Seeing the demon lord right before his eyes was overwhelming. At a glance, Abaddon appeared to be a kind, older man. In fact, if Lentobi didn't know any better, he would have mistaken the man for a provincial official. However, there was something fathomless in his narrow eyes, something that Lentobi couldn't comprehend. They were somehow inhuman, like an insect's. It appears everything is going well, the demon lord continued. What about escapees? The number has gone down dramatically overnight. We could probably decrease the guard's presence without issue. That's wonderful news, Abaddon said. It was a little over the top, but I believe killing the children first really worked. Starting with the fingers and chopping them up bit by bit must have truly sent a message. I am very pleased with you. He spoke in a voice one might use to comfort a child. Lentobi couldn't relax, however. He'd once witnessed Abaddon speaking in the same manner right before he tore someone to pieces one-handed. You don't have to be so nervous, the demon lord assured him with a wry smirk as if he could read his mind. Is my face really that terrifying? People tell me that a lot. Perhaps I should change it to something a little more friendly. Could you bring me someone who you think looks more friendly? Even just a head would do. Lentobi hesitated, not knowing how to respond. But then Abaddon suddenly clapped his hands together. I'm kidding. Was it that hard to pick up on? It looks like I still need some practice. Some demon lords might look human, but there was nothing human about them. Once again, Lentobi had to admit their mental makeup was incomprehensible to him. The peace and order of the city is improving, mainly thanks to your management. However, Abaddon lowered his voice. I feel like there are still a few too many humans. Only a small percentage of them are needed for urban areas like this. Abaddon and the Demon Blight needed humans primarily to serve as farmers. Additional people were required to assist the farmers or to do simple physical labor. Others could be used for food as in food to be eaten or to help in its production. That was what humans were worth to the Demon Blight. Few saw merit in human culture or civilization. In addition to this, there was something else Lentobi had noticed while observing his new rulers. Demon lords and fairies needed to eat, but they didn't cannibalize one another. If they ran out of food, they would fall into a suspended state of animation that could last for months, and the food they craved most was the flesh and blood of humans. It seemed they got some sort of nutrients, if that was the proper term, from it. Either way, it restored their power. Eating humans filled them with vigor, unlike pork, beef, or plants. I would like to further decrease the labor required for monitoring humans, and so Abaddon made his intentions clear. There is a battle ahead. We will need to fight off Galswile, Iof, and numerous lords in the northern regions. It will be a broad attack from multiple directions, and the more soldiers we have, the better. In other words, Lentobi's voice sounded distant and detached, even to him. You'd like me to narrow down my candidates? Exactly. I want you to randomly select people in their 20s and 30s, then hit them with an iron club 10 times, ordered Abaddon, as if he were proposing a quality test of their products. Those strong enough to survive will be turned into fairies and promoted to the rank of soldier. Those that perish will be made into food. In total, let's reduce the population by 10%. It was an extremely simple task. There was no way Lentobi could refuse. He had convinced himself that he was a cruel, selfish man. And he continued to tell himself he didn't care what happened to others. For now, he had to do everything he could to ensure his own survival. This won't be for much longer, he told himself. Things won't be this bad forever. Once this is over, they might treat humans better. Once the new order settles in, this might never happen again. That was why he needed to continue deceiving himself for now to tell himself that everything would be okay so long as he maintained the true version of himself that knew it was all a lie. You look pale, said Abaddon. When Lentobi came to his senses, he saw the demon lord staring hard at his face. The creature's eyes made Lentobi feel dizzy. It was as if Abaddon were peering into his mind. Are you getting enough sleep? He asked. Human happiness comes from health and good rest, yes? I could sing you a lullaby if you need help falling asleep. I'm kidding. This time it was obvious, right? Abaddon clapped his hands together and smiled in what appeared to be a friendly manner. Don't be so nervous, Lentoby Kisco. We already know you have value. We know you're working hard governing the humans, handling security and managing the Western supply chain. Abaddon held out a hand, palm toward the ground, as if to say, calm down. You are very skilled, he continued, and that's why I want you to take command of the soldiers fighting at Ioth. Give me a damn break, Lentoby thought. He was once again being forced to fight his fellow man. You will be adjutant to Lady Trishul. I believe you two make a great team, yes? Trishul was the captain of the human unit who had attacked the city. He had heard she was previously a mercenary. Originally from the West, she had moved from battle to battle until she was hired by the Demon Blight to help them take over the capital. Lentoby could still vividly recall the clear look of joy on her face as she charged into the city. Watching her fight had convinced him to switch sides and join the Demon Blight. Why are you so afraid? Does our existence terrify you? Asked Abaddon. It was like he could see straight into Lentoby's heart. I want you to trust us. We are not going to kill you. If anything, we're protecting you. Yes, you should be more like Lady Trishul and become a villain already. Abaddon's lips curled into a smile. His was still talking in that soothing voice one might use with a child. Let us destroy mankind together, he said. You should enjoy yourself. You have been chosen as one of the survivors, so you must live your life to the fullest. Humans live to seek happiness, do they not? You're right. There was only one reply Lentoby could give. Abaddon nodded with satisfaction. Now let us talk about work. I have decided to send 4 demon lords to the Tugentuga Hills, since the goddess and her holy knight will no doubt prove tough opponents. Look out the window. Those are the 4. Allow me to introduce you. Abaddon gestured toward the window behind him, but Lentoby didn't need any direction. All 4 demon lords were standing out in the plaza. They had been there for a while now, whether he wanted to see them or not. That one is Amit. Though he has a troublingly large appetite, he is devoted and brave. Amit had the massive body of a wriggling caterpillar. He was crawling around the street, moving his gigantic jaws as if he was eating something. Lentoby didn't care to get a closer look at what it was. It's human. I caught only a glimpse of what he was eating, but it was definitely human flesh. There was nothing comforting about hearing how brave or loyal the creature was. Next, we have Charon. He's kind and a gentleman. But he's a bit neurotic, so I'd stay away from him if I were you. A white, abnormally shaped creature was crouching in the corner of the plaza. He looked almost like a spider or a crab put together with various animal bones, and he was even larger than Amit. In fact, he was so large and unmoving that Lentoby probably wouldn't have noticed him if Abaddon hadn't pointed him out. He would have assumed he was merely some strangely shaped building. What part of this monster was kind and a gentleman? Thessamike, a bad joke. The lady over there is Fourier. If you need to communicate, she will relay your messages for you. The 3rd demon lord looked completely human. She looked like a woman, her white hair blowing in the wind as she gazed up at the sky. He saw her beautiful, delicate features as she turned and smiled at him through the window. But just like Abaddon's, her eyes were void of all emotion. And last but not least, we have Rhynek. Introducing him would be difficult, so I'll skip that and get straight to the point. I want you to work with these 4 to defeat the human army. No survivors. I know you can do it, Lentoby. Abaddon said his name with a cold yet gentle voice. I'm counting on you. In other words, do not betray my trust, thought Lentoby. I have to do this if I want to live. Once again, he realized he would have to be cruel. But this isn't the real me. The real Lentoby was far kinder. He could live for the happiness of others. And in order to do that one day, he had to survive this. Now, I'm not too familiar with how you do things, but I assume you humans like to perform some sort of ritual before battle, yes? Allow me to prepare the sacrifices. Their blood shall give you the strength to fight. That's Lenderby hesitated a few moments before he worked up the courage to ask, "That's a joke, right?" "No. I was being completely serious. What did I do wrong this time?" Dotto went ahead on horseback and was swinging his lightning staff in the distance. But the sparks shooting from the tip made it clear that something was wrong. They were red, signaling danger. Lightning staffs had uses beyond simply attacking. They could emit a loud sound or produce several different colors of sparks, like the kind Dotto was using. "What do you think happened?" Tarita wondered aloud, her arms wrapped around me from behind. "He seems quite panicked. Look how wildly he is swinging that staff. The horse must be extremely confused." Besides Dotto, Patausha and I were also on horseback, and Tarita had been forced to sit behind me. "He's always like that," I said. "The only person more unfit for battle is Venetim." "Is that all right for a soldier?" asked Patausha. "It seems extremely dangerous." "It's not," I said, shaking my head. "But you know how good he is at scouting, right? If he's telling us to be on our guard, then—" "Patausha, activate your sacred seal. We're going to talk to him." I placed a finger on the sacred seal at my neck, and Patausha followed my lead. "Xylo, this is bad." The first thing we heard was Dotto's favorite phrase. "The fairies are a lot closer than we thought, and they're marching this way. They've probably already spotted us." Dotto seemed wary of the sky. It was already dark, and the violet moon was peeking out from a gap in the clouds. And in that sinister light, I saw wings. Gremlins were flying above us. Small fairies with membrane wings were all categorized as gremlins, and though they appeared weak and small on their own, the fact that they could fly made them dangerous. We would have to assume they'd already spotted us. "How many fairies are we up against?" I asked. "Around 30, I think, and most of them are Futhan and Bogies." Both of those were especially quick runners, which led me to believe the enemy was using scouting parties. It was a small group. We probably only run into a single finger of their probing hand. If that's true, doesn't it mean they're advancing even more quickly than we predicted? Patausha grimaced. "Are you sure about this, Dotto? Why would they march straight for us?" "Dadao. Why would they march straight for us?" "Dadaon. How should I know?" I could understand why she wanted to doubt what she was hearing. Our mission was to take the large hill up ahead and build a fortification there to get the enemy's attention. But before we could even start the mission, we found ourselves at a disadvantage. "Xylo, do you think we should get those in the rear to pick up the pace?" Rhino, Sav, and Tatsuya were at the back, overseeing the supplies, which had been loaded onto a horse-drawn sled, and wheezing pathetically behind them was Venetim, carrying only the bare minimum amount of food. Jace would probably join us later overhead. Meanwhile, King Norgali was sitting on the supply sled, since we wanted him to focus on making sacred seals until we arrived. We couldn't allow our king to waste any of his noble stamina, doing grunt work especially because he had supposedly readied a revolutionary new weapon. "I believe it would be safer if we waited for the troops in the rear before moving forward," said Patausha. "That way." Why? "You're kidding, right?" cried Dotto. "Are you seriously expecting me to just stand here in front of the enemy by myself and wait? No way. I'd die of fear before they even reached me. Hurry up and get over here. I don't want to die. What are you rambling on about? This isn't about being scared or dying. This is about winning. Hold on." "It's true we don't have time to wait," I interrupted. I wasn't siding with Dotto though. "Let's make the first move and follow the plan. That will put us in the best position. I agree we need to hurry those in the rear, but we need to move even faster. In other words, you want us to take out their scouting party? Just the two of us?" Patausha had left Dotto out of her count. She seemed to believe he was totally useless in battle, and I didn't disagree. "You don't sound very confident, Patausha Kivia." She looked conflicted for a moment. "I suppose it won't be so bad, as long as you can keep up with me." "It's settled then." "Torita." "Very well," she replied. "Allow me to bless your battle, and no, not that. Hold on tight. I don't want you biting your tongue. Goddess Torita, please grant us your blessing." Patausha chimed in. "Oh, if that's..." Our horses broke into a furious gallop, cutting off Terita and bringing us to the snow-dusted hill in a matter of moments. There was nothing special about the area, but it was essential that we build the fortification there and guard it with our lives. You hear that, Venetim? Pick up the pace and get your ass over here. I am already going as fast as I can. You got it, bro. Rhino, can you go any faster? Of course. Should we tie Venetim to the horse and drag him along? Whoa. That's what I'm talking about, Rhino. I've never heard anything less considerate in my life. Venetim, what do you say? Should we tie you to the horse? I can run. I'll run, so please stop looking at me like that. You're scaring me. Tav and Rhino instinctively knew how to get Venetim to move, so I decided to leave it to them. After clearing them from my mind, I shifted my gaze forward to where a small army of fairies was heading our way. I saw a meager party of under 30 scouts, confirming Dotta's estimate. Xylo, they're here, right in front of me. What should I do? I galloped ahead of my trembling teammate. Dotta was useless at times like this anyway. Just don't shoot us in the back unless you have a death wish. Pat us out and I can handle it ourselves. Does that mean I don't have to do anything? Because that'd be awesome. But please hurry. As I ignored Dotta, the fairies in front of us started to move. It was clear they had spotted us some time ago and knew we had only 3 units. Consequently, they decided to come at us from both sides. It was a simple pincer movement with around 10 fairies in the middle and 10 on each side. Patelsha, do you know what cavalry are best at? I have no idea why you're quizzing me at a time like this, but that one's simple mobility. Patelsha was an exceptional cavalryman, just as I'd expected. Mobility. If she understood that, we'd be fine. Some people would have said it was the power to break through enemy lines, or increased attack force. But I was taught things like that were mere icing on the cake. Let's start with the fairies on the right, I said. Circle around and attack them from the rear. Roger. Patelsha sped up her horse, simultaneously lifting her lance into battle position. Let's do this, Torita. Communicating my intentions and strategy to the goddess was simple, since she was still clinging to my waist. First, we're going to open a hole through the front. Very well. She quickly caressed the air, raining swords upon the fairies in the front. The attack was exceptionally accurate, and it alone inflicted heavy damage on the fairies in the center. A large opening had been created which Pat's case passed through effortlessly. Ash! Dotta screamed, firing his weapon randomly. He wasn't even close to hitting a single fairy, but at least his antics were providing a decent distraction. At the very least, he bought me enough time to rush toward the fairies to our right, unsheath a knife, and throw it at them. A flash of light was followed by an explosion, and then another knife. Pataush raced toward the enemy from the rear, activating the sacred seal compound engraved on her armor, which was intended for sneak attacks. Glowing interwoven chains formed a barrier at the tip of her lance, and each fairy that touched it was either burned to a crisp or thrown into a fit of convulsions and blasted into the distance. The fairies on the right were going to be completely wiped out in a matter of minutes. They didn't stand a chance. Patosh's lance deftly skewered one fairy before mercilessly sending it spinning into another mid-lunge. Before long, not a single enemy was left standing on the right. This was the true power of a cavalry soldier, a textbook example of breaking through the enemy's central line and attacking from the rear. It was obvious Pataush's true value lay in this sort of combat. Xylo. As she raised her sacred seal engraved lance into the air and galloped forward once more, she even started issuing me orders. Let's end this. Leave no survivors. We cannot let them relay any more information to their leaders. I know. The penal hero unit finally had their own cavalry soldier, a fact that would prove significant indeed. One of the scouting units still hasn't returned, Trishul observed. She gazed curiously at the fairies as they flew through the air, making their return. As she watched, her smoky red hair grazed her thick fur coat. She had a vicious look to her, but even Lentobi found her attractive. There was a wild beauty to her profile, lit up in the glow of the violet moon. Suddenly, she turned to face him. According to the Gremlins, one of our units encountered a contingent of only 3 cavalry soldiers and promptly ceased all contact. What do you make of this, Adjutant Lentoby? I await your brilliant insights. Lentoby Kisko had to make sure that his reply was clear and concise. He knew that was what Churchill wanted, and for now, he had to continue acting the part of the calm and composed adjutant. It sounds like 2 of the 3 knights made swift work of the fairies, while the one in the center remained in place, sending signals with his lightning staff. From that, I believe the latter is their commander. I was thinking the same thing. What does it mean, though? The enemy has sent their elite far in advance of their main forces, and I think we can expect the worst, given the circumstances. It seems safe to assume that their goal is to save and protect the 3rd princess and 3rd prince, and those 3 knights are the enemy's strongest warriors. Always expecting the worst and exercising as much caution as possible was how the mercenary leader, Trishul, liked to do things. That much Lentoby knew. Are you saying the enemy somehow learned of their escape? Yes. At the very least, I would advise that we fight under that assumption, Lentoby replied. It sounded like Trishul was testing him, and he had to stay alert. Overestimating the enemy goes against the principle of mass, does it not? This might be just a diversion. Regardless, this is the prince and princess we're talking about. They are the hope of mankind, and I believe that warrants making them our highest priority. Did I sound convincing? Wondered Lentoby, admonishing himself once more. This was all merely an act. The real Lentoby was not like this. At such times, he would imagine a pure white box where the real him was hidden. All he had to do was protect that box. As long as he could do that, he could continue to pretend to be someone he wasn't, mankind's enemy. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Things are getting interesting, aren't they? Trishul smirked. The expression reminded Lentoby of a sharpened blade hungry for blood and battle. Do you think we're up against the Holy Knights and their poison summoning goddess? Or those heroes I keep hearing about? Lentoby couldn't understand her. She seemed to enjoy fighting itself, or perhaps she simply liked winning. He remembered once hearing her say that the thing she liked most was to trample those she'd bested into the dirt, and the stronger her enemy, the better. Let me take out their commander. Not many in his position would voluntarily come out to the front line. He's caught my interest. Her lips looked eerily red, perhaps due to the moonlight. Let's move out. Grab my armor. If we're up against cavalry, then I'll need my Digrap Strike Seal compound. It continued to snow on and off, and before he knew it, it was night. He could barely see, and it was so bitterly cold, he had almost lost all feeling in his hands. He concentrated his strength in his left hand. He mustn't let go of his elder sister. My sister, are you all right? There was no reply. This can't be happening. His sister had to still be there, holding his hand. She had to. Please, answer me, he called out. Shh, Reikwell, his sister whispered. You mustn't raise your voice. Our pursuers have yet to give up. Relief washed over Reikwell. Her voice was still strong. She was still alive. The bundle on his back and his sister's presence were the very hope that kept him moving forward. I'm sorry, sister. Where are we now? Is Iof still far? There were hills as far as the eye could see, and they were covered in snow. Reikwell had no idea what was ahead, nor could he imagine it. All this time they had been moving south according to their sacred seal engraved compass, at least. Hopefully, it was still working. We must already be at the Tujin Tuga Hills. There should be a settlement somewhere around here. That, or the soldiers from Iof. Reikwell's sister whispered once more, bringing her face closer to his. So I need you to be quiet just a little longer. Our pursuers must be drawing near. We might run into them at any moment. After they escaped the second capital, their guards sacrificed themselves one by one to slow down the enemy. And now 2 full days had passed since they last saw the captain and his adjutant. Furthermore, their pace had clearly slowed. At least, that was how Reikwell felt. Though his elder sister was acting tough, he could tell that she was almost out of stamina. In fact, she might already be moving in sheer willpower alone, using her very life force to push forward. She hadn't slept much these past few days, and they had no time to stop. All she'd had to eat since the day before was a lick of salt, some water, and a bite of cheese. Some might think to eat the snow, but they had been sternly warned not to use snow as a substitute for water. It would only lower their body's temperature, and as a result, weaken them even more. The darkness and the snow are helping us right now, but that won't last much longer. His sister's voice was so weak, he could barely hear it over the snow and wind. So, Reikwell. She gripped his hand tightly. Look for flames and listen for shouts. Search for the signs of battle, for not only our enemies, but our allies will be there as well. Even if I fall, you must go on by yourself. It's going to be okay, my sister. Reikwell didn't know what else to say to comfort her. Could he truly go on without his sister? It seemed impossible. Regardless, he still wished to encourage her. I'm here to protect you, he said. I will take you to safety. Those were the same words that the captain of their guard had said before he left 2 days before. But Reikwell felt he should say them too. I can always rely on you, she said. But I want you to remember one thing. The Care Vork is far more important than me and must be delivered at all costs. I know. I told her I'd do it. Reikwell faced forward, focusing his eyes and ears on the world ahead. So I have to follow through no matter what. He thought back to the royal family's teachings, like a ray of light in the gloom. He had to make sure what the king had said came to pass. Lies would weaken the king's authority. Actions and results were everything, especially for someone like the king, who was at the center of everyone's attention. He had to show results. Doing one's best and giving up halfway through was the same as an action. Reikwell had to survive and reach their allies. If he couldn't do that, then his and his sister's deaths would be for nothing. I have to do it. Reikwell peered out into the dark and the snow, searching for the things his sister had mentioned, flames and shouts. He scanned their surroundings desperately, walking and walking until… Hurry! Shouted King Norgale, hopping off the sled and throwing bundles of thin metal onto the ground. I made 6 sets for now. Tie them around the front and on both sides. The bundles appeared to be full of wire, all tied together to form a straight line. Looking more closely, one could see spikes coming from each of the knots. According to Norgala, this was his revolutionary new weapon. Fasten these wires to a few stakes, install them at equal distances, then activate the sacred seal. Norgala did just that, and the sacred seal caused the wire to braid itself into a set of interlocking circles. When it was done, they had a barbed metal barrier. It reminded me of something I had seen very recently. I was struck with the idea after seeing that adventurer Shiji Bao's gauntlets. Those must have been one of Verkelkorp's prototypes. Norgala observed his work and nodded with visible satisfaction. Allowing for the user to freely change its form would be difficult, but a simple, uniform shape like this is easy. Aha! Venetum stared skeptically at what was essentially a fence. He looked uneasy. I understood how he felt. The spikes were small and the fence was full of holes. How effective is this going to be? It looks like the kind of fence you'd use to corral sheep. Actually, this fence does look pretty revolutionary. I carefully examined one of the metal wires and nodded. For starters, the wire and spikes would function as a physical barrier that would be hard to sever. It would take a fairy with extremely sharp fangs, claws, or some sort of scissor-like organ to break through. In addition, parts of the wire were clearly engraved with simple defense seals. No one but Norgale would be capable of such intricate work. Man, any fairy that gets caught in these will be one heck of an easy target. Hell, I bet even Dotter would be able to hit him. Sav traced his finger along a sharp spike. Cack. Even Tatsuya was staring hard at the fence with cloudy eyes and grunting from the back of his throat. It was rare for this man, who had no sense of self or will of his own, to pay so much attention to something other than his mission. Barbed wire? So that's what this is. Interesting, muttered Jace, casting Tatsuya a sidelong glance. He had caught up with us a moment ago, making sure to kill as many gremlins as he could on his way. As Neely breathed hot white mist into the cold air at his side, he nodded again. It looks promising. Make a good use of it and handle things down below. Got it? Jace placed a foot in one of Neely's stirrups, and she immediately lowered her body to let him on. Then she faced the sky and roared. More gremlins are heading this way, said Jace. We'll take care of them. Permission granted, Norgala bellowed. As for the rest of you, stop yapping and get to work. I ordered you to hurry. His Majesty drove another stake into the ground. Then he threw down a shovel and kicked a block of wood at Venetim. Patoshe, Tatsuya, you less coordinated bums start digging inside the wire enclosure. Those who can't manage that, start a fire. Chancellor, I'm going to need you to work too. His angry shouts were so aggravating, I was beginning to forget how cold it was. We need a bigger bonfire. Hoist our flag. We must let them know that this hill is the front line and it's under my control. On one hand, I'm not sure if that's the best idea strategically. But on the other hand, I grabbed a stake and a bundle of wire and immediately set to work. Our goal is to act as decoys and we need something to make us stand out, so let's do it. Hold on. Why am I being lumped into the same category as Tatsuya? That's ridiculous. Despite her anger, Pataush picked up the shovel almost reflexively. Her serious nature and habits as a knight had won out. Following these kinds of orders was practically second nature. I smiled despite myself. King Norgala has decided you're inept because of your less than stellar cooking. Give up and start digging. We can work on your cooking later. What? Was he really that dissatisfied? Well, it was pretty damn bad, said Dotter. You were a captain in the Holy Knights, so I thought you'd be at least as good as Ilo, but yes, it may be a little presumptuous of me to say this, but you should probably check whether the root vegetables are completely cooked before serving them, advised Venetim. May I suggest piercing them with a skewer? Man, you guys all thought that? Harsh. Like, I don't think her cooking's that bad, but… Ah, hold on. Maybe that's because I underwent special training so I could eat anything. Do not let it bother you, Comrade Patoshe. Your cooking is an expression of your individuality as a human. Everyone is different and special in their own way. Patoshe fell silent. It was Teorita, however, who dealt the final blow. Patting her on the shoulder, the goddess said, Do not worry, Patoshe. I can teach you sometime. It would be my pleasure. Teorita helped with the cooking and was currently learning how to properly use a knife. With your serious attitude, I know you will improve in no time. I guarantee it. Thank you very much, Goddess Teorita, replied Patouche, her voice a monotone as she used all her strength to thrust her shovel violently into the ground. Stop dilly-dallying and move. Norgala continued to furiously shout all throughout their exchange. We have merely dispatched a single scouting party. Commander-in-Chief Xylo, how many do you think we're up against? Good question. Probably around 10,000. From what I heard earlier, 5,000 is a gross underestimate. Did you hear that, men? In other words, we cannot let our guards down for even a second. The king thrust something into the ground next to the bonfire. It appeared to be a flag with a crest of 5 swords and a gate on it, representing the Federated Kingdom. It didn't look anything like the real one, and I didn't even want to think about what kind of trouble he'd be in if anyone found out he'd made such a thing and was carrying it around. Let us devise a foolproof strategy. I am counting on you all to fight bravely until the bitter end. The fate of the kingdom depends on this battle. That was Norgala for you. His speeches were always powerful. Once we finish building our fortification, we shall rest until the fight begins, as our commander Venetim would normally make such declarations. I glanced in his direction, only to discover that he was already hard at work carrying wood, wheezing like he was about to die. In the end, the entire hill was fenced in with barbed wire. The barrier itself was a little taller than a horse, towering over the land below like a line of bizarre art pieces. Norgala had me realigning stakes until I was sick of it, and at last, the hill had been more or less transformed into a fortress, complete with a wire fence. All that was left was to set up a simple tent and to bring the supplies inside, and once we were finished, most of us started quietly resting. Tsav was the only one who couldn't keep his mouth shut. He kept talking about the reward he was supposedly going to get after retaking the second capital and how he was going to use it to open some weird themed cafe. Venetum was busy wheezing like each breath might be his last and had no energy to respond. I decided to look up at the sky to see if I could distract myself from all the noise. Looks like it stopped snowing. Thankfully, the tent was protecting us from the wind as well. But it's still cold and winter hasn't even started yet. I used our sacred seal-engraved pot to melt the snow and rehydrate my jerky, making a piece of meat half the size of my palm surprisingly filling. But in the middle of my meal, Tsav put on a big grin and dragged me into the conversation. And that's why I want to open one of those special cafes, bro. Do you know what I'm talking about? They're all the rage in the first capital right now. No, I cut into the meat with a knife and tossed another piece into my mouth. It's been a while since I've been to the capital. What's special about them? Do you gamble there or something? No way. I mean, like, that does sound fun. But I'm talking about the kind where women in special costumes greet you at the door and spend time with you. Oh, those? Those have been popular as of late. The reply had come from someone unexpected. Patausha nodded at Tsav as she gracefully brought a small piece of bread to her lips. They have cafes like that in the second capital as well, and I've heard that many women enjoy working at them, since they get to dress up. Supposedly, the outfits are really cute. What kind of clothes are they wearing that customers will pay to see them? I asked. Well, you know, maid uniforms with cat or dog ears, temple school uniforms with cat or dog ears, stuff like that. Unique outfits one wouldn't normally get the chance to wear. That made some sense. To become a maid in a noble house, you had to have both pedigree and considerable skill. Temple students were the same. But wearing fake cat or dog ears? What was that about? Taurita, however, immediately stood up, her eyes sparkling. Oh, that sounds incredible. She looked at Patausha and clapped her hands. I would love to go someday and see all of the costumes. If possible, I would also like to dress up. Your wish is my command, Goddess Taurita. I promise to take you one day, if that is your wish. Wait, like, I can't be the only one losing my mind here. After bolting down his share of jerky, Tsav began chewing on some seeds he'd brought along. He was oddly shrewd when it came to stuff like that and always carried his own rations. You've got to be kidding me. I had no idea that you knew so much about this stuff, sis. I am not your sister. And I was living in the first capital until recently, so of course I know about them. In fact, I considered working at one to gain experience. Just for experience though. Got it? I tried to imagine Patausha serving customers in one of those outfits along with Taurita, but I simply couldn't. Patausha would give her customers death glares and Taurita would run all over the place, getting nothing done. In fact, I doubted they'd be able to serve anyone. Nevertheless, I was a smart man who knew when to keep his mouth shut, unlike our brain-dead teammate, Tsav. Whoa, you? Working part-time dressed up like that? For real, I can't even imagine it. I'd be like, is the world gonna end? Moi? Watch out. Tsav scrambled back as the tip of Patausha's sword neared his throat. She'd managed to unsheath it at blinding speed, and she was shooting him a glare as cold as ice. What's so hard to believe? She asked. How the heck did you get the jump on me at this distance? I almost wet myself. Forget I said anything, okay? I will not. Explain yourself. What is so hard to believe? Give it a rest, damn it. I had no choice but to cut in. You want us to kill each other before the enemy even gets here? Seriously? You guys are a nuisance. It seemed Jace and I agreed for once. He was resting his back on Neely's neck, sipping hot salt water and glaring at us. Neely said she enjoys watching you all because you're funny, but she doesn't want to see anyone die, so she requests you put a lid on it. Now, next one that says something stupid gets crushed. Neely snorted softly as if to confirm what he'd said, but it also sounded a bit like a chuckle. Even Tsav shut up after that. If Neely wanted him quiet, then he had no other choice. Neely probably had the most authority in our little group, followed by Taurita. In other words, Diorita stood up hesitantly, spread her arms, and started waving them about. I guess these mystery gestures were probably meant to fire us up. We all need to work together to win. This is no time to be fighting among ourselves, right? Yeah. When she looked to me for support, I had no choice but to nod, though to be honest, I wanted nothing to do with this. We don't know when the enemy will strike, so we don't have any time to fool around. Dota, I called out to the one member of our group currently on lookout duty. What's the situation? Any new fairies on the horizon? Now that Jace and Salve were here, it was going to take more than 100 or 200 fairies to defeat us. The enemy would probably come at us with thousands or tens of thousands. Are the fairies still biding their time? I asked. They're closing in, right? Yeah. In fact, they're already pretty close. Dota was staring into the distance through the lens on his Sacred Seal-enhanced telescope. They're moving, and there are a lot of them. Around 1,000, I guess. And while they're not right on us yet, there seems to be another 1,000 or so fairies behind them. Sounds a bit disorganized. It sounded like they were sending whatever troops they could muster the moment they were ready for battle. Usually, they'd send the whole force out at once. Were they really in that much of a hurry to get rid of us? Perhaps we'd taken them by surprise, and they were having trouble finding a way to deal with us. We may have built a fortification, but our unit was small, so it wouldn't have surprised me if they ignored us completely. Maybe there were other factors at play. Regardless, they would be here soon, and the real battle would likely start as soon as we were done eating. Terida, finish your tea with honey. We have a tough fight ahead. Okay, you will have a cup too, right, Xylo? The rest of you as well. Teorita gleefully boiled some water, apparently planning to make a cup for everyone. It was clear that we wouldn't be getting any more breaks after this. I started stretching, getting ready to lend Teorita a hand. That was when Dota made an odd noise. Ah, wait. He raised a hand and pointed at something in the distance. There's something there. Yeah, I bet. What? You see a rabbit or something? No, people. 2 people. Children. There are 2 kids out there. What are they doing? Dota was making no sense again. 2 children. Were they from a nearby settlement? But what would they be doing here? This wasn't the kind of terrain someone would accidentally wander into. That meant they'd probably escaped from the capital. Heading this way, said Dota. You think they're escapees? What should we do, Xylo? What should we do? We should... Hey, he cut in. I had never seen Dota act like this before, and his next words too were totally out of character. Did you think we could help them? You've got to be kidding me, I thought. I doubted my ears, but before I could even process what Dota had said, I was hit by 2 extremely conflicting opinions. What? No way, argued Zav, looking genuinely disgusted. His face seemed to say, like hell, I'm gonna waste my time on strangers. That was the kind of guy he was after all. I agree with Comrade Dota, said Rhino, a fake-looking smile on his lips and his arms spread wide, like he was about to hug Dota. What a wonderful suggestion. We should do whatever it takes to save them. Rhino and Sav turned to look at each other. Sav seemed shocked as Rhino stared at him in wonderment. You can't be serious, Rhino. Do you have a death wish? Now that I think about it, you've always been suicidal. I mean, if you weren't, why would you volunteer to be a hero? Not at all. I simply believe it would be much more efficient if we all survived together. Wouldn't it be better to share this pain and suffering across the whole species? Otherwise, the imbalance will lead to weakness. Isn't that right, Comrade Dota? What I'm trying to say is, it's nothing complicated like that. Dota struggled to get out the words. I think they must have run away, because they're really important people. Now it was Venetim's turn to react. He opened his eyes wide. It seemed he'd finally recovered enough to speak. Dota, I knew you're a thief, but you rob children too. How terrifying, no. It's hard to explain, and I can't really remember why, but... Dota scratched wildly at his head. He was practically screaming. We should probably save them. It's the right thing to do. You know, as Haas humans. Yes, came a solemn shout. I knew Norgali would react this way. The king clapped his hands together and stood. For once, you have made me proud. This is the right decision. Move out, men. We must save my loyal subjects. O goddess, please grant us your blessing. Of course. Dorita chimed in, grabbing my arm in excitement. Just what I expect from my brave warriors. It appears I was wrong about you, daughter. It is our duty to save the lost and the weak. Right, Xylo, damn it. Did this really have to be the day daughter suddenly decided to grow a set of morals? Wanting to help people was fine, but this wasn't the time or the place. Morals were the kind of thing you brought up in a speech during peacetime, not in the middle of a desperate battle. I was totally against it. It was going to be a tough job, and it wasn't even part of our mission. I couldn't imagine it would benefit us at all. These were two strangers, what would helping them gain us? A thank you and a smug sense of self-satisfaction, but I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror if people started to think I had even less humanity than daughter. I'll have to go by horse with Dorita. I placed a hand on the goddess's head, and she snorted proudly. I know they're kids, but you said there were two of them, right? Yeah. A girl and a younger boy. At least from what I can tell. Then you take the boy, daughter, I said angrily. Pasaush will handle the girl. Break time was over. I pulled my horse over and put a foot in one of the stirrups. Kata gulped audibly, then nodded. Oh, Kai. But I'm gonna leave the fighting to you. This was quite unusual. Daughter rarely took risks like this unless it had to do with stealing. Then let's do this. Unless you object, Patashi, normally taking unsanctioned action would be out of the question, since it introduces unforeseen variables into the mission and puts the whole army at risk, Tsuchi mumbled. Despite her words, she was already on horseback, her sacred, seal-engraved lance in hand, but I suppose aiding in such foolish acts is one of the benefits of being a penal hero. Benefits, my ass. I'd bury every one of us alive if I were the supreme commander. If I were in charge, I'd discharge and court-martial every one of you. However, Pasaush looked like she had an itch on her back. Perhaps she was smiling at her own joke, but the cold made her expression somehow stiffer. Whatever the case, it was an awkward smirk. I was actually planning on saving them myself if none of you did it, so if you're willing to help, hurry up and follow me. Don't fall behind. She immediately took off on horseback. There was nothing to do but follow her. You heard the lady, daughter. After helping Dorita onto the horse, I gave her the signal to take off. I don't want to hear any complaints, even if you die out there. You're the one who wanted to do this. Got it? I know, Rhino. Back us up with your cannon. High-angle shots only. But of course, I wish you luck, my comrades. Rhino's encouragement was aggravatingly cheerful, so why did it sound so empty? It didn't make any sense. As I took off on horseback, I listened to Sav's and Rhino's exchange, not with my ears but through the sacred seal on my neck. Wow, those guys are something else, huh? I wonder what they want those kids for. Food? Perm, for me? Unfortunately, I'm not that hungry right now, and I'm not sure if it would be morally acceptable to kill someone in order to eat them. After all, there are plenty of dead bodies on the battlefield to choose from, so I don't really see the point. Why would you be eating them, Rhino? That'd be a huge waste of two perfectly good kids. I'm talking about for the fairies. I thought we could use them as bait to distract the enemy. Don't worry, I was only joking. Eating living humans is unacceptable, right? Huh? I don't know. Personally, I think it's okay, as long as you have consent. I took my finger off the sacred seal on my neck. I didn't want to waste any more time listening to them debate ethics and humanity. I had to focus on what was in front of me. Soon, I expected to see the kid's daughter had mentioned appear out of the night. Pasaush raised her lance into the air and shot a powerful ray of light from the tip, illuminating the darkness. But Dota, with his sharp eyes, still spotted them first. Over there, he shouted, pointing. They really were just children, weakly staggering through the snow in their thick garments. The younger boy was practically carrying the girl, and behind them was a horde of fairies. It appeared they were being chased, but something was off. Why would such a large group of fairies be pursuing children? It was far too much effort for a snack. The enemy's formation was strange as well. Thousands of fairies were scrambling forward as quickly as they could in order from fastest to slowest. Were these two children really so important? "Help!" shouted the boy. "Please help! Please save my sister." The boy's way of speaking made him sound like a noble, but I appreciated the way he prioritized his sister. Not bad, I thought. Impressed, I placed a finger on the sacred seal at my neck. "Rhino, Jace, now!" At my words, the two promptly took action. A shell of light shot out from our fortification, illuminating the night sky like a pure white moon on a fine day, before landing right in the middle of the pursuing fairies, tearing apart numerous Fu, Athen and bogies, and sending their remains in every direction. Unlike the direct fire used in urban warfare, high-angle shots like this sent the shell over one's allies' heads in order to strike the enemy behind them. However, it was Rhino's uncanny accuracy that made a strategy like this possible. One day, I'd like to open up that skull of his and see how his brain worked. It seemed he could calculate a shot's trajectory and landing point perfectly every time. I thought back to one of my instructors in military school. He'd said that attacking with artillery was all about math, and complained that the really smart soldiers would gradually become obsessed with the calculations until they eventually quit the military and became scientists. "I'm only going to help you this once because Neely wants me to," said Jace. He sounded fed up. "So hurry up and save those brats." I heard the flap of dragon wings overhead, and moments later the snowy field was scorched with powerful, hellish flames, sending steam rising into the air. Fairies dropped one after the other, thinning the horde considerably. This was the correct way to use a dragon. Outside with no obstacles in sight and enemies as far as the eye could see, there was no need to hold back with the beast's powerful fire breath, and Jace and Neely could show off their true strength. Nevertheless, the attack wasn't enough to take out all the pursuers. There was still a few dozen Fruthen and bogies heading our way. "Tower Eater, I just need one attack," I said. "After that, we're withdrawing." "Allow me." Tarator wasted no time summoning colossal swords from a void in the sky and sending them raining down into the ground. Although they only skewered a few of the pursuers, it created a fence that slowed down the rest. I threw a knife, hitting one of the stragglers and blowing it up. "Over here, brave children. I, Goddess Teorita, shall protect you." Her voice was strong and encouraging. I was genuinely surprised that she could be so cheerful after the deception and betrayal by those civilians in Archus the other day. "I have the sister." Patosh picked up the girl while simultaneously swinging her lance, piercing a fairy that had lunged at them. The tip of a weapon glowed, emitting a strange sound as it created a barrier inside the enemy's body. The creature's torso twisted and flew apart. "Dota, hurry!" I shouted, but Dota was already running desperately at top speed. He reached out to pick up the boy. Then, right before he could grab him, the child collapsed. A bogie had pierced his body with its horn. Dota wailed as if it were the end of the world. Maybe it was more of a scream than a wail. Still, he reached out farther, so far that he almost fell off his horse and grabbed the boy. Then he touched the bogey's head with the tip of his staff and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. An interesting choice, I thought. Even someone with god-awful aim like Dota wouldn't miss if his weapon was touching the enemy. It was such a reckless, stupid act, and I hesitated even to call it foolhardy, but it had worked. "Xylo, give me a hand." About to fall himself, he was struggling to lift the boy onto the horse. Idiot. I grabbed Dota by the back of his neck and lifted him up onto his horse. The problem now was the boy. He still had a horn penetrating his stomach. When Dota's attack blew the bogey's head off its body, it had left most of the horn intact. The child's face was twisting in agony, but his pained groans meant he was alive. Something felt off though. Usually, a fairy would aim for the back, but it seemed like the boy had turned his side to the enemy at the last second to make sure his back wasn't hit. Maybe he was just scared and panicking. Now I caught a glimpse of something there, wrapped in white cloth under his mantle. What was it? Dossa's wailing dragged me back to reality before I could come up with an answer. Why, what are we going to do? He has a horn stuck in him. Don't touch it, I warned. There's only one thing we can do right now. A legion of fairies was still heading our way. We had to withdraw. We have to hurry. Don't worry about your horse. Get back to the fortification as quickly as you can. Patasush, give the signal. Already on it. As her horse galloped, Patau swung her lance over her head as silver light shone from its tip. Bring it on. My horse took off, but there was still a group of fairies behind us, and we needed to do something about them, or we wouldn't be able to treat the boy's wounds back at our fortification. Are they still not here, Patirsh? The enemy's going to catch up with us any second now. They'll be here. Dossa yelped. Immediately after, I heard the sound of hooves pounding and people shouting from beyond the falling snow. The new force violently charged into our pursuer's flank. Neither the snow nor the darkness could stop them. There could be no doubt they'd come to our aid. It was the backup Patausha had requested. The cavalry of the former 13th Order. I figured they would be a good enough diversion, simply standing in the distance. But they seemed to be taking their roles seriously. I didn't know why they were going so far to help us, but I was beyond thankful for the force of nearly 400 soldiers, and these guys are the best of the best. The fresh cavalry broke through the enemy line with style, creating a hole right in the middle of their forces. Thanks to that, the fairies were already beginning to retreat. It was the level of morale you would expect from fairies without a sentient being like a demon lord commanding them. The next wave of 1,000 trailing behind the first were in disarray, thanks to Jace and nearly scorching them from above. It probably wouldn't be long before they began running away aimlessly in droves. I suspected they would regroup with their main force and strike back with everything they had some time later. But we owe you one. I looked back at Patausha. Your cavalry are something else. Of course they are, she replied, purposely removing the emotion from her face. Have you never heard of the Northern Cavalry? She shot a brief glance at the other unit, her eyes filled with regret over her lost pride. Her former subordinates. I tried to remember the faces of the knights in my old order. We'd fought together in snowstorms just like this one. I could still remember them all. I had to remember. And yet, Xylo, we should hurry. Telritza wrapped her arms tightly around me from behind. Look ahead. We have to save those 2 children. It isn't too late, is it? You're right. I squeezed my legs together, causing the horse to speed up. This was no time to be looking back. We'll have Sav check them out. They won't last much longer like this. We were still in danger. Nothing had changed. The fairies' main army was going to come after us, and this time they'd have a commander. The battle took place in the northeast of the Tujin Tuga Range, on Hill 4, which would later be called Thorn's Palm. It was perhaps the first time the penal heroes' names were recorded in history. The Gremlins report was patchy, but it was enough to get an idea of what was going on. Gremlins could use a few human words, but it was similar to how a parrot would mimic someone's voice. Only through difficult training could they learn to actually communicate. It appears the fairies we sent after the siblings failed, said Lentobi. Trishul was swaying on her horse's back, her eyes closed. It almost looked like she was sleeping, but Lentobi knew she was awake. He couldn't let his guard down for even a second. He made sure to choose his next words carefully. The enemy appears to have extremely powerful weapons, an artilleryman and a dragon knight to be exact. The dragon knight is especially troubling, Lentobi thought bitterly. He still didn't have enough information on the artilleryman to form a serious opinion, but it was clear that the dragon knight was a major threat. The fact that only 4 gremlins had made it back spoke to the knight's unusual skill. Lentobi had sent gargoyles for protection, and even those had been easily scorched and killed. There are 3 cavalrymen as well. They're probably the 3 knights we spoke of earlier. At any rate, they saved the siblings. This is merely my opinion, but I believe that was the very reason they were dispatched. You don't say. Things are starting to get interesting, Lentobi, said Trishul. She nodded and opened her eyes. It appeared he was right. She really had been listening. They brought a dragon and an artilleryman with them. The dragon's ability to control the air is a threat, but I suspect they have multiple artillerymen as well. The shots were far too accurate, and I find it hard to believe that a single person could have done it alone. Could you see what was happening, Lady Trishul? Just barely. She brushed her finger along her shoulder, perhaps unconsciously. That must have been where her stigma was located. I saw the faces of the cavalry. It was the same group our scouts ran into earlier. The commander seems to be the one who rescued the prince. I'm impressed. He's got guts. I'll give him that. Her throat sounded as if it was spasming. Apparently, that was how she laughed. I wasn't expecting him to thrust the lightning staff right into the fairy's head and blow it off. She continued. In fact, I'd never seen something more ridiculous in my life. Although it was hard for Lentobi to imagine, Trishul must have seen what had happened as if she were there in person. It was all thanks to her inborn talent bestowed upon her by her stigma. The sacred seals people were born with were known as stigmata. They weren't tattoos, but rather something like a permanent birthmark. Even if you burned them or peeled off the flesh, they would always reappear. According to legend, stigmata appeared when children were born between a human from this world and one summoned from another during the First War of Subjugation. In ages past, the marks were called many things, such as blessings from the heavens, and the trait didn't always pass from parent to child, but could skip several generations before reappearing. These days, however, the marks were viewed very differently. Those born with a stigma were seen as cursed and were often dumped or killed. Perhaps they were simply too different to blend into human society. Up until a decade ago at least, it was common for children bearing stigmata to be abandoned immediately after birth. Trishul was one of the survivors of this practice. Although her stigma allowed her to see things happening far away, she wasn't able to use it however she wanted. Sometimes, if she concentrated, she would fall into an almost dreamlike state, where she was able to watch events unfolding in a different location. The enemy's stronger than I expected, Trishul said, sounding a bit excited. The commander is especially incredible. He set up camp like he was expecting all this to happen and organized a team of his most elite troops in mere moments to rescue those kids. He even led the cavalry into battle himself. Impressive, right? Yes, Lentobi replied. He had no other choice. I agree, we must stay vigilant. He seems to have the intuition of a wild animal and good judgment to back it up. Right? He fights like a savage beast and has a fox's cunning. Have you ever heard of hanged foxes? Never. They're clever little beasts that live in the forest of my homeland. They leap down from tree branches to attack and hunt their prey. That's what this commander reminds me of. Oh, hey. In fact, from now on, I think we should call him Hanged Fox. Mustering a great force and fighting such a man. Huh. Trishul smiled savagely. Nothing gets my blood pumping more than crushing talents like him. Lentobi, get ready for battle. As you wish, he said. He was terrified, but he kept his expression serious. He had to play the part of the loyal, sharp adjutant, or else who knows what Trishul would do to him. She was truly dangerous. It's time for the cavalry to move out. Put them with the Koist Bodars and place them in the center. I want infantry on either side. Then, when the time is right, we'll surround the enemy on both sides. Trishul was smiling as she visualized the coming battle. Now, how will you defeat our army with your tiny force, Hanged Fox? A few reinforcements won't save your hide. Oh, Lentobi, I almost forgot. Yes, I want the commander captured alive. I have a personal interest in him. Surely, you're curious about him too, right? He commanded an elite force and so brilliantly snatched those children from right under our nose. Her eyes sparkled, locked on the distant hills, as if she were looking beyond them, straight at the enemy commander. Nothing beats capturing exceptional people and torturing them until they lose their will to live. Know what I mean? I can't wait to see what Hanged Fox's first move will be. He must be one cold, calculating man level-headed and with no sense of fear. Very well. I suppose we should stay behind in the rear? No, I am going to gather my elites, my cavalry. Dawn was approaching from the east. It appeared the battle would take place during the day. If they really plan on holding that position, they must have a strong defense. And in that case, we're going to attack from the rear. But we'll need to do a little prep work first. Xylo, what are we going to do? Shouted Dotter. The moment we arrived back at camp, he practically fell off his horse, still holding the boy tightly in his arms. We brought the child into the tent to protect him from the cold wind and placed him near the bonfire to keep him warm. Finally, we had a moment to relax. Within our fortification were the 400 knights of the former 13th Order who had come as reinforcements, greatly increasing our fighting power. Right now, they were outside digging holes and wrapping more barbed wire around stakes, preparing for the oncoming attack. We have to do something. H.E.'s got a horn in his stomach, Dotter wailed. I can see that, I replied. He's having trouble breathing too. What should we do? You hear that, Sav? What can we do? I patted our unit sniper on the shoulder. He was also our medic, and he quickly got to work. He was already observing the child's wound with cold, lifeless eyes. How's it look? I asked. He's alive, right? Yep. I'd say he's pretty lucky too. You did the right thing not pulling out the horn, bro. I know how reckless you can be, always assuming people are just as tough as you are. Can you work without running your mouth? Being able to run my mouth while I work is only one of my many talents. In fact, it's proof of my genius. Sav excelled in efficiently destroying human bodies. His understanding of their mechanisms meant he knew exactly where to strike to kill all thanks to his training in the Order of Assassins. But to some extent, he could use that knowledge to save people as well. That said, I'd had to see his skills myself to believe them. His organs are… Oh, this is bad. Sav whistled when he saw the wound. His clothes were pushed inside his body. I guess we'll have to use the sprites. We still have the bottle we swiped from the repair shop, right? Your Majesty, may I have some assistance? Very well. Norgoralla nodded generously before grabbing a small bottle from his bag. Saving my people is my duty as king. I'm counting on you, Sav. Norgoralla removed the cork from the bottle. Near the bottom was a reddish sparkling slime, and its glow spilled out into the surrounding area. The things inside were known as sprites. They were small living creatures summoned by Andavilla, the irritatingly smug second goddess. An individual sprite was supposedly so small that you couldn't see it with the naked eye. However, when you gathered a bunch of them together like this, they looked like slime, and they could close, soothe, and heal wounds. I had used sprites before as well, and while I wasn't a fan of the second goddess or her holy knight, these sprites were one of the core techniques used at the repair shop. It didn't go all the way through, and he doesn't seem to have any other injuries. Good. Sav laid the child down and lifted his clothes to examine his body. However, when he raised the boy's mantle, he noticed something wrapped in white cloth hanging around the kid's shoulder. Sewn into the cloth was the crest of a gate with 5 swords around it. The royal crest. If this belonged to the kid, then he wasn't just some noble. He was most likely a member of the royal family. It was hard to believe that such people had been forced to run all the way here by themselves. Whatever happened in the second capital must have been truly tragic. I apologize for bothering you, but how is the girl? Venetum was gazing gravely at the girl, even though there was nothing he could do. Maybe he was worried that he would be held accountable. She doesn't look good. She's really pale. Her skin seems to be naturally fair, but her body's temperature is low, said Rhino, touching her face without a trace of hesitation. He was acting as if he'd found some rare creature on the side of the road and wanted to see how it felt. But that's all. The child should recover once she warms up and gets some nutrients. Impressive? Rather durable for something so fragile looking. Rhino, unhand her, said Patayusha, ready to draw her sword. She's probably a member of the royal family. Simply seeing Rhino touch the girl seemed to make her sick. Can you not see her right earring? It's the royal family's guardian bird, and it's made of pure gold. Wait, where's her left earring? Dotter, don't tell me. Ack! Comrade Dotter, you should probably return whatever's in your hand later. Oh, this really is gold. Rhino boldly reached out again and touched the bird-shaped goldwork hanging from the girl's ear. A second later, Patosh grabbed his wrist to stop him. I told you not to touch her, but she ended up shaking the girl's body as a result. Ah. The girl slowly opened her blue eyes. However, her cloudy gaze saw neither Rhino nor Patoeshe. Instead, it locked on King Norgale, who was currently treating her younger brother's wound. Immediately, she opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Sir Norgale? She murmured, her voice hoarse. I and everyone around me heard it. The hell, I thought. Surely the others were thinking the same thing. This was their first meeting, and yet she'd addressed him as Sir without so much as a threat. More importantly, this young girl, who was most likely a royal, knew his name before he had even introduced himself. Everyone fell silent as their eyes naturally drifted toward Norgale. He looked back, his brow furrowed. When he saw the girl, he seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, after a few seconds, he nodded pompously. Melaniatis, I am glad you're safe. It must have been a tough journey. Norgale's lips turned up in an uncharacteristic smirk. The unusual sight took me by surprise. Even Jace smiled more often than Norgale. I am happy to see you again, my dear sister. Hats? Her lips quivered, as if she was trying to speak. I had something to say too. What the hell is going on? Sir Norgale, is he and the Kervurk okay? She asked, her eyes still unfocused. That was a term I wasn't familiar with. The Kervurk? I repeated in my head. That must be whatever was wrapped in the white cloth and strapped to the younger brother's back. But before I could ask, the situation took a sudden turn. Hey, you idiot landlubbers. Jace, who had been patrolling the skies, suddenly contacted us through our sacred seals. The enemy's approaching. It should take them a while to get into position, but be ready. Understood, I replied. The battle would probably start at dawn, or maybe they would wait until the sun had completely risen in order to get full use out of their sacred seal-engraved weapons. What kind of enemies are we up against? Their main force seems to be cavalry. They're human mercenaries. That increased the likelihood of the battle taking place during the day. They would probably try to overwhelm us with numbers and brute force. They seem to be focused in the center. There are infantry spreading out to the left and right. It looks like they're going all out. There are a decent number of flying fairies as well. Jace clicked his tongue. It's going to take a while for that many of them to get here, but make sure you're fired up and ready to go. Neely, let's land and rest your wings while we still can. Neely and Jace slowly descended. We had to finish our defenses before it was too late. This was going to be another dangerous battle, and the deck was stacked against us. I looked down at the girl, each of my breaths turning to mist in the cold air. You alive? I can't say you're safe just yet, but I'll figure something out. Things are gonna get a little noisy outside though, okay? I'm so sorry. This is all our fault. They're after us. What's done is done. No use throwing around blame now, I said, cutting her off. Everyone, get ready for battle. Let's do this. However, there was one among us even more scared than the children, Venetum. What? We're going to be okay, right? He stammered. Because that army is massive. I have a plan, I said confidently, hoping it would make him less annoying. So stop acting like a coward, Venetum. You're our commander, right? Yes, but... Well, actually, you're right. I wonder what it is. Despite his timidity, his lips turned up in a radiant smile. It's been a while since we were all together like this. I get the feeling we can do anything, no matter what happens. I don't know that I'd go that far, Commander. I peered into the darkness. The sun was about to rise, and there were urgent preparations to take care of. We had one hell of a day ahead of us. There were countless things that needed to be done, but we had to save our strength for battle. All this work would be for nothing if we were too exhausted to move by the time the enemy arrived. After doing what was absolutely necessary to treat the boy, we finished preparing for the enemy attack and were now taking turns resting. Although we would only be able to take an hour or two each, it was far better than nothing. At times like this, Sav was always the first to start messing around. Without fail, he would strike up some glib conversation with one of the regular soldiers and manage to further sour our already poor relationship with the rest of the army. This time was no different. He was currently chattering away tirelessly at the former members of the 13th Order. Unbelievably, Rhino would often stand to the side, observing him with a look of utter fascination, absorbed in writing down everything he heard. The whole thing was really creepy. I figured it would help me learn how to converse and socialize, Rhino claimed. But I felt there were any number of better subjects to study. As for the other penal heroes, Norgale was still ordering Tatsuya to dig, and Jace was accompanying Dota, who was on lookout duty. It must be tough always being the lookout. Why don't you try scouting from up above next time? I know a girl who'd be fine with you riding on her back. Jace looked up at Dota while chewing on some disgusting-looking rations. Her name's Kaja. Remember the girl looking at you at camp yesterday? You know, the one with black scales and long straight horns? I don't know about that. I'm not used to flying, so I'd need to practice. Then how about practicing next time you're free? Kaja's a little shy, but she's a good girl, and she takes her work seriously. Jace sounded like he was trying to set Dota up with his niece or something, but this was an extremely rare offer from the Dragon Knight, proof of just how highly he regarded Dota. Their relationship honestly made no sense to me. That was more or less how the penal heroes spent their break. But some of us didn't even have a break. Patosh was the busiest, and it wasn't because she was the newbie. We needed to coordinate with the former 13th Order for the upcoming battle, and she was the only one who could serve as our liaison. We had 400 reinforcements, and while it was a small number compared to the 10,000 enemies we were up against, it was still a miracle to have them on our side at all. We needed to ask them to take care of a certain task for us, and making the request wouldn't be easy. That was probably why Venitim had left the job to Patosh and me. I believe she's the best one for the job, argued Venitim, slumped on the floor like he was about to die. Besides, her charisma is the whole reason they're here. He really wasn't suited to be a soldier. A little bit of physical labor for the first time in a while was all it had taken to lay him out. Meanwhile, the knights of the former 13th Order were waiting on horseback at the rear of our fortification, the picture of a well-disciplined force. They watched us, their faces stiff and grim. Then one of them approached Patausha. It was someone I had seen before, the leader of the cavalry, Zoflek. I overheard their conversation as I sat by myself in the corner. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but the two of them were speaking very loudly. "Hey, former captain," said Zoflek with a cynical smile. It wasn't too overt, but he was drawing a clear boundary between them. "The first move was a success. You are a truly talented commander." I couldn't know how he was feeling, but I imagined he was angry about what had happened to them, that they were now disgraced as the former unit of a traitor. How many more battles would they have to fight before they could regain their reputation? Even Patosh seemed full of regret. But at least they're alive. My men were. I realized I was clenching my fists. I told myself to stop that. My feelings were unjustified. Fighting over who had it worse wouldn't change anything. It wasn't like we were holding a competition for the saddest backstory here. "Zoflek," Patosh said at last. "Unfortunately, I'm not the commander of this unit, so I'm in no position to give orders." "I know. That's Venetim Leopold, right?" Zoflek glanced at Venetim, who was slumped on the ground, looking pale. It was hard to believe he was actually a soldier. "But he's just a figurehead. His job is to bring everyone under control. But that's it. You're the one who came up with the actual strategy, right?" Zoflek was right about one thing. Venetim was only a figurehead. I mean, the penal heroes are essentially a bunch of bums who couldn't make it as real soldiers, he continued. Some of them aren't even soldiers at all. "In fact, he said, pointing at me with his thumb. Wow, so he was speaking loudly on purpose to make sure I heard him. The only one who actually knows how to put up a decent fight is the goddess killer. Not exactly. Patoshi's voice was hard, as though she was intentionally trying not to show any emotion. While you may be partially right, I've come to realize that the members of the Penal Hero Unit aren't mere criminals. Can I trust you? Can I trust that what you're saying is true? Zoflik's face twisted, though I couldn't tell whether he was trying to smile or to look more intimidating. I want to believe that you becoming a penal hero was all a mistake, that you were falsely accused. Everyone here feels that way. You're the last person who would ever do wrong. You had to have a reason, right? Pat O'Shea. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd stood up and was calling her name, interrupting them. I probably should have kept my mouth shut, but… What? She looked back at me, annoyed. This woman had killed her uncle and one of her subordinates. I had an idea of what had happened, but I needed to make sure. I spoke in a whisper so that Zoflik wouldn't hear. The crimes they got you for. How much of it is true? What are you getting at? I killed my uncle and let one of my men die. That's what I'm guilty of. If you killed your subordinate, I figure you'd just say so. And yet you said you let him die. Patuskay wasn't the kind of person who could lie when it came to the law. If it were me, I would clearly say I'd killed him. As I'd expected, she simply pursed her lips. The mistake was obvious. Was that high priest was your uncle a coexister? I asked. There was no other explanation I could come up with for why someone like Pataush would kill a member of her own family. Hold your tongue. Her eyes were burning with rage. I respected my uncle, and I won't let you or anyone else talk about him like that, so keep your mouth shut. No can do. Because it was the coexisters who framed me too. This wasn't only about her and her uncle. Patayrish's anger didn't matter. That's how you became a penal hero? She seemed taken aback. Yeah. My team was wiped out because of a false report made by the coexisters. Because of them, I ended up having to kill my unit's goddess before she could turn into a fairy. I really am a goddess killer, but I won't ever forgive the people who made me do it. I felt numb. It was as if the words coming out of my mouth were about someone else. It was no wonder though. This was probably the first time I'd ever shared the story. Patus opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she stayed quiet. That was probably what saved me. I didn't want any pity. Silence was exponentially better than some attempt to comfort me. Tell me the truth, Patausha. I need any leads I can get. I'm sure my eyes were full of anger as I glared at her. Neither of us looked away. About a second later, I said again, tell me. I'm begging you. Marlon Kivio was a coexister, she admitted, closing her eyes and nodding slightly. He was in contact with the guild master at the Adventurers Guild, and he was conspiring against humankind to ensure the Demon Blight's victory. I had no choice but to kill him. And you're not going to tell that to your men? They think you're a traitor. How would it help anything? Even if they believed me, then what? Pataushe argued bitterly. I'd be sending them into battle with no trust in the military or their nation. Would you have me tell them to rebel or to pursue the coexisters? Or should I suggest they quit the military altogether and choose another way of life? That's just not feasible. She's probably right, I thought. She didn't want to involve anyone else in this mess. I wish the others in our unit would take some notes. For their sake, I must be a holy knight who committed that act of violence, all on my own. I'm sure you'd do the same in my position. Yeah, I get it. I glanced at the members of the former 13th Order and noticed they were talking among themselves. It seemed that the sight of Pataushe and me whispering to each other had put them on edge. Only Zothik stood quietly, watching our exchange. So to summarize, you want them to hate you? I asked. Yes. Then let me help. That's my specialty. Besides, there's still something I need them to do for us. Wait. Your way always creates unnecessary frick. Hey, that's enough chit-chat. Time to work. I clapped my hands and stepped toward the knights, pointing back at Patosh with my thumb. This idiot here isn't your boss anymore or your commander, but you all were stupid enough to come out here anyway. If you still have the will to fight by our side, then you'll have to do as we say. Wait, what gives you penal heroes the right to order us around? Zoflek smirked, challenging me with his eyes. If you have a plan, then we'll hear you out, but do you really have the authority to take command? The Supreme Commander, Horde Clivios, gave us orders to defend the front line, and the penal heroes were given a free hand in deciding how to do it. It was your decision to join this mission, right? That's true, but we... started to say something before closing his mouth once more. It was obvious he didn't have a good argument. Then that settles it. You all need to do what we say, and if you can't follow orders, then you're free to go. People in the military had a hard time refusing when you laid things out for them like this. Both the chain of command and the situation couldn't be clearer, and my words sent a stir through the hundreds of soldiers and shut down any arguments. Zoflik shook his head. Goddess killer, when you die, it's not going to be pretty. If I could die. Perhaps he was being sarcastic. Regardless, he screwed up his face and laughed. And with that, the discussion about orders and authority was over. First, I need half of you off your horses, I said. We only need 200 cavalry. The rest will defend the fortification. This created another stir among the soldiers. Perhaps telling cavalrymen to hop off their horses was quite an insult. After all, these men used to be holy knights, the greatest warriors on land and the pride of the Federated Kingdom. We didn't have much of a choice though. And besides, we were trying to make them hate us. You're their leader, I told Zoflik. So you decide who does what. I want all the snipers on foot. We'll need their help fending off the enemy when they arrive. Those on horseback will wait in the rear, using the hills for cover. I smirked as wickedly as I could. I need you former holy knights to hurry, okay? And if you're scared, feel free to run away. You won't have to worry about us chasing after you. Pataush will explain the rest of the plan. Zylo, said Pataush, grabbing my arm as I turned to leave. Ageu seemed to ask, why are you being such an asshole? How you say things matters, she said at last. I'll keep that in mind. I patted her lightly on the shoulder. I hope some of them end up hating us so much that they really do run away. If they have family waiting for them at home, they should leave right now. But if there are people who want to fix their tarnished reputation for themselves, or for their leader, the more I spoke, the more disgusted Pataush looked, which was perfectly fine by me. Then there's no helping them, I continued. So I'm going to have them lend us a hand. Do your best to keep them safe. This is why it matters how you say things. And you always, she sighed instead of finishing her sentence. It looked almost as if she were smiling, but it was probably just my imagination. After that, she left to give the knights their orders and to explain the strategy in more detail. In the end, every one of her former men stayed to fight. It's obvious how much they look up to her. I watched them from the corner of my eye while sipping the tea I'd just heated. The spiciness almost numbed my tongue. What is that, my knight? Tarita had suddenly come up to me and was peering curiously into the cup of tea in my hand. It smells wonderful. Don't even think about it. This is spicy and it has alcohol in it too. I poured my cup away from her. This is how we drink tea in the south. It keeps you warm, but it's one of those tastes people either love or hate. They called this kind of tea uchie, which I vaguely recalled meaning elbow strike. It consisted of powdered sliwak and syrup, made from boiling down fruit, mixed into a strong tea. It only took half a cup to warm your body. Personally, I enjoyed having mine with a few drops of booze. I see, replied Tarita, averting her gaze. She sounded bored, or perhaps sulky. Her behavior seemed very forced. She wouldn't make eye contact, and yet she sat with her back right up against me. She was being so obvious, even I couldn't ignore it. What's wrong? I asked. You look like you're in a bad mood. I'm fine. That's exactly what people say when they're in a bad mood. Out with it. I said I'm fine. It's just... Tarita looked away when I tried to get a peek at her face. You appeared lonely, my knight. Therefore, I figured I could keep you company. Whoa, what a compassionate goddess, I said, laughing. I had to laugh. But if Tarita thought I was lonely, it must have been because I was watching Patelsha and her former men interact. She still had subordinates who looked up to her. For a soldier, that was one of the greatest honors one could receive. I no longer had that. My men were all dead. But, Torita continued, I'm in a bad mood because of something else. I thought I could cheer you up, but I do not feel like it anymore. So you are in a bad mood. Ever since we arrived on this hill, you have been spending all your time chatting with Pataosha. That's my job. You two have really been hitting it off. It must be because you are both former holy knights. You make it so obvious. Did it seriously look like we were having fun? Yes. Tarita stood up and pointed at me. Listen, Xylo. I am a goddess, and you are my holy knight. We only have each other, and no matter what happens, I will not allow you to neglect me. I will personally make sure you suffer divine retribution if you do not start putting me first and giving me the praise I deserve. Yeah, I got it. She had a point. Pataosha had her men, but I had a goddess that idiot Dota stole from them, in fact. Once I thought about it, I couldn't help but laugh. I laughed so hard that Torita started scolding me for it. That was when I heard the sharp ring of a whistle reverberate across the dawn sky. It was Dota on lookout duty, signaling the start of battle. Xylo, hurry, they're coming, he shouted, looking desperate. Isn't it a little too soon to start panicking? I thought as I finished up my ukie. This battle would be the real deal. I glared at the sun peeking out from the horizon. We can do this. The fight began with a flash of light and the raw one of Rhino's high-angle shots. There was nothing better to stop the incoming surge of cavalry. It landed precisely in the center of the frontmost enemy group and blew up countless Dullahans, along with some human cavalry. Yes, human cavalry, there were a decent number of them, probably mercenaries. Tayurita, her face pale, lowered her gaze and grabbed my arm. Xylo, why are there people on the Demon Blight's side? Are they being controlled? Maybe. I wanted to make her feel better, but I couldn't think of anything to say, and she would probably be able to sense my true feelings anyway. Mercenaries work for whoever they think will win, so we should probably cut them some slack. I do not blame them for the choices they felt they had to make, but... Tarita clutched her chest. Hurting humans pains me greatly. It makes me feel sick. That's because you're a goddess created by mankind to serve and please them? No. Maybe that wasn't the reason. I wanted to believe there was more to it than that. I felt disgusted with myself for being so stupidly optimistic. Who was I trying to fool? And yet I couldn't help it. So damned kind-hearted, I said at last. Your only fault is your filthy mouth, my knight. She smiled slightly, her profile illuminated by the ceaseless barrage of cannon fire. Rhino was using his Nevan artillery seal compound to fire high-angle shots. The sight of it under the clear, midday sky was almost cheery. The artillery fire raining down on the enemy like a storm felt somehow surreal. Rhino had been storing up luminescence these past few days, and he had another cylinder of the stuff ready to go. Reloading was King Norgali's duty and consisted of removing the massive, empty cylinder from the back of Rhino's armor, then grabbing the new one, just big enough for an adult man to wrap his arms on and shoving it into place. Obviously, this took strength. Time to work, Melanatis. He was even giving orders to the girl they'd rescued, who was still weak and had only just left her bed. The arrogance. This is your duty as a member of the royal family. Gather up snow and bury this. It needs to be cooled, he shouted furiously as he pulled a stick-like object from the arm portion of Rhino's armor and tossed it on the ground. It glowed red-hot, melting the snow around it. Yes, sir. The young girl, called Melaniatis, seemed somewhat confused, but she did as she was told. She was asking him questions in return, but I could only hear parts of what she was saying. So... Sir Norgale, what are you doing here? And, who are these soldiers? What happened to your studies at the temple? These are my brave warriors, protected by Goddess Teorita's divine blessing. Oh. But what I want to know is, fulfill your duty as royalty. The job of a king is not to sit on the throne, but to serve as the shield of the people. You must stand on the front line with your men. Norgale was practically howling a battle cry. Simply incredible, Comrade Norgale, Rhino whispered cheerily. You never cease to impress me. I can't help but respect you. In fact, thanks to you, I feel I will be able to do my very best this time around. The first time I saw one of Rhino's high-angle shots, I was puzzled. He'd fire off a bunch of them, making it look easy, then he'd fall silent and wait. Most artillerymen would fire a shot, then make adjustments, but not Rhino. When I asked him about his process once, he told me, because of the difficulty of calculating the shots, I find this method to be most suitable for me. He then showed me a notebook he had written, full of overly complicated mathematical formulas. It was a rather thick notebook, and there were others of the same size. I'd thought they were diaries, but they were apparently records of what he had learned and the fruits of his labor. If I can predict the trajectory and landing point after factoring in external variables, well, then I don't need to fear a miscalculation. If I know the numerical values that need to be plugged into the equation, then it's better to fire multiple shots in quick succession, since conditions can change with each passing second. It didn't make any sense to me, but whatever he was doing, it sure seemed to be effective. Nevertheless, our enemies continued their approach. It didn't matter how good Rhino was, he couldn't take all of them out alone. Meanwhile, Jace was fighting for air supremacy overhead. In other words, we had to do something about the approaching enemies ourselves. Tatsuya! Grr! I heard him growl somewhere nearby the instant I called for him. He stood up from his trench, an unusual lightning staff as big as a log in his hand. I could tell the tip was already emitting light clearly. He knew how to wield it. I should have had him start using these things a long time ago. This one was a special model made by Verkle Corp, which usually required multiple people to operate it. The product was known as the Hellgut Blaster Seal Compound, and it was the fruit of research into a type of destructive power, different than that of an artilleryman's cannon armor. Start attacking the enemies as they approach. Shoot all of them. Brr, grunted Tatsuya as he raised his blaster compound into the air. While I knew he was strong, this was too much for one person to handle. I figured I should find someone to help him, but before I could say another word, his fingers started brushing the air in complex motions. It didn't make any sense to me, but it was one of his old habits. Whenever he was about to try something new, he would do this thing with his fingers for a few moments. The next moment, his body enlarged as his bones and shoulder muscles eerily cracked and popped. Soon, both his arms had swelled bizarrely, and he held his staff at the ready. This was clearly some sort of anomalous physical transformation. You've got to be kidding me. The others were probably just as astonished as I was. Tatsuya's body had transformed right before our eyes. As we all watched in disbelief, a dramatic flash of light, blindingly bright even in the daytime, scorched the snowy field like a whip of glittering fire, swallowing the enemy cavalry. A grunt escaped Tatsuya's throat. It sounded like some sort of battle cry or laughter, perhaps. The bright beam indiscriminately penetrated each man, Dullahan, and Koistibodar in sight. The Hellgut Blaster Seal Compound was intended to be operated by multiple people. It was too big to be referred to as a mere lightning staff, and it was meant to rapidly fire multiple bolts of lightning with each shot in order to attack a wide range of enemies. A rapid-fire lightning staff, exactly what one would expect from the development department at Verkle Corp. People in the military didn't refer to them as the perverted toy box for nothing. At any rate, it was too big for one person, and it consumed a heck of a lot of luminescence. Benetton was originally supposed to help operate it, since he wasn't good for anything else, but it looked like that wouldn't be necessary. Tatsuya was easily waving around the massive weapon with his meaty arms, sending bolts of lightning trailing left and right, blowing away our enemies as they approached from the snowy plains. Hey, Venetum looked back at me. What's going on? Did anyone know Tatsuya could do that? You've been with him the longest. If you didn't know, then how the hell would we? I rolled my eyes. I was starting to doubt all the rumors Venetum had ever told me. In fact, using him as a source for information was probably a mistake to begin with. But if Tatsuya really was a member of Penal Hero Unit 9001, that would mean he took part in the First War of Subjugation, the only recorded victory of mankind over the Demon Blight. A warrior summoned from another world back when humankind was stronger. If all that was true, maybe it could explain this extraordinary feat he was pulling off. At any rate, it seemed we could leave the enemies in front to Tatsuya. All we had to worry about now were the cavalry, the Dullahans in particular, detouring around and coming at us from the sides. If the Coast Bodders were like horses that had been turned into fairies, then the Dullahans were like a combination of a horse and a parasitic creature that became a fairy together. I'd heard of cases where humans riding on horses turned into Dullahans. They weren't as quick as Coast Boddars, but they were larger and more intelligent. Furthermore, depending on the creature atop the horse, some could even hold weapons. Charging past the artillery fire and bolts of lightning were 5, 6, 7. I gave up trying to count, because the number was rapidly increasing. There were a lot of them, and they were almost here. They're coming, Xylo. They're right up ahead, stammered Venetum. His voice trembled, and his hand shook around the lightning staff he was holding. This was his first time at the front line in a while, and he was probably an even worse shot than Dotter. Keep luring them in, I said. Don't worry. Sav will take care of the tough ones. Yeah, for real. Just leave the heavy lifting to me and you'll be fine. I didn't place first in the Order of Assassins sniping contest countless times for nothing. I hit and killed my target every time. Anyway, Dotter, who should I hit next? Huh? Oh, Dotter brought his eye closer to the telescope's lens. He was sitting on a stack of wooden crates. We needed someone on watch while Jace was busy in the sky, and there was nobody with better vision than Dotter. I think the biggest enemy's at 10 o'clock. That's probably their leader. It has a large number of fairies following closely behind it. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, his knees began to shake restlessly atop the wooden crates. Is it just me, or am I in a really dangerous position? What am I gonna do if a projectile comes flying? You should be fine until the infantry get closer, I said. But if you feel like you're in trouble, jump. Somebody'll probably catch you. Somebody. Dotola looked around, passing over each of our faces in turn. Who's gonna catch me? Can't I get down from here already? You could, but we'd have to kill you, and I'm sure it'd be really painful, so I don't recommend it. Xylo, Terrator scolded. Could you please not say such awful things? Dotter looks terrified. The poor man is shaking. Dotter, however, took my kind advice to heart and shut his mouth. Crackle. A dry pop tore through the air as Sav shot a bolt of lightning at the large Dullahan Dotter had pointed out. The beast was blown some distance before it collapsed onto the ground. This threw the enemy out of step, but they continued to push forward. It's your time to shine, former holy knights, I shouted. Attack! The knights who had gotten off their horses were already in position in front of the barbed wire, each holding out their lightning staff in silence. They didn't seem to like taking orders from me, but that didn't matter, as long as they followed them in the end. Don't push yourselves too hard, okay? Sav said casually. It'd be impossible for you guys to nail every shot like I do, so just focus on unleashing everything you've got when they're right in your face. I mean, even Dotter would be able to hit them that close up, so you all should be fine. Prepare to fire, ordered the sniper unit's officer. Her lightning staff pointed at the enemy. Her name was Sienna, if I remembered correctly. It seemed Sav's taunting had gotten to her. I don't want to see any of you miss, she added. She had one eyebrow raised, and I was pretty sure she was pissed. Seconds later, the enemy cavalry arrived. The Dullahans held out their lances while the court rushed forward, using their bodies as battering rams. It was clear, however, that they didn't understand the threat of the obstacles in front of them. The barbed wire fence was far more effective than I had imagined. The wire deflected their hooves with a clang as the spikes dug into their flesh. It blocked both their fangs and lances and prevented them from advancing any farther. Some fell over, dragging others down with them, and yet more rammed into these from behind. One Dullahan tried to force its way through, but the sacred seal-infused spikes scorched its body, bringing the creature to its knees. They were nothing but targets for the snipers now. Bolts of lightning roared through the air, piercing the enemy. Incidentally, there was another merit to this fence. You couldn't break through it with an explosive. When I saw the next group of enemies approaching in between volleys, I yelled, "Everyone get down, Taorita, you got it!" Immediately, a short sword emerged from the void. As soon as I grabbed it, I threw it. There was no need to worry about accuracy. The explosion was followed by a flash of light, swallowing the entire group of Dullahams in flames and scattering melted snow all across the ground. We were waging a one-sided battle from behind the fence, especially since ducking into our trenches protected us from any explosions. There was no way we could have used such a strategy with our usual Sacred Seal engraved wooden fences. I had begun to realize just how effective Norgala's new weapon really was. To my great surprise, we had the upper hand. However, "There are too many of them, my knight." Taorita looked grave. "They keep coming one after another. There is no end. No surprise there." It wasn't like Rhino could keep firing at them forever either. There was a limit to how much longer we could keep this up, and there were far too many enemies. It wouldn't be long before the other side's cavalry noticed how we were dominating them and started trying to jump over or cut through the fences, or decided to come around and attack us from the rear. The fairy cavalry were already trying to break through our fire using pure numerical advantage. Eventually, they'd be able to use the bodies of their fallen allies to climb over the barbed wire fence. Of course, these were all things we'd predicted and prepared for. "My knight, should we not start taking action to protect everyone?" I am ready whenever you are. Don't force yourself." Taorita was clenching her fists too tightly, so I placed a hand over hers and stopped her. It didn't matter how accurate her aim was. There was no way I could send her onto the battlefield right now. Her inability to attack humans meant she'd be helpless if targeted by one. "I'll need your help when the time comes," I said. "And don't worry, I'll really run you through the ringer." "You will? Really? You will depend on me?" "Yes. So I need you to wait. Let the humans handle the humans." After unsheathing a knife with one hand, I infused a high concentration of energy from my Sacred Seal into the blade, lifted my arm into the air, and threw it as hard as I could, right into the enemy cavalry's path. The knife penetrated the snowy terrain and created a massive explosion, forcing the cavalry to stop in place. It wasn't the flames that frightened them, though their horses' hooves had suddenly sunk into the ground. The animals neighed while the Cois-de-Borders and Dullahans shrieked in strange tones. But the more they struggled, the more they lost their balance, until eventually they fell. A wave of chaos rippled through their ranks to the rear in a matter of seconds. "A disintegration seal," muttered a sniper. I assumed this was Sienna. "I can't believe you'd use something like that here. You're playing a dangerous game, you know." She had a point. Disintegration seals could pulverize the ground, turning it into a swamp. Although they were perfect for stopping horses in their tracks, they absolutely destroyed the land. That said, when it came to stopping cavalry charging you, there was nothing more effective. "Dotter, you still alive up there? Give the signal." "Ah, Roger." Dotter moved swiftly, swinging his lightning staff over his head and releasing a green light. Patosh Kuvia might even have set out already, not bothering to wait for the signal. This was it. We'd made every move in our arsenal. All that's left is... I turned to face forward and saw a huge monster headed our way, trampling its own allied cavalry as it came. It was a Barchester quadrute beast, and it was even bigger than normal. With a fairy this size, any changes I could make to the land would be pointless. To make matters worse, I saw a few goblins on its back. If that thing were to get close enough, it could crush our fortification, barbed wire fence and all. Seeing this irregular fairy heading straight for us made me suspicious that it was some sort of decoy. Nevertheless, it was not the kind of decoy we could simply ignore. I patted Taorita on the shoulder. "It's time for the goddess to take action. Can I count on you?" But of course. Taorita's hair began to spark. "I have been waiting for this moment. I will prove my usefulness, even if it costs me my life. Stop being an idiot. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't go throwing. I know." She wrapped her arms around my neck. "I simply wanted you to scold me again." Trishul couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her huge cavalry force had been almost completely stopped in its tracks. The enemy's defensive wirework was far more effective than she had imagined. Hooves and lances couldn't easily break through it. To destroy this barrier, they would have to target the wooden stakes. But it wasn't going to be easy, since that was where the enemy's firepower was most concentrated. Trishul regretted spreading her infantry out to the sides. It was going to be difficult getting her large cavalry force around to attack the enemy from the rear, but she could still send those nearby. She didn't even have to close her eyes and concentrate now. She could see him up ahead as clear as day, Hanged Fox. It was only a nickname she'd given their commander, but perhaps it did indeed describe his true nature. He sat boldly on a stack of wooden crates, issuing orders. An unexpected yet carefully planned tactical decision. You've won this stage. I'll give you that. But the battle wasn't over. She had plenty more strength to draw on. Lentobi, she called out to her overly serious adjutant. We need to get cavalry behind that fortification. Our secret weapon won't be able to break through their barrier from the front. Besides, it's about time we got serious. I'm going to win this for us. Regardless of the tide of battle, their victory was assured. The only thing yet to be decided was how much she could show off her skills as a mercenary. I'll take out that commander myself. It's payback time, Hanged Fox. Jace Parterax was the first to realize something was off. He and Neely were up in the shining clear blue sky when he saw it. They had just finished ridding the clouds of enemies in a one-sided massacre. Their range and maneuverability were simply too much for the other side. The gremlins' claws and fangs couldn't even reach them. Gremlins usually hunted in packs, attacking larger prey from above. Even so, they were no match for the Dragon Knight. Neely had turned a swath of gremlins to ash with her every fiery breath. The gargoyles, which were far more suited to aerial battles, met a similar fate. Although they had spike-like organs they could shoot from their bodies, Neely dodged them easily, circled around them, and lit them on fire. Jace, for his part, would skewer enemies with his short spears each time they passed. The weapon's sacred seals gave them the ability to home in on their targets. Don't worry about the guys down there, Neely. Jace patted his dragon on the back of the neck in response to her roars. Let them struggle some more. They've got Xylo on their side. They'll be fine. Then, just as he shot down one of the few remaining gargoyles, what's that? Jace narrowed his eyes, looking hard at the ground below. Something was happening behind their fortification. A group of shadows. No, a horde of them was running along, kicking up a cloud of dust and snow. A flag was fluttering in the wind above them, but they looked disorganized. To Jace, it looked like an army retreating in panic. I was staring straight ahead at the massive bar chest. Like humans, fairies differed in size, but this went beyond that. It was even larger than an elephant. If the higher-ups in the military and the Allied Administration Division saw this thing, they'd probably give it a whole new classification. But I wasn't interested in stuff like that. I leaped over the wire barrier, kicked off the corpses of a few Koispadars, and jumped even higher into the air. That was when I noticed the goblins on the creature's back, already pointing their lightning staffs at us. Torita tightened her grip on me. Tsav, the goblins on its back. Before I could finish my sentence, a bolt of lightning soared through the air, grazing my feet before exploding with a dry pot. 2 goblins were skewered and sent flying off the bargest with this single shot. Not only was Tsav quick, but he was efficient as well. Yeses, am I talented or what? I took out 2 of them. What do you snipers say? How about a friendly match? Whoever kills the most wins. I could hear Tsav jabbering, followed by a few bolts of lightning aimed at the bargest and the goblins atop it. Only 1 bolt hit, but it took out another goblin aiming at me, knocking it down. The enemy quieted down after that, each rider grabbing a shield to protect itself as the colossal bargest continued its charge. Tsav, stop fooling around. I'm gonna kill you if I get hit. Eek. Oh, okay. Let's change the rules. If you suck at shooting, you don't get to play. Okay? His rude phrasing was sure to anger the other snipers. But it was too late to care. I glared at the incoming bargest and leaped back into the air, then unsheathed a knife and threw it at the enemy. Are you ready, my knight? Tarita opened a void and swords rained down. I grabbed one, infused it with the power of my sacred seal, and hurled it at the bargist as we passed it by. There was no way I could miss a target that big. I landed on the ground, scraping a thin layer of snow off the top as I slid, then turned around to see how effective the attack had been. Looks like it worked. The massive bargist fell to the ground, now missing most of its head. It had 2 fatal wounds. One was from my explosive seal, while the other— "How do you like that, bro?" "I hit it too. The only thing that would have made it better is if you'd kept your damn mouth shut." An enemy of this caliber wasn't much of a threat with an exceptional sniper as backup, and I figured there was no need to overburden Tiorita. Apart from his lack of basic humanity, Sarv had all the skill and judgment one could want in a sniper. His lack of basic humanity was a doozy though. "I hardly did anything," Tiorita muttered sulkily from under my arm. "And now the battle is over." "Don't pout, there are still plenty of enemies. Plus, the demon blight hasn't shown itself yet. We were in a good place though. The remaining enemy cavalry seemed to be planning to outflank us, but we'd seen that coming a mile away. Patash and our own cavalry were waiting in the rear, ready to handle them. Although we were up against a great deal of fairies, it wasn't like they could send all 10,000 of them at once. At this rate, we have a real chance of making it through. But just as I started getting optimistic— "Xylo! This is bad. This is really, really bad." I heard Dotter screaming. Of course, that wasn't anything new. He was always panicking when he contacted me. What? When I answered him, I was still confident everything was fine. I figured he was going to say something about a few enemies that had been waiting to ambush us finally showing themselves, though they far outnumbered us. Depending on their commander's personality, they might try to ambush even a small force like ours. Did something happen? Has the Demon Lord shown up? No, it's not that. Xylo, you need to hurry back. This is bad. Enemy reinforcements? No, it's our allies. Huh? We lost. And now our allies are headed this way with the enemy on their tail. The Demon Blight is right behind them. It's bad. Really bad. Patowska's horse galloped straight through the horde of fairies. She had been standing by at the back of our fortification, waiting for this very moment. Using her superior mobility, she slipped in between the lines of enemies whenever there was an opening and attacked the fairies in the rear. Though the strategy was simple, this was something cavalry excelled at. Or so Pataushka had once been taught. There you are. Patoshi saw an enemy cavalryman moving swiftly across the snowy plain, and immediately adjusted her grip on her lance's handle. She knew the enemy would be coming her way. It would be far too difficult for them to break through the front. Going around and attacking the rear was their only choice. It was easy for Patazus to predict. It was what she would do after all. There were twice as many human cavalry in the enemy's group, and their commander appeared to be a woman with smoky red hair. When she saw Pataushas, she opened one eye in surprise. In her hand, she held a pikal weapon Patosh knew well. It was most likely a Digrap Strike Seal compounder weapon often used by cavalry that could harness great destructive power in close combat. Patosh herself had trained with one. She seems like a competent leader. She must have brought her elite to circle around the rear. Still, Patosh stopped speculating there and called out to the cavalry, following close behind. Onward, fire your lightning staffs. It may have only been a portion of the force she once commanded, but the former 13th Order answered her call. Roger, Zoflik shouted back. A low-pitched war cry echoed over the snow. They pulled out their lightning staffs, then charged as one right into the horde of enemies, like a cannonball. What happened after that was unsurprising for 2 reasons. First, the distance the enemy had traveled was far too great. They had taken an extremely roundabout path to attack the rear of the fortification, but all Patasoj and her men had done was wait. The second reason was merely the gap in ability between the 2 groups. The seasoned mercenaries were skilled warriors individually, but they lacked coordination as a group, especially when up against someone like Pataushe, an experienced leader with many such battles unadjured. To her belt, a head-to-head attack only made this more obvious. In the blink of an eye, Dozens of enemies had been knocked off their horses, only to be further trampled amid the ensuing panic as the former Holy Knights doubled back. Patyaush faced the enemy commander. Skak! The woman with the smoky red hair clicked her tongue. "Out of my way," she yelled, swinging her pike. As she squeezed the shaft, the end of her weapon bent while stretching forward. It seemed to change shape, now resembling a serpent. She aimed the weapon low, and it tore through the ground, sending a cloud of snow flying into the air and then coming back up from below. The Digrep Strike Seal compound, intended for use in close combat, could change the shape of a weapon in order to get around an opponent's shield. It was also used to extend a weapon's length when the wielder was out of range. There were 4 weapon types it could transform into: sword, axe, scythe, and chain. This made it extremely effective when on horseback, since a rider was constantly having to maneuver around their enemies. Patousha, however, was well aware of this weapon's characteristics. Her own lance and armor, when combined, formed the Niskapol Strike Seal compound, a single sacred seal engraved weapon. Its main and most important function was creating a barrier. In fact, the tip of her lance could freely create 2 different types of barriers: a wall of fire and a shield of light. Patoche had already created a shield of light that emitted a faint azure glow and completely blocked the path of the red-headed woman's attack. If I ever want to be Xylo Forbarts' equal as a penal hero, then... The tip of the red-headed woman's pike transformed into a scythe, its blade in Pataosha's blind spot, but her effort was in vain. The light blue, glittering shield deflected the attack, knocking the woman off balance. I can't allow myself to lose against another cavalryman. Patosh swung her lance once more as they passed each other. Her opponent tried to dodge, but the lance tore straight through her right arm above the elbow, sending fresh blood spewing into the air. Ski. The red-headed woman glared at Patalska, at least. It seemed that way. At first, but she was actually looking beyond at something else. Hanged fox, you bastard. You had cavalry lying in wait for us. This was a name Patalsk wasn't familiar with. The enemy passed her by and moved away, as if to retreat. I can win, just one more push. Partaush moved to launch a follow-up attack, but her subordinate stepped in to stop her. Why? They had weakened the enemy considerably during their first clash, and most of the former Holy Knights were unscathed. They could win. However, the instant she started to chase after the woman, a familiar voice stopped her. "Patosh, we need you back at the fortification. As Dota would say, this is bad." It was Xylo forcing the message through via Venetim. "Wait," groaned Patashius. "I almost have them. I can take out the mercenaries. What happened?" The main unit fell. Damn it, they were ambushed. Xylo sounded angry as always. He probably didn't know it, but that rage of his sometimes had a calming effect. That's what helped Patawas cool her head and listen. The Mindthorder's stronghold was suddenly attacked by multiple demon lords, and the Noble Alliance fled instead of assisting. "They're heading straight for us. We have to do something before things get out of control." It seemed the enemy had gone around them to ambush the Ninth Order. The Demon Blight had been on the move, and with terrifying speed. It must have exceptional stealth abilities. "We've been on a losing streak ever since Ioth," Xylo said bitterly. "I wouldn't say that." Partarsh didn't feel like they had lost at all, though only small parts of greater battles. The Penal Hero unit had racked up more wins than anyone had expected. That said, the Greater War effort was still losing. "We need to stop the pursuers and protect the fleeing knights. Those are our orders from the oh-so-important nobles, so we need you back here. Besides, I'm sure our allies' pathetic faces will cheer you up in no time." Xylo was a vulgar man with poor taste. Perhaps that said a lot about Patalshe as well. In the blink of an eye, chaos descended on our fortification. The soldiers of the Noble Alliance, the cause of this mess, were the first to arrive. Allies deciding to flee and throwing a battlefield into disarray was a tale as old as time. Still, this was especially awful, since the Ninth Order had been left to fend off the enemy alone while their allies ran off, desperate to save their own skins. "What are the Penal Heroes doing?" shouted a man on horseback furiously. He was clearly a noble, and he looked to be a big shot. He was well-dressed, too well-dressed. He wore a pure white mantle with hardly a speck of dirt from the battle and a finely polished sheath for his sword. Behind him was a flag bearer, displaying the crest of a lion with a battle axe held in its mouth. I knew that crest. It belonged to the Dusmitor family essential noble line of the royal lineage of House Self. The Demon Blight is almost here. That had to be the fairies' leader, the Demon Lord. Hurry up and stop it. Excuse me, I shot back. Why the hell? Okay, you got it. Xylo, it's time for us to fight. Venetum's loud, obnoxious voice drowned out mine. It was only at times like this that he was full of energy and ready to take the lead. Please allow us to handle things. This is what we penal heroes are here for after all. Of course it is, came the noble's cold reply. Now, the Demon Lord's coming from the east, and it's huge. I've never seen a monster like it. There's no time to be fooling around. Go. At this rate, my men will be that thing's next meal. Your wish is our command. We will move out immediately, and I promise we… Shut it. I grabbed Venetum's shoulder before he made any more unkeepable promises. Enough talking out of your ass. The Knight's Order's main unit is currently being crushed by the enemy. We are penal heroes. We don't have the right to refuse, regardless of what's going on. Damn it. Venetum was right. All I could do was curse our situation. There was no way we could disobey orders, and we didn't have the time to carefully consider our options. It's here! It's the Demon Blight, Amit! A soldier screamed. Amit was a name I had heard from time to time during my battles in the north. This Demon Lord looked like a flabby black caterpillar of colossal size, and it was known for its giant mouth, which devoured anything in its path, whether that be rock, iron, or even fire. Put simply, it was going to be a difficult opponent to deal with. I could see it rapidly approaching from the east, not something you'd expect from a creature of its size. The horrifying jet-black monster's disgustingly glossy body glittered in the sunlight as it slithered across the plains. Hurry up and do something, the noble screeched. Yeah. I'll see what I can do, Sav muttered from my side. It seemed he didn't feel much loyalty toward the noble class. He was currently on his stomach with his lightning staff in hand, already aiming at the enemy. Immediately, a sharp, powerful bolt of lightning soared through the air and was promptly sucked into Amit's gaping maw. The beast didn't even react. It merely continued to slither toward us, shizzing out the land below and devouring everything in its path. Even Sav couldn't help but laugh. That didn't even tickle it. This is so not good. I can't kill that thing. I'd have to take it by surprise, and there's no way I can do that from here. Yeah, I've seen this guy once before, I said. Back when I was fighting in the north. This was no surprise. Amit could form a mouth anywhere on its body. Everyone could fire their lightning staffs at once, and it would still be able to swallow every single bolt. Rhino. I looked back. There were only 3 people close enough to take orders, Venetum, Tive, and Rhino, and I was most concerned about Rhino, so I decided to give him a warning. Don't randomly fire your weapon and waste ammo. In fact, don't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. I know, but how do you suggest we defeat? The cannon on Rhino's right arm wasn't even out. Did he know about Amit too? Then again, I supposed it would make sense if he had heard rumors while working as an adventurer in the north. What are you idiots doing? Hurry, the noble shouted, pointing at me. Well, technically, he was pointing at me and the goddess behind me, Terita. Use the holy sword. You can defeat it if you use Goddess Terita's holy sword. Tarida tensed up. The sword must have gotten pretty famous if even a guy like this knew about it. That sword, I began. Xylo, I can do it. Tarita grabbed my arm. I still have plenty of energy, and I want to make up for how little I've done so far. It is time for me to demonstrate my greatness. That's not the issue here. I glared at the nobleman. We can't rush this. If Tarita uses the sword, she won't be able to move for a while. It should be considered a last resort. We should try to figure out how to kill it with ordinary weapons. This is exactly the time to use it, damn it, shouted the noble, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. Have your goddess use her holy sword this instant. How dare you, a lowly penal hero, disrespect me like this? And how dare you disrespect a goddess? Goddesses exist to benefit humans and bring us good fortune. It seemed this Dasmitor noble didn't feel the need to show Taruta any respect. Were these the beliefs of some faction he belonged to, or was he simply panicking because of the situation we were in? Tell her to get to work and rescue us from this mess, no matter what it takes. Alright, that does it. It is fine, Xylo. I want to do this. The flames in Taruta's eyes were already burning brightly, and she didn't seem hurt or angry. Our soldiers are being killed. I cannot stand by and do nothing. That's very goddess-like of you, but I wanted to ask her, do you really want to use your powers for someone like him? But I quickly realized it would be pointless. Taruta didn't choose who to save based on whether she liked them or not. There were people in danger. That alone was enough for her. Start moving. If you're not going to do it, I'll have you killed this instant. There are countless others who can do your job. The smirk on Venetum's face froze in place. Sarv, on the other hand, smiled breezily and made a gesture implying he'd kill the man if I asked. Meanwhile, Rhino in his dark red armor seemed completely unfazed. Whatever the case, I decided to fight. I picked up Taruta and ran, then kicked off the ground. Sarv, Rhino, take care of the weaker fairies for me. I'm going to kill the Demon Lord, then withdraw. I didn't even wait for them to respond. The towering Demon Lord was looming ever closer. As soon as it saw us, it opened its mouth, releasing the lightning bolts from salve that it had just eaten. But I already knew that Amit could spew out what it had eaten at will, so there was no way I was going to let it hit us. Xylo! Taruta's hair sparked as a massive sword emerged from a patch of void, allowing me to kick off it and twist my body, changing our direction. Amit's eyes followed us the entire time. Perfect. We had accomplished our first objective. Amit opened its mouth even wider, spewing out a torrent of mud. All of that must have taken a long time to store. Regardless, the monster was now close enough to finish off as we descended. Taruta, let's end this in a single strike. Okay. Her body sparked furiously as she summoned the holy sword. It was a simple single-handed weapon with no ornamentation. I grabbed it in midair. Not even a torrent of mud and gravel could stand in our way now. The tip of the blade twinkled with blinding light, followed by a beam that erased everything in its path. The torrent of earth vanished bit by bit as the ray of light soared toward the Demon Lord. Amit opened its mouth as if to swallow us whole, sword and all. That's not going to work. I twisted my entire body, using the momentum to throw the holy sword into the Demon Lord's mouth. Immediately, another flash of light was followed by a cyclone. By the time the air cleared and we landed, there was nothing left but rushing footsteps shaking the ground and cries from the surrounding soldiers. All we had to do now was take care of the Furies Amit had brought with it, while the Ninth Order bought us time. It wasn't going to be easy though. Taruta, are you alright? I am fine. I feel great. Don't lie to me, I said. Despite being ghostly pale, Taruta tried to clench her fists until I stopped her. I'm proud of you. I touched her head and was met with a weak electric discharge. But as I felt the sparks touch my fingertips, the sound of the soldiers pounding the ground grew louder. No, wait, it wasn't just that. I could no longer feel their eyes on us. They must be focused on something else, and that wasn't the pounding of footsteps. The ground was truly shaking. Something was approaching from the east. You've got to be kidding me. I looked over to find yet another enemy heading our way. It was a massive monster that looked to be made out of bones. It was approaching slowly, creaking and cracking and chattering with each hard, heavy step. It was as if somebody had taken various animal bones and crudely stuck them together to create some sort of spider or crab. Either way, I could tell it was a Demon Lord right away, and it was even bigger than Amit. What's more, I'd never seen one like this before. Another one? Pythor? This is getting ridiculous. Just how many Demon Lords had they sent into battle? It felt like a sick joke. The hell happened to the Ninth Order? Horde Clivios is doing a pretty garbage job of holding back the enemy. I could easily imagine Horde's nervous, sullen expression, but complaining about him wasn't going to stop that bony demon lord from crushing soldiers underfoot as they desperately tried to escape. This was exactly why I told that asshole noble to use Terita's holy sword only as a last resort. Xylo, Terita said, groaning weakly. I can summon it again for a few seconds. Shut up. There was something wrong with this goddess. She grabbed my hand to prove her resolve, but her grip was weak and the flickering fire in her eyes was slowly dying. I was utterly unconvinced. Penal heroes. Another enemy is already here. What is the meaning of this? Against my will, I could hear the Dasmitor noble's flustered voice via the sacred seal on my neck. Stop that thing before it gets too close. Guard the rear like you're supposed to and buy us enough time to escape. So, Xylo, did you get all that? Said Venetum in a monotone. He was really acting the part of penal hero unit commander right now, maintaining a level and calm demeanor while suppressing his own emotions. It was the voice of a real con man. That was apparently an order. Can you handle it? I'm with the king in Tatsuya now, so I'm ready to slaughter some fairies, but this guy couldn't so much as slaughter a single bug. He was just acting cocky because he had Tatsuya with him. Anyway, an order was an order, so I had no choice but to do the best I could. Let's get to it. We've got to buy them some time. I looked at our fortification on the hill, touched the sacred seal on my neck, and started calling out to any penal hero who would answer. Was everyone okay? They probably were, I thought with resignation. It'd almost be cute if one of us got hurt from something like this. Head north while slowing down the enemy, and damn it, don't forget those two kids either. We fled, abandoning our fortification on the hill. Unfortunately, it would be some time before anyone figured out that there were actually 4 demon lords on the battlefield. Screams were coming from every direction. Some were shrieks of terror, some rage-filled shouts. Whatever the case, it was all up to us to fix this miserable situation. It was likely that the Ninth Order was still fighting multiple demon lords in the rear, which meant we had no choice but to handle things here ourselves. I didn't want to give anyone, especially Horde Clivios, the chance to say something like, "The penal heroes ran away just like the cowardly criminals they are," or "That goddess killer's pretty spineless," for someone who always acts so cocky. Whatever, bring it on. Just you watch. The first thing I needed to do was find Patausha and hand off Torita to her. Of course, not everyone was happy with this idea. "Wait, my knight," demanded Torita. Despite her tone, her voice was frail and her face sickly. "I can still fight. How do you plan on winning? Without my blessing. I still need your help, so you've got to rest up. Just buying time and helping the others escape won't be enough to end this battle. I am going to stay with you. It is my duty as a goddess, Pataush. Keep her safe, and don't let her out of your sight." Not feeling the need to listen to any more, I held her out in my arms and passed her off to Pataush, who accepted her charge with a grimace. "Are you staying?" Pataush asked. "Can you handle this all by yourself?" "I can do it, so go. Don't even think about trying to stay behind." "No." Pataush wiped some blood off her cheek as if to hide her expression. "You made the right choice. This is something that only a cavalryman can do. I will take Goddess Torita to safety. You have my word. You better not double back after dropping her off." "I won't." "Then go." The brief pause made it clear she'd been considering doing just that. Either way, they promptly took off, leaving me behind. I felt confident she'd be able to cut down any fairy that got in their way and escape this hell. All that was left was for me to clean up the mess. I took a deep breath and placed a finger on the sacred seal at my neck. "Sav, where are you?" "Don't even think about running. Back me up." Don't worry, I know. If I run, I'll just be executed later. I'll help." While he didn't seem overly excited, he'd still gotten into position to shoot. By the way, I captured Dotter trying to run away and have him pinned down. I don't think I'll be much help, so what are you talking about? Like, at least help me aim. I need your eyes to search for the enemy. Sure, but Are you really gonna try to snipe? From here? Why not? We can use this as a shield. Feel free to use one yourself if you want, Dotter. I'm starting to feel sick. Sav and Dotter seemed to be arguing over something, but I didn't have time to find out what. Help the others withdraw and save as many people as you can. Roger. I'll take out the larger fairies. So do you think you could do something about the soldiers lagging behind? Like, what are they even doing? It was just as Sav said there were soldiers still on the battlefields that had taken too long to escape. They were likely to be hunted down by nearby fairies before the bony demon lord even reached them. There were Thuathan, bogies, and dunnies, and there were a lot of them to boot. They were keenly aiming to surround their prey. There were about 200 of these soldiers, and on their flag, I saw the crest of a lion holding a battle axe in its mouth. They were House Dasmator's men. I wasn't a fan of their lord, but maybe we should help them evacuate, Sav suggested. You know, since they're lagging the farthest behind. I completely agreed and silently took off running. It was going to be a really long day. The strategic withdrawal was pandemonium. Despite suffering a surprise attack that night, the soldiers had no choice but to keep on moving amid the chaos. The pain is unbearable, thought Sifrit Zur of Dasmator's 4th squad. Every part of the soldier's body was in pain. Freezing toes from marching through the snow, thighs rubbed raw by a staff sheath, tired shoulders from carrying a heavy knapsack. Every part of Sifrit was in agony, and that agony was indistinguishable from the piercing cold. Sifrit didn't want to move anymore, and yet pushing forward was the only way to escape. Stopping now would mean certain death. The demon blight was rapidly approaching from behind, and the fear that disgust kept Sifrit moving. When humans push past the point of exhaustion, they give up. They stop caring what happens. Sifrit had seen such a fate before countless friends, and they had all died without exception. Damn it. I need to feel more hatred, more disgust. Imagining one's body being devoured by fairies did the trick. That would be far more agonizing than this. It was revolting, and the thought alone pushed Sifrit forward, one step closer to catching up with the others. Maybe this is hopeless. We're probably too far behind. They were so distant from the other Noble Alliance squads that it made Sifrit wonder how theirs had wound up so far behind. But the reality was simple. It was because of their lord's orders. He wanted to make sure the other nobles were in his debt, and so he had commanded them to stand at the end of the line during the strategic withdrawal. At the low price of his subordinates' lives, he would gain a greater voice within the alliance. No, I'm not angry enough. I have to feel sick to my stomach. The moment I accept my fate is the moment I die. Though the Ninth Order was holding their ground as they retreated, they hadn't managed to pin down the whole enemy force. The Demon Lord Charon and its fairies were still chasing after Sifrit's squad. Charon could be heard rapidly approaching, but Sifrit no longer had the courage to look back. No. The soldier ran desperately, but exhaustion was catching up. The sacred seals engraved into Sifrit's armor enhanced strength and aided movement, but right now, the biggest threat was losing the will to go on. It didn't help that those sacred seals were almost out of power. Sifrit, shouted the platoon commander from up ahead. Hurry! The enemy's going to catch up! I'm the farthest behind, thought Sifrit, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The rest of the squad looked so far away. Just then, the soldier tripped and fell face down into the snow. The bitter chills stung both cheeks. Sifrit struggled to stand, but the exhaustion and cold were catching up, and even crawling to one's knees took time. No. Sifrit glanced back and was struck with terror. Fairies. 2 bogies leaped forward, spewing saliva, the tips of their horns shining with a sinister light. What am I going to do? The soldier hopelessly wondered. But there was only one thing to be done: unsheath the lightning staff. The process was far more difficult when one's fingers were too weak and too cold to even grab its handle. I'm going to die, aren't I? It felt like this was happening to someone else. Everything seemed surreal. Just then, a bolt of lightning rained down from the sky, obliterating both bogies. Sifrit's jaw dropped as a large man holding a knife descended from the sky like a bird of prey. but humans didn't have wings. What was going on? You're... Sifrit stared up at the man in disbelief, no doubt looking like an idiot, before being grabbed by the collar and lifted back up. What are you doing? Stop standing around and run. Head north. The man shouted angrily at Sifrit's squad mates, who had all stopped moving. Sifrit knew this man. All the soldiers on the front line were talking about him. It was Xylo Forbart, the goddess Killerno, the Thunder Falcon. He was a penal hero and a Thunderstroke soldier. He had killed demon lords and countless fairies, and he had pulled off one miraculous victory after another. At least, that was how it appeared to those in Sifrit's squad. More impressively, his unit was always given the most grueling orders in every battle, whether that was aiding a strategic withdrawal or breaking through enemy lines, and this battle was no different. They were always asked to throw themselves in front of the enemy, putting them closer to danger than anyone else. Some people even called them saviors or champions. Sifrit didn't believe that though. This world didn't have champions. If it did, they would be fighting battles far away from here too far to do something like rescue a few stragglers. And yet, pull yourself together, damn it. Xylo shoved Sifrit forward into another soldier's arms. Give this kid a hand. He's too exhausted to walk on his own. Oh, okay. Sifrit's squad mate wrapped his arm around his fellow soldier and started to move, which was very much appreciated. Strength began to return to Sifrit's legs. But Sifrit looked back at Xylo. He was already facing away, a new knife in hand as he stared down an approaching fairy. I'll manage. Now get lost. I'm busy. Run. There was irritation in his voice. He was angry, and Sifrit shrank back. Yeah, damn it, I know. I owe you one, Xylo shouted, a finger on the nape of his neck as he looked up at the sky. At that point, something occurred to Sifrit. Maybe Xylo wasn't mad at them, but at himself, or maybe even at the whole situation. The thought passed in a second, however, as two azure wings soared over their heads. Fire rained down, incinerating the incoming fairies and slowing down the rest. Amid the monster's ear-piercing cries, a strange roar echoed through the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The sound was coming from a dragon, with blue scales so vivid they shocked Sifrit to attention. The dragon flapped its great wings, creating a gust of wind that pummeled the soldier's cheeks. Damn it, Xylo grunted, lowering his stance like a wild beast. He looked like a bird of prey about to take flight. That's the last asshole I wanted to owe a favor to. I'm gonna be cleaning the dragon stable for the next 3 days straight. The soldiers of House Dasmitor were exhausted, with the exception of the Ninth Order. These were the last soldiers to withdraw, so we had to cover them as we made our own retreat. That said, with Jace and Sarv on our side, we were able to pull it off. Can't you run any faster? Jace asked unreasonably as he soared over our heads. Humans are so. All you do is eat and sleep in your stone houses. It's no wonder your legs have atrophied and become useless. It was a rude evaluation, to say the least. Seriously? You're human too, I thought. Still, each time Neely's flames rained down and Jace's short spears soared through the air, numerous fairies were slaughtered. The enemy couldn't even get close, and I immediately disposed of any fairies that tried to run through the flames. Man, that's Neely and Jace for you. What a show. A flash of light flew past me. A bolt from a sniper's lightning staff destroyed the head of a charging Bargist. Hurry up and run, bro. I made a wall to slow them down. It should buy you enough time. It looks like we'll soon have plenty of carcasses, so this works out great. But when I ran, I saw something ahead of me that left me speechless. Even the Dasmitor soldiers had their mouths wide open in astonishment. Sav and Dotter had taken up a position on a small hill and had stacked the corpses of their allies into a defensive wall. Sav's lightning staff was propped against another. You say there's going to be plenty of carcasses, but, I could hear Dotter's wavering, frightened voice. Is it just me, or is that partially your fault? I mean, you just killed a guy barely hanging on over there. I put him out of his misery. He wasn't going to make it, was he? Sav was clearly up to no good, but I wasn't in any position to point it out right now. That luxury would have to wait until the battle was over. Stop standing there and move. The other soldiers were still staring, so I clapped and yelled to get their attention. Hurry! If you don't want to die, run. Run, before I kill you. Yes, sir. Only after I'd kicked some sense into one of them did they start to pick up the pace. The fairies now had their hands full, dealing with Neely's fire and Saab's sniping. The only problem left was creak, 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 creak. I could hear the giant skeletal creature moving closer, clumsily pulling itself across the plains with its 8 legs. It was clear the Demon Lord was conscious of us as well. I figured it was about time to test out our plan, so I placed a finger on the sacred seal at my neck. Rhino, it's time. You can start. You've already taken aim, right? I'm ready, but are you sure? I'm going to run out of ammunition. It's fine. Give it everything you've got. I knew it would be pointless if he didn't. Numerous soldiers had already tried to snipe the creature with their lightning staffs, but the bolts just bounced off its bones and didn't seem to affect it at all. This was the only thing I could think of that might damage it. Rhino, fire! Roger. Immediately, a radiant ball of flickering light traced an arc in the air, followed by a second and then a third until he'd fired over a dozen, all crashing into the same front leg. He couldn't have been more accurate, not a single shot missed. The Demon Lord curled forward the moment it was hit, as if trying to assume some sort of defensive position. Another roar, followed by a shockwave, a cloud of dust and rumbling. Now, let's see how I did, Rhino muttered, as if he was about to observe the results of a science experiment. The Demon Lord was still moving within the cloud of dust, but I noticed 3 of its front legs were broken. It had collapsed forward onto the ground and was currently struggling to push itself up with its back legs. Rhino's attacks had been much more effective than I'd expected. The enemy was hurt. If I have Rhino reload and fire every last shot? No, wait, I'd been far too optimistic. The enemy wasn't struggling and it wasn't writhing in pain. Soft tentacles began protruding from its shattered bones and grabbed the fragments of what used to be its legs. Those fragments soon began to bubble as if the creature was welding its body back together. It's healing itself. Rhino sounded like a surgeon coldly delivering his diagnosis. We need to try something different if we wish to kill it. We should probably withdraw for now. Our position has become quite difficult, hasn't it? There have been many unforeseen developments. Yes, I'm aware. I didn't need Rhino pointing out the obvious. What with our main force fleeing, multiple new demon lords, and a goddess who had already used her holy sword, we didn't have any secret weapons left. It had been one surprise after another, and it was starting to really piss me off. This is ridiculous. It would be only another half hour before our fortification was overrun by fairies and reduced to rubble. If you headed northeast through the Tujinsuga Hills, you would come to a tributary of the Kenja-Shiba River. This tributary passed through the foothills of the Tujin and Tuga Mountains and split into several smaller streams, branching off in different directions. And where there was water, settlements naturally followed, sprouting up along its banks. Our map listed a place called Kabafresh in the vicinity. It seemed to be a small settlement, but it was certainly better than nothing when it came to resting exhausted soldiers. What's more, its residents had already evacuated, so there was nobody there. That was where we ended up after our grueling retreat. From what I heard, the Ninth Order was doing a good job keeping the enemies at bay in the rear. They'd engaged 2 demon lords and managed to defeat 1, so if we were keeping score, our 2 groups were currently tied. That said, the fact there were 2 demon lords still undefeated was not good news. The demon lord the Ninth Order had failed to kill was a creature named Furia. It had a humanoid form and could shoot rays of destructive light from afar. Meanwhile, the bony demon lord that had forced us to retreat was known as Charon. It had formerly terrorized the lands to the east. Once we put together a full picture of our situation, defeat seemed inevitable. The Ninth Order had suffered high casualties holding off the enemy, and while the Noble Alliance was in relatively good shape, they couldn't be relied on in battle. Their morale was low, and their commanders were mostly idiots, The penal hero unit hadn't come out unscathed either. Norgala, of all people, had sustained an injury. Officers and nobles had already commandeered the houses in Kufresh to use as resting places. So we set up a tent by the river and dragged His Majesty's heavy body inside. His right arm was mangled, and his torso was missing a chunk. He hadn't lost consciousness, but he kept repeating what sounded like delirious nonsense. In other words, he hadn't changed a bit. His eyes were sharp, and it seemed his wounds were less serious than they had initially appeared. "It is for the sake of my brother and sister, he said as I walked in to check on him. "And thus for all the people, for they cannot be at peace should the royal bloodline come to an end. The king's blood is for his people, right down to the last drop." He was clearly delirious. Relief washed over me. I didn't know what I'd do if he suddenly started making sense. From what I was told, when the Ninth Order reached our former position, a group of overconfident fairies had rushed after them from the rear, and the strange siblings we'd rescued got caught up in the attack. The younger brother, who was barely even conscious and couldn't move, was in particular danger, and when an enemy moved to attack him, his sister courageously jumped into its path, followed by Norgal, who had thrown himself in front of her. Honestly, I thought it was a stupid move on his part. Norgala was a large, strong man, but he had never trained as a soldier. At least I didn't think so, and he didn't act like it. He was an idiot for trying a stunt like that with no experience. I was shooting him an exasperated glare when someone spoke. "He will be bedridden for a while, it seems." It was a goddess Palmary of the Ninth Order. There was something gloomy about her gaze as she looked at me. It seems his wounds are rather deep, and while I've managed to help him stay awake and clear-headed. She stared at me through a gap in her absurdly long bangs. "He should probably remain in bed until he is fully healed." If memory served, the Ninth Order's goddess had the ability to summon different kinds of poison, but that poison wasn't always used to hurt and kill. Apparently, some poisons could numb pain and even heal. She must have used one of the latter on Norgala. "I'd like to use a poison, which will help him fall asleep," she said. "Do it. He really needs to get some rest, and he sure as hell isn't gonna listen to me. He's the king, after all." I smiled at Palmary. "You have my thanks, since this guy probably won't give you any. I really appreciate it." "It's nothing," she said, lowering her head in a quick bow. "More importantly, you should meet with Horde. He asked me to fetch you." Me? I wasn't expecting him to ask for me by name. "What does he want with me?" "Well, he was discussing how to proceed with your commander. The one called Venesim, but the conversation seemed to be going nowhere, so Horde asked to speak with you as soon as possible." Figured as much. This was going to be a very serious, very dark conversation. No matter what decisions we made, a hellish battle was unavoidable. But of course we were losing. I found Horde Clivios, the captain of the Ninth Order, seated at the center of a tent. Behind him were the remaining representatives of the Noble Alliance. There seemed to be around 7 of them left, but the only one I recognized was the one from House Dismitor. Despite the circumstances, he was brazenly glaring at me with open disgust. "Allow me to explain the situation," said Horde, his voice grave. He looked haggard, his usual intensity weak and diminished. "Sometime after you penal heroes left, our main camp was ambushed." Resting his elbows on the war room table before him, he continued in a low voice. "The enemy forces included 2 demon lords, Rhynek and Furia. I had heard of Rhynek before. It had the ability to render itself and the fairies it commanded silent and invisible. I had no idea how it managed such a feat, but an ambush from a creature like that was sure to cause panic and confusion. We lost most of the Noble Alliance before they could even unsheathe their weapons. The Rhynek's stealth abilities were exceptional. We managed to hold our ground and defeat it. However, so that's what happened, I thought. If the Ninth Order's goddess, Palmary, was allowed to attack indiscriminately, then it was well within their power to take out an opponent like Rhynek, though such an attack would necessitate casual ties on their own side as well. As expected, the Holy Knights hadn't simply been crushed by the enemy. But that wasn't enough to turn the tide of battle. Our path to the south was cut off, so we had no choice but to flee here. Horde sighed deeply and narrowed his eyes at me. I hear the Penal Hero unit defeated Amit. Allow me to congratulate you for fulfilling your duty. His tone sounded anything but congratulatory. To be honest, he sounded annoyed. Now, for our next course of action, Captain Clivios, our only option is to retreat, argued a nobleman in the back. We must withdraw to the port city of Iof. I agree, said another. There is no reason to debate. We were cut off from our allies and our supply line. We need to return to the city as soon as possible, whether that means making a detour around the enemy or breaking through their ranks. Yes, and once we've returned, we must denounce the nobles who ran away without fighting and punish them. Horde listened, clearly irritated. I knew what they were after. Their one and only objective was to punish those who had escaped ahead of them by confiscating their land and possessions, and, if possible, by redistributing the property among themselves. Let Goltual handle the second capital, suggested the man from House Dazmitur. We southern nobles should band together and create a strong line of defense. We have the resources, and protecting the people is our #1 priority. He seemed frustrated that he'd been made to join in a losing battle. Hey, Xylo, Venetum said suddenly, his eyes full of fear as he gazed at me. Things are looking pretty bleak at the moment. What do you think we should do? Well, retreating to Iof is obviously a bad idea. We would probably lose any chance at retaking the second capital. In fact, there's not a single good thing about going back there. The only ones who would gain anything from it were these 7 noblemen from the southern regions. If we withdrew, the Demon Blight in the second capital could dedicate all its resources to the battle with Goltulael. And if we wall down our forces even further simply to return to the city, we would need to wait even longer to recover our strength. I couldn't begin to imagine how much it would delay us. We should stick to the original plan, no matter what. Alright, what will we need to do that? Motivation and grit. Supply-wise, we're still good to go. What we have now should easily get us to Mount Touge, at least. Our one issue is the fact that we lost. After the main camp was ambushed, the path to our rear was closed off, dealing a huge blow to everyone psychologically. At the very least, I needed Horde to bounce back and rein in these nobles. Understood. So? You need me to change our loss into a win, is that right? I guess. Hey, wait. May I have your attention, please? Venetum said, raising his voice. At times like this, he could be so loud that his voice would drown out everyone else's. You couldn't argue. The only option was to listen to him say his piece. There seems to be a misunderstanding. We still have the upper hand over the enemy, and battle after battle, we continue to defeat the Demon Blight. The nobles stared at him as if he was out of his mind. Horde was no different, and neither was I. You say we have been cut off from our supply line and separated from our allies, but have we not done the very same to our enemy? Venetum continued. The Demon Blight is locked between our army and the city of Iof, unable to move. Yes, and Iof is in danger, insisted one of the nobles. The city could be attacked any moment now. That will not be a problem. The situation is already under control. This man, Silo Fabatz's Fiant S, is a southern knight gaunt, and a member of the Masterbolt family. Venetim, what the hell? I nudged him in the side with my elbow, but his tongue didn't even falter. Frenchie Masterbolt has called together her clansmen and mobilized her forces to defend Idarth. That city can withstand months of siege, and even if the enemy managed to infiltrate, I believe we are all aware of how capable its defenses are. Apparently Venetum had just assigned Frenchie's forces the task of protecting Iof. But regardless of what was really going on, he'd managed to shut up the nobles for the time being. There was currently no way for them to confirm the truth of his claim, but they all knew of the Nightgaunts and the Masterbolt family, a clan that kept their word and boasted a long history of combat. We can ignore any demon lords behind us and advance as planned. The Penal Hero unit has defeated Demon Lord Amit as ordered, and the Ninth Order has taken out another. In other words, only 2 remain. If you look at the bigger picture, everything is going smoothly. But the supply line. The Das Mitor noble spoke up. He narrowed his eyes at Venetum and me, his face grim. What are we going to do about the supply line? Even if we continue as planned and make it to Mount Tujan, we still need enough supplies to reclaim the second capital. Yes, about that. Venetum shifted his eyes to me. Military affairs were outside his realm of expertise, so I answered in his place. We can use the nearby Kinjushiba River as a supply line to the second capital. All we have to do is send a message now and get another order of Holy Knights to join forces with us. If possible, the Sixth Order would be best. We can ask them to bring some good grub from the east. At any rate, I set my hands down on the war room table. What we needed to get the meeting moving was momentum and force. That and a plan of attack. Those in the military loved to be on the attack. Defensive battles could drag on forever, but offensive ones had clear goals. I bet Horde too would prefer to switch to the offensive and focus on taking out the threat, instead of holding up here to fight some sort of hopeless defensive battle. I felt the same. What we need to do is move quickly and take control of Mount Tujan. Once we do that, the enemies behind us will start to panic and give chase. But we can stop them. Consider us your shields. In other words, Horde, who had been silent this entire time, finally spoke up. You're telling us to trust you? The penal hero unit? Garbage like you? Venetum tugged on my arm from the side and shot me a reproving glare. Maybe I'd said something I shouldn't have. Sorry, I thought, but I'm not a con man. I'll consider your proposal, said Horde. Now get out of here, filthy heroes. Wait, we need to decide now. Speed is key. The longer we wait, the worse the situation will get. I make the decisions here, and I told you to go. Do you want me to use those seals on your necks to blow your heads off? Do it! If you have the guts, that is. Is this how you reward those that loyally carry out orders? You better watch it. Trading comebacks was old hat for me. I was always getting reprimanded for it, but I couldn't sit back and let him insult us. We might be garbage, but we were working harder than anyone else here to make sure mankind came out of this on top. Of course, we were doing it because otherwise they'd detonate the sacred seals on our necks, and because we'd be resurrected, even if we died. Our motives were simple, but that meant we weren't fighting to preserve our own lives or for something important to us personally, like most everyone else. Our goals were different, and we took what we did seriously and had the results to prove it. Results were everything in the end. I wanted to give Horde a few more pieces of my mind. He might decide to refuse my input, but I just couldn't let it go. And then... Excuse me. Someone's voice came from the entrance of the tent. Everyone turned toward the sound. There they saw a young girl, the elder sister of the 2 children Dota had insisted we rescue. I came because I heard you were here, Captain Clivios. I apologize for interrupting. Why, Horde blanched. He was so surprised, it seemed he wasn't sure how to react. Third Princess, what are you doing here? Seriously, I thought. I'd figured she had something to do with the royal family, but I wasn't expecting her to be the 3rd princess. So Norgala hadn't simply been spouting nonsense. He'd really known who she was, and she'd known him as well. The entire situation was incomprehensible to me. There are currently 3 officially recognized princes within the royal family. First Prince Renover Zeefziel met Kioa Status. Alive, Second Prince Rezufar Zeefziel met Kioa Status. Deceased Ilne. Third Prince Reikwell Zeefziel met S. Towers. Unknown, disappeared during the attack on the second capital. However, there is another prince, buried in the darkness of history, whose name can be found on no public record. This is the king's eldest son, Lorsa Zeefziel met Kio. There was even a time when he could have inherited the crown, but his mother was born into the former royal house of Met, and her status and reputation among the other queens was low. Nevertheless, it was a long time before the king had another son, and until the birth of the current first prince, Renava, Lordseer was first in line to the throne. The former royal house of Met's complicated position can be traced back to the creation of the Federated Kingdom. The new kingdom was formed with the houses of Zeph and Zel at its political center, both of whom have a contentious past with House Met. Furthermore, the lands of House Met were located in the north and are now lost, and so they had to borrow land from the Zeshzeel nobles. As a result, many saw them as usurpers who stole their way into the new kingdom. Even if Lortzir did become the next king, there would have been no way to avoid a backlash from numerous powerful nobles. Perhaps wanting to avoid a messy succession dispute, Lortzir ultimately renounced his claim to the throne the moment his brother Reneva was born. After that, he became a student at the temple, cut himself off from the rest of the world, and eventually vanished into thin air. His mysterious disappearance, however, was immediately followed by a terrorist attack at the royal palace. This was very likely a conspiracy engineered by the Zeshzeel royal family in order to further delegitimize House Met, carried out by the Crypt of Grey Lights, a secret society active behind the scenes throughout history. A certain journalist at our company was looking into this very matter when he too disappeared. We can only surmise he came upon some dangerous information about this society during the course of his investigation. Excerpt from the royal family's missing son, the Zeshzeel conspiracy. The Livio Chronicle. He could feel the presence of death. It was like a smell, and its scent only grew stronger with each step Lortzir Zeshzeel Met-Kure took. He was supporting his friend, Norgala Senrij, and helping him walk, but the man's massive body was slowly growing weaker and weaker. At this point, Lortzir was essentially dragging him along, but even then, he still couldn't give up. He continued trekking slowly through the damp darkness, taking one step at a time as quickly and quietly as he could. At the end of this underground passage was the royal palace. This way was secret, known only to the royal family, including Lortzir. "That's enough," said Norgala. His voice like a sigh, it was even weaker than a whisper. "Leave me. I want to die here. I don't want to slow you down." There was a hint of jest in his voice, even at a time like this. That was the kind of man he was. "I don't want to delay the crown prince. You have to escape. You have to make it to the palace at all costs." "I'm not the crown prince," Lortzir replied, picking up the pace. The blood running down his shoulder was warm. It was Norgala's. It was obvious he was hurt badly. The wound had to be treated as soon as possible. "Stop making me repeat myself. Are you trying to get me angry? I'll really leave you behind if you keep it up." "Do it." "No way." Lortzir had given up his right to the throne the moment his brother was born. He hadn't even given it a second thought. To do that, he had to enroll at the temple and become a scholar. He thought it would be the best way to avoid confusion and conflict, since he knew his kingdom would not welcome a crown prince from House Met. Meeting Norgala Senrij along the way had been an unexpected yet fortunate event. It was probably the only stroke of good luck Lortzir ever had in his life. Those years had been truly fun, full of excitement and joy. They had studied together, debated each other, and talked about the future. They even chatted about trivial matters, like the ideal role of a king or how one might rule. Norgala Senrij was a genius. As far as Lortzir knew, he was far brighter than anyone in the royal court, especially when it came to tuning sacred seals. He was a prodigy who would surely earn a place in history. His ideas were always progressive and groundbreaking, and so long as he lived, sacred seal technology would make 30 years of progress in the blink of an eye. "I can't let him die here." Lortzir felt a great weight on his shoulders. It wasn't only the weight of his friend gradually losing strength. It was the weight of history. This man's life would be an important turning point. This is nothing compared to the value of his life. We're almost there. That was what Lortzir told himself, and Norgala's talent was impressive enough to make him believe it. "I beg you, Lortzir, leave me." "No," he replied. "I'm not as good a person as you think I am. I know, if anything, I'm a really bad person. You are. I didn't want the responsibility that comes with being king. I'm a coward, totally spineless. That's what got us into this mess." I'm a bad person, Lord Seer said again. He felt like Norgale wouldn't die if he kept talking. You got caught up in all of this because of me. Somebody had tried to kill him. He never thought they'd come all the way to the temple's academy for him. It was the coexisters. He was astonished they'd target him at all. He'd already relinquished his right to the throne. Their information network was too good. Was there a traitor? Nogla had suffered deep wounds protecting Lotsyr, yet somehow they'd managed to defeat the assassin, escape the hostile temple, and reach this underground passage. Say something, Norgala. Nom. Lotsyr heard a faint groan, but the voice was so weak that he decided to give his friend a little shake. As your prince, I order you to answer me, Norgal. Amen. There it was, a voice. Or was it? Had the sound merely escaped from Lotsyr's own throat? With a prayer in his heart, he called out to his friend once more. Hey, are you angry? I understand, but I still need you to answer me. I admit it. This is my fault, and they have a legitimate reason to come after me. Because He stopped mid-sentence and came to a halt. He could see a light up ahead, artificial, not natural. It was coming from a sacred seal. But it wasn't a ray of hope that would lead them to safety. Shadowy figures gathered around it. There were 5 of them. He didn't stand a chance. He'd never learned to fight, and he couldn't leave Norgala behind. He had to save him, no matter what. I'm not the one that needs to survive, thought Lordsyr. In order to defeat the demon blight and the coexisters. My apologies, Sir Lordsyr. A slender figure with a calm, gentle voice stood in the center of the men blocking the exit. But it's hopeless. We are everywhere. We are what's normal, so it's time for you to give up. The man smiled apologetically. The expression was vague and somehow ordinary. Do it for your beloved family and your numerous loyal retainers. But first, I need you to put down your friend. Not happening. What you are doing is meaningless. Dragging a corpse along like that can't be easy. There was nothing about his face that stood out, and he gave the impression of a quiet scholar. Surely you must know that he is already dead. There was no doubt in Lotsyr's mind that he'd been locked in this cell to be tortured. He could think of any number of things they might want to ask him. How many days had gone by? He'd been stripped completely to make him more afraid of what was to come. He understood all this in his mind, but he couldn't do anything about his instincts. He was terrified. Would telling them everything he knew make the pain stop? Most likely it wouldn't. He felt sure they would torture him to his limits until he lost the energy to lie. So before that happens, Lordsyr peered into the dark of the underground cell as he pondered. I will do what has to be done. What should he do? What needed to be done? There wasn't that much to think about, really. He already had his answer. He was already determined. He just needed to focus on that and that alone. All that was left was to wait. And soon it was time. It had felt like an eternity, but maybe it wasn't that long after all. I apologize to have kept you waiting, Your Highness, said a voice from outside his cell. I do not have much time, so I will keep this brief. The man's voice was hushed. The only light was a faint glow from a sacred seal outside the cell, so his face too was obscured. Nevertheless, Lotsyr knew who he was. Karfen. Lotsyr intended to speak normally, but his voice came out as a whisper. It reminded him of Norgale Senridge during those final moments. Can you get me out of here? That is impossible, Kafsan declared. Even sneaking in was extremely dangerous and required a diversion. And still, my time is short, so... He reached into his clothes and pulled out a knife. Our only choice is to have you die first. You'll resurrect me after. Yes. There is a high chance we can reproduce your memories and personality with the first goddess's powers. Lotsyr knew all about this. Of course he did. He knew what it meant to be sentenced to serve as a hero. He knew the truth behind its history, and he knew the penal hero unit's true role. Mankind still needs you, Your Highness. I apologize, but you must live on, even if that means making you a hero. I'm sorry, but... Lotsyr smirked, or at least he tried to. I'm not a good person. If anything, I'm a bad person, yes. Otherwise, you would have never been able to do something so inhumane. But that is exactly why we need you. You're wrong, Lord Seer said, his voice clear. I'm a coward, I'm weak, and I have no skills. My only merit was being born into the royal family. However, you can be cruel at times, and that takes strength. I don't have what it takes to be a hero. Those who can become however strong they need to in order to protect their loved ones and achieve their goals. They will likely join the coexisters. What you need? Lord Sai pondered for a few moments in search of the right words. Then he gave up. What you need is someone weak, fragile, foolish. Someone who would mess up and throw away the most important thing in the world to them. Someone who would squander their own potential. That's who you need. Your Highness, I'm going to do something awful. There was a genius named Norgale Senrij who was supposed to go down in history as the greatest sacred seal tuner who ever lived. Lord Seer sat up in the darkness. His entire body ached and he was afraid. Soon, he would have to die. Make him into a hero, not me. Yes, if you have enough memory to spare, then use it on someone else. The future does not have much need of a person like me. This was Lord Seer's conclusion, though it was painful to accept and to understand. He felt terrifyingly empty. Nevertheless, perhaps now his name would be remembered in the future, engraved in history. That was his one hope. He felt it was ridiculous to have such an absurd wish. It was vain. But even so, Norgale Senrij, you say? When did he pass away? If a few days have gone by and there is no body, then it will make resurrecting him far more difficult. Although Enfi may be able to draw the necessary information, the quality will suffer. Lord Seer was well aware of this too. It happened from time to time when the first goddess summoned heroes. It had probably been days since Norgale Senrij had passed, and there was no telling where his body was. Reproducing his memories and personality will be difficult. He could very well end up a completely different person. All we need is his knowledge and skill for tuning sacred seals. He should be good with his hands as well. Just focus on that. That should increase the chance of success. Even Lord Seer felt what he was saying was wicked. It was disrespectful to Norgale, and yet his memories and personality aren't important. Wait, I'll tell you what you need to know. Write this down. We should fabricate some sort of crime for him as well. Do you have any ideas? The royal palace is to be blown to bits any moment now to create a distraction. Then let's go with that. Lord Seer could remember him vividly. Norgale Senrij. A man with a firm vision of how a king should rule. If it's still not enough, then use my personality and memories. Mixing two people to create someone new, that was what they were doing. Such experiments had been conducted in the past, but not even one had been successful. In fact, feel free to use my body too if needed. I need you to kill me now. I'm a coward and I don't have the willpower. Who knows what I'll tell them? Your idea concerns me. The person who comes out will be warped, a patchwork of personalities and memories. I doubt he will be anything like the men he is based on. That's fine. What's important is the sacred seal technology. We need his knowledge and creativity. I really am a depraved man, thought Lord Seer. He wasn't doing this for himself, and he wasn't doing it for his friend either. This was for another purpose, for a ridiculous yet gripping tale. The thought of the Norgale he created playing a part in defeating the demon Blight filled him with joy. This is unprecedented, said Kafsan, still resisting. We would essentially be fabricating a hero. The man's personality will be deeply flawed. I cannot even imagine what issues might arise. You're probably right, but you're still going to do it. If they could fabricate a hero's personality, they would be able to change the heroes they summoned however they liked. The fact that no one had done this in the past probably meant it was impossible. But even then, the world needed Norgale Senrij. He would surely become the secret weapon to help them win this war. That much Lord Seer was sure of. Kafsan, you look bored, he complained, despite it having nothing to do with their conversation. Facing reality head-on at this moment would have broken him. Smile like you're having a good time, like you always used to. There's only so much I can take. I truly cared about you, Your Highness. I hated you, You always smiled like a bully who enjoyed picking on the weak. That's the real you, isn't it? Kaftan twisted up his face. Perhaps he was trying to smile. Thanks to your words, I believe I finally have the confidence to fulfill my role. I thought so. This is my final order. There's no time, so I need you to write down everything I say as quickly and precisely as possible. Lhotsa inhaled deeply, then exhaled. Ready? Norgale Senrich was a man who, he told Kaftan all about his friend, his opinions on the management of kingdoms, how he thought, how he saw the current king, and what changes he believed should be made. He spoke far longer than he had thought he would. After that, nothing more was ever heard from the former prince Lhotsa Zef Zil Met Kio. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. That same day, the artificial hero, Norgale Senrich, was born. The appearance of the third princess, Melniartis, had a big effect on the War Council. Her presence alone delegitimized the Noble Alliance's claims. They had sworn their loyalty to the royal family of the Federated Kingdom in exchange for their lands, and thus had no choice but to remain quiet. They couldn't ignore the validity of Melanitis' appeal either. Taking perfectly good soldiers off the battlefield and leaving now would lead to considerable censure, and anyone who did so would become the enemy not only of the Holy Knights and their goddesses, Boo-Ti of the temple as well. We have to retake Mount Tujin no matter what, said Horde, finishing his speech. After a few tense minutes of discussion between Horde, the nobles, and the princess, the War Council resumed. Of course, there was no room for us to join their conversation, so I was bored out of my mind, and Venitim was practically falling asleep. If we keep moving forward. Then, just as the penal heroes say, the demon blight will most likely come after us from the rear, and if we manage to reclaim Mount Tujin, then it will be the enemy who is isolated from their allies, allowing us to easily dispose of the last two demon lords. Horde glanced at Venetum and me as he spoke. His gaze was hard, and he only looked once, but I thought I could see disgust in his eyes. He still didn't respect us. What do you say, Princess Melniartis? Horde's eyes swiftly shifted back to the girl. Would it be possible to have a supply convoy and reinforcements from the Holy Knights meet us at the appointed location? Yes, she replied, if we send the request under both my name and my brother's. She rubbed a ring she wore on her right finger. It was engraved with the seal of the royal family, an item I'd only heard of in rumor. Not only was it a sacred seal itself, but it could also create a special seal on documents, so long as the one using it was of royal blood. The Eighth Order should come, given the circumstances, she continued. Seriously? I tried to keep quiet and maintain a neutral expression, but that was probably impossible. The Eighth Order's goddess of shadows, Kelflora, and her holy knight were not my favorite type of people to be around. In fact, I was already losing my confidence. I thought back to the knight's pompous, cynical gaze and his goddess's cold, exasperated stares. Then we will move out as soon as possible, Horde continued. As long as we make it to the mountains and set up a base, we should be able to fight back. The demon blight will pursue us, of course, and they will come at us hard with the remaining mercenaries who escaped to the west. Thinking about it another way, as long as we defeated the two demon lords, we should be able to claim Mount Tujin without much difficulty. Then we could take our time setting up camp and building it into a fortress. The only problem was, Penal Hero Unit 944, I order you to slow down the demon blight, Horde commanded, his voice oppressive as his blue eyes locked onto mine. Looking at him head-on made me realize that he was far younger than I'd thought. He might have been even younger than I was. Don't let them near us. I will give you command of the former 13th Order's cavalry and snipers to do with as you please, but I need you to keep moving as you fight back no matter what. Any questions? In other words, he wanted us to do this with the same number of soldiers we'd used in the previous battle. Putting the snipers and cavalry together didn't even make 400 men, and that wasn't enough. I jabbed my elbow into Venetum's side. Hey, Xylo? The way you elbow me to get my attention really hurts. Do you think you could be a little gentler? I'm being as gentle as I can, I whispered back. More importantly, I need you to do something about this. You need more soldiers? How many exactly? He looked like he wanted to throw up. Twice as many. I need combat engineers. They don't have to be actual engineers, but I need 200 of them. They should be good with their hands. As you know, Norgale is injured, so they have to be able to listen to his directions and produce good results. Is that all? Surely, that's enough, right? Infantry. I need men who can work alongside the snipers. At least 200, but I'd prefer 4. Is it just me, or is the number of soldiers going up? I'm counting on you. After a brief sigh, Venetum raised his voice. It was just as loud as before. I apologize for interrupting, but I would like to state my opinion. Captain Clivios, we need a few more soldiers in order to successfully fulfill our duty, because… Alright, Horde had agreed before Venetum even finished his sentence. I was shocked. Had Venetum finally learned how to hypnotize people? But when I glanced over at him, he looked even more astonished than I was. For some reason, he was pointing at himself in bewilderment. On second thought, there was no way in hell an idiot like this could ever learn to hypnotize someone. I will allow it, Venetum, Horde continued. How many soldiers do you need? Had the man pulled himself together and calmed down? Had he found it in his heart to consider our opinions? But before I could consider any further, Horde glanced back at the princess behind him. Princess Melniartis insists we listen to you and we shall bow to her wishes. Rather than to us, it sounded like he was talking to the nobles and most of all to himself. As commander, I shall assist you to the best of my ability. After all, your duty as penal heroes is to accept the most grueling part of the fight. You will most likely have to contend with both demon lords by yourselves. If all you need is a few more men, then we can accommodate you. Horde Clivios, thank you for accepting my humble proposal. The speaker had a quiet, relaxed voice that was very different from Venetum's. It managed to grab everyone's attention despite the chaotic environment. The speaker, Princess Melniartis, was facing us now. These people wasted no time risking their lives to save my brother and me, despite not knowing who we were. Nobody said a word after that. The only person here in any position to challenge a member of the royal family was Horde Clivios, and even he kept quiet, though his expression made it obvious that he wasn't happy about the situation. That we can trust the Penal Hero unit. They are highly skilled, high-minded people. Now she's exaggerating, I thought. Was she blind? I wasn't sure how to feel about being called high-minded, especially when you considered how morally bankrupt most of us were. The few members of our unit who did have morals were clearly mentally unwell. If you plan to keep using the penal heroes as shields, then the least you can do is give them every bit of support they need. Melniartis' voice sounded soft, and yet her words were so sharp that nobody could argue with her. The noblemen scowled, but they kept their mouths shut. So this is the power of royal bloods. I believe in you, brave warriors, she said, smiling at Veying and me. She was clearly accustomed to smiling like this at others. You heard her, men. I have reached the same conclusion from a tactical standpoint as well. You penal heroes have proven your merits in battle and given me no choice but to acknowledge your value. However, Horde closed his eyes. Don't get the wrong idea. We don't have infinite supplies, so all we can offer you are soldiers. I'd figured as much. That was this unit's weakness after all. They had people to spare, but everything else was up to us to take care of. Now, whispered Melniartis, Captain Clivios, I have something I need to speak with you about in private. I must tell you why we had to escape from the second capital and about the key. Unsurprisingly, we were kicked out when the princess and Horde decided to have their private conversation. So I went to check up on Norgale. We had 200 soldiers who would be temporarily assigned to him, and I needed him to agree to take them on. Unfortunately, I ran into an aggravating obstacle on my way there. Jace was in my path, and to make matters worse, he was yelling at about a dozen soldiers. The people being yelled at were most likely Dragon Knights, since they were all wearing thick, heavy coats like Jace was. They were all sitting in the snow looking exhausted. Maybe they didn't have the strength left to stand. What's more, Neely was not by Jace's side. That was very bad news, since she was one of the few who could stop him. Without Neely to rein him in, Jace could get extremely violent when dealing with humans. "What are you idiots thinking?" Jace shouted. He seemed even more pissed off than usual. "You left them behind, so that worthless garbage like you could live? They all fought for you." Jace was holding on to the lapels of one knight with murderous rage in his eyes. The knight looked like he was about to cry. He was still young and visibly terrified by Jace's threats. "Cordelia was worried about you. She was scared that someone so weak and kind-hearted wouldn't be able to make it back alive. How could you just leave her like that? Was Cordelia the name of a dragon?" I couldn't sympathize with Jace at all, and I couldn't stop him either. In fact, I didn't really care to. When he got angry, it was always on behalf of dragons, never for his own sake. That was why I had no words to stop him. As I stood, wondering how I could intervene, someone called to me from behind. "Don't even bother, Comrade Xylo. There's no stopping him now." It was Rhino. He was sitting in the snow, elegantly reading a book, with his suit of armor cast off and lying to his side. This was nothing new. He would often go out while the sun was up to enjoy a book and let his amour charge up its luminescence. He loved books and would read anything, though I wasn't entirely convinced he understood what he was reading. That day, he was reading Chiv Bezalfip, a book on insect dishes and the best ways to cook them. Information I hoped he would soon forget. "Comrade Jace is mad because of what happened to the dragons," he said. "That's obvious. In fact, I've never seen him mad about anything else. Yes, he seems to be extremely upset about those dragon knights leaving their dragons behind." As always, Rhino was smiling, or at least it looked like he was smiling on the surface. He turned a page in his book, revealing a detailed diagram of some strange-looking insect. They left their dragons locked up in the stables back at the main camp and ran away. "I see. I knew Jace, so I knew. If that were true, there was no use in trying to stop him. Yeah, that would piss him off. Just hope he doesn't accidentally kill any of them. As long as they seriously reflect on, regret, and despair over their mistakes, Comrade Jace won't kill them. That's why he's shouting at them so much. If he believed they were a lost cause, they'd be disposed of immediately." Good point. I turned back to Rhino. Although he didn't seem to understand human ethics in the least, he appeared to have a good grip on each of our teammates' psychologies. If that's the case, then we should be fine. We need Jace to play a key role in the next battle. Does that mean a strategy has been decided upon? Only then did Rhino take his nose out of his book. "What do we need to do? The Ninth Order is going to take back Mount Tujin, and we're going to defend them from the rear. That's a bit disappointing, though I suppose it's the way things have to be. There's only one problem." Rhino sighed, then closed his book. "I am out of ammunition, and I have no way of getting my hands on any more, so I won't be able to help fight. We're out of numerous other supplies too, yes. Blanks for sacred seal engravings, luminescence cylinders. I know, sending supplies to the Penal Hero unit was essentially an afterthought, and we were always last in line to get anything if we received them at all. We probably couldn't rely on any legitimate sources. Of course, we could always use Dota, but getting him to steal would cause other problems given the circumstances. Everyone was low on supplies right now, and stealing from our allies could be disastrous for us all. I'll figure something out. You just think about how you're going to kill the Demon Lords, and don't do anything stupid." Oh my, what wonderful news. My rude remark seemed to make him happy, but his radiant smile only made me want to punch him in the face. "I will follow you until the bitter end. I admire you, and to tell the truth, I'd like to be like you and Comrade Jace one day. Don't lump me together with that asshole. That's not even a compliment." I glared at Rhino with the scariest face I could muster. "You're a real shady guy, you know." "Really? Even more so than Comrade Venetim? That's not a fair comparison." "I see. I suppose you have a point." He seemed to agree. "At any rate, I would like to discuss how we're going to kill these demon lords. Chiron, for example. I have an idea of its true nature. But I would love to hear your opinion," he said, suddenly changing the subject. "You have an idea of how we can kill that thing?" I asked. "An idea at least. For starters, that demon lord." Whenever Rhino got like this, he wouldn't stop talking until he was satisfied. In the end, I wound up suffering through an extremely long explanation before I was finally able to leave. At any rate, the plan was in motion and there was no stopping it now. When I finally went to check on Norgala, he was sawing logs. Pelmary's poison must have worked because he was sleeping like the dead. By his side were Terita and, to my surprise, Dotter. Terita was lying down, still fatigued from using the holy sword, and Dotter had somehow slipped out of his restraints. Wasn't Sav supposed to be keeping an eye on him? Dotter, what are you doing free? What happened to Sav? No clue. He said he had something to do and left, replied Dotter awkwardly. I felt my head begin to hurt. We should have never put Sav on watch duty at a time like this. He's probably gambling, I said. Figured. No wonder he dumped all his work on me before he left. He told me that Norgala and Terita wouldn't be able to move for a while, so I had to keep an eye on them. You're wrong. Terita tried to sit up in her bunk, but even that seemed almost too much for her to handle. I was keeping an eye on these two troublemakers. She proudly puffed out her chest in spite of her pale, sickly complexion. Impressive, yes. I am doing a good job, don't you think? You are. I was forced to acknowledge her hard work. She responded with a proud snort. Right. I am the goddess who watches over and protects this unit, after all. Fahid? I don't see how you can say that with a straight face in your condition, said Dotter. You know I'm the one who has been nursing you back to health, right? I even made you something to eat because neither of you could move. Yes, I appreciated the meal, and I thank you for it. But I am fine now. I can fight whenever you need me. See? Terita raised both arms over her head as if she were doing some sort of strange exercise. She's lying. Her upper body was trembling, and she was obviously still weak. She definitely wasn't going to be able to use the holy sword. We would have to see this fight through without our trump card. Stop that and go back to sleep, I said. But we leave tomorrow morning and I need you fully rested by then. Be ready to work your ass off, okay? I figured putting it that way would help ease Terita's conscience so that she might actually rest. And just as I expected, she seemed relieved as she grabbed her blanket and pulled it all the way up to her nose before collapsing back down onto her bunk. You can count on me. I will rest, and by tomorrow morning I will be in tip-top shape, so tell me the plan. What is our strategy? Oh, right. About that, Dotter leaned forward uneasily. Xylo, what do you want to do? I think we've already worked hard enough, so maybe we can withdraw. Like hell we can. Our main force will be heading north, and our mission is to protect them by stopping any enemies that come after us. Oh no. Dotter's face clouded with despair. You mean we have to fight more demon lords? You look defeated already, Dotter. Show some spirit, Terita scolded. This means that they acknowledge and appreciate all of our hard work. They are counting on us. I could tell that wasn't making him feel any better. Come on, cheer up, I said. We'll probably run into a few problems, but we actually have a chance to win this battle. It's those few problems that I'm worried about. We need supplies. Rhino needs more ammo, Norgala needs material for his devices, and all of us need food. Ugh. Dotter scratched his head. We went through this every time, but right now even the main unit was low on supplies. That meant we were in an even worse, more urgent position than usual. So, you want me to go do what I do best? I can't get everything you want in one go, you know. No, I want you to stay put. Don't do a thing this time, okay? Stealing from the already supply-starved holy knights and soldiers would only doom us all. Horde Krivios was a reliable, skilled commander, and that included managing supplies. Stealing from him would end up holding all of us back and putting everyone in danger. You actually did something good in that last battle, didn't you? Something other than stealing. Huh. What do you mean? You're making me really uneasy right now. The prince and princess. You're the idiot who said you wanted to save those two kids, right? Do you know something that we don't? Oh, I don't know. Dotter smiled ambiguously. Maybe? Do you think I noticed something? What the hell? How should I know? In that case, forget it. Does that mean I don't have to do anything this time? Haha, good one. I shot down Dotta's naive fantasy right away. Our unit doesn't have that kind of luxury. In fact, it's time for you to be useful for a change. Huh? Dotta's face twisted. What do you mean? We don't keep you around just to steal from our allies, you know. It's time for you to do some work. Are you being serious? Yep. And if you do a good job, you'll end up saving us all. I can't say I'm excited about this. I mean, it's gonna be dangerous, right? It will, but it's an extremely important role. If you can pull it off, you'll save lives. Listen, first... But right as I was about to launch into my explanation, we heard a voice coming from the tent's entrance. Excuse me. It was a soft yet strangely resonant voice that I'd last heard quite recently. I hastily turned around. Penal Hero Unit 9004, yes. I apologize for my sudden visit. It was 3rd Princess Melniatis, with an aureole behind her, a trick of the sunlight perhaps. Nevertheless, her appearance was so sudden that even I was caught off guard. Dotta tried to hide behind me. I met you earlier, she said. Xylo for Barks, yes? And that must be Goddess Terita. Yes, replied Terita, nodding awkwardly and sitting up straight. I understood how she felt. There was something about this girl that made you want to stand at attention. I am the Goddess of Swords, Terita, alongside my knight, Xylo. I grant the heroes my divine blessing. What an honor it is to meet you. I have heard so much about all of you heroes. Where did she hear about us? It had to be Venetim. Not much time had passed since the war council, but it was more than long enough for him to run his stupid mouth and spread rumors. And Dotta, she continued, I wish to express my gratitude to you for advising the others to save us. Let me thank you on behalf of my brother as well. As you can see, I'm doing fine. Thank you, sputtered Dotta. He bowed before disappearing completely behind me. Nothing he'd said even made sense. I heard you were an extremely brave man and that you used to be a hunter. I have heard many tales of the fairy hunters of the Quadai Mountains. Huh? I have also heard your sharp eyes and ears, and your experience and gut instincts have helped save your unit from countless predicaments. Oh? Petier was getting more confused by the second. There was no telling who this story was about, but it was clear Venetim was the source. She'd been fed so many lies that I doubted anyone here had the energy to correct her. And Sir Norgale? I never expected to run into him again in such a place. Yeah, about that. I replied despite myself. Do you know this man? I cast Norgala a sidelong glance. He was still fast asleep. Even his profile looked dignified, perhaps due to his respectable moustache. Sir Norgale was a scholar at the Temple's Academy with my brother, Lordsir. A scholar. I had heard such rumors before. Apparently, Norgala had once been a promising scholar, a prodigy, when it came to sacred seal engineering. I had always felt the rumors had to be true, based on his talent. We have spoken countless times before, and he was always kind to me. He reminds me of my elder brother that way. My brother was a modest, gentle man. When I was a child, I always felt like he knew everything about the world. Princess Melniatis gazed at Norgala as if she was remembering old times. I had heard that he ran away and went into hiding after my brother's disappearance. But I never expected he would end up like this. She didn't seem to know about the terrorist attack he'd plotted. In fact, I hadn't known the name of the terrorist either. All I'd heard was the statement that Gultuile released, which said that extremists from House Met had been responsible. I only found out Norgale Senridge had done it single-handedly after I joined the Penal Hero unit. There was no way the temple would allow such information to go public. No one could know that a once promising scholar had lost his mind and gone on a rampage. That went double when it came to the royal family. The only ones who knew the truth were probably the king and crown prince. Sir Norgala called me his sister. Her voice was trembling almost imperceptibly. I do not know what happened to him, but I had no idea what she'd wanted to say next. I suppose I should be grateful that he at least remembers me, she said at last. This young girl seemed to really look up to Norgala, and I got the feeling I should probably head out before her. After leaving the tents, I took a short walk. The crimson evening sun reflected brilliantly off the nearby river surface, and the walnut trees along the riverside seemed faded somehow, perhaps due to the harsh winds and snow. Carbfresh village was much larger than it had seemed at first. It was an inn for travelers, a small temple, and even a public hot spring. Although the residents had already evacuated, there were signs that the hot spring facility had been used recently, and the building was in better shape than I'd expected. Hot spring drilling technology had evolved exponentially alongside the development of sacred seals in the Federated Kingdom. Nowadays, there was at least one per colony, save those that were extremely remote. Looking back, I visited hot springs quite often as a student. That was long before I became a captain in the Holy Knights, of course. I used to have a friend I'd get up to all sorts of trouble with. Once or twice, we even hunted bandits to blow off some steam while we were visiting the countryside. None of this helped me come up with any ideas for dealing with our lack of supplies. But I couldn't think of anything else. Pull yourself together. There's no time to be reminiscing about the past. I psyched myself up and tried to get down to business. We needed ammo and raw materials for sacred seal tuning. Even if we couldn't get our hands on high-quality iron plates, we could at least use wooden boards. Without supplies, both Rhino and Norgala would be of far less use to us in battle. There has to be a way. Think. Stealing from our allies was no good. I needed someone to lend them to us. In other words, we needed to ask a unit sympathetic to us. A unit willing to cooperate with us? That was a pipe dream. The only one I could think of was the former 13th Order, and they were cavalry, so I doubted they'd have ammo for artillerymen or extra raw materials for tuning sacred seals. Put simply, we had reached a dead end. Once I came to that realization, I saw something else that I didn't want to see. Soldiers were gathered underneath a tree by the riverside and rolling what appeared to be dice. They were clearly gambling, and where there was gambling, I could expect to find Sav. And as it happened, he wasn't alone. Rhino and Tatsuya were with him. "What are you doing?" I said. Once I'd seen the three of them together, I couldn't simply leave them alone. In fact, I was pretty sure I'd specifically told Rhino not to do anything stupid only moments ago. "Oh, bro, things are getting intense." Tav waved at me gleefully. "Luck is on our side for once. Tatsuya's on a roll." "Are you serious? Don't teach these two how to play your stupid games. Oh, come on." Tav protested. "We're in the middle of solving our supply problem." That sounded like pure sophistry to me. The few surplus materials they might win through gambling were nowhere near enough to change the course of battle. I figured this would be better than doing nothing. Rhino said smugly, shooting me a thumbs up. "We are in a tight spot, so I will do whatever it takes to contribute. Even a few supplies are better than none, yes?" Comrade Tatsuya seems to be really motivated today. "Come now, it's your turn." Roll the dice. "Quara." "Rewakusha." Tatsuya grunted nonsensically. Then he rolled a bunch of bone dice into a bowl, sending them bouncing and clinking about. They appeared to be playing a game called Zudahare, where you attempted to get specific combinations of numbers. The name combined the words for the lowest combination, Zuda, with the highest, hare. Tatsuya ended up getting all repeating digits, which was a combination known as the big hare. As expected, it was followed by numerous groans and complaints. "What is up with this guy? He's the luckiest man I've ever seen. What is going on here? You know what? I'm not gonna play anymore if he's here. He's got to be cheating. Is it really possible to get hair that many times? Tisk! Hey, admit it. You were cheating, aren't you? VKKK. Kikiki?" Tatsuya let out a bizarre shriek as if someone was trying to strangle him. "Guys, come on. Give my friend here a break. He's just really lucky. That's all." Sav raised his hands in the air as he tried to defend Tatsuya. "I mean, look at me. I've lost every single round. And Rhino might talk a big game, but he sucks too. Yes, it's strange. I'm playing only when I have a chance to win, according to my calculations. And yet, don't waste your time calculating probability when it comes to gambling," exclaimed Sav. "In fact, you should throw away that useless notebook of yours. It's not helping you one bit. It sounded as if Tatsuya was the only one winning, so it was probably safe to assume that they'd returned with only a few extra supplies. It didn't seem like they'd be solving our problem anytime soon, so I waved them goodbye and turned to take my leave, when Sarv leaped up and whispered into my ear. "Hey, bro. Did you notice? You're being followed." "Huh? By who?" "I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not their target, and I only felt their presence really briefly. But like, it's bad. I think someone wants to kill you." I don't know. On second thought, it's hard to explain what it felt like, but I don't think it's just one person. I think it's a whole group. How would a whole group of people manage to sneak into this village and follow me around? Beats me. But Sarv patted me on the back. "Good luck, bro. I'd love to help you out, but I'm in the middle of getting us some supplies. Besides, a few assassins wouldn't be able to kill you anyway, right?" Thanks for the concern, asshole. Sarv had done a great job of ruining my mood, so I decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. "By the way, Jace was looking for you, and he seemed pissed. You should probably head back to the stable as soon as you can." "Huh?" The flippant smile on Sarv's face froze. Satisfied, I took my leave. "So I'm being followed, huh?" I wasn't quite as confident as Sarv that I could handle a group of assassins all by myself. People like that always waited for the moment you let your guard down to strike, so it was difficult to predict how they would attack. The more honest you were as a soldier, the harder it was to prepare. In fact, it would be near impossible for anyone but a specialist, and so I decided to lure them out of hiding instead. I picked up my pace until I was walking so quickly that whoever was following me would have to start hurrying as well. Soon I was jogging, and then I broke into a run. Then, all of a sudden, I whipped around. Seriously? I was taken aback, and not in a good way. The least threatening assassin I had ever seen swiftly ducked behind a nearby walnut tree. After coming to a stop, I called out her name. "Patosha, what are you doing?" "Oh, She crossed her arms and leaned against the tree, scowling. "Nothing at all. I was simply going for a walk." "Don't lie. You've been following me." "Well, yes. In fact, I have. I had to keep an eye on you to make sure you weren't slacking off. I'm still not sure you have what it takes to be our unit's commander." Her reasoning sure was something, alright. Technically, Venetim was our commander, but I decided not to mention that, since it wouldn't help the situation. "You've been unusually angsty, and that's no way for a commander to act. So I figured I'd give you a warning. We can't have you lowering morale and worrying everyone." "Yeah, my bad," I said with a wry smile. I couldn't argue with a former officer. "I'll get my act together." "Good. Now, if something is bothering you, I suppose I wouldn't mind listening if it would make you feel better," she replied, fixing me with her sharp gaze. There it is, I thought. That's what this is all about. I couldn't blame her for being concerned about something bothering her unit's commander right before a major battle. "What's going on?" she said. "Spit it out. We don't have enough supplies. We're out of basically everything and we need to restock without relying on Venetim or Dota." "Oh! That is rather troubling." After hesitating for a few moments, Patosh nodded slowly. It sounded like she'd been quite confident she could solve any problem I brought her. "How did you used to handle issues with supplies? I doubt military logistics is your forte. We were allotted an adequate number of supplies when I was in the Holy Knights, so I never really had to worry about running out. But when I did run into trouble, I had a friend I could go to for help." "Hold on. What do you mean you doubt it's my forte? I feel like I could say the same thing to you." What makes you think that?" "I'll apologize if I'm wrong, but I'm right, aren't I?" She lowered her voice and looked down. I too had a friend who was good at working behind the scenes to get what he wanted, so I often went to him for help. It seemed we weren't that different. We were both terrible at managing supplies. "I guess we're more alike than I thought," I said, laughing. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm nothing like you. But if I ask my former allies to lend us some supplies, then maybe..." "Don't. We'd never be able to pay them back. And it's not like they have more than they need. It is what it is." I stuffed a hand in my pocket and rooted around. then thrust my fist out at her. She looked at the wad of paper in my hands in bewilderment. "What's in there?" she asked. "Dried fruit soaked in honey, grapes, pieces of apple, and whatnot. I figured you wouldn't know how to get ready to eat meals either. I wasn't provided any. That's because you're a member of the Penal Hero Unit now. The military doesn't provide us with food like this, so you have to make some yourself in your spare time. Smoked meat works great, by the way. Wait, I can't accept this. I have nothing to give you in return. Then pay me back some other time." Ah. Pato shrieked when I grabbed her hand and forced the wrapped fruit into it. "What do you think you're doing? We take turns making meals like this, so hurry up and learn how to cook, okay? Because, What? How?" She was reaching for the sword at her hip before she'd even finished her sentence. I was just as shocked as she was, and I had my hand on a knife ready to unsheath and throw it. 5 of them, no 6. We were surrounded. Sarv had been right. That said, our pursuers didn't seem to be hostile. Each one of them was dressed as a knight, a family crest sewn into their clothes. They must belong to the Noble Alliance. A lion holding a battle axe in its mouth housed Dasmitor. Upon closer inspection, I recognized a few of them. They were all practically children. These were the soldiers who were forced to take up the rear during the withdrawal. "Hey, muttered one, taking a step forward. "Stop right there," yelled Petausha. "Quit it, they mean no harm. You know that." I held out an arm, stopping her from unsheathing her sword. "Who are you?" I asked. "Me name is Sifrit." The young soldier seemed frightened, but he took in a deep breath and continued. "Penal heroes, I heard you were having trouble with supplies." "A little. But who isn't, right? Our unit actually has a surplus. We have ammunition and even blanks for tuning sacred seals." "You've got to be kidding me. That was the Dasmitor nobles for you." I couldn't believe they'd managed to carry that many supplies all the way here, but why did they have so many? Of course, my question received the worst possible answer. Lord Dasmitor has yet to engage in meaningful combat, and I doubt he plans to start anytime soon. For the next battle, we will be positioned behind the Ninth Order. That was likely the safest position on the battlefield. House Dasmitor was very powerful politically, and Horde Clivio seemed to be having trouble dealing with them. Interesting. Therefore, we would like for the Penal Hero Unit to use our supplies. What? Hold on. Please tell us what you need, and we will bring it to you tonight. I said hold on. That would be illegal. Do you think Dasmitor will allow it? Of course not, but we wish to do it anyway. Sifrit seemed to be telling the truth. The surrounding soldiers were all staring at me with solemn gazes, or perhaps that was hope in their eyes. "Your unit saved us," grunted one soldier. Another followed, and then another. "We would have been completely wiped out if it weren't for you. We'll do whatever it takes to support you if it means you can end this war. All the higher-ups care about are themselves and maybe their families." "Stop. Don't do this to me." I didn't want to see that look in their eyes. I hated having people count on me like this. "We believe it's the Penal Hero Unit who will lead us to victory. You better keep that to yourselves," I said, "or people are gonna think you've lost your goddamn minds." "Not at all. There are plenty of soldiers and other units who look up to you all as well, especially the Thunder Falcon, Silo Forborts. You should hear the rumors. You have quite the reputation. Is the Goddess Killer really that popular? None of us would dare call you that. You're... Oh, hey, do you think I could get your autograph?" "Stop. That's close enough," said Pataush coldly as she slid in front of me. Her piercing glare alone was enough to make Sifrit flinch. "We are penal heroes. I recommend you regular soldiers keep your distance." "Huh? But I just saw some penal heroes gambling by the riverside with soldiers just like us. I recommend you avoid that as well." Her overwhelming intensity caused Sifrit to take a step back. He opened his mouth once more as if he wanted to say something, but then swallowed his words and simply lowered his head. "In any event, thank you for saving us. We will bring you the supplies you need later tonight." "All right," I said, unable to do anything else. As if my words were some kind of signal, the young soldier left in a hurry. The others bowed before heading out as well. Petultia and I were the only ones remaining. I'm sure you already know this, but let me say it just in case. Petal spun around, her gaze even sharper than before. Unsure, it's nice to have a young lady be sweet on you, but don't let it go to your head. Don't forget where we stand in all this, huh? That soldier you were just talking to. The boy? Get your eyes checked. That wasn't a boy. I fell silent. No wonder he'd looked so slender for a boy his age. All that aside, we'd found a solution to our biggest problem. Once we had ammo and raw materials for tuning sacred seals, we could prepare for battle. I clenched my fist, then opened it again. I finally felt like we had a shot at victory. But then again, hope and expectations were the heaviest of burdens. Time to switch to phase 2 of our plan. Trishul stood before a board plastered with details of their strategy, staring at Lentobi with an uncanny luster in her eyes. Her sharp, refined features seemed even more sinister than usual. Lentobi, however, found his eyes drawn to her right arm. It had been lopped off by an enemy cavalryman, and in its place was a new limb covered in jet-black scales. It had been replaced with the arm of a fairy, claws and all. When she returned injured, Charon had granted her that arm. The demon lord had casually scooped up the arm of a Dullahan and tossed it to her, then ordered Furia to shove it into her wound. What followed had looked like some sort of demonic sorcery. The new arm had fused to her bloody nub. Her wound had bubbled, but within half a day it was healed. During the process, Trishul had been in terrible agony. She had tied herself to a bed to keep from moving and simply endured it. But once it was over, she had a new arm, jet black, distorted and ominous. Our enemy is the penal hero unit, she grunted, hatred clear in her voice. Lentobi, there will be no next time for us. We have to kill them, no matter what. The problem is, Lentobi could easily imagine what she would say next. The problem is their commander, Hanged Fox, she continued. If we can kill him, then… How about we try to snipe him? We will try, of course. We're going to try everything we can. She fixed him with a cold glare. You use that brain of yours to come up with a plan. If we fail again, we're in trouble. You must find a way to kill Hanged Fox. Without him, the others will be reduced to directionless sheep. Lentobi could tell that his commander had her back up against the wall, that she was desperate. Maybe it was time for him to jump ship. He still had things to do after all. He might be working for a demon lord at the moment, but what he really wanted was to fight for mankind and be praised for his hard work. Perhaps it was mere vanity on his part, but I have to kill her somehow and take over as commander. That was the only way he could ensure his survival. As long as he kept sucking up to the demon blight and pretending to be a loyal servant, they would keep sparing him. And as long as he was alive, he would have his chance. That day will come, unsure of it, but until then, he was going to do whatever it took to survive, no matter how cruel. He had stolen others' positions to make it to the top, let the enemy into the city, and killed those he was supposed to protect. He'd even killed children and the elderly to thin out the herd. In his mind, the only way he could ever make up for all his despicable acts was to survive. He wanted to prove that he wasn't evil, that he'd always intended to do the right thing, that what he was doing now was all an act. Yes, this isn't real. These are all lies. Results aren't everything, he thought. The process and reasoning should be considered as well, and if that's the case, then I have already worried and suffered enough. I have already been punished for my crimes. So please forgive me. Lentobi fixed his gaze on his commander's profile, his eyes dark. The sun rose and set, and once again night was upon us. After leaving Kobresh village, we walked and walked. Finally, we took the shortest possible break to eat and rest. I took a bite out of my disgustingly awful ration. Known to many as meat floss, it was essentially jerky oil and dried fruit mashed together and shredded. Sand would probably taste better. I secretly vowed to one day do something to fundamentally improve this slop. Alright, let me fill you in on the plan. I said to Vanitum after washing down the awful taste of the meat floss with water. We penal heroes are the rear guard, and our mission is to employ an elastic defense to delay the enemy. I see. Rear guards with an elastic defense. You have no idea what I'm saying, do you? Whatever. Venetum was nodding and stroking his chin with his arms crossed, like he fully understood, but I didn't trust the guy one bit. You and Tatsuya will travel with Horde and his men, just in case they need extra protection, I continued. I already got permission. Wait, what? Tatsuya's the strongest individual soldier we have, so he should be able to buy us some time if something goes south. Then what do you need me for? You're the backup plan's backup plan. I need you to keep Tatsuya under control. Besides, it's not like you're going to be of any use to us once the battle starts in the rear. I can say with confidence that you're absolutely right. So you don't deny it? He grinned and nodded, earning a good laugh from me. With that, our discussion came to a close. After all, Venetum didn't have any opinions when it came to military affairs. If anything, I bet he was thrilled to be able to tag along with Horde and his men, since he probably assumed it would be much safer than fighting in the rear. He was right, too. That's just about everything. All that was left was to keep moving and make it to Mount Tujin as quickly as possible. A cold wind began to blow. It would probably start snowing later that night, exhaling white puffs of air. I fixed my eyes on Mount Tujin, where it stood tall to the north. Norgale and his 200 military engineers were already marching. They had a job to do up ahead, setting traps to the northwest. Specifically, I wanted traps that could be scattered across a wide area so we would have the greatest chance of slowing down the Demon Blight's pursuit of the Ninth Order. Despite the short amount of time, I was sure Norgala would go above and beyond my expectations. In fact, I had briefly spoken with the man just before we left the settlement. Melanitis and Reikwell are my younger siblings, he'd confirmed, finally able to move on his own. Commander-in-Chief Xylo, I am counting on you to protect them at all costs. Understood? You have my word. He looked me right in the eye with an intimidating gaze, but in all honesty, there wasn't much for me to do. The two of them were royalty, so they follow Horde where it was safest. I'd even send Tatsuya with them, just in case. I'm counting on you too, Your Majesty. I am going to make them regret ever stealing the second capital from me. Just don't go starting fights with your new soldiers, okay? That was my biggest concern. When Norgale first greeted the military engineers, he'd claimed that he was the king of the Federated Kingdom. Usually, that wouldn't be a problem. But one of the soldiers, probably still quite young, had stupidly asked, "What do you mean you're the king?" Unsurprisingly, Norgala had flown into a rage and started lecturing him. I didn't even want to imagine what might have happened if Venetum hadn't been nearby to fix things and calm down Norgala. I wasn't fighting with anyone. That boy needed to be reprimanded. I will not allow such disrespect. I put up with far too much insolence as it is. There, probably just nervous to be around the king. I may have been talking out of my ass, but I didn't want to put him in a bad mood at a time like this. Maybe Venetum would have been able to come up with something better. Low-level soldiers like that don't know how to talk to royalty, you know. I suppose the problem is education, muttered Norgal, looking stern and stroking his moustache. We can't allow the temple to monopolize such matters. We'll have to use treasury funds to create a royal academy. Listen carefully, Commander-in-Chief Xylo. The wealth of a nation starts with. I could tell this was going to run long, so I turned off my brain. King Norgala's ideal political blueprint was a particularly useless subject, and I didn't understand most of what he was saying anyway. Once he was finished rambling about his grand ambitions, I had him start north. Dotter, leading a small party of his own, headed out soon after that. This was how our march to Mount Tujin began. Sending scouts ahead, we marched toward the hills as quickly as possible. If we went without breaks, Mount Tujin was a little over a day away from Kurpresh on foot. And once we arrived, we'd have to start climbing. The question was, how much time could we shave off that trip? Once the enemy discovered that we were marching north, they would surely come after us. They would quickly realize it was a waste of time to simply block our access to Iof. Xylo, do you believe they've noticed what we're up to? Pataush brought her horse up to mine so we could talk. I want to hear your opinion. Do you think we'll make it to Mount Tujin? It was a bit late to be talking strategy, so I suspected she just wanted to chat and relieve some stress. Although Paz West was well versed in military matters and a capable leader considering her age, she probably didn't have a lot of battle experience. I was gradually coming to understand the woman known as Pataush Kivia. She probably didn't know how to chat about anything other than formal matters during a mission, and there were no proper soldiers in the penal hero unit that she could relate to. If this were Sav, he wouldn't hesitate to start jabbering about his tragic past or any other ridiculous subject no one cared about, and Veninton would probably start spinning some tall tale apropos of nothing. That was why I chose to give her an optimistic answer. Sure, if we're lucky, you're leaving it up to chance? Yeah, I think we have a good enough shot that luck could tip the scales. Unbelievable. You're always like this. Do you ever think things through seriously? Her words were harsh, but she wasn't trying to hurt me. She probably just didn't know how to put it any other way. Besides, I thought I caught a faint smirk on her face. I suppose I should start praying for good luck then, huh? It's a gamble, but winning would put us much closer to retaking the second capital. I'm surprised, Pataush. Didn't see you as the gambling type. I would never. It's a degenerate pastime. I bet you're a terrible gambler. In fact, I'm starting to worry about our mission. I'm not terrible. Or at least, I wouldn't be. I simply don't waste my time gambling. Because it's degenerate. Leaving me with those words, Pataush sped up to rejoin the other cavalry. That was probably enough to do the trick and soothe her nerves. How long had it been since I'd spoken like that with a proper soldier? It really brought me back. However, it seemed we'd had an eavesdropper, relying on luck, are we? Not very professional of you, Xylo Forbarts. Before I realized it, Horde Clivios was right behind me, holding the reins of his horse with a cheerless expression as Pelmari sat behind him. It sounded like he'd taken Batash's and my exchange seriously. I agreed to this strategy and accepted your proposal, he continued, so I would appreciate it if you didn't make me regret that decision. My bad. I waved apologetically in an attempt to shut him up. I didn't want to deal with him right now. I'll make sure to keep my mouth closed from now on. You know, you have a piss-poor attitude, Xylo Forbarts. Even back when you captained the Fifth Order, I always felt like your appointment was a mistake. It appeared someone wasn't a huge fan of mine. Come to think of it, Horde had never left much of an impression on me back in those days. We hardly ever talked, and now I knew why. He despised me. Horde glared at me as if I were cursed, and it looks like I was right. Allowing you to become a holy knight was a mistake. I tried to come up with something to say, but I wasn't very interested in this topic. Besides, allowing me to become the captain of the Fifth Order probably was a mistake. I'd killed my goddess. A holy knight like that shouldn't exist. No one would believe me if I told them the truth either. At any rate, I was fine with whatever insults people like him wanted to hurl at me, as long as they didn't speak ill of Sonova. I had grown used to this charade long ago, after all. It seemed someone wasn't quite as forgiving, however. That is enough. Have you no decency? It was Teryorisa, of course. She had poked her head out from behind me and started reprimanding Horde. She was back on her feet after a night of rest, but she'd been quiet all day, and it sounded like she had a lot of pent-up anger that she needed to vent. Xylo is my knight, and I chose him. Ever since we left the settlement, she had been fiddling with the bistie in my jacket. I told her that it tickled, and asked her to play with hers instead, but she was clearly not interested in anything I had to say. Bisties, as it happened, were sacred seal tools with the ability to produce heat, used often during winter marches. The ore had to be mined in Zwangan, so they were rather valuable. The Desmitor family's supply stash had included even items like this. It seemed they truly had plenty of everything. Horde Clivios, I will not allow you to speak that way to my knight. Horde hesitated for a moment. A goddess forging a pact with a penal hero was such a unique case. He probably had no idea how to interact with her. Eventually, though, he narrowed his eyes and bowed to his own principles. My apologies, Goddess Taitaita. Do not let it happen again. It was no mistake that Xylo was chosen to become the captain of the Fifth Order either. Toritara snorted proudly. She could have stopped there. But she then turned to Pelmarie, who was sitting behind Horde with fear in her eyes. Tauridr shot her the kind of grin a girl might give her little sister after a scolding. "Goddess Pelmarie," she said, "you should really educate your knight on the proper way of speaking to others. I understand it may be difficult, but providing guidance to mankind is our duty." Pelmarie lowered her gaze. Her long black hair covered her eyes, making it hard to read her expression. "I am sure my knight Horde did not speak with malice. He can be somewhat uptight at times, I suppose." "Pelmarie, stop," Horde said, swiftly cutting her off. "I despise those who ignore the rules and act however they please. And it makes me sick to see someone tell blatant lies, steal supplies, and behave in defiance of others. I will have every one of you punished once I have enough evidence, okay?" I actually hoped he could pull it off, but how was a captain in the Holy Knights going to carry out his duty to the military while simultaneously gathering enough evidence to charge a group of people that even the Allied administration, Diversen, Ishin's top mobile investigators were only barely able to apprehend? "You're a real serious guy," I said. "I can see how you managed to unify this many soldiers even during a retreat. The military always said that good work would be rewarded and bad work punished, but an officer who could actually make that distinction was invaluable. If someone wanted to lead with any kind of purity, they had to be strictly disciplined themselves that, or have a talented adjutant to play the villain. My old unit had been the latter. I used to make my adjutant do all the yelling to keep my men in check. So while people like Horde annoyed me, I couldn't hate them. "Make sure your men survive," I told him. "Of course," said Horde. "That is my duty as their captain. Don't think a little flattery is going to change my opinion of you all, but I won't let my personal feelings influence how I treat you either." He maintained a blank expression throughout, making it clear that he was serious. He hated us, but he wasn't going to drag us down so long as we did our job. That was easy enough to understand. Can I say something?" Pelmarie interrupted, smiling awkwardly. The man I forged a pact with is an exceptional holy knight as well. However, this seemed only to kindle Torita's competitive nature. Yes, I suppose he is decent enough, but he is no match for my Xylo. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say my knight is the best of the best. Allow me to explain why. First, I was going to tell her to stop, but in the end I didn't have to. Her voice was immediately drowned out by the blaring of a horn. When it sounded a second time, I noticed it was coming from the west. It was one of the scouts signaling that they had found the enemy. "They're here," said Horde. "It appears they discovered us. They're coming from the southwest, a few thousand of them." Horde touched the small shield-like buckle on his belt. It was engraved with a sacred seal and could be used for communication. These devices were called by various names, such as Howling Wind Seal or Echo, and they were even more valuable than Bisties and quite compact. If Dossa saw one of those things, he wouldn't be able to take his eyes off it. "Men, suit up and prepare for battle," shouted Horde, placing what appeared to be a mask over his head. It was an eerie, steel blue covering that completely hid his face. This was almost certainly the Ninth Order's famous anti-poison mask. I'd heard about it, but this was my first time seeing one in real life. This was how they survived fighting alongside the goddess Pelmarie and her poisons. "Are you ready, Pelmarie?" Horde asked. "Yes, but before we begin, aren't you going to tell me that I can do it, Horde?" "You can do it." Then, yes, I can do it. Although her head was still bowed, I could see her lips curling into a faint smile. I understood why Horde dealt so mechanically with her. He took things way too seriously and strove to give her exactly what she demanded. I felt sure that he believed what he was doing was correct. "Xylo, we will continue heading north as planned," said Horde. "You and the rest of the penal heroes will stay here and stop the enemies from reaching us. I will give you the signal once we secure a post, so buy us time until then." "I can't make any promises," I replied. "War is unpredictable, you know." I knew he would hate that. but I'd rather not listen to you complain later, so I'll get it done. There was nothing more difficult than satisfying a perfectionist. It looked like we would need an all-out victory to shut him up, and besides, if we failed, there was a good chance we'd all end up dead. I could see light in the western sky. There were flames, lightning from sacred seals, and the glow of artillery shells, all starkly visible against the dark of the night. That must be Rhino. Sav could tell from the light alone. Furthermore, 4 shots had been fired in quick succession, and the only person he knew that shot like that was Rhino. That man could think so abnormally fast. Even Sav couldn't keep up. There were times he could hardly believe his teammate was human. Chaos had suddenly exploded everywhere around him. Xylo and the others in the rear had probably already started fighting. The goal was to keep the enemy from heading north by distracting them for as long as possible, and since Teorita still couldn't use her powers fully, it was going to be a contest of strength. But, well, I'm sure Bro will be okay. Xylo would figure something out. He had instincts like a wild animal when it came to battle. Despite his fondness for common military practice on the battlefield, he would sometimes ignore it with style and still come out on top. The real problem is Jace. He can be scary for totally different reasons than Bro can. The cavalry had started fighting in earnest, and the infantry took off, lightning staffs in hand. Meanwhile, from Sav's point of view, Jace didn't seem to be panicking in the slightest. In fact, he seemed perfectly calm. The other Dragon Knights were no different. The ones here had only barely managed to get their dragons out of the stable when the troops were forced to retreat. There were 17 of them, 18 including Jace. It was quite the spectacle. They calmly came to a stop, examined their dragons' harnesses and equipment, then began preparing the weapons they would carry. They didn't speak much, only a few soft whispers exchanged with their dragons. Sav felt like he was witnessing the night after a funeral. In comparison, Jace was downright chatty. "It's fine, Neely." His voice now was far gentler than the one he used with other humans. "I don't regret it at all. I know I'll be able to do it. You know that, right?" Neely was probably even more important to Jace than Fami was. A simple word like that couldn't hope to encompass the strength of their bond. This puzzled Sava why then. Did Jace always ride Neely into battle? She wasn't a penal hero like the rest of them. She could very well end up dead. Why? Sav muttered without thinking. Ack, I did it again. He knew well that talkativeness was one of his few flaws. Still, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Hey Jace! I've been wondering, why do you always take Neely into battle with you? Like, isn't that kind of dangerous? Ski, Jace narrowed his eyes at Sav. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much and ask too many questions? Sav wasn't worried, however. He knew Jace wouldn't get violent while Neely was watching. Yeah, you know me. I grew up in the Order of Assassins, and they were really strict about rules and being silent, you know? No, I don't. You don't have to be so harsh. They really were, I swear. So being so talkative is kind of like a reaction to that. I'm still haunted by my tragic past. Like, I may act all bright and cheerful most of the time, but I'm actually full of darkness. You wonder why I do it? Are you stupid or something? My reason doesn't matter. What's important is why Neely does it. Oh, huh? A few seconds passed before Sav realized Jace was answering his question. Jace was a man who never broke under pressure or let others influence him after all. Neely is my top priority, along with the dragons as a whole, the descendants of the world's guardians who seceded from TR, Ne, and G. Aha, replied Sav vaguely. He had no idea what they were talking about anymore. Jace, however, continued to ramble in his usual aggravated manner. Most humans are ungrateful, so I don't care what happens to them, but Neely and the others don't feel that way, and they're all counting on me, an unworthy human. As Jace rubs the nape of his neck, Neely roared softly, as if she were trying to sympathize with or console him. They say I can protect not just my own little world, but something much bigger. Hard to believe, isn't it? I still don't. But if it's what Neely and her brethren want, then... Jace straddled Neely, and she spread her wings wide. Sav instinctively leaned back. I have to do it. I don't want them to give up on me, you know? Now let's do this, Sav. Jace held out a hand and invited Sav onto Neely's back. Before Sav had even realized it, all the other dragon knights had mounted their dragons and were ready for battle. In the distance, a vivid violet moon illuminated the night sky, revealing the shadows of countless fairies. "We got to hurry. It's time to avenge the dragons they killed." Dark flames burned in Jace's eyes. "Our target is the Demon Lord Furia. I'll give you one chance. If you miss, I'm going to push you off and let you fall to your death." Seriously? You really know how to make a guy nervous. The former assassin could fool himself smiling. Sav was enjoying himself, and he knew it. It was times like this that made him really feel alive. As he slipped his legs into the stirrups, he turned to face the western sky. There he saw a glittering crimson beam of light soar through the air and smash through their encampment. What was that? Lentoby instinctively turned back toward the source of the attack. He'd just seen a red beam of light strike the enemy camp up ahead. It had melted the snow and gouged out the ground. Several fairies were caught up in the blast as well, but the damage to the Federated Kingdom's forces was massive. "Must be Furier's doing," muttered Trishul flatly, her hands holding the reins of her horse. It was like she was a different person on the battlefield, impressively calm and composed. There was no sign of the heightened emotions she displayed only a little while earlier. She didn't even look back. "Never seen it before, Lentoby?" "Oh, I've seen it a few times. From afar. They say it's some sort of heat ray, so the only way to block it is to focus solely on defense, using Sacred Seal technology. In other words, they won't be going anywhere." Even Lentoby could understand what she was getting at. The one to stop would be the units that had something to protect at all costs. The unit with the prince and princess. Even if they wanted to push forward, they'd have to use decoys and irregular movements to try to throw off the enemy. The others are counting on us to back them up. We can't let them down this time. Yes, I know. Lentoby couldn't afford to disagree here. He was really beginning to feel the weight of having let 2 members of the royal family escape. Fortunately, I already found the prince and princess. Charon is taking care of them. Trishul must have found them with her stigma. She closed one eye, looking for their position, so they were already 2 steps ahead of the enemy. It seemed luck was on their side this time. "Our mission is to stop Hanged Fox's unit," she continued, "but we need to be careful not to fall into any traps." "Got it? Who knows what kind of dirty tricks that man has up his sleeve?" It seemed Trishul was still sore about their earlier loss, but Lentoby felt she had a point. Their current enemies were like magicians. They could pull off the impossible and win in ways no one imagined. Their fortification, for instance, was like nothing Lentoby had ever seen before, and it had somehow allowed them to overwhelm the Demon Blight's forces and kill countless fairies with what must have been under 500 men. They had seemed to be constantly setting the pace of the battle. Lentoby would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. "It looks like Charon is getting ready to attack," said Trishul. "Let's move out." "You have your mask for the poison, right?" "Yes." Lentoby shivered once, then followed Trishul. They knew how the Ninth Order operated, and each member of their unit had been given a crude, all-purpose mask engraved with sacred seals to protect them from poison. They weren't sure how effective the masks would be, but they were better than nothing. "I have to survive, no matter what. That's my top priority. I've made it too far to die now, and I will do whatever it takes to make it out of this alive. After everything that has happened, dying here would be too miserable a fate." The red ray of light had penetrated their defensive formation, reducing several soldiers and their shields to ash and sending 6 more flying before finally dissipating. I saw it happen at point-blank range. Our force consisted of the Pinon Hero unit combined with House Cardel's soldiers, some of the best fighters in the Noble Alliance. We totaled about 1,400 men in all, and the blast had put a hole in our rear guard's battle line. "They even sacrificed their own fairies to hit us," shouted Patasu in disgust from atop her horse. She continued to shout furiously while swinging her lance, goring a nearby bogey and flinging it into the distance. "What an aggressive attack! And what range? How are we supposed to defend against that? I believe we can block the attack if we line up powerful sacred seal barriers and take a defensive position, replied Rhino, sounding suspiciously calm. Around 10 soldiers with their shields piled together should do the trick. Though his tone was warm, he was merely communicating the results of his calculations. That was how it felt to me, at least. Of course, if we did that, we wouldn't be able to move. Plus, the enemy clearly outnumbers us, so it wouldn't take long for them to wear us down and crush us. I know, and we would be failing our mission as rear guard, since they could simply detour around us. Patis grimaced. She probably didn't like taking directions from Rhino. I knew exactly how she felt. What do you think, Xylo? We can't simply defend the entire time and allow the enemy to attack us. The battle had already begun, and who knew when another crimson beam of fiery light would be heading our way. We would be forced to keep fighting in a state of constant fear. There's one thing that's bothering me, I said at last. Their offense is week to week. The fairies had been attacking us for a while now, and yet something was missing. Where are the demon lords? Obviously, Furia just shot that beam at us. But where's Charon? Usually you would expect a moving fortress like that to be on the front line, ready to crush us, but it was still nowhere in sight. Why? The fairy forces before us seemed somehow half-hearted as well. At most, there were about 2,000 of the smaller, quicker fairies coming at us. But even if we assumed Furii was in the rear with the main force, something still felt lacking. It was as if they weren't taking us seriously. Something else must be going on. I considered the worst possible scenario. They must have gone around us. They'd figured out what we were up to. Maybe we were unlucky and one of their scouts saw us, or maybe somebody leaked information to the enemy. It didn't matter. What mattered was that the force we were fighting was most likely a distraction, and the enemy's true target was somewhere else. It appeared Horde Clivios's prediction had already been proved wrong. I tried to maintain a stoic front. Don't worry about Furia. Jay said he'd handle it. Charon is the one we need to worry about. I was starting to get the feeling that this was a little too easy as well. Patausha and her cavalrymen had charged through enemy lines and made it back almost effortlessly. She knew what she was talking about. But are you sure you're not jumping to conclusions? Charon hasn't even shown up yet. No, it is already moving, Teerita said suddenly. Her eyes were still dull, like the glowing remains of burnt firewood. But as she gazed into the northern sky, their flames began to return. A demon lord is heading north. Not here, but north. North? Teerita, are you sure? He probably... Teerita knit her brows together, making it clear she still hadn't fully recovered. She'd usually say something nonsensical like, probably without a doubt. But this time, she didn't even have the strength to do that. The Ninth Order will need backup, I said. I sent Venetum and Tatsuya north to guard them, so they should be able to buy us some time. Shall I go then? Rhino said immediately, swinging his fist at a lunging fairy and shattering its skull. I'm interested in trying out the method we discussed to kill Charon. Wait, how do you plan on catching up with them in that heavy suit of armor? That was perhaps the biggest weakness of an artilleryman. They were dead weight in battles where you had to keep moving, and although their sacred seals helped them run faster than the average person, there was no way they could catch up with a bunch of cavalry that already had a head start. How disappointing. I can only hope that Lady Teerita has made a mistake, and Charon is heading this way. It was easy to misunderstand Rhino due to his language and behavior, but he was always extremely eager to fight the demon blight. Perhaps he had some sort of personal grudge against it. Maybe his parents or siblings had been killed by a demon lord. He wouldn't be the only one. Then I suppose that leaves you, Comrade Xylo. Yeah, I said, I'll take care of it. I turned my horse around and began heading north. The fighting there had most likely already begun. If Charon had found them, then they would be at an overwhelming disadvantage. Their defeat was practically inevitable. Charon was a powerful demon lord that could easily break through and crush defensive formations, and it probably had tens of thousands of fairies and heavily armed human mercenaries with it. It didn't help that Furia's devastating light beam attack had an extremely long range as well. If even one of our units failed, any of these factors could wipe out our entire army. There was no guarantee that I would be able to kill Charon or even make it past its legion of fairies, and there was no guarantee that Jace and Sav would be able to kill Furia either. If we truly valued our lives, we should be running. But what if Jace and Sav managed to pull it off? Where would that leave me? They'd never let me hear the end of it. That was the best you could do? Pathetic. We took out our demon lord with no issue, they'd say. Plus, the soldiers working for House Desmetor had entrusted us with their weapons and supplies, and we had accepted, so it didn't matter how ridiculous I found their belief in us. It was too late now. Damn it. I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to kick that smug demon lord Charon's ass and smirk like it was nothing. I wanted to laugh through my nose and tell the others that was easy. But in order to do that, I was going to have to be reckless. Batalsha, I need you to handle things here. You're the only one I can count on. What do you mean? What do you plan on doing? I gotta take out a demon lord to even the score. Do you think you can win? You understand how slim your chances are, right? Patash looked completely fed up with me. I was getting pretty used to that look. Are you always like this? Yes, my knight is always like this, replied Tor Tator on my behalf as she wrapped her arms around me. Of course, you are taking me with you, yes? I can find Charonir. I can be useful. Don't worry, I replied. I was planning on taking you with me whether you help out or not. I wasn't sure if I was lying. I looked back and gave my final order. Patache, you better pull through. Charon may not be here, but there's no shortage of enemies. I know. You better not make a fool of yourself either. Who do you think you're talking to? And don't die. I'll fulfill my end of the bargain. I won't let a single furry past. Like hell, I'm going to die here. Anyway, I'm counting on you. After letting out a white breath into the cold air, I rode my horse north at a gallop. Let's do this, Torita. We can't have Jace and Neely showing us up. We're going to kill Charon no matter what. Yes, that is fine, but... Torita lowered her voice almost to a whisper. I hope you and Jace are not betting on such a thing. I can't answer that. Wouldn't want to lie to you, I joked. Xylo, I unsheathed the knife and threw it straight at a charging fairy to clear a path. The howling wind carried a cacophony of sounds across the battlefield shouts. Screams, explosions, the screech of metal, and the echo of hooves. And through this raucous harmony, we charged straight into the climax of the Battle of the Tujintuga Hills. The sky was a far crueler environment than Sav could have ever imagined. He probably would have been dead if not for the windproof goggles and snowsuit he was wearing. This guy's out of his mind. Does he never get the urge to barf up here? Sav had done a few trial flights with Jace before, but it couldn't compare to Neely's movement during actual battle, especially since Jace's skills were on a completely different level than that of the other Dragon Knights. The sharp turns and sudden ascents were bad enough, but nothing was worse than the somersaults. Even if an enemy took their back, Jace and Neely would slip behind them in the blink of an eye. The burden on the rider's body was so intense, however, that few could replicate the movement, even if they knew what they were doing. Neely too seemed on a different level than the other dragons. Simply straddling her made it clear to Sav that she was special. Even with his extra weight on her back, she could still gracefully control how quickly she accelerated and slowed down, as well as her posture. Her flame breath was incredibly accurate. It was even easier to see from the sky, where he could watch her disintegrating the huge flying fairies called wyverns with a single breath. The only thing they had in common with Neely was size. Jace had said, "We're going to take out every last wyvern, and if possible, all of them in one fell swoop." From his tone, Sav felt certain these fairies had once been dragons. He was positive. Both Jace and Neely were pursuing the wyverns with such intensity and speed that everything looked like a blur to Sav. They were determined not to let a single one escape. With each confident strike, Neely's fiery breath and Jace's javelin would take out another set of fairies. They made it look easy, but a quick glance at the other Dragon Knights made it clear to Sav that these two were the exception. The other knights were struggling to fight the wyverns one-on-one, and the hordes of gargoyles getting in their way weren't helping. Eventually, the other Dragon Knights had to band together to fight back, and yet they were still mainly on the defense and spending most of their time dodging. What's more, they still had to worry about that crimson ray hitting them from below. The source was apparently the Demon Lord Furia. One Dragon Knight had already been swallowed by the beam of light and scorched into nothing. And just now, Sav saw another one take a hit. Jace clicked his tongue. Damn it, Sav. How much longer is this going to take? Shoot it already. How many more times does it have to fire that thing for you to find it? Yeah, I know. Sav aimed his lightning staff, calculating the distance between himself and his opponent. The Demon Lord was positioned far to the rear of the enemy's troops, but there were no other fairies surrounding it. Incidentally, the Demon Lord didn't look like a monster. It looked human. Sav could see a shadowy humanoid figure shooting beams of light his way. All that was left was to determine if he could shoot that far. I don't know if I can hit it from here, man, he said. Do you think you could get us a little closer? The lightning staff in Sav's hands was known as the Daisy, and it was created by Verkla Development Corporation specifically for sniping. Norgala, however, had tuned and modified it so much that it was hardly recognizable, and its range now far surpassed its original specifications. But he'd only focused on the range Dav had to somehow boost its power and precision by himself. I want to get close enough that I can be sure I'll kill it. You know I don't like to take pot shots. I shoot to kill. It's like gambling. I like to wait for the right moment and then go all out and win big. Shut up. Jace's reply was short and simple. You're telling me you want me to break through the fairies in our way, all while dodging that red beam of light until I get close enough for you? Yeah, is that too hard? Excuse me, hold on. Neely's saying something. The Azure Dragon roared into the clear night sky. Her profile was almost chillingly beautiful in the deep violet light of the moon. She's laughing, thought Sav. She finds your doubt insulting. Hold on tight, dumbass. I'm going to kill you if you fall, Neely. Let's descend first to pick up some speed. The descent was so immediate and so rapid that Sav thought his guts were going to come out of his mouth. Neely twisted and spun, weaving her way through the horde of fairies and incoming beams of crimson light. For a moment, Sav didn't know which way was up. It wasn't just his eyes that were spinning. Could feel his organs twisting inside his body. Melee, now! He faintly heard the sound of Jace's voice as a javelin flew through the sky, followed by a stream of fire. Two fairies dropped, almost in unison. A heat ray came within a hair's breadth of Neely's wing. The wind was howling. Sav had no idea how she'd managed to make it out in one piece, but what he did know was that they were rapidly approaching the Demon Lord. They were now isolated from the other Dragon Knights, making them the only target for an increasing number of fairies starting to surround them. This brief moment was going to be the only chance he got. Shoot! Shouted Jace, but Sav was already in position, the scope on his lightning staff locked on Furie's head. He could see the creature clearly now. It looked like a woman with long silver hair that glittered in the night. I can hit it. I'm close enough now. I mean, I'd look like an idiot if I missed from here. He traced his finger along the sacred seal, activating it and unleashing a sharp bolt of lightning with a dry pop. He felt confident. His aim was perfect. The trail of lightning pierced the night sky and shot straight into Furia's head. So why was it still attached to the creature's body? Man, you've got to be kidding me. Seriously? Sav couldn't believe it. Furia had shot its crimson beam right before the bolt of lightning landed, cancelling out the attack, and its beam kept going, scorching a path through the sky and taking out another Dragon Knight. It can do that, thought Sav. Its reaction speed was incomprehensible. Could it have predicted his shot? Alright then. If that's how you want to play it. Sav immediately formulated a plan. They needed a distraction if they were going to get through its impregnable defense, if they were going to bypass its crimson beam. Sav was going to have to fire multiple shots in quick succession. I need to confuse it and create an opening. Even a second will do. What do you think you're doing? You screwed up, Sav. Jace shouted furiously. Worthless idiot. Xylo's never going to let me hear the end of this. Let's fall back. Not yet. Like, you know I'm a prodigy, right? Sav reloaded his weapon. His staff would take a few more seconds to cool down, but there was no time for that. He was going to do this, even if it blew the staff apart. He only had 2 shots left. This has got me even more pumped up. I need you to distract it. Excuse me? You want us to be decoys? That should be easy for you and Neely, right? I'm gonna jump, so I need you guys to pretend like you're charging at it. I'll kill it before it gets you. Then all you have to do is catch me before I hit the ground, please. What now? Easy, right? I'm counting on you two. Wait. Sav respected Jace just about as much as he respected Xylo. He knew he'd understand. He and Neely could outmatch even him, and he was a prodigy. So he undid the fasteners that kept him fixed on Neely's back, and, without even waiting for Jace to reply, he leaned forward. The Demon Lord's not moving. Sav quietly activated his sacred seal and shot another ray of light from his lightning staff. If I can't land a few shots like this, who even am I? His next strike was just as accurate as the first, but again, it was swallowed by the Demon Lord's crimson heat ray. This thing's insane reaction speed was really starting to piss Sav off. Right before the beam's fiery trail disappeared into the night sky, he jumped. Damn it, cursed Jace. Neely! Sav heard what sounded like the high-pitched shriek of a bird. Midair, he once again reloaded and activated his weapon's sacred seal with unbelievable speed. Meanwhile, Furia raised a hand and stopped cold. It's hesitating. Sav smirked. Who did the enemy see as a bigger threat? Sav, falling through the air? Or Jace and Neely? Who would it aim for? This was the difference between humans and the Demon Blight. Their opponent had no scopes for long-range sniping. It had no tools to increase its physical capabilities. Sav got the feeling that Furia couldn't tell the difference between individual humans at this distance. It probably had no idea whether Jace or Sav was the one trying to snipe it, or perhaps it was simply terrified of Neely. Either way, it hesitated for a brief moment, and that was all Sav needed. Yeses. Got her. That moment of hesitation proved fatal. A third bolt of lightning scorched the air, so powerful that the lightning staff itself exploded, sending a small chunk of wood into Sav's cheek. Pain shot through his face, but his aim had been perfect. Furia's mouth opened in mute amazement as the bolt of lightning was sucked into its chest. It was over. The Demon Lord's body exploded at the point of impact as Sav continued to fall. He felt like he was floating until FWP. The impact was so powerful that Sav thought his neck would snap. I should have let you fall, shouted Jace, the collar of Sav's snowsuit gripped tightly in his fist. Pretty cocky of you to make Neely and me play along with your little stunt. What's wrong with you? I had a blast. Besides, it totally worked out in the end, right? Only we could have pulled that off. Like I care. By the way, Jace's eyes locked onto what remained of Sav's weapon, still dangling from his hand. It was charred black, bent, and broken. Norgale is going to be pissed when he sees what you did to your staff. Yeah, it's not gonna be pretty, huh? It was a race against time. We needed to charge through the mobs of fairies and head north, and in order to do that, we needed to break through the center of the enemy line. Getting past the smaller fairies was easy. The real problem was the giant bipedal fairies, the trolls. They had both intelligence and speed. The instant a troll noticed Diorita and me, it threw its arms into the air and lunged at us. Hold on tight, I warned. I didn't want to burden Diorita, so I couldn't ask her to summon any swords. I unsheathed the knife and threw it toward the creature's legs. When it came to fairies this size, a blow to the body might not be enough to finish the job, and hitting its head would take luck, even with my aim. So I decided to destroy the ground beneath its feet and knocked it over as we galloped by. We didn't have the time or strength to do any more than that. Damn it. There are way too many trolls. This time, there were 2 of them standing in our way, and to make matters worse, they each grabbed a smaller fairy from nearby and prepared to throw them at us. Seriously? I had to strike first. I threw another knife. It exploded. How many knives were left? I had no time to count. Another troll was charging right for us. I didn't even have the time to draw another weapon. Damn it! We were going to have to ditch the horse, but the instant that thought crossed my mind, the troll's head exploded. Something must have hit it. A spear, or was it a bolt from a lightning staff? There was no time to check. But who? The answer came to me almost instantaneously. Hurry! The enemy has caught up with the Ninth Order, and they are already engaged in battle. I could hear Norgala's voice through a layer of noise. It was the military engineers. They had taken over a small hill and were sliding down it while firing their lightning staffs, blowing up all the enemies who stood in my way, the ones that didn't flee at least. Clear a path for our army's commander-in-chief. Military engineers, fire. Commander-in-Chief Xylo, I know a shortcut, so listen carefully. I appreciate it. I truly did. Let's hear it. Pass through the hill we're occupying. We've blocked off the enemies to the west, so you can head straight north. You have them blocked off? You can do that. How, Your Majesty? He must have used traps to stop them in their tracks, but I couldn't imagine what kind. We were out of disintegration seals to pulverize the ground with, and there weren't many things he could have prepared in such a short amount of time. Perhaps some sort of small-scale explosion seals, but those shouldn't have been this effective. Any fairies that tried to go around and take them by surprise had been thrown into confusion. Thanks to Norgala's efforts, Horde Clivios and the rest of the Ninth Order were able to reach the foot of Mount Tujin, facing only small groups of fairies. From there, the difficult terrain of the mountain would only buy us more time. I used wood clappers, Norgali said as if it were nothing. Wood clappers were made by shoving wooden rods into the ground and tying boards to them. After that, you would connect them with strings so that whenever anything ran into the string, it would move the boards and make a clapping sound. It was common to then engrave explosive sacred seals into them to create an impromptu trap. If you added a few clever adjustments to the string, you could make it really hard to go under, over, or around them. There were at least two issues with this kind of trap, however. One was that it required a decent amount of time to engrave sacred seals into enough wooden boards to make it effective. The other problem was the fact that it was a very easy trap to detect. Did you make so many that they couldn't simply go through? How did you engrave that many sacred seals? And they must have needed time to store luminescence. There's no need to engrave sacred seals into all of them. At times like this, Norgala would turn into a patient teacher. I lined them up in what would appear to be a random order while following a diagram that only I knew. After that, I linked the clappers with the working sacred seals to increase their blast power. That was when I realized that he wanted them to see the traps. It had been a while since I'd been in a battle under such good conditions, and the basics had slipped my mind. A trap could be effective at buying time simply by making the enemy hesitate. Add to that the military engineers pestering the enemy with their lightning staffs, and the fairies would be thrown into a state of panic. It wouldn't be long before they began trying to go around this forest of wooden stakes. All I had to do now was hurry and meet up with Horde. He needed backup to kill Karen. Tyolita, how much strength have you recovered? I am fine now. I feel great. I can briefly summon the Holy Sword if needed. Stop talking out of your arse like Venetim and tell me the truth. I cannot summon the Holy Sword, but I can handle one big summons, no two. Two summonses. Are you being honest? Yes, I know I can handle two. Good. I decided to trust her. Two summonses. I had to end the battle with that alone. I couldn't just wing it though. I needed to set up a special move that I was sure would kill that bone monster. I needed Xylo. Can you hear me? We're having a bit of an issue. Venetim's desperate voice was loud enough to give me a headache. I instinctively covered my ears, even though I knew it was pointless, and yelled back, "The hell do you want? I'm really busy right now, and I'd appreciate it if you could save the whining for later." "Please don't say that. There are tons of fairies heading this way, and the Demon Lord's almost here too," he shrieked. "From what I'm hearing, it's the one made of bones. I can see it from here. Do you think it'll really come for us?" Xylo, I thought you said I was being sent to help the Ninth Order just in case things went south. Yeah, and things went south, okay? I'm on my way, so hold on until I get there. Tatsu's with you, and he can do some serious damage. Just curl up in a ball and keep your head down. That's exactly what I was planning on doing, but the Noble Alliance has started to run. Isn't that Demon Lord pretty bad news? The poison rain or whatever that goddess Pelmari summoned didn't affect it at all. I figured as much. It was a bunch of bones, so I'd be more surprised if poison did affect it. What kind of poison worked on bones? At any rate, it sounded like Horde was having a hard time. Just get over here and save me. I'm going to die at this rate. Oh, shut up already. I need you to survive until I get there. Do your part to protect the front line. You know I can't. Oh no, this is bad. Captain Horde, please wait. Don't leave me. Just hold the enemy off until I get there, I shouted, urging my horse to go faster. You have Tatsuya with you, right? Use him. This was it. Both sides were giving it everything they had. At this point, it was down to guts, motivation, and luck. But there was no way I was going to lose. I had to convince myself that was true, or the battle would be over before it even began. Xylo, I really can't do this. I'm not a fighter. Stop whining. You're the commander, right? Connect me to Horde Clivios. What? You're just going to ignore me when I'm in danger, and then you expect me to? Let me talk to him already, damn it. Do you want to die? All I'm thinking about is how to win. You know that. Now connect me to Horde or you're a goner. I wasn't sure if my threats were effective, but after a few more seconds of whining, there was a pause and Horde answered, taking me by surprise. I was sure Venitim had used some sort of trickery, but I didn't care. I had to talk with Horde. Xylo for Buds, is there something you needed to say to me? I could hear a hard, serious voice amid noise and static. It was undoubtedly Horde Clivios. Supreme Commander, just the guy I wanted to talk to. We can save the chit-chat for later. There's something urgent I need to tell you. That okay? Stop messing around, Horde scolded, his voice tense. He was clearly irritated, just as I'd expected. If you contacted me only to joke, then this conversation is over. I don't have time for your games. This is no joke. First off, did you memorize the terrain around Tujen Tuga? Are you trying to insult me? Of course I did. Then I need you to walk around to the ravine between the two mountains. There's an open space where one of the tributaries runs through, right? It's a little downstream from the Water Management Bureau. I visualized the valley between Mount Tuge and Mount Tujin. On the whole, it was wide and shallow, but one area in particular had been carved out by the Kinja-Shiba River, making it especially deep and broad. This ravine extended north before eventually turning into a dead end due to a particularly steep hill. In fact, the hill was so steep that it was practically a cliffside. And climbing this cliffside was actually a shortcut to the summit of Mount Tujin. What's special about this place? I need you to tell me why first. We need it to use your goddess's poison. Horde fell silent. It looked like bringing up this goddess was his weakness. I need you to trust me just this once, I pressed. I was raised by the Southern Night Gaunts, the Mastibort family, and that's where I learned how to fight too. Trusting you just this once could get us all killed and ruin mankind's chance of ever retaking the second capital. Sure, but do you have a better idea? Pelmari's poison doesn't work on Karen. We already tried multiple types. You tried liquid poisons, right? What about gas? The wind right now was strong, and the battlefield was wide open. So I figured they hadn't tried using a gas yet. It would just be dispersed by the wind after all. Horde's silence confirmed my suspicions. Fortunately, the air was stagnant in the place I'd indicated, and there was a river as well. If I'm correct actually, no. Rhino was the one who came up with this one. He thought of a way to dispose of Charon based on its biology. It's a risky gamble, but I think we have a chance. A gamble? You're a terrible gambler too, huh? That worries me a bit. But we'll just have to give it our best shot. You in? Silence followed for a few seconds, but I knew what he was going to say. so I signaled for my horse to go even faster. Venetum was terrified by what he saw. The entrance to the Tujin Chuga ravine was a bloodbath, the picture of despair. Horde swung an arm down and shouted, "Fire!" signaling a vast stream of arrows to whistle through the sky as one. The Ninth Order carried few lightning staffs. Instead, they used arrows with poison tips. Venetum had heard the poison used was a highly lethal formula summoned by goddess Pelmari herself. Nevertheless, hundreds of those arrows seemed to have no effect on Karen as they bounced off its bony body. Not a single shot pierced it. Bolts of lightning and artillery shells seemed only to slow it down. In the meantime, it continued its approach, crushing anything in its path. In the violet moonlight, the monster's bones eclipsed fear, appearing almost mystical. It's over. That much Beni Haeduv was sure of. There was no way to win this battle. The Ninth Order's deadly poison, which could kill even a dragon, didn't seem to be working. Especially since their arrows couldn't even penetrate the Demon Lord's body. Venetum could understand why all the Noble Alliance's officers had fled. Karen's legs tore through the ground, sending dirt and any soldier standing in its way flying into the distance. Venetum could hear the noblemen screaming one after another as their battle lines were cut like butter, meeting a hot blade. Only the Ninth Order still had the will to fight. However, Karen wasn't the only threat. They still had to worry about the legions of fairies that had come with it. Protect the prince and princess. Don't let a single fairy near them. Horde shouted from atop his horse as he took off down a mountain path toward the ravine. Pelmari desperately held on to him, glaring at Karen through the long bangs that hung over her eyes. Behind them were the royal siblings on horseback, surrounded by their guards. I have to catch up with them, Venetum thought. There was no doubt in his mind that it would be safer over there, so he put every bit of strength he had into his worn-out legs and forced them to move. But how to make it through the surrounding chaos? I really wish I'd learned to ride a horse, he thought. But it was too late now. No, I don't want to die. A person who looked like an officer in the Noble Alliance shoved Venetum to the side in an attempt to escape. Venetum felt an impact like he'd been kicked. In fact, he probably had been. As he staggered, Venetum thought, I don't want to die either. He rubbed his thigh as the feeling grew. I've been kicked, it's cold, and I'm exhausted. I really wish someone would do something about this. Venetum, hold out just a little longer, shouted Horde, though the sacred seal on his neck. Xylo told me he sent his strongest infantryman with you. What does he expect me to do? Thought Venetum. Tatsu was nearby, of course. But there were so many people trying to run away that he wouldn't be able to use him effectively. All those soldiers would just be caught up in the attack. You're a penal hero too, right? Figure something out, Horde demanded. Venetum froze. Horde better not expect him to pull off something like Xylo or Jace could. He didn't have the skills for that. The only thing he was physically capable of doing was standing by helplessly. He couldn't throw away his life in battle. He couldn't even run away on these useless, stiff legs. There was only one thing he could do. The same thing he'd always done. Have someone capable do the hard work for him. And to get people to help, he had to lie. The moment Venetum came to this realization, he took a deep breath and shouted, "To all those fleeing battle, allow me to ask you this." His voice sounded loud even to him, but some of the soldiers stopped running. It was as if they expected him to provide some revolutionary strategy that would get them out of this mess. If they did, he would have to apologize. You are free to run away. After all, our enemy is extremely powerful, and our chances of winning are slim. However, what will be left for you? You may live, but what will you have? If you plan on wasting the rest of your life in hiding and accomplishing nothing, then you might as well die right here, right now. What he was saying was absurd, and that was exactly why it would take the soldiers a few moments to process it. We are backed by the Prince and Princess, two of the most important people in the only nation left to mankind. Venetum wanted to vomit. Even more soldiers were beginning to slow down. Meanwhile, the Ninth Order continued to heroically fire arrows from their bows and crossbows. Some were even launching javelins engraved with sacred seals, though none of it had much effect. They had yet to scratch Karen's bones, and it still didn't look like the poison was working, though the impacts were slowing it down somewhat. One soldier, noticing this from the corner of his eye, stopped running and fired an arrow. Perhaps he wanted to take out his anger and get one last hit in before turning tail again. Mankind's future can be saved, Venettem continued. But in order to do that, we must protect the prince and princess at all costs. What am I even saying? He wondered. But in the end, it didn't matter. He'd say whatever came into his head. He just had to buy time until Xylo arrived. Yes, that's it, he thought. Xylo and his goddess are on their way. The world will know that we still have the strength to fight. They will know that mankind's warriors are alive and going strong. All will see the significance of our battle. It was pure deceit. The average person wasn't going to see any meaning in a single battle, but this was exactly what was needed. An exciting fantasy would be far more enticing to fleeing soldiers than would dreary reality. And he was right, they were stopping in their tracks. By standing our ground here, we are protecting the whole world. And we will win, because we have one of the original saviors on our side. He placed a hand on Tatsuya's shoulder. The man stood, slumped completely over and grunting. Venettem might well be the only one who knew this special method to get Tatsuya fighting. Everyone's gaze shifted to Tatsuya as they cleared a path for him, opening a one-way road to the horde of fairies on the front line. This man here was one of the warriors who defeated the first Demon Lord. He is the only surviving champion of the first war of subjugation, and he is here to fight by your side. Venettem then whispered into Tatsuya's ear, giving him the signal. Please fight like the true hero that you are. I'm counting on you. Tatsuya instantly took off. Gah, he grunted. It sounded like a creaking coming from the back of his throat. He curled forward even farther, raising his battle axe into the air. To Venettem, it looked like he'd vanished. Simply saying he was fast didn't do the man justice. There was a rasping noise, followed by the sight of fairy parts flying into the air. Tatsuya was sliding across the snowy plains toward the center of a group of incoming fairies as flesh and blood rained down upon him. Digai Deruwash, a monstrous screech. Venettem couldn't see his face, but could that be laughter? What did that man do? Came Horde's dubious voice. It was a tone Venettem was used to. I just saw fairy parts flying through the air. I used our secret weapon. Venettem replied, trying to sound nonchalant. Tatsuya was able to maneuver with unnatural speed so quick, Venettem's eyes couldn't follow him. With a single swift swing of his battle axe, Tatsuya mowed down his enemies, then leaped into the center of the horde. Naturally, his opponents tried banding together. A Bogi lunged forward to bite his legs, a Fuath hopped up in hopes of crushing him, and a Bargus charged right for him, using its massive body like a battering ram. But Venettem knew that their attacks were futile. He knew that when Tatsuya got like this, his moves defied logic. Tatsuya became a blur, his battle axe forming a vortex of blood. Even the Bargist's thick neck was cut clean through. No fairy could even get close to him. He was like a cyclone, ravaging anything that came near. Tatsuya pulverized every foe that approached, then lowered his posture like a wild beast before leaping into the air once more, awash in violet moonlight like something out of a nightmare. It's one of the penal heroes. I've seen him before. That axe. I saw him back in Aof. That's Tatsuya. That's the cackling ogre. It's really him? Is he even human? I've never seen anything like this. The surrounding cheers grew louder and louder. More soldiers stopped fleeing. Some even readied spears and bows. Did you hear that? Did you rascals see him? A middle-aged nobleman dressed in a full suit of armor was yelling even louder than the rest. On his shield was the emblem of a skylark flying through a tempest. But the bird was covered in blood, making it clear that the shield's holder had been fighting for a while. That man's 1,000 times more useful than that coward Dusmitor. Dode 4 behind, men. The skylark of House Curdle flies stronger in the storm. So those were the knights of House Curdle. The middle-aged man's subordinates let out a fierce battle cry and charged, pushing the enemy back. Commander. That was quite the speech. Mid-charge, the middle-aged man patted Venetum on the shoulder so hard that he almost fell. Looks like the rumors about the penal heroes were true. You're a real tough bunch. This is nothing, Venetum said, lying through his teeth. The truth was that there was nothing else they could have done. He smiled self-deprecatingly and finally said something that was true. I just want to survive this battle. And you're funny too. Hilarious hearing something like that from someone that can't die. The man from House Curdle laughed, flashing his teeth. Commander, you gave us the strength to keep going. We can't let those in the rear show us up, so let's do our part and hold the line. Venesim wasn't sure how to respond. An awkward smile was all he could manage as the man picked up his colossal warhammer and rushed back into battle. Follow the legendary champion's lead. Kill as many fairies as you can. Footsteps rushed forward in Tatsuya's wake, shaking the earth. It was a charge more or less, and it succeeded in pushing the fairies back. The bravery was contagious and the battle cries spread like wildfire. But Venetim knew that Tatsuya wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. His body couldn't take the stress. After who knew how many leaps and lightning speed strikes, Venetim noticed Tatsuya's left leg break, throwing him to the ground. Powdery snow burst into the air. Smoke rose and blood rained down. At best, Tatsuya could probably manage 3 more jumps, and then he would need to be sent for repairs. But it was enough. Spurred on by the Curdle soldiers, the others regained their will to fight. Venetim, the conman, had managed to fool them all, and they now had the strength to hold out. Although Venetim himself wasn't conscious of it, the newfound resistance keeping the fairies at bay changed Charon's behavior as well. It began to avoid Tatsuya and his surroundings and focus instead on Horde and his men. Flashes of light and noise from the Ninth Order's numerous archers and 3 artillerymen aggressively firing at it had drawn its attention. Each arrow that connected bounced off the Demon Lord, and the artillery shells hardly connected at all. Not everyone was as extraordinarily accurate as Rhino after all, but even then, their backup proved helpful. Their goal was not to damage the Demon Lord's body, but to lure the creature into the ravine with light and sound. And most importantly, you made it. Got the thing to change course too, I see. Venetim heard someone's voice as a knight on a black horse came charging through a group of fairies, blowing them to bits. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was Xylo and Toyorita. Tatsuya looked up as they passed by and grunted. Xylo, as if in answer, swung his arm, launching a knife at a fairy lunging toward them and blowing it up. That man was truly born to fight, mused Venetim. I thought you'd have a harder time of it, but I guess I shouldn't have doubted you. Good job, Tatsuya. Hey, hold on now, Venetim protested. I worked really hard too, you know. It seemed pretty hopeless for a while there. That was when Venetim realized how weary he was. There wasn't anyone you could count on more than Xylo when it came to violence, and so the complaints just spilled out of his mouth. What took you so long, Xylo? I came as quickly as I could, and it looks like I made it in time. You can leave the rest to me. Xylo flashed him a savage grin. It's about time someone buried that bag of bones. The ravine was deep and wide. The flat floor of the valley stretched north until it met a steep slope with a waterfall gushing down it, which acted as a dead end. Of course, a valley like this was nothing compared to the grand ravines I remembered from the Masterbolt territory. Still, it was large enough for Cameron, a Demon Lord as big as a walking fortress, to easily pass through. River water, mud and snow flew into the air as the monster's massive body slowly pushed forward. The other soldiers and I got into position, surrounding it from above on either side of the ravine. In the meantime, I had those still in the rear temporarily stop retreating. There wasn't much point in it now. Once we'd led the Demon Lord this far into the ravine, all we could do was hope our gamble paid off. My old man wouldn't be happy if he knew I was leaving battles up to chance like this, but I did have luck on my side. Toyorita was a goddess after all, but seeing her now, clinging to my arm, I realized she barely had the strength to stand on her own. I was going to have to end this as quickly as possible. Xylo Forbots, it was Horde Clivios's voice. He had already gotten off his horse and was glaring fussily at me through that creepy anti-poison mask with Pelmari behind him. What's the situation? What's the rearguard doing? I found his high-handed attitude annoying, but I appreciated how he got right to the point. Rhino was covering Patalshi's cavalry, so the enemy shouldn't be able to break through our forces unless a demon lord shows up and starts giving the fairies orders. The rearguard should be able to keep the enemy busy until dawn. What's the status of Demon Blight Furia? Jace and Neely flew out with Sav. They'll take care of Furia. If they can't do it, no one can. That just leaves the giant skeleton. You're wrong. There are human mercenaries as well. We must prepare for a possible attack. That's already been taken care of. I pointed to the west. Dotta handled it. Smoke could be seen rising in the distance. Flames were lighting up the western hills. Both humans and demon lords have to eat, I said. They need weapons too. In other words, they had to be keeping their supplies somewhere, so I sent Dotta to burn the place down. You destroy the enemy's supplies? How did you even find out where they were keeping them? I looked at the enemy's path of travel, and then, taking the surrounding terrain into consideration, I determined the ideal locations to store supplies. Then, I had someone scout them out from above. I felt confident they would attack a settlement along the river and transform it into a base, so that narrowed down my choices. That sounds like quite a gamble as well. Speculating and hoping for the best is that simply how you do battle? More or less. It worked, didn't it? Now that their rations are gone, the mercenaries will have to surrender. They won't have the energy to fight anymore, and they'll be physically unable to continue the battle much longer. Now, I looked down at the valley floor below where Charon was heading north at a steady pace. Up ahead was a steep incline with a waterfall, but those weren't exactly difficult obstacles for the Demon Lord to get around. It could probably skewer the cliffside with its bony legs and climb its way up fairly easily. And if it made it to the top, it was all over. We would lose. It would start producing fairies, and we'd end up on the offensive again. About Charon. You said that your poison didn't work on it, right? Yes, we dropped a paralyzing poison onto it, but it did nothing. I highly doubt those bones have anything resembling nerves or organs. I doubt it's even a living creature. Horde sounded more irritated than usual. Unfortunately, Pelmari and I do not possess the means to kill it. Perhaps the 6th or 7th Order could, but it's a little too soon to be throwing in the towel. That thing is alive. No doubt about it, I declared. Our artilleryman managed to shatter some of its bones before, and I saw soft flesh inside. According to him, it's probably similar to a shellfish. A shellfish? Horde stared at me dubiously. Are you claiming that those bones are its shell, and that is what protected its insides from our poison rain? Most likely. I once saw a type of large shellfish that moved around a lot, like Charon. Not nearly as big, but my father went out to the Eastern Islands, and actually, that's not important. Anyway, it's probably something like that. This wasn't something crazy like an inorganic material made into a fairy. This was something we could understand, something we could handle. It should have some central organ that it needs to survive, I said. When it was being hit with artillery shells, it curled forward and crossed its front legs as if it was trying to protect its core. We'll need to narrow it down further, but we should focus our attacks there. In that case, it should have sense organs in order to perceive its surroundings too. They'd be exposed, they're most likely covered by some sort of nictating membrane to protect against liquids. But if we use the gas then? Wait. Horde groaned. I have an idea of my own, but it's extremely reckless. Think you can be a little more decisive? This gamble's all we've got. Take the risk. Easy for you to say, penal hero. There's no time to be scared. Make a decision already. Stop Xylo. We did not come here to fight with our allies. Right as I shot Horde a piercing stare, Torita pulled on my arm like a sister scolding her younger brother. Seriously? Now is the time for Hoary Knights to work together and overcome the enemy, so we need to get along. Right, Pelmari? I apologize, Horde. Pelmari whispered gently from behind her knight. But please allow me to give you a word of advice as a goddess. Perhaps you should behave more virtuously and cooperatively as my knight. Wouldn't you agree? We could hear the sound of Charon making its way through the bottom of the ravine below us, mowing down any trees in its path. At last it reached the dead end to the north, and once there, it pierced the rocky walls with its front legs as if it were about to start climbing the mountain. We couldn't let that happen or we'd lose this thing before we even got started. Horde and I exchanged glances, then looked away again. This is getting awkward. Come on, Xylophorbates, said Horde at last. Let's defeat that demon lord. I'll get you the win as long as you don't give up. Then I will attack Charon's sense organs, he declared, before turning suddenly to his goddess. Pelmari, is red number 10 ready to go? Yes, it still hasn't been used. I made sure to distribute enough containers to the archers. Good, let's start the attack. Now. Horde moved his arm, signaling his men. Immediately, numerous flags relayed the signal all across the ravine, followed by a volley of arrows aimed at Charon. Each arrow had a cylinder attached to the tip, which burst the instant it landed, releasing red smoke. One after another exploded, until the demon lord's entire body was enveloped in a red mist. The air in the ravine was stagnant, just as I'd expected, so the gas wasn't going to be blown away by the wind anytime soon. The poison had an immediate severe effect on Charon, causing its body to jerk and twitch. It started shaking as if it were trying to fling something off. Impressive, I said. What kind of poison did you use? Sleewake. The answer was so simple that it caught me off guard. Powdered sleewake is extremely painful when it comes in contact with a mucous membrane. Although Demon Blight Charon appears to be nothing but bones, it can somehow perceive its surroundings. I have no idea if it uses sight or smell, but I presumed this would work, and he'd been right. Charon began scratching the steep hillside with its bony legs until it lost balance and fell, writhing in agony and thrashing about until it caused part of the hillside to come crumbling down with an echoing roar. The demon lord immediately wrapped its bony legs around its body to protect its core as it rolled down to the valley floor. I'd seen it. It was in the torso, slightly to the back. Xylo, now, go, shouted Horde. Yeah, I have eyes. My knight. What did I tell you about? I picked up Teorita in the middle of her sentence and leaped into the air. Then I raced into the ravine, half diving. My gut was telling me this would be the only chance we got. The violet moonlight illuminated Charon's body as it slid. It resembled a crab, but with a torso like a flattened skull. Its core was clearly well protected. There were no joints or seams anywhere I could see. The creature let out an eerie, high-pitched screech from within the now fading red mist. It thrashed about wildly with its legs, tearing into the mountain and creating another small landslide. Each time it flailed, the river water at its feet splashed into the air. The water's surface was already as red as the mist. It's obviously in pain, but of course it is getting sleewake powder in your nose or eyes. Sounds like hell. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. At any rate, that seemed to have taken care of the enemy's sense organs. All that was left was to find the central organ controlling its body. But in order to get a more precise idea of where that was, I placed a hand on the seal on my neck and shouted, "Horde, keep the enemy distracted." "What do you think I'm doing?" he replied with irritation. He already had his men setting up 4 massive crossbow-like devices around the demon lord. These weapons were originally designed to attack castles, but they had been modified to increase mobility for fights against giant demon lords like Charon. All 4 fired simultaneously, and each shot hit its mark. Charon, however, deflected them all with its 8 legs, despite the fact that every one of the arrows was as big as a small child. The feat wasn't easy though. Charon was struggling. A fact made all the more clear when a crack shot down through one of its wildly flailing legs as it desperately tried to protect its core. There it is. Now's my chance. The way it had sacrificed that leg made it clear the shot had been aimed for its core, just as I'd thought. The core was its torso, slightly toward the rear. But even though I knew where to aim, I first had to get past Charon's attacks. I fixed my gaze on the enemy as its numerous white bony legs swung wildly at anything that came near, including me. A single leg swung right at me, like a scythe. Assel can't even see straight, and it's still this precise. I kicked off the cliffside. Dodging the attack was simple, but the monster's leg tore into the cliff, sending boulder fragments and dirt flying into the air. I kicked off the cliffside once more and jumped higher, twisting my body to protect Taurita as my back was pelted with sharp, heavy stones. Xylo, this is nothing. We had more important things to worry about than a few scratches. Taurita, I'm counting on you. Time for the first sword. As you wish. Her hair sparked, discharging electricity, and the flames in her eyes briefly swelled as an oversized sword emerged from the void. Usually, great swords like this one were wielded with 2 hands, but as I slid down the cliffside on the balls of my feet, I grabbed it with just one and spun myself around. It's time to end this. After kicking off the cliffside a 3rd time, I used my flight seal to fling myself back at the Demon Lord. Then, infusing the blade with Zate Findi's explosive powers, I threw the greatsword as hard as I could, capitalizing on the centrifugal force I'd created. Karen's wildly flailing legs just barely deflected it, causing it to explode. A flash of radiant light was followed by a roar as the leg cracked and blew off the monster's body, rendering it useless. The first gamble failed. But it's not over yet. I kicked off the cliffside again, softening my landing. I still had another chance. In my opinion, the best way to gamble was to make sure you had enough assets to keep going until you won. I dashed across the valley floor, kicking water and mud into the air as I put distance between myself and my opponent. Xylo, to your left, warned Taurita as Karen swung one of its forelegs even farther out. More shattered rock went flying. Was it trying to hit me? Its legs began smashing into everything within range, creating a whirlwind of dirt and rock that was impossible to evade. Eventually, a stone the size of a child's head hit me in the side and almost completely knocked the wind out of me. Like hell, I'm going to lose now. This pain's only temporary. Pull yourself together and end this, Xylo. Fortunately, Taurita wasn't hit. Good job, me. Not as useless as I thought. Be on your guard, Xylo. It's going to try healing its runes, Horde warned. I was already well aware. Just as Horde said, Charon's shattered leg was feeling around for the fragments of its bones. A tentacle stretched out and started bubbling. It was getting ready to heal itself. But that wasn't all. You've got to be kidding. A shiver ran down my spine. Bubbles were spilling out of its wound, contaminating the river water. It seemed to be some sort of highly viscous fluid. There was a chance it might paralyze me if I touched it. Taurita seemed to notice it too, and tightened her feeble grip on me. My knight. We must distance ourselves. Get away from that stuff. I know, but Karen was flailing its forelegs, sending dirt and water mixed with the bubbles in every direction, and some landed on the tip of my foot. Damn it. I almost fell, and if the monster kept this up, it was only a matter of time before I wouldn't be able to move anymore. Horde Clivios, I need some backup. Don't worry about hitting me. Are you being serious? Yes. Do it. You realize you are asking me to harm Goddess Taurita as well, correct? Taurita understands the risks, and she's ready. Trust me. I looked at Taurita, blowing embers in her eyes. Right? Yes, Xylo, she said, nodding, overjoyed. I wasn't going to give her special treatment. I couldn't afford to anymore. I was going to fight alongside her as if she were no different from the human trash in the penal hero unit. If I could do that, then once again I'd Horde fire. The Ninth Order's captain didn't reply, but after a brief moment of silence, cannons exploded in unison and fired into the ravine, illuminating the night with scorching, dizzying flashes. The foreleg Charon was trying to heal was shattered once again, and the impact of the strike seemed to be slowing it down. Soon, it stopped entirely. After fighting it back in the hills the other day, I had learned to expect this. The creature's entire body trembled, and it let loose an eerie, insect-like shriek. I took off running, dodging the roaring dust and debris. But a fragment of rock still managed to slice open my forehead, and I was sure Teorita wasn't getting out unscathed either. That was it though. I kept going, easily deflecting a stone falling from the sky with Zate Findi before throwing myself at the cliffside. I can do this. All I had to do was kick off the rock and jump. I ran up the cliffside, going higher and higher until I was once again at point-blank range to Charon. There was a brief silence. The wind was so cold that it felt like my lungs were frozen. I glared at the Demon Lord. This asshole has no idea how much work we put into that fortification it destroyed. That was the only thought that crossed my mind as we faced each other. Right after that, a black rain fell. A void had opened in the sky, and countless sparks flashed across its surface as a liquid oozed out onto Charon, dousing its bones. So this was how Goddess Pelmari summoned poison. Black number 2. Checkmate. Horde's voice was irritatingly calm. End this. If that poison rain gets inside its body, we'll have won. Do not mess up. Who do you think you're talking to? You ready, Teorita? I'm counting on you. I could tell Teorita was smiling without even looking. I could feel it. Who do you think you're talking to, my knight? What a goddess she turned out to be, I thought. She's enjoying this. I threw out any doubts I may have had. Her bluff was obvious. I knew she was still thoroughly exhausted from summoning the Holy Sword, but if she said she could do it, then she could do it. If she believed that she had to do this, then I wanted to believe in her too. In the end, I was going to repeat my mistakes. Just like with Cinerva, I would make the wrong decision and force someone important to me to throw her life away for some worthless strangers that had nothing to do with us. And if that happened, I would feel nothing but regret. I would probably wish that I had never done any of this. I always make the wrong decision. But I am counting on you, Xylo. The sparks in her hair were weak, the fire in her eyes nothing but an afterglow. Even so, Teorita summoned a sword twice as large as the previous one, making it clear how excited she was to do this. I'm gonna show you all just how terrifying an idiot like me can be. I didn't even need to use Zate Findi. I simply kicked the sword as hard as I could with my flight seal so hard that I almost broke it. It is finally over, muttered Teorita. We won, yes? Another easy victory for us prodigies. Sounds like Sab's personality is starting to rub off on you. Quit it. I'm serious. The sword had broken through Charon's shell and skewered its core while at the same time the black rain poured into its gaping wound. Charon's body twitched 3 times. It let loose an unbearable, ear-piercing shriek, and finally it stopped, never to move again. That was how Goddess Pelmari's reign of death defeated Demon Lord Charon. Mobad. That was the first thing Horde Clivios said to me as I sat on the muddy riverside exhausted. Keep it up. He was no longer wearing his anti-poison mask, so I could see just how serious his expression was. That is all, he concluded before turning on his heel. I didn't intend to make any snappy comebacks this time, and Teorita was even more worn out than I was. She was panting heavily, her face pale, and her body sprawled out on the ground. Her hair is covered in mud. I was going to have to wash it for her later. I heard a feeble voice and looked up to find Goddess Pelmari towering over me. She was far taller than I remembered and looked quite a bit older than Teorita. I'm sorry. Horde was just acknowledging all of your hard work, and in his mind, what he said to you was the greatest compliment he could give. I figured as much. I waved my hand dismissively. His subordinates have it pretty rough, huh? Pelmari didn't answer, instead jogging after Horde to catch up. And then there was silence. Soon the sun would rise. Xylo, Teorita said weakly. I am exhausted. I bet get some sleep. I'll keep watch. But sleep. She slid a hand down her face to close her eyes, and almost immediately I heard her softly breathing in her sleep. Alone, I searched for the violet moon. It must be hiding behind Mount Tujin, I thought. I felt like a poem was coming to me, and I was racking my brain for just the right words, when, Xylo, we're finished over here. It was Pataush's voice. How conscientious of her to keep updating me. The enemy has begun to scatter and most likely lacks the cohesion to regroup. Alright. There is one issue, however. Give me a break already. I don't want to hear it. I can't even move over here. I could hardly keep myself from falling onto my back, and now this? Was there another threat? But what Patrochet said next was nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, it was starting to become a routine occurrence in our unit. Rhino is missing. All I can find is his suit of armor. Oh, okay. For whatever reason, Rhino almost always disappeared right after battles, leaving his post and disobeying orders yet again. Tige, I heaved an irritated sigh. Maybe we should start putting a leash on that guy. Flames danced in the air. Fire lit up the night sky as it consumed the settlement. Bad night they're having, thought Dr. Lucullus, as though he had no part in what was happening. He could hear angry shouting and screams coming from the mercenaries. The original residents had left this place long ago. Guess that means I don't need to feel guilty. Dotter and his subordinates had set fire to stacks of supplies, dumped filthy water on others, and broken whatever they could break. Sneaking into the settlements wasn't that difficult. The area was guarded by a few dozen mercenaries and fairies, but their surveillance system could only be described as sloppy. Dotter blended in with the darkness and slipped through fences, climbed over walls, and walked along rooftops. The 10 soldiers that came with him, who Xylo referred to as Dotter's goons, had proved useful as well. He'd had them kill any guards in his way. Now we just have to get out of here. That wouldn't be too difficult, thanks to the fire and the shouting. The chaos was only creating more chaos, and there were numerous mercenaries already running away. I've done enough. It's time for me to disappear. Dotter hopped on a horse he'd stashed outside the settlement. His so-called goons had already scattered and fled, just as he'd ordered them to. To Dotter, unlike martial arts and the like, skill at sneaking depended entirely on the individual. Shorter people and taller people each had their own unique strategies. People with large hands, small hands, men, women, every person had their own special way of sneaking, and when you got down to it, very few skills could be shared. That's why it was best for them to scatter and flee. Time to go. I better not hang around. He left the settlement in a hurry. He was going to meet up with Xylo and the others, since the only safe spot was around them. In his pockets were wine produced in the south, silver coins, a handful of salt, herbs, and deer meat. He figured this should be enough to let them live like kings for the next few days or so. Either Xylo or Jace could use it to cook up something good. But a part of him wanted to go back and grab a little more, just in case. There was still time. He could slip back inside amid the chaos, grab whatever precious metals he could get his hands on, and this wicked little impulse was what got him into trouble. "There you are," exclaimed a voice. It sounded like a woman. Was he being pursued already? Or had she been waiting outside for the intruders this entire time? Either way, Dotter felt a shiver run down his spine and a cold sweat begin to soak his clothes. He'd run out of luck. Perhaps this was karma biting him back for all his misdeeds. "Hanged fox," grumbled the woman, whatever that meant. She had smoky red hair and a bizarre, distorted arm covered in bandages. Behind her was another person, most likely one of her men. The woman maneuvered her horse so that Dotter couldn't escape. "You're not getting away from me." There was an urgency in her voice, as though she were afraid that she would never get another chance if she let Dotter escape. Great, there's no way I'm outrunning her. Dotter recognized immediately how much better she was at riding. She held a spear in one hand and kept pace with him perfectly. He couldn't lose her, no matter how hard he tried. "Give me a break," pleaded Dotter from atop his horse. He didn't have Annette him silver ton, but talking her down was the only thing he could think of. His skill set was all about avoiding situations like this. Once the enemy found him, there was nothing he could do. "No good's gonna come from killing me," he shouted from the bottom of his heart. "You guys lost. There's no reason for us to fight anymore. I'm sure Xylo and Jace have already killed the demon lords. You might not know it, but those two are pretty crazy." He continued to ramble like Venetum would. He figured if the mercenaries knew they had lost, then they'd surely withdraw. There was no reason to come after a single man on horseback like this. Dotter felt like he was being very persuasive too. So come on, let me go. This is pointless. Don't waste your time on me. Pointless, you say? Well, you're right that it won't change our loss. But the woman with the smoky red hair still didn't back down. In fact, not only was she riding parallel to him, she was slowly getting closer. Declaring your victory already, hanged fox? It's true you had us twisted around your little finger this whole time, leading us by the nose. I've got to admit it. You're an exceptional commander. Dotter's jaw dropped in mute astonishment. He had no idea what she was talking about. Nothing coming out of her mouth made any sense to him. Hanged fox, commander, and so he tried to clarify the situation. What was that? Just who are you anyway? I see. The red-headed woman's lips twisted. Whether she was smiling or frowning was a mystery to Dotter, but he instantly sensed her animosity. He was in danger. A lowly mercenary like me isn't even worth noticing, huh? I get it, hanged fox. The name's Trishul of the Burning Eyes, she roared. Dotter could tell she was angry, but angry at what, exactly? He had no idea. We may have lost, but I'm still going to kill you. Trishul got into stance with her spear. Let's see if your fighting's as good as your commanding, hanged fox. Dotter felt an amorphous fear as she rapidly closed in on him. There was nowhere to run. Was there any chance of turning this around? He recalled the subordinate who had been standing behind her earlier and glanced in the man's direction. There he was, a man dressed in grey furs. He was brandishing a lightning staff, ready to fire, but the way he was holding it didn't make any sense. It looked like he was pointing it at Trishul. Huh? Why? What the hell? In a bout of desperation, Dotter leaped off his horse. Actually, fell off his horse would probably be a more accurate description. But he managed to dodge Trishul's attack. The tip of her spear turned into some sort of scythe, extending unnaturally and lopping his horse's head clean off. It landed with a heavy, wet thud, sending up a cloud of snow. Just then, Dotter felt a sharp pain in his left leg. Perhaps he hadn't missed the attack after all. The agony was followed closely by a dull ache in his chest as he hit the ground and began rolling uncontrollably, without a second to think. But as he fell, he saw it. Trishul's subordinate had shot her. 3 or 4 bolts of lightning soared through the air. Trishul screamed and turned back toward the man before tumbling off her horse. "Lentoby," she cried. That must have been the man's name. Trishul gripped her right shoulder as the smell of burnt flesh rose into the air. Her shoulder was scorched and gouged so deeply it had almost been torn off. There was a wound on her muscular thigh as well. "What do you think you're doing?" The man seemed frightened as he said, "It's over, Lady Trishul." He quickly reloaded his weapon. He must have come prepared. We lost, and everyone will know you were a commander for the demon Blight. But this time, I'm siding with humankind. The man looked like he was about to cry. Trishul cursed and clicked her tongue. Are they fighting among themselves? Dotter wrapped his hands around his own lightning staff. I don't want any part of this. Both of them. He held his weapon out to fire. Both of them can disappear, for all I care. Why are they doing this? That was his earnest wish. He was infuriated by the unfairness of it all. He fired his lightning staff, unleashing all 4 remaining shots one after the other at the 2 of them, hoping that at least one shot would connect. He figured all of them would miss. But one, just one of the shots hit its mark, piercing the man's stomach, the most likely thing for it to hit, given the man's girth. At the same time, Trishul swung the spear in her torn right hand. Despite the injury, her movement was still extraordinarily swift. Her arms' joints bent in directions that shouldn't be possible as the blade became a scythe and tore into the man's arm. Why? He screamed and writhed. Still, he managed to ride off, leaving Trishul and Dotter behind. Neither of them was in any position to chase after him. This can't get any worse. My legs hurt, I've lost my horse, and there's still one enemy left. Dotto would need at least 10 seconds to catch his breath. He couldn't sit up, let alone talk. It was cold. Every breath he took hurt his lungs, and he could hardly feel his shredded left leg anymore. "Why?" groaned Trishul. "Why did you save me?" Dotto wanted to say that he hadn't, that it was all a misunderstanding, but he couldn't put that thought into words. All he could do was pant, grunting as he tried to catch his breath. It was probably a good thing he couldn't speak. It felt like another 10 or 20 seconds of silence went by after that, more than enough time for Dotto to give up and accept what was about to happen. How did this happen, Pyfer? Eventually, Trishul sat up. The sound of cloth ripping tickled Dotto's ear. She must have been tearing her clothes. But why? "We need to stop the bleeding." She looked down at him. "You're going to die if I leave you like this." "I don't want that," Dotto thought. His head felt like a rock. "Maybe I just need to get some sleep." Lentobi had no choice but to abandon his horse. Hanged Fox's strike had hit not only his side, but also one of his horse's forelegs. He was filled with regret. I messed up. He'd needed to kill Trishul with a single blow. This was simply the consequence of his failure. He'd never imagined Hanged Fox would attack him. Did he think that was merely some internal conflict? Some struggle for power? His original plan was to kill Trishul in a single hit to make Hanged Fox feel indebted to him. But everything had gone wrong. He couldn't believe how badly he blundered it. Why did I run away, he wondered. It had been almost instinctive once he was shot. He probably could have gotten Hanged Fox to understand if he'd stayed and explained things, and yet, why did I run? The question still bothered him. When Hanged Fox had looked at him, he'd felt like he was being criticized and condemned. Perhaps that had caused him to flee. What am I going to do now? He continued to totter along, clutching his side as the cold wind battered him. I guess I should head back to the second capital. Or should I find the Ninth Order's camp and join mankind? The latter would give me a better chance of survival. Somebody help me. I still haven't done anything. I'm going to go down in history as a traitor. I don't want to die alone, some forgotten nobody. I still haven't shown anyone the real me. I don't want to die a fake. That was when he saw it. Perhaps it was merely his wishful thinking showing him some kind of mirage, or so he thought at first. Oh, a man was dragging some sort of bloody sack of meat with him across the snow. He was large, and he looked down at Lentobi with a gentle smile. Was this some spirit of the plains? That was the first thought that came to mind. The man's smile was simply that handsome. I'm surprised. I wasn't expecting to run into a human out here. Are you alright? Lentobi couldn't even reply. He was so overcome with relief that he collapsed at the man's feet. He was exhausted. His side hurt. He wanted something to drink. Oh no. You're injured, aren't you? The man tossed the bloody sack of meat to the side and helped Lentobi up. What are you doing out here? What an unexpected find. To think I'd get the chance to save a human on my way back from finishing off Furia. Hey, are you okay? Is it your side? Furia, that was the name of a demon lord. Lentobi had no idea what the man was talking about, but it sounded like he was going to help him, and he would take help from anyone right now. Please, save me. I can't die here. I don't want to die here. He was talking almost deliriously as he peered into the man's dubious face. I have done terrible things. I have hurt countless people while helping the demon blight. The admission took every bit of strength he had left. Even he knew how wretched he was. A word like hurt didn't even come close to what he'd really done. He'd killed so many people, but he could still make up for it, he thought. If he lived and gave the rest of his life to helping mankind, then surely he could make up for his sins. He'd throw away his life for the cause and be forgiven. That was what he believed. This is my chance to make up for it all. But I'm really not that kind of person, he continued. I want to fight for mankind, and I want to use the rest of my life to do so. I am willing to give up everything to fight for humanity. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. I will dedicate myself and my every last waking moment to saving mankind. I will sacrifice everything if it means I can help humanity. Incredible! The man looked down at Lentoby with pure admiration. "You are an incredible man. What is your name, Lentoby?" Lentoby forced the words out of his mouth. "Lentoby Kisko. Lentoby Kisko, I will never forget you. You have my utmost respect for your sacrifice." The man smiled as he signed a sacred seal with his fingers. He drew a circle in the air, then made a slash down the middle. It was at this point that Lentoby noticed something was off. The man's eyes showed more than admiration, some primitive impulse. Dedicating yourself for the sake of mankind is truly impressive, and your sacrifice will not be in vain. You have my word. You know the energy you get from eating something fresh and raw is truly of a different quality. The man grabbed Lentoby's neck. Something wasn't right. Lentoby tried to escape the man's grasp, but it was no use. The man was so strong that he seemed about to snap Lentoby's neck. "Allow me to grant you your wish. Rest assured, Lentoby. I will make your dream come true." That was when Lentoby realized what that look in the man's eyes was. Hunger. No. Lentoby tried to resist. "I can't die here. I still have to live life being true to myself. I can't die a fake. You have my word. I will lead mankind to victory. Now come, Lentoby Kisko. Let your flesh and blood join me on my quest." His gentle voice and sharp fangs slowly approached Lentoby's neck. Only when the pain kicked in did he realize that he was screaming, and within 30 seconds, Lentoby Kisko lost consciousness. Every part of the temporary fort was hastily thrown together, but this camp built on Mount Tujin would be the key to retaking the second capital. Goltuel called this place Temporary Fortress Tujin Bahak, but in reality, it was barely fit to house a group of low-level bandits. In the language of the Old Kingdom, Bahak meant something like wedge, and that was what this was, a wedge between enemy lines. You could tell how important this place was to Galtuale from the name alone. As it happened, we penal heroes had been thrown into a cruddy little hut inside this so-called temporary fortress. They called it the barracks, but there was a distinct difference between the quality of the other buildings and the one they gave us. The space was divided by strips of cloth with 2 people to a room. The only ones to receive slightly better treatment were Tyratair and her caretaker, Pataush, who were given their own, somewhat more comfortable-looking hut. Jace had complained about being put with Zav, but he shut up when I asked him if he'd prefer Rhino or Norgale instead. Norgale was known to be loud, and Rhino was Rhino. We had been ordered to stand by for the time being. I idled away the days in my room with Phonetim. We couldn't even enjoy our time off in style, since both Tatsuya and Dota had been sent in for repairs. It would have been nice to have a little booze. I regretted not cracking open the wine Dota had brought back before it was confiscated. Dota? He had returned to our camp incapacitated from blood loss and hypothermia. A mercenary named Trishul brought him to us. She had smoky red hair and her right arm was wrapped in bandages. I had no idea what had happened between them, but before long she disappeared without a trace. It really was a mystery. After a serious discussion of the matter, Venetim, Sav and I came to the conclusion that she was the spirit of some insect Dota had saved in the distant past. Initially, we'd invited everyone to join the discussion, but Pataush and Norgale quickly grew fed up and left, and Jace was uninterested and declined to participate. Tyratair had stayed until the end, doggedly insisting that there was no way our conclusion could be right. And as for Rhino, what he said wasn't even worth mentioning. In short, we had way too much free time and far too little to do. I caught up on my reading until I ran out of poetry, anthologies, and from then on, aside from the time I had to spend training, I dedicated the rest of my days to playing Zig with Turita. According to her, Patelsha wasn't very good at the game. As it happened, there was one big reason why we'd been given so much free time. Galtuil Fortress is in the middle of holding a council to discuss their future plans regarding Goddess Turita and the rest of us penal heroes, Patelsha announced gravely. She had stopped by my room just as Venetim was out doing what he did best, negotiating a better deal for us. The 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 10th orders of the Holy Knights will each state their opinion at this council, she continued. Makes sense. The other orders were busy at the moment, and those were the only 4 that could make it to Goldwheel to have any sort of discussion. The 7th Order couldn't leave the Eastern Front, and the 11th Order had its hands full with matters in the North. "What's going to happen now?" she asks. Patosh seemed restless, which made sense. She'd only just joined the Penal Hero unit, and then all this had happened. Galtula now knew of Torisa's holy sword, and they were starting to understand that we could be useful in battle. On the one hand, it seemed like Taura's position would improve, both from a religious perspective and in terms of our unit's treatment in general. But on the other hand, this could put us in a tricky position. There was a high chance they would give us an even more ridiculous assignment during the campaign to retake the second capital. You seem to be rather laid back about all of this, Xylo, Patosh complained. She was probably upset that I was lying in bed, but it wasn't like we could do anything about the council. And it was cold, so I wanted to be under my blanket. I mean, it's not like stressing yourself out is going to solve anything, I said. I rolled over in bed and looked up at Patoshi, who was sitting on her knees with her back straight. For some reason, she scooted her knees to the side, looked away, and muttered, "Borodbek." But even then, there are things we could consider. She seemed about to give me some honest advice, and I had to praise a sense of loyalty. Unfortunately, a voice at the entrance cut her off. Am I interrupting something? My room had no door, of course, just a single piece of cloth hanging from the ceiling. A tall man was standing under it, lifting it up. I knew him, and Patus probably did as well. There was no way a former Holy Knight wouldn't recognize this man. "Xylo," he continued, "I apologize for disturbing you on your break, especially when you're enjoying some private time with a lady." He had light brown hair, which looked gold in certain lights, and this helpless, stringy beanpole of a body. His name was Adhith Tweevil, captain of the 8th Order of the Holy Knights. I knew him very well, including his rotten personality. "Ugh," Patosh spat. "What do you want?" I casually replied, despite Patosh's wary expression. "Did you come all the way here to chat with a penal hero like me? I don't think that's a good idea, Adhith." "Me? Come to chat with you? Of course not. What would I have in common with you other than war and killing demon lords?" He was a rude man hidden within a thin veneer of politeness. "A very noble individual wishes to speak with you, however, so I brought him here." His phrasing gave me a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I was immediately proved right. Hidden behind the tall knight was a young boy. "My apologies for disturbing you." He was a slender, delicate young man with very handsome features. Reikwell Zeph Zeal Met Keo, the 3rd prince of the Federated Kingdom. There weren't many who had more authority than he did. In fact, you could probably count them all on one hand. At any rate, my gut had been right. I was probably about to be drawn into something I wanted no part of. "My name is Reikwell." Though the boy introduced himself nervously, his speech was clear and concise. "I still have not officially expressed my gratitude to you. Penal Hero Xylo, Patoshi, thank you for everything. It is only a shame that Dota is currently absent. It is an honor." Patoshi swiftly dipped her head in a reverent bow. A few moments later, I followed her example and bowed too. Obviously, I got out of bed to do so. I didn't want anyone to think I was rude or lacked common sense like Jace and Norgale. "Thank you very much for your kind words." I was trying to suggest that his words alone were enough. But Reikwell didn't stop there. I supposed I should have seen it coming. "As a token of my gratitude, there is something that I wish to tell you two. In addition, I have a special favor to ask of you as well." There it is, I thought. Unfortunately, the prince wasn't the kind of person I could joke with, so I couldn't tell him to stop, or that I didn't want to hear it. Seeing Addis smirking at me really pissed me off too. The reason we escaped the second capital alone was to deliver a certain secret artifact of the royal family. Reikwell lifted an item sheathed in white cloth and slowly began to unwrap it. Neither Patosh nor I could look away. A secret royal artifact. I had heard rumors that the Zeph Zeal royal family had 3 symbols that served as proof of their right to the throne, and a special sacred seal was engraved into each item. The first capital held the sacred beetle. The great temple was in possession of the sacred brush, and resting in the second capital was the sacred key, Kervork. Hidden underneath the white cloth was a tool that resembled a dagger with a hilt and a blade. The blade was decorated with an intricate sacred seal and gave off a silver, glistening light. We could not allow this to fall into enemy hands, no matter what. I am sure you are already aware, but this key possesses a special power, he said, lowering his voice. So the rumors were true, I thought. This key can lock and unlock a sacred seal's power. That would make it an extremely powerful tool. I understood now why they'd want to smuggle it out of the second capital, no matter the cost. We were extremely fortunate it hadn't wound up in the hands of the Demon Blight. Government-run facilities in the second capital were mainly controlled with sacred seals. With this key, you would have full control to activate and deactivate those facilities. All of a sudden, the plan to retake the second capital was starting to feel realistic. But why would the prince be telling us all this? Reichwell wasted no time in answering my question. The next thing he said was beyond ridiculous. Silo, I would like for the Penal Hero unit to use this key and sneak into the second capital. Hey, hold it right there. Rude words rolled off my tongue before I knew what I was saying. But not even Pataush reprimanded me this time. In other words, Xylo, this is a mission for a small group of elite soldiers whose loyalty we can count on absolutely, said Adhif, still smiling. Ord and I suggested your unit for several reasons. First, we always know where you are, thanks to the sacred seals on your necks, and second, we can kill you at any time if you ever violate orders. Furthermore, my goddess can always retrieve the key if an emergency arises. I am hoping that you consider this offer, said Reichwell. While we were stunned speechless, he took the opportunity to say something even more unbelievable. If you decide to accept, Xylo, then I promise to render my full assistance to you as a member of the royal family. The boy tightened his grip around the sacred key. I can unlock one of the sacred seals on your body. I have already received permission to do so. One of the sacred seals on my body. I thought back to the powers I once had. Most of them were sealed away when I was sentenced, save for a couple like Zata Effendi and Sakara. What is your decision? What a stupid thing to ask, I thought, groaning as I stared into the nervous boy's eyes. When it came down to it, a direct request from royalty was no different from an order. Tovitz Yuka heard footsteps echoing in the darkness. It's not just my imagination, he thought. He hadn't yet completely lost his mind. He had already grown accustomed to this place and its darkness, but he no longer had any concept of time. Day and night had no meaning to him, but he had known this moment would come, and that was why he had been able to wait. If nothing else, he knew it had been less than a month since he'd almost escaped. And if his prediction was correct, during that time, the Demon Blight had lost at least once to mankind's army. And that means... He slowly sat up. His muscles had atrophied a great deal after all the time he'd spent in this cell. His brain, however, was just as good as ever. He, as a human, was simply built that way. It's my time to shine. Tovitz had been locked away in a cell under the second capital's royal palace. Once a prison for the most heinous criminals, this underground pen was now used to hold rebellious humans. After the second capital fell, a portion of those who fought back against the Demon Blight were locked up here, not to be killed or eaten, but simply to be stored away, and Tovitz had figured out why. There was no way the Demon Blight would do something without a purpose. They were going to use these people. That was why they put not only criminals down here, but anyone they felt was dangerous. Tovitz Yuka, said a voice. It belonged to a woman with an awkward monotone. This was the voice he'd wanted to hear. Are you still there? Are you still alive? Of course. He lifted his head and strained his eyes, peering through the bars and into the darkness beyond. I would never die without telling you, Anise. Tovitz had always felt that the word noblewoman best described Anise's ladylike appearance. She had jet black hair and eyes, the latter of which he found especially beautiful. There was something unchainingly cold about her gaze that humans simply couldn't replicate. Her name was Anise, and she was a demon lord no different than Abaddon and Sogor, with whom she had joined forces before swiftly seizing this palace. During that time, Tovitz had used the chaos to his advantage and tried to escape, leading the other prisoners out of their cells, killing the human guards and racing to their freedom. That was when he saw her, and it was how he ended up like this. But all of it had happened for a reason. There was meaning to it. "You were right, Tovitz," said Anise. "Rhynek, Furia, Amit, and Taron were all killed. How could you have predicted such a thing? Is this the power of what you humans call a stigma?" "No, I don't have any special powers like that. It was just a simple prediction." Tovitz straightened his back and faced Anise with a radiant smile that stretched from ear to ear. "The humans' army seems to have very recently gotten their hands on a secret weapon of some sort, and from what you told me and what I heard, I couldn't imagine the battle turning out any other way. Iblis's death at Mirit Fortress and the humans' unexpected wins in so many recent localized clashes only further back up my hypothesis." Anise remained silent. She was apparently planning to listen to everything Tovitz had to say. Abaddon had probably ordered her to, but Tovitz was fine with that. For now, it would do. "I think it's most likely a single unit on a special mission. They will be extremely powerful when it comes to smaller, localized battles, especially considering their secret weapon that can kill even an immortal demon lord." "I see. And what kind of people are they? How can we deal with them? What kind of people? I have no idea." Tovitz smiled wryly. He figured trying to bluff his way through this wouldn't help, since Anise wasn't the kind of creature you could bargain with. "All I know is that they have a very powerful method that allows them to kill demon lords without fail, and I assume they're a small group of elite warriors with specialized expertise in assassination." He had concluded that it must be a small group consisting of various members, each with some sort of unique skill set. The unit excelled in covert operations, possessed a method of killing demon lords, and were able to forge a path by which to use it. In that way, they were like a small group of assassins. Although it would depend greatly on the conditions, they would be a difficult force to reckon with. However, dealing with them is easy, said Tovitz. That much he was sure of. Don't fight them. Ignore them. That's your best bet until you find a means of disposing of them. If you must do something, focus solely on slowing them down. If there was an invincible band of warriors, then the best strategy would be to not engage them at all. If possible, weakening them or preventing them from acting effectively would be ideal. In addition, the Demon Blight would need to be even more careful when considering which of their units to match up against the enemy's remaining forces. The Holy Knights were especially strong and possessed unique abilities. Depending on the individual Demon Lord, they could wind up at an extreme disadvantage, or the opposite might be true. But then that begged the question, why hadn't they started doing this earlier? It's probably because they don't yet understand humans very well. Before, there weren't many Demon Lords capable of that level of thought. But the number of intelligent Demon Lords was gradually increasing. Though Tovitz had no idea why, he could say with confidence that they were evolving. There were clearly far more Demon Lords who could speak human language now compared to when the Fourth War of Subjugation had just begun. Mankind had been losing in incremental steps ever since. Either that or they had already lost and were just lying to themselves and continuing to struggle so that their loss would seem less pathetic. But Tovitz paused mid-thought. Who cares which it is? Thinking about the world and mankind was depressing. He didn't enjoy it. He was but a small, insignificant man after all, and he had always felt that way. Saying he was doing something for the sake of mankind would be a lie, and he couldn't risk his life for something like that. The things he could do were much less significant, so there is only one strategy I can suggest in good conscience, he said as calmly as possible. Don't bother with them. Focus on fighting the other enemy units. I see. Lord Abaddon said the same thing. When he heard that, Tovitz decided to push his luck a little. I believe I could be of more use to you all if you freed me and gave me more detailed information. You should be careful what you say. Are you claiming that Lord Abaddon is beneath you in intelligence and wisdom? All I'm saying is that I understand how humans think more than my lord does. Tovitz carefully selected his words so that he wouldn't anger Anise. "Please use my knowledge. I won't let you or my lord down." Anise seemed to consider this, or perhaps she was only waiting a moment before telling him what had already been decided. The latter was starting to feel more realistic. The leader of the mercenaries, Trishul, and the man in charge of this city's security both disappeared after losing in battle. "We need someone new who can manage the humans. This is what Lord Abaddon has decided." Tovitz had won a small victory. Their leader had already made up its mind. "Tovitz Yuka, answer these two questions for me." Anise stared down at him with her jet black eyes, void of any emotion. He felt a coldness in his heart, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped a few degrees. "First, why were you locked away in this cell in the first place? You said you were a soldier. What crime did you commit?" "I was part of a revolt. We failed, though, obviously." Tovitz flashed her a smile as if to hide his embarrassment. "I was getting bored and I thought a rebellion would be really fun, so I helped out. I thought the leader seemed like an interesting fellow as well, and that helped convince me." The world from his eyes lacked color. He was born a noble, enlisted in the military, and contributed to society when his skills were needed. Tovitz had been on his way to becoming an exceptional soldier, but he had never made a choice for himself, and that bored him beyond what he could bear. That was one of the reasons why he decided to help a certain man who wished to start a rebellion, a rather strange dragon knight. "And then you were arrested, yes? Yep. I underestimated the military's intelligence network. It was a huge mistake on my part. The mission was to lead the dragons into battle and attack the capital. It was a very fresh idea, and they appeared to be very close to establishing an independent government. However, the military had beaten them on land. They'd set up nets along a route no one could have predicted they would use. Whether the ambush was due to the power of a stigma or to one of the goddesses, he wasn't sure. Whatever the case, they'd have to consider such things going forward. He would have to come up with a strategy under the assumption that the enemy possessed extraordinary military intelligence. Now, for my next question. Why do you wish to join us? There was no skepticism in Anise's voice. You are human, correct? So why? For the sake of the new world after this war is over? Anise herself didn't seem to find this strange. She was merely acting like a puppet, repeating what she had been told to ask. Tovitz found that beautiful. When you ran into me, you shot all of your friends in the back and killed them. That sounds like rather strange behavior for a human. Wouldn't you agree? I don't know. He exhaled. His breath was white, reminding him once again of how cold it was. It's hard to explain. My reasoning is a little extreme, but it's probably not that unique. I think such behavior is common among my fellow humans. Speak in a way I can understand, for I must report what you say to Lord Abaddon. I am willing to turn the entire world against me to protect what I consider truly important. He repeated what he had told her once before, and in my case, that's love, Anise. I decided to love you, and if that means fighting against mankind, I'll do it. I see. Her reply was no different this time either. It was utterly devoid of emotion. And that was exactly what Tovitz desired. I will have to ask Lord Abaddon if he finds your behavior strange. Now come. The door to the cell creaked open. It is time for you to work, Tovitz Yuka. He finally got a clear view of her face and was once again taken aback by her beauty. I could throw my life away for her, and I would not regret it, he thought. I would do anything for her, even if it meant turning the entire world against me. Claims such as those had always sounded so empty and boring to him before. Even the rebellion was nothing more than a temporary escape from his boredom. He'd envied its leader. Jace Poteract. That man had something truly important to him. He was the complete opposite of Tovitz. But I think I understand how he felt now. He finally had something more important than life itself. Fighting for that was more exhilarating than anything he'd ever experienced. So that's Tovitz Yuka. Once he left his cell, he noticed a few shadows in the darkness and immediately began to observe them. He could make out 3 creatures. One was a large insect-like fairy, one was humanoid, and one was like nothing he had ever seen. It looked like a pile of black, dirty rags. The human-like creature was the one who had spoken. It had a gloomy, somehow rusty-sounding voice. It looked like a tall man with eerily hunched shoulders. No, that's no ordinary fairy. That's a demon lord, Tovitz concluded. The man's complexion was sickly and pale. "Bujum, why are you here?" asked Anise icily. Her words made the dungeon feel even colder. "Did you bring the others? Did Lord Abaddon send you because he doesn't trust me?" "No. I felt I should greet our newest member. That would be considered the polite thing to do." "The polite thing to do," Anise repeated awkwardly. Tovitz had never heard her speak this way before. "What does that mean?" "Fim, I don't understand." "That is no surprise. This is a concept based on extremely complex human culture and is still difficult even for me to understand." The man called Bujum lowered his head in a surprisingly graceful manner. "My name is Bujum. I am a demon lord. I am glad to make your acquaintance. This is how it is done." Bujum looked back at Anise. "You introduce yourself to make your existence known to the listener in a concise manner. You two try it as well." I'm Afank." Much to Tovitz's surprise, it was the pile of black, dirty rags that answered first, but after closer inspection, he realized that this creature was somewhat humanoid as well. The tips of its rags wiggled like fingertips. "Glad to make your acquaintance." "This. How did I do, Bujum?" "Good. There was an eerie, high-pitched sound coming from behind the pile of rags. Numerous lines suddenly appeared on the wall, but it happened so quickly that Tovitz couldn't process what had happened. "I'm so nervous. I'm sorry. The sound was heard 2 more times, and more sharp lines were etched randomly into the wall. "I find humans difficult. All sorts of things. No, even beyond those. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone has things they're good at and things they're not good at." Bujum nodded with evident satisfaction before bending down and picking something up. It was an arm. Bujum's arm had been cut clean off without Tovitz even realizing it. Did that Afant creature do that to him? Tovitz had absolutely no way to know. Our final member lacks the functions necessary for language. Therefore, allow me to handle her introduction. Bujum shoved his arm into the wound at his shoulder, which wasn't even bleeding, and it reattached itself to his body as if it had been welded back on. There was something clearly unique about his physiology. This lady is Sugara. She is in charge of the second capital's air defense. The insect-like fairy suddenly spread its wings and began to chirp as what appeared to be a mouth emitted glowing golden sparks that then faded into the darkness. "Lady?" Tovitz thought. "So that one's supposed to be female." Bujum glanced at Sugar from the corner of his eye and nodded once more with satisfaction. "Tovitz Yuka, we welcome you to the new second capital. From now on..." "Stop right there, Bujum. Since when did you become our representative?" Anise coldly cut him off. "You are being disrespectful to Lord Abaddon." "I see. You have my apologies." Bujum looked clearly deflated, and Tovitz couldn't help but laugh. This Bujum guy is one eccentric demon lord. At least he was nothing like any demon lord Tovitz had ever met before. He flashed him a bright smile and held out a hand. "Thank you for your kindness, Bujum. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Tovitz Yuka. I look forward to working with you. I will do my best." Bujum's hand felt dry and limp. Tovitz then held his hand out to Anise. This was the real reason he'd started shaking hands. "Anise, will you take my hand and accept me as one of your own as well?" "I do not see the necessity," she said blankly, refusing him. "You need to prove yourself, Tovitz Yuka. We do not care about the process or the motivation. All we need are results." "Well, you've come to the right guy." This was exactly why he was attracted to Anise, and he was going to do everything he could to get her the results she wanted, even if that meant the end of mankind or even his own life. There were numerous temples in the Federated Kingdom's first capital, Zephint, with a whopping 8 of them being officially recognized by the kingdom. The most famous, however, was the Grand Temple built beside the royal palace and known as the Grey Cradle. On important religious days, it was usually packed. It was even a popular place for sightseeing, and most people on vacation in the first capital would visit it at least once. That was why it made for the perfect camouflage. When the captain of the 12th Order of the Holy Knights, Kafsen de Chrome, arrived that evening, the temple was still packed with priests, the Kynes, and tourists. After making his way through the crowd and down the corridors that were purposefully designed to form a maze, he arrived at the northernmost part of the temple, where seasoned security guards kept watch. Samchen. Nearby was a nameless room that at first glance appeared to be merely a storage area. However, this was no storage area, and in fact this room did have a name, known only by those who needed to know it. They called it the Crypt of Grey Lights, and it was a room easily overlooked if one wasn't actively searching for it. The only thing that stood out about it was its large, sturdy door. It's been a while. Kafsen stuck a card, so small that it could hide in the palm of one's hand, into the keyhole, activating the sacred seal carved into it. Click. The door opened. It's been half a year, at least. I've been on the battle far too long. When he closed the door behind him, the room grew dim. Its windows were completely shut. Only the faint light of a flickering sacred seal lamp illuminated his path. This is the heart of humankind, our hope against the demon blight and the coexisters. It was quite plain for something so grand. There were no beautiful decorations in the room, only bookshelves lined up against the walls, packed full of books. In the center was a round table with a woman sprawled out over it as if she had fallen asleep while reading something. But she was not to be disturbed, for she had probably been working for the past 1 or 2 nights without rest. Sitting nearby her was an old man writing something with a fountain pen. He didn't even look up. Nothing new here. Kafsen's eyes were naturally drawn to the back of the room, where a shadowy figure of small stature was sitting. My apologies. He took a knee before the small, shadowy figure and bowed. How do you feel today, Mai? Save the sarcasm. You know how I feel, interrupted the shadowy figure. You arrived earlier than I expected, Kafsen. The figure's voice sounded listless, but Kafsen knew it was merely the voice of someone trying to mask their exhaustion. It appeared this individual, whom Kafsen served, whom every member of the Crypt of Grey Lights served, was as busy as always. I figured it would take you longer. Your and your men's services are required on countless battlefields, so I have to wonder, did you solve your issues that quickly? Not at all. As you pointed out, we still have an endless amount of work that must be done. However, the situation has changed greatly. The second capital, yes? Their leader sighed gloomily. I'm not in the mood for such tiresome subjects right now, but you must hear it. I would like to share this headache with you, my lord. What an awful subordinate you are, the leader said, grinning. It was close to a scoff. Our little leader, thought Kafsen, is slowly becoming so much like... Very well, but if you have good news, then I'd like to hear that first. The penal heroes are doing far better than we could have ever hoped for. They claimed the Tugentuga Hills and worked alongside the 9th Order to defeat 4 demon lords. Haha, right? I knew it. This next smile was far more natural. Kafsen felt it held a power that could repel some of the darkness in this world. That's our heroes for you, and I expect no less from them. They saved Prince Reichwell and Princess Malnitas as well. The 2 of them are safe now. Good. A few seconds of silence followed. The leader lowered his gaze, but in the end, he still wouldn't reveal anything resembling emotion where Kafsen could see. What about the Kavruk? Did they manage to escape with the sacred key? Yes, rest assured, and it, along with the penal hero unit, will prove powerful weapons when we move to reclaim the second capital. That much is fine, but I'm starting to get the feeling that there's some bad news as well. Yes, the Administration Division approved Galtweil's newly drawn-up plan for Project Saint. I see. There was no way to stop those officially in power from acting, even if their actions would lead to the downfall of mankind. Neither Kafsen nor the Crypt of Grey Lights had the power to stop them directly. How will Xylo Forbarts react once he learns of Project Saint? Wondered Kafsen. He'll be furious. There's no doubt about that, because they plan on transplanting Goddess Minerva's remains into a compatible individual in order to create this so-called saint. They believe she will be the key to retaking the second capital. In addition, they are claiming she will serve as mankind's guiding light going forward. They're making a grave mistake, and they'll be digging their own graves if they go through with this. As the petite figure waved a hand and stood up, the faint light dimly lit his still, youthful, delicate profile. He could easily pass as a young boy, a young nobleman. In fact, if one ignored the shadows of exhaustion and anxiety clouding his face. So you couldn't stop it, he asked. It wasn't possible. Shall we try assassinating the saint? No, they just find somebody else compatible. If we want to stop this, we need to kill all those responsible for the project, including every coexister involved, and that's simply not feasible. But we cannot merely sit back and do nothing. We will replace the current head high priest. It's about time he retired anyway. Then we can restrict the temple's usage of the saint, as long as they plan on using the remains of a goddess. The military won't be able to ignore the temple's say in the matter. You wish to replace the temple's leader? Is that even possible? I'll come up with something. In addition, I want to send someone to Galtwell, someone highly skilled. I would also like to increase our presence in the 12th Order. Would that be possible? Finding people we can trust will take time. It is not a simple matter. I know. We still need eyes on the Noble Alliance, so we can't transfer anyone from there. Adding members to Cassan's 12th Order wasn't easy. Furthermore, they were always short on people due to their underground war against the coexisters. There's a limit to how much I can look into these nobles myself, muttered the boy as he shifted his gaze toward the round table. Spread out over the table was a detailed map of the Federated Kingdoms, that is to say, mankind's territory. We must continue our efforts to reconcile with the Eastern forces, and I would like to reduce the Chancellor's influence as well. Please do not try to handle these issues alone. We cannot let anything happen to you, how restrictive. Bear with it for now. The future of mankind unquestionably depended on this boy, the Federated Kingdom's first prince, Reneva Zeph Ziel-Medkio. He was mankind's greatest hope, especially now that the current king was no longer of any help. And Capstin's priority was putting this boy on the throne, no matter what. He was currently adopting various measures to achieve this goal, but he still had to keep Reneva safe until the current king could be forced to relinquish his position. I know they're not exactly free either, Reneva said with a sneer, but I'm very envious of the penal heroes. He's really starting to remind me of his brother. Day by day, Reneva became more and more like his older brother, the late Lordsir. That in itself was fine, but it bewildered him now and again. He had to hurry up and get used to it, he told himself. The world would go on, even without Lordsir. It had to, because I was the one that killed him, but I'm not doing this to atone for my sins. I can't atone for them, and I won't. In fact, I'm planning on making this boy the next king and using him as a tool to ensure mankind's victory. I wonder how Dotter's doing. Reneva looked not at the map, but at the ceiling as he recalled the brazen thief who once tried to help him escape from the palace. 4 years had gone by since then, and the first prince had grown at an astounding rate, both mentally and physically. The crying boy from back then was now the leader of the Crypt of Grey Lights. Kafstin had made sure of it. I know I'm the reason the heroes are finding themselves in all these miserable situations, but I fantasize about meeting them someday. And that is how it should remain, a fantasy. Kafstin decided to keep quiet about Dotter being sent in for repairs. Reneva needed hope, more than anything else, and the penal hero unit was that hope. Their success in battle was slowly becoming Kafstin's hope as well. Kafstin, I need you to promise me something. If anything ever happens to me, please make me a penal hero. But of course, if that were ever to happen, mankind would surely fall. It was a terrible joke, and that was why Kafstin smiled and quickly agreed. I would do everything in my power to have you sentenced to be a hero. Hey, Rocket Shokai here. I was considering once again talking about weak villains who scream Kia. before dropping down from the ceiling to attack. But all of the additional pages I thought I would have ended up being used for the main story, so I am going to keep it short and simply tell you why I like such villains. I like them because they always seem like they're having fun, they're always excited, and they're always living life to the fullest. They say, do what you love, and you'll never have to work a day in your life, and these villains have made what they love into their whole lives. They've combined the means and the goal. To them, things like licking their knives and screeching before attacking are the goal. And honestly, I am touched by how happy they are and how much they enjoy life. There's a beauty to it, and it's gratifying to see. Of course, I'm not at all interested in living my life like they do. But if I were ever to gain the ability to turn myself invisible and stick to the ceiling, then I'd probably find myself doing the same stuff they would. In fact, I think I'm going to start practicing licking knives. Now that I have wasted your time with such nonsense, I would like to take a moment to thank you all. I cannot express how grateful I am to each and every one of you. Until next time.